Hello, AP Macro students, and welcome to our first of many instructional review videos that we're going to be putting out over the next month or so, leading right up into May and the completion of AP Macroeconomics. Today, we're going to be talking about topic 5.1, and we're going to work our way through Unit 5 and Unit 6 over the next few weeks. So thanks for being with us today. We appreciate you tuning in, and we hope we find you well in these uncertain times. The purpose of these videos is, again, to help you with these concepts, help you obviously learn AP Macro, see it in the real world, apply it on the exam, but also to provide for you a little bit of normalcy and a little bit of class structure in these very uncertain and odd times. So welcome aboard. We're happy to have you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Matt Romano. I am coming from Atlanta, Georgia. I teach at Marist School in Atlanta, and I'm co-teaching this class with Ms. Jen Fields, if she would like to introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm thrilled to be here with Mr. Romano. I'm coming to you from Basking Ridge, New Jersey, and Ridge High School. And together tonight, Mr. Romano and I are going to take you through topic 5.1 and skill 2B. And then over the course of the next couple of weeks, you'll see us every other night. So thanks again for tuning in, and I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. So let's get into it. Just a little overview of what you can expect tonight. As we said, we're going to work with topic 5.1. Now, we are going and basing everything off of the course and exam description. I'm sure at this point in the term, at this point in the course, you're familiar with that. We are beginning Unit 5, and topic 5.1 is fiscal and monetary policy actions in the short run. And within the context of that topic, we're going to focus on skill 2B. Skill 2B is using economic concepts, principles, or models, explaining how a specific economic outcome occurs when there are multiple contributing variables, or what multiple actions should be taken in order to achieve a specific outcome. In other words, looking at policy, looking at stabilization of policy, and saying, okay, what happens when these things are going on at the same time? What happens when they're happening not in a vacuum, but at the same time? How do we understand that? How do we apply it? How do we explain it? In particular, how do we do so using models? So we're going to take you back through fiscal and monetary policy, something that I know you already know. You did this in Units 3 and 4. Talk about the tools of both fiscal and monetary policy, the intentions of fiscal and monetary policy, when and why are they used, and then we're going to connect that to ADAS analysis, specifically how that would be framed in the context of a free response question, and then provide a few tips for you to help you as you're answering free response questions, and beyond that, looking at the world and comprehending how aggregate demand, aggregate supply analysis really works, especially when you have more than one policy action at a time. So that's that. So let's begin with a little warm up and review. The first portion, and this is going to be the case in all these videos. The first portion is going to be a warm up. These are topics that you've already covered, and it's just to get your mind back where it was when you first covered the topics that followed. So first things first, let's review aggregate demand, aggregate supply, the model itself, and specifically what I like to refer to as our starting points. Every time you deal with an ADAS question, the first thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to identify where are we as an economy. And when I say that, I'm talking about where is current output in relation to full employment output. So let's practice that. I've got three examples. There are three potential starting points. I want to point those out to you and make sure that we're all clear about where and when we show these on the ADAS model. So if you've got a sheet of paper handy, I hope you do. Sketch these out as we go, and we'll check and see how we did. The first of these three, these are in no particular order, obviously. Assume we're dealing with an economy operating at output levels below full employment. Draw a correctly labeled graph of the ADAS model and identify the following: equilibrium output and price level full employment output. That's a very standard beginning to an FRQ. It's a very standard beginning to any ADAS analysis. So what I want you to do is, as I'm talking here, go ahead and draw your ADAS model to make sure everything is correctly labeled. And on that ADAS model, we want to show output below full employment. We want to show a recessionary gap. I'll give you just a second to finish that up. Hopefully you're already doing that, and then we'll take a look at what this actually looks like. All right, if you're not quite finished yet, that's just fine. But let's go ahead and take a look at the model. All right, so again, the question stated we have output below full employment. As you well know, let's walk through the labeling. A correctly labeled ADAS model is going to have price level labeled on the y-axis. It's going to have real GDP on the x. We're going to have a downward sloping aggregate demand curve, an upward sloping short run aggregate supply curve, and a vertical long run aggregate supply curve. We're going to show equilibrium, the short run macro equilibrium at P and Y. Those little dotted lines that we have there, those are important. We have to use those. And we're going to show this recessionary gap, if you follow my cursor, representing that output, current output Y, is less than full employment output YF. All right, again, I know this is review. I know you already know this, but always good to refresh the memory. Okay, that's one. Second starting point. Almost the exact same question, however, one major difference. Assume an economy operating at output levels beyond full employment. So rather than below full employment, we are now operating beyond full employment. Draw a correctly labeled graph of the ADAS model. Identify the following: equilibrium output and price level full employment output. Again, this is something that I'm sure you have done. You should be drawing it now as I speak. And what we're looking to show here is also known as an inflationary gap. Okay, what is this going to look like? Obviously, the labeling is the same. Price level of GDP on each axis, downward sloping AD, upward sloping SRAS, and our LRAS curve is present. Equilibrium output is Y, short run price level is P, obviously connect back to our equilibrium with our little dotted lines. And then the inflationary gap shown as Y greater than YF. We're operating beyond full employment. That's representative of an output gap, something we're going to talk about again shortly. And finally, the third of the three starting points: assume an economy operating at full employment output. Draw a correctly labeled graph of ADAS and identify the following: equilibrium output and price level full employment output. So this is the long run equilibrium we've talked so much about throughout AP Macro. This is where we assume the economy is going to be in the long run, whether it's through self-correction or through policy action, and we want to make sure that we can correctly identify what that looks like. So here we are. We have price level real GDP, we have AD and SRAS, we have LRAS, and all three curves are intersecting at the same point, leaving us with output equal to full employment output and of course price level at that equilibrium. Okay, on with the review. We're going to continue reviewing a little bit more about policy now, so that we can connect that to what we just looked at with the ADAS model. So fiscal monetary policy actions in the short run. Now what you have here is a simple model of a business cycle where we're looking at the comparison between potential and actual real GDP, where potential has a nice smooth roughly 3% growth rate, and actual real GDP shows us what really happens in the economy, the ups and downs, expansions, peaks, recessions, and troughs that we know exist in the real economy. We also recognize here that we have output gaps. Anytime that the actual real GDP is not equal to potential real GDP, we refer to that as an output gap. And that's what brings us to fiscal monetary policy actions. What again is stabilization policy? What is fiscal and monetary policy? Well, what we're going to be talking about are policies that are implemented by government agencies. The intention here is to close down those output gaps, to smooth that business cycle that we see up here, to make these gaps between potential and actual a little bit smaller, and to do so in the short run. In AP Macro, we talk about two types of stabilization policy. We talk about fiscal policy and we talk about monetary policy. It's important that when you're doing this, you connect them to whoever it is that carries out and implements the policy itself. So fiscal policy, as you all know, fiscal policy is implemented by the legislative body, which in this country is going to be Congress, and for that matter, the president, who also has a say in fiscal policy. Monetary policy is implemented by the central bank of any nation, and here in the United States, that would be the Federal Reserve System, the Federal Reserve Bank. Why is stabilization policy used? Well, I've already pretty much implied and answered that question. Stabilization policy is used to reduce the impact of the business cycle, to smoothen out the business cycle, and to manipulate aggregate demand to influence output, employment, and inflation, depending upon the scenario that a particular economy is facing. Essentially, it's a way of bringing us back to full employment, bringing us back to those long-term goals that most economies have without waiting for self-correction, which can take a very long time. Okay, so we know what stabilization policy is. We have a comprehension of why stabilization policy is used. Now we need to start going into what is stabilization policy, what tools they have, and how are they implemented in order to do what we just said, to close down those output gaps. First, we have fiscal policy. Now, this is still part of your review, so I want you to jot down real quickly before I put them up here. What are the tools of fiscal policy? In other words, if you're here in the United States and you're hearing about stimulus packages, you're hearing about fiscal policy actions through Congress, and they're looking to boost output, they're looking to lower unemployment, what kind of tools do they have at their disposal? This is again something that you should have done back in Unit 3, and it's something that we want to refresh your memory on because it's going to be a big topic throughout Unit 5. So, tools of fiscal policy, hopefully you've written them down by now. Government spending, taxes, and transfer payments. In no particular order, this is how we address what Congress, what those policymakers have at their disposal when they're seeking to manipulate aggregate demand and bring us back in line with those goals of the U.S. economy. So keep those in mind. We're going to keep talking about those throughout the day. About monetary policy, there are three what I call primary or traditional tools of monetary policy that I want to make sure you know that you understand. So go ahead and write those down right now. And let's not confuse them with some of the additional tools that the central bank sometimes has at their disposal. The tools that we discuss in AP Macro are the standard tools that most central banks use, and we hear about these a good bit in the news really every day. So those three tools, hopefully you've written them down by now. The three tools of monetary policy. Number one, open market operations. This is the most commonly used tool by the Federal Reserve. Discount window lending and the reserve requirement. Open market operations, of course, is the purchase and sale of primarily treasury securities. Discount window lending would be the window at which banks, commercial banks, can borrow money from the Federal Reserve. And of course, the reserve requirement is a really a regulation which tells banks how much of their demand deposits they must keep on reserve at any given time. All right, so those are our three tools. When are these tools going to be implemented? And we're going to take that and then advance that into how they would be implemented as well. In general, there are exceptions, but in general, stabilization policy is intended to be implemented in a counter-cyclical manner. And what that means is the direction of stabilization policy typically runs opposite of the business cycle, and that's how it's used to close down those output gaps. So in a recession, because in a recession we see the economy contracting, it's typically appropriate to use expansionary policies, whether it's fiscal or monetary. Expansionary policies which are intended to shift AD to the right, resulting in increased output and increased employment, lowering the unemployment rate. During an expansion, when the economy is growing, it's entirely possible that they'll want to use contractionary policies. Contractionary policies which will slow economic activity and reduce the potential effects of inflation. We do see this from time to time as well. Certainly in the context of an academic perspective, in AP macroeconomics, that's the way we would approach the use of both these stabilization policies. So during a recession, if you were asked in AP macro, if it was on a FRQ, for example, during a recession, the appropriate policy would be expansionary, and during expansion, a contractionary policy would be appropriate. So counter-cyclical policy. One last piece of review here. Let's take that to the next step. Let's just remind ourselves how these tools are manipulated in order to be expansionary and contractionary in their direction. So assume a recessionary gap exists. That means that we are operating below full employment. Go back to your ADAS model, the one that we did to start this initial review. Think back through what that looks like. With a recessionary gap, we're operating at output levels below full employment. Unemployment is elevated. It's higher than maybe the natural rate. And policymakers are looking to increase output. They're looking to bring that unemployment rate down. How do they manipulate stabilization policy tools in order to increase output and increase employment in the economy? Well, on the fiscal policy side, they're going to increase spending. Government's going to spend more money. That's going to initiate a multiplier process, and that's going to shift AD to the right, increasing the amount of economic activity taking place. They will, if they choose to, they're going to decrease tax rates. Decreasing tax rates allows for households to have more disposable income, which they can then of course go and spend. If it's business taxes, it allows businesses to have more revenue as well, as it allows them to maintain or keep more of their expected returns, which is going to increase investment spending. And if they go the route of transfer payments, they're going to increase transfer payments. Again, increase disposable income and try to boost consumption to shift AD to the right. On the monetary policy side, open market operations, the Fed, the central bank would buy securities. They would buy in order to pump more money into bank reserves, allow banks to have more money for lending, and again, hopefully initiate more economic activity, shift AD to the right as a result. With discount window lending, they would decrease the discount rate, again, make it cheaper for the commercial banks to borrow from the Fed, intending to make it cheaper for households and businesses to borrow from the commercial banks. And then finally, with the reserve requirement, they would decrease the reserve requirement, allow commercial banks to spend or lend more of their overall deposits. Okay, so this is how they would actually implement expansionary fiscal, expansionary monetary policy. What if an inflationary gap exists? What if policymakers decide it would be appropriate to tap on the brakes and slow things down, worry about future inflation? What would they do for a contractionary policy, both fiscal and monetary policy? Well, should have been obvious. It's going to be the opposite of expansionary policies. On the fiscal policy side, they can decrease government spending, they can increase tax rates, which would reduce disposable income, slow down consumption. They can decrease transfer payments if they choose to. On the monetary policy side, they can sell securities to banks, which is going to reduce how much banks have on reserve, reduce how much they can lend. They can increase the discount rate. They can make it more expensive for banks to borrow from the Fed, and they can increase the reserve requirement, meaning that banks have to keep more money on hand, have to keep a larger percentage of demand deposits on reserve. So any of those options obviously are possible. And what we're going to look at today is what happens when there are combinations of these different policies. How does that impact the overall economy? How does that affect output, inflation, and unemployment? Finally, one last little tip here before we get into some guided practice about these policies and how they're implemented at the same time. I wanted to give you some tips, some practice tips on approaching free response questions. Most free response questions that use ADAS can be answered with a very simple three-step process. And in doing so, you're going to use corresponding skills of AP macroeconomics. These are skills that you can find in our course and exam description. The three steps we've essentially just walked through, and I just wanted to review that one last time, again, to give you a little bit of a pointer when you're approaching these questions. How might you best approach that? Number one, every time you do these questions with ADAS, you got to identify the starting point. What we started our review with. Identify, is our current output at, below, or beyond full employment? And when you do that, what you're actually doing is you're applying skill 4B, the skill that goes along with the coursework that you've been learning here in AP macroeconomics. You're demonstrating your understanding of a specific economic situation using accurately labeled graph or visual. Now, you've got to be able to label that graph. You've got to know your axes, you've got to know your curves, you've got to do it correctly, and you've got to know what does it mean to have output at, below, or beyond full employment in all cases. Start there. That's your starting point. It may be worded differently, but that's where you're going to start. Once you have done that, you move on to the second step. Illustrate some kind of change. Every one of these examples is going to give you some scenario. You have to interpret that scenario. You have to determine, okay, given what they have told me, should I anticipate aggregate demand shifting or aggregate supply shifting? Or in some rare cases, it's going to be both. It's not often, but it could be. And then you've got to contemplate what's going to happen as a result. And then you have to show that change on your ADS model. In doing so, you're going to apply skill 4C, something that you should be able to do as a result of your time in AP macroeconomics. You should demonstrate the effect of a change of an economic situation on your graph. And then finally, step 3, you got to make a conclusion. After the curve has been shifted, you have shown that you have a new equilibrium. Tell us what happened. Explain what has happened to output price level unemployment. In this context, in topic 5.1, because we have multiple changes at a time, you're going to be applying skill 2B, where you're going to have to respond and explain to more than one action at a time. So that's your pro tip for the day. Feel free to use it and keep that in mind every time you approach an ADAS problem or an FRQ. And now we're going to see if we can apply it. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Fields.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Romano. Of course. Okay, so I'm going to actually ask you to, leave up that slide. We're going to go through 2 slides and then I'll take over with the camera there. So are you showing us the slide there? Okay, let's close that. Right. So, Mr. Romano took you through a really comprehensive review of a lot of content that you reviewed that you learned in units 3 and 4. So unit 5 begins with topic 5.1, which is combinations of fiscal and monetary policy, just like Mr. Romano described. So that's what we want to be able to do in this section. We want to be able to explain using our graphs the effects of combined economic policy. And so that fits really nicely with skill 2B, as Mr. Romano said, because we're looking at how do we interpret an economic outcome when there can be multiple contributing variables, or if we want to achieve a specific economic outcome, let's say close a recessionary gap or close an inflationary gap, what multiple actions should or could be taken in order to achieve the outcome, right? So that's really the new content, is this combination of policies and how to take a systematic approach using a good understanding of what skill 2B is. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to take a look at a sample question that we developed. This is designed to show you what it would look like on an FRQ to have all of this content and these skills together in one place. The long FRQ on the AP Macro exam is very often accompanied by an ADAS model starting, like Mr. Romano said, in one of those 3 conditions. So I'm going to ask you to take a look and skim this. I'll give you a few seconds to do so. Then I'm going to switch to a document camera and I'm going to show you how to approach answering this question. Okay. It is always a good idea to read the entire question before you begin so you have a good sense of where you're starting and where you're attempting to go. Okay, so now I'm going to pull up my document camera and I printed this out on a piece of paper and you should be able to see the question now. Mr. Romano, we got it? Okay, wonderful.
We're good.
Okay,
We're good.
Excellent. So you want to pre-read the question and you want to sketch out where you're going. So when we say assume, I'm going to take you through the whole question, we're going to sort of annotate it, and then we'll answer the question as if we were taking the exam. So we're assuming a recessionary gap exists in the economy of country X. So a recessionary gap means that current output, current real GDP is less than potential or full employment levels of output. So that's going to indicate what kind of ADAS model we draw. So when we go to part A, we're going to draw a correctly labeled graph with all 3 curves and show current price level output and full employment output. I'm going to teach you a little trick, a mnemonic device to ace your graphs. Make sure you include your axes, curves, and equilibrium point each time. Then, like Mr. Romano said, step 2 is always going to be you're given some change and you have to interpret how that change is going to affect economy and then illustrate the effect of the change on something that's in the ADAS model. So in this case, assume the government cuts personal income taxes. So like we learned in Mr. Romano's review, right? A tax cut is expansionary fiscal policy and it's designed to put more money into the hands of consumers, which is going to cause consumption to increase, which is going to cause aggregate demand to increase. Okay. So on our graph in part A, we show the effect of the tax cut. We want to shift our aggregate demand curve. The next part of the question says, and here's where we're coming into this combination of policies. Assume the central bank of country X simultaneously conducts an open market sale of bonds. Well, when the Fed sells bonds or when the central bank sells securities, it's making the money supply smaller, right? When we make the money supply smaller, we know that interest rates are going to rise and we know that that is contractionary monetary policy. Okay. So we're annotating the question to show that we know where we're going. And then finally, identify the change in unemployment that results from the combined effect of our expansionary fiscal and our contractionary monetary policy. And then we have to explain our answer. So that pre-reading took just a couple of minutes. You've got plenty of time on the exam to read it, map it out, and then set to answer your question. So part A asks us to draw a correctly labeled graph. We're going to make sure we ace it by labeling all of our axes, curves, and equilibrium points. All right, an ADAS model shows a macroeconomy. We've got the price level on the vertical axis, and we have real GDP on the horizontal axis. I always recommend to my students that they write out the full axes labels as they're learning graphing because it really helps. It makes it a more useful tool. Okay, making sure you know what variables these curves are describing a relationship between. So we have downward sloping aggregate demand curve. We have our upward sloping short run aggregate supply curve. And I think it's a good idea to find your current output and your current price level first. So we know we have our current output. Remember, we did our little pre-reading, so we know that our current output has to be less than our potential output or full employment output, which means we need our YF over here. So this is where we're going to put our long run aggregate supply curve because we want to show we're in a recessionary gap, which means current output is less than full employment output. All right, so that's part A. So part B, we've already read. We already know we're looking at some expansionary fiscal policy, and we know we're going to increase aggregate demand. We show an increase in aggregate demand by shifting the aggregate demand curve to the right. So we're going to close the gap. We're going to move our aggregate demand curve to the right enough to bring the economy back to full employment levels of output. So here's our current output now after our expansionary fiscal policy, and here's our new price level. So the word show in an AP macro FRQ is really important. That means you must use directional arrows. You have to illustrate on your graph the effect of the change on the variable that you're being asked about. So real GDP is here. So we're going to increase aggregate demand, which leads to an increase in real GDP. We also want to know that the price level is rising as well. So a really strong graph has axes, curves, and an equilibrium point to go with step 1, which was again skill 4B, right? And then a really great execution of skill 4C includes 3 directional arrows showing the effect of the change. So we shift the curve to the right, we see output increasing and price level rising. All right, so that's part B. So part B is on the graph. The next part is part C, and we have to draw a money market model that illustrates the effect of an open market sale on short-term interest rates. So we're going to give ourselves a money market model here. So in the money market short-term interest rate, we often graph the nominal interest rate on the vertical axis, and we're looking at the quantity of money on the horizontal axis. We have a downward sloping money demand curve. You learned about that in Unit 4. And then we also have a vertical money supply curve. Okay, you can indicate the quantity of money with a variety of symbols. Often we use M with a little line over it. So we have a money demand curve. We have a vertical money supply curve because the money supply is set by the Fed. It's not a function of nominal interest rates. And then we can find our equilibrium initial nominal interest rates. So when the Fed conducts its contractionary policy, it's going to sell bonds, which makes the money supply smaller. So you can use that mnemonic device. There's another one to help you. The sale of treasury securities, open market sale of bonds, makes the money supply smaller. The money supply is going to shift to the left. So we have a new equilibrium quantity of money, and we have a new equilibrium nominal interest rate. So again, show the effect of the change on all your variables. Quantity of money decreased, nominal interest rates increased. So there's a correctly labeled graph of the money market showing the effect of an open market sale. So the final question, part D, asks us to identify the change in unemployment that results from the combined effect of the policy actions. I'm going to slide this up just a little bit so we can just see part D here and also see the answer that we're going to develop. So the combined policy actions. So expansionary fiscal policy leads to an increase in consumption and an increase in aggregate demand, which we saw produced an increase in real output. Well, in order to produce more output, you have to hire more workers. So we can conclude that the expansionary fiscal policy leads to a decrease in the unemployment rate. It's going to fall because we need more workers. On the other hand, contractionary fiscal policy, which drives up nominal interest rates, causes things that are purchased with borrowed money to be more expensive. So think interest rate sensitive components of consumption. Think about investment spending. Things that people pay for with borrowed dollars are now going to cost them more, so they're going to buy less of them. So contractionary monetary policy is going to drive down aggregate demand. It's going to decrease real GDP, and if we're producing less output, unfortunately, we need fewer workers, and that's going to cause the unemployment rate to increase. So this is really the application of skill B2B here. So we teased out what happens to unemployment as a result of expansionary fiscal policy. We've teased out what happens to unemployment as a result of contractionary monetary policy. Now we're ready to answer the question. So identify the change in unemployment. Well, if one policy is pushing unemployment down and the other policy is pushing unemployment up, the answer is indeterminate. The answer is we're uncertain. So the change in unemployment, then the answer is indeterminate. We're uncertain. And that's because, right, and that's where we earn our explain point in an FRQ, because we're establishing a causal relationship or an explanation to prove that our assertion is true. Our assertion is that the change in unemployment is indeterminate. That's the identify part of the problem. But now we have to explain why that's true. And it's true because expansionary, and you would write this out, in the interest of time, I'm going to abbreviate. Expansionary fiscal policy causes the unemployment rate to fall, right? While contractionary, and again, you would write this out, contractionary monetary policy causes the unemployment rate to rise. Okay. And since we don't know which policy is exerting a stronger influence, we can't say with any certainty where the unemployment rate is going to end up. So that's how you go about answering a question on topic 5.1, applying skill 2B. So I'm going to ask Mr. Romano to take the screen back and pull up the PowerPoint again.
Working on that right now.
I'm going to stop share.
There we are.
Okay, so this was our FRQ. So now let's just really quickly summarize what it was that we did today. So Mr. Romano, can you go to the next slide? All right, so we showed you a really systematic approach to using an ADAS model to interpret simultaneous fiscal and monetary policy actions and their influence on macroeconomic variables like real GDP, the unemployment rate, and the price level. So step 1 is identify your starting point. Are we looking right? And to do that, we compare current output with potential output, and that's skill 4B, right? Using a graph to illustrate the economic situation is skill 4B, and to do that well, you want to ace your graphs. Then step 2 is apply some change. This is the exercise of skill 4C. We're going to demonstrate the effect of a change in an economic situation on an accurately labeled graph. So I tell my kids, okay, make sure you ace it. So after you ace your graphs and you apply your change, you're going to look to make sure you've included all the directional arrows you need to show which curve shifted and to show how those macroeconomic variables were influenced as a result of that shift. Okay. All right. So on our last slide, we're going to bring up. Oh, sorry, this is skill 2B. On our second to last slide, you want to think about how to. Now, one of the things that we wanted to point out is that these simultaneous monetary and fiscal policy questions tend to be accompanied by not just questions about macroeconomic outcomes, but also how do these simultaneous policies influence interest rates? And those questions require the use of the Loanable funds model and a good understanding of a topic called crowding out, which will come in a few days. So the application of this skill to simultaneous fiscal policy and monetary policy is going to include the concept of crowding out. But for now, the steps you would take are the same. Determine the effect of the fiscal policy on those macroeconomic variables, then determine the effect of the monetary policy, and then compare. And the conclusion is when the policies reinforce each other, such as simultaneous expansionary monetary and fiscal policy, then the changes in macroeconomic outcomes are determinate. When the policies oppose each other, such as the one that we just did, a contractionary monetary with expansionary fiscal policy, when the policies oppose each other, then the changes in macroeconomic variables are going to be indeterminate. Okay. All right. So we took a 1999 question and we modified it a little bit for you. Mr. Romano's going to put it up on the screen. Okay. So if you're watching this live, I'm going to suggest that you take it. You're never going to hear teachers say this, right? Take out your cell phone and take a picture of the screen, and you'll have that question for you. And if you're watching this not in real time, pause your screen now and you can practice. So this is a similar same concept, same skill. This is your homework. And tomorrow, when Mr. Romano gets you guys started with topic 5.2, he's going to review this question.
Thank you so much for watching, and we hope you come back again. We hope this was helpful for you.
Yes.
As Mr. Fields just said, I will be with you tomorrow. We're going to talk about the Phillips curve, and we're going to start right where we left off. So again, thank you so much.
All right, and I will look forward to seeing you all on Friday.
Welcome back for another instructional and review video here at College Board. We're going to be talking about topic 5.2 today. 5.2 is the Phillips curve. I want to welcome you back. I want to give you my thanks for coming along, and I hope that wherever this finds you, wherever you are well. And again, that this brings you back into the classroom and gives you a little more normalcy to your day. So without further ado, let's get started here. name's Matt Morano again. I'm joining you from Atlanta, Georgia, where I teach AP Macro at Mayor School. And we're at the same format we had yesterday. We're going to go through a little bit of warm-up and review, and then we're going to get into the new content covering the Phillips Curve. So what exactly are we going to do? Like I said, it's topic 5.2 of the Phillips Curve. And when you look at the course and exam description, the learning objective here is first and foremost simply define the Phillips Curve. What is this thing? We have a short run and long run Phillips Curve, and we need to know how to define that, identify, and understand what exactly this thing is. What is it trying to represent? Then we need to be able to explain both the short run and long run equilibrium that we see on the AEAS model. We need to be able to explain and identify that on the Phillips Curve model. So we're making connections here between models. That's a very important concept and skill in macroeconomics. The skill that we're specifically going to look at is skill 4.B. We're going to practice our ability to demonstrate an understanding of a specific economic situation on an accurately labeled graph or visual. The situation here is going to be the relationship between those two indicators, the inflation rate and the unemployment rate. So we're going to be taking a good look at that today and understanding how those two go together. And we're going to start that after we warm up with a little AP exam question. We're going to start that by looking at AEAS and then transfer that knowledge over to the Phillips Curve so we can make that clear connection. So to get started, we're going to warm up, and the warm up is going to pick up where we left off yesterday on 5.1. As you recall, we finished 5.1 discussing a question from 1999. So we threw it way back, and we had to adapt to this question. If you actually look at the question itself, it's written quite differently. The reason for that is the exam itself, the course itself, has certainly evolved over the last 2 decades. And what we did is we took that question and took the nature of it and kept that the same, but tweaked the wording a little bit to give you a little more consistency with what you'll see nowadays. But we had to go that far back to find one that did have that combination of both fiscal and monetary policy without including any topics that we've not covered yet. So that's the reason we did what we did here. Hopefully you took the time to do this question. What I want to do now is start things off by looking at this question and going through the answers to it. So as you read through this, you'll probably see some wording that is slightly different from the more recent questions. Following an increase in consumer confidence, the U.S. economy is experiencing a significant increase in aggregate spending. Using a correctly labeled aggregate demand, aggregate supply diagram, show how the change in aggregate spending will affect each of the following: output and price level. Then identify one fiscal policy action that could counter the effects identified in Part A. Explain how the policy will affect each of the following: output, employment, and price level. And then finally, in Part C, identify one monetary policy action that could reinforce the effects of the fiscal policy in Part B. Using a correctly labeled money market graph, show how the policy will affect nominal interest rates. So for Part 1, Part A, we want to show on a correctly labeled AEAS model the effects of the increase in spending, aggregate spending. So we know that consumer confidence is going to affect consumption. A more confident consumer is going to spend more money. They feel like they have income coming in, so consumption is going to go up. Aggregate spending goes up. AD is going to shift to the right. That's going to correspond or really cause an increase in output and an increase in price level. So we show that here with the movement from 80 to 81, resulting in a change from output level Y to Y1, output level P to P1. Part B, identify one fiscal policy action that would counter the effects identified in Part A. So we want to counter the effects. That means we're going to go the opposite direction. Perhaps things are moving at a pretty fast pace, and policymakers decide, well, we need to tap on the brakes a little bit here. Let's slow things down. Maybe they're concerned about inflation. Maybe they're concerned about other negative externalities that may be occurring. So we're looking for a contractionary policy, in this case, a contractionary fiscal policy. And that's one piece of attention to detail that you got to make sure you have in mind. Are we talking fiscal or monetary? Here we're talking fiscal. So to apply contractionary fiscal policy, they can do really 3 things. They can decrease government spending, they can decrease transfer payments, or increase tax rates. Any of those are going to put the brakes on the economy. If we were showing this on the model, we would show a leftward shift in aggregate demand. Therefore, the second part we have to explain. We would explain by saying, as a result of the contractionary fiscal policy, aggregate demand will shift left, causing a decrease in output, employment, and price level. Remember, there are 2 parts to a question like this. Identify simply means identify. You don't have to write much else. You don't need a sentence or explanation. But when that word explain comes up, now you've got to explain why. So keep that in mind. It's always a good idea to think of it in terms of, well, this happened because. That's how you answer and explain, and you have to include in some way, shape, or form this causal relationship. Not only did output go down, employment go down, price level. Now, why did it go down? What's the cause of that? In this case, it was the leftward shift of aggregate demand that happened because of the contractionary fiscal policy. Finally, C, we want to identify a monetary policy action that would reinforce that fiscal policy action. So here's where we have the simultaneous action. We have fiscal as contractionary. Translate the question. What are they asking you? Give me a contractionary monetary policy. So you could say sell bonds, sell securities, raise the discount rate, raise the reserve requirement. Any of these are going to restrict banks' ability to lend, going to cause interest rates to rise. We want to show the effects on the money market graph. So our money market graph, as you can see here, has got nominal interest rates on the y-axis, the quantity of money on the x, a vertical money supply curve, which is fixed by the central bank, and a downward sloping money demand. And this contractionary monetary policy is going to contract money supply, causing money supply to shift left, causing interest rates to go up, and that would reinforce the contractionary fiscal policy from Part B. So that's it for this FRQ and the warm up of the part of the FRQ. What I want to do now is move into a little bit of review / warm up that leads into what we're going to talk about with the Phillips Curve. So I'm going to go back to ADAS. Of course, ADAS was from Unit 3, but it's really the heart of AP Macro. It is the model that we're going to use to refer to those big changes in the economy. So we always have to have that in mind. And there are a couple of relationships that I want you to have in mind. So there are 4 scenarios that I'm going to walk you through right here, just for the sake of review, just to get our minds in a certain place. And you might want to jot down the answers to each of these. The first one, we're going to go through 4 possible shifts. Now you'll see on all 4 of these, I just happened to put output below full employment. I showed a recessionary gap. That was arbitrary. We could have gone at full employment. We could have gone beyond full employment. It was simply so we had everything up here and able to look at it. What we're really interested in is when there are changes on the ADAS model, what happens to unemployment and price level, and how can we compare the two? How are they relative to one another? So let's talk aggregate demand first. When there are shifts to aggregate demand, what are the resulting changes in unemployment and price level? Well, here, let's talk about a rightward shift. So here we are operating at output level Y, price level P. Assume a rightward shift in aggregate demand. Boom, there it is. What's going to happen to unemployment and price level? Well, as aggregate demand shifts to the right, we can see on the x-axis Y to Y1 output is increasing. This is a short run scenario. It's a short run change. If output's going to increase in the short run, we know by the definition of short run, there's no new capital stock, there's no new technology. The only way that happens is for firms to hire more workers. So as output increases, as we move along the x-axis, employment's going to increase, unemployment is going to decrease. That's an assumption we can make in this model. At the same time, as we're moving up along the aggregate supply curve, because nothing happened there, ceteris paribus still applies. We move up along the aggregate supply curve, price levels rising, that's inflation. So that's the relationship we're looking at. AD just moved, and we had a decrease in unemployment accompanied by an increase in price level. We had some inflation that existed. We don't know how much inflation necessarily, but we know inflation does exist in this scenario. So keep that in mind. Unemployment went down, price level went up. They're going opposite directions when AD shifts. Move AD the other direction, see if that still holds true. Assume a leftward shift in aggregate demand, identify the resulting change in unemployment and price level. So here we are, we're at our original short run equilibrium P and Y. What's going to happen when we shift aggregate demand to the left? AD shifts to the left, we go from AD to AD1. As you see, as we move along that short run aggregate supply curve, the decrease in aggregate demand is going to decrease output. Well, with the decrease in output, firms don't need as many workers. Some people are going to get let go, and you're going to wind up with a higher unemployment rate. So the decrease in output leads to an increase in unemployment, people are out of work. At the same time, we're moving down along the aggregate supply curve, unemployment's rising, price levels falling. So once again, this is consistent with what happened in the other direction. We have unemployment and price level moving in opposite directions. Keep that in mind. We're going to come back to that with the Phillips curve. Okay, how about aggregate supply? If aggregate supply is to shift to the right, what's going to happen to unemployment and price level? Well, rightward shift of aggregate supply is going to increase output, and we just said this in the short run. If output increases, people are going to get higher, employment goes up, unemployment goes down. But with this, we're going to see price level fall. Why did this happen? We don't know. I mean, it could be because production costs have gone down, and that allowed production to go up. Maybe productivity has gone up. Maybe there was a relaxation of some sort of business taxes or regulations. Whatever it was, products are not getting cheaper, and we have falling price levels. Now we have unemployment and price level moving in the same direction. That's worth considering. It's again something we're going to look at. We're going to see when we analyze the model with the Phillips curve. Going the other direction, we started price level P, output level Y. Assume a leftward shift in the short run aggregate supply curve. Identify the resulting change in unemployment and price level. Here's your leftward shift in SRAS. Output's decreasing. We see that on the y-axis with output decreasing. We just said it a moment ago. Unemployment's going to go up. People are going to lose their jobs. Firms don't need as many workers because they're not producing as much stuff. At the same time, though, here as SRAS just left, price levels now increasing. This is also known as cost push inflation. We have some cost push inflation going on here. So it's a scenario where people are losing their jobs, output is going down, unemployment's going up, but at the same time, price levels rise. Has this ever happened in real life? Of course it has, and hopefully we know this at this point because it's been a part of our course. This is what was going on in the 1970s. This was 1970s stagflation, where you had this prolonged period of high and rising unemployment accompanied by high and rising price levels, high and rising inflation rates. We're going to see this. This is a major topic when you start learning about the Phillips curve. So once again, keep the scenario in mind. There's a reason we're reviewing these topics before getting into the Phillips curve. Okay, that's the ADAS part of it. There's one more component, one more topic that you already know that I want to use to review before we get into the Phillips curve. The natural rate of unemployment. Hopefully that's already in mind. We know what it is. It's instinctive. We know what the natural rate of unemployment is. But let's just remind ourselves. the three types of unemployment, which two are included in the natural rate? Jot down your answer real quick. Remember, there are three types of unemployment. There's cyclical, there's frictional, there's structural. Of those three types of unemployment, when we refer to the natural rate of unemployment, which two exist? Which one is not there? Which one is at zero at the natural rate? One more reminder before I get to the answer. The natural rate of unemployment, what is that again? That's the unemployment rate that you would see in an economy when it's operating at full employment output levels. So at full employment, what kinds of unemployment do we have? We're going to have frictional, structural unemployment. The natural rate of unemployment is the sum of frictional and structural unemployment. We have zero cyclical unemployment. Remember, cyclical unemployment is that unemployment that comes about because of a recession. Well, if we're at full employment, we're not in the midst of a recession. We're at full employment. That's a happy place. But we do still have frictional and structural unemployment. You're going to have frictional unemployment. Some people are between two jobs, or they just graduate from college and are looking for a new job. We're going to have some structural unemployment. Some people just may not have the skill set that's necessary for jobs that are out there today. So those will exist even when economies are operating at the natural rate when they're operating at full employment output. All right. So again, just all refresher. This is not new content. I'm sure you've done all this already, but it's all stuff that you want to have in mind before jumping into the Phillips curve. So that's it. We need to get into the Phillips curve. We need to learn about the Phillips curve. I'm going to talk a little bit about where this thing came from, and I'll remind you before I do that, you don't have to know the history of the Phillips curve. You don't have to know any names or dates to be successful in AP macro. It's not part of it. But a little context can be helpful to help you understand the concept and apply the concept maybe a little bit better. That's the reason I'll bring up a little bit of this stuff. Not a lot. I don't overwhelm you with it, but just a little bit of context. Before going there, let's define a few things. Okay, I keep referring to the Phillips curve model. What is this? What is the Phillips curve model? The Phillips curve model is a model, an economic model, which is going to illustrate the relationship between inflation and unemployment both in the short run and in the long run. So given this definition, very basic definition, let's start constructing the model. So we'll begin constructing the model with the axes. We always start with the axes. So I want you to draw this as you're writing this out, as you're viewing this video. On your y-axis, we're going to put the inflation rate. Inflation, as you recall, is the increase in price level. On the x-axis, we're going to put the unemployment rate, unemployment as a percentage of labor force, obviously. And we're going to look at the relationship between these two variables in the short run and the long run. In the short run, we are going to assume the Phillips curve is going to illustrate that a trade-off exists. This is only in the short run. Keep that in mind. And because we say a trade-off exists, a negative relationship or inverse relationship exists between inflation and unemployment, we're going to show this as a negatively sloped short run Phillips curve. So our SRPC is going to have a negative slope to it, and it's going to indicate for any economy, really, that there exists a trade-off between these two indicators. If you're going to, watch my cursor here, if you're going to have high rates of unemployment, you're probably going to have that accompanied by low rates of inflation. As unemployment falls, the trade-off that exists, there's a major economic concept there. The trade-off that exists is that as you decrease unemployment, you're going to increase inflation. Now, that's in the short run. That relationship does not hold in the long run. And what we're going to see is in the long run, the natural rate of unemployment, which is what we see as unemployment in the long run, the natural rate of unemployment is not affected by changes in the inflation rate. And to illustrate that, we have a vertical long run Phillips curve. And that vertical long run Phillips curve is going to intersect the x-axis at the natural rate of unemployment. U sub n here represents the natural rate of unemployment. What we just reviewed. So what again is that? We're saying that the long run Phillips curve exists at the natural rate. That's the unemployment rate that exists when an economy is operating at full employment. We're going to come back to that shortly when we start talking about equilibrium and how we show equilibrium on this model. So this is the model. I haven't put any kind of equilibrium up here yet because it depends. It truly depends. We're going to work towards that, and we're going to get to that before the end of this video. But I wanted to see the model first in and of itself. Now, where did it come from? I'm going to take a quick little diversion here into the history of it. Not much at all, but just a little context to see where this came from. The Phillips curve itself, it's not just a creative name. It's named for an economist, named A.W. Phillips, who did a good bit of research in the United Kingdom comparing wages and employment for well over 100 years. We're talking mid-18th to mid-19th century. And he discovered in his research this negative relationship. That research became or inspired research into inflation and unemployment instead of wages, inflation and unemployment, and became a very reliable, really, I don't want to say theory, but data set in the 1950s and 60s, really into the 1960s. So what I put up here is just a very simple model, a scatter plot of inflation and unemployment rate figures from the 1960s in the United States. And just a quick scan of this gives you an idea of just how consistent those numbers happen to be in the 1960s. Now these are average numbers, but if you took a best fit line of that, you'd see a very clear negative relationship, a negatively sloped short run Phillips curve, where over here at relatively higher rates of unemployment, you had low rates of inflation. Moving over here at relatively low rates of unemployment, you had higher rates of inflation. So the model looked great and it was very reliable. It even informed policymakers. It informed policymakers said, well, if we want to lower unemployment, we're going to have to deal with higher inflation. If we want to lower inflation, we have to deal with higher unemployment. And it seemed to be a very reliable source in the 1960s. Then the 1970s happened, and we know I already referenced it. What happened in the 1970s? The 1970s are characterized by that period we call stagflation. And stagflation is defined as high unemployment accompanied by high rates of inflation. Well, that shouldn't be possible according to the Phillips curve. And when you plot the points onto the same model, it kind of disrupts what we thought we knew. So looking at it another way, here's the 1960s, a nice, smooth, negative slope. And I did this is not mathematically calculated, but a very rudimentary best fit line there to indicate some form of regression analysis. A negatively sloped short run Phillips curve for the 1960s. But then this odd constellation out here would be the 1970s. And what we learned, what economists learned from this was not that the Phillips curve was wrong, but that, oh yeah, the Phillips curve can move. It shifts just like every other model that we dealt with. And what happened in the 1970s was that the schedule changed. As inflationary expectations changed, as structural changes occurred in the economy, the whole schedule changed, and you wound up with a Phillips curve somewhere further out. And that allowed for still a negative relationship in the short run, but a negative relationship that consisted of higher rates of inflation and higher rates of unemployment. So the schedule does change, the short run Phillips curve does shift. So let's talk more academically now, back to AP macro, about why and when and how that happens. So the short run Phillips curve first. We're going to talk about it independently, and then we'll jump over to the long run Phillips curve. As we have here, as you've already drawn, and hopefully I'll draw again, we've got inflation on our y-axis, we have unemployment on the x-axis, we have a downward sloping short run Phillips curve. Before shifting, let's talk about moving along the Phillips curve. Short run macro equilibrium can be identified at some point along the short run Phillips curve at any given time. So again, think back to your ADAS model. At any given time on that ADAS model, not only do we have output and price level, but there's a given unemployment rate and inflation rate combination, and that can be identified on the Phillips curve. So here, point A could identify some short run macroeconomic equilibrium, where at that point you have a specific unemployment rate and a specific inflation rate. That's the symbol pi, the Greek letter pi, which we can use as an abbreviation for inflation. Pro tip here, I would not use the letter I. A lowercase I indicates interest rates, and uppercase I indicates investment spending. You're much safer using pi, which is widely accepted, or just writing the word inflation. All right, so point A can represent some combination of inflation and unemployment, but it's not the only. It's a whole collection. The schedule is a whole collection of equilibrium. So what that also implies is, like any other schedule that we dealt with, there's movement along the schedule. So what causes movement along the schedule? Think back to our review. Demand shocks are going to move this point. Demand shocks, that'd be a shift in aggregate demand, is going to cause movement along the short run Phillips curve. For example, again, think back to the examples in our warm-up in our review. If aggregate demand were to shift to the right, what happened to unemployment and inflation as a result? Well, let's think back. AD shifts right, output goes up, unemployment goes down. And unemployment going down in this example was accompanied by higher rates of inflation, and we move along the short run Phillips curve. So the movement from point A to point B, moving along the Phillips curve, is the result of, or even a reflection of, a rightward shift in aggregate demand, a positive demand shock. If aggregate demand were to shift the other direction, a leftward shift in aggregate demand, we're going to see a decrease in output, unemployment goes up, and the movement would actually be from point B to point A, as we see an increase in the level of unemployment and an expected decrease in the inflation rate. So make that connection. We've got to connect models in macroeconomics. And the way we connect these two models, when aggregate demand shifts, we're going to move along the short run Phillips curve. Okay, that takes care of that. Well, what about shifting the whole thing? What causes the entire schedule to change? Well, we have a couple of shifters. The first and probably most widely cited would be shocks to aggregate supply, shifts of aggregate supply. So the one we already discussed, the one I showed you with the data set, with the scatter plot, was an adverse supply shock, a leftward shift of aggregate supply, cost push inflation, what we use to illustrate stagflation. That adverse supply shock is going to be reflected here on the Phillips curve as a rightward shift of the short run Phillips curve. It's going to result in higher rates of inflation and higher rates of unemployment at all levels. The entire schedule has changed. So make that connection in your mind. When we see SRAS shift to the left, we're going to see the SRPC shift to the right. A positive supply shock, if the short run aggregate supply curve was shift to the right, well, that's going to be accompanied by, that's going to be reflected by a leftward shift of the short run Phillips curve. So again, this is something that's very simple just to commit to memory. These are mirror reflections of one another. When aggregate supply shifts one direction, SRPC shifts the other direction. The other shifter goes right alongside this. It has to do with inflationary expectations. For any given, and I want you to remember this, try to write it down if you can. For any given short run Phillips curve, there is a fixed inflationary expectation. When that inflation inflationary expectation changes, we're going to witness a shift of the short run Phillips curve. The entire schedule is going to change. So if inflationary expectations go up, our short run Phillips curve is going to shift to the right. They're going to go up with it. If there's a decrease in inflationary expectations, then we're going to see a leverage shift. SRPC is going to shift left with it. Okay? So you have two shifters of the short run Phillips curve. Shifts of the short run aggregate supply curve, changes in the expected inflation rate. Commit that to memory. You got to know that. That's how we're going to manipulate it. The long run Phillips curve, let's take it by itself and talk about it a little bit. It also can shift, but it's going to shift for different reasons. We already know that changes in the rate of inflation cannot affect it. That's why we have a vertical line here. Therefore, what will? Well, the only thing that's really going to cause a shift, and there are a lot of reasons why this can happen, would be a change in the natural rate of unemployment, because that's what this represents. If the natural rate of unemployment were to increase, and we can talk about why that may happen, then we're going to see a rightward shift in the long run Phillips curve. If it were to decrease, then we're going to see a leftward shift. Why would that happen though? Because that's something that's a little bit tougher to wrap our heads around, to comprehend. I don't want to go too deep into it because there are a lot of different things that can potentially affect the natural rate of unemployment. But I think the best way to approach this is to really consider the nature of this indicator. What does this thing represent? What are we talking about? We're talking about the combination of frictional and structural unemployment. Okay, so you got to think about workers, potential workers who are unemployed, who are seeking a job, currently seeking a job. Maybe they just got laid off, maybe they just finished college and are seeking a job, so they're frictionally unemployed. Or those workers that are structurally unemployed, that don't currently have the skill set to get a job in this economy, in this labor market. Why would that amount change? What would cause that amount to change over time? I had a professor tell me one time, I can't recall which class it even was, that one of the best indicators of that would be the duration of unemployment. Think about workers being unemployed for a longer or shorter amount of time and connect that to a frictional and structural unemployment. If workers are going to extend their job search for one reason or another, or shrink their job search for one reason or another, that's going to affect how many people are frictionally and structurally unemployed at a given time, which will therefore affect the natural rate of unemployment. What could cause that? There could be a lot of things. Changes in the levels of unemployment benefits could be one. Changes in structural conditions in the economy. With structural unemployment, we need to talk about automation, obviously, or changes happening within certain industries that make certain skill sets obsolete. Of course, that could have an effect on structural unemployment, could have an effect on the duration of unemployment. So really, there's not just one or two concrete things that will cause a change in natural rate of unemployment. It comes down to, are there more, are there less frictionally and structurally unemployed workers? If there are, then we're going to see changes in the natural rate. We're going to see a shift in the LRPC. Okay, let's practice this a little bit. We've gone over most of the scenarios that you're going to see, especially within the context of AP macro, when it comes to using the short run, long run Phillips curve, the model of the Phillips curve. But there is one more that we need to talk about. The skill that we want to practice within the context of this topic is, how do we demonstrate an understanding of a specific economic situation on an accurately labeled graph of the Phillips curve? That's skill 4.B. Well, before we do that, I want to consider what situations should we be able to demonstrate with the Phillips curve. The first three of these we just did. I'm not going to repeat myself. I want to make sure we understand what these are, but we just talked about these. One is that we should be able to show movement along the short run Phillips curve. That's going to occur, like we just said, because of a shift of aggregate demand. So as aggregate demand were to shift, say aggregate demand shifts to the right, then obviously we're moving along the short run Phillips curve up and to the left, indicating a lower unemployment rate and a higher inflation rate. We need to be able to show a shift of the short run Phillips curve. What causes that? Primarily, it's a reflection of the short run aggregate supply curve. It is also obviously a reflection of a change in inflationary expectations. And as we just said, a shift of the long run Phillips curve, well, that's going to happen because the natural rate of unemployment is going to change. What we haven't discussed yet, and what I want to show you on a whiteboard, is how do we illustrate long run equilibrium, as we have seen on ADAS, and how do we illustrate output gaps, recessionary, inflationary output gaps, on our model of the Phillips curve. So to do that, I'm going to switch over. It's whiteboard time, and we're going to switch over to a whiteboard and work our way through. So what I would encourage you to do is sheet of paper, your own whiteboard, your laptop, whatever you have available. Work through these examples with me, draw out these graphs, and let's make sure we can use these things. So here's my whiteboard. I've got up in the corner the scenarios that we want to be able to show as a reminder to myself. And what I have already drawn for you would be long run equilibrium. So as a reminder, long run equilibrium occurs when AD, SRAS, LRAS all intersect at the same point. When our current output level is equal to full employment, when our current unemployment rate is equal to the natural rate of unemployment. All of that must be true. So on the left, on the screen on the left, you see ADAS and how we show long run equilibrium on ADAS. We've known this since unit 3. This is not new. How do we show that on the Phillips curve? Well, that's what I have drawn for you already. We have inflation on the y-axis, unemployment on the x, downward sloping SRPC, vertical LRPC. This equilibrium here, I'll call it point at that point where SRPC and LRPC intersects. That represents our long run equilibrium. We know that because what it's saying is this is the combination of unemployment and inflation that we will have in the long run. We're going to be at the natural rate of unemployment. At that natural rate, we're going to be at the expected rate of inflation, which is along that SRPC where it intersects with LRPC. So when you are asked to show long run equilibrium on the graph of the Phillips curve, you would show what I've labeled here as part A. Point A. What about recessionary gap? I'm going to switch colors here. That's not helpful. And we're going to look at another color. A recessionary gap. A recessionary gap, as you know, is going to exist when our current output level, we'll call it Y1, is less than full employment output. And at that point, we know that the actual rate of unemployment, is going to be, let me erase that, greater than the natural rate of unemployment. So if I'm calling this point B, how do I show that over here on a graph of the Phillips curve? Well, I've got to identify a point, a macroeconomic equilibrium, where the unemployment rate is greater than the natural rate. That's going to be over here. I want to identify the unemployment rate and the inflation rate, and I'll call them U sub B, I sub B, to go along with point B. That corresponds with that point on the Phillips curve. And what you're going to see is the recessionary gap, when I show on the Phillips curve, is actually going to exist to the right of the long run Phillips curve. Now, if you stop and think through it a little bit, that makes perfectly good sense. When there's a recessionary gap, the unemployment rate is greater than the natural rate, and that's what this is indicating. But I can understand why a lot of students struggle with this. It's not as intuitive because we learned for so long over on ADAS over on the left that recessionary gaps are over to the left because output is less than full employment. You've got to make a connection there and understand these are mirror reflections of one another. If you have to, connect it back to employment. If we're on ADAS, employment has a positive relationship with real GDP. But over here on the x-axis of the Phillips curve, we have unemployment, not employment. So that's what causes that mirror reflection of these two models. So a recessionary gap on our Phillips curve is going to be to the right of the long run Phillips curve. What about our inflationary gap? Well, on ADAS, as you well know, an inflationary gap is going to exist when output is beyond full employment. So we're going to be out here. There's my inflationary gap. And as a result of that, because now we're beyond full employment, the unemployment rate is actually less than the natural rate. I'm going to call that point C. And when we bring that over here and find an unemployment rate less than the natural rate, we're going to wind up over here to the left of the long run Phillips curve. Your inflationary gap is represented at point C as that gap between this lesser unemployment rate, that unemployment rate less than the natural rate. Again, it looks different. I know it looks different, but you've got to stop and give it a few minutes worth of thought and make sure it makes sense as to why it looks different. It's really based upon the relationship between the actual unemployment rate and the natural rate of unemployment. Make that connection because that's going to come up. It's going to come up a good bit in AP macroeconomics, and you've got to be able to accurately show that on your model. Okay, debrief and summary time. That covered everything that we had planned today. We have defined the Phillips curve. The Phillips curve is this model which illustrates for us and explains for us the relationship between inflation and unemployment, both in the long run and the short run. We have gone through the shifters of both the long run and short run Phillips curve. We've talked about moving along the Phillips curve. We've learned about skill B. We should feel confident about skill B and how to utilize that to demonstrate that we know what we're talking about, that we can actually illustrate this economic situation on an accurately labeled graph of the Phillips curve. And we've made connections between the short run, long run Phillips curve and the ADAS model. That was that last little piece there. Never forget to make those connections. ADAS is our picture of the economy, but we can show the same scenarios in different ways, and this is one different way we can do that. Your homework. We're going to go back to an AP exam practice, but we're going to do a much more recent question this time. We're going to look at question 1 from 2017, just parts A and B. So if you're watching this live, you take a screenshot of this question, take a picture with your phone if you need to. Obviously, if you're not watching it live, if it's recorded, then you can pause and go through this question as you will. Be careful now. You're given data up here. Make sure you plot those points in the right spots, and keep in mind what you're really looking at on your x and y axis with the Phillips curve. But this is a good example of how the AP macro exam can ask you questions about the Phillips curve, how it can be applied. So take your time with that. We will go over the answer to this first thing tomorrow when we're going over topic 5.3. That's everything I've got for you today. One thing I did want to add for you, College Board asked us to remind you that you have this ability to communicate with College Board. We're aware that not everyone has reliable access to the internet. Not everyone has a device that they can use. So College Board wants to make sure that there are solutions to help those students who need some help, who need something to be able to show what they've learned, to show their best work. So if you are in need of mobile tools, you need connectivity, or if you just know someone who does, contact College Board. You can go to cv.org/tech and you'll be able to do there. So please know that the College Board wants to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to show what they have learned and to get credit for the work they have done in all of their AP classes, including, of course, AP Macro. That about does it for today. I really appreciate you being here. I hope that you got something out of this. I'm going to sign off, and Ms. Rayfields will be back with you tomorrow to talk about topic 5.3, money growth inflation. You're going to learn about something called the equation of exchange. Good stuff. Have a great day, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Welcome to AP Economics. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Tonight's topic is money growth and inflation. And as you know, we're working on Unit 5 this week and into next week to help you prepare for the AP Macroeconomics exam. We hope that you've enjoyed our lesson so far and that these are helpful to you as you work through whatever your circumstances are. For those of you who are signing in now and watching on your own time, thank you so much for continuing to care about your education. My name is Jen Rayfields. I teach at High School in Basking Ridge, New Jersey, and I'm thrilled to be doing this and helping you with your economics education. All right, so I'm going to take you through what we're going to do tonight. So our topic is 5.3, which is money growth and inflation. And the content objective, the primary one, is we want to be able to explain using graphs how inflation is a monetary phenomenon. And so that's a mouthful. We're going to unpack it over the course of the lesson. We're also going to get into the quantity theory of money. And we're going to be able to calculate the money supply, velocity of money, the price level, and real output using that quantity theory of money and its associated equation. There's also a skill objective we're going to be working on tonight, and this is a really important one. So skill 3A asks students to be able to determine the outcome of economic situation using economic concepts, principles, or models. So really what that means is you're going to be given a cause, and you have to figure out what the outcome is. What is the effect of the cause that you're given? Which is like the opposite of skill 2. Skill 2 is you're giving an outcome, and you have to determine what the cause or likely cause of that outcome was. So that's the skill we're going to be working on. And so you'll know if you're ready for this topic and this skill on the AP Macro exam when you can do these two things. You want to be able to explain and predict how monetary policy applied to an economy in long-run equilibrium will affect output, unemployment, and the price level. The second thing you want to be able to do is use MVPQ, which is the monetary equation of exchange, to predict how changes in one variable in that equation will affect the others. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight. But before we get in, I think Mr. Romano assigned you some homework, and I'm going to pull up the question that finished off your lesson yesterday. So what I've done is I've broken it up into its two parts, and I'm going to give you some time, if you didn't already do so, to see if you can review what you learned about the Phillips curve. So let's go to part A. So I'm going to give you about a minute. I want you to read the question, pay careful attention to the directions, and then take about 60 seconds or so to sketch out this graph. Okay, go ahead and get started. As you're graphing, don't forget, you always want to make sure that you're clearly and accurately labeling your axes. You also want to make sure you include the necessary curves for the model that's called for. In this case, you're told we need a short run and a long run Phillips curve. So put your curves in there and label them. You're also given a short run equilibrium point, and you should use the numbers in the problem to find that point in the model. So take another 10 seconds. Okay, let's take a look and see how you did. All right, so when you're putting together your Phillips curve model, you want to remember that you are looking at two curves that describe the relationship between the inflation rate and the unemployment rate. Okay, that's what your axis labels are. We have a long run Phillips curve that's vertical because it illustrates there's no trade-off between inflation and unemployment in the long run. The long run Phillips curve is vertical, and the natural rate of unemployment, which we're told in this case is 5%. So we're going to label our long run Phillips curve with 5% inflation. The next part of the problem asks us to have a short run Phillips curve and a short run equilibrium point B. So where do we put that point B? Well, we're told the country has an actual unemployment rate of 7%. So use what you know about axes. So if this is 5%, 7% has to be greater. So make sure your 7% is over here. So once we find 7% unemployment, we can trace it up to the Phillips curve, lay in our corresponding 3% inflation, and then label it point B. So that's what you should have done to earn the points for this part of the problem. So now we're going to go to part B, and we're going to do something similar. I'm going to bring the graph with us though, just so that we have it in front of us while we're looking at the problem. So this is part B. Assume the government of country X takes no policy action to reduce unemployment. In the long run, will each of the following shift to the right, shift to the left, or remain the same. So we have to answer the question about the short run aggregate supply curve and eventually the long run Phillips curve. Take about 30 seconds to think through what you know about the relationship between the Phillips curve model and the ADAS model, which is where the short run aggregate supply curve is. And then we'll go through the reason. I'm going to give you a hint. Given what you know about the difference between the natural rate of unemployment and the actual rate of unemployment, that might help you think about what's going on in the ADAS model. Okay, take another 10 seconds. Okay, so the answer is the short run aggregate supply curve is going to shift to the right. Let's work through the reasoning for that. So when the actual unemployment rate is greater than the natural unemployment rate, we know the economy is experiencing a recessionary gap. In a recessionary gap, what we're looking at is unemployed or underemployed resources. The most important resource in the U.S. economy is labor. So you've got a lot of workers who are looking for work. You've got producers of natural resources who aren't selling all of their products. You've got capital stock that's not being used to produce goods and services. So when the economy is in a recessionary gap, all input prices are underemployed, and that's going to lead to a decrease in the price of that. So in a recessionary gap, wages and other input prices are going to fall, and that leads short run aggregate supply to increase. When short run aggregate supply increases, we represent that in the ADAS model by shifting the aggregate short run aggregate supply curve to the right. All right, let's work through part B. Okay, what's going to happen with our long run Phillips curve as the economy returns to long run equilibrium? Okay, we've got three choices: shift to the right, shift to the left, or remain the same. Those are not bad odds if you have to take a guess at it, but it's probably better to make sure you understand what the shift factors of the Phillips curve are. Okay, so remember that the long run Phillips curve is a function of the natural rate of unemployment. What it really tells us is that the economy can adjust to long run equilibrium at the natural rate of unemployment or full employment levels of output at any inflation rate. Okay, natural rate of unemployment equals frictional unemployment and structural unemployment. Those are the kinds of unemployment that you want in an economy. It shows that there's a dynamic economy. People are entering and exiting the labor force. As some people's skills become obsolete, it results when innovation requires and leads to the need for new skills. Right, a dynamic economy is always going to have some frictional and structural unemployment. The natural rate of unemployment is not affected by the business cycle though. Right, so the long run Phillips curve, which is a function only of natural unemployment, is not going to be affected by changes in the actual unemployment rate. So we're going to take a look now at what a full point answer to this question would look like. So you have your graph for part A, and then you have your answer to B1 and your answer to B2. Remember that how important that explain word is. When you have an explain point, you want to assert the answer to the question and explain why your answer is true. Our assertion is the short run aggregate supply curve will shift to the right because input prices fall due to the recessionary gap where resources are underemployed, and the long run Phillips curve will remain the same. Okay, which is a really nice lead in to a little bit more review that we want to do to get to our topic. So one of the great things about Unit 5 is that it gives us a chance to reinforce a lot of what we've learned in previous units and then extend them. So that's what we're doing now. You already know the mechanisms of monetary policy. You already know what inflation is. Now we're going to extend these two ideas. So before we do that, we just want to remember a few key things about this Phillips curve. Right, the short run Phillips curve shows the trade-off between unemployment and inflation in the short run. Changes in aggregate demand result in movement along a given short run Phillips curve. Changes in short run aggregate supply and changes in inflationary expectations are going to shift the short run Phillips curve. The long run Phillips curve is vertical at the natural rate of unemployment. Some of you might have textbooks that describe it as the NIRU or non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment. Either one is correct. They mean the same thing. There's no trade-off between unemployment and inflation in the long run. Changes in the natural rate of unemployment are going to be those things that shift the long run Phillips curve. For example, if there is a major increase in the number of high school graduates who seek to go to post-secondary schools, trade school, college before entering the labor market, that's going to change the amount of frictional unemployment in the economy, and that would shift the long run Phillips curve. Cyclical unemployment again is not a shift factor of the long run Phillips curve. Okay, so let's quickly review inflation. Right, we know it's defined as a sustained increase in the overall price level. Right, not an increase in the cost of a few goods and services, but a sustained increase in overall prices. Indicators of inflation include GDP deflator, the consumer price index, and the producer price index. When we label the ADAS model with the aggregate price level here on the vertical axis, we can substitute that very easily with the GDP deflator or the CPI. Remember, the CPI and the GDP deflator are expressed as some number, and then when we compare the CPI in one year with the CPI in another year, that's how we measure inflation. So let's assume we've got the GDP deflator as our vertical axis, and that the current GDP deflator is 100. We have an economy in long run equilibrium. So now there's two types of inflation that you learned about: demand pull inflation, which results from an increase in aggregate demand. When you graph an increase in aggregate demand, you should the aggregate demand go to the right. Now, one of the things that I want you to remember: when aggregate demand increases, all else equal, What it means is at the current price level, the quantity of aggregate output demanded is greater than the quantity of aggregate output supply. That creates a shortage. So how are shortages eliminated? Through rising prices. So as the price level rises, right, we're going to see an increase. We're going to see inflation. So when the price level rises from 100 to 110, that's an inflation rate of 3%. The other kind of inflation you learned about is cost push inflation, and that results when there's a decrease in short run aggregate supply. So a decrease in short run aggregate supply creates, again, a difference between the quantity of aggregate output demanded and quantity of aggregate output supplied, and that's eliminated by rising prices again. So in this case, if the price level were to go from 100 to 115, that would represent a 15% rate of inflation. So that's what inflation looks like in the model. We've also learned about monetary policy in the short run, and you've learned about how it is applied to short run output gaps. So we've learned that expansionary monetary policy that's applied to a short run recessionary gap can stimulate spending and borrowing, which increases aggregate demand and real GDP. Remember that monetary policy influences spending through the interest rate. So it's really that spending that people do with borrowed money that causes aggregate demand to change as a result of changes in the interest rate. So when expansionary monetary policy is applied to a recessionary gap, that's what we're showing here. We're showing current output here at equilibrium in a recessionary gap below full employment levels of output. We use expansionary monetary policy to shift aggregate demand to the right. Well, notice that when that aggregate demand curve shifts to the right, we're returning the economy to full employment levels of output. But there's our Phillips curve trade-off. Increasing output reduces unemployment, but it comes at the cost of higher prices, right? It comes with some inflation. We also learned that contractionary monetary policy, when applied to a short run inflationary gap, can stifle spending, which leads to a decrease in aggregate demand and real GDP. So if we were going to use monetary policy to try to close this inflationary gap, we would do so by lowering the money supply, which drives up interest rates, which leads to less interest rate sensitive spending on consumer goods and less investment spending. Aggregate demand decreases, and we close our output gap. As the price level comes down, however, the amount of output we're producing also decreases, and when that happens, employment falls and unemployment rises. Okay, so we've learned about monetary policy in the short run. So now we're ready to get into what you need to know about topic 5.3. And what we're really looking at in this whole unit are the implications in the long run of fiscal and monetary policy. So we're starting here with monetary policy in the long run. So the question we want to be able to answer is, what are the long run implications of monetary policy for the macroeconomy? So we're starting here with an economy in long run equilibrium at full employment levels of output, where short run aggregate supply, aggregate demand, and long run aggregate supply all intersect. Let's say that the Fed or a nation's central bank decided to try to stimulate economic growth, decided to try to produce output beyond full employment levels of output. They could implement some expansionary monetary policy. We know the mechanisms of expansionary monetary policy, and we know how that affects aggregate demand. So you can anticipate where the aggregate demand curves go, right? When aggregate demand increases, we see an increase in the level of output, which is corresponds with a decrease in the unemployment rate, and we see an increase in the price level. So we arrive at a short run equilibrium here at E1. So the question then is, will the economy stay there? Can we sustain a level of output beyond full employment levels of output? Imagine that the natural rate of unemployment is 5%, which is about what it is in the United States. The natural rate of unemployment is about 5%, and we're producing more output. We need more workers. That means the actual unemployment rate is below 5%. So when you get into 4%, 3%, 2% unemployment, you're pulling frictionally unemployed workers in to do jobs that they might not be completely well suited for. You're taking structurally unemployed people whose skills might not be well suited for the work that you want them to do, but you're desperate to hire more workers in order to satisfy the increase in demand. So what's going to happen, right? Workers are going to be in short supply. Workers are going to recognize that there's a high demand for labor. They're going to begin to demand more wages. The minute input prices begin to rise, all else equal, profitability for producers is going to go down. And there's a decrease in profitability, short run aggregate supply shifts to the left. So the economy cannot sustain itself in an inflationary gap. In the absence of any involvement, any economic policy, the economy will return to equilibrium at long run at full employment levels of output. So the initial increase in output came with higher price levels. Workers bid up wages. The increase in input costs leads to a decrease in the short run aggregate supply curve, and we return to full employment levels of output. But look over here what happened to the price level. The initial monetary policy produced inflation, and the subsequent self-correction produced more inflation. So what does that tell us about the long run outcomes of monetary policy? Well, in the long run, real GDP is not going to change, and as a result, employment is not going to change. But we do see increases in the price level. Okay, and this should lead us to some important understandings. The productive capacity of an economy is captured by the long run aggregate supply curve. Okay, and that's a function of the amount of resources in the economy. As you learned way back in Unit 1, the factors of production, the resources we use to produce goods and services, land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship, that's what determines the full employment level of output that we can produce. Right, the long run aggregate supply and YF represent a level of output on the economy's production possibilities curve. Right, some combination of consumer goods and capital goods. So this leads us to the conclusion that the real economy, right, which is a function of the productive capacity of its resources, is independent of the money supply. It doesn't matter how much money is in the economy when it comes to how many goods and services we produce. As a medium of exchange, money does a terrific job facilitating economic transactions, but it's not a factor of production and it's not a resource. And the conclusion we draw is that in the long run, money is neutral. In other words, in the real economy, the amount of output we can produce is independent of the money supply. Okay, so we've been able to illustrate that graphically. We can describe it conceptually. So what I hope is that this makes a lot of sense to you, but it would be a really good idea if you're watching this afterwards to see, can you explain this in your own words? You know, or if you're watching this later on, pause the video, because one of my great colleagues always says economics is seductively intuitive. As I remember being a student in my college economics classes, listening to my professor, anticipating, oh yeah, the curve shifted to the right, and then the curve shifted to the right, and I was so excited. Like, I love economics, and then I would try to do it myself, and I'd be like, which way does the curve shift? Why does it shift that way? So try to make sure you can put this in your own words. This is the key concept of this unit right here. Okay. Now we can express it another way too. And so now we're coming to the quantity theory of money, which asserts that the amount of money that is exchanged in an economy is equal to the value of the goods and services that are sold in the economy. Okay. So it's expressed using a formula that we call the monetary equation of exchange, which is written as follows: MV equals PQ. So you'll see this a lot. You'll hear this a lot. MV equals PQ. This equation captures this concept. In some textbooks, it's written as MV equals PY. So let's break this down. What do those variables represent? Well, in this monetary equation of exchange, M stands for the money supply. V stands for something called the velocity of money. And what that refers to is the number of times a given dollar bill is used to facilitate an economic transaction in a given year. How many times does the same piece of currency change hands, right? You don't need the same number of dollars in the economy as your GDP, as your nominal GDP, because each dollar gets used again and again and again. We also know that the economic data shows us that the velocity of money tends to be fairly stable over time. So in this equation, M stands for the money supply, V stands for the velocity of money, P stands for the price level, Q stands for the quantity of output, and as you know, right, Y in the ADAS model stands for real GDP. So whether you're reading MV equals PQ or MV equals PY, what you're reading is that the money supply times the velocity of money is equal to nominal GDP, right? Because P times Q, the price level times the quantity of output, is what is meant by nominal GDP. So MV equals PQ can be expressed as MV equals nominal GDP. And this is something you really want to make sure you understand. When you see MV PQ in your mind, immediately think, oh, MV equals nominal GDP. P times Q is nominal GDP. Okay, so now that we've broken down the formula and its component parts, let's take a look at how we use it. Okay, this will further our understanding of the long run neutrality of money. It's going to further our understanding of why we don't use monetary policy to try to achieve economic growth. It can help us in a short run output gap, but many economists, many people believe that money is neutral in the long run. So let's think back to, like, why do we use economic policy in the first place, right? What are the goals of macroeconomic policy? Well, we know the Fed has dual mandate in the United States. Most central banks are concerned with price stability in the United States. Our dual mandate for the Fed requires it to set goals, including sustainable increases in output to provide employment. So we want to keep workers working, but we also want to keep prices stable. So the monetary equation of exchange is useful to think about, right, the role of monetary policy in achieving these goals. So here it is written real big: M times V equals P times Q. So economic data shows that a sustainable rate of growth for real GDP for the United States that is consistent with price stability is about 2.5% per year. Right? The United States is a very mature economy. It's been industrialized for a long time. If we start to see a rate of growth above that, we start to see a rising inflation. So if we're looking for about 2.5% real GDP growth per year, that would be a good policy goal. As I said before, economic data also show that month to month and year over year, the velocity of money tends to be pretty stable. When you look at graphs of the velocity of money, historic graphs, you see some variability. Like Mr. Romano talked last night about the 1970s and what was going on in terms of stagflation. You do see that there are times when the velocity of money is a little bit more volatile, but it's fairly stable. And so we use this little symbol of a straight line across the top to indicate a constancy or stability in that variable. So here's a big question. If we want to get 2.5% growth per year and we want to keep prices stable too, right? This doesn't mean constant prices. It means constant rate of inflation, stable changes in prices over time. What do we do with the money supply? Well, some economists believe that in order to achieve 2.5% growth per year, you have to increase the money supply at 2.5%. The idea is that if you increase it more than that, you're just going to drive up prices. If you increase it less than that, there's not going to be enough money in the economy to facilitate the purchase of the goods and services that the economy is producing. Okay, so that's another way to think about the monetary equation of exchange. Right, now we're going to take a look at how to, one more thing, there's a few things that you should keep in mind when you're using MV equals PQ. On the AP exam, questions on this topic are designed to assess how well you understand the long-run implications of monetary policy. And in order to do that, you really need to know the difference between real GDP and nominal GDP. So changes in real GDP reflect changes in real output. In the short run, right, changes in nominal GDP can result from changes in output and or prices, right? So real GDP in the short run, changes in nominal GDP can result from changes in output and or prices. So P can be changing and Q can be changing, P can be changing or Q can be changing, right? In the short run. In the long run, however, remember what in the long run means we're producing at the limits of our productive capacity. Changes in nominal GDP can be due to changes in Q because we don't have the resources to sustainably produce more output than we're producing at full employment levels of output. So in the long run, changes in nominal GDP are only due to changes in the price level. So when we hold the velocity of money constant, an increase in M causes only P to go up in the long run because long run equilibrium levels of output are a function again of the productive capacity of the economy, not the amount of money circulating in the economy. Okay. All right. So there are a small number of FRQs that include the velocity of money. Conceptually, the idea of the long run neutrality of money, you can see in a long run FRQ with an ADAS model and some monetary policy. So I'm going to take you through a few multiple choice questions so you can see this topic with this skill, and then your AP practice to set you up for tomorrow's lesson is going to be an FRQ that includes the idea of the velocity of money. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch over to my document camera. And I'm going to take you through some strategies for answering these types of questions. I think it's a good practice because we're going to get a good sense of what the skills we're working on, and we're also going to. You might still be having tests. You may still be having quizzes. This might help you as you're in your classes right now taking some multiple choice questions. So I'm going to change what we're looking at to the document camera, and we'll go through a couple of these together, and then I'll give you a couple to do on your own. Okay. So, and I'm also noticing that please forgive me, that should say 3A, not 3B. Okay. So here are two sample multiple choice questions. So if the economy is operating at full employment and there's a substantial increase in the money supply, the quantity theory of money predicts. Okay. So the minute I see quantity theory of money in a question, the first thing I do is sketch out MV equals PQ, and then I also remind myself that this is nominal GDP. Okay. So there's a substantial increase in the money supply, so M is increasing. The quantity theory of money predicts. Well, what does it predict? If the velocity of money is constant, it's going to predict an increase in nominal GDP. We could go through each of these answer choices and rule them in or out, but my advice to students is always read the question, use the tool you need to answer the question, and then look for the right answer among the answer choices. Okay. So the quantity theory of money predicts an increase in which of the following? Well, we know it predicts an increase in the price level because when the economy is at full employment levels of output, Q can't change in the long run. All right. If the money stock increases but nominal GDP remains constant, which of the following has occurred? So again, as soon as I see some of these words, I know, okay, I have to use MV equals PQ. Okay. If money increases but nominal GDP remains constant, that means that's no change. Okay. Since these have to be equal, if this is going up and this is staying the same, what has to be happening to that variable? Well, it has to be going. I'm sorry. If the money stock decreases, forgive me. If the money stock decreases, all right. If that's going down and that's staying the same, then that has to have increased, right? So use your understanding of the formula to help solve these problems. So that would be the answer to our question. Okay. So now we're gonna go through one more together. That's doing skill 3A, and then I'm gonna give you one to do on your own. Please forgive me. Skill 3. Here it is. 5.3 and skill 3A. So now this is very similar to the one we just did. So I'm gonna give you a minute to do this one on your own. Use the strategy that we just employed. Okay. I hope what you're seeing is that this concept is assessed in a pretty consistent way. We're really trying to tease out what the quantity theory of money allows us to say about how changes in the money supply affect the economy. So you're using MV equals PQ again. We're holding the velocity of money constant, and increase in the money supply will lead to a proportional increase in nominal output. Okay. All right. So when you see velocity of money on the FRQ, you should have a good sense that you need to draw in the monetary equation of exchange, think about what the quantity theory of money tells us, and use that to answer the question. Okay. So now we're going to switch to a slightly different skill. So skill 1C asks us to be able to use a formula and calculate something. So in this case, we're told the nominal output is 100,000 and the money supply is 25,000. Then what is the velocity of money? So again, you can use your formula. MV equals PQ. So nominal output we know is P times Q, and so we know that is $100,000. If the money supply is $25,000, then $25,000 times V is going to equal 100,000. So in order to solve for V, you're going to divide both sides by 25,000, and we should end up with the velocity of money in this case is equal to 4. All right, so let's practice that skill one more time. Okay, take about 30 seconds and see if you can do this one. Okay, it's not identical to the one before, but it draws on the same concept and requires an application of the same skill. We use our formula. We're given 3 of the 4 variables, and we have to solve for the 4. So in this case, real output is 20,000. Well, that's Q, right? Real output is Q, and the price level is 3, and the velocity of money is 6. Then we're solving for the money supply. So 3 times 20,000 equals 60,000. Okay, so 6 times M equals 60,000. So in this case, M is going to equal 10,000. So hopefully A was the answer choice you selected. All right, so that's the way you're going to see this topic assessed regularly, and practicing that skill should be able to help you when you encounter it, if you encounter it on the free response question. All right, so now I'm going to switch back to our PowerPoint, and we will head into our summary and conclusion. Okay, so we did these questions. All right, so topic 5.3 again is money growth and inflation, and it's in this unit that really takes a look at extending our understanding of monetary and fiscal policy. The enduring understanding, the hope is that you come away from this unit really understanding that in addition to whatever short-run considerations we've already learned about, there are important long-run implications of both monetary and fiscal policy. So starting on Monday, when Mr. Romano is back with you, he's going to start talking about the long-run implications of fiscal policy. So again, the primary learning objective was to be able to explain how inflation is a monetary phenomenon. We did that using the ADAS model to show why expansionary monetary policy applied to an economy in full employment levels of output is going to lead to nothing except higher price levels. We looked at the quantity theory of money, and I showed you how to calculate the money supply, velocity, price level, and real output using the quantity theory of money. In an FRQ, you're very likely going to have to explain how some outcome results from some cause. So you'd be given the cause, and then you have to explain the outcome. And these are the essential knowledge statements that go with this. So that was the subject of the new learning in this unit, and we built it based on a review of the Phillips curve, our understanding of inflation, and what we already know about expansionary and contractionary monetary policy. So this is what you should be able to do now. You should be able to predict and explain how monetary policy, when applied to an economy along an equilibrium, will affect output, employment, and the price level. And you should be able to use that formula MV equals PQ to predict how changes in one variable affect the others. Okay. All right. Now, to see if you're able to do that, I'm going to show you the FRQ, and there it is, the constant money supply. Now, based on your answers, you're going to have to work through this whole part of the problem in order to get to assessing your sense of the quantity theory. So if you're watching this live, go ahead and take a picture of it so you can work on it. And if you're watching this after the fact, go ahead and pause the video and try to solve the problem. Okay. So one more thing before we finish up, the College Board has asked all of us to send out a reminder through this net. We know that not all the students out there have access to the internet or a device, and that the College Board is really interested in securing for students who need them devices and access to the internet so that they'll be able to take the AP Macroeconomics exam that they've been working all year long to prepare for. So if you need something to help you take this test, if you need a mobile tool or connectivity, or if you know someone does, please reach out to the College Board, cb.org/tech. Okay. Thank you so much for watching tonight, and I look forward to seeing you again next week. Thank you so much.
AP Macro students, and welcome to our AP Masterclass today for AP Macroeconomics. My name, as you recall, Matt Romano, and I'm here with Ms. Ray Fields and with our special guest, Dr. Janet Yellen. Now, you probably know Dr. Yellen from her time as the chair of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, but she's here today to share with us her experience, her lessons learned, and her perspective on macroeconomics. And before any of that, to share a little bit with us about her path to becoming the economist she is today. So thank you, Dr. Yellen, for being with us today. We really do appreciate it. And if you don't mind, to start us off, tell us a little about your journey, both education-wise, professionally, in economics.
You bet. Happy to be with you all. Well, the high school I attended didn't have an advanced placement program at all, but I was lucky. I took introductory economics during my first year in college, and it was really love at first sight. I'd always liked math and science. I had toyed with the idea when I went to college of majoring in math or chemistry, but then I discovered economics, and I realized it had the type of logical reasoning that I'm attracted to, along with a very practical focus on things that hugely impact the quality of people's lives, like jobs, poverty, healthcare, wages, education, retirement, economic development, a whole range of issues that affect how people live and whether or not they can thrive and feel secure. And there was kind of a personal connection for me too, because my parents grew up during the Great Depression. They told me about joblessness, mass joblessness, and the harm it causes. And my father was a family doctor, and a lot of his patients were blue-collar workers who were affected by the ups and downs in the economy. And he would tell us stories about the problems they faced when they lost jobs and the toll it took on their finances, their health, their relationships. And I think that's part of the reason why I was attracted to macroeconomics, because I discovered that it provides a reason for why market economies can periodically have periods in which there's very high unemployment, and importantly, what policymakers can do about it. So I majored in economics in college. I knew I wanted to pursue it as a career. I went right off to graduate school and earned a PhD. Well, I'd always been interested in economic policy, and I always hoped at some point in my career I'd have a chance to apply the kind of core macro that I'd learned in a policy context. But what most newly minted PhDs do is they take teaching and research jobs, and that's what I did. And I taught at a couple of universities, did research, a lot of it with my spouse, who's also an economist. And our papers largely related to unemployment, what it's like, what causes it, and to macroeconomics more generally. In 1980, I went to the University of California, Berkeley, and I spent most of my academic career there. I was on the faculty of the business school, and I mainly taught economics to students who were going to go on to careers in business and nonprofits. And that actually helped me recognize the relevance of economics, not only to economic policy, but also that it's a really important tool for individuals who are going to go on to business careers. And importantly, I learned a lot from my students. They had lots of real world experience I didn't, and it ended up making me more practical and applied in my own focus. Well, I was happily teaching at Berkeley, and one day the phone rang, and it was someone from the Clinton administration asking me if I would be interested in being a governor of the Federal Reserve. That was 1994, during the early days of the Clinton administration, and I was thrilled and thought, gee, that was a dream job. I went and served. Alan Greenspan was chair, and I learned a ton. I learned about forecasting. I learned about monetary policy. And it does a lot of other things like supervising and regulating banks. I learned about those things too. It took me a couple of years to get the hang of the job, and just when I felt I was getting the hang of it in 1997, I got a call asking me if I would move to the White House to chair the Council of Economic Advisors, and that's a little economic think tank inside the White House. And it gave me the chance to work on a very wide range of issues: social security, healthcare, the budget. I spent a huge amount of time on climate change. Al Gore was vice president. You probably know he's very focused on climate change. He wanted the United States to take a lead in this area, and I really didn't know anything about it, but I'm still interested in it and involved in that subject. I think it's critically important. I left Washington in 1999, went back to Berkeley, rejoined the faculty, and then I got an offer I refused, and it was to head one of the regional reserve banks that are part of the Federal Reserve System in San Francisco. It was a great job, and then in 2008 we had a devastating financial crisis that I was involved in San Francisco, but President Obama asked me to move to Washington to become vice chair of the Fed, which I did. I worked with Bernanke trying to figure out how we could recover from that, and then I was appointed as chair. And it's really been for me a fascinating journey. I absolutely love the field, and I've enjoyed taking the tools of macro and trying to apply them in many different contexts.
Wow, that is a fantastic journey. Thank you so much for that. I'm curious, you mentioned a number of times about how practical the field is, and you took an interest to it, a liking to it, because it affects people's lives. And I'm curious, what have you learned from your opportunities to lead within government? Just what can you pass on to students from what you've learned in those leadership roles?
Well, I guess a couple of things I mentioned as key things I learned. The first thing is you see when you're in government what an important role government plays in a market economy. If we didn't have appropriate public policy, monetary and fiscal policy designed to promote full employment and low and stable inflation, and regulatory policies that help protect us from financial crises and environmental harms like climate change, if we didn't have good, appropriate, fact-based policies that were put in place, our economy wouldn't perform as well as it normally does, and it would cause great harm to workers and households. So economic policy is important. I think second, I mentioned that what I discovered is the government is a wonderful place to work. It is full of dedicated, smart, energetic people who really want to put their knowledge to work to implement smart policies to make the world a better place. When people ask me sometimes, what is it that I most enjoyed when I was Fed chair? And it's an easy question. I got to work with smart, interesting people, capable, focused on the public good, willing to work hard, and during the financial crisis, give it their absolute all when the country was faced with a crisis. And they work in nonpartisan ways. They're not political, and they're a deep resource that our country has of competent professionals in the government. And I think you can see this in recent weeks. The Fed has mounted a massive and rapid response, and that's because the people there are experienced and know what to do. So I'll say when I hear people suggest our government is full full of waste, fraud, and abuse. I know from my own experience that's not fair, and it's not by and large true. We have a huge talent pool in our government, and it's a wonderful place to work. And I think the last thing I'd say about what I learned is the public really doesn't understand very much about economics. They do not understand much about macroeconomics, and that is a problem. And it sometimes impedes us from implementing policies that would make people better off. It was an especially painful lesson I learned during the financial crisis when we were doing absolutely everything we could to make sure the Great Recession didn't turn into a Great Depression. But some of the stuff we were doing, it helped Wall Street, it helped banks, and it made people really mad. And that's really understandable because in many ways Wall Street was to blame, and ordinary people in the economy were suffering for it. But the truth was that if you didn't rescue America's banks, there would have been no credit flowing into our economy, and households and businesses would have failed in even greater numbers, and it would have been a very bad mistake. So I do think learning about the economy is important, and I wish more people did what you're doing in this AP class, learning core economics.
Thank you. So in your answer, you described connections between your experience working in government, both during the financial crisis and then sort of connecting it to the current economic situation that we're seeing now. So we've seen you speaking across a number of news programs in recent days, sharing your insights and thoughts on the economy. And we wanted to ask if you could sort of summarize for the students who are watching, what has and is the impact of the coronavirus on the economy right now?
Well, I hate to say this, but the coronavirus has caused an absolutely devastating blow. Just in the last 4 weeks, 22 million workers have filed for unemployment insurance. And if we had a reading today on the unemployment rate, my guess is it's probably running around 15% or higher. And just 2 months ago, the unemployment rate was 3.5%, which was the lowest unemployment rate we've had in 50 years. 2 months ago, if almost every firm in America was looking for workers and finding it hard to hire. And now that situation is completely changed. A good aspect of it is that many of the workers have been furloughed by their firms. They're on temporary layoffs. And that means that they still have connections to their jobs. So if business resumes, they're likely to get their jobs back. Another thing is that most past downturns in the economy, including that in 2008 and 2009, resulted from problems in the economy, whether it was a housing bubble that burst, an overinflated stock market, or inflation that had picked up to levels that were too high, necessitating tighter monetary policy. Usually recessions come from problems in the economy. But this downturn is due to an external catastrophe. It has nothing to do with the economy at all. It's like a hurricane or a tornado or a natural disaster, but one that struck our entire country and entire world. And that means, I think, that if we can get the appropriate public health supports in place so that we can reopen the economy, there's a good chance that unemployment will fall quickly and the economy will normalize without a decade of high unemployment like we had after the financial crisis. I think the chances of recovery being speedy are better the shorter this period of lockdown. I do worry if the lockdown lasts a long time, workers lose connections to their jobs, firms won't have the workers they need when things start up again. Also, household and business finances will be weak if the individuals who are unemployed end up using their savings or take on debt. And that means that when this is over, they'll be tightening their belts when the economy reopens. They'll feel a need to repair their finances, and so it'll depress consumer spending. And I also worry that businesses will fail if they stay shut for too long. They'll be unable to pay their debts. They may go through bankruptcy. And if they survive by taking on debt, then when things resume, they may not be in a position to invest or to hire back as many workers because of that debt overhang. So aggregate demand may be deficient. It may be too low for us to get back to full employment quickly. So I think we need to reopen the economy as quickly as it's safe to do. Once we do so, we may need more fiscal support to generate enough aggregate demand to get us back to full employment. So in the meantime, every public health official that I know says that the preconditions to restart the economy are much greater ability to test than we have now, the ability to isolate individuals who test positive, to do contact tracing. It would be great if at least a treatment were developed that would help limit the damage from the virus, and more PPE and IC intensive care units, beds, and equipment.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, and I hear you there. And kind of piggyback off of that, in the meantime, while the economy is shut down, we've seen a lot of policy action taking place. So in macroeconomics, our students, first and foremost on the monetary policy side, we look a lot about the fundamentals of monetary policy, manipulating interest rates to try to, as you say, even stimulate aggregate demand, hopefully, and meet the demands of the dual mandate. Could you explain to students somewhat how recent monetary policy actions have been implemented and how they intend to, maybe not be a stimulus, but at least limit the damage of what's going on right now?
You bet. This is my favorite topic. Well, the Fed has used all the tools of monetary policy that you've learned about in AP Macro to support employment, and inflation's been too low and is falling yet lower. And they also want to move inflation up to their 2% inflation objective. That's the dual mandate of monetary policy. So in early March, the Fed cut its, as they were beginning to see that it might be a serious impact on the U.S. and that it was impacting China and other countries, they cut their target short-term interest rate by 50 basis points, 0.5%. Then less than 2 weeks later, they cut the short-term interest rate target by 100 basis points, effectively to zero. Technically, their target range is 0 to 25 basis points. Now, there are some foreign central banks who actually, even before this pandemic, had set interest rates at negative levels. That means that you are actually charged. If you're a bank and you have deposited at the Fed, you're actually charged a fee to hold money there. But the Fed hasn't and isn't likely to go that far into negative rates, but it is effectively zero. So beyond that, it's trying to bring down long-term interest rates that it doesn't directly control. For example, the 10-year Treasury bond isn't something the Fed can set directly, but it's also wanted to bring down those longer-term rates that are very important, for example, for people who are going to buy homes. And they went about doing that in two ways. First, they know that long-term rates depend on what market participants think the path of short-term rates will be over a long horizon. Market participants aren't going to accept a very low rate on, say, a 10-year bond if they think that short rates, they're zero now, but if they're going to rise very quickly and I'm going to invest for 10 years, I'm not willing to accept anything close to zero. But I probably would accept something close to zero on a 10-year investment if I thought short-term rates would stay near zero for 10 years. So first, the Fed has used what's called forward guidance to make clear that short rates will stay low for a very long time, and long rates reflect that understanding. The rate on the 10-year Treasury right now is about 65 basis points, under 1 percentage point, and that's the lowest level we've ever seen in U.S. history. The second thing the Fed is doing to bring long-term interest rates down is to actually go into the market and buy long-term Treasury bonds, like 10-year Treasury bonds. The theory there is that if the Fed reduces the supply of these bonds in the hands of the public by buying them up themselves, the prices of those bonds will rise and their yields will fall. That's sometimes called quantitative easing. We tried that after the 2008 financial crisis, and most research suggests it worked. And the Fed quickly, when this pandemic started, said they would be prepared to buy buy these bonds in unlimited quantities. And just to give you an example of what they've done, during the week of March 23rd alone, the Fed went out and purchased in 1 week $650 billion worth of treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. And these are open market operations. They expand the reserves of the banking system. They can't put short-term rates down because they're already at zero, but they are succeeding in pushing down longer-term interest rates. That means that mortgage rates and borrowing costs that are linked to those rates are also falling. And that's helpful in stimulating demand in the economy. It'll make it easier, for example, if you have a mortgage to refinance it and that'll put money in people's pockets. It'll lower the borrowing costs on many loans that households and businesses have. But there are limits on what lower interest rates can do given the distress in the economy at this point. And then finally, and very importantly, the Fed is doing something else. It is acting as a lender of last resort to financial markets to keep credit flowing in markets operating. When the crisis hit, every investor in the world decided to sell risky assets like stocks and bonds and to flee to cash because they were scared stiff about losses that would result from the virus. That caused the stock market to tank, and it also caused credit markets to seize up. It's something like an economy-wide bank run. Investors just didn't want to be exposed to the losses they might see on lending to private companies or even to state and local governments. They fled from money market funds that invest in commercial paper, which is something that companies issue to make payroll and to finance inventories. They ran away from corporate bonds and from loans. And what we saw was the borrowing cost, even with treasury yields low, the borrowing costs for loans and borrowers in the economy, including state and local governments, were shooting up. And that threatened the supply of credit to households and businesses. So the Fed has started up massive facilities to support lending. They're buying up corporate bonds. They're selling facilities, setting up facilities where companies can sell commercial paper or newly issued debt. There's a facility to buy municipal debt, and there's a new Main Street lending facility that's starting up to support bank lending to businesses that are too small to issue bonds. There is some possibility of defaults on these loans, and that's a risk the Fed can't take on without having explicit congressional authorization and the taxpayers' support to cover possible losses. And Congress has asked the Fed to take that on. In the CARES Act that was passed a couple of weeks ago, they provided $450 billion to support that lending. And at this point, the Fed's facilities can support $2 trillion of lending in the economy, and it can rise higher. Now, this is a very special role, and in fact, it is actually what the Federal Reserve was established to do in 1913. To serve as a lender of last resort means to step in and lend when others are afraid to do so and are fleeing from doing so. For most of the last 100 years, that kind of support has come by lending to banks through the Fed's discount window when they're experiencing runs. But our financial system has evolved a lot over the last 100 years, and today to perform that function, it means a much broader set of lending facilities that go way outside the banking system. So that's what the Fed's been up to, and it really amounts to a lot. It's everything the Fed did during the financial crisis of 2008 and more.
Thank you for that. That's a lot. I hope our students were listening there, because if you're listening, you heard terms that you are hearing in AP Macro. You heard a lot of, obviously there's much more detail to it than what the textbooks can tell us, but there was open market operations, there was discount window lending, the lender of last resort. Those are all things that AP Macro students are learning and discussing all the time. That's fantastic. If you don't mind, could you go ahead?
And the reserve requirement, I think maybe you've also learned about that. They cut that to zero. That was another action that they took.
Right, which is rare. Let's just say, to say the least, rare.
Exactly.
Could you also comment, you've been a part of this as well, the fiscal policy side of things, and what's going on, and maybe what you suspect might go on from here moving forward?
Sure. Well, fiscal policy is really important, and it's absolutely needed to support the incomes of workers and to keep firms afloat during this extremely difficult period. So Congress has actually passed 3 bills, the most important of which is called the CARES Act. That was a couple of weeks ago, and it really provides a lot of support to households and businesses that are being impacted by the crisis. All in all, it's more support than Congress provided to the economy after the 2008 financial crisis. It expands unemployment insurance. The federal government is going to top up normal payments that workers who are laid off would receive. They're going to get, for at least for the next couple of months, an extra $600 per week. They've also made gig workers and those who are self-employed eligible for unemployment insurance. There's a big grant program. It was around $350 billion. Unfortunately, it's run out of money, but it's likely to be topped up in the next couple of days, maybe doubled. That is for small businesses, essentially loans that will turn into grants for workers, for firms that keep on their workers and to help them cover rent and utilities. There are direct checks that have gone out to households, $1,200 for an adult and $500 per child. There was money for hospitals and some money for state and local governments. As I mentioned, there was $450 billion to support the Fed's lending programs. The problem is, it really takes a long time to actually get money into the hands of the people and the businesses that need it. There have been a bunch of bureaucratic snafus, unemployment insurance offices in the states. Many of them use antiquated systems. My understanding is that in New York, you have to apply in person, and that's the last thing that's appropriate in circumstances like these. So actually getting the money out to small business loans taking much longer to get out than was intended. And so it's an urgent need for the support, and it's getting out there, but it's taking longer than would be ideal. And there is more that needs to be done. Congress, I think, needs to provide much more money for small businesses. I think they'll do that. For food stamps, state and local governments. One of the things you may have learned in macro is that state and local governments, the way they behave usually makes business cycles worse, because in a business cycle downturn, when unemployment starts to rise, state and local governments find they have to spend more to support people for unemployment insurance, for other support programs. With a weaker economy, their tax revenues fall. They quickly find themselves running budget deficits. And whereas the federal government that experiences the same thing, they can run budget deficits. States, almost all states, are legally required to balance their budget. So in a downturn, what they do is they start slashing payrolls and cutting back on services to balance their budget, and that just makes the downturn worse. So that's happening to all the states at this point, and they desperately need federal money to support them so that they don't make matters worse. They're also, of course, burdened by very high healthcare spending. So the other thing I'd say, Congress has provided maybe enough money for a couple of months. If this lasts longer, more money for support will be required. And as I mentioned previously, I think when the economy restarts and we're getting back to business, more fiscal support may also be needed. This discussion about a possible infrastructure program that, in my view, the country desperately needs might become appropriate.
So we really talked about a number of different elements that our students should be really familiar with in terms of the different types of policy actions that have been undertaken, some of the challenges associated with implementing those policy actions. These things are going to be really familiar to our students. As you also talked about some additional things that you think either will be forthcoming or should be forthcoming as we see how this unfolds. As policy policymakers are monitoring the situation, monitoring the economy, monitoring the needs, what sorts of data or indicators are being monitored, say, on the monetary policy side and the fiscal policy side, in order to determine how much more or what types of additional responses might be merited?
Well, the Federal Reserve looks at every bit of data that's available. And when people used to ask me when we made monetary policy decisions, what are the most important things? I guess I'd sometimes start and say, given the dual mandate, inflation and employment or unemployment, but there are many national data series, and we had in the Fed, we had a wide array of contacts throughout the country. The Federal Reserve is set up as there's a government agency in Washington called the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, and then there are 12 regional banks, and those banks also have branches throughout their reserve districts. And each one of those head offices and branches has a board of directors whose main job really is to inform people in the Federal Reserve what they're seeing happening on the ground in the economy, to bring in information that sometimes can't easily be quantified, but about what they're seeing in their businesses, what problems are they face, what are the developments in the ground, and that the Fed is using all of that. But the truth is that this is happening so fast, so much has happened in the economy in such a short period of time that our national data doesn't capture it. I mean, the last unemployment rate reading we had was around 4.5%. The day that came out, you could just see from what had happened to unemployment insurance claims. I mean, that was stale information. By that time, the unemployment rate had probably risen a lot higher than that. So all kinds of what's called high frequency data, store traffic, initial claims for unemployment insurance, the kind of data that one gets quickly, credit card data, big data has become prevalent in research, much more available, real-time data that comes out of systems that firms use to monitor the economy. Some of the large banks and credit card companies have daily data on credit card spending that can be very helpful. The Fed has access to a data set like that. And so just a wealth of data, but certainly data on what is happening in the labor market. The little inflation data we have so far, you might think with a decline in supply, this is a supply shock to the economy. You might think that would cause prices to rise, but really the demand shock is so much more important than any supply shock. What we're seeing is that inflation readings have fallen, and I think inflation is going to stay very low. But they look at that wealth of data, and Congress looks at, they look at what's happening in the job market, and they look at what's happening in the states. And they do, I think, a little bit less detailed analysis than the Fed, but they're also supported by the Congressional Budget Office and other analysis.
Thank you. I'm hoping that our students had their mental ADAS model going when Dr. Yellen said the supply shock and then the greater demand shock. I hope they saw that in their minds.
I did.
Yeah, I did too.
Right there.
There is.
Oh, I'm shifting curves in my head the whole time. Yeah.
Right. So the students who are watching tonight, they're preparing for their AP Macroeconomics exam. They're on the cusp of their political adulthood. They're maybe a year or two away from voting, being full-fledged members of our body politic. What do you hope they emerge from their macroeconomics education knowing and being able to do?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. Well, I hope some of you are going to decide that you really love economics and you're going to go on to study some more of it. It's a great college major, and I would promise you that even if you don't go on to become an economist or even major in it in college, that you're going to find it useful if you go into business or in many other fields of endeavor. But what I hope for all of you is that it's going to help you understand the forces that are so powerfully shaping your world. A world that is now impacting, I'm sure, all of you in so many different ways. Some of you probably are going to find yourself doing online studies next year if colleges and universities can't open. It will affect your job opportunities if you're going to be looking for one, at least in the coming year. And I'm sure that many of you have family members who are keenly feeling the effects of what's going on in terms of your jobs and business and health. And understanding what's driving this and the public response, being able to judge it, I think is important in getting through this. You're going to be able to vote and weigh in on public policy, and I hope you're going to use the economics that you've learned to do so sensibly. Look, macroeconomic downturns call for monetary and fiscal policy, and you should understand why that is from the course that you're now completing. I hope you will support sensible policies on the part of the Congress and the Fed, because without public understanding and intelligent support, it isn't actually possible for the Fed to conduct policy. Yes, it's independent. Congress is let it do what it thinks is the right thing, and as I said, it's filled with people who are trying to do the right thing, but the public thinks it's doing the wrong thing and thinks it's. I experienced this pretty keenly. We our crisis interventions after 2008, the financial crisis. For the first couple of years, there were people who said, "You are just printing money and it is going to cause runaway hyperinflation." Well, they just didn't show any understanding of the situation at all, and that could have stopped us from doing what the economy needs. So public support, understanding is really important. And I guess I would hope that throughout your lives, having studied economics, you'll understand that the government and public policy does have a role to play. We have a market economy. We rely on the market economy. There are a lot of good things about the way markets work, but a government that functions, puts in place a good regulatory system, and helps when there are downturns in the economy, makes our economy run much more smoothly and effectively. So I hope that you will use what you've learned to be sensible and responsible voters who will help our economy function better.
Thank you so much. That's tremendous advice. I certainly hope the students are writing down, not just listening, write down, guys. I see that we're coming up on our time, so I just want to go ahead and kind of wrap things up here. I want to thank Dr. Yellen so much for sharing your journey with us, your perspective, your insight, and I just want to repeat what I told you before, that I know for a lot of our students, you're an inspiration and a role model, and we really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with us in Macro.
Thanks so much. It's been a pleasure to be with you, and I wish all of the students good luck in your future careers and studies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yellen. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Hello, AP Macro, and welcome back. I appreciate you tuning in today, and wherever you are, I hope you are well. My name again is Mr. Matt Romano. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, teach at Merit School, and today we're going to be talking about debt and deficit, government deficit and national debt, topic 5.4 in your AP Macro curriculum. This is a topic that you hear about a lot in the news. You hear about this in conversation. You hear about it in the political process, in elections, in campaign material, everything. It's a big topic. We're going to keep it simple for starters. We're going to start about talk about what these terms mean. How do we know what a deficit is? How is a debt different? How is a surplus obviously different? And then look at how we can apply that in the context of AP Macro. How we can apply it in the context of the world around us, the real world around us, and then talk a little bit about the consequences of debt and deficit over time. We're not going to go too far to that. That's going to bleed into tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be an extension of that, where you get a little bit more specific into what those consequences may be and how that may affect things in the long run. Today, it's more about just definitional. What is a deficit? What is a debt? How do we illustrate this kind of stuff? How do we determine outcomes and make conclusions about economic situations based upon this? So that means we're going to talk about budgets. What is a budget? The term budget balance, which oftentimes is misunderstood in economics, we're going to talk about what that means. We're going to connect that back to fiscal policy and see how fiscal policy actions can affect the budget balance, whether they're discretionary or automatic, something we haven't discussed in a while. So we want to bring that back from Unit 3. And then again, as I said, we're going to talk about the consequences in the long run. Why does any of this even matter? And you could go further and say, does it matter? Well, that's where we're going to go with this. Before doing any of that, let's back up a step and let's warm up. Let's warm up by looking at what you finished with in your last video, the video that talked about money growth and inflation, the equation of exchange. So the homework then was question number 2 from 2017. We're going to do parts A, B, and C. We're dealing with an economy in long-run equilibrium. In this economy, consumers are going to hold less money because they use credit cards more frequently. They're going to purchase goods and services. They're not using as much cash. That's a really important hint in where we're going in this question. So the first part of the question is going to ask you to draw a money market graph. Obviously, that entails drawing a correctly labeled graph, knowing your axes, your curves, everything else. Show the equilibrium, which we always do. And then show, there's a verb for you. Show the effect of the reduced holdings of money on the equilibrium nominal interest rate in the short run. So we're going to have to show something here. Based on that change, the question continues. Based on that change in interest rates, what's going to happen to the following in the short run? The price of previously issued bonds, price level of real income, and of course we have to explain that. And then finally C, this is where we bring in the equation of exchange with a constant money supply based on your answer to part B2. Will the velocity of money increase, decrease, or remain the same? Is the change in determinant. So let's walk through one part at a time and make sure we know what we're doing here. So the first part, we're at equilibrium, long run equilibrium. Consumers wish to hold less money. How do we show this? How do we show the effects of this on a graph of the money market? So the money market, first and foremost, we're going to have nominal interest rates on the y-axis, the quantity of money on the x. We know we have a vertical money supply curve fixed by monetary policy, fixed by the central bank, and we have a downward sloping money demand curve. And what we're going to show here is that there's going to be a decrease in the demand for money. If consumers are choosing to use credit cards instead of cash, they don't need as much. That's going to decrease the demand for cash. One safe way, at least at this level, one safe way to look at demand for money is to think about the demand for liquid money, cash. How much cash do people need? And in this case, if they're opting to use credit instead of cash, it's going to reduce the demand for money. And we're going to show on the y-axis, we're going to show that that's going to cause a decrease in the nominal interest rate. So that's part A. That's how you get all the points for part A. For part B, take what you did in part A, take it to the next step. So we have a decrease in interest rates. How does that affect the price of previously issued bonds? It's going to increase. And the way this question is stated, that's all you had to put. Increase. Up arrow would do. Why is that? Now you don't have to explain why, but why is that? One thing you need to know, you need to leave AP macroeconomics knowing is that there's an inverse relationship between interest rates, the change in interest rates, and the price of previously issued bonds. Those bonds that are already out there, that someone already owns and might be buying or selling on the secondary market, on the open market. A quick reasoning for that, just so you better understand. Look at this situation. Let's just say you own a bond that pays, say, 3%. All right? That means that's a fixed interest rate. You're going to get 3% return on that bond. So all you have to do is hold on to it, and you're going to get paid 3% on that bond. If interest rates fall, as we're showing in this example, that means that new interest rates are going to be paying less than 3%. So let's say that they're only paying 1%. So you ask yourself, if you're buying on the open market, would you rather have a bond that pays 3% or 1%? Well, the previously issued bond paying 3% is going to get you a better return. Demand for those previously issued bonds goes up, and we see the price go up as well. That's why the inverse relationship exists. Do you need to say all that in this answer? No, you don't. All you have to do is say increase. That answers the question. You can move on to part 2. Okay. So part 2, what's going to happen to price level and real income as a result of this change in interest rates? And then we have to explain it. Price level and real income will both increase. Why? You have to explain why. The decrease in interest rates will increase interest-sensitive spending. That could be consumption, that could be investment, that could be net exports. We don't know which one, but it's going to increase one or all of these, which is going to cause aggregate demand to increase. And as aggregate demand increases, we see price level increase, we see real income increase. One sticking point, and this is in the chief reader notes to this question. I think some confusion came from students in misunderstanding real income and knowing that real income is essentially synonymous with GDP, real output, which we see on the y-axis, the x-axis of your ADAS model. Okay, so that's the conclusion we have to make. Again, this is an example that we often see of connecting models and connecting concepts and being able to do that when you answer these types of FRQs. All right, so all that said, we can move on to part C, and we need to have this in mind as we move on to part C because it's going to reference part B2. With a constant money supply, based on your answer to part B2, will the velocity of money increase, decrease, or remain the same, or is the change indeterminate? So again, I've got to connect concepts here. And as soon as I see money supply and probably more importantly velocity of money, I should know, oh, this is the equation of exchange. Where else do I see velocity of money? I only really see it in the equation of exchange. The correct answer is the velocity of money will increase. That's all you have to say. But let's talk about why that is. Here's your equation of exchange. MV equals PY. You can put PQ, same thing. And what are we told? We're told that money supply is constant. So the overbar, that means constant. It's not changing. Money supply is constant. Go back to B2, and we already said price level is going to go up, and real output is going to go up. Real income is going to go up. Well, if that's true, and we know this identity is always true, there's only one option for V. It has to go up. Velocity must increase. So again, we've got to be able to use this identity, use this model, and put it into different contexts and be able to answer questions about. So that's that. That's the FRQ from last time. Let's move on. Let's move on to some reviews. So there's two concepts I just want to bring back to mind that maybe you haven't thought about in a while before we get into deficits and debt. And the first of those two concepts would be automatic fiscal policy. So surely at this point, back in Unit 3, you already discussed fiscal policy and made a distinction between discretionary and automatic fiscal policy. Discretionary we talk about all the time. That's the more straightforward one. That's the one we typically hear more about in the news. Congress goes in and they raise or lower tax rates, they raise or lower spending within the budget. That's discretionary fiscal policy. But what about automatic fiscal policy? I want you thinking about it because this is something that's going to impact the budget as we go through time and we see what happens, even without any kind of explicit action by legislators, by policymakers. So automatic fiscal policy would be those counter-cyclical policy actions that don't require new legislation. They're already built into the law. They were laws that were written a time ago, and as the business cycle happens, they will be applied without the need for new legislation. They're applied appropriately. So as a reminder, what are fiscal policy tools? Spending, taxes, and transfers. So common examples, the two most common examples that we're going to see for automatic fiscal policy consist of your progressive income tax and your unemployment compensation. And again, quick reminder, progressive income tax, what does that mean? A progressive income tax is one where as incomes rise, tax rates rise with them. The marginal income tax rate is going to rise with it. So as individual incomes go up, those taxpayers pay a larger proportion of their income in taxes. Of course, the opposite is also true. If incomes were to fall, tax rates are going to fall as well. That happens automatically. It doesn't require new law. As for unemployment compensation, hearing a lot about that in the news right now. Unemployment compensation is essentially a social safety net. It's payment, an ability for those people out of work, those people who lost their jobs to receive payment so that they can continue at least buying essentials, at least paying for essentials at a time when they are out of work and not receiving a regular income. So let's talk about how those adjust along with the business cycle. During a recession with progressive income tax rates, you're going to see tax rates fall as incomes fall. We know what happens in a recession. Output is declining, probably 2 consecutive quarters or more. As output is declining, unemployment's going up, people's incomes, disposable incomes are falling. So as income falls with a progressive income tax, we're going to see tax rates fall, and we're going to see a decrease in federal revenue. Keep that in the back of your mind. We're going to come back to that in a couple minutes. That's going to be important when we talk about budgets. On the other side, unemployment compensation, which is a transfer payment, that's going to rise. You have more and more unemployed workers, and as a result, they're going to qualify for unemployment compensation, and you're going to see the amount of transfers going out increasing overall expenditures by government. And that's the balance we're going to be talking about when we talk about the budget balance. During expansion, the opposite is going to occur. During expansion, more people are working, disposable incomes are rising, and you're going to see tax rates rise as a result. That's going to increase federal revenue. At the same time, with less workers unemployed, unemployment compensation is going to fall, less is being paid out, expenditures are going to fall as a result, and we're going to see how that balance plays itself out in the budget. So keep this in mind. We're going to look at this historically and see how this actually does play out. It is a real thing. It's going to have an impact on the budget balance. One more piece to review, one more graph in this case to review is the loanable funds market. We're going to use this, and you're going to use it again tomorrow when you go into graphing out. So let's just review the parts of this thing. What exactly is this market? Over the years, had a lot of students get confused with this one for some reason. It's maybe not as straightforward as some other markets we've dealt with. This is the case, and understand where I'm coming from when I say this, that if you just say it slowly, sometimes it defines itself. This is the market for loanable funds. Now think about what that says. The market for loanable funds, funds which are available for lending. And we need to think a little bit about what that means. Where do those funds come from? Well, most people, when they want to borrow money, they're going to go to some sort of bank. Where does the money from banks come from? Well, immediately, that's essentially you're talking about excess reserves. That's what's available for loans. But again, where does that come from? It comes from depositors, and even more specifically, savers. When you deposit your money into a savings account, what you're doing is you're telling the bank they can lend it. It becomes part of this loanable funds market. So savers are represented by that supply curve. Who's doing the borrowing? Those are the demanders, and they're going to be represented by that demand curve. So always remind yourself of that whenever you draw this. You draw that supply curve. Those are your savers in the economy. Those are people putting money away, putting money in the bank. It's available for lending. It's available for borrowing. Demanding loanable funds. That means we're borrowing from this loanable funds market. It doesn't matter which sector of the economy we're talking about. That's where borrowing comes from. So with that in mind, again, there's a little foreshadowing. I'm telling you that right now. How do we show the impact of an increase in borrowing? Any kind of borrowing? Well, that should be pretty straightforward. We're going to increase the demand for loanable funds, and that's going to result in a higher interest rate, higher quantity of loanable funds, and equilibrium. So keep that in mind. We're going to use that a lot today, and even more so tomorrow. Okay, let's move on to the topic at hand: the government deficit and debt, and why that matters, and what we need to know about it. So let's get into that. And what I'm going to do, this is actually a very much a definitional type topic. We have to understand some terminology before we can really get into the numbers, the graphs, and everything else that goes along along with it. So before we can really understand deficits and debt, we've got to understand budgets, because that's where they come from. That's the basis of this whole thing. And budgets, the term budget gets misused a whole lot. So what's a budget? A budget is merely a plan. It's a plan of anticipated income and expenses, how much you plan on bringing in versus how much you plan on spending. And ultimately, we look at that plan and look at how it actually plays out in fruition, and then compare income and expenses to determine the actual status or balance of that budget. A government budget balance is the difference between receipts and outlays. Those are the specific terms that we'll use. By government receipts, we mean revenue, which comes primarily through taxes, so tax revenue. Through outlays, we're talking about all expenditures. We're talking about all kinds of government spending and transfers, both of which we're going to be considering here. Budgets may be balanced, or they may be running at a deficit or a surplus. And those are the terms we have to get used to reading, and we have to get used to using. We don't talk about budgets going up or going down. I know that in everyday conversation we may say that, and that's perfectly normal. But in the context of AP macro, when we talk about the status of a budget, we either say that the budget is balanced, or the budget is running at a deficit, or it's running at a surplus. What do those terms mean? Balanced budget, pretty simple. I don't want to insult your intelligence, but that would mean that income is equal to expenses. Revenue is equal to expenditures. Pretty simple there. A deficit is that situation where expenses are greater than income. Now stop and think about what that means for a minute. It means that there was a certain amount of income that came into this entity. If we're talking about the government, then it's essentially tax revenue that came in. They spent all that. They spent all the revenue they got, and then they spent some more. Well, how do you do that? And this is going to bring back into mind the loanable funds market and other things. Well, there's two ways. If you're talking about a household in particular, you could have negative savings, take money out of savings, or which might be maybe more obvious, especially in this situation, is you can borrow. And that's where deficits come into play, and that's where we're going to look at the effective deficits, both in the short and long run. A surplus is obviously the opposite. That's when you earn a certain amount of income, a certain amount of revenue, and you don't spend all of it. So whatever is earned in excess of expenditures, that's your budget surplus. And again, we're going to talk about all three of these and look at them in the context of a government or a federal budget balance. Moving forward, fiscal policy, both discretionary and automatic fiscal policy, will impact that budget balance. And a lot of questions in AP macro are going to be structured this way, where you're told an initial balance. Maybe you're told that this government has a balanced budget. Policy is implemented. What happens next? Those are the types of scenarios we need to be able to respond to. Expansionary fiscal policy tends to lead to deficits. Why is that? Well, let's assume again that we start with a balanced budget where spending and revenue are equal. An expansionary fiscal policy is going to increase spending and or decrease taxes. Spending up, revenue down. You're going to wind up in a scenario where expenditures are greater than receipts and you have a deficit. A contractionary fiscal policy could lead to a surplus. It's not guaranteed, but it could. It depends on what the starting point of that balance or the budget would be. If in a purely hypothetical AP macro context you were told there's a balanced budget and a contractionary policy is implemented, that means tax rates go up, that means spending goes down, that means the revenue is going to exceed the spending, and you would have a surplus in that case. So that's hypothetical, but it can happen. It can happen, even though we don't see it a lot in reality. It is possible. Deficits are going to lead to accumulated debt. In other words, deficit on top of deficit on top of deficit results in debt. And the important thing to take from this is that the words deficit and debt are not interchangeable. They do not mean the same thing. They're not synonymous. Deficits are understood to be annual measures. Debt is accumulated. So from one year to the next, governments may run up deficits by spending more than their total revenue. Over time, those deficits add up to accumulated debt. So the national debt of any country, we hear a lot about this in the news, is the accumulated debt of the nation's government. It's adding up all the surpluses and deficits over the course of that nation's history. Currently, in the U.S., the national debt is somewhere over $23 trillion. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to give you an exact number on that, but right here in 2020, that's about where we stand. That's saying that if you add it up, cumulatively, all surpluses and deficits, all budget balances going back to 1790, you're going to get about $23 trillion worth of debt. Key questions. Once we understand that definitional component, key questions we want to make sure we can understand and answer. Number one, how do governments do this? How do they borrow to finance deficit spending? I mean, yeah, obviously, if there's a deficit, they're borrowing, but what does that mean? Does the federal government go to a bank and ask for money? Obviously not. They're not going and asking for a loan like we would. So how do they do that? By what mechanism do they borrow? We're going to talk about that in just a second. How do we illustrate the unintended consequences of deficits? Where do we go with this? What kind of graph do we use? Again, we've got to think back and go through an inventory of what we have covered, what markets and graphs that we use that might be able to illustrate this. And this will be a pretty obvious one based on what we've already talked about. And then are there other unintended consequences, things that we haven't thought about that may result because of deficits or year after year after year of high national debt, of a large national debt? Well, the first question, how do they borrow? I'm not going to go into terribly great detail here, but you do need to know the mechanism that is used. We've talked a lot about securities in AP macro, especially in Unit 4. We talk about the monetary policy side and the banking side, buying and selling securities on the open market. We have to remind ourselves of where these securities come from in the first place. We've been talking about treasury securities. So I'm taking this from a U.S. perspective that most economies are going to work in the same way, most governments work in the same way. That really every month, as in this country, the treasury determines that, hey, we need some more money, we're going to spend all that tax revenue. Securities are issued from the treasury department. And a security is simply an IOU. It's a sheet of paper. Well, it used to be a sheet of paper. Think of it as a sheet of paper that essentially says you're lending your money to the government. They're going to pay you back at a later date, and they're going to pay you interest over time. And it's essentially a guaranteed payment over time. That's what securities are. And the way governments borrow money is by issuing those securities. Commercial banks primarily, but also foreign central banks, individuals, whomever, they can buy these securities and know they're going to get that interest payment back from government over time. So that's how government borrows. That question comes up. We're going to see this again later in this talk actually today. How do we illustrate unintended consequences of deficits? Well, we do so in the loanable funds market. So bring back that loanable funds market. Let's remind ourselves what are we dealing with here? We've got real interest rates on the y-axis. You got quantity of loanable funds on the x. You got savers represented by supply, borrowers represented by demand. So a deficit means that the federal government is borrowing money. So where do we put borrowers? We put borrowers on the demand curve. All right. So if the government's coming into the loanable funds market and the government is borrowing money in this loanable funds market, what effect will it have? It's going to increase the demand for loanable funds. And in doing so, we're going to see a rise in interest rates. Interest rates are going to go up. And again, the overall quantity of loanable funds at equilibrium is also going to increase. So what's the unintended consequence? The unintended consequence is the increase in interest rates. If this is the result, let's just say it is. If it's the result of expansionary fiscal policy, or even if it's the result of automatic fiscal policies, the intention was never to raise interest rates. The intention was to stimulate economic activity. It was to get AD moving to the right. It was to boost output, lower unemployment. It was not to raise interest rates. That increase in interest rates can lead to some things that really fiscal policymakers may not want and may in some ways offset the intentions of the fiscal policy in the first place. But I'm not going to go further than that because that's your lesson for tomorrow. I'm going to leave you hanging, and that's where you're going to pick up tomorrow in terms of that unintended consequence. Are there other unintended consequences? Well, yeah, there are. There are trade-offs that result. Simple fact is this is part of, again, the AP macro curriculum. The government must pay interest on its accumulated debt. We know that. Thus increasing national debt, increasingly foregoing using those funds for alternative uses. In other words, go back to day one of economics when you were learning about scarcity and trade-offs. In this case, trade-offs are going to have to be made. And if we're going to spend more and more of our budget, if the government is going to spend more of its budget on servicing the debt, on paying increasing interest rates on the debt, something else has got to go. And that's a trade-off that has to take place. And again, we're not going to dive too deep into that, but it's a fact that you need to know that potentially could be the result of high deficits and raising interest rates on that deficit and accumulated debt. Okay? All right, let's move forward. How and where do we see this applied? I think this is a place where it's appropriate to look at the data. So I'm going to look at data in two different ways. I'm going to give you a hypothetical first and just see how we actually calculate this stuff, because that does come up from time to time. How do you calculate deficit and debt? How do you obviously work those numbers together and make connections? And then we're going to look at some realistic data. I picked out one decade where some interesting trends occurred, and we're going to see that we can break that down and understand how that happened. So first and foremost, hypothetical. Let's pretend somehow we look at a nation's first 5 years in existence. And what we have in this table would be annual figures, first of all, receipts and outlays, annual figures representing potential budget figures. Maybe these numbers are in millions, so much larger than they look right here. And we want to determine what does that mean in terms of the annual budget balance and what does that do to the accumulated debt. So maybe in year one, and I'm just going to say these numbers as if they were in, like I said, in millions. Receipts were $100 billion, outlays were also $100 billion. Well, that means they brought in revenue $100 billion, they spent that $100 billion, and that was it. Well, then they have a balanced budget. The budget balance is zero, national debt is zero. Move on to year two, and you see that the receipts, tax revenue went up by $10 billion. Outlays though went up by 15. Who knows why? Something may have happened that made them have to increase their spending more. And as a result, outlays exceed receipts by $5 billion, and now you have a national debt in the amount of that deficit because you started with zero debt. You add that deficit to the following year. The next year, receipts go up another 5, outlays go up 10, and as a result, the deficit bounces up to $10 billion. That deficit again is going to accumulate, add on top of the previous year's debt, and your debt's now $15 billion. If the next year receipts go up to 120, but outlays are constant, they stay 125, but then the deficit comes back down. And we hear this sometimes. You'll hear this in political campaigns. We're going to bring the deficit down. There's still a deficit, which is still going to add to the national debt. And again, that's an important point to keep in mind. Even when you shrink the deficit, you still have a deficit. You're still borrowing money, and the national debt continues to rise. It's not until year 5 where we see receipts exceeding outlays and a surplus exists, that the national debt actually starts to fall. So again, understanding the relationship between receipts, outlays, budget balance, and the debt is going to be important for you to understand these concepts and how they relate. And then we need to tie that all together to business cycle data, ADAS, and everything else, and see how they all connect in the big picture. So just briefly, I want to show you how this looks in reality, to some degree how it looks in reality, and how we can connect trends in these numbers to trends in the overall business cycle. I want to make sure you understand, disclaimer here, you don't have to know the actual data for the AP macro exam. You're not going to be asked about the numbers from any specific point in history, but knowing those trends is important, and seeing those trends in reality can be helpful. So here's actual budget data, and I chose the 1990s because it's a relatively unique period, especially in recent history, where we go from early 90s and relatively high deficits coming off of recession into late 90s and a surplus. And in this country, we've not had a lot of surpluses since, say, the 1960s. Only about 5 years of surpluses have actually existed. Therefore, those 5 years is worth looking at how this country, how the US got there. So if you all the way back to 1992, in 92, we're coming off of a relatively brief recession, about an 8-month recession in 1991, and you have a deficit of $290 billion, because outlays were almost 1.4, whereas receipts were just over $1 trillion. But as you look, this was apparently concerning to a lot of policymakers, and policies were introduced and enforced throughout the 1990s that really curbed spending and controlled the growth in spending. It didn't stop spending. It didn't stop spending from increasing, but it did control the growth in spending, while at the same time, a growing economy led to increases in tax revenue. So what you're seeing here really is a combination. You're seeing a lot of those automatic stabilizers play. As the economy grew, and we know that by the late 90s, the economy was very strong in this country. As the economy grew and incomes rose, tax revenues rose with them. Not because necessarily tax rates were increased. They were early on here, but not in the late 90s, but because output was growing so fast, incomes were rising, tax revenue went up as a result of that. While on the by the same token, outlays were not growing very fast. There were some policies put in place to keep that from happening, and that gap between the two that we're going to visualize in just a second, that gap between the two shrunk until 1998, receipts past outlays, and you wound up with a surplus. I know we look at that. This is a table from Fred St. Louis. I hope you're familiar with Fred. If you're not, this is a resource you're going to want to know anytime you're keeping up with or curious about economic data. This is from the Federal Reserve Economic Database at the St. Louis Fed. This table shows us in the blue line government expenditures and the red line receipts, that same period we were just looking at. And if you look, obviously right here, we see the blue line expenditures is far higher than the red line receipts. But as time goes on and tax receipts rise faster than spending, that gap gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So what does that mean? That means that the deficit is shrinking, which is exactly what we saw right here. We reach a point in 1998 where tax revenue passes spending, and now that red line tax receipts is greater than the blue line expenditures, and that gap indicates we now have a surplus. That exists until what? Well, this gray line, if you're not familiar with bar notation, the gray line means we're in a recession again. 2001 was a recession, and predictably in a recession, what's going to happen? Tax revenue is going to fall. Tax rates are going to fall, not because they were cut necessarily, they were, but not only because of that, but because individuals are earning less income, they're losing their jobs at the same time, unemployment compensation is going up, and we go back into a deficit. We've been in deficits ever since then. Related to that is total public debt, the federal debt. So this is federal debt for roughly the same time period, and it has been rising for most of that period. But you'll see right here, as a result of the surpluses that we had for 4 years, you do have a short period of time where that federal debt is actually falling. That's the result of surpluses, and once we go back into deficits, we start to see an increasing federal debt. Again, disclaimer: you don't have to know those actual figures, but it's good to see those trends. It's good to see how it actually pertains to reality, so you can contextualize this stuff and make it real. You're going to understand it a whole lot better if you're able to do that. All right, so we'll practice with this. First of all, what do we need to practice? In other words, what is AP Macro going to test you on? What are they going to assess you on? What do they expect you to know when it comes to deficits and debt? Well, we need to be able to use the skill. We need to be able to determine the outcome of this situation in terms of changes in the economy, changes in policy, and the impact it has on the budget balance. So really 3 things that questions can ask. Number 1, like I just said, determine the effects of policy on the budget balance. Number 2, determine the effects of deficits and surplus on the national debt. We just looked at that as well. And then number 3, identify unintended results of deficits, especially in the long run. We're going to look at questions 1 and 2, these points 1 and 2, using some multiple choice questions from the question bank on AP Classroom. Your teachers have access to these. These are not secure questions. These are out there, so you can access them, and your teachers can access them as well. For number 3, we're going to use our homework FRQ to do that because it does require a little bit more explanation. So that's going to be your homework tonight. We'll get to that in just a moment. So first, let's look at these first 2 points. Determine the effects of policy, determine the effects of deficit and debt on the national debt, deficit surplus on the national debt. So first question 1. When the United States government engages in deficit spending, that spending is primarily financed by, this is a definitional question. It's just a fact, and it's just a fact that you need to know so that you have a better understanding of what deficits are, and in this case, how deficits are financed. So this was something we talked about a little bit earlier today. Does the U.S. government increase the required reserve ratio? Do they borrow from the World Bank, issue new bonds, or do they manipulate the value of the dollar in order to deficit spend? Go ahead and pick A through E, which one you think it is. This is one where, like many multiple choice questions, I recommend that you try to answer before you look at your options. That's just a little tip for you on these types of test questions. I think that works well so that you know what you're looking for. For this one, should be obvious. Again, we said it just a few minutes ago. How do they finance it? They finance it by issuing new bonds, securities. Those terms are considered interchangeable in AP Macro, even though bonds are a specific type of security. So issuing new bonds is how the U.S. government will finance deficit spending. All right, so that's pretty easy. We should have gotten that one right. Number 2, if the total of government spending plus government transfer payments is less than tax revenues, which of the following must be true? So again, if I'm taking an exam and I have this question, I've got to write some stuff down. I don't want to look at it just in the question, but I want to try to answer this before I look at the 5 options. So they're telling me that expenditures, spending and transfers, is less than revenue. So the government has brought in more money than they're actually spending. What does that mean? What conclusion can I make? If you take it with that approach, it should be a really simple question. Answer is going to be C. There's a surplus. There's a budget surplus. Tax revenue exceeds expenditures, exceeds outlays, then the result is a surplus. Again, that's a definitional question right there. The other options really aren't even relevant to that. Question number 3. Assume a country's government has a balanced budget. All right, so at the beginning here we have revenue equals to expenses. If the economy goes into a recession, what will happen to the government's budget in the short run? Well, this is now again application of policy and how that's going to impact the budget balance. But really, we don't know anything about any discretionary policies, and we can't make those assumptions. We don't know that they're going to change tax rates or change spending. So we've got to connect this to automatic policy, automatic fiscal policy, to see what's going to happen to the budget balance. We should know that with a recession, we're going to see a decrease in output, we're going to see a decrease in national income. That should be obvious for us. And from there, we can connect that back to taxes, we can connect that back to spending through the progressive tax system and unemployment compensation. So what do I know for sure? Incomes are falling, tax revenue is falling with it. At the same time, unemployment's going up, unemployment compensation goes up, so we have expenditures going up, we have receipts going down. The budget was balanced, but now we have an imbalance, more spending, less revenue, we're going to have a deficit. So right off the bat, I know I'm looking for a deficit. Get rid of A and B, it cannot be a surplus. Now read through C, D, and E. Why is there a deficit? And if you've already thought through the reasoning, it should be pretty obvious to you. There's going to be a deficit because there's an automatic decrease in tax receipts. Those automatic stabilizers are going to kick in, and with incomes falling, tax revenue, tax receipts are going to fall as well. So the answer is E. All right, one more. Let's try one more. The national debt is equal to which of the following? Again, definitional question here. I would remind yourself, or even write down what is the national debt before looking at those 5 options. What is it? Well, it's the accumulated deficits over the time of a government's existence, the sum of all deficits and surpluses. So walk your way down A, B, C, D, and E. And again, if you've already put in mind what you know the answer to be in a definitional question like this, it makes this kind of process a whole lot easier. And as you'll find, the answer is going to be D, the sum of all past government budget deficits and surpluses. So add them up and you get the total national debt. So that's just 4 examples, but pretty common examples of how we can see government deficits and debt appear on AP Macro. Debrief and summary time. What do we do today? Well, topic 5.4, we did government deficits and national debt. We defined budget surpluses and deficits. We defined national debt. We talked about issues involving the burden of the national debt, those unintended consequences. We should be able to apply what we learned to determine the outcome of situations. And of course, as the bottom here says, we address what a budget is, what a budget balance is, how fiscal policy affects the budget, and again, finally, why all this matters. What are the unintended consequences? Finally, I'm going to leave you with a homework assignment, AP exam practice. This question comes from 2008. This was Form B in 2008, question 1, parts A through C. Again, this was a while ago, 12 years ago, so some of the wording is a little bit different. They do make a reference to the upward sloping portion of the SRAS. That's something that we don't really refer to much anymore. We assume that the SRAS is always upward sloping, but that doesn't change anything in terms of how you would answer this question. So we're going to apply it here, and then that's going to walk you right into the topic for tomorrow, which is crowding out. Finally, let me remind you, as we continue with these instructional videos, we know that not all students have access to the internet or a device. We are working on solutions to help students get what they need to show their best work. If you need mobile tools or connectivity or know someone who does, you can reach College Board directly to let them know. cb.org/tech. We want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to show what they have learned this year. I want to thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you got something out of this, and hope you come back tomorrow. And Ms. Fields is going to take you through crowding out. Everyone have a great day.
I'm Jen Fields. I'm coming to you from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. I'm really excited to do this evening's lesson on crowding out. So let's get right into it. Okay, so the goal for tonight is to explore topic 5.5, which is called crowding out. So we want to be able to define that term, and we also want to be able to explain using graphs how fiscal policy can cause crowding out. In yesterday's lesson, Mr. Romano talked with you about deficits and debts, talked with you about how the government pays for deficit spending with borrowed money. So we're going to connect that to this concept of crowding out. But the skill we're focusing on this evening is 3B, where we want to be able to determine the effect or effects of one or more changes on other economic markets. And so this is where the complexity comes in for crowding out. The term itself is pretty simple. It's not that hard to graph, but we want to be able to connect crowding out to a number of different things in a variety of ways. And so this is what I think you'll be able to do when you're ready for this topic on the AP macro exam. So you want to be able to use a correctly labeled graph of the loanable funds market to illustrate the effects of fiscal policy on real interest rates. Then you want to be able to explain how and why changes in real interest rates cause a change in private domestic investment spending. We want to be able to define crowding out and use an ADAS model to illustrate it graphically. Then we want to explain how and why changes in private domestic investment spending cause a change in a country's real economic growth rate. So you can see skill 3B emerging here, right? So we want to be able to explain the effects of fiscal policy in the long run. We want to be able to describe how fiscal policy affects interest rates, how that affects in turn affects investment spending, and how changes in investment spending affect economic growth. Then finally, we want to be able to describe policies that might offset crowding out or the effects of crowding out. Okay, so those are our goals for the lesson. So yesterday, Mr. Romano left off with this question and asked you to take a look at it so that I could review it with you today. So if you haven't already done so, I'm going to suggest you just take a look, skim this quickly. I'm going to go through it with you. If you're watching this after the fact, you can pause the video now, answer the question, and then watch us go through the answers. So like I did the other night, I'm going to split this up into its component parts. So let's start with part A. So we're told that the economy of country Z is operating on the upward sloping portion of its short run aggregate supply curve, and then asked to assume that the government increases spending. How will the increase in government expenditures affect each of the following in the short run? So the first thing, we recognize that an increase in government spending causes an increase in aggregate demand because government spending is a component of aggregate demand. Aggregate demand in a closed economy is consumer spending plus investment spending plus government spending. So an increase in government expenditures is going to cause an increase in aggregate demand. Now, if we have a short run aggregate supply curve that's upward sloping, and let's hope that in reverse this is looking right. But if the short run aggregate supply curve is upward sloping and we have an increase in aggregate demand, we have a movement up along a given short run aggregate supply curve. So the short run aggregate supply curve itself is not going to change. An increase in aggregate demand causes a movement up and along a given short run aggregate supply curve. Right. So the second part of the question, part B, asks us to use a correctly labeled graph of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to show the effect of the increase in government spending on real output and the price level. So whenever you see those words, correctly labeled graph, pull your mnemonic device to mind. So think ACE. You want to ACE your graphs. So when you ACE your graphs, you have correctly labeled axes. So when we're using the ADAS model, we have price level on the vertical axis, real GDP on the horizontal axis. We want correctly labeled curves. That's our C. So in this case, we want aggregate demand, and we have an upward sloping short run aggregate supply curve. And then we want to always include our initial starting point, right? What's our equilibrium point? So this is skill 4A. Drawing a correctly labeled graph is 4A. When we show the effect of a change on a graph, this is skill 4C. So we have to show the effect of the increase in aggregate demand on real output and the price level. And so we shift our aggregate demand to the right to reflect the increase in aggregate spending. And then we show that output increases and the price level increases. So that's how we approach part B. So part C is pretty similar. We're assuming that the government funded the increase in spending by borrowing from the public. And you learned yesterday that when the government borrows from the public, it does so by issuing bonds or treasury securities. So using a correctly labeled graph of the loanable funds market, we're going to show the effect of the increase in government borrowing on real interest rates. So we're told in the question what we need to include in our label, in our model, right? So we're graphing the real interest rate and quantity of loanable funds. We want a downward sloping demand for loanable funds curve. We want an upward sloping supply of loanable funds curve. We want an equilibrium real interest rate and an equilibrium quantity of loanable funds. So again, there's skill 4A, can we draw a graph? And then skill 4C is, can we show the effect of a change on a graph? So in this case, the increase in government borrowing is going to increase the demand for loanable funds. Remember, the demand for loanable funds represents borrowing, and we're going to show that it produces an increase in the real interest rate. So don't forget to make sure you ace your graphs by including directional arrows. All right, so here we've got a complete answer to parts A through C for this question, and that's what you would need to do to earn all those points. Okay, so since we're putting a lot of things together in this lesson, I want to review some terms and definitions that you studied in previous units. But remember, one of the things about economics is that the language of economics is really precise, and we want to make sure that we have an economic understanding of the terms and definitions that we're using, as opposed to sort of a common or layperson's understanding of those terms. So I know you guys know what interest rates are, right? Interest is the price of borrowed money. We talk a lot about nominal interest rates in Unit 4 of monetary policy. So a nominal interest rate is the stated or named interest rate when you go to the bank and you say how much for a loan. The rate that they give you is the nominal interest rate. And remember, it's a function of the real interest rate and the expected rate of inflation. The amount you're willing to pay for borrowed money is a function of what you expect in part inflation to date. But that is going to be strongly influenced by the time horizon that you're looking at. So when we graph the money market, we've looked at nominal interest rates, and now when we're using the loanable funds market, we're using real interest rates. So remember that the real interest rate is the actual cost of borrowed money. By the time this loan is paid off, what was the actual interest rate? So the real interest rate is equal to the nominal interest rate minus the expected rate of inflation. So we're using the loanable funds model and the real interest rate. Some of you might have textbooks that label the vertical axis of the loanable funds market with a nominal interest rate given some expected rate of inflation, and that's correct as well. But there's a reason why I'm making this point. We'll get into it in a second. So investment spending, as you learned way back at the beginning of Unit 3, private domestic spending refers to private domestic investment spending, or I in your aggregate demand formula, or in your real GDP expenditure approach formula. I is domestic spending by firms on capital stock. So let's unpack that term. Capital stock refers to the amount of capital goods that are available for use in the production of goods and services. So let's just remember what capital goods are, right? Those are the goods we use to produce other goods and services. And so this is factories, production facilities, assembly lines, tools, equipment, retail space, transportation fleets, the ovens in a restaurant, the coffee machines at your local coffee place. Those are capital goods. So I like pictures of big factories with lots of physical capital in them to illustrate what investment spending looks like. These are investment spending is something that you want to think of as being expensive for the purpose of AP macroeconomics. It helps us understand why investment spending is interest rate sensitive, because really most firms have to borrow money in order to pay for it. Okay, so firms regularly pay for investment spending with borrowed dollars. And you might also want to remember that spending on a newly constructed home is considered investment spending, and it's also almost always paid for with borrowed dollars, right? A home mortgage is the demand for loanable funds to buy a house. In AP macro, it's appropriate to assume that short-term borrowing by firms is a function of nominal interest rates, right? So in the short term, in a country with stable prices like the United States, even when we have 1 or 2 or 3% inflation per year, short-term borrowing is a function of nominal interest rates, because if you're paying back the loan tomorrow, if you're paying back the loan within 3 months, the rate of inflation is really negligible. So in the short term, the nominal interest rate equals the real interest rate when you're talking again about an economy where there's a lot of price stability and a low rate of inflation. So investment spending, right? Investment spending that's expensive, you're looking at the long-term borrowing, and that's when we go to the real interest rate to see how investment spending is affected. Okay. All right. So all else equal, remember this: when the real interest rate rises, investment spending falls, and when the real interest rate falls, investment spending rises. Again, always all else equal. So we use the loanable funds model to describe, predict, and explain how changes in the demand for and the supply of loans determines the real interest rate, and also how changes in the real interest rate affect the quantity of loanable funds demanded and supplied. So this is review as well. Remember, in the loanable funds model, the demand for loanable funds represents the demand for borrowed money. Okay. When firms borrow money, they can take out a loan or they can issue corporate bonds. So you can think about the demand for loanable funds as the demand for borrowed dollars, but it's also the supply of bonds. Because when governments borrow money, they issue bonds, and a lot of times when big corporations borrow lots of money, they issue corporate bonds. So when the real interest rate is high, the quantity demanded of loanable funds is low, and as the real interest rate falls, we see an increase in quantity demanded of loanable funds. Right? All else equal, the lower real interest rate, the more profitable investment spending projects are likely. Okay. So the final thing to review is economic growth. So economic growth is very loosely defined as very generally defined as an increase in the productive capacity of an economy, which is basically an increase in the amount of output that an economy can produce over time. So as of the fourth quarter of 2019, according to the St. Louis Fed, GDP for the United States, real GDP was $19.22 trillion. We can graph economic growth as a function of real GDP in terms of time. Okay, so now if the economic growth rate was zero, then this is what the real GDP growth rate would look like. We'd see that in year one, real GDP was $19 trillion. In year two, real GDP was $19 trillion. In year three, GDP was $19 trillion. So a horizontal line, a current output, or current real GDP would indicate zero economic growth per year. So what I did was I took $19.22 trillion and I applied some different growth rates to it to see what an economic growth rate curve might look, or economic growth might look like. So you see that you have a curve with 2 points of inflection and 3 different rates of growth. So the first rate of growth here is at the bottom. That's 5% growth per year. So that $19.22 trillion increased by 5% from 2019 to 2020, and then 5% again from 2020 to 2021, and so on. Now the curve, if the economic growth rate increases, then that curve is going to steepen. So there's 10% growth per year over those years from about 2022 to 2026. And these are just numbers that I made up to illustrate how changing economic growth rates change the slope of the real GDP over time curve. So then finally, I wanted to see what 15% growth per year would look like. So you can see as the economic growth rate increases, the real GDP, this curve gets steeper. So if we were growing at 15% per year, and all of a sudden economic growth was slowing, let's say that we started growing at only 10% per year, or even 5% per year, you can have a decrease in economic growth rate and still have economic growth. Okay, so you want to understand the concept of an economic growth rate for the purposes of understanding the long-run implications of fiscal policy and crowding out. All right. Okay, so now what do you need to know in this unit? What do you need to know in this topic? So the first thing you need to know is the relationship between government budget balance, fiscal policy, and real interest rates. Mr. Romano really introduced you to this last night, so this is going to be a little bit of a review, but let's just put it all together. Right. So I like to use this kind of a number line to conceptualize the budget balance and connect it to the loanable funds market and real interest rates. So remember, when receipts equal outlays, the government is said to be running a balanced budget. The budget balance is zero. When receipts are less than outlays, or when spending is greater than tax revenue, the budget balance is said to be in a deficit. Right. The budget balance is less than zero. The government is operating in a deficit. We're running a deficit. When receipts are greater than outlays, when revenue is greater than expenses, government is said to be running a surplus. The budget balance is greater than zero. All right. So now let's assume that the government implements some expansionary policy. So the government can either cut taxes, which makes R get smaller, or it can increase spending and transfers, in which case O gets bigger, or it can do both. Right. You can have a tax cut combined with an increase in government spending. All of those. Right. No matter what option you choose, right, you're going to see the budget balance move towards a deficit. If R gets smaller and you're in a deficit, the deficit is going to get bigger. If R gets smaller when you're operating in a balanced budget, the budget's going to move into a deficit. If R gets smaller and O gets bigger when you're in a surplus, then you're going to move towards a deficit. Right. So regardless, expansionary fiscal policy is moving us towards a deficit. So what does that look like in the loanable funds market? So an existing deficit will grow larger because the government has to borrow more money to pay for the increased deficit spending. So when we increase the government borrowing, the demand for loanable funds goes up, which causes an increase in the real interest rate. You can see it here. Now, if the government was operating a balanced budget and it engages in expansionary fiscal policy, a balanced budget will become a deficit, in which case the government has to borrow money in order to pay for it. So we see an increase in the demand for loanable funds, which drives up the real interest rate. Now, when Mr. Romano took you through some economic history last night, you saw that it wasn't very common for the United States over the past 50 or 60 years to have a surplus, but it does happen. And so if the government is running a surplus and decides to engage in some expansionary policy, the result will be it spends down the surplus, which moves the budget balance towards a deficit. If we don't know the initial budget balance and we don't know the size of the policy, we can't say whether we'll end up in a surplus with a smaller surplus, we'll end up with a balanced budget, or we'll end up in a deficit, but we can say it moves towards a deficit. And we could show the spending down of the surplus as a decrease in the supply of loanable funds. But look what happens. Real interest rates rise. So what conclusions can we draw? And this is a really important expression. Ceteris paribus, all else equal, in the absence of no monetary policy, in the absence of any other changes, expansionary fiscal policy leads to an increase in the real interest rate, regardless of the initial condition of the budget balance. So you want to be able to walk that through. Okay, understand that if you know your starting point, you know that the expansionary policy moves you towards a deficit, regardless of where you started. Real interest rates are going to rise. You want to be able to do the same type of thinking for contractionary fiscal policy. So again, you could start by remembering that when revenue is less than, when receipts are less than outlays, we have a deficit. When receipts are equal to outlays, we have a balanced budget. And when receipts are greater than outlays, we have a surplus. If the government enacts contractionary fiscal policy, it can raise taxes, which makes R get bigger, or it can decrease spending and transfers, which makes O get smaller. So either way, we're going to be moving the budget balance towards a surplus. So if the government is operating in a deficit, it's going to require less borrowed money, so there'll be a decrease in demand for loanable funds. If the government was operating a balanced budget, the government moving into a surplus will become a surplus, right? So as the government runs a surplus, it's saving money, it's got money in its bank account. We see that as an increase in the supply of loanable funds. An existing surplus will get even bigger. So whatever the government's bank balance was, that bank balance goes up, that's loanable funds. So we'd see an increase in the supply of loanable funds. But again, look at what happens to interest rates. We have contractionary fiscal policy. Regardless of our initial condition, real interest rates are going to fall. Okay, so you want to be able to, again, walk that through. All else equal, contractionary fiscal policy leads to a decrease in the real interest rate. Here it is. And you want to be able to explain how that happens for any given initial budget condition. Okay. All right. So what's the second thing you need to know? Now you need to know the definition of crowding out. And so we're going to go back to that relationship between real interest rates and investment spending. And you can probably anticipate where this is going. Crowding out is a term that's applied to the decrease in private domestic investment spending that results from the increase in real interest rates produced by the increase in government borrowing, or a decrease in government savings that results from expansionary policy. Okay, that's it. That's the definition. It's the decrease in private domestic investment spending that results from an increase in real interest rates produced by expansionary fiscal policy. That's crowding out. All right. Now, how do we show that in an ADAS model? That's the third thing that we want to look at. So let's assume that the economy is in a recessionary gap and that the government is currently operating a balanced budget. That means the budget balance equals zero. It means receipts are equal to outlays, revenue is equal to spending. All right. In a recessionary gap, we know that current output is less than potential output. So here's a recessionary gap. Okay, Y1 is less than YF. And now we know that if we want to try to use economic policy to stimulate aggregate demand, we can employ some expansionary fiscal policy. Remember, AD equals C plus I plus G plus XN. So we want to either increase government spending, right, to get G to go up, or we want to cut taxes to get C to go up. So if the government implements some expansionary fiscal policy, okay, we're going to attempt to close the gap. So this will cause aggregate demand to increase. Okay, so AD1 shifts to AD2. We have a new equilibrium here at full employment levels of output. So we saw that output went up, employment goes down, the price level rises, and now the economy is operating at full employment levels of output. But if the government was operating a balanced budget and implements some expansionary fiscal policy, it's going to move the budget balance into a deficit, which will require the government to borrow money, which is going to increase the demand for loanable funds, which is going to drive up real interest rates. So that's going to cause investment spending to go down. Since investment spending is another component of aggregate demand, the decrease in investment spending is going to cause another shift of aggregate demand. So here's our goal of our expansionary policy, but one of the unintended consequences of that is the increase in real interest rates, which causes I to go down. So where we end up is at this aggregate demand 3 curve, I should say 3, this aggregate demand 3 curve at a new equilibrium with a new price level rise falls, output falls, unemployment goes up. Okay, let's show that again so you can see it. This is how you graph crowding out. The goal of expansionary fiscal policy is to close a recessionary gap. We want to increase government spending or cut taxes to stimulate aggregate demand. However, expansionary policy in this case is going to cause government borrowing to go up, which is going to drive up real interest rates, which is going to cause I to go down. We show the decrease in investment spending by shifting aggregate demand back down. When you hear the expression complete crowding out, what they're talking about is this: all of the increases in aggregate demand that result from the fiscal policy are counteracted by the decrease in investment spending that results from the increase in interest rate. So this would be partial crowding out. Complete crowding out gets us at 83 back here where we were on 81. Okay, so you want to make sure that you can walk through and graph crowding out, expansionary policy offset by decrease in investment spending. Okay, and that's what it looks like. All right, so now the next part of the puzzle, the next sequence of events, is asks us to predict how the economic growth rate of a country is going to be influenced by crowding out. Okay, so this is some of that goes back to the review work we laid out before we got into the what you need to know part. So remember that private domestic spending drives economic growth. So we'll put a lot of these terms together here. Investment spending is spending on capital stock. The more capital stock a country has, the greater the productive capacity of that economy to produce goods and services. So productive capacity refers to the amount of goods and services you can produce, and it's a function of how many resources you have. So our resources are land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. So if our increases in productive capacity are a function of how many resources we have, investment spending is what contributes to the amount of capital. Okay, so a change in investment spending is going to change the rate at which capital stock is added to the economy. So that's the tie-in between investment spending and economic growth. So and you have to connect those steps. You have to talk about capital formation, additions to capital stock, changes in productive capacity when you're connecting investment spending to economic growth rate. Okay, all right. So all else equal, a decrease in investment spending causes the economic growth rate to slow because fewer capital goods are being added to the economy's productive capacity, or capital formation is occurring at a slower rate. Okay, that's how you describe that. Right, crowding in is the opposite. Crowding in refers to the increases in investment spending and the increases in aggregate demand that would result from contractionary fiscal policy that decreases interest rates. So contractionary policy can drive down interest rates, which could crowd in investment spending, and crowding in could increase the economic growth rate. Okay, all else equal, an increase in investment spending causes the economic growth rate to rise because more capital goods are being added to the economy's productive capacity than before. All right, so let's do a concrete example. So let's assume that annual investment spending equals 100 billion, and the economic growth rate is currently 4% per year, and that the government is currently operating in a budget deficit. Okay, that's our starting point. That's our initial condition. Okay, the government cuts taxes, which decreases government revenue, right? Or government receipts. Okay, well that causes the government budget balance the negative budget balance to grow larger. The deficit increases, right? We move into a bigger debt. Okay, I apologize for that. There's a real increase in internet usage in my neighborhood with all of the online schooling and all of the at-home working. So hopefully you have time to think about the answer to that question, and you have determined that the economic growth rate will be in fact less than 4%. Okay, so these are all the steps you want to do. So this is the reasoning that you want to have going on in your mind when you're considering the relationship between expansionary fiscal policy, real interest rates, investment spending, and economic growth. So that's skill 3B. They don't get more skill 3B than that, putting all of those dots together. Okay. All right. So the final topic in this is what actions can be taken by policymakers to offset the increase in interest rates caused by expansionary fiscal policy. And you might be able to predict this. And if you're watching the news, you're seeing it in action right now. So we know that the government just passed a massive expansionary fiscal policy, $2 trillion. It was the size of it, the largest expansionary fiscal policy package in our nation's history. And the week before, simultaneously, what was going on, the Fed was conducting major increases in the rate at which it was adding money to the money supply in order to try to offset some of the economic problems that are resulting from the situation we currently find ourselves in. So if you can connect those dots, you can think about the role that monetary policy can play in terms of mitigating the increase in real interest rates that could be caused by expansionary fiscal policy. So this is going to allow us to show skill 3B in a slightly different way too, because very often on the AP exam, you are asked about how you might ask a question like, how could the Fed counteract the effects of the fiscal policy on real interest rates? You could be asked a question of questions about simultaneous monetary and fiscal policy on interest rates and investment spending. So these are the steps that you want to be able to walk through. I alluded to this when Mr. Romano and I did lesson 5.1, because we're looking at expansionary fiscal monetary policy, but only on what was going on in the ADAS model. Now we can add in the effects on interest rates and investment spending. So we know that expansionary fiscal policy is designed to stimulate aggregate demand, to cause real GDP to increase, to cause employment to rise, and one of the short-run consequences of that is an increase in the price level. There's our Phillips curve. All right, now what happens to interest rates because of expansionary fiscal policy? They go up. What happens to investment spending? It goes down. So now when we do expansionary monetary policy, you'll remember it's also designed to increase aggregate demand. It's also going to stimulate spending to increase real GDP. Employment will go up, unemployment will go down, and it comes with in the short run some increases in the price level. But expansionary monetary policy increases in the money supply cause interest rates to fall, which can cause investment spending to rise. Okay, we'll get into a little bit more detail how to connect the nominal interest rates in the money market to real interest rates in the loanable funds market when we get into our review videos. But the effect of expansionary monetary policy is to drive down interest rates and increase investment spending. So if you're asked a question about the effects of simultaneous monetary and fiscal policy, if they're moving together, if they're both expansionary, the effect on economic outcomes is determinate, but the effect on interest rates and the effect on investment spending are going to be indeterminate because we don't know which policy is going to have a stronger effect on interest rates. Okay, so we're bringing multiple concepts together here in this. All right, this contractionary monetary policy can mitigate the decrease in real interest rates that might result from contractionary fiscal policy. So be sure you can understand and explain how expansionary monetary policy can offset crowding out, but you also want to make sure you can walk through the effect of opposing policies on all these variables as we started to do in lesson 5.1. All right, there's another way to approach enacting some expansionary fiscal policy that is unlikely to produce an increase in interest rates, and that's to take a balanced budget approach to fiscal policy. So this is going to review a little bit about multipliers, and if this is something that's a little fuzzy for you, don't be too concerned about it. We are going to review multipliers in great detail when we do our review topics, but remember that government spending is a more powerful tool on aggregate demand than changes in taxes or transfers. And you might remember that the spending multiplier is 1 over the marginal propensity to save, and that the tax and transfer multiplier is MPC over MPS, marginal propensity to consume over marginal propensity to save, and it moves in opposite directions. This just means inverse. Okay, so if the marginal propensity to consume is 0.75 and the spending multiplier is 4 and the tax multiplier is -3. So what does this look like? What would a balanced budget approach to fiscal policy look like? If the government raises spending by $10 billion, once the multiplier kicks in, right, aggregate demand will eventually go up by a total of $40 billion. So increasing government spending by 10 billion produces, when the marginal propensity to consume is 0.75, will lead to a maximum increase in aggregate demand of 40 billion. Now, if the government simultaneously raises taxes by 10 billion, right, so this is expansionary, this is contractionary, right, aggregate demand will go down by 30 billion because the tax multiplier is 3. There's no autonomous change in aggregate demand, right, when the government cuts taxes or raises taxes. So what's the net effect on the budget balance? There's none, because if you raise spending by 10 billion and you pay for it with increased tax revenue of 10 billion, you're not going to affect the budget balance, which means the government's not going to move into a deficit or into a surplus, which means there's not going to be any change in the loan funds market. But you still get some expansionary effect because an increase of 40 billion, which is offset by a decrease of 30 billion, still produces an increase in aggregate demand of $10 billion. Okay. All right. So that's something that you want to sort of understand, is if there might be a question like, if the government wanted to engage in expansionary fiscal policy and didn't want to cause crowding out, what could it do? The answer is it could raise taxes by the same amount because the spending multiplier is greater than the tax multiplier. You're still going to get some expansionary effect. Obviously, an expansionary effect of 10 billion is less than an expansionary effect of 40 billion, but there's not going to be any crowding out because you're not going to have the government borrowing more money. Okay. All right. So let's go through how to approach this in an FRQ, and then we will finish up our lesson. So I'm going to switch to the document camera now, and we're going to do this on a piece of paper. So you're looking at the FRQ from 2014. This is question 1, and we're just going to do parts A, B, D, and E. So assume the economy is currently operating below the full employment level of real GDP with a balanced budget. Well, we know that if that's true, then Y is less than YF. That's our recessionary gap, and we know that our balanced budget equals 0. Okay, that's a big clue that loanable funds is coming up. All right, draw a correctly labeled graph of aggregate demand, short and aggregate supply, long and aggregate supply, and show each of the following. So we want Y1 and PL1 and YF. So when you draw your graph, you're going to ace it. Give yourself a nice size graph so that you can show the changes you need to. So we're graphing the price level and real GDP. We want a downward sloping aggregate demand curve. We want an upward sloping short and aggregate supply curve. I always recommend that you find your equilibrium, your current output and price level first, and then use what you know about the condition the economy is in to show you where you need to put your long run aggregate supply curve. Okay, so there's our current output and price level, PL1 and Y1, and our full employment level of output that indicates a recession. So if the government increases spending on goods and services by 100 billion, which is there it is, financed by borrowing, how will the increase in government spending affect cyclical unemployment and the natural rate of unemployment? So cyclical unemployment is the deviation between the natural rate of unemployment and the actual rate of unemployment. So in this case, the natural rate of unemployment is the level of employment at full employment levels of output, and if we're producing less output, then our cyclical unemployment rate, our actual unemployment rate is higher than our natural unemployment rate. So the goal would be to increase output by stimulating aggregate demand. The more output we produce, the more workers we need. We're going to have a decrease in cyclical unemployment. So you would just answer the question by saying cyclical unemployment rate will fall. Then B2 asks us what happens to the natural rate. So remember, the natural rate equals frictional plus structural unemployment. It's not cyclical. It is not influenced by demand side economic policies. So there's no change in the natural rate of unemployment. All right, we're skipping part C, and then we're going to go to part D, which asks us to use a correctly labeled graph of the loanable funds market to show the effect of the $100 billion increase in government spending on the real interest rate. So it's really nice that they're telling us that we're looking at the quantity of loanable funds because it's a loanable funds market, and we're told we're looking at real interest rates. So real interest rates. We have a downward sloping demand for loanable funds curve. We have an upward sloping supply of loanable funds curve. We have an initial real interest rate. We have an initial quantity of loan funds. So there's skill 4A. We have to show the effect of the increase in government borrowing, right? Because the government has to borrow money in order to be able to pay for this $100 billion increase in spending, and that is going to produce a new equilibrium point in the loanable funds market. And there's our increase in the real interest rate. Okay. All right. Then the last part of the question is, based on the real interest rate change in part D, what is the effect on long run economic growth? And the answer is the long run economic growth rate will go down because the decrease in investment spending causes a decrease in the rate at which capital stock or productive capacity is added to the economy. So you can a decrease in the rate at which capital stock is added to the economy. Okay. So that's how you approach answering a question that asks you to tie all of these elements together. All right. So I'm just going to take this. I'm going to stop this, go back to our PowerPoint, and we will finish up. Okay. All right. So here are the learning objectives for tonight. Define crowding out and explain how fiscal policy can cause crowding out. And we want to connect it to the loanable funds market. We want to know how it affects interest rate sensitive private domestic spending, investment spending, and we want to understand the long run impact on economic growth. And we looked at connecting a lot of dots, which puts this into the skill 3D category. So these are the things that I hope you now are able to do as a result of our time together. And you can test yourself and see how well you're doing with these concepts by doing this practice question for homework. And Mr. Romano will review it with you tomorrow when he picks up with topic 5.6, which is economic growth. So if you're at home now watching this live, take a photo. If you're watching this after the fact, go ahead and pause the video and take a practice question. All right. The final note is that we want to just remind everyone that the College Board knows that not everybody who really would like to take the AP exam has access to the device or internet connection in a way that would make it possible. And we're hoping that if you or if you know someone who needs a mobile tool or connectivity, that you reach out to cb.org/tech. All right, everyone. This brings an end to our lesson on crowding out. Thank you so much for joining us. Take good care, and I'll see you in a few days.
Students, and welcome back to AP Macroeconomics. My name is Matt Romano, coming to you from Atlanta, Georgia. And today we're going to change things up a little bit. Last week we finished up Unit 6. We finished going over all new content. So from here on out, at least for the next 2 weeks, we're going to treat these as review lessons. And we're going to start at the beginning. We're going to start at one of my favorite times of the year, which will be the first couple days of class, or really the first week and a half or so of class. And in today's lesson, we're going to review topics 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. We're going to talk scarcity, we're going to talk opportunity cost in the PPC, we're going to talk comparative advantage and trade. These are such fundamental concepts in studying macroeconomics. And what I hope you take from today's lesson is obviously a review to freshen up your skills and understanding of these concepts. But what I like doing here is we come back to the beginning. We go back to the start after you've done everything there is to do in AP Macro. You've done the full course, and we tie a bow on the end here and say, wow, this is where we started. This is what it was all about in the first place. Because these fundamental concepts, and I can go on about it for a long, long time, these fundamental concepts, it helps to remind yourself what economics truly is. And we're going to start there today. After we do a brief review of last week, we're going to talk about the definition of economics. We're going to talk about fundamental concepts like scarcity and trade-offs and opportunity cost. And I want you to remind yourself that what you've been doing, what your teachers have been working so hard to teach you since whenever you began this course, was all about those initial definitions, those initial fundamental concepts. So it's very important that we understand that and that we really just review that concept and review that how that applies in the grand scheme of things. Now that you've gone all the way through everything else that's a part of AP Macro. So yeah, what we're going to do today, I'm not going to read all this to you, but defining scarcity and economic resources, talk about those factors of production again, trade-offs, opportunity costs. We're going to define the PPC, the first model you did in AP Macro. Redefine what that is. Talk about just briefly how it illustrates efficiency, inefficiency, moving along versus a shift of, how we can calculate opportunity costs using either tables or PPC itself. And of course, how to draw this thing. We'll make sure we can draw it to represent different scenarios. And then finally, really combined with 1.2 is 1.3, comparative advantage and gains of trade. Why do countries trade? Why are they better off if they trade? Or at least why does economics teach that in certain scenarios that both sides can be better off through trade as long as those terms of trade are mutually beneficial? So we're going to look at that as well today. Again, big picture in mind, all the other concepts we talked about throughout the year that your teachers have done such a good job of teaching and putting it into a particular context. But before we do that, let's go back and take a look at the question that was assigned at the end of 6.6, topic 6.6, real interest rates and international capital flows. Your assignment was 2007 Form B question 3, which did focus on that very relationship between real interest rates and international capital flows. And we're looking at a situation between the U.S. and the European Union and relative interest rates between the two. We want to see how that affects capital flows. We want to see how that affects the foreign exchange market, and then ultimately how the changes in the foreign exchange market affect that exports. So let's go ahead and start. Assume the real interest rate in both the U.S. and the European Union equals 4.5%. So we're starting equal. That's important. Okay, again, I say it every time. That first sentence is going to have some important information for you. So real interest rates are equal in the U.S. and the European Union. Part A, assume the real interest rate in the U.S. falls to 3.75%. Okay, so they were even now real interest rates in the U.S. are lower than they are in the European Union. We've got to think, all right, of all the things that I know, what can I connect this to? What change in behavior is going to occur because there are lower interest rates in the U.S. than there are in Europe at this point? The question becomes then, how will the flow of financial capital between the U.S. and the European Union change? And explain. With higher interest rates in the European Union, capital is going to flow out of the U.S. We have capital outflow, capital flight is occurring here. So capital is going to flow out of the U.S. and go to Europe because there's that word explain. We got to have that word because higher interest rates in the EU attract investment funds in the United States. We said this all along. Those foreign investors are going to chase those high interest rates. If they see a higher rate of return in Europe and they want to buy those financial assets in Europe, that's going to be capital outflow. That should really foreshadow the next part of this. Using a correctly labeled graph of the foreign exchange market for the euro show how the euro would change relative to the US dollar in a flexible exchange rate system. Well, first thing we have to do is show a correctly labeled graph of the euro and the foreign exchange market. So we have the quantity of euros. We're paying for them in dollars, so it's dollars per euros, and then supply and demand. If we have capital outflow, if we have these U.S. investors who want financial assets in Europe, well, they need euros to do that. That's going to cause an increase in demand for euros, and as a result, you're going to see an appreciation of the euro. The exchange rate's going to go up. So the euro is now appreciating because of this capital outflow. Part B, explain how the change in the value of the euro in Part A2 would affect the European Union's net exports. All right, so let's think. What just happened? We've got to be consistent here. The euro just appreciated. You got to be real careful. Answer the question that was asked of you. The question is about the value of the euro. If the euro is appreciating, European net exports are going to fall. Here's the verbatim answer from the rubric. Due to the appreciating euro, the European Union's goods become relatively more expensive to consumers in the U.S. We reviewed this a number of times last week. It's going to take more dollars to purchase those European goods. As a result, exports to the U.S. decrease, but European Union's imports from the U.S. would increase because, again, increased purchasing power using the euro versus dollars. So overall, net exports would fall. Okay, so that's 2007 Form DQ3. And now we're going to move on into what you need to know about topics 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3. As I said at the beginning, I just really enjoy the beginning of the course. I enjoy coming back to the beginning of the course. I hope you do too, because you have such a different perspective now. You circle back to where you started and you give some thought again to, okay, what again is economics? What again is macroeconomics? What is this whole thing all about? What we're doing that whole time? I think you'll get some clarity by doing so. Let's dive right into it. The fundamental question, the first question we have to ask when we start talking about topic 1.1 and we talk about scarcity in a broad sense, what is economics? We have to be able to define economics. When I'm teaching this for the first time, I spent a lot of time on this, and I don't know how many courses need to do that. I have to actually define the term that the course is named after. But economics, I feel like we do. So let's take a little bit of time here without going too far. What is economics? Economics is a behavior science concerned with how scarce resources are allocated among unlimited needs, wants, and desires. So there are a lot of different ways to phrase that, a lot of different definitions. This one, I guess I paraphrased this from one of my first econ professors back in college, back as an undergrad. And I just really like how he put it. I thought it made a lot of sense to me. So I like to break that down just a little bit. And again, as I'm doing that, as you're reading and writing this down, think about what you did throughout AP Macro and does it apply or how does it apply? So it's a behavior science. It's a science that is studying human behavior, human decision making, really, and what it is that drives our decisions, what incentives, what motivations drive our decision making process, specifically geared towards the actions we take, the sacrifices we make, the trade-offs that we decide upon to get the things that we need, want, or desire. And again, that context, the context of those decisions can take a whole wide range of different perspectives. Of course, there's micro versus macro, and we're going to study and focus on the macro side of things in this course. But even within macro, and you're looking at nations as a whole and decisions that are made by economies as a whole, what are we willing to give up in order to gain whatever it is we need, want, or desire? Now, why is that decision necessary? It's because the resources we have to produce those goods that satisfy needs, wants, desires, those resources are scarce. There's not enough of them. Yet the needs, wants, and desires are unlimited. And they're unlimited because we're human, and human nature tends to lead to an unlimited amount of needs, wants, and desires. So the key concept, the fundamental concept of all that is that word scarce. Scarcity. What does it mean to be scarce? Because we're saying that resources for a society are scarce. And that is really the whole point of economic studies. If there was no scarcity, there would be a whole lot to do in this course. So what does it mean to be scarce? For something to be scarce means that item is both limited and wanted. And it is possible to be one without the other. To be scarce would mean something is limited and wanted. Scarcity is the fundamental concept. And one could even say that a proper definition of economics could simply be the study of scarcity. How do we make those decisions in light of the fact that there's not enough to go around, there are not enough resources, therefore there are not enough goods and services to go around to satisfy all of humanity's needs, wants, and desires. So it's the fundamental concept of economics, and it's scarcity that leads to trade-offs, which is ultimately what we are studying. A trade-off means I've got to give something up in order to gain something else. What am I willing to give up? We're going to come back to that when we talk about comparative advantage and opportunity costs, talking about trade-offs. Those trade-offs result in opportunity costs. Another major concept. We have to know what an opportunity cost is. We have to use that term and that phrase properly. We've got to be able to calculate opportunity costs if we're going to successfully not just navigate AP macro, but apply AP macro to the world around us and understand what we're seeing out there. So what is opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is the highest value foregone alternative to any decision making. In short, it's that thing you didn't do. That's what opportunity cost is. It's that thing you didn't do. We can measure a lot of different ways. We can place a monetary value on it. Sometimes we cannot. Sometimes it's in the amount of output that could have been produced. So ultimately, it's what you could have earned, it's what you could have acquired, it's what you could have produced, or it's an activity you could have participated in. It can take a lot of different forms and contexts. In this course, we're going to keep it as simple as possible. We keep the models as simple as possible because this is Econ 101. So in many cases, the opportunity cost in this course, in the AP macro context of things, is going to have to do with what could have been produced. We may look at it from an aspect of time. We may look at it simply as comparing different outputs. But you're saying, if I decide to produce good A, how much of good B could I have produced? That's your opportunity cost. So back to that initial definition, the highest value foregone alternative to any decision made. So all of that stems from that initial definition. Economics, for studying human behavior. It's a social science, a behavior science, studying human behavior, studying decision making pertaining to how those scarce resources are allocated. Okay, what are those scarce resources? Again, I know this is review for you, but it's good to refresh the memory on this. So what are those scarce resources that we're talking about that have to be allocated hopefully efficiently? Let's talk about the scarce resources are the factors of production. You can categorize any resource. Resources are used to produce something else. You can categorize any resource into the four factors of production. So I'm going to address those four factors of production rather briefly because I know you know this already, as well as the payments for the four factors of production. So we're going to address both at the same time. So what are those four factors of production? Well, number one is land. And by land, we simply mean natural resources. Any and all natural resources. Trees, rivers, clean water, obviously oil, anything that's found as a natural resource. The payment for land, we simply use the word rent to apply for the payment of land. So that's an input price there. Labor are the workers, the people that are willing and able to work in all different capacities. The payment for labor would be wages. Capital. Now, capital we probably need to stop and talk about for a moment. Capital can take on a number of different forms, specifically three. We've talked about this a fair amount already in our introductory lessons the last couple of weeks. There is physical capital, there is human capital, and there is financial capital. More often than not, when we refer to capital in AP macroeconomics, we're talking about physical capital. And by physical capital, we mean that man-made stuff, that physical capital, like a cement truck or a crane or a stapler or a paintbrush, those items that are used to produce other goods. That's physical capital, and that's part of the overall capital stock for a given economy. And the more that we have, factories, whatever, hammers and everything, the more that we have, the higher the productive capacity of that economy. So more often than not, a reference to capital is a reference to physical capital. Sometimes, however, it's important to know this, that reference to capital could be referred to human capital. And human capital, I know we addressed this in the past couple of weeks, but human capital is that sometimes a tangible measure of our capacity, our skill set, our intellect, what we're capable of doing, what labor and what workers are capable of doing. And more than just addressing some fixed level of human capital, we like to address fluctuating levels of human capital. More specifically, what can be done to develop human capital and what happens as a result of the development of human capital. And that gets addressed a lot in broader macroeconomics, but specifically AP macro in this course, because we know development of human capital, development of physical capital, that's called capital formation, and that's what leads to long-term economic growth that we're looking for. So we have to be very aware of that. Do not confuse human capital with labor. Labor would just be the workers themselves. Of course, there are millions of different labor markets out there, different skill sets involved. The skill sets themselves, the level of their productive capacity, that's the human capital that we're referring to here. The third, financial capital, that was what we saw in the loanable funds market. The previous question we just discussed talking about capital flows, that was a reference to financial capital. It's essentially money or credit being used to produce goods. So we do talk about that some in AP macro, not quite as much as physical and human capital, but it's something we have to be aware of. Payment for capital is generally interest, but sometimes rent. It depends on what type of capital we're talking about. So that's three. Those are the three tangible factors of production. It's a little less obvious, a little less tangible for the fourth, and that was entrepreneurship. And the way I view entrepreneurship, first of all, payment for entrepreneurship is profit. I view it as an intangible. I don't have a picture. I don't have a convenient clip art picture of entrepreneurship because I'm not sure what it looks like. I just know what it is. And really, my short definition of entrepreneurship is this ability to combine land, labor, and or capital to produce goods and services that satisfy those unlimited needs, wants, and desires. And I don't know exactly how that happens every time. It's different in all different scenarios and contexts, but that's what entrepreneurship is. And it involves taking risks, it involves making decisions, but more than anything, it involves understanding both sides of markets, understanding resources and resource utilization, and understanding what it is that society needs, wants, and desires, and then matching those two things. That's what entrepreneurship does. You probably know when you see it, but again, there's not a handy clip art picture to show you what it is. So there you go. What is the payment again? It's profit. That's why people go out there and take that risk and make those decisions, those hard decisions about how to combine those three different things. It's in order to make a profit to pay for their entrepreneurship. All right. Again, I know that's review. I know you already know that, but it does help to go back and take a little time to look at it. And now we have to ask, what if there was a way, is there a way to illustrate how we utilize these scarce resources? We've address the fact that they're scarce. They are not unlimited. There's a limit to all four of these. How can we illustrate how these are utilized, not only in terms of efficiency, but also in terms of priority? Well, that takes us to the production possibilities curve. So once again, here we are, topic 1.2. Probably the first one that you learned, the first graph that you learned in macro. I know for my students it is. I know in my experience it was. I think it was the first or second day of my first econ class as a student. We talked about the PPC. In different textbooks, in different contexts, you'll see it referred to as the production possibilities frontier, the PPF, or the production possibilities boundary. That was where they're down there. They all mean the same thing. So if you see those different wordings, it does mean the same thing. Let's talk about what it is. This is a relatively simple model. That's why we start with it so often. It's going to start by simply plotting the output of two goods along an x, y coordinate plane. Important to make that point that it is the output of two goods that's going to be measured. We're going to see pretty soon here that sometimes we'll see data that presents input that goes into the production of goods. Well, we're not showing input levels on the PPC. We're showing output levels. How much of two goods can be produced by a particular economy on an x, y coordinate plane. The curve itself, when we draw that curve, and I'll put a picture of the curve in just a second, the curve itself represents all efficient combinations of two goods being produced by that economy. So we're implying that all those combinations, every combination is an efficient allocation of resources. That all of the land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship is being utilized in the most efficient, sustainable way possible. It gives us a snapshot. This is another note that I took from one of my first econ professors. I thought was really helpful. It gets a snapshot of an economy given time because what it's going to do, especially when we plot points on the PPC, it's going to tell us, are we utilizing our resources efficiently, and to what end are we utilizing resources? And for that purpose, we can look historically at different economies at different points in time and say, what was the deal at that time? If it's 1932 in America, we're going to see that we're operating well inside that curve, that we're not efficient in our use of goods, and we're going to see that it's going to be skewed one way or the other as we're trying to produce certain goods in the midst of the Great Depression. Finally, we're going to illustrate the concepts of trade-offs and opportunity costs. We live in a world of scarcity. In economic studies, that is a given. We live in a world of scarcity. In order to gain something, something else must be given up, and we can show that on a PPC. That's one of the most useful things we can do here. So let's go ahead and start with it. It's a lot easier to me to look at the PPC than to sit and talk about it, but I want to get those definitional terms out there first. So here we have a capital versus consumer goods PPC, a very common PPC. It's used a lot in AP macro and beyond. And what we're seeing here is on the y-axis, this will be the production of capital goods from zero up to who knows what by this particular economy. And on the y-axis down here, we have consumer goods starting at zero, the origin, working our way out. The curve itself, this outward bowed out curve right here, is the PPC, and it's simply a collection of output levels. And each one of those output levels along that curve represents the most efficient combination of consumer and capital goods that can be produced. Each one of different priorities, obviously. Some are skewed more capital, some consumer, some divided between two, but all of those are efficient utilization of resources. The shape does matter. The way it's drawn right now, bowed outward, would imply increasing opportunity costs as trade-offs are made as we move along the PPC from capital to consumer or from consumer to capital. And AP macro is more common related to see this, a straight line constant opportunity cost, which would imply, just as it says, constant opportunity cost as we switch from capital goods to consumer goods. The opportunity cost does not change. I've had a lot of professors say that increasing would be much more realistic for a lot of reasons, but the simple fact is, we're in Econ 101, it's a lot easier to work with the numbers with those constant opportunity costs. So in most cases, we're going to deal with that. You're going to have that flat line constant opportunity cost. Reading the PPC, we can't just draw it. We have to be able to read it. What can we take from this? So number one, we can plot different output levels, and from those output levels, we can infer a few things about the economy at a given time. First and foremost, resource utilization. Are resources being utilized efficiently? If they are, then we're going to plot a point on the curve, such as point A that you see here. Point A implies that all resources, land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship, are being utilized efficiently and in a sustainable manner. What about point B? Does point B mean the same thing? Yes, it does. It doesn't matter what point on here I choose. Every single point on the PPC implies that we have efficient utilization of resources. Point C, however, you'll recall point C, we would say is below the curve or inside the curve. That tells us that we are not utilizing our resources efficiently. And the way I know that is that for point C, this economy would be capable of producing more consumer goods or more capital goods without giving up the other. At point A and B, that's not true. And that's the definition of efficient in this context. That you can't produce more of one good without giving up some of the other. So moving along the curve from A to B, from B to A, that's efficient output levels. You have to give up. There's a trade-off and opportunity cost involved. You have to give up something to gain something else. But at point C, that's not the case. And this gap that exists between point C and the curve, that tells me they're unused or underutilized resources that if they were put to use would take us up to the curve and increase overall output. Point D is beyond the curve. And given our resources, we cannot sustainably produce that level. So point D is beyond the curve, and that's how we want to approach that. Again, given the level of land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship we currently have, that's not something that's going to be possible in a sustainable manner. Priorities, I put priorities on there. What we can also see from this is, are more resources being utilized to capital goods or consumer goods? Well, at point A, it's pretty clear. The priorities must be capital goods. More resources are being utilized to produce capital goods, whereas on B, it's more of a 50-50. It's more split. Opportunity costs. I mentioned opportunity costs. We should be able to measure and visualize opportunity costs looking at this or looking at data from a table. So adding a few numbers to this, let's talk about that. Let's see how we can see opportunity costs. If we were on the curve at point A, and for whatever reason, priorities were shifting in the economy, we moved along the PPC to point B. At point A, we're producing 4 units of capital goods, 2 units of consumer goods. Point B, resources are shifted, reallocated, and we're down to 3 units of capital goods and 3 units up to 3 units of consumer goods. The question then would be, what would be the opportunity cost of this change? Well, the gain, first of all, the gain was 1 unit of consumer goods. In order to gain that unit of consumer goods, resources were reallocated, resulting in a loss of 1 unit of capital goods. The opportunity cost in this case then is what could have been produced, that 1 unit of capital goods. So the opportunity cost in this case, where you're looking at the table or you're looking at the graph itself, is going to be 1 unit of capital goods. Again, you know this stuff. This is simply review just to refresh your memory on how all this works. Okay. Economic growth is the last thing we want to be able to show on here. How would we show economic growth? Well, we know from unit 5, economic growth means that there's an increase in per capita GDP. It's an increase in productive capacity. What indicates productive capacity here? The curve itself. Economic growth therefore would look like a rightward shift or an outward shift of that curve, of that PPC. So that takes us to 1.3, comparative advantage and gains from trade. And the statement that our curriculum always uses to guide us here is that production and consumption increase by engaging in trade. And that's an assumption we have to hold true throughout this to understand what the overall lesson is when it comes to comparative advantage, gains from trade. Some terminology, again, definitional stuff that we need to know first. We need to know the difference between absolute advantage and comparative advantage. In these questions, as I'm sure you recall, we're typically comparing two producers, typically two nations, but it could be two companies, it could be two individuals. So two producers of goods who are producing two goods, and we're trying to determine who should produce each good, how much are they going to trade with one another, and then ultimately, are they better off as a result of that trade? The first step that we're going to at least address, although it doesn't come up very often, we want to know who has absolute advantage. Now, this isn't really going to be incredibly useful. It doesn't determine anything in terms of who specializes, what gains from trade are going to be. But it is a good thing. It's a good thing to know to address essentially what resources are available within each economy or each nation or each producer. So absolute advantage occurs when a producer is able to generate more output with a given amount, a fixed amount of time or resource. In other words, you've got producer 1, producer 2, whoever can produce more of that particular good has absolute advantage. It's nice to know it's not going to be something that decides anything down the road for us. That's comparative advantage. Comparative advantage is going to determine who specializes in each good. Comparative advantage is realized by the producer that can generate a given output at a lower opportunity cost. Another way to phrase that, producer 1 would have comparative advantage that they can produce a good while giving up less than producer 1, producer 2 can. So it's not about the total amount they're producing. It's saying I can produce this amount at a lower relative opportunity cost, which is really a sign that that producer is more efficient or more equipped at producing that good. And what we're going to conclude is whichever producer does have comparative advantage, they should specialize in that good. The other nation is inherently going to have comparative advantage in the other good. They specialize in the other good. If those two nations were to trade with mutually beneficial terms of trade, they're both going to be better off. They're both going to have the opportunity to consume beyond their production possibilities. That's the conclusion we're going to make. How do we get there? Well, first we have to calculate opportunity cost. So we have to address how to calculate opportunity cost. It's probably been a while since you've done this, so I'm going to take a little bit of time here to talk about the two approaches to calculating opportunity cost in the context of the questions that we typically do in AP macro. So I'm sure most teachers have put it this way. There are really two methods, and it comes down to identifying how data has been presented to you. In most cases, I like tables like this, where I can compare two producers, probably two economies, but again, it could be two individuals. Two producers producing two goods. So producer 1, producer 2, product A, product B. And the data in the matrix that we have here, I'm going to do an example of this in just a moment, a couple of them actually. The first step in calculating opportunity cost is going to be identifying, am I dealing with data that represents output that was produced, or am I dealing with data that represents the input that went into production, which can include, often does include time. If it is an output problem, there is a handy formula you can use for these. And I think it's okay to use it for a little while, but you need to move beyond just memorizing a formula and then plugging and chugging and finding the answer. You need to think about what that formula actually means. The guided practice that we're going to do next is going to help you with that, help you understand what these formulas mean, where they came from, and why they work the way they do. So if you have an output problem and the data is telling you here's how much of product A is being produced, here's how much of product B is pre-produced, how is it phrased? If that's the case, if I want to know the opportunity cost of product A, I take the data that gave me for B and divide it by A. If I want to know the opportunity cost of B, then I take the data for product A and divide it by B. That's simple. If it's an input problem, I flip that equation. Input problems are telling me here's how much input, like I said, a lot of times it's time. We're going to do one of those. Here's how much input goes into the production of a fixed amount of output, a predetermined amount of output. So maybe it's how much time goes into the production of one unit of this good product A. And when that's the case, to get the opportunity cost of A is simply A over B. The data that was given, that may be an amount of time. The data that was given for A divided by the data that was given for B. This can sound confusing the first time you go through it. It's a whole lot easier when you just practice and you see what those ratios mean when you line them up a certain way. What you're actually doing in calculating opportunity cost is you're essentially calculating exchange rate. That one unit of product A is worth this many units of product B for that particular economy. That's what you're actually equating here. That's what you're actually calculating when you're doing opportunity cost for good A or good B or whatever it happens to be. So yeah, you can memorize those formulas. That's fine. That's not bad, but it's just a start. You want to go beyond your memorization because that's not learning. That's just a step in the process. So now I want to take you to some guided practice that's going to help you with that. But there's one more piece of information that we want to do before we get into it because we're going to take that comparative advantage to the next step and talk about how we can prove gains from trade. Where this comes from in the context of AP macro, two learning objectives. The first one, production specialization according to comparative advantage results in exchange opportunities that lead to consumption opportunities beyond the PPC. What that says, if you have producers that specialize in what they have comparative advantage in, so they specialize in what they're best at producing, both nations are going to wind up consuming beyond their PPC, which we said is not sustainable. Production out there is, but consumption can be with free trade according to this theory. The second learning objective, comparative advantage and opportunity cost determines the terms of trade for exchange under which mutually beneficial trade can occur. So again, we've got to figure out terms of trade that are going to benefit both sides. So a little bit of definitional stuff. What are terms of trade? Terms of trade are essentially exchange rate, but we're not talking currencies now. We're talking exchange rate between two goods. So two nations or two producers are going to decide upon this amount of product X is worth this amount of product Y. Let's trade with one another. And if they're done properly and using comparative advantage considerations, you're going to see gains on both sides. You're going to see mutually beneficial trade occurring where both sides are going to end up at a point they couldn't have been on their own, which allows them to consume beyond their production possibilities. How do we do that? Well, I'm going to give you a short version and then a longer, a little more thorough version. The short version, all of this involves obviously calculating opportunity cost, determining comparative advantage. The short version is the terms of trade for a particular good or service should fall between the opportunity cost of the two producers. So if they're looking to trade apples for oranges, their opportunity costs for apples, the relative opportunity costs for the two producers should essentially sandwich around the terms of trade for one apple. And if that's true, they should be mutually beneficial. Again, that's just a general rule. It is true, but we want to go beyond that. We want to understand why that is. So the second condition, the longer version, is do the terms of trade result in gains from trade? That being the ability of each country to consume beyond their production possibilities. That's how you really know if terms of trade are mutually beneficial. So yeah, rule of thumb, does it fall between the opportunity cost? If it does, it should work. But take it to the next step, which takes a little more time and understanding. Will both sides wind up beyond the production possibility terms in terms of their amount they can consume? Are they better off than they would have been producing everything by themselves? That's ultimately the test of terms of trade. All right. So with all that, those are the definitions and concepts that you have to know at this point for these three topics. Let's do a little practice with it. I'm going to focus on the latter end of it because we kind of already worked our way through what a production possibilities curve is and how we read that production possibilities curve. I'm going to focus on comparative advantage, opportunity cost, terms of trade, gains from trade as we go through these guided practice problems. So the first one, hypothetical example. China and Australia decide they're going to trade iron ore and computers. So I put a generic PPC here, could apply to either one of them. We'll get more specific in just a moment. Maybe have some data, hypothetical data, but let's just assume that these are actual levels of output for each nation. So the first question you got to ask yourself anytime you do one of these questions, is this an output question or input problem? Well, look at the data. How is it phrased? You have iron ore, which is stated in metric tons per year. You have computers stated in millions per year. What they're telling you is these are the numbers produced. This is the amount of output produced by China and Australia in 1 year for these two goods. That means we're talking about an output problem because again, the data presented was output. The first step we're going to have to take is say, okay, who's going to produce which good? And how do I determine that? I determine that by calculating opportunity cost. So start with the first column here. Again, I like working with tables. I just want to arrange my data. You don't always have that opportunity the way questions are written. I would suggest always turning out a little table for yourself. Put the data into a readable format for yourself. So here we have 200 metric tons of iron ore by China in a year, 400 million computers, 800 metric tons of iron ore by Australia, 200 million computers. In calculating opportunity cost, because it's an output problem, that exchange rate is going to be for iron ore, number of computers divided by the amount of iron ore. So 400 over 200 for China, which comes out to 2 computers. For Australia, 200 over 800, which is 1/4 of a computer. Always put your units on here, and the units for opportunity cost will always be the other good. What else could have been produced? So what that says is in China, to produce 1 metric ton of iron ore, they're going to produce one more of those. They have to give up the production of 2 million computers. We can just say 2 from here on out, 2 million computers. In Australia, it's 1/4 of a computer for 1 more metric ton. Given that data, who has comparative advantage? Australia does. They have the lower opportunity cost, therefore they have comparative advantage. On the other side, you're simply flipping the formula, but again, let's address why that is. For China, you have 200 over 400, which is 1/2 a metric ton of iron ore. And again, always include those units. For Australia, 800 over 200 is 4 units of iron ore. 1/2 is less than 4, so comparative advantage goes to China. So if they're going to specialize in trade, China's going to produce the computers, Australia's going to produce the iron ore, and they'll specialize in trade that way based upon comparative advantage. The next step, we want to determine terms of trade. Think of it this way. Let's look at computers. All right, what's China have to gain in order to give up one computer? What would make it worth it for them to give up a computer? Remember, they're operating down here. They're on the x-axis. They're right where the PPC intersects with the x-axis. And if they're going to give up one unit, what do they want to gain? Well, they did it by themselves. I like to look at this as if it's an internal term of trade. In China, in this example, this hypothetical example, if they gave up the production of one computer, they would gain that 1/2 iron ore. So if they're going to trade away a computer, they could get the half on their own. There's no need to trade. If they're going to trade away, they want to pick up more than half a metric ton of iron ore. So it's got to be greater than the opportunity cost here for the goods that they're actually producing. Sticking with computer production, what is Australia willing to trade in order to gain one computer? Well, Australia's going to be over here. They're on the axis. On the y-axis, they're producing all iron ore. If they're going to acquire one computer, what are they willing to gain? Well, on their own, internally, to gain one computer means they have to give up 4 units of iron ore, 4 metric tons of iron ore. So they're not going to give up 4 units of iron ore to trade for a computer from China if they do that on their own. What they're willing to do is give up less than 4 metric tons of iron ore. What that tells us then, for that exchange rate, for that term of trade for one computer, anything between half a metric ton and 4 metric tons of iron ore would be acceptable for both sides. One computer for 1 metric ton, a 1-to-1 ratio, would that be mutually beneficial? According to this, yes, it would. Let's check it out. Let's make sure. It's the same data, iron ore versus computers, China and Australia. But now we have PPCs for each. The red PPC represents China, the blue PPC represents Australia. Walk through an example with me. So China first. If China specializes in don't trade, they're just by themselves, they're going to produce on the axis, they're going to have 400 computers and they're going to have 0 iron ore. Without trade, if they're going to work internally, they have to give up 2 computers for every unit of iron ore that they want. So if they want to gain, if they want to acquire 100 units of iron ore, they're going to have to give up 200 computers. They're going to stay on their curve and move upward and to the left. But if they were to trade with those 1-to-1 ratios, with that 1-to-1 term of trade, they could trade away 100 computers and gain 100 units of iron ore, and they're going to wind up consuming beyond their production possibilities, and they are better off. That 1-to-1 term of trade is actually better than working internally by themselves, so it is beneficial for China. Australia. Australia's going to start on the y-axis. They're producing 800 units of iron ore and no computers. Take the same numbers we just used. Let's say that they reduce their iron ore production by 100 units. Well, with their opportunity cost of 1/4, they're only going to gain 25 computers in doing so. They stay on their production possibilities curve, and that's where they are. But if they were to trade away those 100 units of iron ore at 1-to-1 ratio at 1-to-1 terms of trade, they could gain 100 units of computers, and again, that's going to allow them to consume beyond their current production possibilities. So both sides are going to be better off. These are mutually beneficial terms of trade for 2 reasons. One, it falls between the opportunity costs. 2, it allows both sides, both nations, to consume beyond their production possibilities. One more example, because I'm going to look at an input problem, and then we'll do a few practice problems using multiple choice, and then call it a day. So here's an example of an input problem, and again, looking at the data, it should become very obvious why. Time is a very common input. It's not the only input you could use for a question like this, but it's a really common one. And I like the ones that use time because I think they make a whole lot of sense. So in this hypothetical, now instead of looking at 2 nations, we're looking at 2 individuals that produce. And this is Fred and Holly. And Fred and Holly run an organization out of Cincinnati, and they have really a couple main jobs. One job they have is they review these files of documents, 25 documents at a time. They're just churning through as many of these files as they possibly can. It's a lot of work to go through files, 25 documents. Fred's pretty fast at it. Holly's fast too, 45 minutes is moving. He's a little bit faster, but also because they're in Cincinnati, they like to cook skyline chili. You can get a lot of different ways, obviously, but just for morale's sake, they may cook it for the organization. And both of them, it takes about 90 minutes to cook a good pot of skyline chili, one pot. So we know this is an input problem because it's telling us how much time goes into the production of one unit of output. You have a fixed unit of output, either one file of 25 documents or one big pot of skyline chili. How do we evaluate this? Well, if you're going strictly by the formula, you're flipping the formula. But I'm not even going to use the formula here. I like these time ones, these input problems using time, because I think they help us visualize what we're really talking about a little bit more clearly. Start with absolute advantage, even though we're not going to use it to determine who should do what. Start with absolute advantage. In the case of an input problem using time, we want to see who's going to use the least amount of time, the least amount of inputs, if it was nothing else, in order to produce that same one document or that same one pot. So looking at the one file, if Fred can evaluate one file in 30 minutes, but Holly takes 45 minutes, well, that means Fred's moving a little bit faster than Holly. He's got absolute advantage there. But when it comes to cooking chili, they take the same amount of time. No one has absolute advantage. So when it comes to reviewing files, Fred has absolute advantage. Cooking chili, neither of them does. How about comparative advantage? Again, remind yourself, in order to determine comparative advantage, we have to calculate opportunity cost. So going one thing at a time, look at files first. We want to think of what's the opportunity cost of one file. You got these 25 documents they're reviewing. If Fred were to give up the production of one file, that was 30 minutes. How many pots of skyline chili could he have produced? How many pots could he cook? Well, it takes 30 minutes. It takes 90 minutes to produce that pot of skyline chili. So in 30 minutes, how many pots could he produce? One third, 23. But for Holly, it takes her 45 minutes. So she puts the file down, chooses not to. 45 minutes, she's going to produce half a pot of chili. When you compare those two numbers, what does it mean? Well, comparative advantage goes to whoever's the lower opportunity cost. Fred's got the lower opportunity cost. He's got comparative advantage in producing those files. How about cooking chili? It takes both of them 90 minutes to cook the pot of chili. If he gives up, if Fred gives up one pot of skyline chili in those 90 minutes, he could have reviewed 3 documents. For Holly, in those 90 minutes, she can only produce 2 documents. She can only do 2. That means that Holly has got the comparative advantage in the production of skyline chili. She should specialize in that. And if they specialize in those two, Fred reviewing files, Holly cooking chili, the overall production, the overall output is going to be greater among the two. Last thing I want to do is I'm going to show how we can actually, if it helps you, and it may not, but if it helps you, I want you to see, what if I want to convert an input problem to an output problem? We have to have a defined work period, first of all. Let's just say that they have 60 hours, and we want to see how much can be produced in 60 hours. The questions you got to ask essentially are, how many files can each of them review in those 60 hours? How many pots of chili can they cook in those 60 hours? For me, in this specific example, I'm just going to convert it from hours into minutes. 60 hours is 3,600 minutes. Divide those by the time it takes to produce one, and you get an output problem. So in those 60 hours, Fred could produce 120 files, Holly could produce 80 files, and they both could produce 40 pots of skyline chili. We can then take that, and here's where it's helpful to convert. We can take that number and turn it into a PPC. And when we work through our analysis, we're going to find that the answer is the same. Absolute advantage. Well, Fred still has absolute advantage when it comes to files of 25 documents, whereas there is no one with absolute advantage for skyline chili. Comparative advantage. When you work through the math, and you work through those equations, you're going to get the exact same opportunity cost, and you're going to see that Fred still has the comparative advantage in producing the files, and Holly does for the skyline chili. So again, just an illustration that you can convert from input to output, and you will get the same answers if you're doing it correctly. All right, finish off with some multiple choice. But as I said, every time we do this, I think it's helpful to approach multiple choice questions as if they were free response. And by that I mean answer it like a free response before even looking at the options, the answer options. So we're going to do that today. So first one, from topic 1.1, which of the following describes scarcity? If you get this question and you got 5 answers waiting for you, or it's truly a free response question, where do you go first? Well, what does it mean to be scarce? It means limited and wanted. It means there's not enough to go around. These are the things that you're looking for. It means the decisions have to be made, trade-offs have to be made, which results in opportunity costs. So it really dives right to the core of what scarcity truly is, and you got to answer that question first. So that's what you're looking for when you're trying to answer a question like this. What describes scarcity? Resources are limited. Needs, wants, and desires are unlimited. I got to look for something like that. So A says wants are limited. No, it's the opposite. Wants exceed resources. Interesting. Resources are unlimited. No, that's not true. Resources are fully employed. Does that describe scarcity? Resources are allocated efficiently. Well, that could be true, but does that describe scarcity? No. These are best answers. Wants exceed resources. Behavior science concerned with how scarce resources are allocated among unlimited needs, wants, and desires. Wants exceed resources. That's scarcity. There's not enough to go around. Next one. All societies face a trade-off for every decision for which of the following reasons. Okay. Why does society face trade-offs? Well, because resources are scarce. That's why. Look at our answers and see what we see. Well, look at A. A says a decision tells 0 opportunity cost. No, that's obviously not true. But B, resources are scarce, so that's about as straightforward as it gets. Again, a whole lot easier if we've already thought through the question, thought through what they're actually asking us before getting into those answer options. Resources are scarce. That's the reason for trade-offs. Answer is B. Concept of opportunity cost would no longer be relevant if. All right, so why would opportunity cost not be relevant? Well, why is it relevant? First of all, well, it's relevant because we have to make trade-offs. Because resources are scarce, and we have to make trade-offs. So if that was no longer the case, maybe they wouldn't be relevant anymore. B says the supply of all resources are unlimited. That would be the case where we no longer have to make decisions, we no longer have to make trade-offs, and opportunity costs would no longer exist. They would not be relevant anymore. For an economy operating inside its PPC, which of the following is true? Well, what do we know? Resources are not being allocated efficiently. We know that. That's going to result in that. It can increase the production of both goods. Again, we said that early on. If we're operating inside the curve, they're underutilized or unutilized resources. When you utilize those resources, you can increase the production of one or both goods without giving up the other. So country A exports 1 bushel of wheat in exchange for 2.5 bushels of corn from country B. If the terms of trade are beneficial to both countries, what must be true? If they're beneficial, then a couple things must be true. Those opportunity costs must sandwich that term of trade. Both countries should be able to consume beyond their production possibilities. But even more specifically, let's look at country A. What does this say about country A? Well, they're willing to trade a bushel of wheat in order to get back 2.5 bushels of corn. Their opportunity cost must be less than that, and that's what B says here. The cost of producing a bushel of wheat in country A is less than 2.5 bushels of corn. If two nations specialize according to their individual comparative advantage and engage in trade, which of the following must be true? Go straight to it. Both nations consume beyond their individual production possibilities. Again, we said this 3 or 4 times already today. As long as they have mutually beneficial terms of trade, they base that on comparative advantage and engage in trade, they will consume beyond the PPC. Not produce, but consume beyond the PPC. And then finally, I gotta write this one out. If you're watching this as a recorded version, I would pause it and go ahead and make a table. Country A can produce either 2 tons of cocoa or 4 cars with 10 units of labor. Country B can produce either 5 tons of cocoa or 25 cars with 10 units of labor. Based on this information, which of the following is true? Again, make a table, put your data in the table. You're dealing here with an output problem. That should be obvious. You have a fixed amount of input, the 10 units of labor. They're both dealing with 10 units of labor. That's fixed. So your output would be the 2 tons of cocoa, 4 cars, 5 tons of cocoa, 25 cars. Do that and calculate your opportunity cost. For country A, I had to write this down. For country A, for cocoa, you're going to get 2 cars, and 4 cars, you're going to get half a unit of cocoa. For country B, you're going to get 5 cars is the opportunity cost for cocoa, and 1/5 of a unit of cocoa for cars. Based on that data, working your way through the answers, you should get B. Country A has a comparative advantage in production of cocoa. Country B has a comparative advantage in production of cars. And again, that's based on lower relative opportunity cost. Okay, a little longer than the usual video, but there's a lot there. But we did cover this. We talked about scarcity, opportunity cost of the PPC, comparative advantage, engagement trade, and we applied all relevant skills. We're drawing graphs, we're identifying concepts, principles, and models, using both data and visuals to do so. I hope that helped. I hope that helped to again take a trip back to the first week of class and just refresh your memory what this whole thing was all about. Again, I know your teachers have already done this with you, but I think it's important to go back and review it again and take a little extra time. Again, just remind yourself what this whole thing was all about, and that's essentially what it's all about. Once again, like we always do, to remind you that if you have any concerns about technology, if you're worried about taking the exam, the upcoming exam, please contact collegeboard@cb.org/tech. I want to thank you for watching. I hope you join us again because we're going to jump into the second half of Unit 1 in our next video and talk about supply and demand, the basics of supply and demand. Until then, hope you all have a great day. Thanks a lot. Hello, AP Macro students, and welcome back for another AP Macro instructional review video. Happy to have you join us today. My name is Mr. Armando. I'm coming to you from Atlanta, and today we're going to talk about economic growth, topic 5.6. So briefly, what you can expect from today, we're going to cover, as I said, economic growth, which wants to talk in terms of learning objectives about the measurements and determinants of economic growth, really being specific about what is meant by that term economic growth. We're going to discuss the determinants of economic growth. In other words, why does economic growth happen? And then we're going to do some calculations and work with some graphs so that we can better see per capita GDP and how it is utilized in the context of economic growth, how it measures economic growth. All of this is going to require us to apply skill 2A, that's using economic concepts, principles, models to explain how a specific economic outcome occurs, what actions should be taken to achieve that outcome. So what questions are we going to answer today? We're going to answer what is economic growth. That has a specific definition. We want to know what that means. We want to decipher that, make sure we understand how that is different from the short run fluctuations in output, that we've been seeing up to this point. We want to answer what factors are going to cause or hinder economic growth. We had a nice lead into that with crowding out yesterday. We want to see how economic growth is going to be illustrated on models and graphs, and then we're going to talk a little bit about indicators that are used to communicate it and again how we calculate those. So that's the plan for today. But before we can do that, we need to take a step back and we're going to review a little bit from yesterday and the homework assignment, the AP exam question from yesterday. So you recall you had 2019 question 1. This is from set 2 of 2019, and the topic yesterday was crowding out. Interestingly enough, this was not specifically a crowding out question. It went a different direction using the same mechanisms as crowding out. So it really tested your ability to take the lesson of crowding out but apply it going the other way, going the opposite direction. So we're going to Rland. We go to Rland a lot in macroeconomics. It's a great place to be. And we find out at Rland operating, we're currently operating at output levels beyond full employment. So we have to show that on ADAS. We skip part B because it wasn't as relevant. We wanted to cut it down to size so we can focus on the local funds market side of this. But we wanted to first address the fiscal policy. So we're going to address fiscal policy action that's used to close the gap, see how that affects unemployment, how does it affect natural rate, and then apply that to the local funds market and see what happens with regards to interest rates and investment spend. So part A, we have Rland operating above full employment. We read that statement, and with all of these FRQs, you should always know there's going to be a sentence to start things out, and there's going to be information in that sentence that you need to know. So read those actively. Don't dismiss those introductory sentences. They're telling us that they're currently operating above full employment. Output is currently beyond full employment. We need to draw a correctly labeled ADAS model that shows that current output is beyond full employment. So what does that require? Price level is going to be on our y-axis, real GDP is going to be on the x, downward sloping AD, upward sloping SRAS, and identify, as it says in part 1, A1, PL1, and Y1 is our current equilibrium price level and output. Then show output level YF, full employment output, over here to the left of my current output to indicate that we have this inflationary gap, that output is currently beyond full employment. You do that, you get all the points for part A. We skip to B, let's move on to C. Suppose government wants to close the output gap using fiscal policy. This is a little bit of a curveball from what we're accustomed to. We're probably used to seeing a recessionary gap and expansionary policy. Well, now we're saying, oh, we have an inflationary gap. How are they going to close? How will government use fiscal policy to close the inflationary gap? That's the question. So they're asking for a contractionary fiscal policy. It simply says identify a fiscal policy. So you could have said a decrease in government spending, you could have said a decrease in transfer payments, you could have said an increase in taxes. Any of those three would answer the question sufficiently, and we're in the point. For part 2 of C, how will the fiscal policy action identified in C1 affect the following: the unemployment rate and the natural rate of unemployment? Okay, so now we have to make some conclusions based upon the effects of the fiscal policy, how that impacts aggregate demand, how that affects output, and ultimately how it affects unemployment. We know that with the contractionary policy described in C1, aggregate demand is going to shift left. With a leftward shift, we're going to see a decrease in output, and with a decrease in output, we're going to see an increase in the unemployment rate. More specifically, we're going to see unemployment go back to the natural rate of unemployment. For the second part of the question, however, what will happen to the natural rate of unemployment? Well, nothing will happen. The natural rate of unemployment does not change. If you want a little more background to that, consider the Phillips curve, which we did a couple days ago. Consider what movement of AD does, what a shift of AD does when we're looking at the short run, long run Phillips curve. Remember, that's what we said is going to move us along the short run Phillips curve. And again, take the unemployment rate back to the natural rate. So that's what we're looking for here, but it will have no impact. It's not going to shift the long run Phillips curve. It's not going to change the natural rate of unemployment. It's just going to move us back to the natural rate of unemployment. So the correct answer, it will not change. All right, so with that all in mind, we move to part D. And part D asks us to draw a correctly labeled graph of the market for local funds to show the effect of the fiscal policy action identified in part C1 on the equilibrium interest rate, real interest rate. So first and foremost, we have to draw the graph correctly. Real interest rates are on the y-axis, quantity of local funds on the x, downward sloping demand, upward sloping supply. Identify your initial equilibrium at RQ, and then we want to show the effects of that fiscal policy. Well, what do we know happened? We know that they had contractionary fiscal policy. If there was a deficit, the deficit shrunk. If there was a balanced budget, there could be a surplus. So the way we show that on the local funds market is a decrease in demand for local funds, or also acceptable, we could show an increase in supply of local funds. One of those two. Regardless, we have to show that it's going to result in a decrease in the real interest rate, and that's what we have right here. Take that answer and move on to part D. Given the interest rate change identified in part D, will the long run aggregate supply curve shift to the right, shift to the left, or remain the same in the long run? Explain. Again, note that this is a two-part question. You have to make an assertion about long run aggregate supply first, and then you have to explain your answer. So the correct answer: the long run aggregate supply curve will shift to the right. That's your assertion. But now we have to explain it. Why will it shift to right? Well, this is straight from the AP rubric. The lower real interest rate will lead to increased capital formation due to increased investment spending. Okay, this is an excellent segue, an excellent transition into what we're going to talk about today. And I'm going to come back to this exact slide in just a few minutes because I want to look at that word, that term, capital formation. And you need to leave today knowing what that phrase means and being able to connect it to investment spending and connect it to changes in interest rates. So file that away for just a moment. We're going to come back to that. That's going to be a really important point. And that word, that phrase, I should say, capital formation, is something you're going to have to use in any question that is framed this way. When we start looking at shifts of long run aggregate supply, shifts of the PPC, which we're going to look at today, or anything related to long-term economic growth, which of course both of those are. So keep that in mind. All right, where I want to go next is just a brief review, concepts that you already know but just haven't thought about in a while, that we're going to use as we discuss long-term economic growth in a little more detail. So the first of these is, again, something we just mentioned. Let's talk about capital. So put yourself back in the context of Unit 1. This may have been day 1 or day 2 of your class. I know for me it is. You're introduced to the factors of production: land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. You know those as 4 categories, and those are the inputs that are going to go into the production of any good or service. Focusing on capital itself, because of that term, capital formation, let's make sure we're clear on what we're talking about with capital. In macroeconomics, there are 3 types of capital, and we have to be aware of all 3. There's physical capital. This is what we talk about more than any other. Physical capital will be the machinery, the plants, and equipment that we use to produce goods. It's what's used to manufacture whatever goods are being produced in a given economy. There's human capital. Human capital consists of the skill sets, the knowledge, the experience, the intellect, the capabilities. It's essentially what labor is capable of doing. Don't confuse human capital with labor. Labor specifically talks about the number of workers. And of course, we can break that down into different types of labor markets. Human capital says, what can that labor do? What are they capable of? What is their productive capacity? How do we develop human capital? We develop it through education. We develop it through training. We develop it through experience, learning by doing. That also develops human capital. And finally, there's also financial capital. When we talk about money, sometimes talking about credit, we're talking about financial capital. Early on in economics classes, a lot of new students will get that confused and think capital always references money. It does not. If you're in an accounting class, if you're in a finance class, yes, those are synonymous terms. But in economics, it's not necessarily a word that references money. It can be. It's not always. We will see it used that way when we get international. We talk about international capital flows. That will be a reference to financial capital. In the context of this particular topic and unit, we're not going to get into financial capital, but we are going to focus on both physical and human capital and how each can be developed and what the impact of that will be in the long run. So that's one piece that we need to review. The second thing, also from Unit 1, probably one of your first couple days class, maybe somewhere in that first week, our old friend, the production possibilities curve, the PPC. I know for my classes, this is the first graph that we deal with. I know that in most classes it is. I know in college courses I took. When I took my first college economics class, this was the first graph we did. So let's remind ourselves what it is. It's a relatively simple model. We have an economy producing 2 goods or 2 categories of goods: capital and consumer, guns and butter. It could be anything. And we're looking at the distribution of the production. We're also looking at the efficiency of how those 4 factors of production, how they're being utilized. The curve itself, that curve represents the potential output for the given economy. Now, I will remind you of 2 things. One, what does the shape tell us? The shape tells us something about opportunity cost. Opportunity cost of one good and the other good as we move along each production possibilities curve. So as you're looking at the screen on the left, we have this bowed outward production possibilities curve. That's going to tell us that we have increasing opportunity cost. On the right, we have a straight line, a linear production possibilities curve. That's going to tell us that we have constant opportunity cost moving from one good to another. What else can we take from this model? This is what we're really going to apply today. What causes this potential output level? What causes that to change? Well, it's really capital formation. Again, that phrase, capital formation. How do we illustrate the change of potential output resulting from an increase in the level of capital stock and technology? As you recall back from Unit 1, it's very simple. We're going to show as an outward shift. It doesn't matter if we have increasing or constant opportunity cost. What we're saying is the potential output, the output produced at full employment, the output produced when we're utilizing all 4 factors of production to their most productive capacity, efficient productive capacity, that's going to expand. So it illustrates for us an increase in the productive capacity of that economy. Again, keep that in mind. We're going to use that today. Finally, short run versus long run. I thought it'd be helpful just to review what these terms mean because we are going to make a distinction between short-term or short-run changes in output as opposed to long-run economic growth. So again, what do these terms mean? Recall that these are based on assumptions. They're based on characteristics of the economy at any given time. They are not based on any particular time period. There is no time period we can say, okay, it's been this long, now we switch to the long run. It's not about that. It's about what conditions are present in the economy at any given time. So in the short run, we're going to assume that certain variables, certain inputs, certain characteristics, I should say, are fixed. Resource prices are fixed. Nominal wages, for example, they don't change in the short run. It's not until the long run that we see that adjustment happen as other factors are at play in the economy. We assume that the level of capital stock and technology is constant in the short run. As a result of that, the potential GDP is also constant in the short run. In the long run, everything can change. Prices are fully flexible, resource prices are fully flexible. We start to see changes in capital stocks, see changes in the level of technology. And as a result of that, we see potential GDP change. And that's a byproduct of capital stock and technology. Again, something we're going to talk about today. So this is a concept I know that you already know, but it was worth reviewing because it's something we're going to use today. We're going to use that kind of terminology. So what do you need to know in order to really fully comprehend what economic growth is and how it can be applied, and for that matter, how it's applied in the AP macro exam? What do you need to know? Let's go back to those learning objectives. We're going to cover A and B here in this section, and then when we get to the guided practice portion, we're going to practice a little bit of the calculations of per capita GDP and economic growth. But first, let's talk about measuring economic growth and the determinants of economic growth. What is economic growth by definition, and what determines economic growth? Well, how do we define and measure first? We define economic growth as increases in real GDP per capita over time. Okay, that's both the definition and the measurement of economic growth. We're going to look at that figure shortly, but again, consider what that means. Anytime you see per capita in any context, you think of it as per person. You're dividing some variable, in this case, real GDP, by the overall population. So in a very literal sense, we're taking real GDP and we're saying, okay, if we divided that GDP, real GDP, evenly among the population, which of course does not happen, but if we did, what would that come out to? That's real GDP per capita. That is, in this measurement, a measure of productivity, a measure of output per worker, which is what we have come to use as a measure of economic growth. So make that connection. Just as important is that you know what is not considered economic growth. As I said, we're making a distinction here. We're talking long run. When we say economic growth, that inherently means long-term, long-run economic growth. It doesn't reference short-run increases in output. So picture ADAS again. We know that if aggregate demand shifts to the right, output's going to increase. That's a short-run increase in output. That is not what we consider long-term economic growth. The same is true if the short-run aggregate supply were to shift to the right in and of itself. Sure, output's increasing, but that's a short-run increase in output. That's not that long-term increase. It does not indicate that we've had any increase in capital formation. It doesn't indicate an increase in GDP per capita. It does not imply any changes in productivity. It simply means that for the time being, we've had an increase in output. Full employment output in the situation has not changed, and that's what we need to see for there to be economic growth. Finally, what are the determinants of economic growth? This is going to start sounding repetitive, but we've already mentioned them. The determinants of economic growth: changes in technology, changes in capital stock, which we call capital formation. Why is that? Well, here I want you to think about it. This is going to help you understand. We measure economic growth as increases in essentially output per worker. I know it's not that simple, but it's a good way to look at it. Well, if you break it down to the micro level, the individual firm, the individual worker level, how do you increase output for every individual worker? The simplest way, the simplest explanation: give them better tools to use. And how do you give them better tools to use? Improve the technology, improve the machines that they have, the physical capital, help them with training, help them with education, help develop new human capital. That's how you get economic growth. That's how you get gains in productivity. That term capital formation summarizes the gains in capital stock, the development of capital stock that we're talking about here. That's what I was talking about with the exam question that we discussed at the beginning of the lesson. So that's going to be a common explanation when we want to make a linkage between changes in investment spending and changes in long-run aggregate supply, changes in the economic growth rate. It's the capital formation that drives it, and capital formation comes from investment spending. Make sure we made that connection and that we're capable of making that connection when we're describing the reasons for economic growth. So those are the determinants and the measures of economic growth. The next question then becomes, how do we know that? How do we know this relationship to be true? What illustrates that for us? What explains that for us? And what does it is something we call an aggregate production function. So I introduce this to you and talk just a little bit about it and how it can be illustrated both in a mathematical equation and as a model. This is it, as you can see, in two different ways. The aggregate production function is what really captures that relationship between GDP per capita, real GDP per capita, and those inputs that go into determining changes in real GDP per capita, which also means changes in economic growth. On the top in blue here, we have an equation. Real GDP per capita is equal to T, which stands for technology, times physical capital per worker, times human capital per worker. Treat that like any equation. Obviously, what's on one side has to be equal to what's on the left. So if what's on one side goes up, the other side has to go up as well. So what this is saying by bringing these all together into one equation is that, for example, if technology T were to rise, if there's an improvement in technology, which is on one side of the equation, well, then it has to be met by increases in real GDP per capita on the other side of the equation. The other two variables are true as well. If there's an increase in physical capital per worker, again, new machinery, better equipment to work with, that's going to increase output per worker, GDP per capita. If you have better education, better training, or even learning by doing over time, the gaining of experience, you're going to see development of human capital, which is also going to lead to increases in real GDP per capita. Again, it means the same thing as economic growth. Visually, we can see this on the aggregate production function that we have at the bottom here, where output per worker is on the y-axis, capital per worker on the x, and productivity is in this somewhat upward sloping at a diminishing rate trend. And what again it's saying is, as we add more and more capital per worker, we will tend to see increases in productivity, increases in output per worker. That again equates to economic growth. Okay, so that's the aggregate production function. This is where we find that relationship and evidence of that relationship between all of these different variables, and that's something we can refer back to whenever we have a question about this. Moving forward from there, how does this look in the format of a question? Well, here's an old multiple choice question. Again, this is one of the ones that is freely available on AP Classroom. An increase in which of the following is most likely to increase the long-run growth rate of an economy's real per capita income? All right, first things first, let's look at reading this question. You may have to translate some things because concepts are not always communicated in the exact same way. This one's a little bit worried. We're looking for an increase in the long-run growth rate of an economy's real per capita income. I haven't used that phrase yet, but you should know that it means the same thing as real GDP per capita. Real income, real GDP, same thing. So what's going to cause an increase in real per capita income? If we refer back here, we should be looking for one of these three things: an increase in the level of technology, an increase in the level of physical capital, an increase in the level of human capital. So I've got to scan through my answer options to try to find A, population growth. No, that's not one. Proportion of GDP consumed. No, that's not one. Educational attainment. Let's think about that one, but we'll come back to it. Supply of money. No. Personal income taxes. No. Well, it wasn't straightforward stated, but look at see a little more closely. The educational attainment of the population. What exactly is that saying? If there's an increase, go back to your question. If there's an increase in the educational attainment of the population, what's going to happen as a result of that? Well, we'd like to assume that with more attainment of education, with greater degrees of educational attainment, we're going to see development of human capital. Go back over here to your production function. If human capital were to rise, that's going to lead to an increase in real GDP per capita. C's got to be your correct answer. So again, this is just one way that we can use the aggregate production function in the context of AP macro and the way questions are going to be asked in AP macro. All right, that takes care of objectives A and B, leading for us objective C, which was calculating these measures. How do we actually calculate real GDP per capita? How do we calculate economic growth rates, that being the rate of growth in real GDP per capita? So a little exercise here, a little guided practice just to see this in action. And like a couple days ago, I'm going to use some actual data from the 1990s because again, it's a unique decade where we saw some different fluctuations. You had a recession early on, but you also had very strong growth rates later in the decade. And it's interesting to compare those within the same 10-year period. So the first one is real GDP per capita. We need to be able to calculate this before we can move on to economic growth rates. As I said at the beginning, anytime you see per capita, we're saying per person. So we're dividing some variable, in this case real GDP, we're dividing something by the population. So this is actual data from St. Louis, Federal Reserve Economic Database in St. Louis, representing real GDP and population in the US from 1990 to 1994. And to find real GDP per capita, all we have to do is take real GDP, which note is in billions here, and divide by population, which here is in thousands, and your answer will give you GDP per capita. So in 1990, we had a real GDP. In 2012 dollars, we had a real GDP of $9.3 trillion. The population was just over 250 million. So when I take that 9.3 trillion divided by 250 million, I'm going to get a per capita GDP of 37,436. Again, this is dividing up evenly. Please note, real GDP per capita is a good measure of economic growth. It is not in any way a measure of income distribution. And it's again a common misunderstanding that people have. You want to make sure that you know that this does not tell us anything about income equality. It does not tell us anything about income distribution. We know that income is not evenly distributed. So if we took this and simply said, okay, divide up national income evenly among the population, what would you get? This is what you would get. We use that, as I said, to find our economic growth rate and to compare countries of different populations, as it does give us some insight into that. In 1991, take a good look at the numbers. Real GDP actually dropped. We went from 9.365 to 9.355. Why did that happen? What does that mean? Well, we had a recession in 1991. It wasn't a particularly long or deep recession, but it did last about 8 months and did have an impact on real GDP. And because population grew, it had an impact on per capita GDP. And as you can see, per capita GDP fell from 1990 to 1991. So again, that would make sense. In the case of a recession, we see our per capita GDP decreasing. In just a moment, we'll see what that did to our growth rate. Obviously, it shrunk as well. The others, I'll go ahead and put the answers up here. I'm not going to walk you through it, but it's the same process each time. We're simply going to take that real GDP that we have in one column, divide by the population, and in doing so, we'll find real GDP per capita. To see what that looks like as a trend, again, going back to Fred, you can see over here in this gray bar, we have a recession, and corresponding with that recession is a decrease in real GDP per capita, which makes perfectly good sense. And for the remainder of the decade, as output grew, we saw increases in real GDP per capita the remainder of the decade. So we should see this translate into positive growth rates for the remainder of the decade. Things changed, as you can see, in 2001, leading into the 2001 recession, but we're not going to go that far. So next step, we've measured GDP per capita. We want to take that data and measure economic growth. Economic growth rates are measured by the percent change in real GDP per capita from one year to the next. So I'm going to use the same data here. I've just taken that real GDP per capita that we did on the last slide, and now we're going to calculate percent change. Now I gave you the first one 0.75. That came from 89 to 90, so you can't calculate it here. But what you should be able to do is take any of these other years and calculate the percent change in real GDP, hence the growth rate, the economic growth rate, from one year to the next. How do you do that? Well, this is really a life skill, but it's also something you need to know in AP macroeconomics. You've got to be able to find the percent change in numbers. And the easiest way I know to do that is simply this very simple equation, new minus old over old times 100. And what I mean by that is you're going to take the new number. I'm calculating 1991 economic growth rate. The new number is the 36,900. That's the real GDP per capita in the second year. I'm going to subtract it from the original 1990. That's the old number, 37,436. So I do 36,900 minus 37,436, and then divide it by that old number. And in doing so, you're finding the change, new minus old, as a percentage of the previous GDP. That's where this percent change comes from. That's where economic growth rates come from. We're saying, all right, in 1990, the real GDP per capita was 37,436. How much did it grow in 1991 as a percentage of 1990? That's what the number should tell us. I'm going to wait for just a second. If you're watching this live, you can jot some of this down or take a picture of it. It might be even better. So you can go back and do the calculations. If you're watching it recorded, pause it right now and do these calculations before I put the answers up here. Okay, so hopefully you've had a chance to take a picture and you can work out the calculations. When you do so, again, we said in the last slide, we saw there was a recession from 1991 in 1991, an 8-month recession. As a result, the economic growth rate was a negative number, negative 1.43%. Growth picked up after that in 1992. We're back up to 2.15%. Down to 1.43, but still positive in 1993, up to 2.78 in 1994. And then as you see in the latter half of the 90s, growth rates started to rise a good bit more. I wanted to point that out because we talk a lot about in macroeconomics what the long run trend is, and a lot of times we refer to 3%, but we haven't had a lot of 3% growth in the last couple of decades. In the 90s we did, and what really characterized the late 90s economy and the growth that we saw was a lot of growth in terms of technology, a lot of growth in the application of new technologies. And we see that here translated into a higher growth rate, as high as 3.56% in 1999, before the tech bubble burst and things started to go downhill with the recession. So a lot of fluctuations here in the 1990s. That's what makes it a good decade to study. We can see the same thing by charting these numbers, and again, this comes from Fred St. Louis, and seeing how in the recession, as you would expect, the economic growth rate went down into the negatives, negative 1.43 we saw, but then bounced back shortly after, and over here for a short period of time in the late 90s, even got to those 3+ % rates before falling in 2000, 2001. All right, so that covers the calculations. We've calculated per capita GDP, we've calculated the economic growth rate from those per capita GDP measures. The last thing we need to be able to do is we need to be able to graph this stuff. We got to show economic growth on a graph. Well, again, this is something you've already done. I'm presenting it as if it's new, but you probably covered this in Unit 1 and Unit 3 and just maybe didn't make the connection quite yet. So looking at PPC, looking at the AEAS model, how can we show that output per worker has increased, that we've had some degree of economic growth, and ultimately there's been an increase in the productive capacity of the economy that we're studying? Well, quite simply, we're going to see an outward shift of the PPC, and we're going to see a rightward shift of the long-run aggregate supply curve. Either one of those indicates that long-term economic growth has occurred. Productivity is increasing. Economic output per worker per capita is increasing. So again, it's that increase in potential output, that increase in full employment output that we are defining as long-term economic growth. All right, what does this look like on a question? Here's one basic question about PPCs and connecting PPCs to the long-run aggregate supply curve. An increase in which of the following is consistent with an outward shift of the production possibilities curve? This should be pretty obvious. We know that the production possibilities curve shifting outward represents an increase in potential output. It occurs because of increases in productivity. As we just saw, that is consistent with a rightward shift of the long-run aggregate supply curve. So that's how we would apply that knowledge. Okay, this is a little shorter lesson, I know, but it's time to debrief and summary. And one thing I like to do in our class, we like to walk backwards every now and then to debrief and kind of review what we've just discussed. So I'm going to do that now with economic growth. We're going to treat economic growth as the end result, and we're going to work our way back from that. So defining economic growth. What is economic growth? Economic growth is the growth rate of real GDP per capita over time. It is illustrated by outward shifts in the PPC and LRAS. Okay, well, let's walk backwards from there. What causes that? What brings about economic growth? If economic growth ultimately is the goal, increasing the productive capacity, increasing potential output, full employment output, that's the goal. What brings that about? Productivity gains bring that about. That's what brings about economic growth. Productivity gains, also known as increases in output per work. Okay, well, if that's what we're looking for, let's take another step back. Right? Economic growth was first. That happens because of productivity gains. Take a step back from productivity gains. What causes productivity to increase? How do we increase the amount of output each worker is capable of producing? There's your word, capital formation. Capital formation, the development of capital stock, new fiscal capital, the machines, the equipment, everything else that goes along with it. Development of human capital, better training, better education, development of skill sets. Along with that, the development and application of new production technologies. That's how we increase productivity. Take one more step back. How do we increase capital formation? What leads to capital formation ultimately in the long run? Changes in investment spending. If we want to see more capital being produced, we need investment spending to drive that. And that's why in crowding out, we link interest rates to investment spending and ultimately investment spending to long-term economic growth. And really one of the ultimate lessons of crowding out is if it does occur, and there's no guarantee it does, but if it occurs, crowding out explains that expansionary fiscal policy and deficit spending may just mean a trade-off between short-term gains from fiscal policy and a long-term reduction in the economic growth rate. I want you to think through that a little bit. Okay, so we've connected the dots, worked our way backwards. There's one last thing I want to give you a heads up about, and it has to do with investment spending. So consider this a warning. Up to this point in AP macro, investment spending was usually referred to in the short run, and we usually talk about the consequences of investment spending in the short run. Well, now we've added another layer. You're 5 units in. This is a more advanced analysis. You're capable of a more advanced analysis, but you've got to keep a distinction between short run and long run. So when you are answering questions that are talking about the effects of investment spending, changes in investment spending, make sure that you follow the prompt of the question. Is this question, whatever question it is this question asking about the short run effects of investment spending, or is it asking about the long run effects? If it's the short run effects of investment spending, change in aggregate demand, shift AD the correct direction, evaluate what happens to output, price level, unemployment. But if it goes long run, then we make the leap to capital formation, and that's going to take us a few steps down the road to productivity gains and economic growth. Keep that straight in your head. There are two different paths we can take, and we've got to be clear. Are we talking short run changes, or are we talking about long run changes? Okay, that's topic 5.6. That's economic growth. We've gone through the learning objectives, we've applied that skill, and we answered the questions that we set out to answer today. So you should be prepared. You should feel a lot better about what economic growth is, and be prepared to move forward with it. Tomorrow, we're going to talk a little bit about public policy related to economic growth. So you're going to give some thought to what is it policymakers can do to encourage the kind of growth that we discussed today. Before going there, I'm going to give you a homework assignment, AP exam practice. Today's question comes from 2013, and it's a chunk. It's not the whole thing. It's a piece of question 1, parts A through C. So take your time with this one. If you're watching live here, go ahead and take a picture of this, or go onto AP Central and pull up this question. Of course, if you're watching this recorded, you can pause right there and go ahead and work your way through it. But we'll pick up there tomorrow. We'll talk about economic growth a little bit more, and again, tie that back in to public policy and how it could potentially impact that. Finally, before I leave today, just a reminder that you can reach College Board if you have issues in terms of your internet access or device, or if you have friends or anyone you know who does need some help. Please reach out to collegeboardcd.org/step, and we'll work to find a solution for you. That about does it for today. I appreciate you coming. I hope you got something out of this, and look forward to seeing you again next time.
Fields. I'm coming to you from Basking Ridge, New Jersey, where I work at Ridge High School. And tonight our topic is 5.7, which is public policy and economic growth. So what we're going to be looking to do this evening is see if we can explain, using graphs as appropriate, public policies that are aimed at influencing long-run economic growth. And as part of that discussion, we'll want to be able to define supply-side fiscal policies. So those are the content objectives. We're also going to be focusing on skill 2A, which asks us to use economic concepts, principles, or models to explain how a specific economic outcome occurs, or what action should be taken in order to achieve a specific economic outcome. So I'm guessing you're getting good enough at this to figure out that the way these things go together is like this. If the government wants the economic growth, which of the following policies should pursue, right? We're looking at the outcome. We want long-run economic growth. Then we're given a list of policies. Which one one of those policies would cause economic growth. That's a very common way that this topic is assessed on the AT macro exam. So how are you going to know if you're ready for this? Well, you'll want to be able to identify public policies that are likely to impact productivity as well as labor force participation. And then you want to be able to explain how those policies that impact productivity and labor force participation can affect real GDP per capita and economic growth. So that's our goal for this evening. So we're going to get into this by starting with a warm-up. Mr. Romano teed up an excellent question for us last night designed to lay the groundwork for continuing into public policy and economic growth with this question. So you were asked to look at question 1, parts A through C from the 2013 for your response questions. Hopefully you had a chance to do this already based on watching yesterday's lesson. But if not, we're going to go through pretty slowly so you can either do it with us as we go now, or you can pause the video if you're watching it after the fact, no problem, and then see if you got it right. Okay. We are told to assume that the United States economy is operating at full employment. That means current output is equal to potential output. We want to use a correctly labeled graph of the long run aggregate supply curve, short run aggregate supply curve, and aggregate demand curves to show each of the following: current price level and current output level. So as always, you want to SRAS, so you're going to start with correctly labeled axes, and you should be getting really good at putting price level and real GDP as your axes for your ADAS model. Okay, I always recommend, even regardless of the way the curves are presented in the problem, I always recommend to my students that they find current output first by using aggregate demand and short run aggregate supply. Find your current output and price level, and then use your long run aggregate supply curve to show the condition of the economy. So we know where full employment level is about, which means the long run aggregate supply curve is right there where YF equals Y1. So that's what your graph should look like. Let's move on to part B. We're asked to assume that personal savings in the United States increase, and to use a correctly labeled graph of the loanable funds market to show the impact of the increase in personal savings on real interest rates. So in a loanable funds model, you want to make sure you have those axes correctly labeled. We have the real interest rate on the vertical axis and the quantity of loanable funds on the horizontal axis. Give yourself a downward sloping demand for loanable funds curve and an upward sloping supply loanable funds curve. Use that to find your initial equilibrium real interest rate and quantity of loanable funds. This is skill 4A, draw a correctly labeled graph. And then remember, skill 4C is to show the effect of a change on that graph. So an increase in savings is going to lead to an increase in the supply of loanable funds. Most of us.
Excuse me, Jen. Sorry to break in here. Could you re-share your slides? I think it's not advancing as you intend.
Oh, okay. Yes, I can. How's it look?
That looks great. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that, Michael. Okay, so we're looking at a graph of the loanable funds model. We've increased the supply of loanable funds to show the increase in personal savings on real interest rates. And remember, show in a graph means to make sure that you indicate your directional change. So here is our new equilibrium. Our new equilibrium real interest rate has decreased, is lower than the original, and we have an increase in quantity of loanable funds. Right, the last part that we asked you to do for today was based on part C, which asks us, based on the real interest rate change in part B, will interest rate sensitive expenditures increase, decrease, or remain unchanged? And the answer is interest sensitive expenditures will increase because the decrease in the real interest rate increases the profitability of investment spending projects, all else equal, and so firms are going to engage in more of them. We're seeing the topic slide only. Okay, so there's something wrong with the PowerPoint. I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to see if we can get this back.
I think that was my earlier message, so I think we should be good now.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Okay, sorry for the technical difficulties. The wonders of going live. All right,
That
looks good. Okay, the slide's advancing. Okay,
yes.
Great. Okay, so we're on part C. We're looking at the real interest rate change here. In part B, we saw the real interest rate fall. We know that causes an increase in interest sensitive expenditures, which increases the economic growth rate because investment spending is the spending that firms do on productive capacity. Investment spending increases the rate of capital formation, which is a driver of economic growth. So this is what a full and complete answer to the question looks like. You got your ADAS model, your loanable funds model, and your answers to parts C1 and C2. Okay, so let's get into a review of a few things. That most of this is just going to be a review of last night because really Mr. Romano's lesson on economic growth really sets us up for what we want to know in tonight's lesson. So you'll remember that we show economic growth in the PPC model, and we can also show it in the aggregate demand aggregate supply model. To show it in a PPC model, we indicate that we can produce more consumer goods and capital goods with our resources, and we show that by shifting the curve out into the right. In an aggregate demand aggregate supply model, we show economic growth by shifting along an aggregate supply curve to the right. So this would be a new long run equilibrium in an economy that had experienced economic growth. So way back in Unit 1, you learned what the causes of economic growth were when you learned what were the factors that shifted in PPC. So there's really only two things that can result in economic growth. So the first thing is if an economy acquires more resources, if we have an increase in the amount of resources, we can produce more of both goods, both capital goods and consumer goods. We can also achieve economic growth with, as you learned last night, an increase in the productivity of existing sources. So what does an increase in the amount of resources look like? If an economy acquires more natural resources, for example, if there's an increase in the amount of labor. And so that's going to connect us to this idea of the labor force participation rate that is identified as one of the essential knowledge statements for this unit. Now, we learned about productivity last night when Mr. Romano explained the production function, and you learned that increases in technology or technological advancement, increases in the amount of physical capital per worker, and increases in human capital all increase the amount of output a given worker can produce. So increases in the productivity of existing resources is a major driver of economic growth as well. So really the goal of this lesson is to figure out what kinds of government policies influence this or this, and that's how we can connect public policy with economic growth. So just remember back in Unit 2, you learned about how we measure unemployment, and part of that included a discussion of the labor force participation rate. So you remember that it is defined as the labor force divided by the population age 16 and older times 100. That's a rate, right? Whenever we see a rate, we can multiply by 100. So the labor force divided by the population age 16 and older. So the labor force, you'll remember, is the sum of employed and unemployed workers. And you'll probably remember that the natural rate of unemployment, the number of unemployed workers is equal to the sum of the frictionally unemployed and structurally unemployed workers. So our natural rate of unemployment is frictional unemployment plus structural unemployment. So all else equal, an increase in an economy's labor force participation rate will increase the number of workers in an economy, and full employment levels of output will increase, right? If you have more workers, you produce more output. And similarly, a decrease in the labor force participation rate will decrease the number of workers in an economy and decrease the full employment level of output. So that's the connection between how many workers are working and how much output you're getting and how much output an economy can produce. Really quickly, you want to remember that the supply of loanable funds represents the relationship between real interest rates and quantity of loanable funds supply. And all else equal, an increase in real interest rates is going to increase the quantity of loanable funds supplied. So savers are attracted to high rates of return on their savings, right? If you put your money in the bank and you earn 0% interest, you don't have much incentive to save. If you put your money in the bank and you earn 20% interest, you have a lot more incentive to save your money instead of spending it. So the higher the real interest rate, the higher quantity of loanable funds supply. Don't forget that however, not an increase in the supply of loanable funds is going to drive down interest rates. And this is probably important to remember because some of the policies we're going to look at are designed to increase the supply of loanable funds. So if we have a public policy that increases the supply of loanable funds, that'll drive down real interest rates, which will lead to increased capital formation, which will increase the economic growth rate. Okay, so now let's get into what you need to know. Basically, we're going to be looking at what are those policies that influence the productivity of existing resources and the labor force participation rate. One of the things you might want to think about though is why would economic growth be a policy objective in the first place? Why is economic growth a good thing? And in general, the answer to that question is the higher a nation's real GDP per capita, the higher the standard of living for people who live in the nation. That's generally true. The higher the real GDP per capita, the greater the economic prosperity of the country, and the higher the standard of living for people who live in it. Just remember a couple of things about the weaknesses of real GDP in and of itself as an economic goal, right? So if you learned some of these things back in Unit 2, and Mr. Romano reviewed a couple of them last night as well. So real GDP per capita is real GDP divided by population. So if the population increases faster than real GDP increases, then real GDP per capita can actually fall. So increases in real GDP is something that we look at as a way we measure the health of the economy. But if the population is growing at a faster rate than real GDP is increasing, then the real GDP per capita is falling. So keep that in mind. Keep in mind also that neither real GDP nor real GDP per capita capita tell us anything about how income or wealth is distributed in a country. And economic inequality, as you may have learned, can have implications for a society. So we don't learn anything about how equally or unequally real GDP is distributed simply by looking at it. One other thing to remember is that real GDP and real GDP per capita, they can include things that aren't necessarily signs of a healthy or prosperous economy, right? So increased spending on healthcare for chronic diseases like diabetes or heart disease, that would lead real GDP to go up. We wouldn't necessarily say, though, that increasing rates of those conditions would be good for an economy or good for a country. And also things that we might consider to be signs of a high quality of life or a high standard of living, like family spending more time going to the park together or engaged in leisure together, those things aren't captured by GDP. So in general, the rule is the higher nation's real GDP per capita, the higher the standard of living for people in that nation. But we do want to be mindful of what GDP does and does tell us. Okay, so now remember, these are the things that cause an increase in productivity: technological advancements, increases in physical capital per worker, and increases in human capital per worker. So what can government do, if anything, to advance those things? Well, subsidies or tax credits to firms that engage in research and development can incentivize firms to engage in more of it, which can produce technological innovation. Similarly, rather than incentivizing firms to do it, the government can spend money on programs that lead to technological innovation. NASA would be an example of a government-run program, a government agency whose innovations have major benefits for the economy as a whole. We can also increase the physical capital per worker with very similar government policies. We can subsidize or provide tax credits to firms that engage in investment spending, right? And investment spending on physical capital will increase the productive capacity of an economy. So an investment tax credit would be a way to increase the amount of physical capital per worker. Government spending on infrastructure is another thing that can increase the amount of physical capital in an economy. And when you divide physical capital by the number of workers, an increase in infrastructure would increase the amount of physical capital per worker. Infrastructure is so important that it often gets its own category. But you can think of it as something that increases productivity, because any of the infrastructure that firms use to transport goods and services, to deliver goods and services, any improvements in those are going to benefit firms in a way that allow them to spend less money on a given business function and more money on something else. The example that always comes to mind to me is when I'm sitting in the car in traffic on a highway surrounded by 18-wheelers. And I think about the goods and services that are in those trucks and how long it's taking to get from point A to point B. I'm thinking about the gasoline that's being wasted as the trucks are idling. I'm thinking about the hourly wage of those workers and how much of that cost is associated with idling in traffic. So when the government spends money to improve the road system, right, it increases or it benefits traffic congestion. It improves traffic congestion. So the cost of business for firms engaged in transporting resources, transporting goods and services, are going to go down, and they can use the money they save on producing more goods and services. So infrastructure is a major driver of economic activity. The importance of it can't be overstated. Right. And then finally, we have increases in human capital. And again, same kind of thing. The government can subsidize firms who invest in their employees' productive capacity, or they can give tax credit to firms that provide education or job training. Hopefully, when you go into the workforce, you'll work for an employer that's got some kind of program that allows you to advance your education. Sometimes those are funded with tax credits or subsidies, and that's one way to improve an economy's human capital. The government, again, can spend money directly on these things. The GI Bill is a great example of government spending on education, Pell Grants, Stafford loans. That's money that the federal government puts in the hands of students that allows them to advance their human capital in ways that have economy-wide benefits. So these are the major drivers of productivity, and these are the ways that governments can influence that productivity. Okay. All right. Now let's think. This one is a little bit more subtle. It's a little bit more nuanced, but it's good to have an understanding that government policies can influence workers' decisions to enter the labor market and become part of the labor force. So a really important one that you're likely to hear about is called earned income tax credit. And what I want you to think about is a couple with a newborn child, and one of the parents, the mom or the dad, one of the parents is deciding whether or not to return to the workforce and pay for childcare or stay home with that child. Depending on how much that worker earns, it may be cost effective for one of the parents to stay home and not be in the labor force, because the cost of the expense of putting a child in daycare may outweigh the benefits of the income earned by returning to work. So one government policy that's been adopted is to provide what's called an earned income tax credit. So that basically has the effect of raising the wage for people returning to work in ways that might make at the margins their decision to re-enter the labor force one that causes them to do so. So the earned income tax credit is a way to increase the number of people who are in the labor force, which therefore that is going to increase your full employment levels of output. Another government program is Social Security. And as you know, Social Security provides income to people who are retired. And over the course of my lifetime, the age at which you can start collecting retirement benefits is increased. And so if you have to work longer and retire later, that's going to increase the size of the labor force by increasing the age at which people retire and leave the labor force. So there's another public policy that can affect labor force participation. Finally, and we don't want to get into the weeds too much. We don't want to get into too much detail, but you probably want to understand that government policies can influence the natural rate of unemployment. And a great concrete example would be increased spending on job training. So remember that structural unemployment exists when there's a mismatch between the skills workers have and the skills needed by workers in the economy. And so structurally unemployed people are out of work for as long as it takes. And they're part of the labor force. But they're unemployed. Sometimes they leave the labor force in order to get job training. Sometimes they leave the labor force because they're discouraged. They're discouraged workers. They stop looking for work. So increased spending on job training that retools workers' skills to make them better matched to the needs of the economy can also increase the labor force participation rate. So those are just some examples of how government policies can influence people's decisions to work or to enter or exit the labor market. Right. So what we've really been talking about fall into the realm of what are called supply side policies. So an increase in productivity in the long run is going to increase the potential output that an economy produces. Right. It's going to shift the long run aggregate supply curve to the right. So some of those could impact the short run aggregate supply curve first. And very often what happens is increases in productivity that shift short run aggregate supply are become permanent and kind of drag long run aggregate supply along with it. So for the purpose of this discussion, it's probably sufficient to just say supply side fiscal policies are designed to influence aggregate supply. Right. It's designed to, in the long run, increase the productive capacity of the economy. So that's generally what's referred to by supply side economics. So there's not a lot of disagreement that increases in productivity are going to increase the productive capacity of an economy, but there's a lot of disagreement, a lot of controversy over whether the government should try to influence aggregate supply, and even where there's agreement that it should, there's disagreement over what are the best ways for the government to do that. So those kinds of discussions are pretty far outside of the scope of your basic AP, your basic principles of macroeconomics course in college, and they're outside the scope of the AP exam. But you do want to understand that when we talk about supply side fiscal policy, we're talking about those government policies that are designed to influence aggregate supply, designed to increase productivity, designed to increase the amount of workers working in the economy. I did a careful review of the questions that are available in the question bank on AP Classroom, and the questions that you might be likely to see related to supply side policies. And there's probably one or two other points that are worth making here for you. So in general, supply side economists assert that policies that make it cheaper and easier to start and operate a business can increase real GDP in the long run, because any money that firms are not spending in taxes or not spending compliant with federal regulations or government regulations is money that firms can be using to produce goods and services. And so for that reason, supply side economists tend to advocate for tax cuts for businesses. And you might see them as corporate income or business income tax cuts, or a tax cut on corporate profits. Interest income tax cuts is another thing that you might see that should trigger you to think, oh, we're kind of looking at the supply side. And finally, deregulation. So again, the less money firms are spending to comply with specific regulations, the more money they have, all else equal, to produce goods and services. Now, there's a lot of controversy about supply side economics, and again, that's outside the purview of this course. But this is kind of what we're talking about: this idea that policies that make it cheaper and easier to start and run a business can increase real GDP in the long run. An example I use when I'm teaching my class is a company that makes tires, right? So the major raw material in the production of tires is rubber. And I also used to work when I was in college. I worked in a restaurant, and there were these rubber mats all over the floor in the restaurants, and they were there by law. And in part, it was to prevent slipping, and it was also in part to protect to serve as shock absorbers. So factory floors often have some rubber matting on them in order to serve as shock absorbers to protect the spine's workers, so that they don't end up suffering any kind of back condition or back injury as a result of being on their feet all day on factory floors. So imagine you're a tire company and you've got rubber going in to produce your tires, but you've also got these rubber mats on the floor in order to comply with that regulation. If that regulation is suddenly lifted and the firm no longer has to use some of its rubber to make those mats, it can now devote all of that rubber to the production of tires. So you can see how deregulation could lead to an increase in the amount of output that company could produce. So that's why deregulation is often considered a supply side policy. Okay, so finally, supply side economists also advocate for tax cuts on income earned from savings. And this is probably the most important thing to know for AP Macro, is that remember that since savings provides the supply of loanable funds, anything that increases people's willingness to save money is going to increase the supply of loanable funds, which is going to bring down real interest rates. Okay, so interest income tax cut, when you read that, you should think, oh, how is that going to affect the behavior of savers? And then how is that going to affect the supply of loanable funds? The last point to understand is that very often a supply side economist will advocate for a tax cut for income, an income tax cut, based on the premise that all else equal, lower tax rates incentivize more work. And so the more work workers are doing, the more productive capacity of the economy. All else equal, lower income taxes also lead to higher disposable income. So we learned when we studied the effect of an income tax as a demand side policy that when there's an increase in the amount of disposable income families have, they can choose to do two things with it, right? They can save it or they can spend it. And the amount of the tax cut they're going to save or spend are a function of the marginal propensity to save and the marginal propensity to consume. But all else equal, a tax cut, unless the marginal propensity to consume is 100%, all else equal, and a tax cut will increase the amount of savings of households, which will again increase the supply of loanable funds and drive down real interest rates. So for the purpose of this course and for the purpose of the AP Macro exam, you really, when you see tax cut, decreasing taxes, lower income taxes, you should read that. And unless something else in the question leads you to conclude that you're being asked about a supply side policy, a tax cut needs to be read as a demand side policy, right? Our typical fiscal policy tools, increase government spending, decrease taxes, those are to be understood as demand side policies designed to influence aggregate demand. However, as we've just seen, some types of government spending and some types of tax cuts can influence the supply side. So just read your question really carefully. Okay. All right. So I'm going to take you through next questions so you guys know what this is like on the exam. All right. So here's a multiple choice question that's designed to assess skill A. We're saying which an increase in which of the following is most likely to promote economic growth. And you can read your answer choices. Think about what happens when you increase consumer spending. That's an increase in aggregate demand. If you're already at full employment levels of output, then increased aggregate demand is going to create an inflationary gap. The economy doesn't have more resources, and increased demand is only going to result ultimately in high rises in the long run. Well, there's those words, investment tax credit. So think about that. So an investment tax credit reduces the cost and increases the profitability of investment spending projects. So that's going to lead to more capital formation. So once we find the answer, we're looking for the answer choices. You can skim the rest of the answers, but you should know that investment tax credits are most likely to promote economic growth. So that's going to be the correct answer. Okay, so now I'm going to give you a minute to do this one on your own. Okay, did the right answer jump out at you? Right, long-run economic growth is a function of capital formation. It's a function of having more productive capacity in an economy. So if we subsidize businesses to purchase more capital, that is going to increase, and it's going to change their incentives. They're going to be more likely to purchase capital goods, so that's going to be the correct answer. Okay, so this one is slightly different. It's asking about if we engage in this policy, what is the most likely thing to happen? So this is like skill 3B. Okay, so if we're focusing on this one, and we reviewed this right at the beginning of the lesson, hopefully this one jumps out at you. If subsidies for R&D and new technologies lead to an increase in the average productivity of labor, what will most likely happen to real GDP per capita and long-run aggregate supply for a given population? And the answer is real GDP per capita will increase and long-run aggregate supply will increase. Okay, and there's one more. This one's a little trickier, so I'm going to give you a moment. Okay, so when you say that term long-run growth, think, okay, that's a function of investment spending, which is a function of the real interest rate. Okay, and we're in a recession, which means we're going to want some. So policymakers who are concerned about fostering long-run economic growth in an economy that's currently in a recession would most likely recommend, well, we're going to want to see some expansionary policy, but we're really worried about interest rates, right? That's what this question is telling us we want to be considering. So we can look through the answer choices, and right away we can rule out anything that's contractionary. So we're not going to want to sell bonds, and we're not going to want to raise taxes. So A is out, B is out, and C is out. So then we really have to choose between D and E. So we know that buying bonds increases the money supply, which drives down interest rates. So we know that's expansionary. Now, if we're concerned about fostering long-run economic growth, we want to avoid anything that would increase in real interest rates. So remember that when we reduce spending, all else equal, when the government reduces spending, that's contractionary. So that's not going to be a good policy solution. So what we'll want to do is buy bonds and then not change fiscal policy. That would be the answer to this question. Okay. So see how you put those pieces together? You read that term long-run growth in the question. You think about combinations of monetary and fiscal policy. Think about whether they're expansionary or contractionary. And think about how they would influence interest rates. And you have all the tools you need to answer this question. All right. So we're going to finish up in this section with an FRQ that I really like. It really puts all of these concepts together, and hopefully it'll set you up really well with your homework for tonight. Okay. So we're going to go through, as we've done in the past, we're going to do each part of the question and we're going to do it together. Okay. So I wanted the whole question to be on the screen while we were doing it. So part A. So remember, we always want to read the question. We're told the country's at full employment and it produces two types of goods: consumer goods and capital goods. It should come as no surprise to read part A and see that we have to draw a correctly labeled graph of the production possibilities curve with consumer goods on the horizontal axis and capital goods on the vertical axis. We then have to indicate a point on the graph labeled X that represents full employment and a possible combination in which both goods are being produced. So they're telling us to read the question carefully. They're telling us exactly how they want us to label the graph, so that we want capital goods on the vertical axis and consumer goods on the horizontal axis. We're not told anything about increasing or decreasing or constant opportunity costs. So a pretty typical PPC curve is bowed out from the origin to show increasing opportunity costs. And now we have to label graph a point X to represent full employment. So remember, anywhere along the curve represents a full employment output, but with different combinations of consumer goods or capital goods. So we could be at a point here producing more capital goods than consumer goods. We could be at a point here producing more consumer goods in capital goods, but any point along this curve is analogous to full employment levels of output. So let's just put our point X right there. Okay, and then we're told assume there's an increase in the country's national savings. Draw a correctly labeled graph of the loanable funds market to show a change in the real interest rate from the increase in savings. Okay, so we've already done this. We have a real interest rate quantity of loanable funds. We have an upward sloping supply of loanable funds curve, a downward sloping demand for loanable funds curve. We have an equilibrium real interest rate and quantity of loanable funds. So there's our graph. That's our correctly labeled graph. And now we have to show the increase in country's national savings. So remember, savings is the supply of loanable funds. This is money in the bank available to be lent out. So an increase in the supply of loanable funds is going to produce a decrease in the real interest rate and an increase in the quantity of loanable funds. So there's our answer to part B. We have a correctly labeled graph of the loanable funds market showing that the increase in savings drives down real interest rates. Now part C says on the same graph from part A, so here's our graph from part A, show another point labeled Z that represents full employment and a new combination of consumer goods and capital goods consistent with the increase in the country's national savings. All right, are you able to put these dots together? When we have an increase in the supply of loanable funds and a decrease in the real interest rate, all else equal, we're going to be engaged in more investment spending on capital goods. So in the short run, we're going to be producing a new combination of capital goods and consumer goods that indicates we're producing more capital goods. Okay, so you see how that works? An increase in the supply drives down the interest rate. We're going to produce more capital goods now, and what ultimately is going to happen? Well, the long run aggregate supply curve shift to the right, shift to the left, or remain the same. And the answer, of course, is that if we produce more capital goods today, then what does our long run aggregate supply curve look like? It's going to shift to the right. Okay, long run aggregate supply will shift to the right because increased spending in capital goods leads to an increase in the rate of capital formation, which increases the economic growth rate. And we show that by shifting the long run aggregate supply curve to the right. Right, so that's how we would go about answering this question. So you might have noticed, wait, there's no public policy in this question. This isn't a 5.7 question at all. And you're right, it's not. But remember, government policy can influence national savings. So think about what could this question have asked you that would have been a 5.7 question that would have asked, how can government, how could government increase or affect an increase in national savings? And that question is going to show up in your homework for tonight. All right, so this is what we've taken a look at. So our enduring understanding here is that authorities and organizations institute policies that affect economic growth. And we focus on skill 2. If we want economic growth to occur, what policy actions can be undertaken to influence that? So we've looked at graphs, and we've used graphs to show economic growth, and then we've explained public policies that are aimed at influencing long-run economic growth. We've also taken a look at some supply-side fiscal policies that are designed to, some of those affect aggregate demand by increasing the amount of investment spending, which increases the long-run economic growth rate. Some of them will act on aggregate supply. We talked about increases in productivity, increases in the number of workers who are working, and also potential output by influencing the incentives that affect households and businesses' economic behavior. So those were the goals for this evening. And hopefully now you can identify what those policies are that are likely to impact productivity and labor force participation, and then explain how those policies that do so will affect real GDP per capita and economic growth. This is the last topic in Unit 5. Tomorrow, Mr. Romano is going to be with you, and he'll be talking about the first topic in Unit 6. We're going to take Friday and next week to go over Unit 6, which is a really important and fascinating unit in economics. We're going to open up the economy, look at international trade, and remember the goal is to have students learn all of the topics in the course. And then once we've done that, we'll transition and spend the next few weeks on reviewing Units 1 to 5. So this is your homework for tonight. So you can pause, you can take a picture of it if you want to work on it now. If you're watching this after the fact, you can pause the video and take a crack at it. And this is where Mr. Romano will pick up tomorrow. Okay, so device and internet access. Please remember that we know the College Board is aware that not all students have access to the internet or device. If you or someone you know has any device needs or connectivity issues, please don't hesitate to reach out to the College Board at cb.org/tech. Okay? Thank you again so much for being with us tonight. Sorry about the technical difficulties at the beginning. Have a good night. Good evening. Welcome back to AP Macroeconomics. I'm so happy you're joining us tonight. I'm Jen Riegels. I'm coming to you from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. And tonight we're going to be taking a look at the second half of Unit 2, which will continue the discussion on measurement of economic performance, economic indicators in the business cycle. So we're going to pick up where you left off last night. All right, so what we're going to be taking a look at is basically different ways of understanding the main point of the unit, which is that an economy's performance can be measured by different indicators such as gross domestic product, the inflation rate, and the unemployment rate. So you spent some time yesterday reviewing GDP, what's counted, what's not, strengths and weaknesses of it as an economic indicator. You also spent some time doing the same thing with the unemployment rate. Today we're going to be picking up spending time looking at different measures of inflation, what inflation means, how it's calculated, and then we're going to be taking a look at real and nominal variables and then putting it all together in terms of the business cycle. So we're hoping to sort of package this all together into one cohesive, enduring understanding about how we measure economic performance. And because a lot of those measurements involve data, we're going to be focusing on skill 1C, which asks students to be able to identify an economic concept, principle, or model using quantitative data or calculations. And one of the things I wanted to reiterate was something that Mr. Romano said last night, which is that students often become a little bit overwhelmed by the different formulas that are presented in this unit. There are a lot of them. There are a lot of different calculations that you can do. But again, you're identifying economic concepts or principles using data and calculations. So if you really understand the meaning of these measurements, you could reason through how to solve for them. So it's going to require some memorization to be sure, but really focus on a deep understanding of the economic indicators will certainly help you derive the formula or the calculation you need in order to compute something in whatever form it's asked of you. All right, so we've got 4 topics for tonight, so we're going to cover a lot of ground. We're going to spend more time on some of these learning objectives than others, especially the ones that, in my experience, have proved a little trickier for kids. So we're going to take a look at price indices and inflation. We're going to spend a moment talking about the costs of inflation, particularly unanticipated inflation or deflation. Then we're going to spend some time looking at real and nominal variables, real versus nominal GDP, real versus nominal income. We'll spend some time on that, and then we're going to put it all together in the business cycle model. So that's our plan for this evening. So to get us sort of thinking about what we already know and again building those connections between and among concepts, I'm going to take us back sort of to a question that we looked at late last week. I modified it a little to lead into where we're going this evening. But this is our production possibilities question, and I'm going to give you about a minute to work through it. I'll read it. If you have your pens or pencils and some notebook paper out, now would be a good time to start jotting down your answer to these questions. So imagine that a country is at full employment and produces 2 types of goods, consumer goods and capital goods. Doesn't matter in this case if you put consumer goods or capital goods on either axis. I tend to put capital goods on the vertical axis and consumer goods on the horizontal axis. So draw your PPC curve. Again, probably doesn't matter if you're using constant opportunity cost or increasing opportunity cost. The convention is to use increasing opportunity cost and find a point on your graph labeled X that represents full employment and a possible combination in which both goods are being produced. So did you find a point? Label it X. Okay, so now what I'd like you to do is indicate a point on your graph labeled Y that represents a possible combination in which both goods are still being produced, but it corresponds with an unemployment rate of 8%. Think about where you would put that point. Put it on your PPC, or put it in your PPC model, I should say, and label it Y. And then finally, indicate a point on your graph labeled it Z that represents a possible combination, and again, in which both goods are being produced, which means you're not on one of the axes. If you're on one of the axes, it means only one good is being produced. So think about a point in which both goods are being produced, but at this time corresponds with an unemployment rate of 3%. So find that point, label it Z, and now let's see how you did. Right, so I made the question a little bit smaller so we have room for our model. So here's our PPC with capital goods and consumer goods. When we are producing at full employment levels of output, it means we're using all of our resources. It means that all of the people that we don't have any cyclical unemployment. We've got some frictional unemployment, some structural unemployment, but there's no cyclical unemployment. That means we're producing full employment levels of output. That would be corresponding with the point on our C curve. Right now, if the actual unemployment rate is 8%, that means we have cyclical unemployment rate, right? Because if actual is greater than natural, then cyclical unemployment exists. So we would want to find a point inside the curve that corresponds with less than full employment levels of output. And then if the unemployment rate was 3%, if the actual unemployment rate was actually lower than the natural unemployment rate, it means that we are producing, at least for a short time, at a point outside of PPC. So we are going to be connecting some of these dots with our topics this evening. Okay. All right. So hopefully that gave you some confidence as we head into talking about inflation and price indices. All right. So the most commonly quoted in the news and the one that gets the most attention in a basic principles of the economics course is the consumer price index, which measures the change in income a consumer would need in order to maintain some standard of living over time under a new set of prices compared to the original set of prices. So really what we're doing is we're examining changes in purchasing power for consumers. So the CPI is a measure of the average change over time in the prices they pay by urban consumers for what we refer to as a fixed market basket of consumer goods services. And that word fixed is capitalized for a reason. If you understand it as fixed basket of consumer goods services, because we're looking to see what's happening to prices, that will help you with some of the nuances associated with using the CPI. So what's it used for? It's a way, again, to calculate the purchasing power of a typical American family. And again, a family that's living in an urban area. 97% of Americans live within an urban area, so the CPI is a relative measure of purchasing power for the majority of the people in the country. So when the CPI is rising, we're seeing inflation, which is an overall increase in price. And that matters because as prices rise, the purchasing power of a given income is going to fall. So that's the definition of inflation, an overall increase in prices. As prices rise relative to income, again, purchasing power declines. Deflation is an overall decrease in prices. The deflation actually strengthens the purchasing power of a given income. And it sounds like deflation would be a good thing, but we'll learn over the course of these review activities, these review lessons, that in fact, deflation is a really bad thing for an economy. Disinflation is one of the vocabulary terms in this unit. And disinflation is the process of bringing down the rate of inflation. So inflation, prices are rising, deflation, prices are falling. Disinflation is the process of bringing down the price level. So again, as prices fall relative to income, the purchasing power of a given income will increase. So that's the definition of it, and that's why we measure it, because we want to measure purchasing power, right? But your purchasing power contributes to your standard of living. If you can afford more goods and services, then your standard of living tends to be higher than if you can afford fewer goods and services, right? So how does this work? So the CPI is put together, it's calculated by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the U.S. Department of Labor, and the consumers report information on everything that they buy. There are people who report, they go to the store, they actually use a little scanner, and they report to the BLS everything that they're purchasing. And the goods that they're purchasing fall roughly into these categories and roughly these percentages. So about 42% of household income is spent on housing, another 15% is spent on food and beverages. So the market basket includes education, recreation, medical care, transportation, clothing, housing, beverages, etc. So the cost of those items is computed into what we call a market basket. And so the market basket is calculated by multiplying the price of the first good times the quantity purchased. Then added to that is the price of the second good times the quantity purchased, and so on for many tens of thousands of goods and services, right? So you multiply. So something like transportation, you might consider like the purchase of a car to be something that you purchase once in a year. But something like milk, you might purchase many times a week. So it's the price of the good times the number of units purchased, and that value becomes the market basket. So then in order to calculate inflation, in order to establish a CPI for the purpose of calculating the inflation rate, the value of the market basket in a given year is compared to the value of the market basket in what we call the base year. So we pick a base year, a starting point, and we want to compare overall changes in prices from this base year to subsequent years. And sometimes we look at it backwards too. We see that how did prices change up to the base year. Okay, so the CPI for the current year, and this is a good insight to have that will help you reason through some of the types of questions you might face on this topic. The market basket in the current year divided by the market basket in the base year times 100 is how you calculate the CPI. So in the base year is the current year, and so the CPI for the base year is always 100. Anything divided by itself is equal to 1. 1 times 100 equals 100. So the CPI in the base year is 100. And so we're going to take that base year CPI of 100, we're going to compare it to the CPI in another year. So these are the three steps that you want to, this is what you really want to know. The three things you have to do in order to calculate the inflation rate using the CPI, and you're halfway towards being able to do it. So the first thing you have to do is compute the value of the market basket for both the base year and current year. So the market basket in the base year is the price in the base year for good one times the quantity in the base year. The price of the first unit in the base year times the quantity of the first good in the base year plus the price of the second good in the base year times the quantity of the second good in the base year, and so on. So that's the market basket for the base year. Then you have to calculate the market basket in the current year. So that formula looks like it's got a lot of the same information in it, and so I'm going to point your attention to the one difference. We are looking at the base year quantities in the current year, but we're multiplying that times the current year prices. So we are holding quantity constant to the base year and only measuring the change in price. Okay, so that's a key distinction. We are holding quantities constant. That's why that word fixed for the market basket is important. Hold quantity constant, and in the base year, it's base year prices times base year quantities, and in the current year, it's current year prices times base year quantities. And then you're just going to divide the current year market basket by the base year market basket to get the CPI. So the formula to compute the CPI for any year is the market basket in the current year divided by the market basket in the base year times 100. So that is always the formula, regardless of it's the base year or the current year. Okay, and then the third thing, and again, the base year market basket will always be 100. The third thing you're going to do is calculate the rate of change between the base year CPI and the current year CPI. So a percentage change is a rate of change calculation, and the rate of change formula, the formula for all seasons, if you will, is new minus old over old times 100. So you just have to figure out, okay, what's my new value and what's my old value, and then you can plug it into this formula. And this is the quintessential example of skill 1C. You'd have to know which tool to use, and then you have to know how the numbers that you're given fit into this tool. So it's three steps: compute the value of the market basket, turn that market basket into a CPI, and then calculate the rate of change using the CPI. So let's do it. All right, so I put together a very hypothetical market basket in a very simple economy, and we have goods 1, 2, and 3. We have 2019 prices. So good 1 cost $2 in 2019, good 2 cost $4, good 3 cost $3, and then we have the quantities purchased in 2019. So to compute the market basket for 2019, we multiply the 2019 price times the 2019 quantity, 2019 price times the 2019 quantity, and so on. So the value of the market basket in 2019 using these numbers is 200. Now over here, where we want to get the market basket for 2020, I'm crossing out the current year quantities because we don't use them. We're going to use the base year quantities to calculate the current year market basket. What we're looking at now is the current year prices. So we take that. So now you can see the price for good 1 in 2020 is $2.10. So we're going to multiply current year price times the base year quantity, and that's going to give us $42. And we're going to do the same thing for good 2 and good 3. And when we do that, we multiply the current year prices times the base year quantities. We get the value of the market basket for our current year. So here is our market basket for 2020. It's $220. Okay, so these are the numbers we need to turn our market baskets into a CPI. So we'll start with 2019 market basket in the current year over the market basket in the base year, and just reminding us that our base year is 2019 times 100. So 200 divided by 200 times 100 equals 100. So the base year CPI is always equal to 100. Now when we go to the 2019 CPI calculation, we put the market basket in the current year. So here's our difference. We're taking the market basket in 2020 and we're dividing by the market basket in our base year multiplied times 100. So the CPI for 2020 would be $220 divided by 200 times 100 would equal 110. So now we have a 2019 CPI and a 2020 CPI, and we calculate the overall change prices. Okay, and now we'll use our rate of change formula. So again, the current year was 2020, the base year was 2019. So we have movement over all time. So we're just going to plug in our values. 110 minus 100 over 100. That's a lot of hundreds. So we can do some canceling out. But we end up with an inflation rate of 10%. When the CPI rises from 100 to 110, the rate of inflation is 10%. Okay, so those three steps, and we'll go through a practice FRQ doing this kind of calculation towards the end of our lesson so that you feel confident. All right, so then I thought we would bring in some real world information, and so this is from our friend Fred, right? The St. Louis Fed provides all this wonderful information about the macroeconomy in the United States, and this is actually tracking the consumer price index over time in the United States. So you can see again those gray bars are those recessions. You can see look what happened to the price level here. We have a big dip, okay, but a constant increase in prices. The base year, they use something called chain indexing, which is a little more complicated than what we just did, but the base year is this 1982 to 1984 period, and so the current CPI relative to the base year is, as of March 2020, was 257. Okay, so this constant upward trend in prices over time. Okay, you can see little blips where it spikes and then goes down, but the overall trend is upwards. All right, so that's just taking the CPI and tracing the CPI. A more meaningful way to look at what's happening with inflation might be to look at these percent changes. This is where we're seeing the inflation rate, right? So what we see right here is the inflation rate around 1970 peaked at a little bit above 5%. Okay, but now look, the inflation rate here in the early 70s, right around the time of the oil crisis in 1973, 74. It peaks around a little less than 11%, and then again up in the late 1970s, it's peaking at almost 13% or a little over 13%. So you can see the volatility here during this time period in terms of the rate of change in the price level. Okay, so that's where we see the real changes in inflation. And we have this little dip right here where we actually have, so this would be, these are still increases in the price level. This is actually a decrease in the price level right here. So this would be a little bit of deflation. Okay, so these are two different ways to look at the consumer price index, to measure the CPI over time and then to look at the rate at which the CPI is changing. Okay, so that's the CPI. So now we want to convert this into understanding what it means in terms of purchasing power. So this is where we wanted to get into a really good understanding of the difference between nominal and real. And so nominal, to me, I always think it means in name only, right? So a nominal value is the stated or named value, but the real value is the one that's adjusted for inflation. So nominal values are not adjusted for inflation, but real values are. Whether we're talking about nominal wages or income, nominal or real GDP, nominal real interest rates, right? Nominal is not adjusted for inflation, and real is adjusted for inflation. So you can think of it this way: nominal wages is like your salary, it's how much you make. Real wages is the purchasing power of a nominal wage. So this is a very common way to see this assessed. If we see the nominal wage rises from 20,000 per year to 30,000 per year, then what is the rate of change in the nominal wage? Well, when you go from 20,000 to 30,000, it's a 50% increase. Okay, but if the CPI at the same time rises from 100 to 175, what is the rate of increase in prices? Well, in that case, we would have a price level increase of 75%. So a very common question, or conceptually, what you need to be able to do is think, if nominal wages are increasing by some percent and the CPI is increasing by some other percent, what's happening to the real wage? So when the nominal wage is increasing, but not as quickly as prices are increasing, real wages are actually falling. So in this case, nominal wage is going up by 50%, sounds great, but if prices are rising by 75%, and the purchasing power of the wage is declining, as the real wages are actually falling. So that's a key insight, and this is a very commonly assessed concept in terms of understanding real versus nominal values. Okay, so another thing to know is that the CPI as a measure of inflation has a few shortcomings, and just like you did with strengths and weaknesses of calculating the way we calculate GDP and strengths and weaknesses in the way we calculate the unemployment rate, we want to understand the CPI can both overstate or understate the true inflation rate, but the general trend is towards a little bit of overstating. So the most important element of this overstating is on what's called the substitution bias. So because it's a fixed basket, the market basket doesn't change to reflect changes in what consumers are purchasing. So if, let's say, last year you bought so many gallons of almond milk and so many gallons of regular milk, and all of a sudden the price of almond milk falls, you're going to substitute away from regular milk and towards almond milk, and that change in the quantities of those two goods is going to be reflected in the CPI because the market basket is constant for several years. So consumers substitute towards goods that have become relatively less expensive. We're not capturing the change purchasing power as authentically as we would be if those changes were included. Another way that the CPI can overstate the inflation rate is by failing to account for the introduction of new goods. So it doesn't reflect the change purchasing power that it emerges when we have new goods to choose from. So one way to think of it is in terms of the strength of the purchasing power of a given dollar when there's a greater variety of goods to choose from. But maybe a more intuitive way to understand that is that you need fewer dollars to maintain a given standard of living. And so a good example might be music streaming services, the availability of music streaming services compared to when consumers were purchasing individually MP3 files for download to some MP3 player. I'm sure you're all paying for your music either through your streaming service subscription or through downloading songs that you're paying for, but the streaming service cost is far less for a much greater number of songs than the cost of individually downloading MP3 files. So when streaming services were introduced, they weren't part of the typical market basket, the fixed market basket for quite some time. And then finally, over time, there's changes in the quality of goods and services. In some years there are bumper crops of things and quality is really good, and in other years that might be less true. So over time, changes in the quality of a good or service that you're paying some price for isn't going to be captured in the CPI. So these are the major ways or reasons why the CPI might overstate the inflation rate, but the substitution bias is the one you're probably going to want to be the most familiar with, right? So why does that matter, right? So a lot of government programs, especially in the United States, use the consumer price index to adjust for changes in the overall level of prices. And so there are a lot of government programs that pay people a fixed income. The most notable one is Social Security. And so the Social Security recipients receive adjustments to the amount of money they're receiving in response to changes in the purchasing power that result from inflation. And so these adjustments to how much they're receiving are called cost of living adjustments, or COLAs. So if the CPI overstates the inflation rate, then those adjustments might be stronger than they need to be. So that's a major weakness of CPI, is that it could overstate the inflation rate, and then therefore cost of living adjustments that are pinned or pegged to the CPI might not be as accurate as we want them to be. Okay, so there are some costs associated with inflation that are really important to understand in terms of understanding why stable prices is an economic policy goal. Volatility in price levels, unexpected changes in price levels lead people to make fewer economic decisions. You can budget for or build into your expectations any rate of inflation. We talked about that when we were learning Phillips Curve, right? In the long run, there's no trade-off between unemployment and inflation rate because people can build any inflation rate into their expectations. It is when the actual inflation rate varies from the expected inflation rate that you start to see some bad things happen in the economy and people's decision making starts to be impacted. So one thing to understand is that whenever the expected inflation rate and the actual inflation rate differ, it creates winners and losers. So what you need to know is who wins and who loses when we have unanticipated inflation. So that means that the inflation rate is higher than expected. So because again, people build their expectations of inflation into their decision making, when they get it wrong, it makes them really hesitant to make those decisions. So when the inflation rate is higher than expected, the consequence is that the purchasing power of a given amount of money that you expected to receive in the future will be lower than you anticipated that it was. If you expect the inflation rate to be 10% and the inflation rate is 20%, then the purchasing power of the dollars you're paying is lower than you expected it to be. So the winners when it comes to unanticipated inflation is anybody who's paying money at a fixed amount. Most notably borrowers. A lot of decisions that take expected inflation into account related to how you're going to pay for something over time. And the most common way to do that is to borrow money. So if you enter into a loan agreement or if you finance something based on some expected rate of inflation, you are going to benefit from unanticipated inflation because the value of the money you're paying back, the nominal value is constant. The purchasing power of that money is lessened when the inflation rate is higher than anticipated. So borrowers benefit. The losers from unanticipated inflation are the reverse. Anyone who's receiving money in a fixed amount. So all those borrowers who are benefiting at the expense of lenders. So borrowers benefit from unanticipated inflation and lenders lose from unanticipated inflation. And then the reverse is true if it's unanticipated deflation, right? Or the actual inflation rate is lower than the expected inflation rate. Then lenders benefit and borrowers lose. Okay, so anybody who's on a fixed income is somebody who's being paid or receiving money that has less purchasing power than they anticipated when the inflation rate is higher than expected. So this is a very commonly assessed concept on the AP macro exam as well. Very often when there's a unit 2 free response question, some form of this question is part of it. So you really want to understand this. Okay, so the most common example that is easy to pull from is a Social Security recipient whose cost of living adjustment could be based on the expected inflation rate when the actual inflation rate is higher than they anticipated. The money that the value of the income they're receiving has less value than they anticipated. Also, workers subject to multi-year wage agreements. So if you enter into a 3-year wage agreement or a contract to receive some set of money this year, some set of money next year, some set of money the following year, you're negotiating and bargaining for that agreement is a function of what you expect the inflation rate to be. So if you've bargained for 2% increases each year and the inflation rate has been 5%, then the purchasing power of your wage is going to decline. All right. Okay. So now, before we get into the business side, the last topic is real and nominal GDP. So you already have a good sense of this because this is just review. You've already studied this. We're coming back to it. But hopefully now we're maybe filling in some holes in your understanding that the first time around so that you feel more confident heading to preparing for the AP Macro exam. So what we want to be able to do is define nominal and real GDP. And we want to be able to calculate either one of those. So we know that nominal GDP is a measure of how much is spent on output. It's aggregate output times current prices, or it's the price level times Y. It's the price times quantity times price times quantity times price times quantity. This year's current prices times current prices times current quantity, and so on. And so that would be a way to conceptualize it in terms of a formula. Real GDP, though, is a measure of how much output the economy is producing. So unlike the CPI, where we want to hold quantities constant and measure changes in prices, when we're looking at real GDP, we want to hold prices constant so we can measure changes in output, since that's what the real GDP is, a measure of the overall health of an economy. So it's aggregate output times constant prices. And again, I'm bringing up this very similar formula. I'm going to drive your head to the major. We're holding prices constant by using the base year and then looking at current year quantities. Right. So there's a couple of the GDP deflator is the tool that we use to deflate some nominal value in order to figure out what the real value is. And it conceptually is very similar to the CPI in terms of this idea of the value in one year versus the value in another year. We're just calculating the value of it a little bit differently. So the GDP deflator is found by dividing nominal GDP by real GDP and multiplying it times 100. So again, in the base year, nominal is going to equal real. So in the base year, the GDP deflator is going to equal 100. Now, if you know this, I'm not a mathlete. I can't on the fly use a bunch of algebra to rearrange this. But conceptually, I understand that if I have any two of the three variables, I can solve for the third, regardless of which one I'm looking for. So we can rewrite the GDP deflator formula to solve for real GDP or to solve for nominal GDP. So if you're a mathlete and you feel comfortable with that algebra, then just use the GDP deflator formula for any of the three. If, like me, you need a little bit more help conceptualizing it, think about real GDP as being something that real GDP as being a deflating of nominal GDP. So to solve for real GDP, you divide nominal GDP by the GDP deflator. So when you want to find nominal GDP, you want to inflate real GDP. So you would multiply real GDP by the GDP deflator. So those are the formulas, and you do need to memorize. You do need to learn conceptually what the deflator is and memorize probably one of these formulas. Okay, so now let's just put these two together so we make sure that we have them really clear in our minds which one is which and what they're used for. So they're both indexes that tell us about what's happening to the overall prices in an economy. The CPI is used to determine how purchasing power for Americans has changed over time. It's based on changing prices of a fixed market basket. So P changes, Q is constant, hold quantity constant, and evaluate changing prices. And what we're trying to do is reflect the prices of goods and services typically bought by consumers. So if you think about GDP, right? GDP includes government spending on, let's say, an aircraft carrier. Right? The average American family in an urban setting is not purchasing an aircraft carrier. So to use the GDP deflator to describe what's happening to purchasing power for a typical consumer isn't going to give you as accurate a picture. So you want to think about the CPI is really measuring what's happening to C, and it also can include imports because a lot of what American consumers buy is imported from other countries. Now the GDP deflator, on the other hand, is used to determine how much output has changed over time, and it's based on the goods and services produced in a given period. So we want to hold P constant and evaluate what's happening to output. Again, so hold price constant, evaluate changing output, and it reflects all prices, all goods and services produced domestically. So now when you're thinking about GDP, you're thinking about consumption, investment spending, government spending, and spending on animals. So when we model the ADAS, that price level that we're putting on the vertical axis is usually the GDP deflator. We're thinking about the overall prices, but the CPI is telling us what's happening for Americans. So this is a graph from Fred that puts the CPI and the GDP deflator together with something called personal consumption expenditures. So the measure of inflation that the Fed uses when it's evaluating inflation in terms of monetary policy is actually this PCE. But you can see the red is the GDP deflator and the blue is the CPI. You can see they move together as the one is going up, the other is going up. As one is coming down, the other is coming down. But maybe you notice that the high point here is higher for the GDP deflator than it is for the CPI, and the low point here is lower for the GDP deflator than the CPI. So we in general see this is described as being more volatile, right? There's more variability in the GDP deflator in general than there is in the CPI. So when we're measuring changes in purchasing power for American families, the CPI is a more stable measure than the GDP deflator. Okay, so again, now let's put all of this together. We're looking at measurement of economic performance. We've looked at GDP, the inflation rate, and the unemployment rate. And what you need to know about these is how is each calculated? What do they and don't they tell us about the overall health of an economy? What are the weaknesses of each as a measure of economic performance? And then you really want to think about how can we interpret numbers for real GDP growth rates, inflation rates, and unemployment rates in terms of the business cycle. Okay, so let's pull up our business cycle model. So the business cycle, business cycles are fluctuations in aggregate output and employment that result due to changes in aggregate supply or aggregate demand. So the phases of the business cycle you'll remember are recession and expansion, and the turning points are called peaks or troughs. So you can see that when we are so this would be some rate of growth that we would be looking for, some constant, steady rate of growth in terms of real output. But the business cycle leads there to be times at which the level of real output is growing faster, times at which it's growing slower, times at which it's shrinking, etc. So at a high point, we call it a peak, and then as the level of output starts to fall, right, we can say the economy is contracting. We can say that the economy is headed towards a recession, right? The rate of growth is slowing, or the rate of growth is actually negative. But then we reach this low point called a trough, and then the economy tends to experience what we call an expansion or a recovery. So the peak, the trough, those are the turning points. The downward sloping portion is the recession or the contraction, and the upward sloping portion is the expansion or the recovery. And so the goal of economic policy is really to smooth this out. We don't want the peaks to be so high. We don't want the lows to be so low. So policymakers keep a very close eye on economic indicators to see whether or not the economy is heating up. Do we see some inflation? Do we see unemployment falling? Or is the economy slowing down? Do we see unemployment starting to rise? So that's what we want to put together here. And I want to connect it to the production possibilities curve. So remember what we did at the beginning of the lesson. So when we're modeling the business cycle, we're looking at real output on the vertical axis, and we're looking at time on the horizontal axis. So what is happening to real GDP over time? When we are producing at some point on production possibilities curve, producing full employment levels of output, we already know that. But since that level of output includes both consumer goods and capital goods, it means we're adding productive to the capacity to the economy. So if let's say this combination of consumer goods and capital goods correlates with an increase of 3% per year in the productive capacity of the economy. So if we didn't have a business cycle, then real GDP over time would look like this. We have this nice, steady, constant rate of growth in real GDP of 3%. But as we just saw, that the business cycle results in a lot of deviation from this. Okay, so another way to think of it is this idea of potential output versus current output. So when we're producing on the PPC curve, we're producing at full employment levels of output. Now we'll lay in a business cycle, so we can see this is really what will happen to GDP over time. We have an upward trend, but we have these expansions, these peaks, these contractions, these troughs, etc. So when the potential output is equal to actual output, where they intersect, potential output is equal to actual output, potential output is equal to actual output, then we're analogous to a point on our PPC. When we're producing at a point inside the PPC, it means the unemployment rate, the actual unemployment rate is higher than the natural unemployment rate, and that's what we see in these contractions and these troughs. So when the actual output is less than potential output, we have a recessionary gap. Right? So this is the gap. It's the difference between potential output and actual output. So we have recessionary gaps when actual output is less than potential output, and we have inflationary gaps when actual output is greater than potential output. So when we're in a recessionary gap, we know that the actual unemployment rate is greater than the natural unemployment rate. So you want to associate these recessionary gaps with one inside the PPC, right? Now the reverse is true if we're producing outside the PP state. It means we're producing beyond full employment levels of output. Actual output is greater than potential output. Actual output is greater than potential output. So when we're producing at a level of output that's greater than potential output, it means the unemployment rate is actually below the natural rate of unemployment. So that's how you can kind of connect the business cycle to these economic indicators and to the production possibilities curve. That is really putting it all together. Okay, and that's a nice setup for measuring using the aggregate supply model as a way to model the economy in terms of these indicators. All right, so let's finish up. So here's real GDP over time in the United States. So there's our actual business cycle. You can see a little bit of a contraction and a trough, and then an increase, a peak, a contraction, a trough. You see this overall upward trend. You can see this was the financial crisis in 2008, 2009. Real GDP really fell off, but continued on its upward trend. But again, just like we saw with the CPI, when we look at the actual value of GDP over time, we see one pattern. When we look at the change in the GDP growth rate over time, we see a lot more variability. So at some points, the rate of growth is high, and at other points, the rate of growth is lower, and we even have these negative growth rates when the economy is actually shrinking. The level of real GDP here is less than the level of real GDP the year before. Whereas here, we still have more GDP, it's just growing at a slower rate. Okay, let's do a quick practice problem together, and then we will finish up. So this is from the 2008 question 3. It's Form B. This is a Unit 2 question. I'm going to pull it up on my document camera so we can solve it together. Okay, so I'm just going to adjust this, make sure you guys can read it. Give it a minute for the camera to focus. Okay, so we are told that we have the outputs and prices in Galiland. We have this year's output and this year's prices. And then here's our question. Galiland produces 3 final goods, bread, water, and fruit. The table above shows this year's output and price for each good. The first thing we have to do is calculate this year's nominal GDP. So for part A, if we know that nominal GDP is this year's prices times this year's quantities, then we have 400 loaves of bread that sell for $6 each. We have 1,000 gallons of water that sell for $2 each, and we have 800 pieces of fruit that sell for $2 each. So 4 times 6 is 2,400, 1,000 times 2 this week is 2,000, and 800 times 2 is 1,600. So if we add all of these values together, we get a nominal GDP of $6,000. So fortunately, we're only given one set of prices and one set of output. We don't have to make decisions about which ones we're using, but we know nominal GDP is this year's output times this year's prices, current output times current prices. All right, so then the next part of the question says, assume that in Galiland, the GDP deflator is 100 in the base year and 150 this year. So we're looking at, and I would make a note to myself and be like, okay, so the base year GDP deflator is 100, and this year, or the current year GDP deflator is 150. So part B1 asks us to calculate the inflation rate. So we can use our rate of change formula. So the inflation rate, which you can substitute with pi, is equal to new minus old over old times 100. So in this case, the new value is this year, which is 150 minus 100 over 100 times 100. And again, we can cross some of this out, and we get the inflation rate is equal to 50%. Remember, these are rates of change, so you want to use your percent sign. All right, how about B2? Now, the next thing we have to do is this year's real GDP. So again, we have our GDP deflator and we have our nominal GDP. So we need to deflate nominal GDP in order to get our real GDP. So again, so real GDP is equal to nominal GDP times over the deflator times 100. So real GDP is equal to 6,000 divided by 150 times 100. So we can cross it out. So 15 goes into 64 times, so it goes into 640 times. 40 times 100 is equal to $4,000. So when the inflation rate is 50%, the real value of the nominal GDP of the $6,000 nominal GDP is $4,000. So real GDP equals 4,000. Okay, so let's go on to part C. Since the base year, workers have received a 20% increase in their nominal wage. If workers face the same inflation that you calculated in part B1, what has happened to their real wage? Explain. So we know that since the inflation rate is 50% and nominal wages are increasing by 20%, what's happening to the real wage? Well, hopefully you can see the real wage falls. And the reason why is because, right, the inflation rate is greater than the rate at which nominal incomes are rising. And so consumers are not able to buy as much with their nominal wages as they were previously. All right, and then finally we have part D, and here it is. This is if the GDP deflator in Galiland increases unexpectedly, would a borrower with a fixed interest rate loan be better off or worse off? And so borrowers benefit from unanticipated inflation. So borrowers, I'm not going to spend our limited time together writing it all out, but borrowers benefit, and then we have to explain. And so you would say because, and your answer would be that the value of the money they are paying back, or the value of the money they are paying back the loan with has less purchasing power than anticipated, and that's why borrowers benefit. All right, so that's how you would approach answering a Unit 2 free response question, and that brings us to the end of our lesson for tonight. So I'm going to stop sharing this screen. I'm going to start my video back up, and I'm going to share my PowerPoint, and let's just bring it to a conclusion. All right, so again, we took a look at 4 topics in Unit 2: price indexes, talked about inflation, real and nominal values, and the business cycle. So there were some terms and definitions that we learned, and some formulas that we took a look at, because again, the skill we were focusing on was the ability to calculate. And again, focus on what the meaning of the terms and concepts, and use the math to support your understanding of those concepts. So we practiced calculating the CPI, the inflation rate, and changes in real variables. We talked about the shortcomings of CPI. We talked about the costs of unanticipated inflation or deflation. We defined nominal and real GDP. We calculated real GDP and the GDP deflator, and then we put it all together in order to be able to define and explain the turning points and phases of the business cycle. So that was a lot. It was a dense lesson, but we covered a lot of ground. And hopefully, again, this review of these topics and concepts filled in some holes in your understanding. I know that inflation was always a really challenging topic for my students, and by the time we were reviewing it, having a lot stronger sense of economic thinking, and having been talking about the economy in terms of price levels and real GDP and unemployment, by the time we were reviewing this, the review was often very helpful to them, as I hope it was for you. Okay, so let's finish up with a reminder. Everybody has a device or internet access. So if you or someone you know who's interested in taking the AP exams doesn't have what they need to do so, please reach out to the College Board at cb.org/tech. All right, everyone, thank you again for joining us this evening, and I will look forward to seeing you in a few days. Take good care. Welcome back to AP Macroeconomics. I'm so glad you decided to join us this evening. My name is Jen Radials, and I'm coming to you from Basking Ridge, New Jersey, where I work at Ridge High School. And tonight we're going to be continuing our review of Unit 1 in preparation for the AP Macroeconomics exam. Okay, so what we're going to be reviewing tonight is the law of demand, which, as you know, describes the relationship between the price of a good or service and the quantity demanded of that service. So there's a demand curve for us. We're also going to be reviewing the law of supply, which describes the relationship between the price and the quantity supplied of a good. There's a nice upward sloping supply curve. But where we're going to spend most of our time tonight is talking about markets, right? Markets exist as a result when buyers and sellers come together. So you need demand and supply in order to make a market, and virtually all of the analysis that we do is in a market with supply and demand. So this is where we're going to spend the bulk of our time. So we want to be able to define market equilibrium. We also want to define surplus and shortage. We want to be able to explain why markets achieve equilibrium. Why, when the price is such that the quantity demanded is not equal to the quantity supplied, market forces will correct that imbalance or that disequilibrium and restore the market to equilibrium. We want to be able to calculate the surplus or shortage in a market that has an imbalance in it, and we want to be able to explain how changes in demand and supply affect market outcomes. So when I say market outcomes, I mean the equilibrium price and the equilibrium quantity, the quantity bought or the quantity sold. We are going to be focusing tonight on scale 4C, and this is the scale that asks us to be able to demonstrate using a graph the effect of a change in an economic situation. So even though you're not going to be submitting answers on the AP Macro exam this year that include graphs, you will definitely be better able to answer the questions that you have to answer if you feel comfortable and confident use graphs in order to describe, predict, and explain what's happening, right? Okay, so let's do a warm-up, and this is going to be a little bit different from the way we've been approaching warm-ups. I'm going to ask you a question that's sort of a review-based kind of a question. So I want you to think about what you've learned in this course so far, and I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to see if you can name each of the supply and demand models in AP macroeconomics. So go ahead and take 30 seconds and think about the graphs that you've learned and which of those are supply and demand graphs. Hopefully you got at least a couple. Try and take about 10 seconds to finish writing your answers. All right, let's see how you did. Okay, so in Unit 1, this is the unit that we're reviewing. We're taking a look at predominantly product markets, right? This is a supply and demand model for a good or service. Now, some of what you learned in Unit 1 probably included some resource markets where you were maybe graphing oil, which is an input or an input in production. You were modeling the price, the supply of and demand for oil in an economy. You might have been modeling the supply and demand for wheat or corn or some other commodity that's widely used as input in goods and services. So whether it was a product market or a resource market, in Unit 1, you were learning basic supply and demand. In Unit 3, when we started studying national income and price determination, you started using the aggregate demand, aggregate supply model, which is a supply and demand model for the entire economy. When you got to Unit 4, you learned about the money market, which has the supply and demand for money in a nation, and you also learned about the loanable funds market, which is the supply and demand for borrowed money in a nation. And then last week we reviewed Unit 6, which included foreign exchange markets, which is the supply and demand for currency. So even though Unit 6 isn't going to be on the exam this year, and even though you're more than likely going to be dealing with macroeconomic supply and demand models on the AP macro exam this year, it's really important that you understand how foundational basic supply and demand concepts are to your ability to use these other tools that are going to be the basis of your analysis in AP macroeconomics. All right, so what you need to do. So I did like a control F in the course exam description, the word model, and it occurs 284 times. Now, not all of those are in the context of the learning objectives in terms of content or skills, but the majority of them are. And so models are the tools that economists use to describe, predict, and explain economic behavior and to interpret economic phenomena. And all of the topics and concepts that we're going to talk about and review tonight are applicable to all the supply and demand models in the course. So for example, the skills that you need to be able to predict the effect of a change in demand on the market price and quantity are the same skills you need to predict the effect of a change in aggregate demand on the equilibrium price level and real GDP. So these skills are completely transferable. And so what I hope to show you tonight is that these tools are incredibly helpful in answering any kind of question about macroeconomics. All right, so the enduring understanding for this part of the unit is that in a competitive market, demand for and supply of a good or service determine the equilibrium price. So let's start with the law of demand, which says there's an inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded, which produces the downward sloping demand curve. Well, what's an inverse relationship? Basically what that means is that the two variables in question, right? When you're creating a model, you're plotting one variable in terms of another. An inverse relationship exists when they go in opposite directions. So as you know, the law of demand asserts that when price rises, quantity demanded falls, and when price falls, quantity demanded rises. So that's all an inverse relationship is. It's also sometimes called a negative relationship because it has a negative slope. All right, why is there an inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded? Now I'm going to give you the 3 reasons for the downward sloping demand curve, but what I want you to know is that you're unlikely to be asked a question about the 3 reasons for the downward sloping demand curve for a single good, but these are analogs for several of these are analogs for the downward slope of the aggregate demand curve, which is in the course and exam description. So if you understand fundamentally what these are, it will help you understand the reasons for the downward sloping aggregate demand curve in Unit 3. Right, so the first is called income effect, and basically what that means is if we're looking at we're going to be talking about good X. So when the price of good X rises, the purchasing power of a given income goes down, and consumers have relatively less income, so they buy less of good X. So when the price falls, right, the purchasing power of a given income rises, people feel relatively richer, and so they buy more of good X. That's the income effect. The substitution effect operates on for most goods in a very similar way. When the price of good X rises, good Y becomes relatively cheaper than good X, and so consumers substitute towards good Y and buy less of good X. And the reverse is true as well. When the price of good X falls, good Y becomes relatively more expensive compared to good X, and so consumers are going to substitute towards good X and away from good Y. So those are the 2 reasons that have analogs in the aggregate demand, the downward sloping aggregate demand curve. The last one is called the law of diminishing marginal utility. If you're simultaneously studying AP microeconomics this year or any microeconomics, this is probably really familiar to you. And basically what it means is each additional unit of a good that you buy and consume is less satisfying to you than the previous unit of a good consumed. And so in order to be willing to buy the next unit, it's going to have a lower price. So these 2 you really want to understand because of the way that they can help you understand the downward slope of the aggregate demand. All right, so then another thing you want to understand is that factors that influence consumer demand, such as changes in income, cause the market demand curve to shift. So I'm sure you remember talking with your learning in your class about the shifters of demand. They're also called the non-price determinants of demand. And that's a term you might want to use because if you use non-price determinants of demand as the way to describe those forces that change the amount of a good people are willing to buy at every price, then you'll understand that a change in price is not a shifter of the demand curve. All right, so you've learned these. There's a lot of different ways to organize them. You probably learned an acronym. I actually stay away from the acronyms because you don't have to memorize what these are. You have to understand them so that you can recognize when you're reading a problem whether or not the factor that's changing is going to influence the buyers in the market or the sellers in the market. So if there's a change in taste and preferences, that's going to change consumers' willingness to buy a good at any price. The number of consumers in the market is also a shifter of the demand curve. So for example, the age at which you can rent a car in the United States is 25. You must be 25 years of age in order to rent a car. Now imagine that all of a sudden the rental car company has decreased the age and make it 18. Well, what's going to happen to the number of people who seek to purchase a rental car? It's going to increase. So if there's an increase in the number of consumers in the market, the demand curve is going to shift to the right. Expectations play a big part in people's economic decision makings, and on the consumer side, expectations of future prices and expectations of future income are the ones you probably want to be most familiar with. And this makes perfect sense. If you know that the price of something is likely to fall in the future, what's going to happen to your demand for it today? Aren't you going to buy less today and buy more in the future when the price is lower? So your expectation of what's going to happen is going to affect your buying today. Same thing with income. As I'm sure you know right now, a lot of people's incomes have fallen, and many people expect that our economic circumstances are not going to be good for quite some time. And so people are going to start saving their money because they're worried about how long they're going to have a given amount of money for. So expectations of future, if you expect your income to rise, you're probably going to spend more today, buy more goods and services. If you expect your income to fall, you're probably going to start buying less. Okay, so your current income is an important determinant of demand as well. And so when we look at the income effect, we look at the change in purchasing power of a given income because of a change in the price of a good. Now we're talking about an actual change in consumer incomes. And so this should be really intuitive. Most of my students find the shifters of demand, the non-price determinants of demand, really intuitive because we're buyers, right? So we understand the forces that affect our own behavior. So if you have more money, if your income goes up, you're going to increase consumption, demand for goods and services is going to shift to the right. The price of related goods, this is a fun one. Kids really love thinking about related goods. So we have 2 types. We have complementary goods, which go together in consumption. And you want to think the classic example is hot dogs and hot dog buns. Most people buy them together. And then substitute goods are opposite in consumption. Most people buy one or the other. So hot dogs and hamburgers, right? Of course, some people buy hot dogs and hamburgers together, but for most of us, when we're deciding what to buy for dinner, we're choosing one or the other. All right, so these are the non-price determinants of demand. And what we now have to do is make sure we can recognize the difference between those things that are going to change demand and those things that are going to result in a change in quantity demanded. So let's go to the next slide for that. Right, this is probably one of the trickiest things in all of economics, the difference between a change in demand and a change in quantity. quantity demand. It has applications in every supply and demand model that you're going to look at in the entire course. So we have two identical downward sloping demand curves here. This is the market for a good. We have the price on the vertical axis, we have the quantity on the horizontal axis, we have that downward sloping demand curve showing the inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. So right now the price is $2, and we read from the vertical axis to the demand curve to find that the quantity demanded at a price of $2 is 10. All right, so now let's apply a change. The price is going to fall from $2 to $1. What happens in this market? Well, we read across to the demand curve, and we find now that at a price of $1, the quantity demanded is 20. We call this a movement along a given demand curve. This is a change in quantity demanded. It is due to a change in price. Now let's go to the other model. If we increase demand, which we show by shifting the demand curve to the right, we can see that what this means is at the price of $2, there's an increase in the number of units people are willing to buy. So what I want you to notice is that in both models, we went from 10 units to 20 units, right? So this increase in the number of units that are being purchased by consumers is identical. But two very different things happen. So we have to use different terms. We have to understand that when you have a change in the number of units people are buying because of the price, it's a change in quantity demanded. When you have a change in the number of units people are buying because their willingness to buy at any price has changed, it's a change in demand. Okay, so this here is a change in quantity demanded. This here is a change in demand. A change in quantity demanded is a movement along a given demand curve and is only caused by a change in price. And since this is review, you know that the only thing that's going to cause a change in price or movement along a demand curve is a change in supply, right? So a change in supply causes a change in quantity demanded. A change in demand causes a change in quantity supply. So just knowing those terms is really helpful. Okay, so you should write this down. A change in demand shifts the demand curve and is caused by a change in a non-price determinant of demand. Again, you're never going to be asked, here's a change, which of the non-price determinants of demand is it? You're never going to be asked that kind of question. What you'll be asked is to figure out, okay, something changes. Is it going to change demand or is it going to change quantity demand? So you have to know, is this something that affects buyers or is it something that affects sellers? A change in demand is a change in quantity demand in every case. Okay, so now let's transition to supply. So the law of supply tells us that there's a positive relationship between price and quantity supply, which produces the upward sloping supply curve. So it's a positive relationship. Well, it means the two variables that you're examining a relationship between are moving in the same direction. When price rises, quantity supply rises, and when price falls, quantity supply falls. So that is a positive or a direct relationship. The two variables move in the same direction. Why is there a positive relationship between price and quantity supply? In some ways, it's a lot simpler than the demand curve. And basically, if you're in micro, you've learned a lot about the supply curve and marginal cost. But if you're just studying macro, all you really need to know is that basically the more units you produce, the more expensive each unit is to produce. Basically, because cost increases as output increases, which leads producers to require a higher price in order to be incentivized to produce the next unit of a good. The best and most intuitive example of this that I ever came across was in an MR University video. If you've never checked out that website, there's some great lessons there. But basically, they're talking about the market for oil, and as I'm sure you all know, oil, like some oil, is really easy to get at. In some places, it's very close to the surface. The weather and the climate are very temperate. It's easy to transport drilling equipment in and out of the location. And so when you put an oil well there, those units of oil are very easy to get to. They're very inexpensive. Now you look at a place like Siberia, right, where the climate is very harsh, where there's not a lot of infrastructure to get drilling equipment in, where the oil is really, really deep in the ground. If you want to increase the production of oil and you go from an oil deposit in Texas to an oil deposit in Siberia, right, those units of oil in Siberia are going to be a lot more costly to produce. And so the incentive for producers to produce those units is a higher price. So as the price increases, quantity supply increases, right, because producers require a high price to produce those more costly units. Right. So we also want to take a look at what are the non-price determinants of supply. So basically, anything that causes a change in profitability is going to shift the supply curve. So if it makes it cheaper and easier to produce, if profitability increases, supply is going to increase. If it makes it harder or more costly to produce, then it becomes less profitable and supply is going to decrease. So what are the things that influence profitability? Well, the most important one is the cost of production. So you'll remember that inputs in production, the factors of production, are land, labor, capital. And so when the prices of inputs rise, it becomes more costly to produce goods and services. So the profitability decreases and supply decreases. So when input costs rise, supply decreases. A change in wages is a really important determinant of supply, and you want to distinguish it from a change in incomes. When incomes go up, you're being asked about the effect on consumers. When wages go up, which of course leads to higher incomes, but when wages go up, wages are from the perspective of the producer. So when wages increase, we want to read that as a shifter of the supply curve. Change in incomes, shifter of demand, change in wages, shifter of supply. In the United States, wages constitute like 70% of input costs. So a change in wages has major implications for supply. A technological advance, in general, technological advances need to be understood as something that makes it cheaper to produce and is going to lead to increased supply. Government intervention in the market in the form of taxes and subsidies will also affect profitability. And basically, if the government levies a tax on a good or a tax on producers, it effectively increases the cost of production, makes profits go down, makes supply go down. A subsidy effectively makes it less costly to produce. Governments can also regulate businesses, and so additional regulations in general effectively make it more costly to produce, whereas deregulation effectively makes it less costly to produce. So expectations are important input in firm decision making. So expectations of future prices and expectations of future market conditions are also going to affect producers' willingness to supply every price. If you're a producer and you think you're going to get a higher price for something in a couple months, you're going to cut back on the amount you're bringing to market today. There'll be a decrease in supply today. Okay? If you expect the economy to get better in the future and people to be buying more in the future, and you expect prices to be higher as a result, then you're going to cut back on the amount you're selling right now, and the reverse is true as well. Okay, and then finally, the number of producers in the market. If there's an increase in the number of producers, supply shifts to the right, supply increases, and if there's a decrease, it shifts to the left. That should be pretty intuitive as well. All right, so those are the non-price determinants of supply. So again, you don't have to memorize that. You just have to think. If there's a tax on the production of a good or service, is that going to affect consumers or producers first? And the answer is producers. So that's the work that you want to be able to do. All right, we also want to make sure that we know the difference between a change in quantity supplied and a change in supply. So we've got two supply curves. We've got a price of $1 and quantity supplied of 10 units. Right? If the price rises to $2, we're going to have a movement up into the right along the supply curve to a new point. And now we can see that when the price rises from $1 to $2, the quantity supplied is going to increase from 10 to 20. Now, what if we have an increase in supply? That changes the number of units producers are willing to produce at every price, including at a price of $1. So now with this new supply curve, our quantity supplied is 20. So you can see again, we have an increase from 10 units to 20 units and an increase from 10 units to 20 units, but for very different reasons. This is an increase in quantity supply caused by an increase in price. This is an increase in supply. So a change in quantity supplied is a movement along a given supply curve and it's only caused by a change in price. And a change in supply is a shift of the supply curve and is caused by a change in a non-price determinant of supply. And remember, you want to read a change in supply as a change in quantity supplied at every price. Right now, if you've got that down, then the next part is going to be pretty straightforward. All right, so the last topic in unit 1 is market equilibrium. And the essential knowledge statement is that equilibrium is achieved at the price at which quantities demanded and supplied are equal. So what is equilibrium? It's the condition that exists when no market participant, no buyer or seller can be made better off by changing their behavior. No one has an incentive to change what they're currently doing. So it's also described as when market forces have come to rest. So why do market forces stop operating when the price is such that the quantity demanded is equal to quantity supplied? And basically because sellers can't be made better off by raising or lowering the price, and buyers can't be made better off by buying more or less of a good. So no one has any incentive to change what they're doing. And now let's look at a model to see that. I think that's the best way to illustrate equilibrium is to use the model. So I created a little grid here. We've got price, quantity. I put in some specific prices and some specific quantities so we can do some of that calculating. That's one of the learning objectives. All right, so we've got a downward sloping demand curve and we've got an upward sloping supply curve. And the question might be, what is the equilibrium price and quantity in the market? So we find the point at which supply and demand intersect, and we read across to the vertical axis to find the market price of $20, the equilibrium price of $1, and we read down to the vertical axis to find the market quantity of 20. Right? So there's our equilibrium. So we can say that the equilibrium price is $20 and the equilibrium quantity is 4 units. Pretty straightforward. Right? Now, what if the market is in a disequilibrium? What if the market price price is not equal to the equilibrium price. So the sellers are responsible for setting prices. You don't go into a store and say, I'd like to pay $5 for that. You go into a store and you read the price tag. It's set by the seller. Well, what if the seller sets the price too high? So if the seller in this market sets the price at $30, then we can read across this price line to see that at a price of $30, consumers are only willing to buy 20. The quantity demanded is 1. But at a price of $30, the quantity supplied is 60. So when the quantity supplied is greater than the quantity demanded, the condition that exists in the market is known as a surplus. So this is what is meant by surplus. It's the condition that exists when quantity supplied is greater than quantity demanded. So but this is a disequilibrium, and we'll see that market forces will lead to people to change their behavior. So what's going to happen is if sellers are producing 60 and they're only selling 20, then they're sitting there with 40 units that are going unsold. So if you're a producer, you can be made better off by selling those units. But if they're not going at a price of $30, what are you going to do? You're going to lower the price. So sellers have an incentive when a surplus exists to lower the price in order to sell those surplus units. So what is the number of surplus units? It's the difference between the quantity demanded and the quantity supplied. Units will only be sold when there's a buyer and a seller. So there are 40 units that have sellers but no buyers until the price starts to fall. So suppliers will, when a surplus exists, the suppliers have an incentive to lower the price in order to sell more units of the good. So what's going to happen is as the price falls, we have a movement down along the supply curve. As the price falls, quantity supply falls, and as the price falls, quantity demanded rises. And so the market is going to return to equilibrium. As long as that price is greater than the equilibrium price, a surplus will exist. Sellers have an incentive to lower the price, and the price will keep falling until we get a buyer for every seller. We get a consumer to purchase every unit that is for sale. So as sellers lower the price to sell surplus units, quantity supply falls, quantity demanded rises. You should make sure you understand this. A surplus is eliminated through falling prices. Right now, what if they go too far? Right, but sellers don't necessarily know the equilibrium price. So let's say they keep lowering the price until they get to a price of $10. Well, now let's read the graph to see what happens. Well, at a price of $10, the producers are only willing to produce 20 units, so the quantity sold is only going to be quantity supplied is only 20. At a price of $10, so a lot more consumers want to purchase it, and so our quantity demanded is now 60. So again, we have this wedge between the quantity demanded and the quantity supplied. Only in this case, we refer to it as a shortage because the quantity demanded is greater than the quantity supplied. So when the market price is less than the equilibrium price, quantity demand is greater than the quantity supply, and the market has a shortage. Well, suppliers are going to recognize that people keep coming in to buy this thing that they don't have in stock. So what they're going to start to recognize is that they can be made better off by raising the price. So sellers have an incentive to raise the price in order to meet the excess demand. As the price rises, the quantity supply is going to rise, but as the price rises, quantity demanded is going to fall. So as sellers raise the price to meet demand, quantity supply increases and quantity demanded decreases. The shortage is eliminated through rising. That's how market forces work. And once the quantity demanded equals the quantity supply, once the price exists such that quantity demanded equals quantity supply, nobody has any incentive to change their behavior. If sellers raise the price, they'll create a surplus, they'll have extra units they can't sell. If they lower the price, they're getting less money for each unit, and sellers are incentivized to sell charge the highest price the market will bear. Right? If the price is too low, consumers can be made better off by buying more. If the price is too high, consumers will be made better off by buying less. So when the equilibrium price, when the price exists such that quantity demanded is quantity supplied, no one has any incentive to change what they're doing, and so market forces will come to rest. Right? This is important for understanding why a change in demand or a change in supply leads to a change in the price in the market. So that's what we're going to look at now. Okay, so the changes in the determinants of supply and or of demand result in a new equilibrium price and quantity. So here's our market for automobiles. It's an equilibrium price of 20. I'm putting it in thousands, so it's a little bit more realistic. So assume that the equilibrium price of a car is $20,000, and at that price, the number of units sold in the time period is 4,000 units. Well, if real income increases, what happens to the equilibrium price and quantity of automobiles? So the first thing you have to ask yourself is this going to affect buyers or sellers? And remember, income is a non-price determinant of demand. So as income increases, we're going to see an increased willingness to buy at every price. Demand is going to increase, which we show by shifting the demand curve to the right. Now look at what happened at the initial price now of $20. The quantity supplied is 40, but the quantity demanded is 60. There's an increase in the number of consumers willing to buy at $20. It creates a shortage. This shortage is eliminated by rising prices. So as sellers recognize that there's an increase in demand for their product and that they're selling faster than they expected, they start raising their price in order to be willing to produce more units, right? So as the price rises, the quantity supply rises, but as the price rises, the quantity demand falls, and so we end up at a new equilibrium price and quantity here where the demand and the supply curve intersect. So our new equilibrium has a higher price and a higher quantity. So I'm going to go back to this for just a second. Oops, I'm going to go back. So more often than not, this and we become so used to shifting the demand curve or shifting the supply curve and just finding the new equilibrium point that sometimes we forget this intermediate step, which is that initially there's a shortage because of the increased willingness to buy at the market price. That shortage is eliminated through rising prices. Okay, now let's do the same thing, but we'll look at a different shift factor. So again, we're at equilibrium, $20,000 for a car, and at that price, 40,000 cars will be purchased. If wages for automobile workers increases, what happens to the equilibrium price quantity of automobiles? Well, again, wages. When you see wages, think supply. Wages is an input price, right? It's factor income for labor. So if wages rise, then profitability is going to fall. So supply is going to decrease. We show a decrease in supply by shifting the supply curve to the left. Now here's a shortage is created again with the new supply curve. The quantity supplied at that price is only 20, but the quantity demanded is still 40,000, and so we have a shortage again. That shortage is going to be eliminated by rising prices. Sellers are going to raise their price, increasing the quantity supplied. As price rises, quantity demanded is going to fall. And we're going to achieve a new equilibrium price and quantity here. So the price has risen, but the quantity has fallen. So be very systematic in your approach to these kinds of questions. Are we looking at a change in something that will affect consumers or producers? If it's a change in consumption, shift the demand curve and then read your graph. If it's a change in production, then you shift the supply curve and read your graph. You don't have to intuit your way to an answer. You don't have to rule answer choices in or out. Use the tool, apply the change, and read the model to get your answer. So that's what we're going to practice now. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it with my fingers crossed, is I'm going to switch to my document camera, and we're going to do some of these questions together the way you might be doing them as you're taking the AP exam. So I took a couple of questions that illustrate the key concepts. Get that mouse out of the way. All right, hopefully that's nice and clear for you. This is a very typical kind of question. So we're told that the American Heart Association has just issued a report warning consumers about the negative health effects of eating beef. Okay, which of the following changes in the beef market is most likely to occur as a result? Well, if you are told that eating beef has negative health effects, you are likely to eat less beef, right? So we are going to see a decrease in demand for beef, right? This is going to change people's tastes and preferences for beef. So now before I even look at the answer choices, I'm just going to sketch out a quick supply and demand model. So we have price and quantity, we have a downward sloping demand curve, we have an upward sloping supply curve, we have an equilibrium price and an equilibrium quantity. If we have a decrease in demand, then demand is going to shift to the left. So there's our new demand curve, and here's our new equilibrium price and our new equilibrium quantity. All right, so the price fell and the quantity fell as well. So the supply curve shift to the left? No, absolutely not. It's a shift of demand. The demand curve will shift to the left, decreasing the price. Well, yeah, found it. There's our answer. We don't even have to spend time reading the rest of it because we know demand shifted to the left, and we read our graph to see that the price decreased. All right, so let's try another one. Okay, a change in which of the following will cause a change in the supply of personal computers? Well, a change in supply means we are shifting the supply curve. We're either going to increase it or decrease it. So a change in demand for personal computers. Well, this is the kind of thing where kids often get a little bit tripped up. We have demand curve and a supply curve. When we shift the supply curve, we're either shifting it to the left or to the right. So a change in demand is not going to cause a change in supply. It's going to cause a change in quantity supplied. The price of disks, which are complements to personal computers. Well, when we're talking about complementary goods, we're probably talking about consumers, right? Producers don't necessarily produce computers and disks, but consumers certainly used to use computers and disks together. So that's not the answer. The price of personal computers will not change supply. It will change quantity supplied. How about technology? The technology used to produce technology you want to read as a factor that affects supply. We're talking about the technology used to produce something, and obviously consumer incomes would be a change, a determinant of demand. So change in technology would be our correct answer. All right, so let's go on to another one. Which of the following events will cause the demand curve for hamburgers to shift to the right? Well, if we are shifting the demand for hamburgers to the right, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for an increase in demand. So which of these things is going to cause demand for hamburgers and this is hamburgers, to increase. So if the price of french fries, if the price of fries goes up, what happens to the demand for hamburgers when hamburgers are complements? Well, if you eat hamburgers with your french fries and the price of fries go up, there's going to be a decrease in the quantity demanded of fries. So you're going to buy fewer hamburgers to go with them. So this is actually going to cause a decrease in the demand, which we show is a shift to the left. So that can't be the right answer. How about an increase in the price of hamburgers? Well, remember, I'm going to give us a demand curve here. A change in the price. So an increase in the price would look like this. That would cause a movement along a given demand curve. It's not going to cause it to shift to the right. A decrease in the price of hamburgers would cause a movement down and to the right along a given demand curve, but it's not going to cause the demand curve to shift to the right. How about a decrease in the cost of producing hamburgers? That's going to shift the supply curve. And so this must be the right answer, but we can show that it's true. When the price of pizza goes up, if hamburgers are substitute for pizza, you're going to have a decrease in the quantity demanded pizza. And if you're going to substitute away from pizza for hamburgers, then the demand for hamburgers is going to increase, which is what we were looking for in the first place. So E is the right answer. Let's do one more. Looks like we're not going to have time tonight for all of the ones I wanted to do, but this is a great, we'll do two more. This is a great example of a question that allows you to use the model. A decrease in raw material prices will change equilibrium price and quantity in which the following ways. This couldn't be a better example of where you want to use a model. Now imagine a decrease in energy prices will change price level and real GDP in which of the following ways. It's exactly the same thing, right? In terms of skill, in terms of thinking. So we have price and quantity, we have a downward sloping demand curve, we have an upward sloping supply curve, we have an equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. So a decrease in the price of an input cost is going to cause profits to go up, right? If you're consolidating the same price and it costs you less to produce it, the profits are going to go up. It's going to cause supply to increase. We show it. Remember, don't be fooled by doing a decrease in supply, which looks like shifting up. We want to increase the quantity supplied at every price. So we shift the supply curve to the right. So when supply shifts to the right, we're going to create a little bit of a surplus here at the initial price, and the surplus is eliminated through falling prices. So here is our new equilibrium. We can see that the price has fallen and the quantity has risen. So price decrease is what we're looking for in our answer choice, and quantity increase is what we're looking for, and that's how you solve that problem. So this type of analysis is going to be useful to you, whether you're looking at price and quantity and market for good or service, or you're looking at price level and real GDP, or price and quantity of nominal interest rate, quantity of money in the money market, real interest rate and quantity of money in the loan bonds market. It's the same kind of analysis. Use your tools. As my dear friend and fabulous economics teacher and colleague says to her students, you're not too cool to graph. So use your graphs. All right, so let's do this last one. I think this one is a really great. More than likely, if you're asked about supply and demand in a macro context, you're going to be asked about simultaneous changes in demand and supply. So this conceptually is a simultaneous shift question. So the graph shows the supply and demand curves for particular brand computers. In 2018, there were 10,000 computers sold for $1,000 each. In 2019, there were 9,000 computers sold for $1,000 each. Which of the following changes in supply and demand curves could most likely cause this change? So to me, the easiest way to approach this is to find those 2 points and then use the model. So in 2018, we sold 10,000 units at a price of $1,000 each. And in 2019, 9,000 computers sold, but also for $1,000. So 9,000 is less than 10,000. So we're going to put our new quantity here, but the price is $1,000. So this is the point we have to get to. Well, let's see what happens if we shift demand to the left to get that point. Okay, so demand is going to decrease. Well, that we get to that point, but that's not our equilibrium because this is where that new demand curve hits that supply curve. So this can't be it can't only have been a decrease in demand if we decrease supply at the same time. Now we see that we can get an equilibrium at that point. So the demand curve must have shifted to the left and the supply curve must have shifted to the left as well. So again, using the graph allows us to solve this problem. All right, so that's the last one we have time for. I hope you found this, regardless of whether you're answering a multiple choice question or an FRQ, you're going to find that using your graphs is really helpful in figuring out the answer and also proving that your answer is true for those explain points. So now let's just finish up. So I'll go back to our PowerPoint. We did our guided practice. Okay, let's go down. Okay, so this is what we looked at tonight. We finished up unit 1 with topics 1.4 to 1.6. We looked at demand, supply, and then markets. So demand and supply curves in them. You want to know the law of demand, the law of supply. You want to be able to define those terms, surplus and shortage. Explain how a shortage or surplus exists when their price is not the equilibrium price, so that you can describe how prices adjust to restore equilibrium, right? A surplus is eliminated through falling prices, a shortage is eliminated through rising prices. When we have a graph that's got some numbers in it, once we identify quantity demanded and supply at a given price, we can easily calculate the size of the surplus or shortage. And then we finished up looking at how to use graphs to explain how changes in demand and supply affect equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. So those were our goals for tonight. I hope you feel more confident with these topics and also in the knowledge of how these foundational thinking skills are going to be of such value to you as you review the rest of the supply and demand models in this course. All right, we spent a lot of time looking at that model for that reason. Okay, and again, whether it's a product market model or a resource market model or the aggregate demand, aggregate supply model, the money market model, the loanable funds market, if we're increasing demand, we redefine the new equilibrium. If we're increasing aggregate demand, we redefine the new equilibrium. If we're increasing the supply in the money market, we're looking for the new interest rate, and if we increase supply in the loanable funds market, we're looking for the new interest rate. Very similar analysis. Okay, so as always, we conclude with our announcement, our call for students. If you or someone you know needs a device or internet access in order to be able to take the AP Macroeconomics exam, please reach out to the College Board at cb.org/tech. All right, everyone, thank you again so much for watching. I look forward to seeing you again in a couple of days. Have a good night.
Welcome to another AP Macro Review video. My name is Matt Romano, coming to you from Atlanta, Georgia today. And today we are going to review the first few topics from Unit 2. Unit 2, I really like Unit 2. Unit 1 obviously is the general overview of economics, basic economic principles. It's a great introductory unit. It gets you started in the fundamentals of the field, introduces you to what economics is. And it's the same, well, not exactly, but very similar in both micro and macro. It's in Unit 2 that we really go into macroeconomics and we start looking at macro concepts and really distinguish the course from a general principles course or a micro course by looking at major macroeconomic indicators. So today we're going to look at the circular flow model of GDP. We're going to talk about limitations to GDP, and then we're going to talk about unemployment, the unemployment rate in particular, as well as limitations to the unemployment rate. The way I view this, as I said, it's the beginning of really studying macroeconomics. I view it as what I call phase 1. There are really 3 phases to learning macroeconomics. Phase 1 is what you're doing in this unit. You learn about the indicators. What indicators do I look for? And we need to know what that term means, first of all. Like, I used to take it for granted that students knew what indicators meant. And at this stage, we're in review, you've done the course, you should know what it means. But these are markers of economic activity. And if we're going to be a part of this conversation, we're going to keep up with the macroeconomy and understand what is happening in the globe and what's happening in our world and the news and what they're talking about in politics. We've got to know the language and we've got to know what to look for and where to look for them. So this is where we begin that. We look at the indicators to tell us something about economic activity. None of these indicators are perfect. What's important is that we understand what do they represent. And there's a tendency to rush into calculating because sometimes we get intimidated by calculations and worry about can I do the numbers, especially on a test. And we want to be careful not to do that. We want to make sure that we understand the terminology first and then use the numbers to explain the terminology. And that's my biggest suggestion when it comes to dealing with these indicators. If you don't understand what GDP represents or unemployment represents or in the next few days inflation and real GDP per capita, if you don't know what those mean, the numbers are meaningless as well. And what's the point in calculating? So let's spend some time on the definitional side. We're also going to look at calculating and make sure that we know how to calculate and we know what those numbers represent. We're going to look at real numbers, actual data for the United States, and we're going to look at some hypotheticals, more basic, kind of simplified versions that you'll see on the exam and the type of calculations you should be required to do. So that's what it is. That's phase 1. By the way, the other 2 phases, phase 2 is when we start to ask ourselves, why do these indicators fluctuate? What causes the fluctuations of GDP, unemployment, inflation? That's when we start getting into ADAS and the movement on the curves, why those things occur. And phase 3, as I look at it, is we really get critical and say, okay, we know what these indicators are, we understand why they fluctuate, what do we do about it? And that's when you start getting into policy issues and extend yourself into long-term scenarios and ultimately into international theory and what happens. So those are the 3 phases as I view them for macro. I hope that maybe helps you as you're studying and consider where you are at different points. Today, we're going all the way back to phase one. Let's make sure we understand those indicators, what they mean, where to find them, and of course, how to calculate them and interpret them ultimately. All right, what do you need to know? Well, I just listed our learning objectives. We're going to refer back to those a lot today, the objectives and the skills that we want to develop throughout these three topics. And the first of those would be the circular flow in GDP. So the objective is to define how GDP is measured in its components. First and foremost, GDP is a measure of final output of an economy. That's the basic AP macro definition. Now, again, let's hammer that home and make sure we know what that means. What is GDP intending to measure? Because I think this is where a lot of people get confused and misinterpret GDP. GDP is exactly what this does. It's intending to measure production, how much was produced by an economy. And that's it. That's all it can measure. It doesn't measure our subjective well-being, which is the way economists say how happy we are. It doesn't measure, obviously, it does not measure income distribution. That's important that you know that. It doesn't measure income equality or inequality, wealth inequality. It doesn't get to any of that. Even per capita doesn't do that because it doesn't. We'll talk about that later. It's purely a measure of output. How much output is generated by an economy. And it's important to keep that in mind. That's something that we'll talk about as we go further. That's something that AP macro brings up. But even furthermore, it's something you need to know as you're looking at the world around you and you're analyzing data about the US GDP or other economies and their GDP. It's merely a measure of output. Even the determination of how to calculate that was debatable and cause of controversy back when these things were being developed. And it resulted in different methods for calculating GDP. It's a flow of income and expenditure, and we represent that with a circular flow diagram. So let's look at circular flow and look at the components, look at the parts first to make sure again we know what we're talking about, and then just briefly look at what exactly this thing is communicating. So we're going to do just a simple circular flow model today, where we have two sectors of an economy. We have private households and private firms. Of course, you can expand the circular flow model to include government, to include financial sector, to include the rest of the world. Today, we're just going to focus on the simple circular flow model. So two sectors, households and firms, and we're looking at their interaction. They're interacting in two markets, product markets and factory markets. So again, defining households, private households, that's the private citizens out there living and working in the economy. The firms, those are the producers, the businesses, that's who's producing the final goods. So their interaction takes place in product markets, where there's the purchase and sale of final goods and services, and factory markets, where there's the employment of the factors of production, land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. And what circular flow is doing is, as an introductory model, is just making us think a little bit more about that flow of money and the flow of goods and services and the flow of factors of production through an economy. So what we have, as you're looking at it on the left-hand side, product markets, we have the interaction of households and firms and product markets. And what's happening is we as private citizens go to these product markets. You go to a restaurant or you go to a store and you purchase final goods and services. On this model, we want to represent the flow of money through product markets, and we do so like this. We see that the flow of money is going from households to firms in exchange for those final goods and services. Of course, we could add another arrow to show that, but I'm staying as simple as possible today and just representing money with our arrows. Now, circular flow means there's got to be a circle here somewhere. That money that's going to firms, in large part, and this is oversimplified, I know, but in large part, is going to go back to households in the factory market as the firms are employing factors of production which are sourced by the households. In other words, where does land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship come from? Initially, it comes from households. So the arrows represent this flow of money, a circular flow of money that goes through an economy based upon basic product markets and factory markets. Is the economy more complex? Of course it is. There are more sectors, there are more markets, there's much more going on. But way back when you were in Unit 2 initially and you were just this brand new AP macro student, this was a good way to visualize how money flows through an economy and why money flows through the economy. There are exchanges going on, and they're going on between sectors and within markets. So that's the purpose of the circular flow model. It's also a way of viewing GDP and understanding that the flow of money on either side of this flow chart is going to be equal. In other words, if we add it up, and think about this because you know what's coming next. If you added up all the money spent in product markets, what you're doing is you're adding up all the money spent on goods produced in this economy, domestically in this economy. If you added up the factory market, all the money spent in the factory market, what you're adding up is all the income that is earned within this economy by factors of production. Does that sound all familiar? It should, because the next thing we're going to talk about are the different methods for calculating GDP. And essentially what I just did here with the circular flow model, what the circular flow model does is it describes that calculation process. And what I'm referring to is the expenditures approach and the income approach. So let's go to calculating nominal GDP. When you first saw that back in Unit 2, you had no idea what nominal meant. Of course, now you do. Nominal versus real. We're not going to jump into real GDP today. We'll get to that another time. We're just going to talk about nominal. So we're talking about current dollar values and calculating output using current dollar values. How is this done? Well, there are three different methods for measuring GDP. The expenditures approach, which is what we're going to spend the majority of our time on today. This is what's used by national accounting methods, not entirely, but primarily in most communications. We're looking at the expenditures approach, and in most, I would say, test questions in AP, we're using the expenditures approach. Not all, don't think I said all, but in most, we are dealing with the expenditures approach. And what is that? The expenditures approach is how we calculate GDP, counting up all the money spent on domestically produced goods and services, subtracting any money spent on imported goods, because that, again, is the purchase of goods, but those goods weren't produced here. So to calculate that, you know this well, you're going to add up consumption plus investment plus government spending plus net exports. Consumption being essentially household spending on final goods and services. Investment spending, remind yourself what that is. That's primarily business spending. It can take on some different forms. It's just non-residential investment spending, which is spending on all kinds of capital items. It's residential investment spending, that's the construction of new homes. And it's also additions to inventory. We sometimes forget that one. It's additions to inventory. Those are items that are produced in a year but not sold within that year. We still account those towards GDP, and that's where we fit in as part of the investment spending. The G stands for government purchases. Government spends a lot of money as well, and when they're purchasing goods or services through private business, we have to add those in. Keep in mind, we're only talking about government purchasing actual goods and services here. This does not include transfer payments because by definition, a transfer payment does not include the production of a good or service. And ideally, when we're talking expenditures approach, if there's no production of a good or service, it shouldn't count because there's nothing to count there. Net exports, again, finally, we talked about that last couple of weeks. Net exports is merely exports minus imports. So we're going to add in all the money that comes in from exported goods, but we're going to subtract the money spent on imported goods. Okay, that's GDP using the expenditures approach. We're going to come back to that one a fair amount. We're going to practice that a fair amount today. The income approach, you don't hear quite as much about, but at least in theory, there's always statistical discrepancies. But in theory, the income approach would give you the exact same number as the expenditures approach, as seen on the circular flow model. How do we calculate? We calculate GDP by counting up all income earned. And what is that? Well, go back to a couple days ago. We talked about the factors of production, and we talked about the income earned by the factors of production. That's rent, wages, interest, and profits. So you're adding up those four things, those four components: rent, wages, interest, and profit, and that will give you GDP, the same GDP that you would have gotten with the expenditures approach. Finally, there's the value added approach. We don't hear as much about this one, but again, it's worth mentioning. It's part of AP macro. We need to know what this is. You're calculating GDP this time by moving along the steps of the production process and adding the value that is added from each step. In other words, this firm produced this, and then it moved on to the next along the supply chain. And calculation-wise, it's simply the value of sales minus the cost of intermediate goods. And really, the big takeaway here is that this value added approach is where we understand the concept of excluding the value of intermediate goods. And it's worth taking a second to address why that is. So, what are intermediate goods? Think of intermediate goods as being those that a producer purchases with the intent of using to produce another good that they're going to sell to you. Ideally. So the example I like to use a lot of times, think of the auto industry. And, pick your favorite auto manufacturer, your car company. They're producing a car. They're manufacturing a car. Let's say they're doing it in the United States. It counts towards US GDP. Well, they're not manufacturing every single component of that automobile in-house. There are components of the automobile that they've got to purchase somewhere else, stick on the car before they sell to you. I'm thinking tires. Think about tires. So let's say they purchase tires from another firm in order to put it on the car to sell to you. The purchase of those tires, that's an intermediate good. And if we counted that purchase of tires, the intermediate good, and counted the price of those tires as they're incorporated in the price of the automobile, those tires being counted twice. And that would cause GDP to be valued as a much higher level, a much higher value than it should be because you're counting things twice. So the intent here, not counting intermediate goods, the intent is to not double count those products. So doing so, hopefully, at least that's the plan. The hope is that gives us a more accurate measure of what's actually being produced. Because if we're counting every set of tires twice, we're going to get a much higher GDP than we should. That's really one of the big takeaways from that value added approach. That said, we are going to focus mostly on the expenditures approach and a little bit on the income approach. So back to the expenditures approach. What counts and what doesn't? I think it's important here. So again, like I started out with, remind yourself what GDP is, what GDP is intending to measure. GDP intends to measure what was produced this year in this country, whatever country we're talking about, within the political boundaries of this country. That's what it's trying to measure. It doesn't matter who produced it, just the simple fact that it was produced within this economy. We're talking expenditures approach. So again, we're talking consumption, investment, government purchases, and exports. Your definition, there are a lot of definitions, but another way to rephrase the definition to say that it's measuring domestically produced final goods and services. Final means they're being purchased by the final consumer of the good. They're not being purchased in order to put onto some other good and sell to you. So domestically produced final goods and services, including capital goods, new construction structures, and changes to inventory, like we just said, additions to inventory. One last note on domestically produced, and I want to point this out because again, sometimes this can be confusing. I've even seen it on AP exam questions. It doesn't matter if the firm producing is from the United States or not. Again, back to auto manufacturing. There are a lot of car companies from all over the world that have set up factories in the United States. I live in the South, I'm in Atlanta. There are a number of them throughout the Southeast here. Those are counted towards United States GDP. It doesn't matter who owns the company or where they're originally based out of. Those companies are operating in the United States. The goods are being produced in the United States. They count towards GDP. Done. What's not included? Well, we already mentioned intermediate goods and services. That makes sense because if you counted intermediate goods and services, now you're double counting a lot of products, and that's going to overestimate GDP. Used goods, that should be obvious. We're looking to see what was produced this year, not what was purchased this year, what was produced this year. So the purchase of used goods will not count towards GDP. The purchase of financial assets is not included. And if you stop to think for just a moment about that, it's pretty simple as to why. Stocks and bonds. We tend to associate stocks and bonds with the word investment. Don't do that here. This is not what investment means in this context. Investment is investment in capital goods, investment in research and development technology, all these things that are used to produce other goods or in residential construction. Financial assets, stocks and bonds in particular, when you purchase one of these, it's simply a transfer of ownership. Take a stock. If you purchase one share of stock in a company, that means you are incrementally here 1% an owner, I mean 1 percentage point, but you're a small percentage owner of that company. It doesn't represent the production of a good or service, therefore it should not count towards GDP. It is merely a transfer of ownership of that stock from one to another. Same is true for bonds if it's on a secondary market. If it's on a primary market, if you're actually purchasing the bond from the issuer of the bond, you're merely lending your money. Again, that doesn't represent the production of a good or service. That's why financial assets do not count, nor should they. Transfer payments, similar reason. Transfer payment is payment without the production of a good or service. So once again, does not count, should not count. Now here's where you get into some trouble, or I should say GDP gets into a little bit of trouble. There's no counting of non-market activity. There's no counting of illegal activity. This is where topic 2.2 comes into play, the limitations of GDP. As GDP is currently calculated, there's no way to count non-market activity. It could be estimated. Economists have done this. It's fascinating to see what kind of research economists do in this category, how they would estimate the price of non-market activity or even illegal activity. But without a receipt, this is not going to be measured, and this is taken as a limitation of GDP as a measure of economic performance for an economy. For example, let's say I like to cook, but let's say I'm a professional chef, and I go to work each day and I cook for people and I get paid for that. Okay, that will count. But what if I decide I'm going to make this nice big meal and I'm going to invite all my friends and family over, and of course I'm not charging them? What kind of person would I be then? That's non-market activity. But the question is, was that a productive activity? Of course it was, but there's no way to count that towards GDP. So all that went into that, all the effort that went into it, and all that came from it would not be reflected in any measure of GDP, and that is considered a limitation. And I'm just using one example. You think about just basic work we all do just to maintain our homes, whether it's cleaning up or housework or fixing things up. That's all non-market activity when you're doing it yourself. It does not count. Illegal activity, same thing. There are markets out there that are not legal. Money's changing hands for goods and services. It does not count towards GDP. Again, economists attempt to estimate these things, but officially there's no way to put those into the actual national income accounts. So in the context of AP macro, it is important that you can recognize that and know that, like all indicators, this is not a perfect indicator. GDP is limited in terms of what it can and is able to accurately measure. Okay, all that said, let's go to the actual national accounts. This is from a spreadsheet from last year, 2019 data from the United States Bureau of Economic Analysis. And I simply show you this as an illustration to understand what's counted, and also to expose you to this is the expenditures approach in action. This is how GDP is communicated. If you just simply go to BEA.gov, you can look this stuff up all day. It's really interesting to see, but also looking at the numbers this way and running the numbers through your head and calculating them kind of makes GDP a little more real so that you can understand the simplified versions that we're about to do, the practice examples. This is where they come from. This is what they're intending to reflect. So if you were to go through and for the top row of each category, which are color coded, add those up, you're going to get the total gross domestic product of because these numbers are billions, $21.4 trillion. So that's adding up the personal consumption expenditures of 14.5, the gross private domestic investment of 3.7. Of course, subtracting net exports, that's that negative 631.9 indicates a trade deficit from last year. Imports are greater than exports. And of course, adding on the $3.7 trillion of government consumption, government purchases that is going on here. Note the subcategories because that tells you what's counted. That can help you in understanding what is counted when you're doing these calculations in AP macro. You've got goods and services, you've got durable versus non-durable goods. Investment spending is divided up between non-residential and residential, and of course the change in private inventories. There's your imports and exports, and then sometimes we forget this as teachers. Even I forget sometimes to mention there's federal spending in government. There's also state and local government spending, which obviously must be included. So all of that added up is what gives us the overall GDP, in this case nominal GDP of the United States, or for any country for that matter. So with that in mind, let's look at just a practice example, purely hypothetical here. But this is the kind of thing that you can expect from AP. A lot of old FRQs are structured this way, where you're given hypothetical data about an economy, and using the expenditures approach, you've got to calculate GDP. So what do we need to do in order to answer this kind of question correctly? Well, essentially what you just did on the previous slide. Know your four components. Know the four parts of the expenditures approach. C plus I plus G plus NX, consumption, investment, government spending, and exports. Then identify C, I, G, and X on a table like this. After that, it's easy to add them up. So going through, let's go item by item and ask ourselves, does it count? And if it counts, what does it count as? Household spending first. Well, that's pretty easy. Household spending is consumption. That's consumer spending. Non-residential investment spending. We just saw that one. That's investment spending. So that's easy. Financial assets. That's the purchase of stocks, bonds, and other obviously financial assets. Well, we know that doesn't count, so scratch it. Doesn't go anywhere. Exports. Exported goods. $3,000. Yeah, that's part of that export. Count it. Intermediate goods of $2,500. No, scratch it. Does not count. Don't bother with it. Residential investment spending. That's the construction of new homes. $2,500. Yeah, count it. That's investment spending. Don't forget that. That's another one that we easily confuse. It sounds like consumption. This is investment spending. Non-market activity. Nope, can't count that. Transfer payments. Can't count that. So scratch those two. They're out. Imports. They count. Net exports. But remember, that's a negative. We're going to subtract those. Government purchases. Obviously, that's G. Government purchases. And then additions to inventory. Products that were produced but not sold. That's also part of the investment spending. So again, just very sequentially go through each one. Does it count? And if it counts, what does it count as? And then once you've done all that, just add them up. And in this example, you come up with a GDP of 19,000. Maybe those numbers are based on 19 billion, and I didn't specify units. All right. So again, that's an example of how you can see that applied in a relatively simple way, but again, reflecting those real numbers that I showed you from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. All right. Let's move on to unemployment. And the first part of topic 2.3 says we need to define the labor force, define the unemployment rate, and the labor force participation rate. Let's look at it in the context of your AP macro curriculum first, and then we'll get into it in a little more detail and talk about the realities of it. So the unemployment rate is the percentage of the labor force that's out of work. I really like to hit that definition really hard. And in my class, we talk about it for a while because again, this is a misperception. A lot of people who maybe didn't take economics or just don't have the background to know it, they see the unemployment rate and they assume it's a percentage of the total population. And that's obviously not true. It's a percentage of the labor force. So one of the first things we have to do is it says here is we have to define the labor force. Who counts, who doesn't count, because it's not the entire population. It's a I don't want to say small percentage. It's not as a bulk of it, but it's not the entire population. In our country, in the US, it's typically about half of the total population when you start looking at the numbers. We'll look at those actual numbers in a moment. The labor force participation rate is another measure of labor market activity. Labor force participation rate is the percentage of the adult population that's in the labor force. And again, let's be more specific. It's not just the adult population, adult meaning 16 and over. It's the eligible adult population if you really want to get specific. And again, we'll come back to that shortly and talk about what that means. So know what you're looking at. Unemployment rate, that's the thing of the labor force, how many are out of work and looking for work. Labor force participation rate of all those who could be in the labor force, how many of them actually are. That's what that term is actually attempting to tell you. Again, if we're going to work with indicators, we have to know what they represent. That's what those two represent. The next thing we should be able to do after we look at those numbers, we should be able to explain how changes in employment and labor market affect the unemployment rate, labor force participation rate. This is going to be relatively intuitive. And then we should be able to calculate those two numbers. So we're going to do that as well today. But first, again, let's dive a little deeper into the meaning of unemployment, what it means. We're going to define a few more terms. The labor force itself. One way of defining it simply is the sum of the employed and the unemployed. And we're going to look at questions where you have a set of data and you have to calculate labor force. And typically, this is the easiest way to consider how many people are employed, how many people are unemployed. Let's define those two. To be employed means you have a job. People currently holding a job. But let's make sure we understand. There's no distinction between full-time and part-time employment in this definition. If you have a job, you're employed. It could be that you're underemployed. That doesn't get reflected in the unemployment rate. You could say that's a limitation of it. Regardless, as long as someone has a job, they are considered employed in this context. So again, there are going to be limitations here. These are not perfect indicators. The important part is that we know what we're looking at and understand what the numbers represent. Unemployed unemployed. To be unemployed means you're actively looking for work, but you're not currently employed. Implied in that is you're part of the labor force. And again, I'm going to come back to that shortly. If you don't have a job and you have no desire for a job, you're not considered unemployed. That's the most straightforward way to put that. The labor force participation rate, as we said, that's the percentage of the eligible population age 16 and over in the labor force, and the unemployment rate, percentage of total number of people in the labor force who are currently employed. So again, know your definitions first, know your terminology, be able to speak the language before diving into the numbers and trying to calculate these things. Because if you don't know what the numbers represent, they're just numbers. They don't have any meaning to them. And we want these numbers to have meaning. When you see it in a headline, when you see headlines about the unemployment rate, you want to have meaning to that and know what it means. At the very least, know it's not a percentage of the population, it's a percentage of the labor force. All right, so a little more detail on the labor force. This goes a little bit beyond AP macro, but I think it's going to help you understand what we're doing in this course a little bit better. As I already said, I know I'm getting a little repetitive here. To be considered unemployed, you got to first be part of the labor force. And I said there's an eligible population. So who's in that eligible population? First of all, civilian. So that takes out a lot of people. Got to be civilian, not military, not institutionalized. Institutional. A lot of different institutions are included here. But if you're in prison, a mental institution, or even school, maybe you're not going to be considered part of the labor force. I'll talk about that maybe in a moment. 16 years of age or older and willing and able to work. Again, as I just said, if you're not willing and able to work, then you won't be part of the labor force. Examples of those not included in the labor force. So the following groups, there are individuals who may not have a job, but for certain reasons may not be included. And we're assuming all these are over the age of 16. Full-time students. You're a full-time student and you're 17 years old and you don't have a job. You're not in the labor force. Now, if you do have an afternoon job, a part-time job after school, then you are part of the labor force, obviously, because you are a part-time employee. But a full-time student, high school, college, whatever, without a job, not included. A stay-at-home parent choosing to stay at home, not looking for employment, not looking for a job, not interested in a job, they're not going to be included in the labor force. Retired individual, not looking for a job, not interested in a job. Individual who's unable to work due to a physical disability, who cannot get a job or hold a job for that reason, not included. And then finally, this is the one that really gets most attention. Marginally attacked workers, specifically discouraged workers, those being individuals that were out of work for quite some time and gave up that job search, are no longer looking for a job, they are not included in the labor force. So what does that mean? It means there are limitations on this number. The unemployment rate, as we define it and calculate it, understates how many people are out of work because it excludes discouraged workers. It doesn't account for part-time workers. It doesn't account for underemployed workers. Part-time workers may want to work full-time, but there's no way to reflect that in our current unemployment rate. I'm not saying this is a criticism. This is just what it is. It is a limitation. And again, if we're going to use this number, if we're going to refer to this number as a marker of economic activity, we need to understand what it measures and what it does not or cannot measure. And this is an indication of some things that it does not or cannot measure. So have that in the back of your mind as well. Let's look at some data, look at some calculations. So the labor force participation rate, how we calculate it. First of all, it's clearly right here. You take the number of the labor force, however many people it is, and divide it by that eligible population of 16 over. And then, of course, because we're looking at percentages, multiply that ratio by 1. I put here a chart from Fred St. Louis showing you fluctuations in the labor force participation rate. Of course, what's so jarring is that gradual increase from the mid-1960s all the way up to about 2000. I really find that fascinating, and I find that as an illustration of how economic data can tell us a story. It tells us a story of things that are going on in the United States. And in this case, what appeared to be going on is that more people were entering the labor force. Those that were eligible prior to the mid-60s that maybe didn't have opportunities are now entering the labor force. It doesn't tell us if they had a job or not. That's not what this number does. It tells us that those opportunities just may have existed. And why did those opportunities come about because of the mid-60s? Well, there's a lot of reasons for that hopefully you've learned about in your history classes. Could it be a reflection of the civil rights era? Could it be a reflection of more women entering the workforce because opportunities existed? Maybe educational opportunities existed. It could potentially be that. By the same token, you have a sharp decline during the Great Recession, 2008, 2009, and we haven't really bounced back from that when you look at the data. Why is that happening? Why has it happened? Part of that has to do with baby boomers retiring. That age group, segment of our population was hitting retirement age at about that time, but there could be structural reasons too that we can't necessarily explain at this point. So again, indicators are just that. They indicate what's happening in an economy and they tell a story. The same is true for unemployment. So the unemployment rate here again, the graph from the Fred St. Louis database, the unemployment rate would be the number of unemployed workers as a fraction of the labor force, as a percentage of the labor force. So we take the number of unemployed workers divided by our labor force multiplied by 100. Of course, this looks like an EKG as if you're reading someone's heart. But what we see here with the ups and downs, very, very clear that the ups that we see, the upward trends that continue to occur, correspond with those gray bars. And what do the gray bars represent? They represent recessions. So as you well know by now at this point in the course, every time there's a recession, unemployment is going to rise. That's normal. That's what's going to happen. It doesn't mean we like it, but that's what happens. And then gradually in the recovery phase after the recession, we start to see the decline in unemployment over time. So again, the numbers tell us a story, and we need to understand what those numbers represent in order to understand the story. And then what we want as teachers, what I know your teacher wants, is for you to understand that story, to understand what's happening in the world around you, to have that economic literacy so that you can interpret what's happening and not have to rely on everyone else to tell you. Okay, let's do a little practice with this. And again, one thing I do like to do, like I did with GDP, let's look at the real data. So I pulled some data from the most recent jobs report. This came out the first week, the first Friday of every month is the Jobs Friday, as it's known, and we can look at that data and really see what's happening, at least a snapshot of what's happening, as long as again we know what the numbers represent. So we know that March was rather turbulent. These numbers will be updated at the end of April, beginning of May, and they may look a little different. But for now, this is what we see from February to March of 2020. What I want to look at is how we calculate the labor force participation rate and the unemployment rate. But again, first let's know what we're looking at. So we're going to go down. The top row is the civilian non-institutional population. So that's the eligible population, those over 16 that are eligible to be in the labor force. So that eliminates a lot of people because we know the total population of the United States is around 330 million. So a lot of people are not counted as part of the eligible population. The civilian labor force is next. That's your 162 million. These numbers are 162 million people, which is, like I said, about half of our total population. So the next row, participation rate, that's the number we want to be able to calculate. Labor force participation rate. So 62.7 is the current labor force participation rate. Where did that number come from? Remember your equation. I've got it here in the upper right hand corner. It's your labor force right there divided by your population, your eligible population. And if you take the calculator, you plug those two numbers into your equation, you'll get your 62.7. I checked it before I did this just to make sure. Working your way down, employed, that tells us how many people are actually employed as of March. And that's 155 million. Employment population ratio. This is not a number that we work with in AP macro, but it's a number that a lot of economists like. Again, it defines itself. It's the number employed of the total population, so 60%. And then how many people are unemployed? And that's 7.1 million right there represents that. And finally giving us an unemployment rate in March of 4.4%. Again, how is that number calculated? Top right hand corner, I got it for you. It's the number unemployed divided by the labor force. So 7.1 million divided by again that 162. If you do that equation, you'll come up with the 4.4%. And then finally at the bottom we do have how many are not in the labor force. And in that last column will tell you how much of those things changed when we went from February to March. And of course these numbers reflect how difficult a month it was this March. And yeah, that's where we are. So that said, we want to practice that a little bit. We want to kind of see how this would look like in a hypothetical example and the type of questions you would have to answer in AP macro. So look at this. This is similar. It's not the same. It's not all the same data, but this is a similar format that AP macro likes to use. A lot of econ courses like to use where we kind of simplify things a little bit. But again, you've got to work your way through the data to figure out how to calculate these two indicators. So we want to be able to calculate the unemployment rate and the labor force participation rate from this set of information. You have employed part-time, employed full-time, frictionally, structurally, cyclically unemployed. I haven't defined those yet, I know, but those are the three types of unemployment. And then you have your marginally attached workers as well. So three things we can take first. We need to know how many people are employed, how many are unemployed, and what is the total labor force. Looking at this data, we have 700,000 people employed, we have 100,000 unemployed, giving you a total labor force of 800,000. From that, it's pretty simple. We just plug into our formula. So for the labor force participation rate, I take my labor force of 800,000 divided by the million and the total eligible population, and we get a labor force participation rate of 80%. The unemployment rate, I take how many are unemployed, 100,000, and divide by that total labor force of 800,000, and that's going to give me an unemployment rate of 12.5%. Where again do those numbers come from? Again, employed right here. Divide 50 plus 150 gives you 700. Unemployed 50 plus 30 plus 20, that's going to give you 100,000. A total labor force of 800,000, 200,000 marginally attached here. They are not included in the labor force, so we get an 80% in labor force participation rate. All right, so again, that's just another example of how we can present and analyze that data. Going forward, our curriculum, or AP macro curriculum, also asks us to define the types of unemployment, which we just took a glimpse at, and the natural rate of unemployment, which again I know you know by now, so we're just going to review rather quickly and then explain the changes in those types of unemployment. As I just referenced in that example we did, there are three types of unemployment. There's frictional, structural, and cyclical unemployment. As I noted earlier, full-time, part-time employment, there is no difference there. They're both employed, and we don't make any distinction. What do these terms mean? Frictional, think about friction, think about physics. There are a lot of, by the way, I haven't said this yet, there's a lot of terms in economics that come from physics. This is one thing about your physics class of what friction is. You're between two things, right? Well, if you're frictionally unemployed, you're between two jobs, or you're between work in some other condition that you were in. So you're searching for a job. That's frictional unemployment. Maybe you just finished school and you're seeking your first job. You're between two things. That's frictional. But it also implies that there are opportunities out there, that there's something out there. Maybe you left the job and you're seeking your first job out there, or not your first job, you're seeking your next job, next best job out there. Structural employment means you don't necessarily have the skill set needed by employers right now. There are mismatches there between the job seekers and the jobs that are currently open. It implies that those that are seeking employment need to do something to brush up their skill set. Maybe they need some new training. Maybe they need a new skill that they can propose to employers in order to get themselves employed. Cyclical unemployment is the one that occurs because of recessions, essentially. Downturn in the business cycle. People aren't buying goods. Aggregate demand is down. Of course, you would have heard that in unit 2, but now we can say it that way. And as a result, people lose their jobs. A lot of what we're seeing right now is cyclical unemployment. What we're seeing currently, April 2020, is cyclical unemployment because we shut things down, and as a result, people are losing their jobs. We can define that as the deviation between the actual rate of unemployment and the natural rate of unemployment. And we can look at that more as we go. Obviously, that's something that you discussed back when we were doing the Phillips Curve and looking at different points and how unemployment and natural rate deviate at short run equilibrium when there's inflationary or recessionary gap. It's good to practice these. So a few examples of different types of unemployment. I've given you some different scenarios of individuals who might not be employed, and we want to identify what type of unemployment it is based upon the definitions we just did. So first one, Dwight voluntarily leaves his job at a regional paper company to seek employment at a big box office supply store. So Dwight, he's a successful salesman. He's done really well, but he's, you know what, I'm going to go do this other thing. So he's leaving his job, seeking it. He's between two things that makes him frictionally unemployed for that time period where he's seeking a new job. Second one, a recent high school graduate lacks the skill set necessary considered for a desired job. Lacks the skill set. That's the key to this one. This individual does not have the skills that employers are looking for. That's defined as structural unemployment. Recession hits the economy, causing closure of an auto factory. 800 workers are laid off. So these workers, it's not that they couldn't do the job, it's not that they didn't have skills, it's not that they wanted to find a better job. It's just tough times. And the factory shuts down. They lose their jobs as a result. That is cyclical unemployment. George has an uncanny ability to repair 1970 style 8-track cassette players. You may not even know what an 8-track cassette player is. Frankly, I don't either. I've seen them though. I never use them. No employer's willing to hire him because nobody listens to 8-track cassette players. So he has a skill set, but nobody's interested in his skill set. That makes him structurally unemployed. George needs to go get a new skill set. Elaine relocates. She lived in New York. She's moving to Chicago. She's going to leave her job, but she's going to find a new job when she gets to Chicago. So once again, what is she? She's between two things. Elaine is frictionally unemployed. And then finally, one more. Retail store fires 10 employees due to persistently falling sales lost to online shopping. So this brick and mortar store isn't doing so well. People are buying their goods online instead. As a result, people are losing their job. That's going to be cyclical. So again, just some basic examples so that we can identify them. That's not uncommon in AP macro that you have to identify the different types of unemployment. Last thing, I know you know this because even in the series of videos we've been doing the last couple of weeks, we've talked a good bit about this, in particular with the Alarm and Phillips curve. What is the natural rate of unemployment? A number of different ways to define it. The first one, unemployment rate that would occur when the economy operates at full employment levels of output. Remember, we're assuming at full employment that all resources are being utilized in their most productive capacity and the most efficient means. Well, that would mean we're at the natural rate of unemployment as well. It's equal to frictional to structural unemployment. So when there's zero cyclical unemployment, we're at the natural rate. The actual is equal to the natural rate of unemployment. Changes in labor force characteristics cause the natural rate to change. It does change. Some people are under the impression it never does. It does change. Of course, again, we talked about that when we talked about shifting the Alarm and Phillips curve. So making those connections are very important. And finally, just because you may see this from time to time, is sometimes referred to as NARU, the non-accelerating inflationary rate of unemployment. Again, it's at that point. I'm referring back to Phillips curve from unit 5. I know that seems odd in a review video, but we've been there. It's at that point where we're at the natural rate of unemployment and the expected inflation rate, that long-term equilibrium on the Phillips curve model. Here again is the natural rate of unemployment from Fred St. Louis, and it does fluctuate. As you can see, this is the short-term version of it. Long-term doesn't quite look like this, but you can see how there was a pretty significant fluctuation there. During and post-Great Recession is a lot of changes to place in our economy. But again, it rapidly came down as we went into recovery mode. I don't say rapidly, but it did come back down as we were in recovery. Okay, that was a lot, but it was a lot that you've already done. It was really refreshing your memory and hopefully maybe clarifying things a little bit. And I do find, for myself at least, it does become more clear as we've worked all the way through the content, and we take a look back and remind ourselves of those early lessons we got in those first couple units of AP macro. I'm getting nostalgic about the early units. I do it every time. Let's do some practice problems. Let's see how this can be applied or how it's been applied in previous AP exams. Going to mix up a couple different things. Going to do a few multiple choice. Going to do sections of FRQs in here. And we'll just again go through one at a time. See, but even the MCQs, the multiple choice questions, we're going to treat them like FRQs. So first one, for an economy consisting of households and businesses only, which of the following is consistent with the circular flow of income and production? So all we have are two sectors, households and businesses. What's true about the circular flow model? So just remind yourself, if I'm taking an exam and this goes up, I'm drawing it out on a sheet of paper on the side just because I want to see it, I want to visualize it. Well, what's true? Well, households are buying final goods, product markets. The firms are supplying them. They're producing them and supplying them. So households are demanders and the firms are suppliers. On the factor market, that's reversed. The households are suppliers of factors of production. The firms are going to be demanders of those factors of production, paying for the factors of production. So with that information in mind, and just refreshing our memory, what do we look for here? Well, flip it through your answers, A through E. Households number or not number. Answer A, households are producers of goods and services. We can stop right there because that's not true. They're not producing goods and services in this context. B, households are users of resources. Well, in this context, no, they're not. C, households are suppliers of resources, consumers of goods and services. That sounds pretty good. D, businesses are users of taxes. Households are sources of taxes. Well, we didn't even have a government sector in this example, so we can't go there. Businesses are suppliers of resources. No, not in this model. They are not. Consumers of goods and services, not in this model. Correct answer is going to be C. And again, visualize and go beyond visualization. Sketch out. Have a quick sketch of the circular flow model to help you answer that question. All right. Well, this is a short FRQ that I abbreviated just to look at the components of GDP and how it asks a question about nominal GDP. So here we have aggregate data for a country X in 2018. Question A asks you to calculate the nominal GDP in 2018 and show your work. It doesn't say which approach to use. So given the data you have here, you could use the expenditures approach or the income approach. So let's think about how you do that in either case. Using the expenditures approach, you can identify the components of this expenditures approach, CIG and X. So looking at the table up here, consumer spending right there, $1,000, that's part of the expenditures approach. Investment spending is your second, that's 300. Government spending of 400, that's going to count as well. And in net exports, we have a trade deficit. Net exports are negative 100. We put those together and we get $1.6 billion. But what if we went with the income approach? Rent, wages, interest, and profit. Rent was 175, wages 1,100, interest 125, profits 200. Add those up, and as you should, you get the same answer, $1.6 billion. So either approach would have been acceptable. You didn't have to do both, but you do have to show your work. Part B, explain why the income approach for calculating GDP yields the same value as the expenditures approach. Use the circular flow here. This is the rubric answer. According to the circular flow model, total spending equals total income. And again, that's just visualize the circular flow model, and that'll tell you why that's the correct answer. Okay, moving on. Another multiple choice question. Now we're talking limitations of GDP. Gross domestic product has been criticized as a measure of well-being because it fails to take into account which of the following. All right, important phrase here. Criticized as a measure of well-being. There are a lot of things to criticize. As I said, it's an imperfect indicator. But now we're looking at well-being. So what were those limitations? We talked about non-market activity. Well, that doesn't really apply to well-being, but it's true. Keep it in the back of your mind, but it's not well-being. What else? Illegal activity. Yeah, but does that apply to well-being? Maybe not. I don't know. What limitations are there? What this is getting at, what this is referring to, is really a misinterpretation of what GDP is intended to do. And I said that early on. GDP is intended to measure production. It doesn't measure well-being. So what could measure well-being? Well, look at A, because that's your correct answer. The distribution of income. GDP tells us absolutely nothing about the distribution of income. If you did know that, you would have a better sense of a measure of well-being for society, but you can't get that from GDP. Now, these others, look at the value of intermediate goods, for example. That can be a commonly missed answer because we know it doesn't measure those intermediate goods, but does that refer to the measure of well-being? It does not. Value of financial transactions, sale of used items, those are counted, but again, that doesn't reference measure of well-being. So be specific to the prompt here and make sure that your answer is consistent with that. This is a tough question here about unemployment. An increase in the labor force participation rate. Well, it's kind of hard to answer this one without seeing the options. But again, what does this mean? It means that of all those eligible to be in the labor force, there are now more people participating in labor markets. Seeking jobs are actually employed. So what does that mean? Go ahead and jump to the end here. It means it makes it more difficult to reduce unemployment. You have a larger pool of potential workers, and because there's a larger pool of potential workers, it could be more difficult for policymakers if they intend to go this route to reduce unemployment. We're not saying that's a good or bad thing. That's not the job of an economist. Remember, we take a positive approach, not normative. It just is. That's just the way it is. That's just numbers and the way numbers work. So with a larger labor force participation rate, it could be more difficult to reduce the unemployment rate. Couple more. Industry historically used employees with specific skills. If this industry experiences technological advances that require new skills, they'll most likely be, okay, so you had workers with a skill set that were producing a good. Now their skill set is no longer needed. That's what I'm taking from this. If their skill set is no longer needed, how is that going to affect things? Here's your answers. Which of these types of unemployment is related to a lack of a skill set or an unneeded skill set? That's your structural unemployment. So the answer is D. Another FRQ. The following table shows employment data for countries' working age population. So they're telling us these are the eligible workers here. You've got 4,000 cyclically unemployed, 1,000 frictionally, 2,000 structurally, 63,000 have a job, and then there's 30,000 that are not even part of the labor force. Part A, calculate the unemployment rate for countries E. Show your work. How do we do that? What's the number of unemployed divided by the labor force? How many are unemployed? Well, 4,000 plus 2,000 plus 1,000, 7,000. What's the total labor force? That was employed plus unemployed. So that's 7,000 plus 63 is 70,000. We take 70,000. 7,000 divided by 70,000 times 100, we get 10%. Calculate the labor force participation rate. Show your work. Okay, we need the labor force. We already said that in part A. The labor force is 70,000. We're taking that as a percentage of the total population. So that means we include not in the labor force the 30,000. So 70,000 over 100,000. That's going to give us 70%. And finally, C is country C currently producing at its potential real output. Explain. No, it's not. We know that because of the existence of cyclical unemployment. The first row on this table tells us there's 4,000 cyclically unemployed workers. If we're at the natural rate of unemployment, if we're at potential real output, there wouldn't be any cyclical unemployment. So in this case, there must be with cyclical unemployment, we are not operating at our potential real output. We're not on the PDC. We're not on LRAS. We have in this case a recessionary gap. Another way of framing that is that the actual rate of unemployment is greater than the natural rate. And again, we know that from the data presented in the table. Okay, that brings us to the end. Debrief and summary. So these were the learning objectives and skills that we wanted to accomplish today. We did go through these, and I hope that it was a good refresher of what you did way back in Unit 2, and that again, it made it more clear because you had a different perspective on things now. You have a much broader perspective on these indicators, on macroeconomics as a whole, and an indication of how we use indicators as markers of economic performance. That's all I have for today. I'll remind you again that if you are concerned about tech issues, if you're concerned about having the proper devices and tools that you need for connectivity to take your exam, please contact collegeboard@cbe.org/tech. And that's all I have for today. So thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. I do believe that putting this extra time in is going to be beneficial for you both on the exam and in real life as you keep up with the economy. And hope to see you again. Have a great day. My name is Matt Romano. I'm coming to you from a rainy Atlanta, Georgia today. And today we are going to talk about foreign exchange market, topic 6.3. So let's look at what that means. The learning objective first and foremost looks like a lot of stuff. It's really not. It's all one thing, if that makes any sense. This all goes together. So I'll run through it real quickly, but you'll see as we walk through this. It's one big topic. Define the foreign exchange market, demand for currency, supply of currency. That's like defining any other market. Explain the relationship between exchange rate, quantity of currency, and demand. Define the equilibrium exchange rate, and then finally explain how exchange rates adjust to restore equilibrium in the foreign exchange market. So it sounds like a lot, but at this point, here we are in Unit 6. A long time ago, and we're going to go back and review a little bit back in Unit 1. You learned the basics of product markets and how they function, how they operate, and that's all we're doing here. We're essentially reviewing that and then applying it to a new market, a market you may have not discussed a little bit. I bet there's some of you out there whose teachers went ahead and talked about the foreign exchange market back in Unit 1 because it's an excellent example of how markets function. So this is simply another application of a concept that you learned all the way back in Unit 1, and we're going to talk about the specifics of that market today. In doing so, we're going to apply skill 4A, going to be able to draw an accurately labeled graph or visual representing an economic model or market, and we're going to address the following questions. What's the foreign exchange market? Who participates and why? I think that's fundamental to understanding this market, just addressing and considering who is it and why are they there, and then of course how is it illustrated on a graph. And as a reminder, of course, this year, Unit 6 will not appear on this year's exam, but that's it. It's still worth learning. And when you jump into intermediate macro, you're going to want to know this stuff. And when you're out there traveling the world and exchanging currencies, you're going to want to know this stuff. First, let's warm up with a little review from yesterday. Conveniently enough, those were exchange rates, and today we're going to be graphing exchange rates. Yesterday was really understanding the concept of an exchange rate. So the AP exam question from 2011 that we're looking at actually looks at it numerically, and that can be tough. It can be a little bit, I don't know, it's not entirely intuitive for everyone to look at the data itself and understand and interpret that. So let's look at this question, and then today we'll be able to translate this in another way. Look at how these changes happen on a graph. Assume yesterday the exchange rate between the euro and the Singaporean dollar was €1 equals 0.58 Singaporean dollars. Assume today the euro is trading at €1 equals 0.60 Singaporean dollars. So before going on the rest of the process, what that means, it means that today a euro can buy more Singaporean dollars than it could yesterday. It was only 0.58 yesterday, today it can purchase 0.6. On the other hand, it takes more Singaporean dollars today to purchase €1 than it did yesterday. That's going to help us. How will the change in exchange rate affect each of the following in Singapore in the short run? Aggregate demand, explain. Level of employment, explain. Those are obviously connected. So for aggregate demand in Singapore will increase. Why is that? The word explain is there. We have to give an explanation, make the causal relationship obvious. The depreciating Singaporean dollar increases Singapore's exports to European countries because the price of those exports in terms of euros decreases. So again, with the euro capable of purchasing more Singaporean dollars, anyone who owns euros can purchase more Singaporean dollars and therefore purchase more goods in Singapore. And that's going to boost exports. And we're going to talk more about that in a couple days. And that's the foundation of it. We need to make that connection with the exports going up. We're going to see aggregate demand increase, obviously. The level of employment, that's the next step in this progression. Employment in Singapore will increase because Singapore's real GDP increases. It takes more labor to produce more goods and services. So again, the connection between currency valuation, exports, aggregate demand, and then we can make a leap to real GDP and employment and see the changes that occur as a result. We're going to continue talking about that over the next few days. But again, that should become clear. Okay, moving forward. Let's do a little bit more review as promised. Let's go all the way back to Unit 1 and let's talk about product markets because although you've been using them all along, you may not have thought about the basic fundamentals of them for a while. And since we're building a market today, you might want to rethink some of those basic fundamentals. So here we have a basic product market, price quantity on the axis, supply and demand, of course, equilibrium price quantity has been identified. A couple things to point out about graphing this thing. Let's go ahead and make it an actual market and let's remind ourselves that on the y-axis, that price is listed as dollars per unit. And I point that out not because it's a difficult concept. I know we know that, but if we're operating in the US and this market is in the US, we have to keep in mind that up and down the y-axis we're dealing with dollars per unit, and this is going to apply in the foreign exchange market as well. And this is going to help you understand the foreign exchange market a little bit better. So as you well know, if the price rises, it takes more dollars to purchase this good, this particular good. Let's go and give it a name. It's apples. Let's say it's a market for apples. Then we can say that the price is listed in dollars per apple. Now I know we don't always write that out. Some of us do, some of us don't, but it's worth considering, especially as we're going into the foreign exchange market to simplify what it is we're looking at. So the higher that price is, the more dollars we're paying to purchase one apple. I want you to be able to translate that over to the foreign exchange market when we get there. What causes that equilibrium price to change? Well, we know that. That's going to change because of shifters of demand and supply. So talking about demand first, let's keep in mind always, whatever market we're in, whether it's apples or local funds or money or currency valuation in the foreign exchange market, demand takes the perspective of the buyers, whoever's consuming that good, whoever's buying that good. Always think of that first when you think of demand, which explains the inverse or helps explain the inverse relationship between the price of the good and quantity demanded. What causes that demand curve to shift? This is just one example. There are many ways to state this, obviously, but these are the general shifters of demand for most any market. It's going to apply to the foreign exchange market as well. Looking at it from the perspective of apples, taste and preference. People decide they like apples more than they used to, or people hear that apples are healthier than they knew. That's going to increase the demand for apples and it's going to push price and quantity up. Disposable income is at this point in your AP macro career. That's pretty self-explanatory. People have more money, they're going to spend more money. So we're saying consumers of apples now have a higher disposable income. Demand's going to increase. Expected income is going to cause a shift in demand. If we anticipate, if you're an apple buyer and you expect your income to go up in the near future, you're probably going to buy some more apples. Demand's going to increase. Change in expected prices could potentially cause a shift. Now we know a change in the current price won't. That's moving along, but a change in expected prices will cause a shift. So if we expect, think about this in current times here in April 2020. If we expect the price to go up in the near future, demand's going to shift to the right because people want to go out and buy that product before the price goes up. Number of consumers in the market. If there are an increased number of consumers, that could be a geographic thing. Where more people move into a geographic market, that's going to increase demand for that product. And of course, if people are leaving, that's going to decrease demand. And of course, there's crossover here. Taste and preference can increase the number of consumers in the market. So all of a sudden, everybody decides apples are really good for me and they really taste good. More consumers in the market, demand increases. And finally, price-related goods, as you well know, let's just say apples and oranges. If orange prices go up and they're relatively more expensive, well, that could potentially increase demand for apples. This is again, I know this is common knowledge for you. It's a review for you, but it's good to keep this in mind because we want to apply it to a new market today. Supply takes the producer side. So always think like a producer whenever you're on that supply side of a market. Why would they produce more or produce less than any given scenario? In many cases, it comes down to production costs and really ease of production. When it's more expensive to produce or it's more difficult to produce, supply is going to decrease. It's going to shift left. If it's cheaper or easier to produce, supply is going to shift right. And we see some reasons for that here. Production costs could cause that. Business taxes, subsidies, regulations can obviously affect how costly it is to produce a good. Technology is going to affect whether or not it's easier or harder to produce a good. If there's new production technology in the market, then you're going to see increases in supply. Expectations of revenue, expectations of prices could affect decisions in terms of how much manufacturers are going to bring to the market. So that's also a shift or supply. And of course, just like on the demand side, price of related goods. And in this case, typically complementary or substitute goods in the production of that good. And that's something that is easy to make a mistake on. We forget that it's in production, not consumption. So on the production side, we can also see the price of related goods affect supply. Okay, all that's review. We're going to take that and try to apply as much of that as possible for an exchange market as we are understanding disequilibrium. What if we're not at equilibrium? Here we show a market at equilibrium, but we do know that in some cases surpluses and shortages are going to occur. A surplus is going to occur if price is set greater than equilibrium. And as a result of that price being set greater than equilibrium, we wind up with a quantity supply that is greater than quantity demand. Now, why does that happen? First of all, if this price P is going to be the going market price, not the equilibrium price, but the price that producers are charging at the market, well, then we're going to see an increase in quantity supply. They are willing and able to produce more at the higher price. That's the law of supply. But at the same time, the law of demand tells us that they are not going to buy, consumers are not going to buy as many goods at that higher price. It gives us disequilibrium. The quantity supply is greater than quantity demanded. To correct that takes a long run scenario where ultimately prices start to fall, and with the decrease in the price, we work our way back to equilibrium. P and QE. The opposite of that would be a shortage. Shortage is going to occur when price is less than equilibrium, resulting in a quantity demanded greater than the quantity supply. This could happen for a lot of different reasons, but for whatever reason it is, the price at the market is less than equilibrium, less than the market would have at equilibrium. Here we are in again April of 2020. Could you imagine any products potentially having a shortage? Maybe related to expectations, maybe related to markets not adjusting to prices as quickly as maybe supply or demand had changed in the real world, and you find yourself with a shortage of a particular good as a result of that. What I've always told students is, no matter what the literal cause is, what we can always take from a scenario is, if there is a shortage, then we know the going price is actually lower than what equilibrium at that time is. In the case of a surplus, again, the opposite is true. If there's a surplus of a good, the going price is greater than equilibrium in that market. Okay, we went on for a while there, but I know that's all review, so I'm going to move on. But make sure we know that information because we want to apply that to the foreign exchange market. Now, the foreign exchange market itself, let's get into the new stuff and talk about what it is you actually need to know about this market. Our curriculum guide tells us that the foreign exchange market really describes this interaction of buyers and sellers exchanging the currency of one country for the currency of another. And to truly understand what that is, we need to really think deeply about when and where does this actually happen and who is actually participating. And a visual I always like to share with my students is I like to picture this market as just one massive market, almost like one giant bank that everybody can attend. Everybody in the world has access to. And you go to this giant market, you go to this giant bank, and all you can do there is trade currencies. You can trade dollars for euros, you can trade euros for pounds, you can trade pounds for yen, you can trade yen for ruble, whatever. But that's all you can do there. So you can come there with one currency, you leave with another currency. That's what happens at foreign exchange market. In a more literal sense, it is the market where currencies are exchanged for one another. As I just said, yen for ruble, whatever it happens to be, you're trading one currency for another currency. You're buying currencies. It's in this market that exchange rates are determined. So that question we answered at the beginning of this lesson, how the valuation of the euro relative to the Singapore dollar change, well, that happened as a result of exchanges that took place in this market. Exchange rates have to be relative. It's important that we keep this in mind. All exchange rates are going to be paired up. You can't just say that a currency is strong or a currency is weak. If you're talking about the dollar, for example, the US dollar, you say the US dollar is strong. Well, you can't say that. That's an incomplete statement. You've got to compare that relative value to some other currency. You can say the dollar is strong relative to this currency, but it's weak relative to that, or it got stronger relative to this currency, or weaker relative to that one. It can't do it in and of itself. It doesn't work that way. So exchange rates are paired. We have to have them together. And what we're typically going to do is, in order to show this as clearly as possible, actually draw two graphs. A graph of one currency, maybe the dollar, and a second currency, maybe the euro, and we can compare the two and how the relative values fluctuate with one another. And something that you took from yesterday is that those exchange rates, because they're relative values, they cannot move in the same direction at the same time. So if it is dollar versus euro, and the dollar is getting stronger relative to the euro, then the euro must be getting weaker. And we're going to see this when we do some examples. And it's something you've got to keep in mind when you go back and check your work after drawing these types of graphs. In some cases, we may just draw the market for one particular currency, and that's okay, and that's what's being analyzed. But even then, we're going to make a reference to a second currency so we can again understand that exchange rates are paired, and any value is a relative value compared to a separate currency. Now, quick disclaimer: if you turn this video off and you go watch financial news and they do make a statement such as the dollar is getting stronger today, they leave it at that. They don't pair it up. That is okay. Typically, in those scenarios, what they're doing is comparing the dollar to a currency board or a currency index. Think back again. This is knowledge you already have. Think back to a price index back in unit 2. Currency index is like a price index. So you can bundle some currencies that the dollar is typically traded with, bundle them up into a price index, and compare the value of the dollar to that index. That's typically what they're doing in those shows. That's not what we do in AP Macro. We like to go one to one. How much is $1 worth relative to £1? How much is a euro worth relative to a yen? Whatever happens to be. So we're going to pair them up individually. So that's the market. That's what the market is. What the market tells us. But again, who's doing this? Who is trading these currencies? And maybe more importantly, why are they trading currencies? Why are individuals participating in the foreign exchange market? So who participates in the market and why? There are many reasons for this. I like to boil down to two that are maybe almost all encompassing, and I think this will help you as you try to wrap your head around and comprehend what exactly this market is. The first, people trade currency so they can buy things in another country. If I'm in the US, if I'm going to travel to Canada and I want to buy Canadian goods, well, I got to pay for those goods with Canadian dollars. So in order to buy those goods, I got to trade my US dollars for Canadian dollars. I'm participating in the foreign exchange market. So if I want to purchase goods and services from another country, I need to purchase the currency of that country before I can do so. The other would be purchasing financial assets. It could be securities, it could be currency, it could be all kinds of financial assets from another country. And again, to do that requires purchasing of the currency first. And again, why do people do this? They're looking to earn income from, again, foreign assets. So we need to consider that when we get into supply and demand and the reasons why exchange rates may change and reasons why we see fluctuations on foreign exchange markets. So keep that in mind. Who's actually participating and why are they participating? They want to buy goods and services, they want to buy financial assets. That's why. And they're willing to give up their own currencies so that they can buy those assets, so they can buy those goods and services. Again, keep in mind, currency is a financial asset. There are individuals that will trade currency just like someone else may be trading stocks on the stock market, hoping that the value of that currency is going to go up over time and they're going to earn income as a result. Okay, again, that's kind of a guideline. We've got one more step and then we can jump right into this market. What are the actual determinants of flexible exchange rates? Well, first and foremost, those shifters of supply and demand still apply. As I said at the start, it's just another market, like any other product market. But some are more applicable than others, and it's helpful to point those out. One word about the statement here in terms of flexible exchange rates. We are going under the assumption here that we're studying flexible exchange rate regimes as opposed to fixed exchange rate regimes. We're not studying fixed exchange rates here. That's something that would take place within an economy as a result of central bank or government policy, and we're not going to go there. What we are assuming here is that exchange rates are flexible, meaning that markets, the buyers and sellers themselves, are actually determining the fluctuations in supply and demand, and as a result, exchange rates are going to fluctuate with those changes in supply and demand. So what determines why supply and demand change? Again, keeping in mind those basic primary supply and demand shifters, you can put them into these categories as well to be more specific to the exchange rates that we see in the foreign exchange market. So number one, international trade, as I just said, and among those, change in taste and preferences. If goods from a particular part of the world, a particular country become more popular internationally, well then we can conclude demand for that currency is also going to increase in demand. That's pretty self-explanatory. I don't think that really needs a lot of extra explanation. You probably get that pretty easily. The second one, however, is sometimes a challenge for students to see this for the first time. Relative interest rate changes. We point this one out because it occurs enough that we want to be aware of it. That whether it's central bank policy or changes in the money market due to money demand or anything else, when there's an overall change in interest rates, we tend to see a correlating change in currency values as a result. And the reason would be foreign investors that are seeking high returns. And that interest rate change, that rising interest rate or falling interest rate, indicates a higher potential return in that nation. So again, I'm here in the US. If I see that securities coming out of somewhere in Europe are going to be higher than they are here in the US, well maybe I want to get that high return. I want to get that high interest rate. I'm going to purchase securities from that entity in Europe. I need euros to do so. So the increase in interest rates is going to drive increases in demand for that particular currency. That's what that means. So again, it comes down to returns, and return investors want when they're looking internationally at different assets they could purchase. Finally, relative income, economic conditions. A lot of different economic conditions considerations, I've just listed a few, that are going to influence trade and therefore influence currency valuations through the foreign exchange market. For example, relative income changes. Let's go back to Canada and the US. That's a good example because there's so much trade and such convenient avenues for trade between those two neighbors. Let's just say, if national income in Canada were rising, let's say the economy were very strong, unemployment's low, incomes are going up, people in Canada are going to buy more goods. We know that. We know that domestically. They're going to buy more goods internationally as well. And because a trade relationship exists with the US and because that trade is relatively easy and convenient, we can anticipate more purchase of US goods and increase US exports. But to do that, they're going to have to exchange Canadian dollars for US dollars. So that relative income change is going to lead to an increase in demand for the US dollar. The same is true for relative inflation rates or even price levels in general, but inflation in particular. What if, again, Canada and the US, what if you have just really high inflation in Canada and prices are stable in the US? Well, put yourself in that position. If you're in Canada, if you're on the border and you have the opportunity to buy goods in either nation, you would rather buy goods where inflation is lower, where prices aren't rising so rapidly. So given that opportunity from a trade relationship, if inflation is high, again, in Canada, you're going to see an increase in demand for US dollars because they rather buy goods where prices aren't rising so rapidly. And then finally, really repetitive with what we already talked about, but expectations of any of this can have an impact on foreign exchange markets. Essentially, if investors who are considering purchasing a particular currency anticipate the value of that currency going up because of these reasons, future income, future price changes, interest rates, exchange rates, whatever, they're going to buy more of that now. Just like you would in the earlier example if you expect the price of apples to go up. You don't want to wait for the price to go up. You want to buy it now. So if you expect the price to go up, buy more now, demand increase. Okay, that's all foundational. Now let's build the model. We want to build a model so we can use the model and therefore make conclusions about changes in exchange rates. So building a model, I like to start with demand. I just think it's more relatable in those cases. We've all been buyers of goods. So talking about demand for foreign exchange, demand for a currency. In this case, we're going to look at the foreign exchange market for euros and we're comparing euros to the dollar. So on the x-axis, we have quantity of euros. We have downward sloping demand curve. All demand still applies here. And then on the y-axis, I want to take a good look here at the y-axis and how that's been notated. It says dollars per euro. What we're showing here is the price of a euro in dollars. And what I want to illustrate for you is that although this can seem a little odd, a little different, and sometimes students have a hard time remembering this, there are two things I want you to remember. First things first, we're drawing this, we're writing this out as a ratio, we're writing this fraction. Just a simple mnemonic device for you, so you don't do this inaccurately, so you're correct every time. In this ratio, in this fraction, the denominator on the bottom always corresponds with what you have down here on the x-axis on the bottom. So what goes on the bottom is what's on the bottom. Now, that doesn't teach you why, but it does help you remember so that you're drawing it correctly and you're labeling it correctly, because we know in order to communicate correctly, we have to label things correctly. Why is that? Well, back up again. In the product market, we showed the market for apples, and we said on the y-axis, we are always showing the price in dollars per unit. In that case, it was dollars per apple. How many dollars it takes to purchase one apple. We're doing the same thing here, but instead of buying apples, we're buying euros. So on the y-axis, what we're showing would be the price of a euro in dollars. How many dollars it takes to purchase 1 euro. And moving up and down that y-axis is going to tell me something about the appreciating or depreciating value of a euro in dollars. If the value goes up, it takes more dollars to buy 1 euro. The euro is more expensive, it is appreciated. If we move down the y-axis, it takes less dollars to purchase 1 euro, it is depreciated. As far as demand itself is concerned, again, you got to ask yourself, why would people be buying euros? Well, primarily because they want to buy goods or financial assets, goods and services or financial assets from Europe. And if they want to buy more of them for some reason, demand's going to shift to the right. If they want to buy less, if people have decided they don't like European goods anymore, you're going to see demand shift to the left. Keep it that simple. As for supply, who are the suppliers in this case of euros? Well, it's people with euros who in this case are exchanging them for dollars. Keep that in mind every time you draw supply and every time you think about manipulating supply. Why would people be exchanging euros for dollars? Well, they need dollars. They have to come to that foreign exchange market and give up their euros, and that's going to have an impact on the supply of euros. And we're going to look at that just a moment to see how that works. So we have the supply, we have the demand, we know how to draw the graph, and obviously, as you well know, in any product market, we're going to put those on there together. And when we do, we can easily identify our equilibrium exchange rate. That's what the little e is for, and our equilibrium quantity of euros on the market. No changes here. This is again like any other product market you've ever worked with. It's just a little more unique in terms of the application of your supply and demand shifters, and a little bit broader in terms of the scope that we're dealing with. Finally, worth addressing, surplus and shortages can happen here as well, and the same rules apply. So disequilibrium does occur when the going exchange rate is not equal to the market exchange rate. So if we have a situation where the going exchange rate E1 is greater than the market exchange rate, we're going to have surplus. We can measure that surplus as the quantity supplied minus quantity demanded. Likewise, if our going exchange rate E1 is less than the market exchange rate of E, we're going to have a shortage, and that shortage is going to be measured by QD minus QS. In both cases, these surplus and shortages at disequilibrium, it can correct itself at disequilibrium and just back to, as exchange rates, just back to equilibrium. Okay, so those are the basics. Those are the fundamentals of the foreign exchange market. Let's do a couple questions here just to get a little practice and see how this works. And in these examples, we're going to do two graphs, which again is very typical for analysis in AP Macro, where we can compare the overall valuations of one currency to the valuation of another currency when a particular transaction or event has occurred. So let's start where we were just now. We're going to compare the dollar and the euro. So on the left, we have the market for dollars on the foreign exchange market as compared to euros, and on the right, we have the market for euros compared to dollars. Now it appears that the exchange rate's equal. That's unintentional. It's just how I happen to draw it in this particular case. So don't read anything into that. Do pay attention to the labeling. On the x-axis, we have whichever currency we're talking about. So again, over here on the left, we have the dollar market, and we're purchasing dollars in euros. And over here, we have the market for euros purchased in dollars. All right, we've got our graphs. Now let's deal with the situation. Let's say that airlines lower fares. So throughout the U.S., airline fares are going down, and as a result, you have many Americans who decide they're going to go on vacation to Europe because it's now cheaper and they're able to afford that. What's going to happen as a result? Well, what I like to ask first is, if this were to happen, let's take the buyer perspective. Which currency are people going to want or need as a result of this? In this case, people are going to Europe, they need euros. Because while you're in Europe, what are you going to do? Well, you're going to eat, you're going to buy some stuff. You need that kind of money so that you can do those things. So you got to get some euros. That means you're going to have an increase in the demand for euros. In order to get the euros that you're going to use on your trip, you have to supply dollars to the foreign exchange market. You're coming with your dollars. You're coming to this foreign exchange market. Say, here, take my dollars. I don't need any more. You take them. Those dollars weren't on the foreign exchange market initially, but now they are. That causes an increase in the supply of dollars, and then you're demanding euros at that market. So demand for euros will increase. We go from D to D1, causing the exchange rate to rise. The quantity of the market to also rise. And at the same time, there's going to be an increase in the supply of dollars in the foreign exchange market, causing the exchange rate to fall. How do we interpret that? On the left, the exchange rate falling for the dollar means that the dollar is depreciating relative to the euro, and on the right, with the exchange rates rising, it takes more dollars to purchase 1 euro. The euro appreciates relative to the dollar. Again, remind yourself, if you do questions like this, you want to go back and check your work. One thing you can always check: it is impossible in this type of a scenario for both currencies to go up in value or both currencies to go down. They are relative values. When one goes up, the other must go down. So check yourself there, and if you find that both currencies appreciate, you did something wrong. So go back and rework the question. You got to have one appreciate, one depreciate. Appreciate means go up in value, depreciate go down in value. So the dollar appreciates and the euro appreciates in this example. So another. All right, we've drawn now a graph of the Canadian dollar versus the peso, the Mexican peso. There are a number of dollars, there are a number of pesos out there in the world. So you have to specify which is which. Mexico and Canada are trade partners. Let's now assume that national income in Mexico rises. Again, this is ceteris paribus. The only thing we know is that national income in Mexico rises. As a result, because we know that there's already an established trade relationship here, if individuals, households in Mexico have higher incomes, they're going to buy more goods, and some of those goods are going to be Canadian goods. But in order to purchase those Canadian goods, they're going to have to purchase Canadian dollars first. So which currency is in greater demand? Obviously the Canadian dollar. In order to get those dollars, you have to exchange pesos. So we should see an increase in demand for Canadian dollars and an increase in the supply of pesos. As a result of that exchange, we're going to see a depreciated peso, and we're going to see appreciation of the Canadian dollar. Again, all that based upon an increase in national income in Mexico. Couple more. All right, now we're going to look at trade relationship or foreign exchange market relationship between the UK and Japan. So we have the pound, British pound, and the Japanese yen. And in this example, let's assume that interest rates in the UK are unchanged, but at the same time, there's been an increase in the demand for money in Japan. What can we take from this? Okay, so we're talking interest rate changes. We've got to think in terms of returns or expected returns on financial assets. There's been no change in the UK. You get the same interest rate we would have gotten yesterday. But if there's increasing demand for money in Japan, visualize that graph. We've got money supply, money demand goes up. Interest rates in Japan are going to go up. That's a signal that you can get a higher rate of return for financial assets in Japan. So if you're sitting in the UK and you want to invest your money, put your money into an asset that's going to get you a better return, Japanese financial assets look like a pretty good deal at this point. In order to purchase those financial assets, you need yen. So you have to exchange your pounds for yen, increasing demand for yen, increasing supply for pounds, and the result's going to be an appreciated yen, a depreciated pound. And again, this goes back to what we said a few slides ago. Relative interest rate changes will cause changes on the foreign exchange market. Money is going to chase after those higher interest rates. That's an easy phrase to remember, and it's generally going to be true because people are looking to get those higher returns on financial assets. One more, and I think we got it. All right, in this case, we're going to compare the Korean won to the Australian dollar. South Korea and Australia are trade partners, and let's assume in this case that inflation in Australia increases. Again, we take a ceteris paribus perspective, so we assume nothing else has changed, no changes in Korea. If this is the case, where would you like to purchase goods? Well, I'd rather go where the inflation isn't so high. So that increase in inflation in Australia is going to lead people to want to purchase goods in Korea. That's going to increase demand for the Korean won. You're going to see an increase in the supply of Australian dollars as you're exchanging dollars for won. And as a result of those two changes, the Australian dollar would depreciate, the Korean won would appreciate. So that's 4 examples just to give you a sense of how this works and how we can apply those shifters. A few things again to keep in mind. Keep that ceteris paribus condition in mind. With foreign exchange market, international trade, so much going on. It's easy to think of too many different variables at once. Focus on one at a time. Hold everything else constant and see what happens. Keep in mind when you go back and look at your work, one currency is going to appreciate, the other one's going to depreciate. How we get there varies, depends on the scenario, but that will always be true. You can't have both currencies appreciate at one time, not relative to one another. That just cannot happen in these markets. Finally, what do we do today? Again, there was a lot here, but as I said at the start, it all goes together. It all is part of one big puzzle. And hopefully in going through this lesson, it makes sense as to why I said that. And ultimately, as I'm sure many of your teachers have already told you, it's just a new application of product markets that you learned all the way back in Unit 1. And again, I'm sure many of you did that already in Unit 1. I have many good friends who teach this subject that way. It's another application of supply and demand. So as long as we know supply and demand well and we retain that knowledge, we can apply that knowledge, we're good to go with the foreign exchange market. One last reminder that, of course, when you're preparing for the exam this year, that won't be there. When you're preparing for intermediate macro next year, it'll be there. It'll leave you with some practice. Go back to a question that we've already asked. Question 3 from 2014. We did parts A and B earlier when we were talking about the balance of payments and how that's going to change over time. So I'm going to put that up there with the answers just as a reminder of what we've already done. But then tacked on part C. We did not talk about part C. So for tomorrow's lesson, go ahead and finish off part C. Remind yourself about part A and B and how those work and what the correct answers were. And complete part C as a way of practicing what we talked about today with the foreign exchange market. Again, reminder as we are approaching those exams, if you're worried about the technology needs or you or a friend or anyone that you happen to know, please contact collegeboardcd.org/tech. And of course, we'll work to help you out there and make sure that you're able to show what you've learned and do your best. And that's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you got something out of this and hope you have a great day. Be well. Hello, AP Macro, and welcome back to another instructional video. My name is Matt Romano, and today we're going to be talking about one of my favorite topics, one of the biggest topics in AP Macro. We're going to talk about the ADAS model. There's a lot of different topics when you look at it in terms of the curriculum and the CED, but really it's just one big topic that we're going to be addressing today. So it goes from 3.1 to 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7. That's a lot of stuff, it sounds like, but it's all one big topic. It's one model, and we're going to look at it as such. We're going to look at it as one model that we use really as our basis and as our lens to the overall economy, and really as one model that brings everything together. So that's the idea today. And we're going to walk through it again. This is a review video. It's a review of something that you've already done to remind you of the key points, maybe some of the details that you haven't thought about in a while because it's been a while since you were doing Unit 3. And a reminder just to brush up on how we use ADAS. Again, when you're doing this after you've already been through the entire content, it can be really helpful again to just look at the details again, to recall what it was you talked about the first time you learned ADAS, and to take another perspective on it because it's had a chance to sink in for such a long time and you've seen it from so many different angles. So that's where we're going today. So we're going to jump right into this thing. And I'll introduce it by giving you a little visual of how I view ADAS within the context of AP Macro. The statement that you have in the curriculum description is economists use the aggregate demand, aggregate supply model to represent the relationship between the price level and aggregate output in an economy and to illustrate how output, employment, and price level respond to macroeconomic shocks. And all that's, of course, very true. But what I also think of it as it's right in the heart of AP Macroeconomics and the type of analysis that we are doing in this course. Another way to put that is, I wish you had a roadmap. All roads lead back to ADAS. You're really never more than 2 degrees of separation away from this model at any point in this content, in this class. Now, all that said, I do want to have a little dose of reality. This is not the only macroeconomic model out there. When you complete this course and you do really well on that exam, you jump into intermediate macro, you'll learn about other models that are out there. Models of the economy that might be more complex and have more moving parts, more dynamic, but this is such a good basis for looking at the economy. And if you never take another economics course in your life, having this is going to be helpful for you. It's helpful for me. I've been teaching this class for quite some time. It's going to be helpful when you're reading the news and you're keeping up with indicators and you see what's happening or you're making decisions when it comes to elections and who you're going to vote for and what you think they ought to do. Having that lens of ADAS at the heart of it all can be really, really helpful because again, you'll understand what is it that causes output to change, employment to change, price level to change, and you have a visualization of that. So that's how I like to use this model. But I do think it's important to keep in mind that throughout AP Macro, you're always 2 steps or less away from ADAS. So just keep that in mind, keep that visual in mind. I think it'll help you as you work your way through, but also as you take these FRQs and the other types of questions that you're going to be faced with throughout the remainder of the course. So let's jump right into it. And as always, we have to start on the demand side. We like to start on the demand side. So we're going to talk a little bit about aggregate demand, define it, and obviously make sure we know how to draw it, which of course at this point you do. You learned back in Unit 2 when you first started talking about markets, you learned about demand and supply, and you start with demand, and hopefully you've associated the word demand with buyers. It's the buyer side of the market, of any market that we're talking about. Well, here we're not talking about a market, we're talking about an economy, but we're still taking the buyer perspective. So we have to think for an entire economy, who are the buyers of goods in that economy? And aggregate demand, the way we look at it, really takes the expenditures approach to GDP and says there are 4 types of buyers. You have households, that's consumption. You have businesses, firms, that's investment. You have the government, obviously they buy a lot of stuff, and then you have the rest of the world, you have exports, and of course we're adding exports and subtracting imports. That's what aggregate demand represents. And what we found that is, and how we draw this is that there's this negative relationship between the price level, which we show on the y-axis, and the real GDP that we have down the x-axis. In other words, as price level's higher, we would anticipate a smaller degree of output demand, and as price level falls, you would move along your AD curve, and you would see an increase in the amount of output demand. We want to know why that is. Well, there are essentially 3 reasons for that negative relationship. We have the real wealth effect, we have the interest rate effect, and we have the exchange rate, or sometimes called the net export effect. And what we want to do is just, again, know that not only do these exist, but what exactly do they mean? Remind yourself when you see these, because this can get a little confusing. These 3 effects are intended to explain why we have a downward sloping aggregate demand curve. Why is it that at, say, relatively lower price levels, there's going to be more output demanded than when price level rises and output demand goes down? Why does that happen? Well, we can use these 3 things to explain that. I'm going to do it rather briefly, right? Because we have a lot to cover today, and again, you've already done this. The real wealth effect essentially says as price levels rising, your wealth, your money for that matter, isn't going to go quite as far. And as a result, you're not able to purchase as much. In microeconomics, we talk about the income effect. This is very similar, but on a macro scale, because you're not going to be able to buy as much stuff. Your wealth is just not as valuable as it used to be, and that's going to lead to a decrease in consumer spending and a decrease in output demand. Now, the fact that it occurs because of an increase in price level means we're moving along the curve. We're not doing any shifting, we're moving along the curve along that particular shift. The interest rate effect is going to connect those increase in prices with potential increases in interest rates. And as interest rates rise, again, the same thing's going to occur. Less spending is going to occur for 2 reasons. One, it's more expensive to borrow money, but also there's greater incentive to save money. So at higher interest rates, which not automatically oftentimes because of demand for money, as you well know, correspond with higher price levels, we'll see a decrease in output demand at those higher price levels. And then with the exchange rate effect, what you tend to see here is a change in net exports as a result of relative price levels between countries. So if we hold all things equal, ceteris paribus, if price levels rising in our country and a trade partner they're not, well then we're going to see a decline in output demanded from our trade partner, and that's going to decrease from Y to Y1 on the x-axis. Those are the reasons. That's what that means. And again, we need to be able to identify that and understand how that explains that negative slope. As for shifting, again, we go back to that expenditures approach and how we explain aggregate demand using those 4 types of buyers. If AD is the culmination of consumer spending, investment spending, government spending, and export spending, then it would make sense that if there's a change in any of those 4 components, then we should see a change in aggregate demand as a result. And we have to make sure we're clear, as it states right here, those changes are occurring not because of a change in price level, but because of some other exogenous variable, something outside of the model. If it's price level that's causing the change in spending, then as we just showed, it's just moving along the aggregate demand curve. If any of these 4 components, consumption, investment, government spending, and exports, if any of those 4 things increase, then we're going to see an increase in aggregate demand. It is the culmination, it's the sum of those 4 types of spending. So any increase leads to an increase in AD. Likewise, if any of those decrease, then we're going to see a decrease in AD and we're going to shift the aggregate demand curve to the left. That's pretty simple. What's a little more complicated complicated or maybe more important from your perspective is understanding why those four things change. And the way I like to think of it is, it's pretty rare that I'm going to go check the news and see a headline that says, oh, consumer spending increases. It happens every now and then, but it's rare. More often than not, you've got to read between the lines when you're watching the world events and trying to understand why AD would shift, and you've got to make connections between one change that leads to a change in one of our four shifters. So the visual I put up here is just another way of making connections. And I know I talk about that a lot in these videos, but that's what you have to do when you're thinking like an economist. You've got to make connections between causal relationships and say, okay, this has happened. What's going to happen next? What happens as a result? And these are some of those causal relationships that we can anticipate. So, first of all, in the case of consumer spend, which is one of the most common changes that we'll see that affect aggregate demand, because it's such a, at least in our country, such a large proponent of GDP, it should be pretty clear that the change in disposable income is going to lead to a change in consumer spending. When individuals, when households have more money, when their disposable income goes up, they tend to spend more money. So an increase in disposable income is going to increase consumer spending. Consumer wealth the same way. Now, wealth and income are not the same thing. Know that income is a flow of income that's coming in from services provided or from employment, whereas wealth is more of the value of assets that are owned. But either way, if wealth rises, we tend to see an increase in consumer spending. Think of that as attached to maybe the value of financial assets that a household owns, or maybe the value of real assets that they own. When the value goes up, they tend to spend more money. Consumer expectations play a huge role, and that's going to tie into consumer confidence as well. Specifically, we're talking about expectations of a change in price or a change in income. If consumers anticipate widespread inflation in the near future, not today, but in the near future, well, then they're going to buy things now. People aren't going to wait for the prices to change. They want to buy now. So they expect more inflation, expect prices to rise, but buy more now. AD is just right. But if they expect deflation in the future, they may just hold off and spend less. If consumers are confident about their income and they feel like it's going to be stable, that can lead to an increase in consumption as well. So AD would shift to the right. But if they're uncertain, they may hold back. They may put some money in savings, and again, you may see the opposite occur. And finally, taxes, especially the personal income tax. Taxes are going to affect disposable income. That's what disposable income is. It's your total, it's your gross income minus taxes. If tax rates rise, disposable income falls, and consumer spending is going to fall as well. Taxes cut, disposable income goes up, consumer spending goes up. We know that because we did fiscal policy already, and we know that's how that connection goes. Investment spending, again, always remind yourself, what is investment spending? It's primarily business spending. It's business spending money on capital. And really, it's business spending money hoping to earn more money in the future. That's what the term investment implies. Investment spending is going to be impacted by interest rates, which are influenced by monetary policy. They're going to be influenced by expected returns. In the case of interest rates, we've got an inverse relationship there. If interest rates are rising, then we assume investment spending is going to fall. Now, it's not the only interest-sensitive component up here. Consumer spending will change some as well, but not all consumer spending is going to be interest-sensitive. Big durable goods, interest-sensitive, going out for lunch, not really interest-sensitive. Expected returns, remember, businesses are spending money, expecting to get money back. If the expected returns are higher, then we can anticipate investment spending being higher. If expected returns are lower, which is maybe a sign of uncertainty or low confidence by businesses, if expected returns are lower, we expect investment spending to be lower as well. So again, just a couple bullet points here that could affect expected returns, expected future business conditions, the current stock of physical capital, how much capital is currently there, ready to be used. If there's a large degree of it, there's not a lot of return on investing in new capital. But if it's shrinking because you're using your capital so much, well, then it might be a higher return. You might want to increase your investment spending. And of course, business taxes, corporate income taxes being a great example of that. If business taxes are going up, well, then expected returns are going to go down, and we would conclude a decrease in investment spending. Change in government spending is directly tied to fiscal policy. We're not going to talk about that today. That's a topic for another day. It's just good to know that that's where that comes from. It's a political function essentially. And we'll talk about that in more detail in another video. But for here, it's enough to say that if government spending goes up, aggregate demand goes up. Government's purchasing more too. If government spending goes down, AD is just less. And then finally, net export spending, national income abroad, exchange rates. National income abroad, again, think of a trade partner. We're in the U.S. and you think of the U.S. and Canada. If national income in Canada is rising, well, they're going to buy more goods. If that's your trade partner, that's going to increase exports to in our case, to Canada. Aggregate demand is going to increase. Exchange rates. Students sometimes struggle a little bit with this one. Looking internationally at the value of a currency. If the currency here in the United States is getting weaker relative to that of a trade partner, that means that our goods are going to be cheaper, and that's going to increase exports, and that's going to increase aggregate demand. Opposite is also true. If the dollar is appreciating relative to, say, the Canadian dollar, then US goods are now more expensive. Our net exports are going to go down. AD is going to shift to the left. Okay, that was quick, I know, but again, we've done this. You've done this. Your teachers, I'm sure, did this a long time ago. This is really a refresher just to make sure that's all making sense. Now let's practice it a little bit. A couple situations here, a few situations here. And what we're going to be able to do is first identify which component of aggregate demand is affected by this particular situation, and then based on the situation that you're given, would AD increase or decrease? So first one, personal income tax rates are cut. Just address this. Let's think about how that's going to impact those four types of buyers of goods. Personal income tax rates. Well, that means that people are having to pay more in taxes. I'm sorry, pay less in taxes. I just read it wrong. That means they're going to result in higher disposable income. So we're talking here about consumers. We're talking about households because it's personal income tax, not corporate tax, not a business tax. Consumption is going to be affected. In this case, consumption is going to increase. With the increase in disposable income, we can anticipate an increase in consumption. AD shifts to the right. Decreased interest rates lead to increases in residential construction. So interest rates have gone down, and it appears there are more homes being built, more apartments being built. That tells me there's an increase in investment spending as a result of that decrease in interest rates. Fiscal stimulus leads to increase in government purchases. Well, that's pretty direct. Increase in government purchases because of this expansionary fiscal policy. If you have an increase in government spending, you're going to see an increase in aggregate demand. Value of currency depreciates on the foreign exchange market. Well, that's pretty clear. It's going to affect net exports. And what we're saying is the currency is now weaker than it used to be. It's cheaper essentially. That translates into cheaper goods. That's going to increase exports out of this economy, so increase aggregate demand. Business confidence declines due to recession fear. So you have businesses who are uncertain about the future. They're worried a recession is coming. That's going to affect your investment spending. And investment's going to decrease as a result. They're going to pull back a little bit. And then finally, a major trade partner enters a recession. We're talking international trade, so we're going to be dealing with net exports. And if that trade partner enters a recession, national income is falling, less money is being spent, and that's going to decrease aggregate demand here. It's going to decrease net exports, decrease aggregate demand. So again, you'll see this in a lot of different contexts. You'll see this when you're reading the news and you're looking at headlines, and you want to be able to connect it back to aggregate demand, aggregate supply analysis. This is one way of doing that. All right, let's switch to the other side, aggregate supply. So again, that word supply, that should trigger for you thoughts of producers and thinking like a producer. The way we draw aggregate supply, obviously on the same graph, the same price level and real GDP on each axis. And we have an upward sloping aggregate supply curve. The SRAS is going to demonstrate a positive relationship between price level and the quantity of goods and services supplied in the economy. It's upward sloping. It is upward sloping because of sticky wages and prices. What does that mean, and why are they sticky? They're slow to adjust. And I want you to think about that in as realistic setting as possible. Think about a restaurant you go to frequently. Think about a clothing store you go to frequently, or somewhere you typically go shopping. Not a gas station, that's different because those prices fluctuate all day. But typical retail stores, you don't see prices fluctuating day to day. If you go to a chain restaurant, you go to a fast food restaurant, they're not going to change their prices based upon the wholesale market changes. They're going to be consistent. That's what this is saying right here. Prices are relatively consistent in the short run. Now, the long run, that's different. There's time to adjust, and markets will adjust over time. But in the short run, prices are relatively sticky. They don't tend to change too much. Wages are the same way. Nominal wages are not going to change from day to day. You can't do that as you're working. A lot of times, those wages are locked in by a contract. Even if they're not, it just doesn't make sense. People aren't going to go asking for a raise every day. Hey, I worked hard today. You should pay me more per hour. That's not how it works. It does take time, and typically those aren't going to change until people recognize a change in the inflation rate, a change in price level, or expected change in inflation rate. That's what's going to eventually cause those changes. So that's the assumption we make, and that's the reason we have the upward sloping curve. Factors that cause production costs to change, such as I just mentioned, inflationary expectations, those are going to cause SRAS to shift. And I'd like to highlight a few more specifically just to help us with those shifters and to make sense of the exact situations that are going to cause SRAS to shift right and shift left. So three categories that I like to focus on that are going to cause shifts of the short run aggregate supply curve. Input prices, which essentially is what was just stated. Productivity, and legislation, government action aimed at businesses. So let's talk about each one just a little bit here. Input prices will be the price of factors of production, the price of commodities, those things that firms are purchasing to make the goods that they need to make. You're going to see an inverse relationship here. If input prices are rising, it costs more to produce those goods, and firms can't afford to produce as much. So as input prices rise, we're going to see a leftward shift in the short run aggregate supply curve. So an increase in, think of major factors of production or major commodities that a lot of firms are going to use. They affect a lot of industries, oil and steel and plastic and just those big commodities. When those prices change, it has the power to change all of short run aggregate supply, shifting right or shifting left. When they're cheaper, shift to the right. Productivity. Think of productivity. Productivity we know is output per unit of input or output per worker. If there's an increase in productivity, when productivity gains occur due to technology or changes in capital stock, capital formation, that term we used when we learned about economic growth in Unit 5, that's going going to increase. When it does increase, it's going to increase the short run aggregate supply curve and shift to the right. And then finally, you don't want to forget legislation that's aimed at businesses. So business taxes, subsidies, government regulations, those are going to have impact as well. But each of these are going to have a slightly different. Taxes, obviously, if taxes are going up on businesses, well, then we would expect a decrease in SRAS, whereas subsidies are the opposite. I view subsidies as essentially the opposite of taxes. If you're to increase subsidies for a particular industry or maybe a whole host of industries, then you're going to see an increase in short run aggregate supply. Regulations do just that. They regulate. They tend to restrict what firms are able to do, whether it be through environmental regulations or workplace safety regulations. They're restricting what they can do. So if you impose more regulations, we assume it's going to decrease aggregate supply, short run aggregate supply. When those regulations are lifted, they tend to shift aggregate supply to the right. The bottom line here, this is how I really like to think of it. It might simplify everything, so you don't have to try to memorize all these different lists and shifters. Does it make it cheaper and easier to do business? If it does, the short run aggregate supply curve is going to shift to the right. In other words, if input prices are falling, it's cheaper to do business. It's easier to do business when regulations are lifted. SRAS shifts to the right. Does it make it more expensive or more difficult? SRAS is going to shift to the left. Input prices are rising, it's more expensive. Higher taxes, higher regulations, more difficult. SRAS is going to shift to the left. That's a really simple way to approach the short run aggregate supply curve. You're always going to be right if you stick to those two questions and those two rules. So we'll practice with it. All right, so again, same scenario, same thing we did with aggregate demand. Got a few different situations, and we want to analyze using those shifters. What's going to happen to the short run aggregate supply curve? Is it going to increase or is it going to decrease? So the first one, major commodity prices such as oil fall. So a decrease in commodity prices. Which of those categories was it? Well, that's an input price. It's input price, and we're saying that input prices are falling. So as a result of the decrease in input prices, it's cheaper to produce. SRAS is going to shift to the right. It's going to increase. The second one, nominal wages rise due to inflationary expectations. Okay, this one is very commonly missed. I think a lot of students confuse wages and income. Here's again another hint you could use. When you see wages automatically, because it comes up a lot, automatically go to the supply side, aggregate supply. Here's why. Wages are the cost of labor. Stop there. Wages are the cost of labor from the producer's perspective. When the word income is used, you're going to go on demand side. Wages, however, again, we're going to approach as the cost of labor. And here we have a long-run scenario where nominal wages are rising as people anticipate inflation. That's an input price. And we have an increase in input prices, making it more expensive to produce. We're going to see a decrease in the short run aggregate supply curve. Remember, wages, supply, income, demand. New regulations on businesses restrict production techniques. So we have imposed new business regulations. They're not able to do as much as the legislation affecting businesses. And with higher degrees of regulation, you're going to see a decrease in the short run aggregate supply curve. A decrease in corporate income tax rates. Again, that's obviously legislation. And what's happening here? A decrease in corporate taxes. By decreasing corporate taxes, it frees up businesses to do more. That's going to increase SRAS. And you may notice that's one thing that could potentially cause a shift in both aggregate demand and aggregate supply. So rarely that can happen, but in this case, it could happen. Application of new technology leads to productivity gains. It's pretty straightforward. It's obviously productivity. If there is new technology, you're giving workers better tools to use, better machines, better capital, whatever it happens to be. Obviously, that's going to lead to an increase in SRAS. And then finally, new legislation reduces subsidies for major industry. Legislation, they've reduced subsidies. They're taking subsidies away. That's going to make it a little more difficult, a little more costly to do business. That's going to decrease the short run aggregate supply curve. All right, so again, that was just a little practice for us, just to make sure we can apply those shifters, because that's ultimately what's going to come down to when we deal with this model as a whole. We want to see what's going to happen when these changes occur in the economy. All right, a couple more notes about SRAS and we'll move on to the long run. The curriculum likes to point out that when you move along SRAS, now stop right there, think about why that would happen. Why would you move along SRAS? These things don't happen in a vacuum. This is describing what happens when there's a shift in aggregate demand. Moving along the SRAS, an increase in price level is associated with an increase in output, which means employment must correspondingly rise. With labor force held constant, unemployment will fall. So the short run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. A little foreshadowing there, something that's going to come later in the term, something that comes later in the course, something we've already talked about in these review videos. Obviously, they're talking about the short run Phillips curve. And what they're saying, the connection they're making is when there's a shift of aggregate demand, in this case a rightward shift of aggregate demand causing an increase in output, you're going to see that trade-off occur. So knowing that makes it a little easier to connect ADAS analysis with what you know about the short run Phillips curve. Moving to the long run, let's make that distinction first. We need to make sure we understand the difference between a long run and short run time period or time horizon. First things first, make sure you understand we say time horizon, short run, long run. It's not defined by any amount of time. There's no amount of days or months or anything else that says, okay, we hit this number of days, now you can go to the long run. It doesn't work like that. Long run, short run is determined by conditions that are present in the economy. So in the short run, we're going to hold some things constant. Okay, they're going to be fixed input prices. They're going to be fixed wages in particular. In the long run, all that stuff's going to be flexible. It's all going to start changing, and we're going to start seeing changes in potential output as a result of those changes that occur. But in the short run, we are holding prices and wages constant. They are fixed because they can adjust in the long run. We have this vertical long run aggregate supply curve. And what does that represent? I'm not going to read all this to you. You can read that yourself. Let's make sure we understand what it represents. It represents maximum sustainable capacity. It represents full employment output. It represents the same thing the PPC represents, which is that simple model we did in Unit 1 that I know everybody understands. And it's important that you make that connection. LRAS, PPC, they mean the same thing. They represent the same thing. They represent potential output. I like the wording here. Again, this is straight from the AP macro curriculum. They represent maximum sustainable capacity, not maximum necessarily. We're not using every little bit of land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship 100% 24/7. That's not how it works. If we did, that's not sustainable. I mean, yeah, you can try to do that, I guess. Cut down every tree and try to use it and put every person to work at zero unemployment. That's not sustainable. This is sustainable capacity. That's also why we can show up beyond. Sometimes we move beyond that, which is not sustainable. And as we'll talk in just a moment, we'll end up back at full employment in the long run when that occurs. So again, don't forget that part of the definition. Full employment doesn't mean 100% employment of all our resources. It means maximum sustainable capacity. That's potential output, and that's what the LRAS curve represents. Okay, those are the pieces. So you have to work your way through the pieces. And if we're taking class, that's 3 days right there. That's 3 days of class learning the individual parts of the model so that we can ultimately put them all together and start using them all. But again, you're all veterans at this point. You understand what we're doing, so we're going to do it all in one day. Now let's jump into equilibrium. So what we have here, it's rare that you draw it this way. You usually have LRAS, but I want to highlight short run equilibrium. And again, something I like to tell my students when we're doing this for the first time, every time you draw this model, you start with short run equilibrium. You should label your axes correctly, price level, real GDP. You draw your upward sloping SRAS, draw your downward sloping AD, and identify equilibrium. Identify the short run equilibrium, right where those two intersect. Have your little dotted lines taken back to each axis at P and Y so that you know this is where the economy is right now. I think of this as if you're a park and there's a directory of the park, a walking trail, has a little arrow that says you are here. Well, for the economy, you are here. This is the current output level. This is the current price level. But we want to compare that current output and price level to the output and price level that you would see at full employment, specifically the output level. So we really need to have LRAS up here. But where these two curves intersect, that's your short run equilibrium. That's where you are now, today. That's the current state of the economy. Here's LRAS, and when all three of these curves intersect at the same point, when AD and SRAS intersect on the long run aggregate supply curve, we are at long run equilibrium, which essentially means that our current output level is equal to the full employment output level. If we equated this to the PPC, it would mean we're operating on the curve. Output is at full employment. That's exactly what that says right there. We know that to be true, but we also know we're not always there. Sometimes output is below, sometimes output is beyond. We've got to be able to show that too, and we've got to be able to show the output gaps that result from that. So let's do just that. Sometimes output Y, our current output, is greater than full employment output, which means we have a positive output gap, or more commonly called an inflationary gap. Sometimes output is below full employment. When that happens, we have what's called a recessionary gap, a negative output gap. And again, we're dealing with output levels that are below full employment. We can expect then unemployment rates that are elevated. We back up a little bit. If we're operating with an inflationary gap, we should expect unemployment rates that are below the natural rate of unemployment. Okay, so we have to again make those connections and understand how these different indicators can be represented by this one model. Okay, all right. Now we're at a point where we can start shifting curves and see what happens. So again, let's take it one thing at a time. Let's talk about shifting AD first. We know why aggregate demand shifts. It's because of CIG and X, a change in any of those. If we have a positive demand shock, AD shifts to the right. I made a big old aggregate demand shift right there. Aggregate demand shifts to the right. What can we expect? Well, we can expect price level to rise, PL to PL1. We can expect output to rise from Y1 to Y1. And even though unemployment's not on here, we can expect a decrease in unemployment. And why is that? Well, with output increasing, this is a short run change. With output increasing, producing more goods, we anticipate people being higher. Employment rises, unemployment falls. That's the assumption we can make. Back to inflation, with that price level rising, we can actually call that a specific type. That is demand pull inflation. So prices are rising here because of that rightward shift of aggregate demand. We have what's called demand pull inflation. Of course, if we had a negative shock, if there was a decrease in consumer spending or investment, government spending, export, AD were shifting to the left, and all the opposite things would occur. Price level would fall, output would fall, unemployment would go up, people would be laid off as a result. On the supply side, obviously aggregate supply can increase or decrease. Here I'm going to show a decrease in aggregate supply, so SRAS is shifting to the left, causing price level to go up, causing output to go down, and we would assume unemployment goes up. up as well. This is also illustrating some inflation. This is cost push inflation. And if you think back, I'm sure you did this in Unit 3. This scenario can also represent what we call stagflation, that phenomenon that happened in the 1970s in America where you had a prolonged period of high and rising inflation and unemployment. We can safely associate stagflation as being represented by cost push inflation. So just know that little fact because it does come up from time to time. That's all the result of a leftward shift in aggregate supply. Why would that happen? Increase in input prices, increase in oil prices, increase in wages, increase in a lot of different, whatever you can think of, major commodity prices. Could be a decrease in productivity. We don't see that a whole lot, obviously, but it could, in theory, happen. And it could happen because of increased regulations, increased taxes, or reduction in subsidies. So again, think about those shifters and think about how they can be applied in different ways to cause these different results. Finally, we want to get to long-run self-adjustment. We're not going to talk about policy today. That's going to come next. We're going to come back and think about what policymakers can do. That's that phase 3 that I was talking about the other day. What do you do about the economy when it's not where you want it to be? For now, let's think about what happens in the economy when there is no policy and an output gap exists. What's going to happen to bring output back to full employment? Because as long as there's been a field of economics, going back to Adam Smith, there's been this assumption that in the long run, economies will self-correct. And yes, I know Keynes said in the long run we'll all be dead. That's a big reason why we talk about policy so much. It's still true that we want to know what would happen if there was no policy action. How are we going to get, how does output get back to full employment output? We attribute that change to the long-run adjustment of wages and prices. We're going to look at 2 different ways. First of all, let's look at it when we're operating beyond full employment. Now, it's important to note that in both cases, it's the same story that we're telling. It's the same mechanism that's going to bring output back to full employment. It's going to bring unemployment back to the natural rate. It's going to be aggregate supply. We're just going to tell the same story from 2 different angles. So here, we're starting with output beyond full employment. Now, think of what that means for the economy. It means that we're operating beyond that maximum sustainable output level. It says it in the word, it's not sustainable. We can't stay there forever. So what starts to happen over time? Well, think about resource utilization. If we're beyond a sustainable level of output, those resources are being depleted. They're becoming, I hate to say it, more scarce. You're going to start to see those prices rise. So resource prices are going to start to rise as more and more firms are grasping for the same resources. One of those resources is labor, and labor knows that this is happening. They know that unemployment is exceptionally low when we're operating below full employment, and they're anticipating some inflation as a result. So for all those reasons, labor is going to demand higher wages, and with output as high as it is, and employment as low as it is, and few options for more workers, wages are going to rise because markets are so competitive. Labor markets are so competitive. So that combination of rising resource prices and specifically nominal wages, that's going to shift aggregate supply back to the left, and that's what's going to take us back to full employment when operating beyond full employment. That's a common question in AP. If you want to apply this to AP macro and how the exam questions are written, this is a very common question, and you need to make sure that whenever you answer it, you make a reference to resource prices. That in the long run, those resource prices are going to rise, and that's going to cause a leftward shift in SRAS. If you want to be even more specific, you'll talk about wages. Nominal wages are going to rise, SRAS is going to shift back to the left. If we're operating below full employment, here we have Y below YF. We're operating below full employment. Again, we're telling the same story but from a different perspective. Now think about resource utilization. Let's think about output. So output's below full employment. Unemployment's higher than the natural rate. So people are out of work who would like to be working. Resources aren't being utilized as much. If we're in a PPC, we're below the curve, so you have idle resources. If this goes on long enough, and we're assuming no policy action, so it's going to go on for a while. If this goes on long enough, we're going to see resource prices fall because they're not being used. They're idle. They're waiting around for use. You might even see workers accepting lower nominal wages. They've been out of work for an extended period of time, and this can happen. When those 2 things occur, resource prices fall, specifically nominal wages, SRAS shifts back to the right, and we wind up back at full employment again. So again, that's the story that we tell for self-correction, for that long-run self-adjustment that occurs in the economy when an output gap exists. Fact of the matter, in the real world, we don't see a ton of that because we see so much policy action stepping in before that can happen. But it's still important to understand what long-run self-correction is. Finally, one more piece. Told you there's a lot of content today, and I know we're going through it relatively quickly. Let's make sure we understand shifts in the long-run aggregate supply curve. First of all, why does it happen? Well, it happens because of changes in potential output, changes in full employment output. And why does that happen? Well, that happens because of productivity gains. Productivity gains occur from capital formation, from the production of new physical capital, from development of human capital, development of technology, increasing the productive capacity of that economy. And when that occurs, our LRAS is going to shift out to the right. So we're going to see an increase in full employment level of output. This is economic growth. Where else have we seen this? Obviously, we've seen it with our old friend PPC and an outward shift of the PPC. One quick note on notation. You'll see here I label on the x-axis full employment YF, Y sub F. There are other ways to notate that. In many cases, I see a lot of teachers or exams that will do Y star. Star oftentimes means optimal. That's not uncommon at all, and it's correct. Sometimes I see Y sub P for potential output. That's also acceptable. But you do want to notate one way or another that we're dealing with full employment output. That's why I like YF. So there are different ways to do that. Even the exam does it different ways some years. Any of those are acceptable. They all come back to the same essential meaning. All right, let's do a quick little practice here to make sure we know how to use the skills that we've been talking about. And I'm going to go back to some advice I gave on a previous video, how to analyze ADAS on FRQ. So I'm going to skip the multiple choice today. We're not going to do multiple choice. We're going to walk through an FRQ. And I want to walk through it in 3 steps because just about every ADAS question is going to involve these 3 steps. There may be more after that, but these 3 things are going to happen pretty much every time. So what are those 3 steps again? First step is determine the starting point. When you read the prompt to a question, and again, this applies to life too. If you're thinking about the state of the economy, where are we right now? Are we operating at full employment, as the graph right now shows? Are we operating at output level beyond full employment? Or are we operating at output level below full employment? Somewhere in the prompt, you've got to find that. And you may have to search for it, but it'll be there. It may not just say we're beyond full employment or below full employment. It might say recessionary gap, inflationary gap. It might compare unemployment to the natural rate. There's a lot of different ways this can be stated, but you've got to identify that first and then draw the graph appropriately. So do that first. Find the starting point. Are we at, beyond, or below full employment? Second, identify the change. There's going to be a change. There's going to be a shift. We've got to show something. Did aggregate demand shift? Was it CIG/NX? Did aggregate supply shift? Was it a change in production costs or something that would impact production costs? Did it get easier and cheaper? Did it get more difficult and more expensive? You've got to ask yourself that and of course apply that change. Once you've done that, make your conclusions. What happened to output as a result of that change? What happened to price level? What happened to employment? Those big 3 indicators are affected every single time. That's why ADAS is right there at the heart of AP macro and macro analysis. We want to see what's happening to those 3 indicators. So you're going to make those conclusions. Now you may go on to another step. Some questions are going to ask you a little bit more. The question we're about to do does that, but you're always going to have to do this. If you're using the model properly, you're going to have to go through these 3 steps. So let me demonstrate that on a question, practice FRQ, and see how we do it. The economy of Moneyland has an actual unemployment rate that's less than the natural unemployment rate. Now you're reading that the first time, you're probably already picking up on things. You should be triggered by what you see here, and it says, oh yeah, I know what we're talking about already. It's really a hint of what's to come. Part A is going to ask us to draw a correctly labeled graph of the long-run aggregate supply, short-run aggregate supply, and aggregate demand curves. Show each of the following PL1, Y1, YF. Suppose investment spending on plant and equipment increases. The graph in part A show the effect of the increase in investment spending on the equilibrium price level and real output in the short run. And then C, assume instead the government of Moneyland decides not to take any policy action. Well, short-run aggregate supply increase, decrease, or stay the same in the long run. Explain. Okay, full disclosure, I skipped the part because I didn't want the policy in this question because that's the topic for the next lesson. So that instead seems irrelevant now. I skipped the section. So part A. Again, back to the prompt. The economy of Moneyland has an actual unemployment rate that's less than the natural rate. Draw a correctly labeled graph of ADAS. Step 1, we have to identify the starting point. Where are we? Where is our current output level relative to full employment? There it is. Take out your highlighter, take out your scratch paper, write it down. Actual unemployment. I wrote it down wrong there. My first typo. Actual unemployment rate is less than the natural rate of unemployment, which means our current output level is greater than full employment. So I've got to draw that in order to have a correctly labeled graph of this scenario, and that's exactly what it's going to look like. Y1 is greater than full employment. We had an inflationary gap, and I know that because it says up here highlighted the actual unemployment rate is less than the natural rate of unemployment. When does that occur? When we're operating beyond full employment. Let's move on to part B. Suppose investment spending on plant and equipment increases. Graph in part A show the effect of the increase in investment spending on the equilibrium price level and real output in the short run. This is going to take us through steps 2 and 3. So step 2, identify the change. Got to ask myself, is it CIG/NX or is it production cost? Am I dealing with aggregate demand or am I dealing with aggregate supply? Again, take out a highlighter. They tell us right there. Suppose investment spending on plant and equipment increases. That's it. Investment spending is a component of aggregate demand. That's telling me that there's going to be a shift of aggregate demand. It's an increase in investment spending, so it must be an increase in aggregate demand. And this is what your answer would look like. AD is going to shift to the right. Step 3, you're going to make a conclusion, and you should show it on your graph. So you see down on the x-axis, we go from Y1 to Y2, there's an arrow dictating or showing that. On our y-axis, on price level, we have PL1 to PL2 with an arrow indicating that price level is going up. Didn't ask for it here, but we would also conclude that the unemployment rate is going to fall due to the increase in output. People are getting higher when output is increasing. Now there's a part C here. Assume assume instead the government of Moneyland decides not to take any policy action. Will short run aggregate supply increase, decrease, or stay the same in the long run? Again, go back. This is a reminder. Where are we now? We're at level Y2, and we're operating beyond full employment. So translate. What's the question asking? It's asking us, how do we get back to full employment when the economy is operating beyond full employment? SRAS will decrease. Why? Because of an increase in input prices or an increase in nominal wages. Now, this is directly from the rubric for this question. You can answer a lot of ways, but you've got to incorporate that increase in input prices. Obviously, you can be more specific and incorporate an increase in nominal wages. Any of that will do, but it's got to be that. You can't. Here's a common mistake. You can't say SRAS will decrease because of self-correction. That's not a complete answer, and the reason it's not, it doesn't get that causal relationship. Self-correction is not a cause. It's what we call the process, long-run self-adjustment, but it doesn't explain anything. The reason is what we're looking for. The reason is the increase in input prices. So make sure in a question like this that you go that far. That's what graders are going to be looking for. They want to see that you understand the actual reason for that leftward shift of SRAS. All right, that about does it for today. So debrief and summary. I'm not going to walk through all this stuff, but this was a lot of learning objectives, a lot of skills that we applied today. Ultimately, though, what we're doing, we're putting together this ADAS model that's right there at the heart. It's 2 degrees of separation from everything else in the course, and it's something you're going to have to use a whole lot in the class, and I hope in your life when you're looking at the economy, when you're looking at changes that are occurring in the economy, and trying to better understand why those changes are happening. Go through the lens of ADAS. It's a great lens to use. Well, that about does it for today. As always, I'll remind you, cd.org/tech is where you need to go if you're concerned about the exam, if you're concerned about connectivity or any tools that you need to show what you have learned and to do your best on the upcoming exam. And of course, we all want you to do your best on that. Thank you for watching, and I hope you'll join us again. And I hope you are well wherever you are. Have a great day.
Everyone, thank you again for tuning into AP Macroeconomics live lessons. I'm Jen Radials, and I'm looking forward to being with you tonight. Before we get into our lesson, though, I am thrilled to let you know about something exciting for tomorrow. So Janet Yellen, who, as I'm sure you know, is an eminent economist and former chairperson of the Federal Reserve, is going to be joining us for our lesson tomorrow. We're calling it Masterclass with Janet Yellen. Mr. Romano and I are going to get a chance to ask her some questions about monetary and fiscal policy and the current state of the economy, and we are both so honored, privileged, and excited to do so tomorrow night. So if you get a chance, please go ahead and tune in. We'll be live streaming at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. But as with all these lessons, it will be available after the fact in case that time doesn't work for you. But I absolutely encourage you to let your friends know, let your teachers know, so that you can have a chance to be part of this amazing opportunity. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. All right, so let's get into our lesson. All right, so yesterday, Mr. Romano took you through like the basics of the aggregate demand, aggregate supply model, what it represents, how it's used as a tool to describe, predict, and explain changes in macroeconomic conditions and outcomes. So tonight we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of it a little bit. You may have noticed that we left out multipliers yesterday. I thought it might be nice, since the multiplier concept ties in with fiscal policy, that we would do both those things together. So we're actually not going to go quite in order. We'll start with fiscal policy, and we'll spend the bulk of our time together just reviewing what you probably already are really familiar with when it comes to fiscal policy. And then we're going to get into talking about automatic stabilizers, hence this concept is a little tricky for kids. And then we're going to finish up with the multiplier conceptually, definitionally, how to use it, and how to calculate changes in economic conditions based on your understanding of the multiplier. So that's our plan for this evening. So we will go ahead and get right in. All right, so we're going to start with fiscal policy. And the first learning objective in the course exam description for this topic is to be able to define fiscal policy in related terms. So we'll do that fairly quickly. I'm sure these terms and definitions are familiar to you, but as is always the case, the more precise your understanding of the term, the more application ability you have when it comes to applying it conceptually. So it's worth a review of the language that goes along with each of these terms. So fiscal policy, as you know, are legislative actions by the government that change government revenue or expenditures, which can influence aggregate demand and then consequently real output and the price level, right? And when real output changes, we know the unemployment rate, the cyclical unemployment rate changes as well. Now, the tools of fiscal policy you've been talking about all semester include government spending, which is government payments in exchange for goods and services. So the government is going to purchase goods and services, and we call that government spending. They could be purchasing an aircraft carrier, they could be purchasing staples for the IRS. You know, when the government purchases goods and services, we consider that government spending. Taxes, as you know, are payments to the government from citizens. They're mandatory, they're required by law. Most people pay income tax, federal income tax. So those are considered sort of a form of transfer, right? Because no goods or services are being exchanged. It's a transfer of money from an individual or firm to the government. There's no exchange of goods and services. And then with transfers, conceptually, it's very similar. Instead of payments to the government, which is what taxes are, it's payments from the government. And again, there's no exchange. And understanding that is really the insight to help you understand why the spending multiplier is greater than the tax or transfer multiplier. So conceptually, you understand that the government is purchasing goods and services, which is counted as part of aggregate demand. That's going to have a bigger effect on overall economic activity than a change in taxes or transfers, in which there is no initial change in GDP that results from those transfers. All right, so now discretionary policy refers to the changes in spending, taxes, and transfers that are triggered by legislative action of the government that the government is undertaking in response to economic conditions. And if you're listening to the news at all, you know that right now Congress, if they haven't already decided today, last week and going into the weekend, they were deciding on a major addition to the fiscal stimulus that has already been undertaken by the government in response to the economic crisis that's emerging in the wake of the pandemic. So the discretionary fiscal policy requires a new law. The government, they're monitoring the health of the economy, they're determining economic policy may be warranted, and then they're passing a new piece of legislation designed to change either tax receipts or government spending or transfers, and that requires a new law to be passed. Whereas non-discretionary policy, which is what we're talking about usually when we're talking about automatic stabilizers, result from, they kick in automatically. They're triggered by changes in economic conditions that result from the business cycle itself. So they don't actually require a new law because they go into effect as a result of provisions in existing laws. So you want to know the difference between discretionary and non-discretionary fiscal policy. And then of course, these two terms should be very familiar for you by now. We have expansionary fiscal policy, which the government employs in order to stabilize the recessionary gap, and we have contractionary fiscal policy, which is the tool used by the government to stabilize an inflationary gap. Remember, we refer to these as stabilization policies very generally, and then counter-cyclical policies, right? Because the goal of an expansionary policy is to counter recession, and the goal of contractionary policy is to counter an inflationary gap. So those are the terms and definitions. Hopefully that was just a good short review. All right, so now let's sort of talk through in words how fiscal policy works. Okay, why does fiscal policy work? So I'm going to put the tools up on the slide so that we have them to refer to, and then we're going to bring back up our aggregate expenditure formula. So remember, when we're talking about aggregate demand in this form, we're talking about aggregate spending by consumers, by firms, by the government, and by foreign buyers of U.S. goods and services or domestic goods and services. So aggregate demand is equal to the sum of consumption, investment spending, government spending, and the balance of exports minus imports. So when the government changes the amount of money it is spending on the purchase of its service, it has a direct effect on aggregate demand because government expenditures are part of aggregate demand. So if government spending increases, then aggregate demand is going to increase because G is part of aggregate demand. And then the reverse is also true. If government spending decreases, all else equal, aggregate demand will fall because of decreased government spending on services. So it's important to understand that taxes and transfers have an indirect impact on aggregate demand, and that's something you want to be able to explain. So it's an indirect effect because a change in taxes or a change in transfers affects the amount of disposable income of people. And when disposable income changes, that's a major determinant of consumer spending. So if you have, let's say, a tax cut, then that is designed to increase disposable income. And when disposable income increases, then C is going to go up, which causes aggregate demand to go up. So that indirect relationship is one that is really important to be able to explain. Okay. So the same is true with a tax increase. The tax increase results in a decrease in disposable income, which causes C to go down, which causes aggregate demand to go down. And transfers work in a very similar fashion. So transfers, when they increase, then disposable income increases, right? If you get an increase in unemployment benefits, or if you get an increase in rent subsidies, or if you get an increase in the amount of food support from the government, then you're going to effectively have more disposable income and consumption is going to increase. That causes aggregate demand to increase. And we know the reverse is true. If transfers decrease, if there is less transfer of money into the hands of households, then disposable income is going to fall, which causes consumption to fall, which causes aggregate to fall. So make sure you're clear on how to explain the short run effects of fiscal policy by understanding how aggregate demand is calculated and understanding the implications of changes in taxes and spending on the aggregate demand formula, indirectly for taxes and transfers, directly for government spending. Right now, we also want to be able to do it graphically. So let's bring up a graph of the economy. So we'll start with an economy that, in this case, can you tell what condition this economy is facing? You want to compare the potential output or employment levels of output with the current output. And what you should see is that the current level of output in this model indicates that the economy is in a recessionary gap, right? The current output is less than the full employment or potential output, which means that the unemployment rate is greater than the natural unemployment rate. And we know when those conditions exist, the economy is in a recessionary gap. Expansionary policies are used to restore full employment when the economy is experiencing a recessionary gap. So the goal would be to use these policies to cause aggregate demand to increase and close the gap. So we'd want to, the policy objective is to increase aggregate demand. So how can we do that? Well, our expansionary policies would be to increase government spending, cut taxes, or increase transfer payments. Those are going to cause aggregate demand to increase. Once aggregate demand increases, we have short run effects, which include an increase in output and an increase in the price level. So that's how we would explain the short run effects of fiscal policy using a graph. Now let's see if we can do it with contractionary policy. So here we've got an inflationary gap. We know it's an inflationary gap because full employment levels of output are below current levels of output. So when we compare those two, we see our inflationary gap. Current output is greater than potential output, which means the unemployment rate is less than the natural rate of unemployment. Those conditions create an inflationary gap. So that's when the government is going to employ contractionary policies, which are designed to decrease aggregate demand, right? We would want to see aggregate demand curve shift to the left in order to close the output gap. In these cases, well, our contractionary policy tools are to decrease government spending or increase taxes or decrease transfers. All of those would have the effect of decreasing aggregate demand, which then have the short run effects of reducing output and reducing price level. So that's how we would be able to explain using graphs the short run effects of a fiscal policy. So again, you really want to be able to explain this both using words and your understanding of economics and use graphs in order to tell the story visually. Okay, so now another objective related to this is to be able to define why there are lags to discretionary fiscal policy. And for most of my career teaching AP Macroeconomics, I actually taught it in a course in which was combined with AP US Government and Politics. And these connections were really simple to make in that course. So I couldn't help myself. I brought back up the Constitution. And this is what I always used to tell my students. Congress cannot raise or spend a dime without an act of law. So in order for the government to change the amount of money it's collecting in tax revenue, it requires a new piece of legislation. In order for the government to change the way it's spending money, it requires a new piece of legislation. And as I'm sure you're aware if you're following the news at all, the lawmaking process is very complicated, right? And it's compounded or confounded by a number of variables. But the first thing that contributes to a lag in terms of discretionary fiscal policy is that lawmakers first have to recognize that some kind of discretionary fiscal policy is warranted. So you know that the CPI, unemployment rate, and the GDP growth rate, those rates are reported in ways that describe sort of what has happened to the economy. So by the time, like of course, the number of initial jobless claims comes out every week, but the monthly unemployment rate is published once a month. And so by the time Congress recognizes that an economic situation may warrant fiscal policy, some time has generally elapsed. And then, and this is the part that you're seeing playing out in the news right now, they have to agree on a course of action, right? And so policymakers generally agree that full employment levels of output, price stability, steady increases in real GDP capital over time. I've never met somebody who disagrees with those as policy goals, but there is just a tremendous amount of disagreement over how we go about achieving those. And some people think there's no role for the government in that process. So as you know, there's a lot of there's an ideological divide between various members of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and so they have to agree. You need a simple majority in order to get something passed in the House. You need a simple majority in order to get it passed in the Senate, and then it needs to be agreed upon by the president in order to be signed into law. And if you can't get the president to agree, then you need supermajorities in the House and in the Senate. And so getting some agreement on what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, that takes some time as well. And we're seeing that play out in the news literally as we speak. So then an implementation plan has to be both developed and executed. So once Congress passed the initial stimulus package to respond to the shutdown of the U.S. economy triggered by the shelter-in-place orders, the Congress then had to figure out how do we get this money that we're saying we're going to provide to small businesses in order to support their ability to keep people on the payroll. How are we going to get that money into their hands? Which banks are going to conduct it? How are banks going to conduct it? What are the regulations that are part of this package? So I don't want to belabor the process, but I think in terms of like the real world implications of fiscal policy, recognizing what you're seeing in the news right now as we speak, that's one of maybe sort of, you might say, it could be considered an advantage or a disadvantage when it comes to fiscal policy. This idea that there are lags in terms of when you recognize the policy is warranted and agreeing on what the policy is that you're going to implement, and then developing and executing an implementation plan, all of that takes some time. So that's why discretionary policy might not be as timely as automatic fiscal policy or maybe monetary policy. Okay, all right. So now let's go to automatic stabilizers. So I guess it's important to understand that automatic stabilizers are triggered by the business cycle itself, and they go into effect as a result of changes in incomes and need that are a result of the business cycle. So I brought up our business cycle model so that we can kind of conceptualize what we're looking at here. So you'll remember that when we're looking at this simple business cycle model, in this case, it's real GDP over time. It could be real GDP growth rate over time. It could be real GDP per capita over time. But the idea is we want this nice, steady, stable increases in real GDP over time. But the reality is, because of a variety of reasons, not the least of which would be global health crises, we have these booms and busts in the business cycle that result in periods of time when we are in an inflationary gap and times when we are in a recessionary gap. The GDP growth rate increases and then it decreases once it's negative, et cetera. So that's our business cycle. So the idea is that these booms and busts cause a lot of economic hardships, right? Especially here when we are in when the economy is contracting and workers are losing their jobs. When you have high amounts of cyclical unemployment, it's not like the unemployment rate is 10%, that the economic pain of that is limited to those 10% of people. The entire economy suffers when you have less than full employment levels of output being produced. It means our future consumption choices are going to be lower because we're not as producing as much today to have available in the future. We're doing less investment spending today, which is going to slow our economic growth rate. You have people out of work. You have people worried about the health of the economy, so they're spending less money. So even people who keep their jobs are going to be spending less, and the widespread effects of high unemployment are really bad, and they're bad for everybody's quality of life. And the same is true when you have periods of high inflation. If the unemployment rate falls below the natural rate, that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. It's not the most efficient use of those resources, but really it's the inflationary fears, the worry about this untethering of the actual inflation rate from the expected inflation rate, and it really makes it hard for people to make economic decisions when they aren't sure what's going to happen to prices. So for a variety of reasons, both booms and busts have really negative consequences, economic and otherwise. So the goal of stabilization policy is to smooth out the business cycle, and with automatic stabilizers, they actually kick in as a result of the business cycle. They don't require a new active law. So let's see how this works. So I'm going to start here with these periods in which we have increases in real GDP, right? When real GDP is rising, the economy is in this expansionary phase of the business cycle. And so what's happening there is real GDP is increasing, and in order to produce more output, unemployment is falling. So more workers working, more workers earning income, and national income rises. And once you're into that inflationary gap, then you're going to see that the people who are working are lobbying for higher wages as well. So as real GDP rises, the unemployment falls and national income rises. As more people are working and are earning higher incomes, they qualify for less, or they stop qualifying altogether for unemployment and other social welfare benefits that are mandated by law. And so the result of this is that because more people are working and they're earning more money, transfer payments are going to decrease automatically. Rising incomes in the United States, which has a progressive income tax structure, as your nominal wage rises, as your income goes up, you could move into a higher tax bracket, and each additional dollar that you earn is subject to a higher tax rate than the previous dollars that you earned. And so that has a contractionary effect as well. And so the progressive tax structure results in a de facto tax increase for people as their incomes rise. So the effect of a transfer payment decrease and a tax increase is contractionary. So automatic decreases in transfer payments and automatic increases in income tax rates are contractionary, and we're seeing as the business cycle starts to heat up, as those automatic stabilizers kick in, the curve is going to flatten a little bit, right? So let's work that through when the reverse is true. So when real GDP is falling, right, the economy is in the contractionary phase of the business cycle. And so what's happening when real GDP falls, unemployment rises and national income falls. And so can you see where this is going? As fewer people are working and or earning lower, and those who are working are maybe working fewer hours, or they're seeing their wages fall, they qualify for more, or they begin to qualify for unemployment and other social welfare benefits that constitute transfer payments from government. And so transfer payments are going to increase. So simultaneously, falling incomes for those workers who are earning less trigger lower marginal tax rates that result from a progressive income tax structure as well, and workers effectively experience a tax decrease. And these two are, of course, expansionary. So as the economy starts contracting, right, as real GDP is falling, as incomes are falling, and unemployment benefits are increasing, and marginal tax rates are falling, you get this sort of expansionary effect triggered by the automatic stabilizers. So that's sort of the mechanism and explanation for how automatic stabilizers work. All right. Okay. So now this is probably the part that you're waiting for. This tends to be one of the trickiest topics in AP Macro for my students. So we're going to spend a bit of time here really talking about multipliers. Okay. So we'll bring back up our aggregate demand formula. Again, this is the aggregate expenditure approach to calculating real GDP based on expenditures on these core spending categories. And the multiplier basically means that a $1 change in autonomous expenditures leads to further changes in total expenditures and total output. So if we have $1 worth of spending, that is going to trigger additional changes in spending and output. And you probably spent time in class talking about how that works. The simplest way to understand it is one person's spending is another person's income. So if I buy something for $1, right, now the person that I gave that dollar to in exchange for that transaction is part of GDP, it's part of aggregate demand. That person who got $1 from me is probably going to save some of that, but is probably going to spend some of that him or herself. And so when they purchase goods or services, the dollar they receive from me, that is an additional increase in aggregate demand. So that's sort of how it works, right? But what it effectively means is that if you had a $20 increase in consumption, right, well, that's going to eventually produce a much larger than $20 increase in aggregate demand. And how much of a change or how much greater the increase in aggregate demand is going to be is the multiplier. So the expenditure or spending multiplier is going to be useful to help quantify the size of the change in aggregate demand that results from a change in any of the components of aggregate demand. So that word autonomous, don't let it trip you up, right? Autonomous just means wasn't caused by any outside factor. So I decide all of a sudden that I'm going to start spending more money than I was before. That's an autonomous change in consumption. If firms are investment spending at some rate and they decide for one reason or another to increase their rate of investment spending, then that's considered an autonomous change in expenditures. Okay. All right. So this is sort of a formula for all seasons when looking at multiplier problems and looking at expenditures. The max change in aggregate demand is going to be equal to the initial change in expenditure times the spend multiplier. If you want to read that, remember when you're looking at a graph, I wasn't planning on doing this, but I want to go back up to our aggregate demand graph for a minute, our ADAS model. When we're looking at this axis, right, real GDP, remember that Y is the symbol for income. And so as real GDP is changing when you learn to calculate GDP under the expenditure approach, you learned it was equal to GDP under the income approach. So as real GDP is changing, right, this little symbol Y here reminds you income is changing too. So when we have some quantity of aggregate output demanded, it correlates with some amount of real GDP, which correlates with some amount of national income, which correlates with some amount of actual output, right? So you can read aggregate demand, real GDP, output, income interchangeably within the context of thinking about this. And the model helps us visualize that, right? Real GDP is equal to aggregate output, it's equal to the quantity of aggregate output demanded at that price level, it's equal to national income. All right. So if you see any of those words in the problem, you know that you can use this multiplier formula. All right. So let's go back down to this. Okay. So the max change in aggregate demand, you could read that the max change in real GDP is equal to the initial change in expenditures times the spending multiplier. The max change in output is equal to the initial change in expenditures times the spending multiplier. So however the problem reads, you can still use this formula. All right. Now the tax multiplier is what quantifies the size of the change in aggregate demand that results from a change in taxes or transfers. And so again, it's the same formula. We're just going to use the tax multiplier instead of the spending multiplier when we have to calculate the max change in aggregate demand that results from some kind of change in taxes or transfers. Okay. Now what then are the spending multiplier and the tax multiplier, and how do we figure out what those are? And now we have to revisit what you learned way back at the beginning of Unit 3, which was the marginal propensity to consume and the marginal propensity to save. So remember, disposable income, right? There's that Y again to remind us that Y means income. Disposable income is basically equal to your gross income or the amount that you earn, the amount that you take in minus taxes, right? The disposable income is the amount that you have left after you meet your legal obligation to pay taxes on your earnings. And when you have $1 disposable income, you can do one of two things with it. You can spend it on consumption or spend it on consumer goods services, or you can save it, right? There's only two things you can do with disposable income: spend or save. So the marginal propensity to consume tells us the percentage of each additional dollar that you earn of disposable income that you spend, and it's equal to the change in consumption over the change in disposable income. So MPC equals change in C over change in DI. The marginal propensity to save, on the other hand, is the percentage of the next dollar of disposable income earned that is saved, and it's computed as the change in savings over the change in disposable income. So what you should recognize here is if you have $1 and you're going to spend 75 cents in it, the amount of savings is going to equal 25 cents because it's $1. You're splitting it up into two parts. So the MPC plus the MPS always equals 1, and that might help you in thinking about these formulas or in thinking about how to derive one value or the other depending on what you're given. Okay, now let's put this all together. So the spending multiplier is found by setting 1 over 1 minus MPC, or more simply 1 over the marginal propensity to save, right? And then the tax multiplier is just a little bit different. It's equal to the marginal propensity to consume over the marginal propensity to save. And so what you see here is that both formulas can be derived from the MPC. So if you know the marginal propensity to consume, you can calculate the spending multiplier and you can calculate the tax multiplier. So let's do that with a couple of different MPCs so that you feel comfortable with this process. Okay, so assume that the marginal propensity to consume is 0.75. Can you calculate the spending multiplier using that information? Well, if it's 1 over 1 minus MPC, then you would do 1 over 1 minus 0.75, which is 1 over 0.25, which equals 4, right? 1 divided by 1/4 is equal to 4. Now, if we had that same MPC, we can calculate the tax multiplier too by setting the marginal propensity to consume over the marginal propensity to save. So 0.75 over 0.25 is equal to 3. 3/4 divided by 1/4 equals 3. All right, now let's use a different MPC. I'm going to give you a moment. I want you to calculate the MP. I want you to calculate the spending multiplier and the tax multiplier. Hopefully you arrived at 1 over 0.2 equals 5 on the side, and 0.8 over 0.2 equals 4 on this side. The last one we're going to look at is 0.9. If the marginal propensity to consume is 90%, then the spending multiplier is equal to 10, right? Because 1 over MPS is equal to 1 divided by 1/10, which is 10. And then over here, the tax multiplier would be 0.9 divided by 0.1, which equals 9. Now, for a given MPC, what do you notice about the relationship between the spending multiplier and the tax multiplier? Are there any relationships emerging? Because these rules are going to hold true, and they may help you in your analysis. So what do you notice? For any MPC, the spending multiplier is 1 greater than the tax multiplier, right? So when the MPC is 0.75, Spending multiplier is 4, tax multiplier is 3. Here it's 5, there it's 4. So the spending multiplier is greater than the tax multiplier, and the spending multiplier minus the tax multiplier for a given MPC is going to equal 1. All right. So if you have problems that ask you about the spending and the tax multiplier, that might give you a little bit of a shortcut in figuring out how to go about solving the problem. All right. So that is the spending and tax multiplier. So now we're going to do some practice together. So I'm going to switch to my diamond camera. Okay, I have a bunch of different questions here. In the interest of time, I'm going to go through them fairly quickly, but there's lots of good practice on this that can be found with a little bit of searching online. Okay, so I put my formula for all seasons on the top up here so that I can remember it. And now in a closed economy with only lump sum taxation, if the MPC is equal to 0.75, the $70 billion increase in government spending can cause a maximum increase in output up. So again, we're just going to read that as max increase in aggregate demand as a result of an increase in government spending. So the first thing you can do is you find your spending multiplier. So 1 over MPS, which would be 1 over 0.25, which would be 4 in this case. So if we're looking for, so max change in aggregate demand is equal to initial change in aggregate demand times the spending multiplier. So in this case, we've got a $70 billion increase times 4 would equal a $280 billion increase. And it's important to note your directional change, right? Because if it's a decrease in spending, aggregate is going to go down. If it's a decrease in taxes, aggregate demand is going to go up. So sometimes I ask my students to put a little minus sign in front of their tax multiplier, not because it's negative, but because there's an inverse relationship between taxes and aggregate demand. One goes up, the other goes down, and so on. All right, so now let's go to the next one. Assume that the marginal propensity to consume is 0.8. If the government increases its purchases of goods and services by 200 billion and exports decline by 200 and exports decline by 50, at most equilibrium income will, well, income, remember that income is analogous to real GDP depending on how you're calculating it. So we're still just looking for the same thing. All right, so let's find our spending multiplier. So it's 1 over MPS, which in this case is equal to 1 over 0.2, which would be 5. So what we're going to see is that if G goes up by 200 times 5, then we're going to have an increase of $1,000 in income as a result of the increase in government spending. However, exports are declining. So if exports are going down by 50 times 5, then we have a $250 decrease. So if the increase in G causes a $1,000 increase and the decrease in exports causes a $250 decrease, then we end up with a $750 increase in aggregate, in the equilibrium level of income. Okay, so you can deal with more than one thing going on just by splitting them up and seeing the net effect. Okay, so now let's go here. Let's go down here. Assume the marginal propensity to consume is 0.9. As a result of an increase in the tax rates, the government collects an additional 20 million. What will be the impact on gross domestic product? So now we're looking to use the tax multiplier. So if the MPC is equal to 0.9, then the tax multiplier is going to be equal to 0.9 over 0.1, right? MPC over MPS, which equals 9. And so if the government increases taxes by 20 million, what is the max change on real GDP? Well, we're going to multiply that by the multiplier, and we're going to get a $180 million change. Now, if taxes go up, then real GDP is going down. So make sure you know your directional change here. So we produce a $100 million decrease, $180 million decrease. So now this last one is what we can call a balanced budget multiplier question. This is a conceptual question as much as it is an arithmetic question. So assume the marginal propensity to consume is 0.8. How will a decrease in taxes of 100 billion and a decrease in government spending of 100 billion affect aggregate demand? Well, so if taxes go down, right? If taxes go down, then AD will go up. So taxes go down by 100 billion, then aggregate demand is going to go up by 100 billion times the multiplier, which in this case would be 0.8 over 0.2, which would be 4. So this is going to cause a $400 billion increase in aggregate demand. However, in order to keep the budget balanced, we're changing taxes and spending at the same time. So if we cut taxes by 10 billion and we want to keep our budget balanced, we have to decrease spending by 100 billion because we're taking in 100 billion less. We're going to spend 100 billion less. There'll be no change on the budget balance. But because remember the spending multiplier is greater than the tax multiplier, the effect of the change in spending on aggregate demand is going to be bigger than the effect of the change in taxes on aggregate demand. So let's see where we're going to end up. So if spending is going to decrease and aggregate demand is going to decrease, we have a $100 billion decrease. But now we're multiplying it times 1 over MPC, 1 over MPS, which would be 1 over 2, which would be 5. So we're going to have a $500 billion decrease in aggregate demand. So the net effect, right? It's going up by 400 billion, but it's going down by 500 billion. So the net effect is a $100 billion decrease in aggregate demand. And look, it is the exact same as the decrease in spending, right? So you get some contractionary effect or some expansionary effect when you change taxes and spending in such a way as to not affect the budget balance. Okay, so the balanced budget multiplier is actually 1. Okay, all right. So now I think we have time for maybe one FRQ. So I'm going to pull up some of the other questions and we'll just do this one because this is a nice conclusion for everything that we're doing here in Unit 3. So to finish up our Unit 3 review, we'll take a look at the 2019 long FRQ parts A through C. So we're, as you know, you're not going to be graphing this year on the AP Macro exam, but you could certainly expect to be asked questions about some of these concepts, and having a graph handy would be a great idea in order for you to be able to do that. All right, so we're told that Canada is an open economy that is currently in a recessionary output gap. Okay, so we know our initial condition. We know that our current output is less than our potential output. Draw a label graph of the ADAS model and show each of the following. So we can do that real quick. Okay, so you want to make sure that your axes and your curves and your equilibrium points are accurately labeled. So we have price level and real GDP, and I always recommend to my students that they find current output and price level before they show the condition of the economy. So we have Y1 and TL1. That's what we're asked for in the first part of the question, and then the second part asks for full employment. So we know that YC is less than YF, so that means YF has to be over here, and that's where we can put our long run aggregate supply curve. So there's an economy in recessionary gap. The central bank and the government do not take any policy actions to close the output gap. Explain how the economy will adjust to full employment in the long run. So this is what you reviewed last night. So what you learned is that the short run aggregate supply will increase, and that is because of falling input prices. And you talked about these last night, right? Like wages, commodity prices that result from a recessionary gap. Remember, when you're producing less full employment levels of output, some of your resources are unemployed, and so the prices for them are going to fall. So then B2 says on your graph in part A, show how the economy adjusts to full employment in the long run. Well, we just wrote it. Short run aggregate supply will increase. So now we want to show it. SRAS is going to shift to the right. Let's put a little 2 here. Okay, and so now that level of output is going to increase from Y1 to YF, and the price level is going to fall from PL1 to PL2. So that's the effect. That's the adjustment on the graph. Okay, and finally, suppose the Canadian government is unwilling to wait for the long run adjustment process. We're told that MPC is 0.8, real output, equilibrium real output is 500 billion, and full employment output is 540 billion. So what they're saying here is that the current output is 500 billion, and the full employment level of output is 540 billion. So the amount of the output gap is $40 billion. So just keep a little note of that off to the side, right? The output gap is 40 billion, and we know that the MPC is 0.8. So if the MPC is, it says calculate the minimum change and indicate the direction of the change in government spending required to shift the aggregate demand curve by the amount of the output gap. So if instead of waiting for SRAS to shift to the right, we wanted to try to use fiscal policy to stimulate aggregate demand, we want to get it to move from here to, and I shouldn't have drawn on my graph, that's bad practice, but because that's not part of the question, but just so you see it, the idea would be to close the gap by increasing aggregate demand. So how much government spending do we need to get a $40 billion increase in real GDP? And we can use our formula. So if the max change in aggregate demand is equal to the initial change in aggregate demand times the spending multiplier. So in this case, we know that we want a $40 billion increase. And so the question is, how much do we have to spend in order to get it, well, that's a function of the multiplier, which in this case would be it's 1 over 0.2, which would be 5. So x times 5 equals 40. Divide both sides by 5, and we get that the increase in government spending should be $8 billion. The next part of the question says calculate the back minimum change and indicate the direction of a change in taxes prior to should be aggregated with the maker by the amount of the output gap. The output gap is still $40 billion, right? So we would still want to see a change of $40 billion increase at the end of the day. So how much do we have to change taxes by? Well, we would just have to divide both sides by the tax multiplier. And again, the tax multiplier is always one less than the spending multiplier. So if the tax multiplier is NPC over NPS, which in this case would be 0.8 over 0.2 equals 4, remember we move in opposite directions. We would want to divide both sides by, in this case, 4, and we would see that we want a $10 billion tax cut. Tax cut. We want to decrease taxes by $10 billion in order to stimulate spending to close a $40 billion output gap. Okay. All right. So that was a really great question to bring together all the concepts in this unit. We've got our ADAS model. We've got an output gap. We have a long run self-correction, and we have fiscal, both change in taxes and change in spending. What would be necessary in order to close an output gap? So that really puts almost all of the concepts in this unit together. Okay. So that really brings us to the end. So we'll just pull things up. I'll finish off for tonight. So again, I'm going to have to skip through the slides that we didn't do. Okay. So we spent most of our time on fiscal policy and the multipliers. We did also talk about automatic stabilizers, and hopefully at this point you feel really comfortable and confident using the ADAS model to describe, predict, and explain how changes in any of the expenditure categories and aggregate demand are going to influence the economy. But most importantly, especially given what's going on right now, how does fiscal policy have the potential to affect economic outcomes? All right, and I will leave you with one more reminder that tomorrow night is the masterclass with Janet Yellen, former chair of the Fed, not to be missed. And as always, we finish up with our call to let you know that if you or someone you know needs a device or has issues with the internet, please reach out to cb.org/tech, and the College Board is determined to help all students who wish to do so take their AP exams in May. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Have a good evening.
Instructional video for AP Macroeconomics. My name is Matt Romano. I'm coming to you from Atlanta, Georgia, and today we're going to be talking about topic 6.5, changes in the foreign exchange market and net exports. More specifically, talking about how changes in currency valuation, changes in exchange rates will affect net exports, and then how those changes in net exports will affect aggregate demand, and of course all that follows behind with aggregate demand. We're looking at skill 3A, determine the outcome of an economic situation using economic concepts, principles, or models. But really, more specifically, and just as important if not more, we're looking at making connections between concepts, between topics, understanding causal relationships, because that's such a critical skill in thinking like an economist in macroeconomic analysis that you got to be able to see that something happened over here, in this case, maybe in currency markets, and that's going to affect something over here, and we have to be able to connect the dots and accurately understand, again, the causal relationships that are occurring that result in changes in output, changes in employment, changes in price levels, so that we can better understand the world around us, the macroeconomy that we live in. So what it's going to address, this lesson will address how changing currency values are going to lead to changes in trade. So think back to the lessons you've learned about foreign exchange market, think about how that's connected to policy, think about how that's connected to the balance of payments, and then looking at how those changes in net exports are going to lead to a change in aggregate demand. Something you've already done. That comes all the way back from Unit 3 and really the first time you learned aggregate demand. As a reminder, again, this is Unit 6. Unit 6 will not appear on the 2020 AP Macro exam. However, it's still important to know this stuff because it's happening all around us all the time. Before getting into the new material, let's warm up a little bit. Let's look at yesterday's FRQ, and then we're going to look at a little bit of old information from Unit 3 that we want to review a little quickly. All right, so yesterday you were assigned question 2 from 2010 Form B. The topic, of course, was connecting policy changes and interest rates to exchange rates and seeing that we can understand all that. So we're dealing with the country of Sewell, another fictional country in the land of AP Macro. The central bank of the country of Sewell sells bonds on the open market. As always, we want to pull something out of that first sentence. They're telling us right now that we've got a contractionary monetary policy here. They're selling bonds, so we know what's going on. We can really predict what's going to happen throughout this question just from that opening sentence. Part A asks us, assume that banks in Sewell have no excess reserves. What is the effect of the central bank's action on the amount of customer loans that a bank in Sewell can make? Well, we know it's, again, a contractionary monetary policy. They're selling bonds, which is going to restrict even more how much banks can lend. As a result, bank loans will decrease. That is your answer there. Using a correctly labeled graph of the money market, show how the effect of the central bank's action on the nominal interest rate in Sewell. Again, a contractionary monetary policy will contract the money supply, it's going to shrink the money supply. So we would anticipate a leftward shift in the money supply curve. So we take that vertical money supply curve, shift left, and of course that's going to move us up along the money demand curve, and we're going to see an increase in nominal interest rates as indicated from I1 on the y-axis. Part C, again, keeping in mind that they sold bonds on the open market, it was contractionary policy. We've already addressed that there's now going to be a decrease in money supply, increase in interest rate. What's the effect of the central bank's action on each of the following in Sewell? Price level, real interest rate. Of course, we have to explain that. So once again, we're making connections here. What information do I have? What skill do I have from the past that's going to help me connect changes in monetary policy, money supply, changes in interest rate to price level? Well, again, probably the easiest route to go would be to go aggregate demand and think about how with increasing interest rates, are going to decrease investment. AD is going to shift to the left, and price level is going to fall. As far as the real interest rate is concerned, again, we're trying to connect changes in nominal interest rates in the money market to real interest rates. Anytime you see those two together, even if it's not exactly the way you want to go, at least give thought to the Fisher effect and the Fisher equation. It should lead you to the right answer. In this case, the real interest rate will rise. Why? We have to explain why. Increase in the nominal interest rate and decrease in price level, real interest rate increases. They're basically spelling out the Fisher equation for you in that answer, and that would be a logical explanation because again, you're getting that causal relationship. Part D, give me your answer in part C2. How's the international value of Sewell's currency, the ONO, affected? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Explain. Well, what did we say happened? Real interest rates are rising. As a result, the ONO will appreciate. Your textbook answer would say because the increase in demand for Sewell's financial assets causes an increase in demand for the ONO. Why is there an increase in demand for financial assets? Well, again, the increase in interest rates, the higher real interest rate, that's an indication that you get higher rates of return on those financial assets in Sewell. People are going to come from outside the country to purchase those, and in order to purchase those, they have to have the currency the ONO. So you're going to see an increase in demand for the ONO. So that does it for 2010 Form B question 2. Now, rather briefly, let's look at some old information that we learned way back in Unit 3. And we want to connect, again, there it is, connections. We want to connect changes in net exports to changes in aggregate demand. So again, we did this back in Unit 3. You've done it for a while, but just as a refresher because we're going to use this today. Net exports is simply exports minus imports. And you can abbreviate a lot of different ways. I had a professor do it this way once, so it kind of stuck with me. I do X minus M, X representing exports and M representing imports. To make sure we know what the words mean, I'm sure at this point we do, but exports are those goods that are produced domestically. So whichever economy you're studying, if you're studying the US economy, they're produced here in the US and they're purchased abroad. They're purchased by residents of another country. Imports were produced somewhere else, they're produced in another country and purchased domestically. Keep that in mind as we're going through this. And now we want to connect again changes in those exports and imports and the balance of the two to changes in aggregate demand. And let's look at two possible examples. On one hand, let's say that exports are rising in this country while imports are falling. If that is the case, net exports are going to go up. And as we know, net exports have a positive relationship with aggregate demand. So if there's an increase in net exports, we're going to see a rightward shift in aggregate demand, an increase in aggregate demand, indicating that there's more money being spent on domestically produced goods. That's what that's telling us. AD shifts to the right. And then of course, we're going to make our conclusions after AD shifts to the right. Output is increased from Y to Y1. Price levels increase from P to P1. And because of that short run increase in output, people are getting higher. Employment goes up, unemployment is going down. So all those conclusions are going to follow because of that change in net exports. If the opposite were to occur, if there was a decrease in exports for some reason, we're going to talk about those reasons in just a moment. A decrease in exports coupled with an increase in imports, then we can expect a decrease in net exports. And as net exports decrease, aggregate demand is decreasing. Again, that tells me that there's less purchase of domestically produced goods in this particular economy. So AD shifts left, and as AD shifts left, we see price level fall, we see output fall. With output falling, some people are let go, so employment falls, unemployment does rise as a result. So again, connect the dots. This leads to this, just all this cause and effect that we're constantly seeing in macroeconomic analysis. All right, so that's background, that's foundational stuff. We want to be able to apply that, and we want to be able to apply that within the context of how currency valuation changes, exchange rates are going to affect, really be the first domino in that step to affect net exports, aggregate demand, output, price level employment, everything else. So let's do this by walking through some examples first. The first is to consider exchange rates fluctuate rather frequently. They're going to fluctuate much more frequently than prices of goods and services do. Commodity prices change a lot, obviously, but when you're talking about products that are being imported and exported, yes, prices do change, but not nearly as often as exchange rates. Go online, go Google foreign exchange market and look at how rapidly exchange rates do fluctuate. Now, they don't fluctuate by a large amount. They're very incremental, but they're constantly changing. And over time, it has an incremental effect over really how trade eventually occurs. So exchange rates are going to change more frequently than prices of goods and services. And that's an important point to consider. So let's walk through a hypothetical example of this and see why we can connect those changes in foreign exchange markets to changes in the purchase of goods and services, that being net exports. So the hypothetical is this. Let's assume trade between the United States and Rankin-Land. Rankin-Land is another fictional land from the 2012 FRQ, if I understand right. Rankin-Land is set somewhere way out in the Pacific. Beautiful place, great beaches, palm trees, all that stuff. And we're going to consider trade between the two. And when we consider trade between the two, we're going to start by looking at the currencies. So the currency of the United States obviously is the dollar. The currency of Rankin-Land, if you go back to the 2012 exam and look at that question, apparently the currency of Rankin-Land is the birra. And a month ago in this hypothetical, we're going to say that there was a 1-to-1 ratio. The exchange rate of dollars to birras was $1 to 1 birra. So if you were in the US and you wanted to purchase birras on the foreign exchange market, it would literally be $1 per birra. That's changed. In our hypothetical example, let's assume that today now $1 actually purchases 2 birras. So there's been a fluctuation on the exchange rate. Foreign exchange markets are moving for some reason. Maybe there was an increase in demand for dollars for some reason that led to an appreciated dollar. So we can conclude here that the dollar has appreciated for some reason and the birra has depreciated. If you recall back to previous lessons, these are relative figures. If one goes up, the other has to go down. So we see that occurring right here. That's old news. We already knew that. That was something you already learned. But how do we apply that to net exports? And this, for some students, is sometimes counterintuitive. We have to consider, in the case of the United States, how would an appreciating dollar affect net exports? And in the case of Rankin-Land, how would a depreciating birra affect their net exports? So again, let's apply it to the purchase of a good. And for a good in this case, what I took was just a box of chocolates. So we're assuming the relative price here is going to be the same. Say that the price of a box of chocolates in Rankin-Land costs 12 birra, and the price of a box of chocolates in America is going to be $12. And we're going to assume those prices are going to be fixed at least for this time period. Because again, if you're talking about going to the store, you go to the grocery store and buy a box of chocolates, it's not going to fluctuate that much, even if wholesale prices do change. So we're assuming those fixed retail prices here in the short run, but there's been a change in currency values which could affect how much is being purchased. So walking through the math of this, let's consider how much you would spend if you're in America and you want to import those Rankin-Land chocolates that you've heard are so good. A month ago, with that 1-to-1 exchange rate, it's going to cost you $12 to exchange your dollars into birra and buy those Rankin-Land chocolates. But now, because you have the appreciated dollar, $1 buys 2 birra, it's only going to cost you $6 to buy that same box of chocolates. All other things held equal, that means that Americans are going to buy more chocolates out of Rankin-Land, and that's going to increase net exports coming out of Rankin-Land. That's the connection we want to make. You don't have to walk through the math of this every time, but what you have to understand is these currency fluctuations are going to impact our purchasing. It's going to impact our purchasing power. So if you're in a country where the currency is depreciating, you can anticipate that exported goods are going to increase because that depreciated currency, as is the case right here with the birra, that depreciated currency is going to make goods coming out of that country cheaper for people that are buying it in nations that have appreciated currencies, which would be US. On the flip side of that, take the other perspective. A month ago, 1 birra was worth $1, so it took you 12 birra to buy that American box of chocolates. But now, after the currency valuations changed, the birra is only worth 50 cents. So now it's going to take you 24 birra to buy that same box of chocolates. The residents of Rankin-Land aren't going to buy as many boxes of chocolates from America, and net exports from the US are going to decrease. And in relative terms, those American goods are now more expensive because it takes more birra just to purchase $1 US. So once again, make the connection here. What you need to know, if the dollar, in this case, we're talking about the US, if the dollar is increasing in value, it's appreciating, US goods are going to become more expensive, and net exports from the US are going to go down. Let's look at that same example another way. Instead of using the data here, let's look at it using a graph of the foreign exchange market. And here we have a graph of the dollar on the foreign exchange market as it is in value relative to the birra. And what we see here clearly is there was an increase in demand for dollars, causing an increase in the value of the dollar. The dollar has appreciated relative to the birra. Working our way up the y-axis, we can see that it requires now more birra to purchase $1. The dollar has appreciated, the birra has depreciated. We know from the last slide and from understanding here that those Rankin-Land residents, the Rankin-Landers, they're going to buy less US chocolates, and net exports in the US is going to decrease. And now we need to connect that change in net exports back to aggregate demand. And again, we know that that's a simple fact. We just talked about it in our review. If the United States net exports decrease, then we can easily conclude that United States aggregate demand is going to decrease, and that decrease in aggregate demand is going to decrease output, decrease price level, decrease employment. We're going to see the unemployment rate rise, all because of this changing valuation of the currency. That domino effect is very consistent. We need to be able to make those conclusions as a result. Okay, let's walk through a few more examples. That's what you need to know. Again, the connection. That's the word. That's the word of the day. The connection between changes in exchange rates, currency values, changes in net exports, changes in aggregate demand. Work through that sequentially, and you've got this topic down. So, guided practice. We're going to go through similar examples and then do a couple multiple choice questions to help us out with, again, another way that these can be asked. Similar to our US and Rankin-Land example, let's look at France and Switzerland. France and Switzerland are trade partners. Now, I'm going to pause for a moment as I walk through this and let you think through it to try to come up with the answers as we go. Roughly a year ago, 1 euro was worth 1.14 Swiss franc. Now, 1 euro is about 1.05 Swiss franc. Translate that change in exchange rates. In other words, what happened here? There's been a change in the ratio. And I want you to write this down. There's been a change in the ratio. One currency appreciated, one currency depreciated. Based on these ratios, which currency appreciated, which currency depreciated? I'll pause for just a second. Okay, looking at the numbers again. A year ago, 1 euro could buy you 1.14 Swiss francs. Now, the euro can only buy 1.05. What does that tell you? It should tell you two things. First of all, the Swiss franc has appreciated. We know that because it takes less Swiss francs to purchase 1 euro. The euro has depreciated. It's gone down in value. Got to know those terms. It's depreciated because it won't buy as much as it used to in Swiss francs. That's step one. We've got to understand that connection first. Now, what's the next step? What's the next step in progression? How is that going to affect net exports? How's that going to affect trade, the balance of trade between these two countries? And then we can make another conclusion after that. Well, the Swiss franc has gone up in value. That means the Swiss goods are going to be more expensive for French residents. If you're living in France and you want to purchase something from Switzerland, you're going to import something from Switzerland, it's going to take more euros to purchase a franc to purchase that good because of that change in valuation. On the flip side, if you're living in Switzerland and you're using Swiss francs, it's going to take less francs to purchase a euro. French goods now become more affordable. As a result, net exports coming out of Switzerland are going to decrease. Net exports coming out of France are going to increase. As that connect to aggregate demand, 80 is going to increase in France, and it's going to decrease in Switzerland. Again, it's causal relationships. We're starting with the change in exchange rates and then just connecting the dots. That's going to affect your net exports. That's going to affect your aggregate demand. Let's do one more of these. We're going to do one more using graphs instead of numbers. Make sure this thing's making sense, and we'll finish off with some multiple choice questions to solidify the whole thing. So one more trade relationship. New Zealand and Hong Kong. New Zealand and Hong Kong are trade partners. The Hong Kong dollar versus the New Zealand dollar is up here on the left. We have the market for the New Zealand dollar. On the right, we have the market for the Hong Kong dollar. Let's just assume, for whatever reason, there's been an increase in demand for the Hong Kong dollar. There's been an increase in the supply of New Zealand dollars. We don't know the reason behind this. It could be all kinds of things. It could be change in interest rates, states of preference. Who knows? As a result of that, we're going to see that the Hong Kong dollar has appreciated while the New Zealand dollar has depreciated. So the question becomes, how is that going to affect trade between those two countries? Again, what you've got to do is look at that change in currency valuation and simply say, how is that going to affect the relative value of goods, the relative price, I should say, of goods between those two nations? If I'm in New Zealand trying to buy goods out of Hong Kong, is it more expensive or less expensive? If I'm in Hong Kong trying to buy New Zealand goods, is it more expensive or less expensive? Well, with a depreciated New Zealand dollar, if you're in Hong Kong, you can buy more with your Hong Kong dollar. New Zealand goods are now relatively less expensive, and we're going to see an increase in net exports coming out of New Zealand, which means a shift of AD to the right. AD is going to increase in New Zealand. Again, just a variety of different ways that we can connect the dots between these different concepts in different contexts. So we're going with currency valuation to net exports to aggregate demand. All right, how does AP treat this kind of stuff? What does it look like on AP exam questions? We're going to look at a couple. We're going to look at 3 or 4 multiple choice questions, and then I'm going to leave you with an AP FRQ that you can work on for next time, again, to make sure that this stuff is making sense to you and that you know how to apply this knowledge moving forward. So first question: an increase in the international value of the United States dollar will most likely benefit, and there are your 5 answers. Now, again, I've said this before, I know, but one suggestion I always make to my students is when taking a multiple choice exam, and I know it's not on this year's exam, 2020 is obviously an exception, but these are still good for practice, and here's why. When you're taking this multiple choice exam, treat it like a free response question. Before looking at A through E, go ahead and answer the question in your head, know what you're looking for. And again, it's going to train yourself, even for those free response questions that you are going to face on this year's exam. An increase in the international value of the United States dollar most likely benefit. All right, stop right there. Don't look at the answers. Who will benefit from this? Well, it's telling me the dollar has appreciated. It's going up in value. The benefit comes from anyone using United States dollars to purchase goods in other countries, whether they're exporting or they're traveling and buying things. If you're on the other end of that, if you're purchasing U.S. goods with other currencies, you're worse off. You're not going to benefit. Start there. Start with that in mind. Then start looking at the answer options. But that's your answer. It's going to be someone who's buying goods with U.S. dollars, exchanging dollars for those now weaker currencies according to this particular prompt. So looking at A, domestic producers of premium wines sold to people in other countries. All right, so you've got these U.S. producers of premium wines selling them to others. So they're trying to export U.S. goods. That's not going to help an export. The exporter now, even though the price of their good domestically has not changed, it's more expensive to someone who's trying to buy with a foreign currency. Can't be it. Currency traders holding large quantities of yen. No, according to this question, the dollar's getting stronger. If you're trading currency and you have the yen while the dollar's getting stronger, that means it takes more yen to purchase a dollar. You are not better off as a result. German citizens vacationing in the United States, not better off. German citizens are coming here to have euros. They got to trade those euros for dollars. If the dollar is getting stronger, if it's appreciating, it means that everything they're buying here is more expensive. D is almost the same one. Canadian citizens expecting to purchase real estate in the U.S. You're in Canada, you got to switch your Canadian dollars over to U.S. dollars. Those U.S. dollars just went up in value. You can't buy as much in terms of the real estate. Let's hope it's E because it's certainly not A through D. E says retired United States citizens living overseas on a social security checks. Okay, what do we have? We have U.S. citizens who are paid social security, which means they're being paid in U.S. dollars, but they're buying things overseas. Well, those dollars that are coming from the social security check, they're worth more overseas than they used to be. They are better off. E's going to be your answer. Okay, so again, go in knowing what you're looking for, and again, treat it like a free response question. You can practice for free response by doing these questions. That's why they're still worthwhile at this point, and you can cover a lot of ground doing it. So another very similar but not exactly the same question. The beginning of the prompt is identical, but we're going a slightly different place this time. An increase in the international value of the United States dollar will tend to cause. Okay, once again, before looking at your answers, let's think what would an increase in the value cause? Well, all right, so we have an appreciated dollar. What does it mean? It means that if you're in the U.S., you could buy more goods abroad. But it also means that if you're not in the U.S., U.S. goods are now more expensive. So imports are going to go up, exports are going to go down. The balance of trade is going to skew towards the trade deficit. All that's going to be true. We can connect that, we know, to aggregate demand. So if there's a greater amount of imports, less exports, aggregate demand is going to decrease because of the decrease in net exports. And then of course from there, we know that output falls, price level falls, employment falls, unemployment goes up. All those things are true. So if I have all that in mind, write that down as I'm doing this. I know what I'm looking for. So the first one, A, says United States exports fall. Well, yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. That's one of the first things that should come to mind when we see an increase in the international value of the U.S. dollar. The dollar is appreciating. U.S. goods are more expensive. That's how you have to explain it on an FRQ. And exports are going to fall as a result. Look through the rest as just to confirm the answer is correct. National income will increase. No, it will not increase because we already said AD is going to shift left and that's going to decrease output, which is synonymous with real GDP, real income, national income. Employment in the manufacturing sector increase. No, it's not. We've already said again, output's decreasing, employment's going to decrease with it. Inflation rate in the U.S. will increase. No, AD is shifting left. Price level is actually going to fall. And then the growth rate in the U.S. to increase. No, it will not be increasing as a result of this. The only possible answer is A. Two more, and they're both in the same style. And I chose these specifically because I wanted to share with you a strategy for answering questions like this. And again, once again, I know no multiple choice in the 2020 exam, but the logic is the same, and the logic can still help you when answering FRQs, or more importantly, understanding how these events play out in the real world. Assume that Canadian consumers increase their demand for Mexican financial assets. How would the international supply of Canadian dollars, the value of the Mexican peso relative to the Canadian dollar, and Canadian net exports to Mexico change? Okay, that's a lot. That's three different things, and I'm trying to juggle at once. A mistake a lot of students make is they try to process all of that at one time and come up with the correct answer with all three of those changing in their heads, and it's too much to process. It's too much to digest. What I suggest, you're given three different things that you got to figure out. Go one at a time and work your way through one at a time. Use the process of elimination here. So back up a little bit. Let's think. What's happening here? Canadian consumers are increasing demand for financial assets. So Canadian consumers want to have stocks, bonds, securities of some sort, government, who knows, and they want to purchase them from Mexico. To do so, they need pesos. Well, the first thing on our list is supply of Canadian dollars. The way you buy pesos, if you're in Canada, is you have to bring your Canadian dollars to the market. That increases the supply of Canadian dollars. Start there. Now look at your options. I know the supply of Canadian dollars must increase. I can eliminate C, I can eliminate D, I can eliminate E, and now this is a 50-50. It's either A or B because it must show an increase in the supply of Canadian dollars. Okay, now move on to the peso. In this case, both options are telling you increase value of the peso. That is correct, obviously. If Canadian consumers are demanding more pesos, increase demand for the peso, that's going to increase the value, obviously. Likewise, the increase in the supply of dollars decreases the value of the Canadian dollar, which of course coincides with an increased value of the peso. So increase is correct there. Next, as a result of this change, what happens to Canadian net exports? Well, the peso just got stronger. We know the Canadian dollar just got weaker by default. If the Canadian dollar is weaker, the peso is stronger, then Canadian goods are cheaper for any people living in Mexico. As a result, then Canadian net exports must increase. I can eliminate B, and the answer must be A. Again, go sequentially. And it's all about cause and effect. It's all about making connections. Again, that's the word today. Making connections from one market to another, from one event to another, and understanding the causal relationships underneath. Let's do one more of these, and then we're going to move on. If a nation's currency appreciates relative to that of its trading partners, what will happen to the nation's exports, imports, and aggregate demand? Okay, so we've actually answered these separately throughout the day today. Let's go back through it one more time and make sure it makes sense. So the currency is appreciated. The value of the currency internationally has appreciated relative to trade partners. Are those trade partners going to want to buy more goods from the nation or less? Because we're talking about exports first. Well, if the currency is appreciated, their goods are going to be more expensive than they used to be. That tells me that the exports are going to decrease. A and B are not possible answers here. We don't even care what they say about imports and aggregate demand. It cannot be correct because exports is wrong. What about imports? Again, the currency is appreciated, so it can buy more of foreign currencies, which means it can buy more foreign goods. Ceteris paribus, that means imports are going to increase. The answer cannot be E. All right, we're down to C and D. What happens to aggregate demand? Well, we had a decrease in exports, we had an increase in imports. That combination makes it pretty clear. AD is going to decrease. It's going to shift to the left. Net exports are decreasing, so AD decreases as well. Okay, that brings us to the end. A little shorter today, but it was a relatively short topic where everything kind of goes together. And to review what that was, again, we were using graphs, we were using data to show how changes in the value of currency lead to changes in net exports and AD. And that was application of, again, economic concept principles and models. But more than anything, it was practice using that skill set of connections, of making connections, of identifying and understanding and explaining causal relationships between concepts in macroeconomic analysis. I'll leave you with an exam practice question. 2011, question 2. We're only going to look at part B. This is back to Mexico and Canada and their trade relationship. So we skip part A and just look at part B because we want to see how, again, changing foreign exchange market valuations, how changing exchange rates are going to have an impact on net exports and ultimately aggregate demand. As always, I'll remind you that if you have any tech issues or if anyone you know has any tech issues, please contact the College Board at cv.org/tech, and they want to make sure they can help you before taking that exam in May. And that is everything for today. Thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. I hope you are well wherever you are, and hope you'll join us again tomorrow. Have a great day.
And welcome back to AP Macroeconomics. I'm very excited to be here with you tonight. Tonight we're going to be talking about some topics related to money making, which I know for a lot of students is a really difficult topic. So I'm hoping that tonight's review will be especially helpful to you. Right, as always, I'm Jen Rayfield, coming to you from Happy Ridge, New Jersey. And so we're going to start by reviewing financial assets. We'll take a look at what they are and what classifies them into different types. Then we're going to spend a little time reviewing nominal and real interest rates. Then we're going to get into the definition and measurement and functions of money. So that's where we'll be talking about M1 and M2 and how we calculate the money supply. And then where I hope to spend most of our time tonight is working with banking and the expansion of the money supply through multiple deposit expansion. So we'll spend some time reviewing vocab, but really getting into those calculations is where I think most students benefit from reviewing this topic. So that's where we'll be headed, and that's where we'll hope to spend most of our time tonight. All right, so let's get into what you need to know. So we're beginning with financial assets. That's the title of topic 4.1, and it's essentially a claim that entitles the holder of that claim to some future income from the issuer of the claim. So you can think of it as basically a piece of paper that doesn't have much value, that has really no value in and of itself, except in terms of what it represents. Okay, and it either represents a ownership stake in something, or it represents an obligation on the part of somebody, the person who issued it, to pay the person who holds it. So that's the definition of a financial asset. And they really vary from one another in terms of how liquid they are, which refers to how quickly and easily they can be converted into cash for the purpose of goods and services without losing their value. Some assets can be converted very quickly into cash, but you risk having to sell it more cheaply than you might have wanted to in order to convert it into cash. So liquidity refers to how quickly and easily it can be converted into cash without the value. They also value in terms of the rate of return or the expected rate of return. So some assets offer very low return on investment, other financial assets offer much higher returns on investment. Well, when you hear that, you might think, well, if I could get a low return or a high return, I would take the high return every day. Well, in general, it's true that the higher the return or the expected return, the more risk there is in owning that financial asset. And by risk, we mean the likelihood that it will lose value over time. So financial assets vary in terms of liquidity, rate of return, and risk. And so we'll talk about some of those different types of assets and which ones are included in money and which ones are not. Okay, so this is sort of connecting what we're going to be doing in this whole unit really to the real economy in terms of the economic behavior of households. So you'll remember that the entire sum of household earnings is known as gross income, and that's all the money that comes into a home in a given year. And disposable income, which is what we spend a lot of time talking about, is equal to gross income minus taxes. So once you've met your tax liability for the period, your disposable income is what you have left. And we talked the other night about that disposable income can only be disposed of in one of two ways. It can either be spent on goods and services, or it can be saved for future spending on goods and services. So disposable income equals consumption plus savings. This is something that we already know. But today we're going to connect that to the banking system. And it's important to understand that banks play a role in facilitating both types of dispensation of disposable income, right? They help consumers consume and they help households save. So banks play a really critical role in the economy. So let's talk about consumption for just a minute. So when consumers spend money to buy goods and services, they are using money as a medium of exchange. You'll remember that money serves many functions, a medium of exchange that facilitates transactions between buyers and sellers. And so when you think about money to facilitate transactions, think about the transaction demand for money, because that is going to connect to the money demand curve in the money market. So when people are buying more goods and services, the demand for money is going to increase. Financial assets that function as money, there are a number of financial assets that function as money because they can be used to produce goods and services. And so these you're pretty familiar with, right? So currency and the currency we are referring to paper money and coins, right? Cash coins. We're talking about checking accounts, which can be accessed using a check or a debit card. When you go to a store that accepts a debit card or a personal check, you are drawing money directly out of your account. You're basically using the checking account as a medium of exchange. Debit cards are not money. Checks by themselves are not money. It's the checkable account that is money, that functions as money. And then it plays a far less important role in the economy than it used to. But traveler's checks can be presented in a store and exchanged for goods and services as well. And so when these financial assets can be directly exchanged for goods and services, they are considered to be the most liquid form of money. So this is probably starting to sound to you like what's in and what, right? Let's talk about savings for a minute. So if you're not going to spend your money right away, you don't want to put it under your mattress, right? Because you don't want to lose the purchasing power that money loses over time. If you put the money under your mattress, you're not earning any income on that money. You're not earning any return on that money. It's just sitting there slowly losing its purchasing power. So you want to protect against the loss of inflation with your savings by putting it into an interest-bearing account. And there are a variety of forms of those. And we distinguish interest-bearing accounts from non-interest-bearing accounts because when you put your money into an interest-bearing account, you're basically agreeing to a set of terms from the bank. You agree to maybe a minimum balance requirement. You agree to maybe a minimum number of transactions against that account. And you want to think about the money in depository accounts as the supply of loanable funds. So connect money for consumption to the money market and connect money for savings to the loanable funds market. That might be helpful to you for when you talk more about those two models. So then these are called near monies. They are financial assets that can easily and quickly be converted to financial assets that do function as money. We're talking about savings accounts and a kind of savings account called money market deposit account. Small time deposits, which means less than $100,000. A time deposit, like a certificate deposit, you've probably seen if you've ever gone to the bank signs advertising the various interest rates on CDs. There are 3-month CDs, 6-month CDs, 12-month CDs, 5-year CDs, but it's a certificate of deposit and they're called time deposits because you're agreeing to tie up your money for a specified period of time. You can cash out your certificate of deposit before the maturity date, but you usually have to sacrifice some of the return because you have to pay fees, early termination fees. There's also another near money called money market mutual fund, which you want to distinguish from a regular mutual fund. Money market mutual funds buy money market accounts. All right, so I know the wording is a little tricky, but you really want to think about so in the modern economy there are interest-bearing checking accounts and there are checkable savings accounts. And so don't get confused by what you might see when you walk into a bank. Just understand fundamentally that when we're talking about money serving as a medium of exchange, we're talking about non-interest-bearing accounts that have no limits on your access to it, minimum balance requirements or transaction fees, right? Anytime you are earning a little bit of a return on your savings, you're usually doing so in exchange for some loss of liquidity. So that's going to allow us to summarize that money is highly liquid. There's a very low risk of loss of value, but it generates no income. And so these are the types of financial assets that constitute one measure of the money supply. Near monies are also very liquid, and there's also a low risk of loss of value, and they generate little income. If you look at the interest rates on savings accounts and CDs right now, you'll find that they're very, very low. But you are virtually guaranteed not to lose your money, especially for these ones that are in bold here. Checking accounts, savings accounts, money market deposit accounts, and small time deposits up to $250,000 are guaranteed by the FDIC, by the government. You cannot lose your money unless the U.S. government collapses, really. So they're very, very liquid. They're very low risk, but they're also very low return. So then one of the things you want to understand is that when it comes to holding money to satisfy transaction demand for money, people have to choose between the liquidity that comes from holding money in the form of money and income that can be earned from holding money in forms of near money or other financial assets. And so we probably learned that the opportunity cost of holding money is the interest rate, right? It's the income you forego because you haven't tied up your money in some kind of income earning financial asset. So the other financial assets that you want to be familiar with for AP Macro are stocks, right? And a stock is a financial asset that represents a share of ownership in an entity. Stocks are fairly liquid. They can be bought and sold on the open market at the touch of a button, but they vary in terms of risk, right? Some are considered fairly stable, some are much riskier. They are certainly riskier than depository accounts that are backed by the FDIC, and they generate income in the form of dividends. So when a corporation earns a profit in the year and they distribute those profits to the shareholders, the dividend is then given to the share of the profits that the shareholder is entitled to. So stocks are financial assets that generate income in the form of dividends, which is the share of the profits you're entitled to because you're a part owner of the company. That's really different from a bond, which is basically a loan or an IOU. A bond is a financial asset that represents some obligation on the part of the issuer to pay back the holder of the bond some sum of money in the future. Again, bonds tend to be fairly liquid too, and they vary in terms of risk. And there are government bonds at the federal, state, and municipal level, and there are corporate bonds as well. In AP Macro, we're almost always talking about U.S. government bonds. We're talking about treasury securities. So you can use those terms interchangeably. Government debt, government bonds, treasury securities, treasury notes. Those are all descriptions of IOUs to the U.S. government. And in exchange for borrowing money, the U.S. government agrees to pay some sum of interest. And so income from the ownership of bonds are interest payments. A mutual fund is another type of financial asset, and the value of a mutual fund is derived ultimately from the value of the assets that the mutual fund owns. Stock funds own shares of stock, bond funds own shares of bonds. So mutual funds generate income for the owners either as dividends or interest. But again, you really want to be familiar with bond, and you really want to understand why it's different and how it's different from stock. And you also want to understand that none of these constitute money. Stocks, bonds, and mutual funds are not considered part of the money supply because they are not as liquid. Okay. So now we want to be able to explain the relationship between the price of previously issued bonds and interest rates. So a lot of kids just memorize, okay, when the price of bonds goes up, when interest rates falling, the price of bonds is rising. When interest rates are rising, the price of bonds falling, and they're not necessarily able to explain why. So I'm going to try to really simplify it. So let's assume, like when I say simple, I mean really simple. We're talking about a government that has issued one bond this year, a single 10-year bond, and it is a $1,000 bond with an interest rate of 5%. So the way a bond works is the person who buys the bond receives 5% a year until the bond has reached maturity, and then they get their $1,000 back at the end of 10 years, assuming the government is still operational. So the nominal return, right, the stated value, the amount of money you're getting back, you've given up your $1,000, you get your $1,000 back at the end of 10 years, but over the course of 10 years, you've earned 50%. $50 a year. So your return on that $1,000 is $500, right? That's the nominal return. Now, assume that it's 1 year later and two things happen, okay? The government issues a second 10-year $1,000 bond with an interest rate of 20%. So now the interest rate has risen, right? Same $1,000 bond, same 10-year maturity, but the interest rate is 20%. At the same time, I just to point out, the nominal return under those circumstances is $2,000. So if you get 20% a year for 10 years, you're getting $200 a year for 10 years for a total of $2,000. So at the same time that the government issues a new bond at the much higher interest rate of 20%, the purchaser of the previously issued bond wants to sell that bond that pays 5%. So now let's say you are in the market for a bond, and there are two bonds you can buy. You can buy a bond that matures in 9 years that gives you $50 a year, or you can buy a bond that matures in 10 years that gives you $200 a year. Which one are you going to buy, right? So very obviously you're going to buy the one that gives you the higher rate of return. You want to earn the $200 a year for 10 years rather than the $50 a year for 9 years. So the only way for the seller of the first bond, the previously issued bond, to sell that bond is to discount the price so that the buyer ends up effectively realizing a higher rate of return, right? So if they pay less than $1,000 for that bond today, then the return on their savings will be higher. Okay, so that explains the inverse relationship between bond prices and interest rates. As interest rates rise, right, as the interest rates on newly issued bonds is rising, the owners of previously issued bonds have to lower the price of their bonds in order for buyers to be willing to purchase it. So that, in a nutshell, explains that relationship without monetary policy. Okay, so again, in order to sell the 5% bond, the owner of the previously issued bond has to lower the price of the bond in order for the return to the buyer to be equivalent to the 20% rate of return that they would be earning when they purchased the newly issued bond. Okay, so now that gets us into nominal versus real interest rates pretty nicely, right? Because what we've been using right now have been nominal interest rates, the stated interest rate, the face value interest rate on the bond. So all the examples we were using just now were nominal rates. The real interest rate, the actual rate of return in terms of the purchasing power of the dollars that you're getting back, depend on the rate of inflation. So another super simple example, let's say the government issues a 1-year bond for $1,000 bond with a nominal interest rate of 10%. So the way it works is you lend $1,000 to the government, and a year from now you get back $1,100. You get your $1,000 back plus your 10% interest. Well, that's great, right? You have $1,100 at the end of the year, you have $1,000 at the beginning of the year. The nominal return is 10%. But what is the real interest rate? Well, that is going to depend on the rate of inflation over the course of the year. So let's say that the inflation rate was 10%. If that's true, then the real interest rate is 0 because the purchasing power of $1,100 1 year from now is equal to the purchasing power of $1,000 today when the interest rate and the inflation rate are the same, right? So you're getting paid back $1,100, but at the end of the year, that $1,100 only buys $1,000 worth of its services, or what $1,000 would have bought you today. So the real return is 0. Now let's try it the reverse. What if the inflation rate is 0? Then the real interest rate is 10% because the purchasing power of $1,100 1 year from now is 10% greater than the purchasing power of $1,000 today. And so your nominal return was 10%, the inflation rate was 0. That means your real return is 10% because you can buy 10% more goods and services a year from now with $1,100. So that's going to lead us into what you've probably learned as the Fisher equation, right? Which is the relationship between nominal interest rates, real interest rates, and the expected rate of inflation. So one thing to keep in mind, the real rate of return on savings, or the real interest rate on a loan, is equal to the nominal interest rate minus the actual rate of inflation. The problem is when you're making these decisions at the beginning of a period of time, you don't know what the actual inflation rate is going to be. You can only make your decisions based on what you expect the inflation rate to be. So you're willing to pay some nominal interest rate today based on your expectations of inflation, given what you want your real rate of return to be. And so these are the equations that you want to be really familiar with. The real interest rate is equal to the nominal interest rate minus the expected rate of inflation, or it can be rewritten as the nominal interest rate is equal to the real interest rate plus the expected rate of inflation. Depending on the question that you're being asked, you can use either one of these. But the idea that the College Board is really trying to get at is, do you understand how expectations of inflation affect the real interest rate, and do you understand how real and nominal interest rates change together in the short run and not together in the long run? Okay, so let's get into topic 4.3. This is money, the definition, measurement, and functions of money. So as you know, and as has been the case probably for the entire course for you, you've learned that there are a lot of words in macroeconomics that you are familiar with, but the meanings in an economic context are very precise, and that is as true for the term money as it is for anything else. So money is basically any asset that is accepted as means of payment, and it also needs to serve 3 functions in order to act as money. It needs to be a medium of exchange, which means it allows buyers and sellers to transact with one another. So it's a little flip art. I'm good at apple pie. I have cash. Let's do $12. So that's money serving as a medium of exchange. It's also money serving as a unit of account. And basically every time you go to the store and it's measured, and the goods that you're looking at are measured in dollars and not apples or oranges or scrunchies, right? It's serving as a unit of account. It's how we assign value to something. We say it's worth so many dollars. Okay, that has meaning for us in a way that denominating goods in something other than currency would be really, really difficult. And then finally, money needs to serve as a store of value, which means it needs to preserve its purchasing power over time. So those you probably knew, those are definitional. It's measuring the money supply that you also want to be able to do. This is where we're going to be doing a lot of calculating. So this graphic organizer I have found to be the single most useful tool for my students in sort of visualizing the way the monetary base, the M1 measure of money, and the M2 measure of money are related to each other. So we're going to start with the monetary base, which is called M0 or MB. So as you've learned, the monetary base is comprised of bank reserves and currency in circulation. Okay, bank reserves, currency in circulation, those comprise the monetary base. Those two things and those two things only. The M1 measure of the money supply includes cash in circulation, which is why it's overlapping. So M1 includes cash in circulation, but it also includes checkable bank deposits or demand deposits and traveler's checks. So understand that cash in circulation, coins, currency, that's part of the money supply. Bank reserves is not. Okay, bank reserves are not part of the money supply. They're called the monetary base. Right. So then the M2 measure of the money supply includes everything in M1, everything that's in that M1 circle, plus the additional near monies that we talked about earlier. So this is M2 includes savings deposits, which are both savings accounts and money market deposit accounts. Small time deposits, again, if you see certificates of deposit, you recognize that's small time deposit, and then money market mutual funds are also included in the M2 measure of the money supply. So it's very common to be asked a question about how a cash deposit into a demand deposit account changes M1, and the answer is it doesn't, because M1 includes cash in circulation. So when you take cash and you put it in a checking account, M1 isn't changing. The money supply is not changing. If you take money out of a savings account and you put it into a checking account in order to have access to it to get out with your debit card when you're buying goods and services, M2 is going to be not changing. M1 is going to be getting bigger. But since M1, the decrease in savings is offset by the increase in checking, and so M2 itself is not going to change. So understanding how transactions, how moving from one form of financial asset to another affects the money supply is a very commonly assessed concept, particularly in Unit 4 free response questions. They're very often accompanied with how did the money supply change as a result of this transaction. You have to know whether it did or not. Okay, so now let's put this all together with multiple deposit expansion of the money supply. So I'm going to take some of the essential knowledge statements directly out of the course exam description and then sort of put it together with a tool that you've used to answer questions about this, which are the bank balance sheets or the T accounts. So we know that depository institutions organize their assets and liabilities on balance sheets that are often called T accounts. And they look like this, right? They look like a T. So you have assets on the left and you have liabilities and owner's equity on the right. Assets always equals liabilities plus owner's equity. An asset is something you own, a liability is something you owe. Okay, so depository institutions operate using what we call a fractional reserve banking system, which means they have to keep a portion of depositors' money on hand to satisfy depositors who wish to withdraw money from their demand deposit accounts. I remember learning about this when I was in high school. Economics, a demand deposit account, you can go to a bank and say, I demand my money, and they have to give it to you. So demand deposit accounts are liabilities on the bank's balance sheet. The cash that the depositors have deposited are assets to the bank. So what goes on the left and the right right? Event the totals on each side have to balance, have to equal each other. So if we have one, let's say that many customers come into a bank, they deposit cash ultimately up to $1 million, then the bank has an asset of the cash that is $1 million. But for purposes of thinking about measuring the money supply, we want to understand that that cash sitting in the bank is considered reserves. It's considered reserves in the bank system. It supports these demand deposits. So you've also learned that bank reserves are divided into required reserves and excess reserves. The percentage of depositors' money that has to be kept on hand is set by the Federal Reserve. It's known as the reserve requirement ratio. And we're going to assume that the reserve requirement ratio is 10%, which it was in the United States until March 26. So we can rewrite the balance sheet to note that when we have $1 million worth of demand deposits and the required reserve ratio is 10%, we have required reserves equal to 10% of 100,000 of $1 million, which would be 100,000, and excess reserves of 900,000. So the total reserves is equal to the demand deposits, but it's broken up into required reserve based on the reserve requirement ratio and excess reserves, which is available for lending. Excess reserves, therefore, are the basis of the expansion of the money supply by the banking system. So being able to determine what excess reserves are is key in answering any balance sheet questions. So let's see why. So it's important to understand that money is created through the lending process, right? A bank has excess reserves. Somebody comes in and wants to borrow money. The excess reserves becomes a loan on the balance sheet. They give the cash, they give the money to the person who took out the loan. That person goes out and buys something that makes way into the banking system as a deposit, right? The money was created with the loan. The amount of excess reserves is equal to the amount of money available for lending. And the money creating potential of banks is a function of the money multiplier. So the multiplier is the ratio of the money supply to the monetary base. So for every dollar in the monetary base, that supports some multiple number of dollars in the money supply. And so the maximum value of the money multiplier, as you know, is the reciprocal of the required reserve ratio. And so to find the money multiplier, we set 1 over the required reserve ratio. When the required reserve ratio equals 10%, the money multiplier is equal to 1 divided by 10%, or 10, which means $1 in the monetary base supports $10 in the money supply. When the required reserve ratio is 20%, the multiplier is 1 divided by 0.2, which equals 5, which means $1 in the monetary base supports $5 in the money supply, and so on. These are common reserve requirements to see in AP macroeconomics. It makes for pretty simple math. So when the reserve requirement is a quarter, the money multiplier is 4. $1 bank reserve supports $4 in the money supply. When it's 50%, the multiplier is 2. And when the reserve requirement is 100%, the money multiplier will 1. So the fractional reserve banking system of having to hold less than 100% of deposits on reserve is what leads to the money creating potential of banks. Now, when the reserve requirement is 0, the money creating potential of banks is infinite. All right, so these are ones that you want to be pretty handy at using. But do you understand? Does this help you see $1 in reserves supports $10 in the money supply when the reserve requirement is 10%? $1 in reserves supports $2 in the money supply when the reserve requirement is 50%. So the larger the reserve requirement, the smaller the money creating potential of banks. Okay, so that's it. We should be ready to put this into action now. All right, so the vast majority of the questions that you're going to come across in AP macroeconomics related to bank balance sheets are going to ask you to do one of 3 things. You're going to have to figure out what is the change in loans, what is the change in the money supply, and what is the change in deposits. And you really have to be able to answer those 3 questions for a single bank and for the banking system. So here would be an example. Let's assume the reserve requirement is 10% and Audrey deposits $1,000 in the bank. Let's start on the single bank balance sheet to see how this is going to look. The deposit goes in as $1,000 liability, and then when the reserve requirement is 10%, we have $100 in required reserves and $900 in excess reserves. That is how we would enter this transaction onto the bank's balance sheet. So the first question you might see is, what is the maximum amount of additional lending this bank can undertake? So this bank can lend out its excess reserves. So the maximum amount of additional lending for a single bank is equal to the change in the initial change in excess reserves. So in this case, it would be 900. Then what is the initial change in the money supply? Well, when this bank lends out $900, money is created. So the money creating potential of a single transaction is also equal to the change in excess reserves. So one of the things again you have to distinguish, and this is going to help you when we're looking at these just pure bank balance sheet questions and just distinguishing them from monetary policy questions. So with the initial transaction was money created. And if Audrey takes $1,000 in cash and deposits in her demand deposit account, we know that the money supply does not change. So no money was created with the initial transaction. The next, right, so the initial change in loans is also often accompanied by what is the maximum amount by which loans in the bank system can change. And so now we're just going to take the initial change in excess reserves and multiply it by multiplier. So I put this on the board for my students, and I show them that you'll always be finding out what's happening for a single bank, and then you have to consider what's going to happen in the bank system as a whole. And so you'll just multiply the number times the multiplier. So if you're looking for max change in loans, then you multiply initial change in loans times the multiplier. If you're looking for max change in deposits, you multiply the initial change in deposits times the multiplier. And so conceptually, if you understand this, figure out what's happening in the single bank balance sheet, and then when you're looking for the maximum change, that's when you're going to apply the multiplier to that amount. So the maximum amount by which loans in the bank system can increase is equal to the initial change in excess reserves times the multiplier. So over here we have max change in, so initial change in excess reserves is 900, max change in excess reserves would be 1,000. Now what about when this is a money supply question? Well, the maximum expansion of the money supply is going to be equal to the initial change in excess reserves times the multiplier plus the initial change in the money supply. So that will help you when you get to open market operations questions in which money is created with the initial transaction because the Fed has purchased bonds with money that didn't exist before. Okay, and then finally, what is the maximum amount by which deposits in the banking system can increase? Well, that's going to be the initial change in deposits times the multiplier. So the max change in deposits is going to be 10,000. And just to make sure that we balance, we know that the initial change in required reserves is going to ultimately become a max change in required reserves of 1,000, and so on. So you see how each number on this side multiplied by the multiplier gets us the max change on this side. So it's really that simple conceptually. The tricky part is figuring out what are you being asked for in the question, right? So let's get right into some practice. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to switch to the document cam so that we can do these together. Okay, I have a handful of multiple choice and then 2 FRQs. All right, so here this goes back to our nominal and real interest rate equation. So assume that the nominal interest rate is 10%. If the expected inflation rate is 5%, what is the real interest rate? Well, we know that the real interest rate is equal to the nominal interest rate minus the expected rate of inflation. So if the nominal interest rate is 10% and the expected rate of inflation is 5%, then the real interest rate is 5%. If you ever get an answer that's not a whole number in AP macro, you're probably doing your math wrong, right? It's not about the arithmetic, it's about the concept. So that's how you approach that one. You just use your real equals nominal minus inflation, or you could have solved it using nominal equals real plus the expected rate of inflation. All right, so this is a common kind of question where you could be given a whole bunch of financial assets and asked to determine either the M1 value of the money supply or the M2 value of the money supply, or maybe even the value of the monetary base. So if we look at this based on the table above, what is the value of M1? Well, I always suggest just look at everything and just label it. Where does it belong? Well, cash in circulation is part of M1. Cash in bank vaults is part of the monetary base. Okay, cash in circulation is part of the money supply. Cash in bank vaults is reserves, is part of the monetary base. Bank reserves is equal to this is also part of the monetary base. Demand deposits is M1 and traveler's checks is M1, and so we end up with 100 plus 1,000 plus 20 equals 1120. So that would be our answer. Okay, so label each part of the table and just calculate the sum of the values you're looking for. All right, then here's a balance sheet question. A bank has 800 million in demand deposits and 100 million in reserves. If the reserve requirement is 10%, the bank's excess reserves are equal to what? So I always draw a T count and take the information I'm giving to solve the information I'm for. So assets equals liability equals owner's equity. So the $800 million in demand deposits is a liability to the bank, and the $100 million in reserves is the bank's asset reserves. If the reserve requirement is 10%, then what are excess reserves? Well, if the reserve requirement is 10%, then to find the required reserves is equal to the deposits times the reserve requirement, which would be in this case 10%. So the required reserves in this case would be 80 million. Okay, so if 80 million is our required reserves and we have 100 million in reserves, then that means our excess reserves must be equal to. So that's how we find our excess reserves. Now, if it asks you a question like, here's the balance sheet, what is the amount of loans this bank can lend? You would say it can lend 20 million because that's how much excess reserves it has. All right, assume that Atlantic National Bank has demand deposits of 100,000 and no excess reserves, and that the reserve requirement is 10%. A customer. Okay, so again, always start with your T count. So you have assets equals liabilities plus owner's equity. So we have demand deposits of $100,000. We have no excess reserves, and the reserve requirement is 10%. So that means our current amount of reserves is equal to our required reserves, which means we have $10,000 in reserve because the reserve requirement is 10%. If a customer withdraws $5,000 from the bank, then $5,000 comes off the demand deposit side, and $5,000 comes off the reserve side. So now the bank is left with $5,000 in reserves and $95,000 in demand deposits. So the question is, to meet the reserve requirement, how much must this bank increase its reserves by? Well, if the demand deposits are 9,500, then the required reserves is equal. I'm sorry, if the demand deposits is 95,000, then the required reserves is 9,500. The bank only has 5,000. That means it has to increase its reserves by the difference, which is 4,500. Okay. So again, if you have any two of the three variables in the equation, you can solve for the variable that you need. Okay. So now let's get into some FRQs. All right. So this is 2016 question 2. There's no monetary policy in the question. It's just fractional reserve banking and multiple deposit expansion money supply. So we're told to assume that the reserve requirement is 10%. And we're asked, what is the dollar value of new loans that First Superior Bank can make? So we know that the value of new loans is equal to the amount of excess reserves. So let's see if the bank has any excess reserves. Well, if demand deposits are $2,000 and the reserve requirement is 10%, then the required reserves is equal to 200, and that's how much we have, which means this bank has no excess reserves. So the dollar value of new loans is equal to 0, and the reason why is because the bank has no excess reserves. All right. So then we're told for part B that Mr. Smith deposits $100 of cash in a demand deposit account at First Superior Bank, which I'm going to be abbreviating as FSB for the rest of the question. Calculate the maximum amount of new loans that First Superior Bank can now make. Well, you want to remember your formula. Okay. So the max change in loans for a single bank is equal to the initial change in excess reserves. Right. This bank can lend out all of its excess reserves. So if $100 goes into the bank, so on the liability side and the asset side, so the demand deposits is going up by $100. That means that required reserves with a 10% reserve requirement is going up by $10. Excess reserves is going up by $90 because the initial change in excess reserves is equal to the deposit minus the deposit times the reserve requirement ratio. So the reserve requirement ratio we know is 10%. The deposit is 100. The deposit times the reserve requirement is $10. So the deposit, $100 deposit minus $10 is equal to a $90 change in loans for the bank. Okay, so this formula is a little bit tricky. A lot of kids want to do this math in their head, and you can, but whenever you're asked to calculate in an FRQ, you want to show your work. So you want to be able to sort of think about what calculation are you doing and then plug the numbers into that formula. Okay, so the maximum amount of new loans FSB can now make is $90. As a result of Mr. Smith's $100 cash deposit, what is the maximum change? There it is, maximum change over time in each of the following: max change in loans and max change in deposits. So max change in loans in the banking system, max change in loans in the entire system is equal to the initial change in loans times the multiplier. So in this case, the initial change in loans was 90 and the multiplier is 10, so the max change in loans is equal to $900. We'll do the same thing for demand deposits. We use the same concept. Max change in deposits is equal to initial change in deposits times the multiplier. So the initial deposit was $100, the multiplier is 10, so the max change in deposits is equal to $1,000. So we're just using that same multiplier and just figuring out what part of the balance sheet we're applying it to. Now, for Mr. Smith's $100 cash deposit, calculate the maximum change over time in the money supply. Well, so the max change in the money supply is equal to the initial change in excess reserves times the multiplier plus the initial change in the money supply. Now, when he took $100 worth of cash and put it into a demand deposit account, there was no initial change in the money supply. So we're still multiplying the initial change in excess reserves times the multiplier. And so the max change in the money supply is, let's get that here. The max change in the money supply is equal to the initial change in excess reserves times the multiplier plus the initial change in the money supply. There was no initial change in the money supply. So the max change in the money supply is equal to the max change in loans. Okay, so don't be thrown off if you get the same answer. If there's no monetary policy, if the money was created with the initial transaction, it doesn't have to be monetary policy for the money not to like you can have a transaction where money was created, but really that's not the goal of these types of questions. If money's going from cash to a deposit or savings to a checking account, right, money is not being created with those transactions. And the max change in the money supply is going to be equal to the max change in loans. All right, and then part E asks what is one reason why the actual change in the money supply might be smaller than the maximum change, and it can be a variety of reasons. One, but the most common would be banks just simply choose to hold on to some of their excess reserves, and if banks don't lend out all their excess reserves, then we're not going to see any. We're not going to see the maximum increase in the money supply that we might otherwise see. All right, so that is how to approach one of these FRQs. So I see we are running out of time, so I'm going to hold on to the 2012 question 2 for next week. Next week I'll be reviewing Unit 4 FRQs, and I will save this one for that. All right, if you want to take it on in the meantime, go ahead and search for it, and the scoring guidelines can be found on the AP Macro exam page. All right, so let's just switch back and check. All right, so I really hope that this review of what are financial assets, how do they vary from one another, what is liquidity, rate of return, risk. I hope you have a better sense of how to explain why there's an inverse relationship between previously issued bond prices and interest rates. I also hope that quick review of the Fisher equation helps you see the relationship between nominal and real interest rates and the expected rate of inflation. But most importantly, I hope that you have a clear sense of the difference between the monetary base M1 and M2 measures of the money supply and can use that understanding to deal with balance sheet questions. So really find as much opportunity as you can to practice and think about, are you being asked for the initial change in loans, the initial change in the money supply, the initial change in deposits, was money created with the initial transaction, and then simply transfer those values. Or think about applying the multiplier to figure out the maximum change in the banking system in each of those values. All right, as always, we finish up with our call to let you know that if you still haven't done so and you need device or internet access in order to be able to take your AP exam, please reach out to the College Board at cb.org/. All right, as always, thank you so much for watching. Take good care, everyone.
Back to yet another AP instructional video. My name's Matt Romano. I'm coming to you from Atlanta today. And today we got a lot today. We got the last 3 topics of Unit 4, which means 2 markets, 2 graphs, and monetary policy, all of monetary policy. So being a review video, obviously you've done these topics before, you know what to expect, but you also know this is a lot of stuff. So we're going to work our way through it. I don't want to take too much of your time, but as much detail as we could get in a short review video, trusting that obviously you've already done this stuff, your teachers have already done a great job of teaching you, and this is a refresher of those big topics. That said, again, it's a lot of stuff. So we're going to start with the money market, talk about the money market, obviously, like every graph that we do, every time you introduce a new graph, you have to talk demand, talk supply, talk about shifters, talk about equilibrium, disequilibrium, all of those different concepts. Then we're going to jump into monetary policy, which in and of itself is a big topic. But again, it's a review. So we'll talk about our policy tools connected to the different graphs that obviously we can use to illustrate monetary policy, and even connected to some of the data that we do, the data analysis of monetary policy when it comes to changes in money supply and money creation process. And then finally, we're going to finish up with the loanable funds market today. There's a lot here. There's a lot of objectives related to the loanable funds market, but we're going to keep it as concise as possible, stick to the big things, and again, a refresher on what the loanable funds market is and how we can apply it in many different ways in this course. So what does that mean? Let's go get started on that. We're going to start with the money market. As I said, we're going to start with the money market, go one piece of the money market at a time. So you'll recall that when we draw the money market graph, we are showing a relationship between nominal interest rates and the quantity of money. So quick reminder, and you did this with the Fisher effect, the Fisher equation, nominal interest interest rates, those represent the interest rates that you're charged. Those are the interest rates in current dollar values, for lack of a better term. If you were to borrow money, the rate that you have to pay on that borrowed money, that's the nominal interest rate. If you're lending money, you should be paid the nominal interest rate. We're looking at the relationship again between the quantity of money and that nominal interest rate. Demand for money is going to exhibit a negative relationship or inverse relationship. Like most every demand curve is going to show. At those higher nominal interest rates, people are going to hold on to less cash. Frankly, with a higher nominal interest rate, you can get more money as a lender. So why hold on to your money as cash? Cash is the opportunity cost. Interest rates are the opportunity cost of holding cash. As those interest rates go down, the opportunity cost of holding cash goes down. You're going to hold on to more cash at lower interest rates. There's less of an incentive to put your money away. So again, there's the inverse relationship. Money supply, on the other hand, we're going to draw as a vertical line. We're going to say that the money supply is independent of the interest rate, and the reason being, the money supply is determined by the monetary base, which is determined by the central bank. So we're going to make a direct connection there to monetary policy, to central bank policy, and changes in the money supply curve. And we're saying there that monetary base, that money supply that we're showing here, is independent of any changes that occur with nominal interest rates. Now, you should expect this is always the case where those two curves intersect. That's going to tell us our equilibrium, nominal interest rate, and our equilibrium quantity of money, both supplied and demanded. That said, like any other market, we're not necessarily always at equilibrium. So we want to be aware of those scenarios when we're not at equilibrium and what happens as a result to correct the market to get us back to equilibrium. In a case such as we have right here, where the market is calling for interest rates that are higher than equilibrium, as we have with I1 over I, the result is going to be this gap that I've shown in green, which is going to indicate a surplus of money, where the quantity of money supplied, that individual point, that specific point on the x-axis that corresponds to the money supply curve, is greater than the quantity of money demanded, that point on the money demand curve at interest rate I1. And as you well know, if you recall, our lessons of supply and demand tell us if this is the case, when a surplus occurs, the market's going to adjust, and we're going to see interest rates fall. And those interest rates are going to fall back down to your equilibrium interest rate I. What that really should highlight or illustrate for you, this is merely another example, another indicator, illustration of how we use supply and demand. Another market where we're using those basic rules of supply and demand. Don't lose sight of that just because the money supply curve looks a little bit different. It's perfectly elastic, straight up and down, vertical. It looks different than your standard supply curve. The basic rules still apply. Nominal interest rate is just a price. It's no different really. It just happens to be the price of money. So with that in mind, if the interest rate that's currently being charged to borrowers, or the interest rate that's going towards lenders, if that happens to be lower than the going equilibrium interest rate, the quantity of money demanded is going to exceed the quantity of money supplied, and the result's going to be a shortage. And what we would expect is, left alone over time, interest rates are going to adjust, and they're going to adjust back to equilibrium. So again, be aware of surpluses and shortages. It can happen. We can have disequilibrium here, but also be aware that just like any other supply and demand model you study, the market's going to correct itself, and it's going to take those interest rates right back to equilibrium in the long run. All right, now shifting those two curves, the money demand curve and the money supply curve. Start with money demand. A rightward shift of money demand obviously would result in a higher interest rate. We would go from I to I1. What would cause that? Why would individuals demand more money? Well, the first and maybe most obvious that we usually talk about is price level, and then alongside that, we often talk about real output, changes in real output. So in this case, we've shown an increase in the demand for money. This is likely to result because of an increase in price level. Now, why would that be? Again, think about the term money demand for money. It might be easiest, and there could be exceptions, but it might be easiest to, at least in the beginning, visualize this as demand for liquid money. Think of it as the cash you need in your pocket on a day-to-day basis, the cash you need in your wallet on a day-to-day basis to buy food, to pay the bills, to do the things that you just got to do. What would cause your demand for money to increase? I'm not talking about how much money you want. That's a whole different situation. We're talking about your demand for money. But the primary shifter of that is going to be a change in price level. And if price level tends to rise, if we have inflation over time, we realize that's happened. We realize that it's affecting our bottom line at home, that we can't buy as many, say, groceries as we used to, and we're going to start to demand more money. So there's a direct connection there between changes in price level, changes in money demand. The same could be said of changes in real output. If real output goes up, we also see an increase in money demand. Now, turn us around, go the other direction. And in theory, you could also say there's a decrease in money demand. That can happen. It's hard to fathom. I know it's hard to visualize. Oh, I demand less money, but it can happen. So in theory, that's a possibility. That is something you could see in AP macro, a decrease in money demand because of a decreased price level or a decrease in output. Money supply. Well, money supply is a little simpler. Really, because we're basing money supply on the monetary base and we're basing it on being fixed by the central bank, we're going to connect changes in money supply to changes in monetary policy. So what we've shown here from MS to MS1 is increase in money supply, and that increase in money supply is a direct result of money creation that comes from expansionary monetary policy, which we're going to talk about very shortly here. So here we see a rightward shift in money supply, resulting in a lower interest rate. We're going to indicate that's a result of monetary policy. A contractionary monetary policy is going to have the opposite effect, it's going to shift money supply back to the left. That takes us into monetary policy. So before we can get into it in much depth or detail, I want to make sure we can talk the talk. You got to know certain terminology with regards to monetary policy. And again, this extends well beyond AP macro. Yes, you have to know this for AP macro to do well in the exam, to do well in the course. You have to know this terminology, but much more importantly, to keep up with world events, to listen to Janet Yellen on our interview the other day at AP Masterclass. You've got to know what these terms mean so that you can be an informed citizen who keeps up with monetary policy and what's happening out of the central bank. So 4 terms that apply to most any central bank. So general terms regarding monetary policy. First being, of course, monetary policy. What is that? Monetary policy is essentially stabilization policy stemming from that central bank or that monetary authority of any economy, of any nation. And they have the ability there to manipulate interest rates and manipulate money supply in whatever form it takes in that particular society. So these others are going to be related to that. Overnight interbank lending rate. You'll see that term in some of that AP macro curriculum. Really all that says to us is that banks do lend each other money. They lend each other overnight. They do it for a variety of reasons, a whole host of reasons. Before taking AP macro, that may not have been something you knew. It's something you want to be aware of. And when you go from economy to economy, you learn the names and forms of those different rates. And we're going to talk about one of those for the US. A lender of last resort. The central bank can serve as the lender of last resort. And I referred to it once, I probably will again, but in our conversation in the AP Masterclass the other night, Dr. Yellen referenced this. She talked about the role of the Fed in the United States of being a lender of last resort, which essentially means for banking institutions, if there's nowhere else to turn, if there's no one else to provide liquidity, they can come to the central bank. And that's a function that all central banks are going to serve. It's not that banks want to necessarily borrow from the central bank, but they can. They can when things become dire, as they have recently. They have that option. This is where learning a little bit of the history of the central bank can actually be really interesting and really informing, because you can find different times in history, different points in history where this role became more elevated, maybe became more important because there were no other options for banks and it allowed for liquidity to continue. Finally, a fourth one, open market operations. You're going to hear a lot about open market operations. These take on a lot of different forms. We talk about them in really one context in AP macro, but they take many different forms. Open market operations refers to the central bank doing what it says, entering the open market. Think supply and demand. They enter the market with commercial banks as a way of either providing liquidity or restricting money creation to slow things down. And they're purchasing financial assets from banks. And again, this is something that once you know what open market operations are, you're going to hear them referenced by the Fed and in financial news all the time. In our context, we typically talk about open market operations with regards to purchasing treasury securities or purchasing bonds, which bonds are a type of security. We use those terms synonymously. But as you expand your understanding of monetary policy, you'll see that there are other assets as well that can be purchased through open market operations. Specific to the US, let's go ahead and use some of this terminology as well. The Federal Reserve, first of all, the Federal Reserve System, that is the central bank of the United States. And if we were in a day one of talking about monetary policy, I'd really go into depth about what that means. I'm not going to go into too much depth today, but I would encourage you to learn a little history of the Fed. It's really a fascinating history. It's not part of AP macro. No, you don't have to know the history and structure in order to do well on the exam. But when you find out that, first of all, this is the third try for the US in terms of having a central bank, when you find that the idea, the concept came from, really stemmed from a series of panics and bank runs, the last more or less being the 1907 financial panic, which really mirrored in a lot of ways 2008, 2009. It's a really interesting story. It really helps illuminate what the Fed is and what the central bank does in this country. The system, the reason it's called a system is because it is divided into 12 districts, regional banks throughout the country, which in themselves have branch banks. So it is a system. It's like a web throughout the country performing the duties of the Fed, but also staying in touch with businesses and banks throughout the country so that there is a system set up for information gathering, for research, and essentially for liquidation, for allowing for liquidity, which is a large role of the Fed. The dual mandate is a term you will hear a lot with regards to the Fed. And again, hopefully you know this already. It essentially says that the Fed has two jobs. Many central banks in this world have one job, and that's to maintain price stability. They have an inflation target for most is about 2%. In the U.S. and the Fed, there are two jobs. It's to maintain, I should say, price stability, but also to foster maximum employment, to get us to full employment, try to keep us there. And that can lead to a balancing act. Having that dual mandate can lead to a balancing act between expansionary and contractionary policies and what may be most appropriate at a specific time. So when watching the Fed, as I'm sure many of you do now that you know something about it, you start to recognize that they have to really consider a whole host of different indicators and think, what's the best move now? The federal funds rate does come up in AP macro some. That's the overnight interbank lending rate. That is the interest rate that one bank would charge another bank if they were to lend them money overnight. And finally, the discount window, the discount rate, that is where the Fed and how the Fed operates as a lender of last resort. If a bank were to borrow money from the Fed, they borrow at the discount window and they're charged a discount rate. So again, gotta know your terminology before you can really dive into the details of monetary policy. Otherwise, you're not going to keep up with what's going on. I want to add one more piece of information. And again, this is a little more than you need for AP macro, but it gives you some context and it helps you understand why all of this is going on, why we bother studying this stuff. 5 key functions of the Fed. This terminology is directly from the Federal Reserve website, federalreserve.gov, which I encourage you to go to because you can learn a lot there. In AP macro, we primarily focus on number one, conducting the nation's monetary policy. And that's entirely true. And it is probably the first and most important role, but it's not the only thing they do. So putting it into context does help. Helping maintain stability of the financial system, which can come from the form of providing liquidity through the discount window. Could come from regulations, which is number 3, supervising and regulating financial institutions. Fostering payment, settlement system safety and efficiency, that's making sure checks are processed, making sure the payment goes through, and then finally promoting consumer protection and community development. The Fed does a lot from an education side. Again, I encourage you to go to that website and see what they have. They're out there teaching, they're doing workshops, they're working with teachers like me so that we better understand monetary policy and how it works, and we can pass that along to you students. So there's a lot that goes on in the Fed. In the context of this lesson, in the context of AP macro, we are focusing on monetary policy, but do know there's more to it than that. Okay, so let's go to monetary policy. You've seen this before. I believe I've used this on a previous lesson. In AP macro, we focus on 3 general tools of monetary policy. You should know there are many other tools that the Fed can use, but this is Econ 101. This is basic macro, and we're going to start with the basic, what I call traditional tools. Get an understanding of those, and then you can expand your understanding in terms of how these tools have been utilized in different ways and how additional tools have been added since the financial crisis of 07, 08, 09. And there's a whole lot of new stuff out there that the Fed can do. And if you've been paying attention recently, you've seen some of that. You've seen mention of some of that. What you have to know for AP macro are these three primary tools, which can again take some different forms, especially open market operations. So what is open market operations for review's sake? That again is when the Fed or any central bank for that matter enters the open market and they're buying or selling securities with those commercial banks. And the purpose of that is to impact bank reserves, which is going to impact how much money banks have to lend. So when it comes to expansionary policy, think in terms of a T account, like you did yesterday's lesson, the first half of Unit 4. If the Fed, in this case in the U.S., the Fed is buying securities from commercial banks, what's happening? They're purchasing a financial asset. Money is going directly from the Fed to that bank. In fact, the Fed is entering it into their accounts. The Fed then owns securities. So the amount of securities owned by the bank has gone down in exchange for bank reserves. And as bank reserves go up, now the bank has more money to lend, which should cause interest rates to fall, initiating lending activity and economic activity. And that's what the Fed's trying to do here. They purchase securities, they buy bonds in order to increase bank reserves, lower interest rates, and try to encourage more lending activity, encourage more spending. With those lower interest rates, we hope to see, the Fed hopes to see increases consumption, increases investment. On the contractionary side, they do the opposite. They sell securities. So now the Fed enters the open market. They sell the securities to the banks. Money comes out of bank reserves. Bank reserves shrink, which should cause interest rates to go up, and that should slow down economic activity, slow down lending activity. They would do that when they want to slow down inflation. They want to bring down inflation. So really understanding the dual mandate can help you better understand the policy directions and when they would be implemented. Expansionary policy, when you want to lower unemployment, you want to give a boost to output. Contractionary policy, that's when you tap on the brakes, like you're driving a car, you tap on the brakes to slow down the inflation. Having to balance those two can make this a little more complicated. It's really hard to do expansionary policy if you're worried about inflation. Really hard to do contractionary policy if you're worried about unemployment because it can have unintended consequences. So we want to be aware of both of those. Now again, in AP macro, we're going to make it pretty straightforward to you which one is the correct policy at any given time. But in the big picture, we have to consider that this is what's happening. Discount window lending. Remember, that's where banks are borrowing money from the Fed. So is the Fed going to encourage banks to borrow or discourage banks from borrowing? Again, this goes back to bank reserves. And what does the Fed want? Do they want banks to have more money on reserve or less money on reserve? Do they want to encourage more borrowing or they want to discourage borrowing? To encourage more borrowing, they're going to lower the discount rate. And the discount rate is that interest rate that the Fed is going to charge banks when they borrow the discount window. So at the lower discount rate, there's greater incentive for banks to borrow money. But if they raise the discount rate, that's a signal that they want to tap on the brakes and maybe slow down some of that borrowing. With the reserve requirement, as you know, the reserve requirement is a percentage of demand deposits that banks have to keep on reserve. If they were to lower the reserve requirement, which we're going to look at in just a second in a very realistic context, if they lower the reserve requirement, what that means is banks don't have to keep as much on reserve. They have more money to lend. So that's to encourage lending. It's going to lower interest rates and hopefully encourage economic activity and shift AD to the right. If they raise the reserve requirement, they're requiring banks to keep more money in the bank. They don't have as much to lend if that's the case. So that's going to slow this down. Finally, let me circle back to open market operations. One thing I did leave out there. The manipulation of open market operations is going to have an effect on the federal funds rate, which I mentioned a moment ago. Federal funds rate being that interest rate that banks charge each other when they lend. We want to be aware of that and make that connection here. All right, let's look at application of these policies on the money market graph. So bringing those first two topics together. Expansionary policies, whether it's purchasing securities, lower the discount rate, lower the reserve requirement, they're intended to encourage economic activity. They do so by expanding the monetary base, which is going to lead to more money creation. With bank reserves being higher, money creation is going to increase. With more money available, money supply shifting right, interest rates are going to fall. And we need to be able to illustrate this. We've got to be able to draw a correctly labeled graph of the money market, and on that correctly labeled graph show the effects of expansionary monetary policy. And this is how we do it. A rightward shift of money supply leading to a decrease in interest rates. What if interest rates did not decrease? Well, you have interest rates that are greater than where equilibrium wants to be, resulting in a supply greater than the quantity demanded and resulting in a surplus. On the other hand, if there's a contractionary monetary policy, if the Fed would sell securities, raise the discount rate, raise reserve requirement, and in doing so, reduce the amount of excess reserves in banks, then you're going to see an increase in the interest rate. So we show a leftward shift in money supply that corresponds to the contractionary policy, and that leftward shift in money supply is going to lead to an increase in interest rates, which will slow down economic activity. All right, let's dive into reality a little bit here. I want to look at some of the verbiage from recent monetary policy actions. And to do so, I do this often with my own classes. Let's look at the press releases that the Fed has been putting out in the past month or so. March 23rd, this is when things really started to happen, and a lot of things happened very quickly. The Fed had to move rapidly. They put out a press release saying this, and what I really want you to focus on are the highlighted areas in blue. The FOMC, the Federal Open Market Committee, that essentially determines monetary policy. Address the desk, that's the open market desk who does the trading. To undertake open market operations. There's that word that we learned in class. It wasn't just so that you had something to do in class one day or a word to look up. That's a real thing. This was on March 23rd. Directs the desk to undertake open market operations as necessary to maintain the federal funds rate in a target range of 0 to 1/4%. So what they did is they essentially brought the federal funds rate down to about 0. There's a range there, 0 to 1/4%, but it's about 0. There's basically free money between banks. And what that's going to do is that's going to have a domino effect, and it's going to bring down interest rates on any money that we as households or businesses want to borrow as well. We can demonstrate this, the impact of this, on a T account. So I just made up a T account. This is just a hypothetical bank here with some made up numbers. And we want to consider, okay, as a result of this, the Fed is now purchasing treasury securities. So from our hypothetical bank, what would it look like when the Fed purchases $50,000 worth of treasury securities from a bank? Well, this entire transaction is going to take place on the asset side, first of all. That's an important point. There's no effect on demand deposits. Nothing is being deposited here. When the Fed enters the open market, there's just a transfer of ownership in exchange for money. So the Fed's purchasing $50,000 worth of securities. What is that going to do? Securities are going to drop. They were at $150,000. This bank owned $150,000 worth of securities. The Fed purchases $50,000, and that's going to go down to $100,000. In its place, in that transaction, we're going to see total bank reserves jump up to $550,000. It was $500,000. It's going to go up to $550,000. The next step in this process is calculating how much money could be created from that monetary policy. And if you recall, we had a formula for that. And in that money creation formula is to take the excess reserves, or in this case, the change in excess reserves, and multiply it by your money multiplier, which in this case is 10 because it's one of the reserve ratio, the reserve requirement. So given a 10% reserve requirement, which again, not just for a hypothetical situation, I'm just picking that one out of thin air. Given a 10% reserve requirement, this this action is going to create an additional $500,000 to the lending process. You've got $50,000 in additional excess reserves. Multiply that by your multiplier, you get an additional $500,000 throughout the banking system. Not in this particular bank, but throughout the banking system. That's again connecting monetary policy to the money creation process that you discussed yesterday in yesterday's video. All right, back to the federal funds rate. This is again some reality, and I want you to see where we are today relative to recent history for a little perspective on the federal funds rate and overall interest rates in the big picture of things. If you just look at the right-hand side here and you see just how low things have been, we had a span from really late 2007, early 2008 until late 2015, early 2016, where the Fed funds rate was essentially zero, and we're back there again now. You had a short period of time where interest rates were going up, trying really just to get back to normal. Looking at this table from Fred, we can really see just how unusual that period in our history is. But you should also be able to understand what the Fed was trying to do. But to understand even better, let's back up. Take a look at the 70s and 80s. And I want you to recall, I'm sure your classes talked about it, what were the major economic issues in the 1970s and 80s? Well, the 1970s are really defined by that stagflation, the stagflationary cycle that we were going through, where there were high rates of unemployment and high rates of inflation. And what happened was in the early 1980s, you had a Fed chair named Paul Volcker who determined that really the best way to end this whole stagflationary cycle was to bring down inflation first. You had to do something about the psyche of the American household and American business, where high inflation had become expected, and there really wasn't any expectation the Fed could fix it. So what they decided to do was let's drive interest rates up really, really, really high, and really just slam the brakes on the economy, slam the brakes on lending activity, hoping that that's going to convince the American people that inflation can't come down. And you know what? It appears it worked. We have really not had an inflationary problem since then. I mean, there have been small periods where we got a little higher, but not really. The other thing I want you to see, the other trends I want you to see, the gray bars, as you know from these notations, those indicate recessions. What happens to interest rates? What is monetary policy trying to do every time there's a recession? 1991, decrease interest rates. 2001, decrease interest rates. 2008, 2009, decrease interest rates. Right now, decrease interest rates. Those are all examples in green. Those green arrows, that's expansionary monetary policy. They're using open market operations to drive up the monetary base, to increase bank reserves, and to bring down the Fed funds rate, bring down all other interest rates, so that banks will lend more money, so that we as households and businesses will borrow more money. They're trying to stimulate some sort of economic activity when the economy is saying otherwise. That's what's happening here. Again, I think it's a good idea to every now and then just bring yourself back to reality, step away from the textbook, look at reality, and say, how does this really apply? And it is. And that's one of the beauties of this course. It's so applicable in the real world. And here's an example of how that is. All right, discount window. We talked about the discount window. Disclaimer, this is a horrible PowerPoint slide, and I know it way too many words. I would never expect you to read all this, and I'm certainly not going to read it to you. So I highlighted what I want you to see. It's the discount window. And this is from March 15th. I recall this coming out because it's not often you see this direct references to the discount window coming out of the Fed in a press release, but they do it sometimes. So the Fed started in mid-March encouraging banks to borrow more to access liquidity through the discount window. And you can see that up here. And that sentence right there in blue is really what I wanted to highlight. The Federal Reserve encourages depository institutions to turn to the discount window to help meet demands for credit from households and businesses at this time. They're saying come to the Fed and borrow money. They lower the discount rate and they want banks to borrow to maintain liquidity in the system, to keep things moving, to keep businesses operating, to keep households to borrow and do the things that we need to do, despite the fact that at that point, March 15th, everyone knew a shutdown was coming. So again, example of discount window as it is communicated by the Fed. In that same press release, there was a reference to the reserve requirement. Now this one really got me because it's so rare that we see references to the reserve requirement. But what I want to point out again in bold here, the board has reduced reserve requirement ratios to 0% effective March 26th. This just happened in the past month and a half, and it's good to be aware of it. But even better, it's good to see what that looks like in reality. This is actual application of the policies you're learning in AD Macro. If we were to look at this and think of it in the context of that same T account, I put up the same one that I used earlier, it's a hypothetical bank. What does it mean? Well, as I did earlier, in a lot of questions we use 10% as our kind of de facto reserve requirement. If it was a 10% reserve requirement, that means that 10% of demand deposits must be held on reserve. So 10% of a million is 100,000. This current bank has $500,000 on reserve, meaning they have excess reserves of $400,000 with a 10% reserve requirement. That's $400,000 they can lend. They got to keep 100,000. That's required reserves, but they can lend an additional 400. Well, with the reserve requirement dropping to zero, now they can lend it all. They don't have to keep any of that. So it increases excess reserves. It increases how much money banks have available to lend, and that's the point. The Fed is trying to get banks to lend money, to keep money flowing, to keep things going, so that the economy keeps moving, even when economic conditions say otherwise. All right, now we need to make connections. We got to make connections between what policy is intending to do and then what happens on ADAS and what happens in the real economy. So central banks are going to manipulate money supply and interest rates, and then there's a domino effect from there. On the expansionary side, and take note of this because you can notate through these kind of flow charts how these events occur. On the expansionary side, we already said this: central banks are going to increase money supply, which is going to lead to a decrease in interest rates. Now we have to make the connection, make the leap to aggregate demand, and that leap is made by identifying the interest-sensitive components of aggregate demand, which would be consumption and net exports. And when interest rates fall, all three of those are going to increase. Again, we're speaking from a ceteris paribus perspective. When only considering the effect of interest rates, consumption, investment, and exports, they all increase, which means aggregate demand increases. We shift AD to the right, and as AD shifts to the right, price level goes up, output goes up, employment goes up, so we can assume unemployment goes down. That's the effect of expansionary monetary policy, buying bonds, lowering the discount rate, lowering the reserve requirement. Going the other direction, tapping on the brakes, the Fed contracts money supply. If they're to sell securities to banks, they're taking money out of bank reserves, they're contracting money supply. Interest rates go up. With interest rates going up, consumption goes down, investment goes down, net exports goes down. AD shifts left, and we see a decrease in price level, decrease output, decrease employment. Again, in reality, what they're really trying to do is slow things down, maybe come to a soft landing, maybe just bring down the inflation rate a little bit. They're not necessarily trying to cause deflation that we're showing here, but they are trying to slow things down, slow down aggregate demand so that inflation does not become an issue. In the context of AD macro, this is the chain of events you would show as a result of a contractionary monetary policy. All right, finally, last thing for monetary policy. There are lags to monetary policy just as there are to fiscal policy. There's a time gap between when a problem has been recognized and a policy is actually put into place and has an effect. What I want to point out is that the lags are going to be opposite of what we see with fiscal policy. For monetary policy, there's a really short inside lag. They're able to respond relatively quickly as compared to fiscal policy, but the outside lag is a little bit longer because that money, that change in money supply, that change in it's got to work its way through the banking system. Now, that said, it's a relative term, and even in the time I've been teaching, it's probably gotten shorter as the public has become more informed and aware of what's happening. But I think it's worth asking, why is that? Consider the policy-making process for these two bodies, these two policy-making bodies. For fiscal policy to be enacted, there has to be action by both Congress and the President. I'm talking from an American perspective, but there's truth to this in whichever economy you look at. And that takes time. They've got to first recognize the problem based upon lagging indicators such as unemployment, inflation, and output. Then they've got to come together and form a fiscal policy solution. All of that takes a lot of time. You think about how many people are involved in that, all of the House, all of the Senate, and the President, all their advisors, all the politics are considered. It takes a long time. But once it's implemented, checks can be written, taxes can be cut, and the lag is very short as the impact can be felt relatively quickly. On the monetary policy side, however, you have the FOMC. There are 12 voting members of the FOMC when we have a fully staffed board of governors. Now, all the presidents of all the district banks are able to come and have their say. But even so, if there was an issue that occurred this morning, the FOMC could have a conference call in the afternoon and make a change to monetary policy. So they can have a very quick turnaround when it comes to monetary policy, but it takes a while for it to take hold. It takes a while for the economy to adjust because it has to work its way through banking and has to work its way through interest rates. All right, fine. The loanable funds market, our third and final topic for the day. And let's start by again just looking at the graph. Now here we're looking at relationships between real interest rates and the quantity of loanable funds. Real interest rates, of course, are going to consider inflation over time. They're the real return that lenders and borrowers can expect. Consider the Fisher effect. Again, whenever you see nominal and real interest rates, think about the Fisher effect, the Fisher equation, and that relationship between the two and how inflation defines that relationship. Demand for loanable funds. Demand for loanable funds obviously illustrates an inverse relationship between real interest rates and the quantity of loanable funds demanded. But you've got to ask yourself, who's demanding loanable funds? What does that mean? And a way to simplify that, demand for loanable funds represents borrowers. I don't care where they're borrowing from. It could be private households, it could be businesses, it could be government. It just represents those that are borrowing. That's what it means to demand loanable funds. By the way, that term loanable funds, students get confused by that. I know. Stop and just think about what that is saying. It's funds which are available for lending. And what this market is trying to show is that relationship between borrowers and lenders. So the demand side, those are the borrowers. The supply side, those are your lenders. The supply of loanable funds. Now we're going to associate that, say, for savers. But what does it mean when you're savers? When you put your money into a savings account at a bank, what are you doing? You're lending your money to the bank. You're saying to the bank, hey, I got this sum of money. I'm not going to use it today. I'd like to have it back in the future, but you can use it for now. That's essentially what you're saying. You are supplying loanable funds to a bank. So that's what supply loanable funds is. It represents savers. We want to understand the relationship then between savings that I just referenced and investment spending. And we've got to define what savings would be in both a closed and open economy. At this point in the course, when you took this the first time, went through unit 4 the first time, you're really probably dealing with closed economy. Open economy didn't come until unit 6. So we want to define national savings. So what is it? As simple as we can put it, it's the sum of private savings and public savings. Private savings are disposable income minus consumption. So the disposable income being your income minus taxes, disposable income minus consumption. Public savings simply being the budget balance, which would be positive or negative. We're used to it being a negative number because we typically have deficits, but it doesn't have to be. In the cases where there is a federal budget surplus, you would say there's been an increase in public savings. When we move to an open economy, it's the same thing, but we add capital inflow. So that financial capital that's coming in from abroad is part of national savings in an open economy. Why does any of this matter? Because there is an identity, there is a relationship between national savings and investment spending, and we need to be aware of that. And as changes in national savings occur, whether they be because of disposable income, consumption, budget balance at the federal level, any of those things, as national savings changes, investment spending changes, because savings are truly the source of investment spending. And as you know, because you've been through unit 5, think down the road a little bit, those changes in investment spending can have an impact on capital formation, they can have an impact on economic growth. It's not just that short run change in aggregate demand we're concerned with, it's also that long run effect on economic growth that we want to be aware of. So be aware of that and be able to define what those national savings are because of the impact they can have on investment down the road. All right, so back to the graph. Like every graph we've dealt with, we've got to be able to identify equilibrium here. Again, it's that point where the two curves intersect. It's where quantity demanded equals quantity supply. We want to be aware of the fact that surpluses and shortages can occur. Again, we're simply dealing with supply and demand here. The same rules apply. Just as I said when we talked about our money market, the same rules apply. If real interest rates are higher than the equilibrium interest rate are, then we're going to have a surplus indicated in green. If real interest rates are lower than equilibrium, then we're going to have that red line, we're going to have shortages. And again, self-correction will occur. Interest rates will go back to equilibrium, quantity will go back to equilibrium as well. Let's talk about shifters a little bit. A shift in demand for loanable funds. Again, the question you have to ask yourself, why would people in this economy be more willing and more able to borrow for reasons other than interest rates? Obviously, a change in interest rates moves us along the demand curve. What other factors lead borrowers to want to borrow money? Two that come to mind, and there are many more. Perceived business opportunities and government borrow. You also mentioned here investment tax credits. Anything other than interest rates that would encourage investment spending would probably lead to, and in our context will lead to, an increase in demand for loanable funds. So on the case of perceived business opportunities, businesses are more confident about expected returns in the near future. They anticipate higher returns. They're going to want to borrow money and spend that money on investments that earn those returns. Borrowing is also going to be displayed on that demand curve because again, that demand curve represents all borrowers, whether the private households, private businesses, or if it's the public, if it's the federal, state, or local government. So we're going to go ahead and put deficits on that demand curve when they occur because you have essentially the government borrowing from the same pool of loanable funds that everyone else. Supply is going to be influenced by savings behavior, private savings behavior, and capital flows. So again, if something other than interest rates leads households or businesses to want to save more money, we're going to see an increase in supply of loanable funds. When there's financial capital inflow, we see an increase in supply of loanable funds. Of course, the opposite of those two is going to lead to a decrease in supply of loanable funds. All right, so that's it. I told you a lot of stuff, and that was a lot of stuff. Let's do a couple FRQs, short FRQs, just to make sure that this is making sense to us and that we're able to apply this in the context of AP macro. Of course, real world application is different. There are more tools, there's more going on, there's more in motion. But let's look at it purely from the perspective of AP macro for now. So first one, practice FRQ. Some country X's economy is currently at full employment. Now, if I'm taking this test, if I'm answering this question, I'm going to have some scratch paper nearby. I'm going to go ahead and write that down somewhere. I'm going to draw a graph maybe, or I'm going to do something to notate that that's my starting point because that's going to be important at some point. So country X is at full employment. This is not part of your answer. You should not include it in your answer, but I'm going to write this down somewhere just to remind myself of where we're starting. All right, with that in mind, move on to part A. If country X's net exports decrease, what will happen to price level in country X? Explain. All right, so again, go back here. In the context of ADAES, what do I do with this information? Net exports are decreasing. What does that happen? What does that do to price level? Price level is going to decrease. That's the assertion. I have to say that first. Explain what's the causal effect or relationship here. The decrease in net exports just aggregate demand to the left decreases both real output and price level. So the question was, how did net exports affect price level? Was the decrease in net exports decrease aggregate demand? And we know that's going to bring price level down. Part B, draw a correctly labeled graph of the money market. Show the effect of the change in the price level identified in part A on the nominal interest rate. Okay, make a connection. Follow your prompt and make a connection. You have to show the effect of the change in price level. So what happened to price level? Price level went down. We said if price level goes down, demand for money is going to go down. So your correct answer is a correctly labeled graph. Nominal interest rates on the y-axis, quantity of money on the x. Money supply is vertical, and then we have a downward sloping money demand, and it shifts to the left. A decrease in money demand, and we have to show the decrease in real interest rates. We show with the little dotted lines taking us from equilibrium back to the axis. We show with the arrow indicating a decrease in real interest rates. All right, based on your answer to part B. Okay, I better back up. What happened to part B? Part B, interest rates went down because of a decrease in money demand. Based on your answer to part B, what will happen to the price of previously issued bonds? No explanation needed. I just have to know the relationship. The price of previously issued bonds will increase. I've got to know that there's an inverse relationship between interest rates and the price of previously issued bonds. Those previously issued bonds are now more attractive because interest rates are currently lower, so there's going to be an increase in demand for those bonds, which is going to cause an increase in the price of those bonds. You don't have to say any of that, but that's the underlying cause. And then finally, identify an open market operation that country X's central bank can use to offset the change in nominal interest rate for part B. So in part B, we showed a decrease in interest rates. To offset that, the central bank should sell bonds. I want to make a point here, though. Very common mistakes on the AP exam here. It's an open market operation. A lot of people want to come back and say, oh, raise the discount rate, raise the reserve requirement. Can't do that. It specifically says open market operation, and it specifically says that you have to answer with either buy bonds or sell bonds. Purchase securities, sell securities. Means the same thing. In this case, because they're looking to raise interest rates, the answer is contractionary policy, sell bonds. You can't just say contractionary policy. That does not answer the question. You got to say what is the open market operation? Is to sell bonds. So that's the only correct answer to this question. Likewise, you can't put everything possible. You can't say sell bonds, raise the discount rate, raise the reserve requirement, contractionary policy. You can't do that. You have to answer the question that was asked. And in this case, the question that was asked was what's the open market operation? Sell bonds. Done. Put your pen down, walk away. Or in this case, step away from the keyboard. All right, one more pretty quick one. Loanable funds market in country Z is in equilibrium. Draw a correctly labeled graph of the loanable funds market showing the equilibrium real interest rate and the equilibrium quantity of loanable funds. That should be a gimme. We got to know our graphs. We have to know how to draw them correctly. So we have real interest rates on the y-axis, quantity of loanable funds on the x. We have upward sloping supply, downward sloping demand, and we identify equilibrium with R1Q1 with the dotted lines attaching back to the equilibrium on the curves to the axis. Part B, assume household savings in country Z increase. Okay, process that before you move on. Household savings are increasing. Will this cause a shortage or a surplus in the loanable funds market at the current equilibrium real interest rate? Okay, I need a graph if I'm going to do that. So I've got two options. I can go back and look at what I already did, and if I'm writing it down, obviously I'm going to do that. Or I can take a peek at question 2. I'm going to go ahead and move on to 2 and come back to 1 because I don't want to answer 1 without looking at a visual. So part 2 says on your graph in part A, show the effect of the increase in household savings on the equilibrium real interest rate. That should be pretty simple. Increase in savings is going to shift supply to the right, resulting in a lower interest rate and a higher quantity of loanable funds at equilibrium. Now I got to go back to B1 though. Don't forget that I skipped it. Is this going to cause a shortage or a surplus at the original equilibrium real interest rate? So at R, if interest rate stays here at R, now there's your quantity demanded, but your quantity supply is all the way out here. QS is greater than QD, which means we're going to have a surplus. There's where you could apply that understanding of markets not at equilibrium because that's entirely possible, and that's possible to be a question. This is an actual AP exam question, so that's a possibility there. All right, finally, part C and D. Interest rates just fell. Keep that in mind. Real interest rates just fell. Based on your answer to part B2, will lenders be better off or worse off? Well, if you're lending money and interest rates are going down, you're going to be worse off. Your return, the real interest rates, the real return, your return is going to be less than it used to be. Based on your answer to part B2, again, that was real interest rates falling. What happens to investment spending in country Z? Explain. Well, if real interest rates go down, how does that affect investment? Investment spending will increase. Explain. A decrease in real interest rates reduces the cost of borrowing, which increases investment spending. Again, making connections. So much of economics and economic thinking is about making connections, understanding causal relationships. This leads to this, leads to this. You got to be able to think that way. Okay, that's everything. And that was a lot. Like I said, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7. That was a lot. A lot of objectives, a lot of skills we had to apply there. Thankfully, it was a review, so we did go a little bit quicker than maybe you'd like. and if it was the first time around, but hopefully it did make sense to you. Moving forward, we're almost done with all the content that we're going to do for review. We're going to move into some practice questions in the coming weeks, so keep an eye on that. In the meantime, if you're concerned about technology needs, if you're concerned about connectivity, please contact the College Board, cb.org/tech. And finally, thanks for watching. Appreciate you being here with us today, and hope you're doing well, and hope you'll come back for the next one. Have a great day. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another AP Macro Review session. My name is Matt Romano, and once again, I'm coming to you from Atlanta, Georgia. And today, we are going to talk about Unit 6, Topic 6.1. Did you hear that right? Yeah, Unit 6. We're going into Unit 6 today. Let's talk about that. Unit 6, as you well know by now, is not going to appear on this year's exam. And when I say that, and I say we're doing Unit 6, then you probably ask yourself, then why are we doing this? Let's talk about that first. Let's talk about why we're doing this, because there's a very good reason, a couple of very good reasons why we're doing this, why we are devoting some time the next few days to talk about the topics in Unit 6. Number one, this is in no particular order. You're here, you're watching this video. That tells me you're devoted to this class. You want to do well in this class. You obviously want to do well in the exam, but there's something else there. You want to do well in macroeconomics and understand it. That is enough for me to believe that you're going to take this exam, you're going to do well, you're going to do well as you can, and hopefully do well enough that when you go off to college, you're going to jump right into that next level, that intermediate macro class. And when you get there, that professor is going to expect that you know the basic principles of macroeconomic theory, which includes international theories on the open economy. And that's really the position the College Board took when they said, we're going to go ahead and do Unit 6 on these reviews. And I agree with that. I think that's an excellent point. I can't tell you how many times, this was in graduate level courses, I had professors say, you know, what we're doing today, think back to what you did in your principles course, think back to what you did in your Econ 101. They're going to expect you to know this, whether it's on the exam or not, is really irrelevant to that professor. They're going to expect you to know international theory. So that's one reason why. As you go into the next level, the next course in the sequence, you should know international theory because it's part of basic economics. Secondly, and I hope you appreciate this, I know your teachers do, and every teacher believes this, it's not just about an exam, it's about you knowing macroeconomics, so you can view the world a different way, maybe a little more clearly. And this is a big part of the world that we live in, the international theory and understanding the open economy. You want to know that. You want to be able to follow international economics. When you see trade deficits in the news, and there's a lot of talk about that, whether it's political or not political, you need to know what that means, and that's exactly what we're going to be talking about today. So that's why we're doing Unit 6. There are bigger reasons why it's very important that we know these topics and understand them, again, to be an active participant in our world and to understand what's happening around us. And that's what we as teachers, that's what we hope for you. That's why we're in the business, to try to give you some clarity. And frankly, for myself, it's why I enjoy teaching economics so much. It builds upon itself. It builds upon this course continually. That never ends. So that might be more of an explanation than you needed, but I wanted it to be clear as to why Unit 6 is being covered, and that's why this is good stuff to know. That's why. So what are we doing today? Topic 6.1 is the balance of payments accounts. This is an account for any country that keeps track of those international transactions. And if you've heard of a trade deficit or a balance of trade, this is where it comes from. It's part of the balance of payments. So the objectives are, first of all, to just simply define what are these balance of payments. What's a current account? Capital financial account. What is the balance of payments? We're going to talk about the components of each of these accounts and how that affects the overall balance. And then we're going to calculate these different account levels in the balance of payments itself. So you'll see how all this goes together. In doing so, we are applying skill 1.8, describing economic concepts, principles, or models. And we're going to address a few things. Again, what are the balance of payments? What are debits and credits? What does that have to do with anything? These sound like accounting terms. What does that mean in this context? What are trade deficits and surpluses, and how they fit into the context of the balance of payments? And then finally, as I already said, how is the balance of payments calculated? So we'll do all that within the context of today's lesson. But first, let's warm up by taking a look at where you left off yesterday. The last lesson was 5.7, which covered economic growth and public policy. And the question you were given was an old question from 2002. This was obviously 18 years ago, so we adapted a little bit because, again, I said this before on here, the AP exam evolves over time as it should, and wording evolves, and how questions are asked evolves. So we adapted a little bit to make it a little bit more like the more recent ones. But I'm still going to use the original rubric and the wording of that, and I'll explain how that may be different from how things are done now. So what we have is a government replacing the income tax with a national sales tax. It's going to generate the same amount of revenue and full employment. We want to know how the tax is going to change consumption and savings. We're going to show the effects on the local funds market so that we can explain the change in real interest rates and investment spending. And then we're going to take that policy and use it to explain a change in long-run economic growth, which is where yesterday's lesson went in the first place. All right, so the first part, what's the effect of the change in tax policy on each of the following? So there was an income tax. Now there's simply a consumption tax. What happens here? This is the rubric answer. Now, I point that out because the way this question is worded, you would not have to write this much. It's a good explanation, obviously. It's obviously accurate and very strong explanation, but you wouldn't have to write all this because nowhere up here does it say explain or explain why. You simply have to assert what happens. So the short answer for consumption, A1, consumption will decrease. National savings will increase. Why is that? Well, you can read the answer here yourself. Income turns into savings and consumption. Obviously, that's where savings and consumption comes from. So when we're taxing income, we're taxing both savings and consumption. Change that to just a consumption tax, and only consumption is being taxed. That creates greater incentive to save more money. So with the consumption tax, we anticipate, at least in theory, a decrease in the level of consumer spending, offset by an increase in the level of savings. Now, keep that in mind for the next step. We want to show on a correctly labeled graph of the local funds market the effects of that change. So we just said that savings is increasing, and that's what we can show on here. An increase in savings is going to be shown as a rightward shift of the supply of local funds because that's what represents savings in an economy. So there's more money in bank reserves, increase supply of local funds. How does that affect the real interest rate? You can see it on the graph, obviously. R to R1 indicates that the real interest rate will decrease. Next question, what happens to private domestic investment spending? We know there's an inverse relationship here. So if there's a decrease in the real interest rate, there's going to be an increase in private domestic investment spending. That's all we have to say. It's in search. Part C, explain. Now there's that word explain. So we have to verbalize the causal relationships here. Explain how this change in policy will affect long-run economic growth. Let's see what the rubric answer is, and we can discuss that a little bit as well. In the long run, economic growth will increase because, remember, when there's explain, you probably want to use the word because the decrease in the interest rate will increase investment, which increases capital stock and boosts productivity. So they're making all those causal relationships right there in our answer. A term that I used a couple days ago in discussing economic growth, I always use it with my class. Think about capital formation and think about where capital formation comes from. It comes from investment spending. So since we are concluding that decreased interest rates will increase investment spending, the increase in investment spending, what are they spending money on? Probably some new physical capital, maybe some technology, could go into some human capital as well. It's going to increase the capital stock. We're going to see some capital formation, and as a result of capital formation, productivity increases, and that leads to long-term economic growth. Long-run economic growth increases in per capita real GDP. That's your question. That's question 2. Okay, we're gonna jump right into what you need to know. There's not a lot to review because this is a lot of very new content. The only thing I considered putting there was net exports, but we're gonna get a lot of that within the context of the new stuff. So we're gonna jump right into what you need to know here as it pertains to the balance payments. And we're gonna start just with some definitional stuff. There's a little bit, it's almost like accounting, like I said. We are accounting for transactions between nations, between economies. And there's some basic terminology we need to know before we get into the actual balance of payments. So the first is, what are debits and what are credits? What does that mean? What we're doing is we're tracing financial capital. Remember what financial capital is? It's basically money. Financial capital that is flowing between money, between economies. And we want to know is the financial capital flowing into the economy? Is it flowing out of the economy? Debit and credit is how we account for that. So let's say we have trade between the US and the UK. Money flowing from the UK into the US would be called a credit to the United States balance of payments. I'm looking at this from a US perspective. We can look at it from the perspective of any country in the world, obviously, and the same rules are going to apply. Because I'm speaking here in Atlanta, Georgia, I'm in the US, and I know many of you are as well. We're going to take a US perspective, but please understand any perspective would work here. So looking at it from the US perspective, that money flowing into the US, we call that a credit. That's money coming into the US. Why would that happen? Well, it could be because British people are buying goods from the US. It could be because it could be for a lot of reasons. They're lending money to people in the US. It could be a lot of different reasons, but money is flowing into the US from the UK, we call that a credit. If money is flowing out of the US into the UK, we call that debit. Money is leaving. Take your debit card. Money is leaving a bank account when you use a debit card. So credit money coming in, debit money going out. Very, very basic, very definitional, I know, but it's very important. It's easy to confuse the two. We're going to have to use those terms when we apply things into these transactions in the current account and the capital financial account of the balance of payments. So let's get into those accounts. What actually makes up the balance of payments accounts? Define it first. The balance of payments is an accounting system that records a country's international transactions for a particular period of time. Consists of the current account, which we'll abbreviate with the CA, and the capital and financial account, which we abbreviate with the CFA. Let's talk about the current account first. The current account, first of all, you're going to hear more about that one. The current account balance is going to be in the news more frequently. Changes in current account balance would be in the news more frequently. So a lot of people are probably more familiar with the current account. Here's why. This is where we record net exports. And again, a reminder of what net exports are. That's exports minus imports. Ultimately, we're talking about the purchase and sale of goods and services between countries. That's the bulk of the current account, is the balance of trade is represented by net exports, but also net income from abroad and net unilateral transfers. Now, those are technical terms for that. What exactly does that mean? Well, let's talk about that in the context of a few examples of current account transactions. As I just said, net exports, that's simply the purchase or sale of goods between countries. Products that are produced, again, from a U.S. perspective, products that are produced domestically within the United States, but purchased, say, by someone in Canada, well, those are exported goods. And if they're goods that are produced in Canada that are purchased by people in America, from the American perspective, those are imported goods. So net exports would be taking those exports and subtracting from them imports. All of those transactions are going to go in the current account. Earning income from assets owned in another country. That's an example. That's a kind of a specific example, but earning income from assets owned in another country. So let's say you own a stock or you own a bond or anything else, you own real estate that's paying you interest or paying you some form of income. That would be recorded on the current account. Or the opposite, obviously. If someone in another country, someone in Canada owns property in the U.S. and they're earning income off that property, that income is going to be reported on the current account. And then finally, sending or receiving income from another country. That's an example of a transfer. Remember transfer payments in general. We've talked about this before. I'm sure your teachers have talked about transfer payments. When you think about government transfer payments, even domestically, it's a payment for something without a good or service being exchanged for. Well, transfer payments happen internationally as well, and when they do, they're going to be recorded on the current account. A few more notes about the current account itself. We can look at the current account individually as its own entity, and the current account's not always balanced. If debits and credits are even between them on the current account, then it's balanced. We would say there's a balance to the current account, but oftentimes there's either a surplus or a deficit to the current account itself. So the current account can run at a surplus, more money coming in, or can run at a deficit, more money leaving. Within the current account, we need to be aware that the balance of trade may also run at a surplus or deficit. This is something we hear in the news. This is something we hear in politics. What is the balance between exports and imports? Of course, if the two are equal, then it is balanced trade, but that's again unlikely in most countries in the world. If and when exports are greater than imports, if more goods are going out, therefore money coming in, you have a surplus in the balance of trade, and more than likely the balance of trade is going to dictate the current account balance. It's not guaranteed, but more than likely because it's such a large proportion of the current account balance. If imports exceed exports, then you have a balance of trade deficit. So when you see in the news talk about the United States trade deficit, it means that in the United States we're importing more goods than we export. And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, talk about the implications of that on the overall balance of payments, because it does have implications, and we want to discuss that. But before doing that, we need to look at the other side. We need to look at the capital and financial account CFX. So what's recorded on the capital and financial accounts? Well, financial capital transfers, purchase and sales of assets between countries. So that sounds kind of technical, but what it's really saying is it's transactions which are going to create and include some form of liability. To me, it's a little easier to look at examples. What do we mean by this? So examples of that, a lot of what gets recorded on the capital and financial account would be the purchase or sale of financial assets, varying types of financial assets, stocks, bonds, other interest-bearing assets, which you could go back to Unit 4 and rethink what are those other interest-bearing assets. If those are being purchased, let's say if we're here in the U.S. and they're being purchased from other countries around the world, that transaction is recorded on the capital and financial account. So again, whether it's a stock, it's a bond, any other interest-bearing asset, those are recorded here, capital and financial account. Foreign exchange market transactions, we haven't gotten there yet. We're going to go there very, very soon. In the next few days, we'll talk about foreign exchange market. If you're in the United States and for whatever reasons we'll discuss later, you decide you need to purchase euros, pounds, or yen, or ruble, or whatever, that transaction would go on the capital and financial account. And of course, the opposite is also true. Anyone outside the U.S. purchasing dollars on the foreign exchange market, that also goes on their capital and financial account. Purchase and sale of real estate. I point this one out because I think it's a very good example to help with something. It's easy to confuse or know where to draw the line between net exports and the purchase of assets in some cases, physical assets in particular. And I had a colleague one time tell me, think of it this way. This is more or less going to be true for you. If you go to another country and you buy something and you bring it home with you, it's an imported good. But if you buy something and you can't bring it home, like real estate, it's going to go here on the capital and financial account. I can't bring that home with me. A company builds a factory in another country. They can't bring it home with them. The factory stays there. That's going to go on the capital and financial account, that transaction for both countries, obviously. So that's why I put that example up here. Foreign direct investment is a version of that. You know the word investment spending, and this is again business spending ultimately. The example I just gave, company builds a factory in another country, that's foreign direct investment, is going to go on the capital and financial account. I'm here in Georgia. If you go down to South Georgia, you go down 85 and you're about to hit Alabama and Troup County, there's a big Kia factory right there in LaGrange, Georgia. When that was built, that was a big deal. It was big news. That was foreign direct investment. You had a company from Korea coming in and they built a factory in the United States, and you had capital flowing into the United States as a result. So that would be recorded as a credit to the United States capital and financial account. Of course, that means it was a debit for Korea because the money was leaving. That's an example of a foreign direct investment that would be recorded on the capital and financial account. As a reminder, as we just said, for the current account, it's also true for the capital and financial account. It's not always balanced. You can have a surplus, you can have a deficit. If there's a surplus, there's financial capital inflow. If there's a deficit, there's financial capital outflow, sometimes called capital flight. Those changes in the capital and financial account balance are going to affect the loanable funds market. They're going to affect the supply of loanable funds. Make that connection. Go ahead and make that connection. I'm not going to get into it today because it's going to come up down the road in a later lesson, but that's an important connection you need to make. That those changes in capital flows are going to affect the supply of loanable funds. You probably already know that. Your teacher probably told you that the first day you did the loanable funds market. So think of this as more of a reminder because it's something we're going to use next week. So again, connect the capital account, the capital financial account to the supply of loanable funds, and that capital flow is a shifter of the supply of loanable funds. All right, so those are the parts. You put those two together and you get the balance of payments accounts. Remember this. I already said any transaction that causes money to flow in is a credit, any money that causes money to flow out is a debit. So an important part to this, the sum of all credits has got to match the sum of all debits for the overall balance of payments. Not necessarily within the current account or the capital financial account, but for the overall balance of payments. So for example, if there's an increase in the current account balance, say there's a surplus, then there's got to be a decrease in the capital financial account balance, or vice versa. They both work out that way. That's why it's the balance of payments. These two sides have to balance each other out. That's how it works. And in the end, this identity is going to be true. Write that down and know that the current account plus the capital financial account must equal zero, meaning the balance of the two must equal zero. So if there's a surplus in the current account, there's got to be a deficit in the capital financial. If there's a deficit in the current account, there's got to be a surplus in the capital financial. So that we add them up, they're going to equal zero. We can take that as fact. But again, you're an AP macro. Let's take the next step and understand why. Why is that? Why must there be these offsetting effects? Well, let's go there. All right, so a little visual here. I had a little trouble wrapping my head around a little bit, but I think it's helpful. Let's assume that this big rectangular cube thing here, it represents our balance of payments. And we have, let's just say the capital financial account is up here in blue and the current account is down here in green. Let's say their balances, they always are, but both of these are individually balanced. So right there, that white line represents essentially zero. There's no surplus or deficit on either one. They're balanced out. So that's where we start here in this example. Now let's assume that in whatever hypothetical country we are in, there's a trade deficit. And that trade deficit leads to a current account deficit, which means the balance is a negative balance. I'm going to show that visually in just a moment. I want to walk through what happens to cause the changes that we're going to see. Why must that trade deficit, why must that current account deficit be accompanied by a capital financial account surplus? Well, because we said so, obviously, and the short answer is because of this equation. But let's get into what actually is going on. If there's a trade deficit, we know that means that imports are greater than exports, that a nation is bringing in more goods and then it is selling to other nations. And ultimately, because of the way we calculate GDP, C plus I plus G plus NX, I'm looking at the expenditures approach, of course. What this is really saying is that the citizens of a nation are purchasing more than they're producing. They're purchasing more than national income. And to do this, we have to pay for it somehow. Money has to be borrowed from abroad. And that borrowed money is a separate transaction, which is going to be on the capital financial account. In other words, a liability is being created with that borrowed money. So the debit to the current account, that trade deficit, money leading to purchase all those imported goods, is going to be offset by a credit to the capital financial account. And remember, that white line was zero. The capital financial account is going to move past zero into a surplus, where the green, the current account, is going to move into deficit as a result. They still balance each other out, but you have now a surplus on the capital financial account and a deficit on the current account. That's the reason why. And again, it all comes down to this equation. It comes down to the term balance of payments. All right, let's practice this a little bit. We're coming to the end here. We want to make sure we can apply those skills that are so important when you're applying macroeconomics. So we're going to do a little bit of practice with this. The first of which is simply identifying how transactions are recorded. I do this a lot with my class. I like to put the categories up on the board, the current account versus the capital financial account, and we want to identify for hypothetical transactions where would we record these and are they recorded as debits or credits. So I'm going to put a few of them up right here. We're going to kind of walk our way through. I'll pause for a moment for you to think, and if you have a chance to write down for each transaction, which account would this be recorded under for the U.S. I'm taking again a U.S. perspective here, and is a debit or a credit to that account. First example. All right, let's say Brandon, who lives in Los Alamitos, California, is very particular about his bread. He enjoys authentic French bread. he has to get his French bread from this specific Parisian bakery that he knows about. It's really important to him. So he imports this really good French bread from this specific Parisian bakery that he heard about. How is that going to be recorded? That transaction, how's Brandon's very high level taste, his high class taste in bread, how's that recorded on our balance of payments? Look at your categories, give us a thought. What we have here is trade of goods and services. He's importing a finished good from this really important Parisian bakery that he knows of. That's going to go on the current account. You follow my cursor? That trade of goods and services goes on the current account. Follow the money to determine debit or credit. It's an imported good. The goods are coming in. The money is leaving, so that makes it a debit to the United States current account. So we're all over here on the left. All right, thank you, Brandon, for that example. Second one, an American bank. So a bank that is located in the United States, operates in the United States. They purchase securities from the Spanish government. So they're buying Spanish securities. We've talked about bonds, securities from the U.S. perspective. Well, other countries obviously do this as well. So let's say this American bank is purchasing securities from the Spanish government. Now they possess Spanish securities. Is this going to go on the current account? Is this going to go in the capital and financial account? Well, securities are financial assets. Financial assets are going to be over here in the capital and financial account. So this is a capital financial account transaction. This is a purchase of securities. So again, money is leaving the U.S. So we're in the capital financial account and it's a debit to the capital financial account. So that's our combination here. All right. Well, why did they buy those securities? Because they want to earn interest on those securities. So let's say down the road, obviously, this bank is now earning interest from those bonds that they purchased, those Spanish securities. Where is this going to go? All right. This is an example of earning income, in this case, interest from an asset that is owned from abroad. So the Spanish bonds were obviously from overseas, but the interest payments, those are income. And that income is going to go on the current account. So here we have the current account. Money is now flowing into the United States. So this is going to count as a credit to the United States current account. Come on. Wealthy American celebrity purchased a home in coastal Italy. So a nice big home right on the Mediterranean coast, having all their famous friends over and hanging out on the coast. Where is this going to go? Well, this is real estate. Again, you can't bring it home with you. You can't take that home with you. It's got to stay there in Italy. That means it's going to go in the capital and financial account. The money is leaving. It's leaving the U.S. So again, we're dealing with a debit. So it's a debit to the capital and financial account. All right. An American college student gets a summer job in Canada, sends the paycheck back home to her family here in the U.S. So they're working in another country, sending that money right back to the U.S. How is that going to be recorded? Current account. That's income from abroad. You could say that's a transfer payment, depending on the definition. That is a credit. The money is flowing back into the U.S. So credit to the current account. Come more American company builds a factory in Southeastern Asia. We know this happens a good bit. When that happens, they're building a factory. That's foreign direct investment. That goes in the capital financial account. And again, money is leaving. So we're dealing with a debit to the capital and financial account. Foreign investor purchases U.S. Treasury securities. We've talked about Treasury securities a good bit. If a foreign investor or even a foreign central bank is purchasing these, we're talking again about a financial asset. Financial assets are going to go on the capital and financial account. The money's flowing into the United States, so it's going to be a credit to the capital and financial account. So that's an example of very common way we use the balance of payments. We have to identify which account is going to be affected, which account that transaction will be placed on, and is it a debit or credit. Now, another thing that we have to be able to do is calculate that balance of payments. So here's a purely hypothetical balance of payments. It's not even complete. I didn't want to put too many things on here, but I put enough on here that we can give us thought. So you got some current account levels, you got some capital and financial account levels. We will look at this data and make some determinations about balances. Keep in mind, the current account plus the capital financial account must equal 0 when all is said and done, and that's going to affect one of our answers on here. Two questions I want to ask. First, I want us to calculate the current account balance, and then after doing so, calculate net foreign direct investment. Now, where net means we've already done the subtracting. It's already been credits minus debits. What is the net foreign direct investment that should be placed on that capital and financial account? We'll pause for just a second so you can gather your thoughts and write a few things down. If you're watching this as a recorded version, obviously pause yourself and organize your thoughts. How do you go through this process? Again, the first thing I'm asking is calculate the current account balance and take that and calculate net foreign direct investment. Okay. To help you through the process, what helps me? Let's identify the items up here and identify, are we talking debits or credits? So we have exports and imports, we have interest payments abroad, we have interest payments received, we have transfers received, we have transfers paid. Exported goods, the goods are going abroad, the money's coming back in, that results in a credit. In this case, $1,000 credit for this particular current account. Imported goods, the goods are coming in, the money is leaving, so you have $1,200 debit. Interest payments abroad, that means the money's leaving, $1,000 leaving. Interest received from abroad would be a $900 credit, $900 coming in. Transfers received, you have $500 coming in, transfers paid, $600 going out. So when you add those up, your credits come out to $2,400. You have $1,000 plus $900 plus $500. Your debits come out to $2,800, $1,200 plus $1,000 plus $600, leaving you with a current account balance of negative $400. So you have a deficit on the current account. Okay, that's going to help me with the capital and financial account. If I know there's a deficit on the current account, what must be true on a capital and financial account? There must be a surplus, and it must be an equal surplus. So we must have a surplus of $400 on the capital and financial account. I need to solve the last part of the problem. What's the net foreign direct investment? Well, what do we have so far? We have the purchase of foreign financial assets recorded. That's $1,700 that's leaving. There's foreign purchase of domestic financial assets. That's $2,000 coming in, leaving us with a $300 surplus. What does that mean for net foreign direct investment? You must have a balance of $100 there, a positive $100 to bring us to that $400 surplus on the capital and financial account. So again, that's just an example of how everything's got to balance out and a way we can approach that to fill in the blanks when something is left out and again apply that equation that we learned here today. For a little more practice, I've got a couple multiple choice questions. I'll go through them relatively quickly. But again, this is just an additional application of what we've already discussed. So the first question, which of the following would be a current account transaction? This is a very common question in AP Macro. And again, it helps you understand what the current account is versus the capital and financial account. What's recorded on the current account? When you, again, for any multiple choice, any topic, try to answer the question before you look at the options. Now, in this case, you really have to read through them, but you can remind yourself what is covered by the current account. Well, net exports, the sale of goods and services, income from abroad, transfer payments from abroad. What is it? Well, primarily financial assets or anything that creates a liability. So when you walk through these, it's going to be really clear if you've already thought through what you're looking for. A, India buys $10 billion of new U.S. Treasury bonds. That's a financial asset. Capital financial account. That can't be it. B, U.S. buys 5% stock of another U.S. firm. So one firm is buying stock in another firm. No, it's not even international, but it's also a financial asset. U.S. firm builds a new factory in Kenya. No, we already talked about that. That's foreign direct investment. That goes capital financial. D, a United States firm sells $500 million products to a Chinese company. Oh, well, yeah, that sounds pretty good. That sounds like net exports. Check E to make sure. U.S. buys $8 billion worth of euros. No, we said that's a financial asset. That goes in the capital financial account. Correct answer is going to be D. Look at another. Country have an increased surplus in its balance of trade as a result of. All right, stop for a second again. Reread that. Make sure you've read it correctly. It's a balance of trade, not balance of payments. You got to make sure when you're answering one like this, you're clear. I'm dealing with balance of trade, which is net exports. I'm not dealing with the overall balance of payments. That's going to be an important point. It's an easy one to just read right past and go directly to balance of payments instead. When you do read it correctly, you'll get the answer is B. Declining imports, rising exports. That's going to give us a surplus in the balance of trade. More is coming in terms of money. The financial capital, more is coming in. Leslie. All right, similar to the example I just did a few minutes ago. Here we have a table. The table gives the values of selected accounts in a nation's balance of payments in millions of dollars. Based on the table, which of the following describes the balance of the current account and in the capital and financial account. So I'm going to look at this, and first I've got to classify again. What am I looking at? And are we dealing with a deficit or surplus to the current account or the capital and financial account? Well, I've got exports, imports, net income from abroad, and net unilateral transfers. Well, what should stand out as soon as I look at that, what should stand out is those are all current account transactions. So I'm only dealing with the current account here. I work my way through those transactions and I see the balance of trade is a positive 100, but the net income from abroad is a negative 150, brings me down to a deficit of 50. Even add in the net unilateral transfers, you're still at a deficit of 30. We have a current account deficit here. And if you have that information, now you're down to C or D. It's a 50-50 now. As long as I know that the deficit in one account must be offset by surplus in the other, it becomes a really simple question. The answer is C. And then finally, I just said it, just thought I'd reinforce it one more time. If a country has a deficit in the current account, there will be a what? Well, that at this point should be pretty simple. Surplus in the capital and financial account. Now, where could we mess up on a question like this? I could certainly see B and C being places where we trip up a little bit and go too fast and easily make a mistake there. So, the answer is that. Let's debrief. That's pretty much everything. We covered the balance of payments accounts here. We've talked about trade deficits. At this point, you should understand and be able to define the current account, the capital financial account, and the balance of payments, and understand how those work together in one entity, the balance of payments. The components of the capital account, capital financial account, what those components are, how they affect the overall balance of payments, and of course, calculating all three of these. That is applying this model. It's applying that concept to better understand international transactions, how they're recorded, how they're communicated out there in the broader economy, and that's something you can use way beyond AP Macro. It's something you're going to want to use as you view the world and what's going on out there. So that's that for topic 6.1. I'm going to give you a homework assignment. This is from 2014, question 3. We're only going to do parts A and B because we want to look specifically at those parts that talk about the balance of payments in some way, shape, or form. So go ahead and take a picture of that. that if you're watching this live, and of course if you're watching the recorded version, then pause right here and work on this question so we can pick up there next time. And that's all I have for you today. As always, I want to remind you that if you or anyone you know has any concerns about your devices, your internet access, and being able to take the exam, you can contact College Board, and this is where you can do it, cd.org/tech. I want to make sure that you are able to show what you have learned, that you're able to show what you know, and that you're able to get credit for that work. And with that, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you come back and see us again, and I hope wherever you are well. Have a great day.
Welcome back to another AP Live, AP Macroeconomics lesson. My name is Jen Rayfields. I'm coming to you from Asking Rich, New Jersey, and I'm excited to finish up our review videos tonight with Unit 5. We're going to put all of the concepts and topics of Unit 5 together into one video, and then next week we're going to spend our time reviewing free response questions. All right, so let's get right into it. So because we're looking at the whole unit, I thought I would take a, no pun intended, macro approach to thinking about the most important ideas in this concept. So the course and exam description is really helpful for that, and it identifies the following big ideas. So we're looking in this unit at the relationship between the inflation rate and the unemployment rate. We're also looking at the long-run implications of fiscal and monetary policy. And finally, we're going to conclude with a discussion of how the economy grows. So those are the big ideas that are covered in this unit, and if you think of those as the questions we want to be able to answer, then that leads us into our enduring understanding. So the first enduring understanding in this unit is associated with topic 5.1. That's simultaneous exercise of fiscal and monetary policy. So we've spent so much time already reviewing short-run implications of fiscal policy, monetary policy. I'm not going to spend any time on that tonight, but next week when we review, we'll see some FRQs that have simultaneous monetary and fiscal policy in them. So we're going to spend time trying to make sure that you feel really confident with the understanding that the Phillips curve model is used to represent the relationship between inflation and unemployment in both the short run and the long run, and to illustrate how macroeconomic shocks affect the inflation rate and the unemployment rate. Then we're going to spend some time really considering the long-run implications of monetary and fiscal policy. And we're going to conclude with the discussion of the difference between a short-run output gap and long-run economic growth. We're going to look at the factors that contribute to long-run economic growth, and then we're going to come back to that fiscal policy and talk about the implications of fiscal policy for long-run economic growth. All right, so that's where we're headed this evening. So we're going to split it up into chunks, and we're going to start with this relationship between inflation and unemployment that's characterized in the Phillips curve model. So we're just going to review the key concepts. So let's start with the model by making sure that we know that the Phillips curve model is one of the models in this course that is not a supply and demand model. So we're still graphing the relationship between two variables as we always do when we use a model, but in this case we're graphing the relationship between the inflation rate and the unemployment rate. So the convention is to have the inflation rate on the vertical axis and the unemployment rate on the horizontal axis. So in the short run, you've learned there is a trade-off between inflation and unemployment, and so we reflect that relationship in a downward sloping short run Phillips curve. And what this illustrates is that when the inflation rate is high, unemployment is low, right? So a point on the curve that's got a high level of inflation is going to correspond with a low rate of unemployment, and then the reverse is true as well. When the unemployment rate is low, when the inflation rate is low, the unemployment rate is high. So you find a point on the Phillips curve that shows that. So here we're establishing this inverse relationship, right? And the short run Phillips curve shows that in the short run this trade-off exists. Now in the long run, however, we know that there is no trade-off between unemployment and inflation, and so we graph that relationship as a vertical line. So the long run Phillips curve is vertical at the natural rate of unemployment, which is sometimes referred to as the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment. So the short run Phillips curve, downward sloping, long run Phillips curve is a vertical line. And what the long run Phillips curve tells us is that once inflationary expectations adjust to meet the actual rate of inflation, the economy can operate at full employment levels of output and at the natural rate of unemployment at any rate of inflation. So that's what that curve tells us. All right. So what we've also learned is that shifts of the aggregate demand curve correspond with movements along a given short run Phillips curve, and that shifts of the short run aggregate supply curve correspond with shifts of the short run Phillips curve over on. But one of the things that you also really want to keep in mind is that neither shifts of aggregate demand or short run aggregate supply are going to shift the long run Phillips curve. The long run Phillips curve is a function of the natural rate of unemployment. So it is only changes in the natural rate of unemployment that are going to cause shifts of the long run Phillips curve, and changes in the actual rate of unemployment will not. All right. So those are the key concepts of the Phillips curve model. Now let's connect the ADAS model and the Phillips curve model together to see how they complement each other. So remember that in the ADAS model we're graphing the relationship between the price level and real GDP, and in the Phillips curve model we're graphing the relationship between the inflation rate and the unemployment rate. So I'm going to put some actual numbers into the model just to make it more concrete. One thing I want you to notice is that the unemployment rate on the vertical axis here is on the horizontal axis here is the unemployment rate. So as we move up along the horizontal axis here, the unemployment rate is rising. When we're talking about real GDP and we're moving up along the horizontal axis, the employment rate is rising, but the unemployment rate is falling. So if you're moving this way on the ADAS model in terms of output, then the unemployment rate is actually declining. So just keep that in mind. When we're actually graphing the unemployment rate, then we're showing the increases in the unemployment rate, which would be corresponding with decreasing output over here on the ADAS model. So don't get tripped up with that. A lot of times kids want to graph a recessionary gap in the Phillips curve model incorrectly because they think of falling unemployment is going this way, and on the Phillips curve model, rising unemployment is going this way. Okay. All right. So now we're going to assume that the natural rate of unemployment in this economy is 5%. So we can draw long run equilibrium in the ADAS model at the point where short run aggregate supply, aggregate demand, and long run aggregate supply all intersect. We've got our full employment levels of output. Now, what this tells us at equilibrium is that the unemployment rate is 5%. And I remember that the price level over here, this is the aggregate price level, and we're often talking about the GDP deflator. And the GDP deflator is an index, and it's indexed to a base year in which the GDP deflator would be 100. So just to keep the math simple, I'm going to assume that the price level or the GDP deflator is 100 in the current year, which corresponds with an expected rate of inflation of 0 and an unemployment rate of 5%. So at E1 here, we're going to graph a point in the Phillips curve model that corresponds with 5% unemployment and 0% inflation. So 5% unemployment would be here, and 0 inflation would be right there. Okay, so that would be a point in the Phillips curve model that corresponds to this unemployment rate at this price level in the ADAS model. All right, now let's assume that we have some shock to the system, and it's a demand shock, and we're going to see an increase in aggregate demand. So we show that by shifting the aggregate demand curve to the right, which produces a new short run equilibrium E2, and we know that that's going to correspond with an increase in the full employment level. An increase, I should say, Y2 is an increase in output that corresponds with a decrease in the unemployment rate. Right, so here when output is increasing, unemployment is decreasing. We're also, so let's assume that the unemployment rate is 3%. That would be an unemployment rate that is less than 5%. Now with the price level, let's go from 100 to 102, which would be a 2% rate of inflation. When the price level goes from 100 to 102, that reflects an inflation rate of 2%. So now as a result of the increase in aggregate demand, we need a new point in our Phillips curve model with 3% unemployment and 2% inflation. So find 3% unemployment and 2% inflation. That would be right here. So we have this new point. You can see that we've gone this way. Unemployment has fallen and inflation has risen. There's our short run trade-off. Now what we can show here is this is a short run Phillips curve, and I'm putting that it's a short run Phillips curve with an expected rate of inflation of 0. And I think if you graph short run Phillips curves, understanding that it is based on some expected rate of inflation, that will make it easier for you to answer any kind of Phillips curve questions. All right, but we also learned that the economy that's producing the full employment levels of output is going to experience inflation, and that right. So as the unemployment rate falls below the natural rate of unemployment, workers are scarce. The increase in the price level that was caused by the demand shock results in a decrease in real incomes. Workers are going to bid their wages. Employers are going to grant those wage increases because employment is scarce, and so as a result, input prices for producers is going to rise. It's going to cause short run aggregate supply to shift to the left. Right. So now let's look at what happens to output, unemployment, and the price level. So when the short aggregate supply shifted to the left, we have a new equilibrium here back in our initial full employment level of output and an unemployment rate of 5%. However, the inflation, the price level is going to increase. Now I'm assuming that the inflation went up by 2% again, and so what has happened is people are building into their expectations an expected rate of inflation of 2%, whereas here the expected rate of inflation was 0. So let's see now we have a new a level of output with 5% unemployment, but our inflation rate is still about 2%. I know a 2% increase from 102 is going to be a little bit greater than 104, but just to keep it simple, we're going to just put 104 here. So now when we have this decrease in short run aggregate supply, we have a new unemployment rate of 5% and an inflation rate of 2%. Well, here's our 5% unemployment rate, and here is 5% unemployment and 2% inflation. So this new point is not on our short run Phillips curve with an expected inflation rate of 0. So we need a new short run Phillips curve with an expected inflation rate of 2%. So a shift of the short run aggregate supply curve corresponds with a shift of the short run Phillips curve. When the short run aggregate supply decreases, the short run Phillips curve shifts to the right. So we could repeat this pattern over and over and over again. Let's say that there was another demand shock and we have an increase in aggregate demand here. Well, now that would be an increase in the level of output with another decrease in the unemployment rate, but this time it's a decrease in the unemployment rate with an expected rate of inflation of 2%. So eventually the output gap, the inflationary gap, would self-correct with a decrease in short run aggregate supply. That would cause our new equilibrium, that would cause our new inflation rate to be a higher inflation rate back at our long run equilibrium level of output with our 5% unemployment rate. And so we have a new point here to reflect that, okay, the economy is adjusted to long run equilibrium at 5% unemployment, but now with an expected rate of inflation of 4%. So we need a new short run Phillips curve with an expected rate of inflation of 4%. And this process could keep happening again and again. And what you notice is that this is what helps us develop our long run Phillips curve. So the long run Phillips curve here is just showing that at the level that at the natural rate of unemployment, the economy can restore itself to long run equilibrium at any expected rate of inflation. So each point where SRPC equals LRPC is a point at which the expected inflation rate is equal to the actual inflation rate. And I want you to remember that for when we do our practice questions, because I think that will help. Right. So we connected the Phillips curve model to what's going on in the real economy, which we reflect in the aggregate demand, aggregate supply model. And this allows us to see both the short run and long run relationships between inflation and unemployment. So that's one of the big ideas in this unit. Okay, so now the second big idea is how do monetary and fiscal policy affect the economy in the long run? So 5.3 is where we really explore the long run implications of monetary policy. So let's start with that. But before we do so, let's just remember when is the long run. So the long run, remember, is not a period of time. It's not measured in days, weeks, months, or years. The long run is a time period defined by the fact that all inputs in production are flexible and all input prices are flexible. So it's not a specified amount of time. It's conceptually the time period which producers can respond to changes in spots. Producers can change up their level of inputs that they're using. When is the long run? When is long run equilibrium in a macroeconomy? Well, we know it's defined as the time period when we know it's defined as the condition that exists for current output equals potential output. We also know that we can say long run equilibrium exists when the economy is producing the full employment level of output, and we can also say that it exists when the actual unemployment rate is equal to the natural unemployment rate. We have no cyclical unemployment. So all of these are different ways of expressing this idea of long run macroeconomic equilibrium. We graph it in the PPC curve by putting a point on the PPC. We could have any point on the PPC as a long run equilibrium level of output. It means the economy is producing all of the output it can with its current resources. We graph long run equilibrium in the ADAS model, as we've seen over and over and over again now, where the current output that's found at the intersection of aggregate demand and short run aggregate supply is equal to potential output at the full employment level of output. So this is how we graph long run equilibrium. So we want to talk about what happens if the government tries to implement expansionary. We're going to be talking about expansionary policies, but it's true of contractionary policies as well. So let's start with monetary policy. So one of the key concepts here is the long run neutrality of money, and we're going to illustrate it in the ADAS model, and then we're going to illustrate it in the money market. We're going to talk about it in terms of the monetary equation of exchange, or the quantity theory of money. So we're going to look at this concept in a couple of different ways. So remember that potential output is a function of economic resources. The PPC tells us possible combinations of consumer and capital goods that an economy can produce given some specified number of resources, and assuming all of the resources are fully employed. Money is not an economic resource. Remember, money, especially in the United States economy where we use fiat money, right? The paper in and of itself has no value. The paper is only as good as the goods and services that it is accepted as a medium of exchange for. Money is not an economic resource. So therefore, it should make sense that changes to the money supply aren't going to have any impact on potential output. So if we increase the amount of money in the economy, we're not increasing our resources. So we shouldn't see changes in the money supply affect long-run economic growth. But let's prove that using our ADAS model. So we'll start with an economy that's in long-run equilibrium and assume that the government implements some expansionary monetary policy. So expansionary monetary policy increases the money supply, leads to a decrease in nominal interest rates. That causes interest rate sensitive spending to increase, which causes aggregate demand to increase. So as aggregate demand increases, we know that we have an increase in the level of output and we have an increase in price level. We create a short-run inflationary gap. And as we know, a short-run inflationary gap is going to self-correct. And so what will happen is, again, those two things. When we're producing beyond full employment levels of output, resources are scarce, input prices are going to rise. At the same time, remember, workers' wages represent like 70% of input costs, and the increase in the price level with a given nominal wage means workers' real wages are falling. They're going to bid up their wages. Producers are, firms are going to grant workers those increases in wages because employment workers are scarce. Those are going to result in a decrease in profitability, which shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve to the left. The economy is restored to full employment levels of output with a new higher equilibrium price level. So what we see here is that the long-run effects of expansionary monetary policy produce no change in real GDP, no change in the no long-run change in the actual unemployment rate, and only an increase in price level. Right. So that's one way to show the long-run neutrality of money. We can also show it using the quantity theory of money, which you'll remember asserts that the amount of money that is exchanged in an economy is equal to the value of the goods and services sold in the economy, and we express that mathematically using the monetary equation of exchange, which is written as m times v equals p times y, which means the money supply times the velocity of money is equal to nominal GDP, where p stands for the price level and y stands for real GDP, real output. Okay, so we're going to assume the economy again is in long-run equilibrium where current output is equal to potential output, and we're going to bring up our money market model. So we've got the money market here, nominal interest rates and quantity of money. We have our downward sloping money demand curve, which shows the inverse relationship between the nominal interest rate and the money held by consumers. It means, right, this is what you reviewed yesterday, and the money supply is vertical. It's independent of the nominal interest rate. Okay, so we find the equilibrium nominal interest rate where the money demand is, where the quantity of money demanded is equal to the quantity of money supply. Right, now let's assume that the Fed conducts some expansionary monetary policy, which would produce an increase in the money supply and a decrease in nominal interest rates. So we go from this equilibrium interest rate to this equilibrium nominal interest rate. Well, let's see what happens over here. The increase in the money supply leads to a decrease in nominal interest rates, which is designed to increase aggregate demand. And if we have an upward sloping short-run aggregate supply curve, that increase in aggregate demand is going to cause an increase in real GDP and an increase in the price level. But it's also going to create an inflationary gap because we're in long-run equilibrium to begin with. So increases in aggregate demand are going to give us an increase in real GDP and increase in the price level, but we're going to end up in a short-run equilibrium in an inflationary gap. So let's use our monetary equation of exchange to describe what's happening. The increase in the money supply, assuming the velocity of money is constant, leads to an increase in real GDP and the price level. So y is increasing, right? That's increase in real GDP, and the price level is increasing. But now let's watch what happens. The increase in the price level is going to cause an increase in the demand for money. Remember, a change in the price level is a determinant of the money demand curve. So what's going to happen is we're going to have a shortage of money at the equilibrium interest rate, which is going to cause the equilibrium nominal interest rate to rise. We're going to end up at a new equilibrium back at the initial nominal interest rate. So let's see what happens over here. The increase in the price level causes an increase in money demand, which causes an increase in the nominal interest rate. So in the long run, there was no change in the nominal interest rate as a result of the expansionary monetary policy. And because the inflationary gap corrects itself by a decrease in short-run aggregate supply, we know we end up back at full employment levels of output, which means there's ultimately no change in y, and the price level is higher. So all of the increases in the money supply are eventually going to be absorbed as just increases in price level. So we've looked at the long-run neutrality of money a couple of different ways here to prove that since money is not a resource, it's not going to affect potential output in an economy. So these are sort of the key takeaways. When the economy is at full employment, changes in the money supply have no effect on real output in the long run. And in the long run, the growth rate of the money supply determines the growth rate of the price level. That's it. And that's what we saw right here. The growth in the money supply determines the growth rate in the price level because it can't affect potential output. And that's according to the quantity theory of money. So those are the long-run implications of monetary policy that you want to be really familiar with. And now we're going to head into the long-run implications of fiscal policy. So these fall into like three major groups. One, we want to consider the implications, the long-run implications of fiscal policy on the budget balance. And you'll remember that the budget balance is equal to government receipts minus government outlays. Government receipts predominantly comes from taxes, government outlays in the form of government spending on goods and services, and government transfers. When there's changes in the budget balance, that is probably going to have an impact on changes in real interest rates, all else equal. And so we're going to be looking at how does the a change in a long-run fiscal policy affect real interest rates, and then what are the implications for the changes in real interest rates on long-run economic growth. So these are the connections that we want to make when we're talking about long-run implications of fiscal policy. So you'll remember that regardless of the starting point, regardless of the initial condition of the budget balance, expansionary fiscal policy, all else equal, is going to lead to an increase in the real interest rate. So what that means is when the budget balance is negative, that means that government revenues are less than government outlays, receipts are less than outlays, then the government is running a deficit. Well, if the government enacts expansionary fiscal policy, that's going to cause receipts to go down, or right, because a tax cut will cause government revenue to go down, or outlays to increase, or both, right? So either way, the deficit is going to get bigger, which requires the government to borrow money to pay for the spending it's doing that it has collected the revenue to pay for. So an increase in government borrowing leads to an increase in the demand for loanable funds, which drives up the real interest rate. When the budget balance is zero, we know the government is running a balanced budget, but again, ceteris paribus, expansionary fiscal policy is going to cause receipts to go down and or outlays to go up, which will put the government budget balance into a deficit, again, requiring the government to borrow money, which leads to an increase in the demand for loanable funds and an increase in the real interest rate. Finally, the less common example is when the budget balance is positive and the government is running a surplus. Expansionary fiscal policy will move the budget balance towards a deficit. So if it's going to spend down its surplus, and a government surplus is the supply of loanable funds, it's like money sitting in the government's bank account. So if the government has to run down its surplus to pay for expansionary policy, the supply of loanable funds will decrease, which also causes the real interest rate to rise. So just remember to connect changes in the budget balance to the loanable funds market in order to see what happens to real interest rates. Crowding out, you'll remember, is the decrease in private investment spending that results from an increase in real interest rates produced by an increase in government borrowing or a decrease in government savings that results from expansionary fiscal policy. And remember that private domestic investment spending is a major driver of economic growth because investment spending is spending on productive capacity, spending on capital stock. So productive capacity is a function of land, labor, and capital. And all else equal, there's a decrease in investment spending, then we're going to decrease the rate at which productive capacity is added to the economy, and that is going to slow economic growth. So when real interest rates rise, investment spending falls, and so all else equal, a decrease in investment spending causes the economic growth rate to slow. And the reason why is because fewer capital goods being added to the economy's productive capacity. One of the most important long-run implications of fiscal policy for the purpose of AP macro is understanding all else equal that the increase in real interest rate that can be triggered by expansionary fiscal policy may crowd out private domestic investment spending. Right? As you know, right now, our government is engaged in massive expansionary fiscal policy as well as the Fed, and so the Fed's actions are keeping interest rates down while the increase in government borrowing may be putting up pressure on. Okay, so now one of the other things you want to be able to do is show crowding out in an aggregate demand, aggregate supply model, or at least be able to describe conceptually how you would illustrate crowding out in an ADAS model. So let's assume the economy is operating in a recessionary gap and that the government is currently operating a balanced budget. So we've got this recessionary gap where current output is less than potential output, and the government is going to enact expansionary fiscal policy in order to increase aggregate demand and close the gap. So we know the government can either increase government spending or it can decrease taxes. Either or both of those things will cause aggregate demand to increase to let's say AD2. That gives us a new equilibrium here, right? But the expansionary fiscal policy is going to cause the budget balance to move into a deficit, which causes the demand for loanable funds to increase, which drives up real interest rates, which crowds out domestic private investment spending. And so the decrease in investment spending is going to cause aggregate demand to shift to the left. And so we could end up in a new equilibrium here at E3, so if the goal of the policy was to close the gap, the increase in real interest rates might be offset by a decrease in investment spending. This is crowding out in the ADAS model. So remember, if you're talking about complete crowding out, then all of the increases in demand would be offset by decreases in investment spending, right? Okay, so understanding the implications of expansionary fiscal policy for the budget balance, the debt burden, the interest on the debt that the government has to pay, as well as crowding out, are key concepts for AP macroeconomics. All right, so finally, we're going to put this together with economic growth. So we know that economic growth is measured as the growth rate in real GDP per capita over time, and here's a nice graph from Fred showing the increases in real GDP per capita over time in the United States from a little bit before 1950 to about 2019. And you can see this general upward trend. Sometimes the growth rate is increasing, sometimes it's falling, sometimes it's negative, but we generally see this increase over time. Okay, we show economic growth using our AP macroeconomic models in the PPC and in the ADAS model. We show it in the PPC model by shifting the PPC curve out into the right, and we show it in the ADAS model by shifting long-run aggregate supply to the right. So getting long-run aggregate supply over here, you can have an increase in aggregate demand that's a function of increased investment spending, which will increase the potential output of the economy. You can also have short-run increases in short-run aggregate supply that become permanent, which lead to increases in the productive capacity of an economy. So whether aggregate demand has brought LRAS along or SRAS has brought LRAS along, we model economic growth at increase in long-run aggregate supply, indicating that when the economy is operating at full employment levels of output, we can produce more output than we could before. So this is how we model economic growth. And remember, back in Unit 1, you learned what the shift factors of the PPC were. You can talk about the PPC shifts because of an increase in the amount of resources that an economy has or an increase in the productivity of existing resources. So the resources are land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. When we talk about increases in land, we're talking about an increase in the amount of natural resources. Increases in labor are an increase in the number of workers, not to be confused with human capital, and then increases in capital. So if the economy acquires more resources, then the PPC curve is going to shift to the right. Now, if the economy figures out how to use its existing resources more productively, how to get more output out of each input, then we're going to see an increase in the shift out of the PPC as well. And those shift factors, those determinants of productivity you learned about in previous lesson: technological advancement, the amount of physical capital per worker, and the amount of human capital per worker. So if technology advances, there's an increase in physical capital per worker and or an increase in human capital per worker, you're going to get more output from a given amount of inputs. So those are the two sources of economic growth. And now we can connect that to fiscal policy again, because we can think about some of the fiscal policies the government is implementing can impact these things and will therefore impact long-run economic growth. So here's some of those government policies that will affect technological advancement, the amount of physical capital per worker, and the amount of human capital per worker. Subsidies or tax credits for firms that engage in research and development will increase the rate at which technology advances. And government spending on some of the programs that it operates also lead to technological innovation that have economy-wide applications. So like the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, the U.S. Department of Agriculture. You're hearing in the news about government agencies whose research leads to technological innovation that can be applied to the economy as a whole. Government policies can also affect the amount of physical capital per worker. So their government can use subsidies or tax credits to incentivize firms to engage in more investment spending on physical capital, and the government can spend money on infrastructure, which effectively increases the amount of physical capital per worker in the economy. Remember, infrastructure is spending is roads, bridges, dams, tunnels, ports, information systems. All kinds of things constitute infrastructure. Human capital per worker can also be influenced by government policies. Again, the government can provide subsidies or tax credits to firms that provide job training or education to its employees, and government can spend money directly on education and job training. For example, the GI Bill, Pell Grants, Stafford loans. Those are all examples of government programs that increase the educational attainment of the workforce, which produces increases in human capital. So there is not all government spending is created equal when it comes to economic growth. Some dollars are just transfers, but other dollars contribute directly to the productive capacity of an economy. Okay, so now let's just connect all of the dots here. So what I want you to see here is the relationship between some amount of consumer and capital goods and long-run economic growth. So if we have a point here on the PPC where if we only produce consumer goods, our PPC curve would shift inward over time because capital wears out over time. And you might have learned in your AP macro course that depreciation is the term used to describe the rate at which capital wears out. So you need to be producing some amount of capital goods this year just to be able to have the same amount of productive capacity next year. Right? You have to do some spending this year on capital goods in addition to whatever consumer goods you are producing. So let's assume that the economy is producing at this point on its PPC, which corresponds with this amount of real GDP. And let's say that this level of real GDP goes with $10,000 worth of real GDP per capita. And so this is the point at which we're producing this year. Then the long run aggregate supply curve is not going to shift next year. It's going to be here next year as well. Now, what happens if the economy changes the production combinations that it's producing and we produce some level of consumer goods and capital goods here that's associated with a 5% increase in next year's productive capacity? So if we increase the amount of capital goods that we are producing, we see the opportunity cost is we have to give up some current consumption, we have to give up some consumer goods. But what this means is that we're producing this many capital goods, not only do we have enough to produce the same amount of output next year, we actually can produce 5% more. And that might be analogous to real GDP next year of $10,500. Now, what if we increase even more? And let's say we produce some combination of capital goods and consumer goods associated with adding 10% productive capacity to our economy. So if we move from this point here, this year, to that point there, then that means instead of having 5% economic growth, we're going to have 10% economic growth. So this year's increases in capital goods are next year's productive capacity. So the more capital goods you're producing this year, the faster the rate at which long-run aggregate supply is going to increase and real GDP per capita is going to increase. And we know that there are some government policies that are designed to impact where the economy is producing in terms of consumer goods and capital goods. So tax credits on interest income would cause an increase in the amount of savings because consumers would spend less today to earn more income on their savings. That would lead to an increase in the supply of loanable funds, which drives down real interest rates, which leads to an increase in investment spending. That would move us from a point here to a point here. Investment tax credits, right? That would be a tax cut for firms that engage in investment spending. That would have a similar effect, again, incentivizing firms to produce more productive capacity today. Deregulation is another supply side policy. It's not changing the rate at which it's not changing the combination of consumer goods and capital goods we're producing, but it does make it cheaper and easier for firms to produce. And if those increases in short-run aggregate supply become permanent, then long-run aggregate supply is going to increase as well because fewer of our resources are devoted towards complying with regulations. Whether or not that is a good or a bad thing for the economy is a subject for another time. Now, maybe the most controversial of the supply side policies is the idea that a decrease in income taxes will incentivize more workers to work, or the current workers to work more hours, which would increase long-run aggregate supply as well because we're basically adding labor, right? So we'd be increasing our productive capacity. So these are all examples of government policies that can influence either where we're producing in terms of consumer goods and capital goods, or the rate at which the PPC is shifting out, or the long-run aggregate supply is shifting to the right. Okay, so now we can put it all together with a couple of quick FRQs. I'm going to focus on the Phillips Curve FRQs tonight, and next week when we do our Unit 4 and 5 reviews, we'll take a look at Units 3, 4, and 5 reviews. We'll focus on the monetary and fiscal policy parts of this unit. So this is the 2013 question 3, and it starts by reminding us that inflation and expected inflation are important determinants in economic activity. Part A asks us to draw a correctly labeled graph of a short-run Phillips curve. So for part A, you would want to have inflation on your vertical axis, unemployment on your horizontal axis, and show that short-run trade-off with a downward-sloping short-run Phillips curve. Part B says, using your graph in part A, show the effect of an increase in the expected rate of inflation. So on the graph in part A, we're going to show an increase in the expected rate of inflation. Means that we are going to see a higher inflation rate associated with every level of unemployment, and we can show that as a shift to the right of the short-run Phillips curve. So there would be part B. Part C asks, what is the effect of the increase in the expected rate of inflation on the long-run Phillips curve? Well, we're not graphing it, so we're not showing it, but we can certainly assert there's no effect on the long-run Phillips curve due to a change in the expected rate of inflation, right? The only thing that's just the long-run Phillips curve is a change in the natural rate of unemployment. Natural rate of unemployment is a function of frictional and structural unemployment. Those are not impacted by changes in expectations of inflation. So now part D asks, given the increase in the expected rate of inflation from part A, will the nominal interest rate on new loans increase, decrease, or remain unchanged? And then D2 asks, what happens to the real interest rate? So let's bring up our Fisher equation. The real interest rate equals the nominal interest rate minus the expected rate of inflation. So when people enter into economic agreements, they do so based on some desired real interest rate. So people who take out loans don't want to pay any more than some real interest rate, and people who issue loans don't want to earn at least some real interest rate. And so if the expected rate of inflation increases, then what's going to happen is people are going to build into their nominal interest rates the change needed in order to secure the real interest rate they were looking for to begin with. And so nominal interest rates are going to rise, and real interest rates are going to remain unchanged. So the nominal interest rate on new loans is going to increase because people build into their decision making some new expectation of inflation, and the nominal rates are going to reflect those changes based on the real rate of return that's desired. Okay, and so once we know that the nominal interest rate rises with the expected rate of inflation, we know that the real interest rate is going to remain unchanged. Finally, part E asks us to assume that the nominal interest rate is 8%, and that borrowers and lenders expect the rate of inflation to be 3%, and the growth rate of real GDP to be 4%, and we're asked to calculate the real interest rate. So we know that when we're looking for real interest rate, it's equal to the nominal interest rate minus the expected rate of inflation. We're told the nominal interest rate is 8%, and we're told that the expected rate of inflation is 3%. That gives us a real interest rate of 5%. The growth rate for real GDP of 4% is just a distractor. You don't need it to solve for the real interest rate in 6 example. So that would be how you would answer this particular FRQ. And let's just do one more quickly, because I really want you to see how including some expectation of inflation into your short Phillips curve is going to help you answer these questions. So we're told to assume that the expected rate of inflation in a country is 3%, and the current unemployment rate is 6%, and the natural rate of unemployment is 4%. We have to draw a correctly labeled graph of the short and long run Phillips curves and label the current short run equilibrium as point X and plot the numerical values on the graph. So let's start with the easy part. Okay, we have inflation and unemployment. We know that in the short run we have an inverse relationship, and in the long run there is no relationship, and the long run Phillips curve shows that the economy can be at equilibrium at any rate of inflation. Now I'm labeling my short run Phillips curve with a 3% expected inflation rate. And so what that means is when the economy is in long run equilibrium, the current inflation rate is equal to the expected inflation rate. So this point here would be where our 3% inflation rate would be, and we know the natural unemployment rate is 4%. So this is the first piece of the puzzle. And now we have to find a point X that shows that the current unemployment rate is 6%. So 6 is bigger than 4. So our 6% unemployment rate has to be over here, and that's going to correspond with some new rate of inflation that is less than the 3%, right? Because we're moving up along this axis, we're moving down along this axis, which gives us the answer to the next question. B asks, is the actual inflation rate greater than, less than, or equal to the expected rate of 3%? Once we put this 3% 3% here. Do you see how easy this makes it? So we can say the actual inflation rate is less than the expected inflation rate of 3% in our short run recession. Okay, part C asks us to assume that loans were made taking into account the expected inflation rate of 3%, and we have to determine if lenders will be better off or worse off after they realize the actual inflation rate identified in part B, and then we have to explain our answer. So let's use our Fisher equation again. The real interest rate equals the nominal interest rate minus the expected rate of inflation. Well, if the actual rate of inflation is lower than the expected rate of inflation, then this part of the equation is smaller. And since we're realizing this after the fact, after we already entered into our contract with a nominal real interest rate, then if this number is going down, if this number is constant, this number is going up. So if the actual rate of inflation is lower than the expected rate of inflation, lenders will be better off because they are getting a higher real interest rate in return. Borrowers are worse off because they're paying a higher real interest rate. So you can use this equation to answer the question, but you can also answer it conceptually by recognizing that the borrowers, when there is unanticipated deflation, or when the actual rate of inflation is lower than the expected rate of inflation, lenders benefit because they're being paid back with dollars that have more purchasing power than they anticipated because the inflation has not eroded purchasing power of that money as much as was expected, right? And then part D asks, based on the relationship between the actual and expected inflation rates identified in part A, what happens to the natural rate of unemployment in the long run? And hopefully you know that the natural rate of unemployment is a function of the frictional unemployment rate and the structural unemployment rate, and changes in expectations of inflation do not affect frictional or structural unemployment, so there will be no change to the natural rate of unemployment in the long run. All right, so those are two Phillips curve questions that really get you thinking about the relationship between expectations and actual inflation rates, connecting that to the macroeconomy, the short run trade-off between inflation and unemployment, and that brings us to the end of our Unit 5 review. So what we've done tonight is examined all of these topics to see really that the Phillips curve model is used to illustrate the relationship between inflation and unemployment. We talked about at length about the long run implications of monetary fiscal policy, and we talked about economic growth, how we graph it, what it looks like, and what influences the rate at which it occurs, both in terms of fiscal policy and monetary policy. So that brings us to an end to our lesson. As always, we just finish up with a reminder that you are looking for a device or internet connectivity to be able to take your AP exams. If you know somebody who's looking for those things, please reach out to cb.org/tech. And I thank you very much for being here on Friday. If you're watching live, if you're watching after the fact, good for you for continuing to review for your 2020 AP Macroeconomics exam. Thank you so much for watching.
And welcome back to another AP Live instructional video. My name is Matt Romano, and coming to you today with a little different plan. We're going to change things up this week. We've been all the way through, obviously, units 5 and 6. Then went back and did units 1 through 5, a little more in-depth review of every unit that's going to be on this year's exam. So this week, we want to devote this week to one unit at a time, FRQ practice. We're just going to go through some FRQs. We're going to go through previous exam FRQs and use this as an opportunity to, first of all, do a practice problem, or 2 or 3, depending on the lesson, depending on the unit that we're in. Today will be significantly shorter because we're in unit 1. But go through each unit and talk about and examine, what from this unit can show up, historically what has shown up on our free response questions. And we are focusing on FRQs because for this year's exam, that is exclusively what you'll be asked and what you'll have to respond to. So again, the purpose is another refresher on each unit, but not as much depth as last time, on top of primarily a practice of previous free response questions. And of course, all these previous FRQs are accessible on AP Central. You can get there through AP Classroom. And I'll refer back to that a few times today because there are a number of other resources that we want to make sure you're aware of through AP Classroom that can help you in your test prep, can help you solidify your understanding of these topics. So as I said, today we're going to be talking about Unit 1. We're going to take a look at Unit 1. As you would suspect, not a lot of FRQs that are entirely taken from Unit 1. Unit 1 is the foundation of everything else. It's the basis of everything else we do in this course. It just sets the stage for all these specific macro fundamentals and topics and skills that we get into at a later date. So as a reminder, here's Unit 1 at a glance. 6 topics. We started with scarcity, obviously the definition of economics and the understanding that we're basing economic analysis on the concept of scarcity. There's just not enough to go around. Then we jump into opportunity cost and the PPC. Now that's something that you should expect to see on an FRQ. And in many cases, I shouldn't say that specifically that will be on one, but has occurred in many cases, as well as comparative advantage and gains from trade. That's what we're looking at today, and the question we're going to do today. Those can actually create a fully formed FRQ on the AP exam, the AP macro exam. Demand supply, market equilibrium, disequilibrium, and changes in equilibrium. Of course, those are 3 topics, but really they're one topic in and of itself. It's developing a product market. And in the context of macro, it's really developing our understanding of what this model is, what supply and demand is, how we analyze an individual market. And as you know now, looking backwards, it's the model that we use for so many different things. Money market, local funds market is the foundation of aggregate demand, aggregate supply. So we learn those fundamentals of how to graph and how to draw, how to read, how to manipulate the supply and demand model in this unit, and then we apply it in all different contexts. Foreign exchange at the end in Unit 6, which of course is not on this year's exam, but it's again another application of your basic supply and demand model. That said, we don't have a historical example of basic product market application on an FRQ, so we're not going to have one that shows that. We could, of course, pull a question about local funds market, money market, foreign exchange, any of those. But we're going to save those for later on in the week because we're going to touch on those topics more specifically within the units where they were introduced. So I don't want to jump ahead to those topics. I'm going to try to stick to a self-contained discussion and look at Unit 1 and FRQs as they relate to Unit 1. All right, so that said, what do you need to know? And I'm diving into how the curriculum has been written in AP Macro, putting it into a context and trying to pick out some of the essentials from Unit 1. So let's start with something we haven't talked a lot about to this point in these videos, the big ideas and essential questions that come from Unit 1, basic economic concepts. This again may be something that your teachers used when they introduced the topic way back when you were a brand new macro student, but you may not have thought about it a whole lot since then. So it's helpful to go back and rethink it and see these questions in the context of a student who has finished the class now. You've gone through all the content and it makes sense to you. Go back and review what those essential questions were and give it some thought with the knowledge that you now have today. So here we have three essential questions. Why do people and countries trade with one another? What determines the market price for a good or service? Why is there no such thing as a free lunch? So the first one, obvious reference there to comparative advantage gains from trade. Of course, we can illustrate that with a PPC. The simple fact that different economies have different resources, and economics teaches that through trade, both sides can be better off. What determines market price for a good or service? Obviously, we're talking product market analysis. We're talking about taking supply and demand and trying to better understand decisions that are made in a market that wind up in certain prices, whether it's movement from shortage and surplus to equilibrium or changes in equilibrium, whatever it happens to be. And then finally, why is there no such thing as a free lunch? It's a discussion of trade-offs. And in economics, it's the study of trade-offs, scarcity and trade-offs. And that's exactly what that's saying right there. We can't get things for free. There's always an opportunity cost involved when you try to acquire something, you act to acquire something that you desire. Developing understanding, this is always a paragraph or two that kind of goes into what are we getting into in this unit. To understand economics, students have to understand because most resources are scarce, individuals and societies must make choices. Again, remember, scarce means limited and wanted. So because resources are scarce, we have to make choices, we have to make trade-offs. Examining how and why these choices are made helps students begin to understand principles of supply and demand, important specialization and exchange. Is how and why. Understand it's not just a regurgitation. We have to be able to explain why these things are happening. And then finally, and I think this is as important as anything from Unit 1, in addition to introducing these basic economic concepts, this unit introduces foundational models that set the stage for more advanced economic analysis in subsequent units. Foundational models. Supply and demand in this context is a foundational model that you apply again and again and again and again throughout the remainder of AP Macro. So while when you were learning this the first time, it may have seemed like this really brand new thing, and it was a concept in and of itself, what you found now as an experienced AP Macro student, that was just the beginning. And then we continue to reapply those basic lessons of supply and demand in specific contexts, and that's where we are at this point. What skills do we have to apply? So these are the skills that are determined to be most important or most applicable in Unit 1. Skill 1A, pretty obvious. Describe economic concepts, principles, or models. That's applicable all the way through AP Macro. Skill 1C, identify an economic concept, principle, or model using quantitative data or calculation. So we use data to better understand the concept. And really, that's an important lesson in economics. This isn't about your computational skills because you're going to have to do some computations. It's not about how good a math student you are. It's about understanding what the numbers mean. What do they communicate about the economy. And what you'll find, and this is going to be true of the question we do today, the math skill set is not that high level skills. It's typically math you can do without a calculator. The challenge is, do you know which numbers to use when you're doing your calculations, and can you interpret those? Can you understand what they mean, what they're communicating to you? That's the key to the calculations on any FRQ and anything in economics. Skill 4A, draw an accurately labeled graph or visual to represent an economic model or market. Well, that's a skill that you should be able to do as a result of the work you did in Unit 1. However, our lesson today is focused on practicing FRQs for this year's exam. As you know, this year's exam is not going to require you to draw because everything's done online. What you will have to do, though, is you're going to have to interpret an accurately labeled graph or visual to represent an economic model or market. You have to be ready to do that. We don't know exactly what's going to be on there, obviously, but you have to be ready to interpret whatever models they throw at you. So while we're not actually drawing graphs on what we submit as our work, on our answers, what you should be able to is from a question see a model and interpret what's going on, or from a narrative, maybe draw your own graph on your scratch paper that you have ready for you during the exam and use that to figure out what's going on and to represent what's happening in a particular market or a particular model. So again, that's a skill that you learned in Unit 1. You learned it in pretty much every unit. We're going to apply it in one way or another. It's just in this year's exam, because of the circumstances we're under, you're not going to actually submit any drawn graphs. Moving on to skill 4C, then it's also going to apply here. Demonstrate the effect of a change in an economic situation on an accurately labeled graph or visual. Well, since we're not drawing the graphs, we're not going to demonstrate that either, so scratch that. But you do have to be able to explain that. There may be a change. So again, we don't know right now. I don't know right now what exactly is going to show up on the test that you're taking in a few weeks here, but there's a very good chance there's going to be a graph involved and there's going to be a change on that graph, and you're going to have to be able to explain that. You're going to have to remember the word explain means you have to display some causal relationship. This caused this to occur, and you've got to be able to do that. And again, the suggestion is have some scratch paper nearby. Draw out your graphs on your scratch paper and determine what happened there and be able to explain what you have drawn on your scratch paper. That's what you're going to need to be able to do. So do that as you're practicing. Get in the habit of doing that. You've got to be able to explain causal relationships based upon the graphs that we have been using throughout this course. You don't want essential graphs, you'll recall you did the PPC, we've already referenced it, and we have done product markets. For your PPC, obviously, in this case, I happen to put capital versus consumer goods. It could be any two goods, but we have to be able to draw that. I've drawn it with a constant opportunity cost. Of course, we could also show increasing opportunity cost. That would be different. Your product market is very basic, price versus quantity, supply and demand. Of course, we always show equilibrium. As far as formulas are concerned, you're going to be able to calculate opportunity cost. You're going to have to use that for determining comparative advantage and for determining terms of trade. And again, just as a reminder, we did the depth on this in a previous lesson, but as a reminder, when you're doing this, we had output problems and we had input problems. And those output problems, they're the ones that are telling us the amount of output that was produced. They're telling us the end results of a production process. That's what output is, obviously. And when that's the case, we're going to calculate opportunity cost of good A by taking the data for good B and dividing it by the data for good A. For example, let's say you have an example that tells you there's a producer, they're capable of producing 60 capital goods or 120 consumer goods with the same set of resources. Well, this is how an output problem would be set up. And if I'm trying to find the opportunity cost of capital goods, I take a 120 consumer goods divided by 60, and I get 2 consumer goods, which means it's essentially an exchange rate. In order to produce one more capital good, they got to give up 2 units of consumer goods. Input problems are going to tell you the amount of input that goes into the production of a good, into the production process. And when that's the case, if I want to know the opportunity cost of good A, I take the data given to me for good A and divide it by the data given to me for good B. Oftentimes, but not exclusively, oftentimes we use time periods. We use time to communicate input problems. So here's an example of that. If a producer takes 4 hours to produce one capital good or 2 hours to produce one consumer good, the opportunity cost of that capital good would be 4 divided by 2 or 2 consumer goods. I really like using this one for teaching, this example for teaching what it says. If they choose to produce a capital good, it's going to take them 4 hours. Opportunity cost would be in those 4 hours. How many consumer goods could have been produced? Well, if it takes 2 hours, they could have produced 2 units of consumer goods. That's your opportunity cost. That's what they're giving up by choosing to produce capital goods. All right. Yeah, we've done this. We've done this a number of times. You've done this. Your teacher taught you this a long time ago. This is purely review so that we can recognize it when it's in the context of an FRQ, and then we can apply it and show what we've learned. So all that said, that's the essentials from Unit 1. Almost forgot to mention, don't forget to show your work. That's a big part. And it's easy to, especially in questions like this, to skip right past showing your work. When you show your work, what that means is you got to set up the equation and show the grader how you set your equation up. What I've done right here is essentially show your work. You set up the data and then give a final answer as a result of it. Okay, so now with all that said, let's jump into the guided practice. Let's work our way through a problem. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to present a problem. This is actually one from last year's exam. Present the entire question. If you are watching this on a recorded version at a later date, then what you're going to want to do is when the entire question is up here on the screen, go ahead and pause it. Take out your paper, take out your pencil, answer the question, and then we will walk through the answers using the scoring guidelines that are also posted on AP Central. If you're watching live, I'm going to take my time. I'm not going to sit here awkwardly for 30 minutes, but I'm going to take my time so that you have a chance to go through one piece at a time and at least develop a little bit of an answer. But we're also going to keep moving and look at the correct answers as we walk our way through the question. So again, those of you watching live, you might want to jot it down the first time I show it and then understand that we're going to go one step at a time through the question. Okay, so this was from last year, 2019. It was question 3 from set 2, and this is what a question is almost exclusively from Unit 1 could look like. And in this style of question, this concept has been asked many times. I could have pulled 3 or 4 more that look very similar, not exactly the same, but very similar. But I didn't want to do that. I just want to use one good example of what a Unit 1 FRQ may look like. So here's what we have. Sweden and Norway use equal quantities of resources to produce food and capital goods. The table below shows the maximum possible production of food or capital goods for each country. Now, this is where if you're watching a recorded version, go ahead and pause, keep this up on your screen and answer the question. For those that are watching live, we're going to continue, but I'll take my time so you have a chance to jot things down and work your way through the problem. That opening sentence, that opening prompt up there, always make a note of what you see in that opening prompt. There's going to be something in there that you're going to need while you're answering the question. And it's easy to take that for granted and to skim right past it. Stop and define the problem, because a common problem, a common mistake a lot of students make is they don't define the problem first. So pause for 10 seconds just to let that sink in. Sweden and Norway are using equal quantities of resources to produce food and capital goods. The table below shows the maximum possible production of food or capital goods for each country. They have told you this is an output problem by describing what the data means. So they're telling you we have 2 countries, Sweden and Norway, food and capital goods. Sweden can produce 50 units of food or 100 units of capital goods. Norway can produce 30 units of food or 120 units of capital goods. So because we're looking at output levels, we're looking at the results of production. This is an output problem. When you get to opportunity cost questions, you're going to need that. That's going to tell you how to solve the problem. Okay, let's focus on question A, part A first. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that. Draw a correctly labeled graph of the production possibilities curve for Sweden. Place food on the horizontal axis, capital goods on the vertical axis. Plot the relevant numerical values on the graph. Okay, this is a follow the directions and you get the point type question. If you simply slow down, read the question, they're telling you exactly what to do. Now again, you're not going to be drawing graphs on this year's exam. You know that. However, in many cases, you're still simply going to follow directions to understand it. And even without drawing graphs on this year's exam, this is great practice for what you will be expected to do. So we got to draw. We know we got to draw an XY coordinate plane. It tells us to put food on the horizontal, tells us to put capital on the vertical, and then take the data from the table and plot those on there. So this is what we wind up with. You can see the y-axis, the horizontal axis is food. I'm sorry, x-axis. That didn't sound right. The x-axis is food. The y-axis is capital goods. It didn't tell us whether it's constant opportunity cost or not, but we can make that assumption. We have a constant opportunity cost with 100 units of capital goods and 50 units of food. As you can see from here, the writing from the scoring guidelines, 1 point earned for drawing a correctly labeled PPC for Sweden. Food on horizontal, capital goods on vertical, relevant numerical values plotted. Okay, let's move on to part B. So you've drawn your graph. Now they tell you on your graph in part A, indicate the following. B1, a point that represents an efficient level of production, label E. Point that represents an inefficient level of production, label I. A point that represents an unattainable level of production, label U. We're not drawing a second graph. Sometimes students try to do that. That can be misleading. Don't do that. It's telling you on your graph in part A, indicate the following. So you have your PPC. Simply follow the directions, label E, I, and U. What that's going to look like: 1 point for B, 1 point earned for showing I inside the PPC, E on the PPC, and U outside the PPC. So inside the curve, that's inefficient output levels. Of course, any point on the curve represents efficient output levels. Beyond the curve, given this set of resources, given the technology that they have today, those are unattainable output levels. Part C. So Sweden moves from producing 20 units of food and 60 units of capital goods to producing 30 units of food and 40 units of capital goods. What will happen to economic growth in Sweden in the future? Okay, a couple things. They pick hypothetical points along the PPC. So assume they were producing 20 units of food, 60 units units of capital, and then something happens, and they move along the curve to 30 units of food and 40 units of capital goods. So what are they doing? Producing more food, producing less capital goods. That wasn't the question, but that's something we have to process to answer the question correctly. The question is asking, define the question. Remember, what happens to economic growth in the future? So how do I make a connection between economic growth and this adjustment along the PPC, this reallocation of resources and this new level of production along the PPC? Now, first things first, economic growth is not a unit 1 concept. Many teachers will teach it during unit 1, and that's perfectly acceptable because we do talk about shifting to PPC. But really, in the context of the course, economic growth is a unit 5 topic. At this point, at this stage in the game, we know what economic growth is. Where does economic growth come from? Well, work backwards. Economic growth comes from productivity gains. Economic growth comes from capital formation, new physical capital, development of human capital, better technology. Where does that come from? It comes from investment because investment leads to more capital goods. So in other words, to get economic growth, we need capital goods. Well, what just happened here? There was a reduction in capital goods. So 1 point is earned for stating Sweden's economic growth rate will be slowed or reduced. So a decrease in the economic growth rate of Sweden is the correct answer. It did not ask you for an explanation, so you don't have to go into detail. But again, you're going to go through that thought process when you're trying to determine the answer, where you're connecting the dots from a change in economic growth back to the change that was described in part C. So the fact that there are less capital goods being produced means that in the long run, the economic growth rate is going to slow down. On part D and E, I'm going to do these two together. They very much go together. Part D, which country has the comparative advantage in the production of capital goods? Explain. Based on the table above, identify a specific number of units of capital goods that could be traded for 10 units of food and be mutually beneficial. Okay, we should have seen D coming because this was a question about the PPC, a question about production possibilities. It's pretty clear that you could go the direction of comparative advantage. Again, that's not a guarantee that every one of these will go there, but oftentimes it does because they're such related topics. So what do I need to answer part D? In order to know comparative advantage, I've got to calculate opportunity cost. I've got to calculate the opportunity cost of capital goods. Then I've got to explain how I got the answer. And again, there's that word explain again. Explain means I have to illustrate in words. I have to demonstrate a causal relationship. This happened because of this. And then from that data, from that conclusion from part D, I can make an answer. I can formulate an answer to part D. So let's look at the answers here. For D, who has comparative advantage in capital goods? Explain. 1 point earned for saying Norway has comparative advantage in the production of capital goods, and for explaining it has the lowest opportunity cost in producing capital goods. That answers the question. What is the reason? The reason anyone has comparative advantage is because they have the lowest opportunity cost. Now, sometimes it may ask you a question, could ask you to provide data to back up your answer. Doesn't have to in this case, but that's a good possibility, and it's always a good way to answer the question. How do you know? Well, give the data. In this case, the opportunity cost of producing 1 unit of capital goods in Norway is a fourth of a unit, and Sweden's 1/2 of a unit. It's 1/4 is less than 1/2. That Norway's giving up less. Norway has comparative advantage. Now let's go back and look at the wording of E again, and this is one that we may want to discuss a little bit more detail. Based on the table above, identify a specific number of units of capital goods that could be traded for 10 units of food and be mutually beneficial. Okay, how many units of capital goods could be traded for 10 units of food and be mutually beneficial? 1 point earned for stating a number between 20 and 40 units of capital. Okay, where in the world did they come up with that? All right, remind yourself, this is trade for 10 units of food, not 1. Typically, when we talk about opportunity costs, we're thinking about a ratio based on 1 unit of a good. For example, in the previous question, 1 unit of capital goods is a fourth of a unit of food or 1/2 of a unit of food. Well, here we have to deal with the opportunity cost of 10 units of goods. Where the answer comes from? Let me put this on here for you. This is just a little snippet from the chief reader's notes from this question, 2019 last year. Now, that sounds like I might be sharing with you some privileged information. I'm not. I'm sharing this with you because 1, it helps explain the question, it helps explain the answer. 2, I want you to know this resource exists. It's on AP Central. It's available to anyone who wants to see it. And it's, again, a tremendous resource to help us understand why the answers are what they are, or in some cases, even why the questions are what they are. And I encourage you to use those if you have questions about these practice problems as you're working through them. The statement says Sweden's PPC reflects the fact that it would be forced to give up 2 units of capital goods, which I like to write up in the box just to keep myself straight on what I'm dealing with. 2 units of capital goods for every additional unit of food it wishes to produce. So Sweden, you recall, is producing food. If they're moving along their PPC, they give up a unit of food, they can gain 2 capital goods. If they give up 10, which is the premise of this question, they can gain 20. So if they're going to trade away 10 units of food, they want to gain more than 20 units of capital goods because they can produce 20 on their own. They can move along their own PPC. That's why the answer has to be above 20 units. From Norway's perspective, remember they're producing capital. Norway's PPC reflects the fact that it would be forced to give up 4 units of capital goods. Put that in the box so you can see it for every additional unit of food it wishes to produce. So if they're working along their PPC to acquire a unit of food, they have to give up 4 capital goods. If they're going to trade freely with Sweden, they're better off by trading less than 4 per unit of food. If we're going to multiply that out to 10 to gain 10 units of food, they would prefer to give up less than 40. If it's 40 or more, they can do that on their own. So they would prefer to give up less than 40 units in order to gain those 10 units of food. That's why the mutually beneficial terms of trade fall between 20 and 40 units of capital. Back to the chief reader's notes, just so you know, this is pulled straight from AP Central. When you go to look at the questions from 2019, a lot of us, not very guilty of this, we go straight to the free response questions, click on the link, and here we go. We check the scoring guidelines, we move on. But there's a lot of good stuff here. And what I just pulled from is right there, the chief reader report, and that goes through each question and not only explains the question itself, but it gets into what it was trying to ask and then what did students do well on, what did students do poorly on, what could they do better on, what was required for a correct answer, and what were some common mistakes. Don't be afraid to use that. That's a really good resource that you can use to help you better understand not just the exam, but the concepts themselves. And I think it's an underrated one. It doesn't get used all that much. So again, that's another resource that certainly can help in your exam prep, and I would encourage you to use that. So finally, debrief summary. You know what? Here it is. It's the 6 topics that we started the day off with, the 6 topics that we started the course with. You should know them quite well by now. And what we just walked through is really the most common example of how we see Unit 1 applied in and of itself, at least on an FRQ. That said, we know supply and demand is the foundation of so many of the graphs and models that we're going to deal with, and we're going to work with those in practice problems the remainder of the week. So have that in mind. Finally, one more thing I do want to make you aware of. The whole purpose of all of this, these videos that we're doing, is to help you with the content, but also to help you prepare for the upcoming exam. And we know that exam is going to have a different look and feel to it this year. So one more resource you can use here on AP Classroom, I want to share with you. So when you do go back to AP Classroom, you know where to log in, obviously. One place you can go when clicking on AP Classroom is on this first page. There are now optional student practice questions that you are more than welcome to, in fact, encouraged to use to help you out with your preparation. So you can go in and even without your teacher having to clear them, you can go in on your own and do some practice FRQs to help you prepare for what's coming in a few weeks. Of course, you can see here, you also have the link to the YouTube videos that we're watching right now, but you obviously also know how to access those already. Once you click on that first link, let me go back. The first link here that takes you to the practice FRQs, you can go through and actually choose based upon the unit that you want to work on. Now, the screenshot you're looking at, I know is AP Bio. I'm aware of that. AP Macro is going to look the same, and it's going to take you through those units. And again, let's say you need a little extra practice with some Unit 1 or Unit 3 or whatever happens to be FRQs. That's where you go. And where it says action, you simply click on that question and you're off and running. So take note, it's under optional student practice, not your assignments, but optional student practice. And then you can click the blue button to start the question you want to work on. When you get the question, obviously it's going to be right there in front of you. You'll have a text box where you can give your response. And as you finish up, go ahead and click submit. It's going to ask, are you ready to submit your assessment? Of course, you're going to say yes. Then it's going to ask, do you want to look at scoring guidelines? What we just did. And that, I would really encourage you to do that. It says, before you submit, would you like to review how this question might be scored on an AP exam? You can review and optionally revise your response. It's not going to grade it for you, but what it's going to do is allow you to look at the correct answers before you go ahead and submit this. So if you do that, you'll have a chance to look at the scoring guidelines, figure out and consider for yourself how many points you would have earned. Then go back, see that you're done, submit no, submit now to finish, and you're done. And we're done. We're done for the day. So a little shorter today. I know we didn't do but one question, but being Unit 1, we are a little limited in how much we can go back and look at from the exam. I do hope that was helpful for you, and I want to thank you for watching today. And again, we're going to have more of these the rest of the week. We're going to go through problems, like I said, from each individual unit and really focus on the topics that came from that unit itself as another way of helping you prepare and understand this concept. So thanks so much, and I hope to see you again
tonight. And we hope that on this beautiful Monday, that you're well, your families are well, and safe and healthy. Thank you for joining us this evening. So as you know, I'm Jen Rayfield, and I'm coming to you from New Jersey. And I'm really looking forward to talking with you tonight about exchange rates. So that's what we're going to be talking about this evening. It's topic 6.2 from the course and exam description. These are the objectives in terms of content. So there's a couple of new terms we really want to make sure we can define, including exchange rate, what it means for currencies to appreciate and to depreciate. We also want to understand and explain how currencies are valued relative to one another, and we want to be able to calculate the value of one currency in terms of that. So those are the content objectives. Tonight we're going to be focusing on skill 1C, which asks us to be able to identify an economic concept, principle, or model using quantitative data or calculations. All right, so you're going to know that you've got it when you can do each of these things. When you can define the important terms, as I said, their exchange rate, currency appreciation, and depreciation. You also want to make sure you can express an exchange rate both numerically and in words, and that's where we're going to spend the bulk of our time tonight. Because if you can do that, you've got the rest of this topic and a lot of this unit in really good shape. We want to be able to look at two exchange rates and determine which currency has appreciated and which currency has depreciated. And finally, we want to be able to explain how a change in exchange rates is going to affect a nation balance payments. So on Friday, when Mr. Romano reviewed topic 6.1, he pointed out that Unit 6 is not going to be on the AP Macroeconomics exam this year. And that, of course, raises a question: why are we going to spend this week making sure that you are confident in each of the topics associated with Unit 6? And the answers really fall into several buckets. So, in any given principles of macroeconomics course, international trade and open economy are important topics. And when you move on to the next level of your economic study, especially if you earn credit for a principles course or an Econ 101 course using this year's macro exam, when you get into the subsequent courses, you'd be at a real disadvantage if you weren't familiar with the topics in Unit 6, if you didn't understand exchange rates and foreign exchange markets, if you didn't understand how changes in exchange rates affect international trade and how economic policies influence the supply and demand of currency. So these are topics that are really going to be beneficial to you when you go on to subsequent study of economics. But for all of the high school economics teachers out there, those of you, your teachers who are working with you on this topic, and I encourage you to watch these videos, it's really important to them and to me and to the College Board that you understand in the real world how important international economics is. The language you're going to use and learn in this unit will make you a much more literate consumer of information, especially information about the global economy. So with that in mind, Mr. Romano and I care very deeply about making sure that you feel as confident in the topics in Unit 6 as you do in the topics that are going to be covered on the exam. And keep in mind too, the skills that we're going to be looking at are skills that appear in each of the first 5 units that will be on the test, and especially once you start getting into 6.4, 6.5, and 6.6, we are going to be reviewing a lot of the economic indicators and a lot of the economic policies that we've already talked about. So in some ways, this is going to be review for you as well. All right, so with that said, let's go ahead and pick up where you left off on Friday. And this was the question that Mr. Romano left you with. It was the 2014 question 3. We're just going to do parts A and B. So in this problem, we're told that the United States and South Korea are trading partners, and that the United States has a zero current account balance. And we're asked to assume that the inflation rate in the United States decreases relative to the inflation in South Korea. Based on the change in the inflation rate, in this case a decrease, will U.S. exports to South Korea increase or decrease? So even though the question doesn't ask us to explain, I'm going to make sure you know and understand the reasoning behind the answer. So you should have been able to determine that U.S. exports to South Korea will increase. And here's the reason why. Because ceteris paribus, or all else equal, a decrease in the inflation rate means that prices are increasing in the United States at a relatively slower pace than they are in South Korea. Relatively is a big word in international economics. We really want to understand what that means, a relatively slower pace. As a result, U.S. goods and services are going to be relatively cheaper to South Koreans, and as a result, they'll buy more U.S. goods and services. So U.S. exports to South Korea will increase. So think about this based on the decrease in the inflation rate. So let's say that the inflation rate in the United States is 4% and the inflation rate in South Korea is also 4%. A decrease in the inflation rate could mean that the U.S. inflation rate falls to something like 3% or 2%, while there's no change in the inflation rate in South Korea. So what we're saying is that if we're not saying the inflation rate becomes negative, we're just saying that it decreases relative to the inflation rate in South Korea. And so at the margins, that's going to change consumers' behavior. All right, part B says, based on the change in U.S. exports in part A, answer each of the following. The first part of the question asks, which will the U.S. current account balance remain at zero, be in surplus, or be in deficit? So back up in the problem, it said the U.S. had a zero current account balance. So if U.S. exports increases, what happens to the current account balance? Well, you learned last night that exports are treated as credit to the current account. So that's going to move the current account balance into a surplus. If we didn't know the starting position, we wouldn't be able to say that it would become a surplus, but we'd be able to say that it moved toward a surplus because credits to the current account move the current account balance towards a surplus. Since we know that the start place is zero in terms of the current account balance, we know that the credits are going to put it into a surplus. So again, even though this isn't an explain point, you want to make sure you understand the reasoning why this is the answer. Exports are credits to the current account. As credits to the current account increase, the current account balance moves towards a surplus. Since the current account balance was initially zero, this turns the current account balance into a surplus. The second part of the question asks, what will happen to real gross domestic product in the United States in the short run? And explain. All right, so you'll remember that aggregate demand includes exports and imports. If it includes net exports. So if there's an increase in exports, then aggregate demand is going to increase. In the short run, that's going to produce an increase in real GDP. So in the short run, real GDP will increase, and your explanation should include the following. An increase in exports results in an increase in aggregate demand because we know that aggregate demand equals C plus I plus G plus X minus M. So all else equal, if X is going up, then aggregate demand is going up. So in the short run, when there's an upward sloping short run aggregate supply curve, the increase in aggregate demand will increase real GDP, right? So that's the answer to those questions. All right, well, there's just one point we want to review before we head into exchange rates, and most of this you learned last night. So aggregate demand, as you've known for a long time now, under the expenditure formula, constitutes the spending on C, I, G, and X, where C is spending by domestic consumers on goods and services, I is private domestic investment spending, G is spending by the government, and net exports is spending understood in this way, right? Net exports is exports minus imports, and exports are spending by foreigners on domestic goods and services. And remember, GDP, gross domestic product, would include spending by foreigners on domestically produced goods and services. However, the money that domestic consumers spend on foreign goods and services is not counted in U.S. GDP, it's counted in the GDP of other countries. So that's why we have to subtract it out. So spending by foreigners on domestic goods and services is exports, minus spending by domestic consumers on foreign goods and services is imports, and that gives us our net exports. All right, so when exports increases, aggregate demand increases, and when exports increase, you learned last night, more money flows into the country, which was the trade balance towards a surplus. And since the trade balance is the lion's share of the current account balance will move towards a surplus as well. When imports increase, aggregate demand goes down. Also, when imports increase, more money flows out of the country, the trade balance moves towards a deficit, and therefore the current account moves towards a deficit. Right, so that's all we wanted to review before we get into exchange rates. All right, so what do you need to know? And I would say that what you really need to be able to do is read an exchange rate. That sounds very simple, but in practice it becomes a little trickier because there are so many different ways to express the same thing when we're talking about exchange rates. So that's where we're going to begin tonight. All right, so first of all, what is currency? Well, we need to know what currency is before we learn what an exchange rate is. And it's basically the name given to the system of money that's used by a country. So you are certainly aware that in the United States, the currency is the US dollar. The Eurozone currency is called the euro. In the United Kingdom, the name of the currency is the British pound sterling, and so on. So some of these are probably familiar to you. You probably heard of yen, a yuan, an Australian dollar, a Russian ruble, a Mexican peso. These are the names of the currencies used by these countries. Remember that the Eurozone is comprised of 19 nations. So the EU itself, the European Union, is a cooperative of nations, but not all nations in the European Union actually use the euro as their currency. So the Eurozone describes the 19 nations that are part of the EU for whom the euro is their currency. So these are the trading symbols for these currencies, and they're the standard abbreviations that you'll see. And in more recent exams, you definitely see that the currency symbol is provided. So I'm sure you know what the dollar sign is. You're probably familiar with the euro sign. This is the sign for the pound. It looks kind of like a cursive L. The yen and the yuan, the Australian dollar, and so on. So the currency signs, you don't have to memorize the currency signs, but you should certainly be familiar with the top four here. Okay, a dollar sign, a euro sign, a pound sign, and a yen sign. But you're going to very likely see these symbols and the written words for the currency when you're looking at a problem. Okay. All right. So now that we know what currency is, what is an exchange rate? So it's basically the price of one country's currency in terms of another. So think about it this way: if you wanted to buy buy a dollar with a dollar, how many dollars would $1 cost you? And the answer is very obvious, $1. But the price of dollars is denominated in other countries' currency because people in other countries purchase dollars when they want to buy U.S. goods and services. U.S. consumers purchase currencies of other countries when they want to buy goods and services produced in other countries. So I'm going to give you some examples, and I'm going to show you how these currency exchange rates can be read. So, for example, the price of U.S. dollars in Japanese yen. Another way to describe that is the yen price of dollars. It's sometimes expressed as the yen per dollar, and I think it's really helpful whenever you see per. So if you see yen per dollar, what you want to read is how many yen per $1. Okay, yen per $1. And basically what we're looking at is the number of yen needed to purchase one US dollar. So let's get another example. How about the price of Mexican pesos in Chinese yuan? Now we're going to be talking about the won price of pesos, or the won per peso, or the yuan per 1 peso. So now can you write this sentence? What would be the next sentence? If when we're talking about the price of US dollars in Japanese yen, we can express it as the number of yen needed to purchase $1, then you should write it down here under these two bullets. We're talking about the number of yuan needed to purchase 1 peso, right? So again, these all say the same thing. It's basically how much yen does it cost to buy a dollar? How many yuan does it cost to buy a peso? So you really need to be familiar with the different ways of expressing that verbally or in words, so that you can also do so numerically. All right, so finally, we're going to spend most of our examples tonight using the price of euros and dollars. So this is also the dollar price of euros, or the dollars per euro. Again, read it as dollars per 1 euro, and this would be the number of dollars needed to purchase 1 euro. The price of euros in dollars is the number of dollars you need to purchase a single euro. Right, so that's what an exchange rate is. It's the price of one country's currency in terms of another. So now, how is it expressed numerically? So let's talk about the price of US dollars in Japanese yen. When I was developing the slides for tonight, I was looking at yesterday's exchange rates. So these are the exchange rates as of April 5th, 2020. They've already changed since then. Okay, so the way we might read it is as follows: $1 US equals 1.0886 Japanese yen, or $1 US equals 108.86 Japanese yen. So what does that mean? It means $1 US costs 108.86 Japanese yen, or 108.86 yen per dollar. Well, you can also read it backwards, right? If $1 costs 108.86 Japanese yen, then it costs 108.86 yen to buy $1. Right? So see, these are all the same. All of these different ways of writing it mean the price of US dollars in Japanese yen. And I think in my experience, this is like probably one of the two trickiest parts of this. Okay, it's just recognizing an exchange rate and how to use it when you see it. All right, so let's do that again. We have the price of Mexican pesos in Chinese yuan. So we're looking at how many Chinese yuan do you need to purchase one Mexican peso. And in this case, it's about 0.28 or about a quarter. Okay, so if you had one Chinese yuan, you could buy 4 Mexican pesos roughly. Not quite, a little bit more. All right, one Mexican peso costs 0.8 Chinese yuan, which is 0.28 yuan per peso, which means 0.28 yuan buys 1 peso. All right, let's look at our third example. I'm going to give you the exchange rate, and I want you to see if you can write the 3 bullets underneath. So we're going to look at the price of euros in US dollars. So here was the exchange rate as of yesterday. Can you write the other 3 bullets? Okay, if you can, this is something you want to practice. All right, so what we're saying here is 1 euro costs 1.08 US dollars, or $1.08. So it can be expressed as $1.08 per euro, or $1.08 buys 1 euro. So that's how you read an exchange. All right, so now why do exchange rates even matter? Well, in order to purchase goods and services from another country, you just have to buy that country's currency first. So assume that there's international trade between the United States and the Eurozone. So all of these would be examples of purchases that are influenced by exchange rates. In order to buy French cheese, an American consumer first would have to buy euros with US dollars, because the producer of French cheese doesn't do business in dollars, they do business in euros. So if we want to purchase cheese from them, we have to buy euros first. In order to buy an American smartphone, an Italian consumer first has to buy dollars with euros. In order to buy a German car, an American consumer must first purchase euros with dollars. Now you may have been, maybe you've been to a car dealership, maybe you've got your driver's license, maybe you've got a car, maybe you've been with somebody when they've gone to buy a car. And you certainly know that somebody who buys foreign produced car isn't buying currency first, but the dealership is. When the Hyundai dealer puts Hyundai cars on its lot, it's paid for them in Korean won. When the Mercedes-Benz dealership buys Mercedes-Benzes to stock in a US car dealership, the dealer has purchased the car with euros. Okay, so regardless of who's actually facilitating the transaction, in order to get a German car, American dollars in America, American dollars need to be converted into euros. Okay, and again, the reverse is true. If an Austrian company wanted to hire a US accounting firm, the Austrian company would first have to purchase dollars with euros. Right, so we're going to see how changes in exchange rates affect the prices of goods and services that are being purchased across national boundaries. All right, so the first thing we want to understand is what it means for a currency to appreciate. So here is our exchange rate, the price of euros in dollars. Okay, all right, we can also write that using our signs. Right, 1 euro equals $1.08. 1 euro costs $1.08, or $1.08 buys 1 euro. Again, reading this can be expressed in each of these ways. Okay, so if the euro appreciates relative to the dollar, then let's think conceptually what that means first, and then we can try to come up with some numbers that'll make that make sense. So first of all, when a currency appreciates, it means the price of it goes up. Okay, the price of euros in dollars is going to be higher, and effectively what that means is that the euro is going to become more expensive in dollars. Right, we can't say the euro gets more expensive by itself, because what do we buy euros with? We buy euros with other currencies. So if the euro appreciates relative to the US dollar, the price of euros in dollars is going to go up. The euro gets more expensive in dollars, or the dollar price of a euro rises. All of those are saying that the euro is appreciated. Each euro effectively costs more dollars. All right, so if 1 euro equals 1.50 US dollars, then that would be an example of appreciation. So look at it this way: if 1 euro costs $1.08, and now 1 euro costs $1.50, the euro has gotten more expensive. Okay, now this is where kids so often get confused, and I'll show you on the next slide how to read it to try to make sure that you don't get confused. So if again the euro appreciates, now we might see that 1 euro equals $1.50, or we might read it as 1 euro costs 1.50 US dollars, or $1.50 buys 1 euro. So before $1.08 bought a euro, now $1.50 is required to buy 1 euro. So the euro is getting more expensive. That's what it means for a currency to appreciate. Okay, so before again 1 euro costs 1.08 US dollars, right, and now 1 euro costs 1.50 US dollars. So if you were to read this before exchange rate and then asked to be compared up, if you were to see the initial exchange rate and then shown a subsequent exchange rate, you might very well be asked which did the euro appreciate or depreciate against the US dollar. And since the number in front of USD is going up, kids so often want to say that the dollar is appreciating, but it's not, right? It means that it used to cost $1.08 to buy a euro. Now that same 1 euro costs $1.50. So the euro has gotten more expensive. Okay, so that's how you need to read these foreign exchange rates. So what does that mean in practical terms? Well, we said that people buy foreign currencies in order to purchase foreign goods and services. Certainly there are people who buy currency to speculate. Currency speculation, you buy currency hoping that it will appreciate and that you can sell it for more money. But that's not what we're talking about in this course. We really want to connect appreciating and depreciating currency to international trade. So when the euro appreciates relative to the dollar, it means euros are more expensive in dollars. And what it really means is that eurozone goods and services are going to cost more in dollars. So let's look at a concrete example. Let's say that a 1 pound box of Belgian chocolate costs 10 euros. Well, when the exchange rate is 1 euro for 1.08 US dollars, that box of Belgian chocolate costs an American consumer $10.80. When 1 euro costs 1.5 US dollars, however, that same box of Belgian chocolates now costs $15. This is an increase in the relative price of the box of chocolate. The box of chocolate still costs 10 euros. That has not changed. However, since the euro has appreciated, you need more dollars to buy the same number of euros. And so the relative cost of that box of chocolate for a foreign consumer paying with dollars has increased. So what conclusion do we draw? When the euro appreciates relative to the dollar, eurozone goods and services are going to become relatively more expensive to US buyers. Okay, can you imagine the implications for the current account balance from that? Right, now there's one more nuance we want to add to this. When the euro appreciates relative to the US dollar, simultaneously, it is also true that the US dollar is depreciating depreciating relative to the euro. So let's see how this works. Remember, the exchange rate between euros and dollars can be expressed as the price of euros in dollars, and that's what we've been looking at, right? That the 1 euro equals 1.08 US dollars. Okay? But it can also be expressed as the price of dollars in euros. So how do we do that? So we have 1 euro equals $1.08. If we want to find out how many euros we can buy with 1 US dollar, we can simply divide both sides by 1.08, right? Just use some basic algebra. So dividing this side by 1.08 and dividing this side by 1.08 will tell us how many euros we can buy with $1. So in this case, the math is roughly 1 US dollar equals 0.93 euro, right? Or $1 equals 0.93 euro. We can use the symbol or the sign. Okay, so when 1 euro equals $1.08, $1 equals 0.93 euro. These are both true at the same time. It's just a different way of expressing the exchange rate, right? This is dollars per 1 euro. This is euros per $1. Okay. All right. So now let's put this together. So when the euro appreciates relative to the dollar, the euro becomes more expensive in dollars. So this was the example we had before, right? The euro price of dollars. Now, see, I have to think very carefully when I do this. When 1 euro equals 1.08 US dollars before and after it equals 1.50 US dollars, then we say that the euro has gotten more expensive. It costs more dollars per euro than it did before. But we can also describe what's happening to euros into dollars in euros. So before we saw 1 US dollar was 0.3 euro, right? Or we could buy a dollar with 0.93 euros. But when the cost of a euro rises to $1.50, if we divide both sides by 150 now, we would find out that 1 US dollar is going to cost 0.66 euro. Okay, so you see how the dollar here, the euro is getting more expensive in dollars, but here the dollar is getting less expensive in euros because it takes fewer euros per dollar than it did before. So these things are happening simultaneously. When the euro appreciates relative to the dollar, the euro becomes more expensive. But it is also true that the dollar is depreciating relative to the euro, and the dollar becomes less expensive in euros. So that's an important thing to understand. All right, so what does it mean now for our currency to depreciate? So we're going to take these same numbers. We have the dollar depreciating relative to the euro. So whereas before it cost 0.93, that should say euro, 1.93 EUR equals 1 US dollar, and now I have to change that. Please forgive me. So we know that this was 1 USD equals 0.93 EUR, and 1 USD now equals 0.66 EUR. Here we can look at this side where the symbols are correct. $1 per 0.93 euro, $1 now for 0.66 euro. That it takes fewer euro to buy each dollar than it did before. So what that means is dollars are cheaper in euros. Dollars are less expensive in euros. That means that U.S. goods and services will cost less in euros than they did before. So an important export from the United States to the rest of the world are smartphones, and let's assume I just picked a figure. A smartphone costs $500. When 1 US dollar costs 0.93 euro, that $500 smartphone costs 465 euros. So that should make sense. 0.93 is a little bit less than $1. So the cost of a $500 phone in euros is going to be a little bit less than 500 euros. Right now, what happens when the dollar depreciates to 0.66 euro? Now that same phone costs only 330 euro. So look at how much less expensive that phone is for a eurozone consumer than it was before. And it's not because the cost of the phone changed; it's because the cost of the dollar changed. So exchange rates have really important implications for the purchasing power of consumers who wish to buy goods and services in other countries. Okay, so when the US dollar depreciates relative to the euro, US goods and services will become relatively less expensive to eurozone buyers. Okay, so those are the conclusions we need to reach. So now I'm going to put this sort of all together in a summary. When one currency appreciates, the other currency depreciates. We're going to continue with our example. The euro appreciates relative to the US dollar, which means the dollar depreciates relative to the euro. In this light gray here, these all say the same thing. These are all different ways of expressing in words an appreciation in the value of the euro relative to the dollar. The price of a euro in dollars rises, the dollar price of a euro rises, each euro buys more dollars, and the purchasing power of the euro in the foreign exchange market rises. Mr. Romano is going to introduce you to forex markets tomorrow. So while this is all true when the euro appreciates, these things are all true as the dollar depreciates. The price of a dollar in euros falls, or the euro price of a dollar falls. Each dollar buys fewer euros. The purchasing power of the dollar in the foreign exchange market falls. All right, these again all say the same thing. They all express a depreciation of the dollar relative to the euro. So now when the current currency appreciates, US goods and services become relatively less expensive in euros. Another way to put this is dollar denominated goods and services become relatively cheaper. So that term denominated refers to the price of the goods and services that you're talking about. So US goods and services are denominated in dollars. So when the euro appreciates, dollar denominated goods and services become relatively cheaper. So what does that mean? Eurozone buyers will purchase more US goods and services. Eurozone imports from the US will rise. US exports to the Eurozone will increase, right? People in Europe are buying more stuff from the United States. The Eurozone imports will rise. The US exports will rise. When Eurozone current account, because imports are rising in the Eurozone and exports to the when Eurozone imports from the US rise, the Eurozone current account balance moves towards deficit, right? They're sending money out of the country in order to purchase US goods and services, right? So now read what happens on the other side. When the dollar depreciates relative to the euro, Eurozone goods and services become relatively more expensive in dollars. Euro denominated goods and services become relatively more expensive to US consumers. So US buyers will purchase fewer Eurozone goods and services. US imports from the Eurozone will fall. Eurozone exports to the US will fall. And the US current account balance is going to move towards a surplus. All right. So I would say if you can, see if you can walk through all these different ways to write or express the idea of the euro appreciating relative to the dollar, and then connect it to what happens to the purchasing power of consumers and what happens to imports and exports, and then what happens to the current account balance. That's the way you put exchange rates and trade together. All right. So now let's do a couple of questions that kind of mimic the way you might see skill 1C assessed in this unit using exchange rates. So we have the price of Chinese yuan in Swiss francs, and it changes from 1 yuan costs 7 francs to 1 yuan costs 9 francs. So the question might read, which currency has appreciated? So remember, the number next to Swiss francs is the one that's going up, but what that means is if you need more Swiss francs to buy yuan than you did before. So which currency is getting more expensive? Which currency is going up in value? It's the yuan. And so when the yuan is appreciating relative to the franc, which currency is depreciating? The franc is. Okay, let's do another one. Okay, the price of the South Korean won in Indian rupees changes from 1 won costs 0.090 rupees to 1 won costs 0.62 rupees. So now I want you to do this one. Which currency has appreciated? Which currency has gone up in value? Well, before it cost 0.090 rupees to buy 1 krona, 1 won, and now it only costs 0.062 rupees to buy a won. So the rupee is a currency that is going up in value, which means the won is currency that is depreciating. Right? Here's another way you might see it written in words. It says the price of the US dollar changes from 24 Mexican pesos per dollar to 26 Mexican pesos per dollar. So how can you work with this problem? Well, my recommendation would be you turn it into an exchange rate using numbers, right? Because if we want to figure out which currency is appreciated, which currency is depreciated, we've used this kind of exchange rate to do that analysis. So what they're saying is 24 Mexican pesos per $1, right? So $1 was 24 Mexican pesos to 26 Mexican pesos per dollar. So now that means per 1 US dollar costs 26 Mexican pesos. So now which currency is appreciated? The US dollar, which means that the Mexican peso has depreciated. All right, now let's extend this into another application. So we're going to use the same change in exchange rates that we did from the previous slide. We're going to assume that the cost of a US t-shirt is $10. So what is the cost in pesos of the US t-shirt to the Mexican consumer before the change in the exchange rate? Well, if it costs $10 and we know that $1 costs 24 Mexican pesos, we have to multiply 24 times 10. So it's going to cost 240 pesos to purchase that t-shirt from the United States that costs $10 US. So what is the cost in pesos of the US t-shirt after the change in the exchange rate? Well, can you do the same thing? So when it's $10 and it costs 26 pesos to buy $1, it's going to cost 260 pesos to buy $10. So that shirt now costs 260 pesos. It got relatively more expensive. The price of the t-shirt did not change. It's $10. However, the number of pesos needed to purchase $10 worth of US currency has increased, which means that the dollar has appreciated and the Mexican peso has depreciated. All right, one more application. So let's say that the price of a bottle of Italian olive oil in Italy costs 20 euros. At the current exchange rate, a British consumer can purchase the olive oil in Italy for 40 British pounds. What is the exchange rate between the two currencies? Well, again, we're going to write it numerically. So 20 euros equals 40 pounds. That's the exchange rate. So to find the exchange rate in pounds per euro, find out how many pounds 1 euro costs. Okay, and to do that, divide both sides by 20, right? So we want to isolate 1 euro. So we're going to divide this side by 20 and this side by 20. And what we're going to see is that 1 euro equals 2 British pounds. 1 euro equals 2 British pounds. So what that tells us is the exchange rate is 2 pounds per euro. Now, what if we wanted to find the exchange rate of euros per pound? We do something very similar. We want to find the number of euros it costs to buy 1 pound. And so we'll divide both sides by 40. When we do that, we get 1 pound equals 0.5 or half a euro, right? Or we can express that using the signs. 1 pound equals a half a euro. So now the exchange rate is a half a euro per pound. So see that when the exchange rate is 2 pounds per euro, the exchange rate can also be expressed as half a euro per pound. So make sure you really read the question carefully. Are you looking at pounds per 1 euro, right? Per 1 euro, or are you looking at euros per 1 pound? I really think that adding that per 1 is going to make it easier for you to understand when you're looking at pounds per euro or euros per pound. Okay, so that was really the last application of 1C in the context of exchange rates. And here's a summary of how we put exchange rates and balance of payments together. So the exchange rate is the price of one country's currency in terms of another country's currency. And now I gave the example of a peso appreciating relative to the franc and the franc depreciating relative to the peso. And again, all of these, the peso, one way that you'll often hear in the news is you'll hear one currency described as strengthening relative to another currency. The dollar grew stronger against the yen. The peso grew stronger relative to the franc. That's another way of expressing this idea of a currency increasing in value or appreciating. When it increases in value, it appreciates. So the franc is less expensive in terms of pesos. The peso price of francs goes down. The price of francs in pesos goes down. All of these are different ways of describing currency appreciation. Okay, which makes the purchasing power of the peso in the foreign exchange market rise, right? And then you can see how it affects the relative price of goods and services in each country, and how that'll affect each country's trade balance and subsequently its current account balance. So make sure that you can walk through how the appreciation of one country's currency can be expressed and the impact on trade, and then simultaneously as one country is appreciating, another currency is depreciating, and you want to be able to do the same thing, the same reasoning. All right, so that's putting it all together. So this was our goal for tonight, is for you to understand that in the foreign exchange market, one currency is exchanged for another, and the price of one currency in terms of the other is the exchange rate. And when one currency becomes more valuable in terms of the other, it appreciates, and when one currency becomes less valuable, it is set to depreciate. And we looked really at calculating exchange rates tonight. So that's 1C. We're really looking at using quantitative data or calculations to identify an economic concept, in this case, currency appreciation or depreciation. All right, so now you should be able to define those terms, express an exchange rate numerically and with words, view two exchange rates to determine which currency is appreciated and which currency is depreciated, and also explain how a change in exchange rates is going to affect the nation's balance piece. Okay. All right, so this is the question I will leave you with for your lesson with Mr. Romano tomorrow. This is 2011 Form B, question 2, part A. So if you're watching live, go ahead and take a picture. If you are not watching live, you can go ahead and pause the video and take a crack at this problem, and Mr. Romano will review the answer with you tomorrow. All right, so finally, we want to issue that reminder that the College Board is very determined to make sure all students who want to be able to take these AP exams this year have devices and internet access to do so. If you or someone you know needs access to a device or the internet, please reach out to cb.org/tech. Thank you again so much for watching this lesson, and I'll look forward to seeing you in a few days. Have a good night. Welcome back to AP Macroeconomics. Tonight is our last lesson before we head into review next week. So I'm really happy to be doing this with you. My name is Jen Rayfield. I work out of Ridge High School in Basking Ridge, New Jersey. And our topic for tonight is 6.6. It is the last topic in the course exam description for AP Macroeconomics. We're going to be talking about real interest rates and international capital flows. So the content objective for this evening is to be able to explain how differences in real interest rates across countries affect financial capital flows, foreign exchange markets, and loanable funds markets. So since you're already familiar with the loanable funds market and you learned about foreign exchange markets this week, really the newest thing here is going to be these capital flows. Okay, not much new tonight, a lot of review. We're going to be taking a look at how this topic is assessed in terms of skill 2B, which asks us to use economic concepts, principles, or models to explain how a specific economic outcome occurs when there are multiple contributing variables. Or we could look at it as why multiple actions could or should be taken if we wanted to achieve a specific economic outcome. So by the end of this lesson, you'll know you've got it and you know you're ready if you can do the following. You want to be able to explain the relationship between relative interest rates and financial capital flows. You also want to be able to depict financial capital flows using a loanable funds model. So that's really the newest thing for this evening. And finally, you want to be able to predict the effect of economic policy on interest rates, which will subsequently affect currency values and financial capital flows. So again, even though Unit 6 is not going to be on the 2020 AP Macroeconomics exam, in order to be an informed citizen, in order to be able to follow the news, especially news regarding international trade and open economy, global trade and exchange, you want to be really literate in terms of understanding the terms and definitions related to the flow of financial capital into and out of countries and how those affect exchange rates as well. And what that means for you, what does that mean for the purchasing power of your currency? So a lot of worthwhile learning objectives, even though this isn't going to be on the exam this year. So let's get right into our warm-up. We'll pick up where you left off yesterday. So you looked at the 2011 question 2 and only part A. So we didn't need part A in order to be able to get to part B. So we just, in the interest of time and in the interest of making sure we focus on what you need to know, are just looking at part B tonight. So we are told that Japan, the European Union, Canada, and Mexico all have flexible exchange rates. Excuse me. And remember, fixed exchange rates are outside the scope of this course. We're only talking about exchange rates whose values are determined by the supply of and demand for currency. So we're asked to suppose that the real interest rate in Canada increases relative to that in Mexico. So the first part asks us to use a correctly graph of the forex market for the Canadian dollar and to show the effect of the change in the real interest rate in Canada on the international value of the Canadian dollar. And they're even telling us how to label the y-axis here. So as soon as you see the foreign exchange market for the Canadian dollar, you know that you have to have quantity of Canadian dollars on your horizontal axis. And since we are looking at the international value of the Canadian dollar, we want to know the price of the Canadian dollar in pesos. So they've asked us to express that as Mexican pesos or Canadian dollar. So that's how we'll label our vertical axis. And if you want to use an abbreviation, you can use the standard symbol for Mexican peso and CAD. This is peso for CAD expressed this way. All right, so we also want to have our upward sloping supply of CAD curve or downward sloping demand for CAD curve. And we want to find our equilibrium exchange rate before the change so that we can show the effect of the change in interest rates on the exchange rate. Well, as I'm sure you know by now, when the real interest rate rises in Canada, capital is going to flow into Canada. People would prefer to save their money, all else equal, in Canada because they'll earn a higher rate of return on their savings. So in order to purchase Canadian financial assets, people are going to have to purchase first more Canadian dollars. So that's going to cause the demand for Canadian dollars to increase, which we show by shifting the demand curve to the right. That's going to cause the equilibrium exchange rate to rise. The price of Canadian dollars in pesos is going to increase. Now, based on that change in the international value of the Canadian dollar, how is that going to affect Canadian exports to Mexico? Explain. So if Canadian dollars get more expensive, then the things that you purchase with Canadian dollars, like Canadian goods and services are going to get more expensive. So just use some reasoning and some logic here. Once you determine what happens to the currency, the rest of it should be pretty intuitive. So the increase in the international value of the Canadian dollar is going to cause Canadian exports to Mexico to go down. Right? Mexicans are going to buy fewer Canadian goods and services because they have become relatively more expensive to Mexican consumers. And these are key words whenever you're explaining how a change in currency values affects trade. You want to be able to explain that when the currency appreciates, the goods and services denominated in those currencies are higher, and the purchasing power of a foreigner goes down. So they're going to buy fewer goods and services from that country. Okay. All right. So we're going to get into a little bit of review from what you did earlier actually late last week when you learned about the balance of payments. So we spent most of our time so far talking in terms of international trade about imports and exports. And we want to remember that when we're looking at the balance of payments, we're looking at the current account and the capital and financial account. And the debits represent money leaving the country. And so imports, which is the purchase of foreign goods and services by domestic buyers, represents money leaving the country and going to the country where those goods and services were produced. So imports represents a debit to the current account. Exports represents a credit to the current account. It's money coming into the country. When U.S. firms sell goods and services to buyers in other countries or overseas, money is coming into the country, and so it's represented as a credit in the current account. Now, as you learned, there are other categories in the current account. It's not just the trade balance, but the trade balance is by far the biggest part of the current account. Okay. So then Mr. Romano talked you through a little bit about what's happening on the capital and financial account. We're just going to add some vocabulary here so that you understand what we are talking about when we're talking about capital flow. So when money flows out of the country, it's a debit to the capital and financial account, and we call it capital outflow or negative capital inflow. So capital outflow occurs when buyers in a domestic economy purchase real assets and financial assets in a foreign country. So the money is leaving the domestic economy in order for a domestic purchaser to purchase something in another country. Okay, so that's capital outflow, and it's a debit to the capital and financial account. Capital inflow is the opposite. It is when real and financial assets in a domestic economy are purchased by foreign buyers. That has the effect of money come into the country. So we can distinguish between physical capital and financial capital, and we want to be able to do that. So when we're talking about real assets, and I love Mr. Romano's example of assets that you purchase that you can't take out of the country with you. So if you buy a home in another country, if you buy a business in another country, if you buy a factory or build a factory in another country, that is a debit to the capital account. When people outside the United States purchase real assets in the United States, it's capital inflow. Financial capital relates to the purchase of financial assets. And so the most common financial asset you'll be asked about in Principles of Macroeconomics class is the purchase of bonds, right? Interest earning bonds. But a stock is also a financial asset. Currency is a financial asset too. So when U.S. residents purchase foreign stocks and bonds, that represents financial capital outflow. And when U.S. bonds and U.S. stocks are purchased by foreign purchasers, that represents money coming into the country. That's financial capital inflow, right? So we're really just adding this language of capital outflow and capital inflow to what we learned about the balance of payments not too long ago. Right. So what do you need to know based on our topic for this evening? Okay. So the first thing you need to know is that a change in relative interest rates between countries results in capital flow, and that's kind of what we've been talking about. So ceteris paribus, or all else equal, when domestic interest rates fall, when they become lower relative to interest rates in other countries, demand for foreign financial assets will increase. There will also be a decreased demand for the domestic financial assets. Right. We can think of the demand for foreign financial assets increasing because they offer a relatively higher return to the purchaser. That results in financial capital outflow. And when you have financial capital outflow, the current financial account moves towards a deficit. It is also true, ceteris paribus, that when domestic interest rates rise relative to interest rates in other countries, demand for domestic financial assets is going to increase. Right. So if you can earn a higher real interest rate in your own country, you are going to be purchasing fewer foreign financial assets, and people outside of the country are going to purchase more of the financial assets from your country. So the demand for domestic financial assets will increase because they offer a relatively high rate of return. So that results in capital inflow, money coming into the country, foreign purchasers of financial assets in the domestic economy, which moves the current financial account into a surplus. It moves it towards a surplus, and existing surplus will get bigger. A deficit will move towards a surplus. So the conclusion we want to draw is that the owners of financial assets are people who are saving their money. Right? What you have two options for what you can do with your money. You can spend it or you can save it. And the higher the real interest rate, the more likely you are to save your money. And when you're making that decision based on the interest rate, you're going to put your savings where you're going to earn the highest rate of return on that savings. Okay. And you'll remember back from Unit 4 that the behavior of savers is depicted in the loanable funds model. Remember that capital flow requires a currency exchange. In order to be able to purchase more financial assets in another country, you first have to have that country's currency. So when we have financial capital outflow, we're going to increase the supply of our domestic currency in order to be able to purchase foreign currency, in order to be able to purchase foreign financial assets denominated in currency. That's the financial capital outflow. So when you have an increase in the supply of domestic currency, the domestic currency is going to depreciate. You're doing so you can purchase more foreign currency, which increases the demand for the foreign currency, which causes the foreign currency to appreciate. Remember, currency prices are always relative. It's an exchange rate. You're exchanging one currency for another. They always move together. Capital inflow is the opposite. You would have increase in demand for the domestic currency, which, as I'm sure you know and can predict, will cause the domestic currency to appreciate. And in order to purchase the domestic currency, foreigners must give up their own currencies into the foreign exchange market, which causes an increase in supply of the foreign currency, which causes the foreign currency to depreciate. So again, we're making these connections, right? We're tracking economic behavior and we're figuring out the steps that are taken in order to facilitate that economic activity. And then we're just figuring out what is a systematic way to walk through the effect of a change in behavior on a variety of different variables. All right. So finally, we're going to connect the capital flows to the loanable funds model. And this is pretty straightforward. You know that the supply of loanable funds represents the behavior of savers. So we're only looking at shifting the supply of loanable funds curve. When we have capital inflow, we model it as an increase in the supply of loanable funds. You'll remember that when you graph a loanable funds model, which is a hypothetical model, there are a lot of different ways to lend money to people. So there's no one marketplace, but we represent all of the availability of money for lending as the loanable funds market. So we're looking at the real interest rate savings as a function of your expected real rate of return and the quantity of loanable funds. So we have an upward sloping supply of loanable funds curve and a downward sloping demand of loanable funds curve in some equilibrium real interest rate. When we have capital inflow, we model it as an increase in supply. Shift that supply curve to the right and then simply read your graph to find out what happens to the real interest rate. And as you can see, when there's an increase in the supply of loanable funds, real interest rates are going to fall. So capital inflow puts down pressure on real interest rates. Capital outflow is modeled as a decrease in the supply of loanable funds. So you start with your initial real interest rate and then you show a leftward shift of the supply of loanable funds curve. And remember, we're shifting this curve to the left. Kids often want to think about a decrease in supply as a shift of the curve. But when supply is going up, it's actually shifting to the right, which looks like it's going down. So I like to tell my students that supply and demand increase and decrease curves shift left and right. So we model decrease in the supply of loanable funds as a shift of the curve to the left. We then see that creates a shortage of the initial equilibrium exchange rate. The quantity demanded is greater than quantity supply. That's going to be eliminated by rising prices. And the price of borrowed money is the interest rate. So the real interest rate is going to rise when you have capital outflow. All right. So it's really just that simple. That is the one really new piece of information this evening. Make sure that you recognize capital inflow is an increase in the supply of loanable funds and capital outflow is a decrease in the supply of loanable funds. And you've got this. You're really close to the end of international economics once you got that. All right. The last piece of the puzzle is the effect of monetary policy on interest rates. Obviously, we have talked so far about the influence of monetary policy on interest rates as well as fiscal policy on interest rates. But we're going to direct our attention to monetary policy because the mechanism of monetary policy is the interest rate. Right? That's not the mechanism of fiscal policy. A byproduct of fiscal policy may be an effect on the interest rate, but the mechanism of monetary policy is the interest rate. So we know that monetary policy is designed to be able to influence aggregate spending through changes in interest rates. So expansionary monetary policy causes the interest rate to fall. Right? When the Fed increases the money supply, that causes the interest rate to go down. We know that that's expansionary because it makes the things that people purchase with borrowed money relatively cheaper. So if you are going to buy something with borrowed money, and many Americans purchase cars and other big ticket items like washers, dryers, refrigerators, durable goods, you're going to pay for something with borrowed money. A decrease in the price of interest, a decrease in the interest rate, going to make that good relatively less expensive. So we say interest rate sensitive components of consumption are going to increase as well as investment spending. We've already talked about why so much investment spending is interest rate sensitive, and those two things are part of aggregate demand. So if consumer spending increases and investment spending increases, aggregate demand is going to increase. But we've also now added this idea of what happens to capital flows when interest rates change. So expansionary monetary policy in an open economy that causes interest rates to fall is going to lead to capital outflow. So let's connect all the dots. The supply of loanable funds is going to go down, right? It's going to decrease. That is going to require people, right? People want to, when interest rate falls, people want to buy financial assets in other countries. In order to do that, they sell their existing financial assets, right? The supply of loanable funds goes down. They put their domestic currency in the foreign exchange market in order to be able to purchase financial assets in other countries. The increase in the supply of currency causes the currency to depreciate, and then we have this effect on trade. When the currency depreciates, exports go up and imports go down, and that's going to cause, exports go up and imports go down. That's going to cause aggregate demand to go down because when currency depreciates, the domestic goods and services become relatively more expensive. Foreigners are going to buy more of them. Imports, on the other hand, are going to go down because when the domestic currency depreciates, foreign goods and services are going to become relatively more expensive. So we know that net exports is a component of aggregate demand. When exports goes up, aggregate demand goes up. When imports goes down, aggregate demand goes up. So you have both of these putting upward pressure on aggregate demand. So what you see here is this like nice reinforcing effect on aggregate demand of expansionary monetary policy. You get the domestic increase in spending because of the interest rates, but you also get the foreign increase in spending on domestic goods and services because currency depreciates. All right, now let's go over to the reverse with contractionary monetary policy, which we know is designed to cause which we know causes the interest rate to rise. So when interest rates rise, consumption, interest rate sensitive components of consumption are going to decrease. Investment spending is going to decrease. Aggregate demand is going to decrease. In an open economy, when interest rates go up, what's going to happen to financial capital? Hopefully, you said financial capital is going to flow into the domestic economy as savers in other countries see financial assets denominated in the domestic economy. That is going to cause the supply of loanable funds to increase. That in order to purchase financial assets in the country, there's going to be increased demand for the country's currency. The currency is going to appreciate. When the currency appreciates, the domestic economy's goods and services are going to become relatively more expensive to foreigners, and foreign goods and services are going to be relatively cheaper to domestic consumers. Exports will go down, imports will go up, and aggregate demand will go down. So that is really putting all of the pieces of the puzzle together, right? We're taking monetary policy all the way through its impact on the macroeconomy, the domestic economy, as well as the impact of the changing interest rates on trade, right? So I guess probably the trickiest thing in this unit is knowing what your starting point is and then figuring out what you're being asked to do. So work through the questions, always read the questions carefully, and figure out what's my starting point, and then what is the next step in the sequence of events as a result of where I'm starting. All right, we're just going to look a little bit about the effect of fiscal policy on interest rates. It's not fiscal policy itself that causes changes in the interest rate. It is the effect of fiscal policy on the government budget balance that does so. So I'm just going to walk you through real quick. An increase in the budget deficit that sends us right into the loanable funds market, right? Because an increase in the budget deficit requires an increase in government borrowing. So an increase in the government borrowing is represented as an increase in the demand for loanable funds. We know that's going to drive up interest rates. When interest rates rise, capital is going to flow into the country. The supply of loanable funds is going to increase. There's going to be an increase in the demand for the domestic currency. The currency is going to appreciate in value. When the currency appreciates, exports go down, imports go up, aggregate demand goes down, and we know that when exports go down and imports go up, we know the trade balance moves towards a deficit. Now, one thing I just want you to think about: why might we have an increase in the budget deficit? Well, remember that the budget balance is a function of receipts, how much money the government is taking in, and expenditures, how much money is the government laying out. So we have government revenue in the form of taxes, government spending, or outlays on government spending on goods and services, government spending on infrastructure, government transfers. So an increase in the budget deficit results when revenues relative to when you have less money coming in than you have going out. So if more money is going out or less money is coming in, you're going to have an increase in the budget deficit, which is going to trigger the borrowing. So less money coming in could be from a tax cut. More money going out could be from an increase in government spending. What is increase in government spending and a tax cut designed to do? It's designed to stimulate the economy. Expansionary fiscal policy is designed to increase aggregate demand. But look what happens. If that expansionary fiscal policy is accompanied by an increase in the interest rate, you're going to get another crowding out effect. We talked about crowding out before. Crowding out is defined as a decrease in investment spending that results from an increase in government borrowing that drives up the real interest rate. Well, when you have an increase in government spending that drives up the real interest rate, you're also going to have this net export effect where the appreciation of the country's currency that results from the increase in the real interest rate is actually going to put downward pressure on aggregate demand as domestic goods and services become relatively more expensive to foreigners, and foreign goods and services become relatively less expensive to domestic consumers. All right, so that is really putting it all together. So the three things that we've sort of talked about is we wanted to make sure we understood that vocabulary of capital inflow, capital outflow. We wanted to be able to model capital inflow and outflow in the loanable funds market, and we wanted to be able to connect economic policies to changes in interest rates that would influence capital flows. Capital flows require currencies in order to be connected, and so whenever there's a change in capital flow, you're going to have a change in exchange rates, which is going to impact your trade balance. Okay, that is a lot of pieces of a puzzle to put together, but we really just put that last one in. So I hope it is satisfying to you. So let's see if we can apply this to some questions. We'll start with just a few multiple choice, and then we'll finish up with a free response question. So skill 2B, I wanted to give you a question that allowed you to see skill 2B again in this time in the context of this topic. So recent political turmoil in a foreign country has resulted in capital inflow to the United States. To counter the effects of the capital inflow on interest rates in the United States, the Federal Reserve can change the required reserve ratio, the discount rate, and open market operations in which of the following ways? So remember, these are the three tools of the Fed. So to counter the effects of the capital inflow on interest rates, well, what is the effect of capital inflow on interest rates? So if we have capital inflow, it means the supply of loanable funds is increasing. When the supply of loanable funds increases, we see the real interest rate fall. That could be pretty expansionary, right? A decrease in the real interest rate trigger a lot of investment spending. If the Fed is worried about inflation or inflationary expectations, the Fed might want to monitor and respond to a change in capital flows in, through one of its monetary policy tools. So the goal here would be to put the brakes on. So if capital inflow leads to an increase in the supply of loanable funds, which drives down the interest rate, to counter the effects of that, the Fed would want to try to use monetary policy to put upward pressure on interest rates. So now that we know what the Fed is trying to achieve, we can determine which tools it would use and how it would maneuver or manipulate those tools. So we're looking for contractionary monetary policy, and we know that raising the reserve requirement, raising the amount of money that banks have to keep on hand, reduces the amount of excess reserves, right? Increasing the required reserves reduces excess reserves. So we want to raise the required reserve ratio. Same thing with the discount rate. Raising the discount rate makes it more expensive for banks to run into trouble meeting the reserve requirements. So raising the discount rate is also contractionary. It decreases banks' willingness to lend out excess reserves. So we're looking for raise the required reserve ratio, raise the discount rate. So now which one of these two is contractionary? Well, we want to make the money supply smaller, so we want to sell bonds. So E is the correct answer to this question. What makes it 2B is we determine the outcome we want to achieve, which is an increase in interest rates. We have to figure out how to get there through multiple means. All right, that's what makes this a 2B. Okay, so here's another question pulled from the question bank of publicly available questions. If the Federal Reserve undertakes a policy to reduce interest rates, international capital flows will be affected in which of the following ways? Well, if we reduce interest rates, is that capital inflow or capital outflow? When domestic interest rates become relatively lower, that's going to lead to capital outflow. So if the Federal Reserve, which is the United States central bank, wants to reduce interest rates, we're going to see capital inflows to the United States decrease and capital outflows from the United States to increase. So as is always recommended, determine what the answer to the question, figure out what's going to happen and define the answer among the answer choices. So we were going to see that short run capital inflows to the United States will decrease. We don't have long run capital inflows decrease as an answer choice, which would have made this a really tricky question. But remember, monetary monetary policy in the short run can affect interest rates, and we talked about before about the long run neutrality of money. So short run capital inflows to the United States will decrease. There's a lot of agreement that in the long run money is neutral and monetary policy doesn't have a long run impact. Okay, so now this is a skill 2A question. Under a flexible exchange rate system, the Indian rupee will appreciate against the Japanese yen when? Now again, before you look at the answers, what would make the Indian rupee more valuable to people? Why would people want more Indian rupees? Because in order for it to appreciate, the demand for it is increasing, or the supply of it is decreasing. So we're either looking at something that makes people more willing to buy Indian rupees, or we're looking for something that makes holders, Indians less willing to supply rupees into the foreign exchange market. So if India's inflation rate exceeds Japan's, then prices in India are rising faster than they're rising in Japan, and so Indian goods and services are getting relatively more expensive, and so that would actually lead to a decrease in Japanese demand for the Indian rupees. So that can't correct. Now, a trade deficit in and of itself doesn't cause currency values to fluctuate. So just by having a trade deficit doesn't cause a change in economic behavior. Now, what if Japan's economy enters a recession, but India's does not? So when an economy enters a recession, it's producing less output than potential output, and since we are producing less output, you require fewer workers, so income goes down. Japanese national income is going to fall. When national income falls, spending on everything decreases, including imports. So there's going to be less purchased by Japanese people of Indian goods and services. So there'd be a decrease in the demand for the rupee. That would cause it to depreciate, not appreciate. Now, what about if Japan's money supply decreases while India's money supply increases? Well, if Japan's money supply decreases, then the interest rate in Japan is going to rise. That would cause there to be financial capital inflow into Japan, financial capital outflow from India. So if Indians want more Japanese yen, they're going to supply more rupee in the foreign exchange market. That's going to cause the value of the rupee to fall, not rise. So we've ruled out A through D. Now, when we look at E, if real interest rates in India increase relative to those in Japan, well, that's certainly going to be the correct answer. Not only are all of the others not right, this is going to cause the Indian rupee to appreciate. So E is the right answer to that question. That was a hard one because you did have to sort of reason through the answer to figure out if it would cause an increase or decrease in the desire for the rupee. Okay, so I think this is our last multiple choice question. This is skill 3B. It's B because we're looking at two outcomes, multiple outcomes, and it's skill 3 and not skill 2 because we're given a cause and we have to determine the effect. So assume that the supply of loanable funds increases in country X. Okay, what's the first thing that happens? Increase in the supply of loanable funds is going to cause the real interest rate to fall. So if the real interest rate falls, what's happening to financial capital flows? You recognize financial capital is going to flow out. So if financial capital flows out, what happens to the international value of the country's currency and then the country's exports? So if financial capital is flowing out of the country, that means that there's an increase in the supply of the currency on the foreign exchange market. That's going to cause the value of the currency to decrease. So our answer has to be A or B. Now, if there's a decrease in the value of the currency, what happens to exports? Are exports going to go up or down? Well, when the currency decreases in value, it makes their exports less expensive to foreign buyers, and so exports are going to increase. So B is the correct answer to that one. Again, we're just connecting these dots over and over and over again. All right, so this is an FRQ. I went way back in order to find one that really focused on all the topics we've been working on this week. I also wanted to find one that was not graph-based, but explain-based as a way of helping you prepare for the exam this year. So let's just read the question and see how we would answer it. I hope at this point you feel really confident in the sequence of events, in the steps that we take, and these answers should be pretty straightforward for you. A movement toward unified monetary policy within the European Union has led to an increase in real interest rates in member countries, but not in the United States. It almost doesn't even matter if you know what unified monetary policy means, because what we're told in that question is that we have an increase in real interest rates in European Union member countries, but not an increase in real interest rates in the United States. So real interest rates in the United States are relatively lower, real interest rates in the European Union are relatively higher. So explain how the increase in real interest rates will affect each of these four things. So let's start with the purchase of U.S. financial assets by foreigners. Can you reason through this? Will people want more or less U.S. financial assets if the interest rate in the United States falls? Well, you recognize that they're going to become less attractive, right? So purchases of U.S. financial assets by foreigners will decrease because, and remember when you're asked to explain, you have to have that word because in there to prove that the assertion you're making is true, because European financial assets now with higher interest rates will generate higher rates of return for savers than U.S. financial assets will. And so the purchase of U.S. financial assets will go down. Now, what happens to the international value of the U.S. dollar when people want fewer dollar-denominated financial assets, right? Just rewording the question that way leads you into the answer. People are going to want less dollars. There's going to be a decrease in the demand for the dollar that's going to cause the international value of the dollar to fall. Okay. I actually find it kind of hard. I always want to provide my reasoning first and then answer the question. But I know the convention when you're responding to an FRQ is to give the answer and then explain. Either way, though, when I'm at the reading, if I read the explanation first and then I get to the answer, it still earns the point. So do whatever works best for you. Now, how about exports? Well, if the U.S. dollar depreciates, then U.S. exports are going to rise because they become relatively cheaper to foreign customers, and U.S. imports from other countries is going to fall because foreign goods and services become relatively more expensive when the dollar depreciates. Again, those keywords here in this explain point are relatively less expensive or relatively more expensive when you're talking about the price of goods and services denominated in a currency whose exchange rate has changed. All right, so that's correct and complete answer to that FRQ. And that really finishes up our lesson for tonight. So let's quickly review what we did. This is the from the course and exam description for topic 6.6. And what the enduring understanding for this entire unit is that the interaction of buyers and sellers exchanging the currency of one country for the currency of another determines the equilibrium exchange rate in a flexible exchange market and influences the flow of goods, services, financial capital between countries. We really spent our time tonight talking about financial capital flowing toward a country with a relatively higher interest rate, and we did that using the loanable funds market, and we connected monetary policy and its influence on domestic interest rates and connected that to financial capital flows. Again, we took a look at how 2B works. That's when you're given an outcome and you have to figure out which of several causes might have produced it, or you're looking for a specific outcome and you want to figure out which cause will get you there. All right, so now you should be able to explain the relationship between relative interest rates and financial capital flows. You want to be able to depict financial capital flows using the loanable funds market, and you want to be able to predict the effect of economic policy on interest rates, subsequent currency values, and financial capital flows. And that's our goal for this evening. I'm going to leave you with this question. This is from 2007 Form B, question 3. You should look at this with a lot of confidence. We're starting with real interest rates, and then we're changing them, and then we're walking through everything we just did tonight. So if you're watching live, go ahead and take your picture. If you're watching after the fact, go ahead and pause the video, give this one a try, and this will be the beginning of Monday's lesson next week when Mr. Romano and I head into review for the 2020 AP Macroeconomics exam. All right, finally, just that reminder about the College Board's determination to support all students who are interested in taking the exam on a device this year. If you or a student you know needs a device or has any issues connected to the internet in order to be able to take the exam, please reach out directly to cb.org/tech. All right, thank you again so much for joining us. I look forward to seeing you next time. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to AP Macroeconomics. I'm Jen Fields, and I'll be going through our lesson on topic 6.4 this evening. So let me just bring up our PowerPoint for tonight, and we will go ahead and get started. Okay, so again, I'm coming to you from New Jersey, where I work at Ridge High School, and our topic for this evening is the effect of changes in policies and economic conditions on the foreign exchange market. And this is going to really build on what you did yesterday with Mr. Romano when you looked at foreign exchange markets. So one of our goals tonight is to explain the determinants of currency demand and supply using graphs as appropriate. So we're going to spend a lot of time with that 4x graph today. We also want to be able to explain how changes in the demand and supply in the foreign exchange market are going to affect the equilibrium exchange rate or currency values in the market. So our focus for tonight is skill 4C, which asks students to be able to demonstrate the effect of a change in an economic situation on an accurately labeled graph or visual. So by now you've probably learned two things. One, Unit 6, International Trade and Open Economy is not going to be on the 2020 AP Macroeconomics exam. And you've probably also been informed by your teacher that the testing platform for this year and the previous class questions you're going to be asked to answer during your at-home 45-minute test are not going to include graphs. graphs. So you're probably like, okay, well, what good is staying online tonight? And I'd like to hopefully give you some compelling reasons. One, this is really going to review a lot of fiscal and monetary policy. It's also going to review economic conditions in ways that are going to be really helpful for you on the AP exam. So that's one good reason. Second, even if you don't have to produce a graph in your answer to an AP macro FRQ this year, I can't imagine that being able to use the graphs as tools won't be of major benefit to you when you are preparing an answer to a question. I can't teach economics without drawing. I can't talk about economics without graphs, and I certainly can't answer either multiple choice or free response questions without them. So making sure you can use a foreign exchange graph is a great skill. Making sure you understand currency valuations is an important component in being a global economic citizen. And again, focusing on these graphs is really going to help fine tune your ability to use a model as a tool to be able to describe, predict, and explain economic phenomena, which is what you will be doing on the AP macro exam. All right, so by the end of this lesson, you'll know that you understand the topic when you can recognize a determinant of demand or supply of a currency in a foreign exchange market, and you can use the foreign exchange graph to predict how those changes in demand or supply will affect exchange rates. Also, the goal is to connect fiscal and monetary policy to the economic conditions that influence international trade. So this is really putting it all together lesson for tonight. So we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. Mr. Romano showed you again parts A and B from the 2014 question 3. So we worked through this question a few days ago, and now we're going to add part C to it. So you'll remember the prompt. We start with the United States and South Korea as trading partners. We know that the United States has a zero current account balance, and we're asked to assume that the inflation rate in the U.S. increases relative to the inflation in South Korea. So we worked through this problem the other day, but based on the decreases in the inflation rate, will U.S. exports to South Korea increase or decrease? The answer is they will increase. And based on the change in U.S. exports, will the U.S. current account balance remain at zero, be in surplus, or be in deficit? And we know that when imports increase because it heads to the current account, it's going to move towards the surplus. And then the question is what happens to real GDP in the U.S. in the short run? And we concluded that it's going to increase because higher exports leads to an increase in demand because exports are of aggregate spending in the country. It's spending by foreigners on domestic goods and services. All right, so now part C was a foreign exchange question, and we're told that the South Korean currency is the won, and we're asked to draw a correctly labeled graph of the foreign exchange market for the U.S. dollar and to show the effect of the lower inflation rate in the U.S. on the won price per dollar, on the won price per U.S. dollar. So we want to pay very careful attention when we're using foreign exchange graphs to determine currency values or exchange rates. We want to pay careful attention to which model we're going to be using. As you learned last night, anytime there is an increase in the supply of one currency, it's in order to be able to demand more of another currency, and vice versa. So we want to make sure that we're using the right model so that we're looking at the correct exchange rate. So here's how you would approach answering to this question. Remember that the foreign exchange model is a market where we're modeling the supply of and the demand for something based on its price. In this case, it's the supply and demand of currency based on the price of that currency, and the price of the currency is the exchange rate. So I recommend my students when they're learning to use forex models, they always start by labeling price quantity and then figure out, okay, the price of which currency are we looking at? Which currency are we being asked to value? So in this case, we want to show the effect of the lower inflation rate in the US on the won price per US dollar, right? So we're looking at the market for the dollar. So we want the price of the dollar and the quantity of dollars. That's going to be how we label our axes. And again, the price of $1 will help you intuit the exchange rate, I think, pretty well. And then finally, it's the price of a dollar in what? Well, it's in won, because that's the foreign currency that we're valuing the dollar in terms of. So we have a downward sloping demand for dollars curve, an upward sloping supply of dollars curve, and find our initial equilibrium exchange rate at where the supply and the demand intersect. So let's use some reasoning to figure out which curve to shift, and then all we have to do is shift the curve and read the graph to find out what happens to the exchange rate. We've done all the hard work. Okay, so when U.S. exports to South Korea increase, in order to purchase more U.S. goods and services, South Koreans must first purchase U.S. dollars. So that's going to cause an increase in the demand for dollars. Does that make sense? In order to buy more dollar-denominated goods, you need more dollars. So we're going to increase the demand for dollars. And if the demand for something goes up, all else equal, we've already learned in multiple other markets that the price of it's going to go up. So when we increase the demand for the U.S. dollar, we see an increase in the exchange rate. The won price per dollar rises. Okay, the price of $1 in won is going up. So that's how you would answer that question. So if this was something that you want to see again, don't worry, we're going to be looking at it more closely, and we'll be using these forex graphs quite a lot tonight. All right, so I want to point out something. I want to reconcile the labels here. This we're looking at the value of a currency on the vertical axis, the price of the currency in terms of some other currency. So you want to make sure you're looking at the price of dollars and the quantity of dollars, and you can also label the vertical axis as won per dollar. But if you put these symbols in reverse order, then you will not be correctly identifying what happens to the exchange rate. So understanding how to label this axis is pretty important. So we have the supply of a dollar, demand for the dollar, equilibrium quantity of dollars, and the equilibrium exchange rate for dollars. So just notice that they all agree. The price of the dollar, the supply of the dollar, the demand for the dollar, and the quantity of dollars. If we label with fidelity and consistency, this becomes a much more useful tool to us. Now, this exchange rate, this symbol E, stands for the exchange rate of won per dollar, right? It's the number of won needed to buy one US dollar. So when we have, and so I actually looked at the exchange rates. So I looked at, this was a 2014 question, so I looked at the won per dollar exchange rate from April 8th, 2014. And what I learned was that it cost 1,025 won to purchase one US dollar 6 years ago, right? So when we have our increase in demand, the exchange rate rises. It means that the won, the purchasing power of the won relative to the dollar decreases. It means you're going to need more won to buy each US dollar. So the won per dollar is going to increase, okay? The number of won needed to buy one US dollar is going to increase. So now that means that this number up here has to be bigger than 1,025. So just like the price of anything, when we move up the vertical axis, we see the price increasing. We want to see that the price of a dollar in won is increasing too. So as of this afternoon, the won price per dollar was 1,217 won. So 6 years ago, it cost about 1,000 won to buy $1. Today, it costs about 1,200. So obviously, the dollar has gotten more expensive in terms of won. The dollar has appreciated. Okay. All right. So one more thing to review before we get into it, and this is from last night. Mr. Romano taught you that the determinants of flexible exchange rates are relative income changes, relative inflation rates, relative real interest rates, and changes in expectations of future income or prices, changes in expectations of future interest rates, and changes in expectations of future exchange rates. So the three big ones that show up again and again and again on the AP macro exam are changes in relative income, relative inflation rates, and relative real interest rates. So that's where we're going to focus this evening. Okay. And then of course we're going to talk ultimately about how fiscal and monetary policies affect relative income, relative inflation rates, and relative real interest rates, and that's sort of putting it all together for us. All right. So there's three essential knowledge statements associated with topic 6.4, and this is the first one. Factors that shift the demand for a currency and the supply of a currency change the equilibrium exchange rate. So that's something you need to know in order to be able to use forex graphs to describe how changes in supply or demand are going to affect the exchange rate. So let's just sort of really generalize, what drives demand for a currency. And I think this is a key point. So we have really two forces: the desire to purchase goods and services denominated in that currency. So for example, if there's an increase in the desire to own Swiss watches, that's going to cause foreign purchasers of Swiss watches to demand Swiss francs, because unless you're a currency speculator, in which case you're buying a currency as a financial asset, you're buying the currency in order to purchase a good or a service. And so that's really important to understand, right? It's also the demand for a currency is a function of the desire to purchase financial assets denominated in that currency. So we're talking about bonds, we're talking about other interest-bearing assets, stocks, other equities that generate income. So the desire to purchase financial assets denominated in a given currency are going to drive demand for that currency. So this example, the desire for European central bank bonds would cause foreign purchasers of ECB bonds to demand euros. Now, what drives the supply of currency? And it's really kind of simple. It's the desire to purchase a foreign currency. So if I want to buy a good or service in another country, if I want to purchase a financial asset in another country, I'm going to supply my domestic currency in the foreign exchange market in order to be able to buy the foreign currency. So, a real broad generalization of what drives the supply of currency is the demand for, it's the desire to purchase a foreign currency. So, because remember that in order to purchase that foreign currency, you have to supply your domestic currency first. So the really important conclusions to draw from this is that currency exchange facilitates economic transactions between buyers in one nation and sellers in another, regardless of which way the transaction is going. And so changes in the demand for and supply of a currency are a function of underlying economic activity. So when you're asked about the effect of a change in economic conditions or the effect of a change in policy on economic conditions on the demand for supply of currency and exchange rates, think about, okay, what is the economic activity? And if you can really tease out how economic activity is a function of the change, that's really going to help send you in the right direction when it comes to using Forex model to figure out what happens to the exchange rate. So I've come up with a few examples because I just want to show you how to show changes in demand on exchange rates and changes in supply and exchange rates. So I came up with just a couple of examples. So assume that the US and Canada are trade partners. How will it increase Canadian consumers' demand for US goods and services by the value of the US dollar in terms of the Canadian dollar or CAD? So when we're looking at the value of the US dollar, that means we want to market for dollars because we want the value of the US dollar on the vertical axis and the quantity of the US dollar on the horizontal axis. So we have the price of dollars, and in this case, it's the price of $1 US in CAD. So now we can have a supply for dollars, a demand for dollars curve, an equilibrium exchange rate, and a quantity of dollars. So if Canadian consumers want to buy more US goods and services, they have to purchase more dollars first. So we're going to have an increase in the demand for the US dollar, which drives up the equilibrium exchange rate. So an increase in demand, just like an increase in demand for apples drives up the price of apples, and an increase in demand for cars drives up the price of cars. An increase in the demand for a country's currency is going to cause that country's currency to appreciate in value. Okay, so if you can recognize that, then you can use the model to show an increase in the price of it. Okay, that's a way of checking yourself. Okay, so in this case, the US dollar will appreciate relative to the Canadian dollar. All right, so here's a different example. Assume the US and Canada are trading partners, which is a fair assumption, and that the rate of inflation in the United States rises relative to the rate of inflation in Canada. What happens to the value of the US dollar relative to the CAD? So again, looking at the value of the dollar, we want the price of the dollar and the quantity of the dollar. We want a forex market for the dollar, and we want it in terms of Canadian dollars. So again, supply and demand, equilibrium. So let's think about how economic conditions are going to affect economic actions. If the inflation rate in the United States rises relative to the rate of inflation in Canada, all else equal, Canadian consumers are going to buy less US goods and services. And so we're going to see a decrease in the demand for the dollar because if you're buying fewer US goods and services, you need fewer dollars. The decrease in demand for the dollar is going to cause the exchange rate to fall. It's going to cause the US dollar to depreciate. So you can conclude a decrease in demand for a nation's currency is going to cause that currency to depreciate. You do the same thing with supply. We're going to go a little bit more quickly. I'm actually using the same examples and just looking at it in terms of the Canadian dollar. So now we want to look at the value of the dollar as a function of what's happening to the change in economic conditions. So we want the price of the Canadian dollar in US dollars on the vertical axis, and we want the quantity of Canadian dollars. So look at all this agreement. We have the price of one CAD, supply of CAD, the demand for CAD, and quantity of CAD. So we know we're looking at the market for Canadian dollars in terms of US dollars. All right, so this is going to, in order to purchase more US goods and services, we have to give up our Canadian dollars into the foreign exchange market in order to be able to buy US dollars. So we'll see an increase in the supply of the Canadian dollar with a new equilibrium exchange rate that's lower than the initial equilibrium exchange rate. So we can show that an increase in supply of a nation's currency will cause that currency to become less expensive, to depreciate. Okay, so in this case, the CAD will depreciate relative to the dollar. Again, this is why so many teachers teach foreign exchange markets in Unit 1, because conceptually changes in the demand and supply of dollars or Canadian dollars is going to influence the price of those dollars the same way we see in a product market model. So an increase in the supply of anything, all else equal, is going to drive down the price of it. Right, so again, now we're going to use those same examples before. That rate of inflation in the US rises relative to the rate of inflation in Canada. What happens to the value of the Canadian dollar relative to the US dollar? So we already know what happens because we saw that one exchange rate can't change on its own. It's always changing relative to something else. So we know which direction it has to go. Let's see if we can show it. So assume the US and Canada are trading partners. The rate of inflation in the US rises relative to the rate of inflation in Canada. What happens to the value of the CAD? So now we want the price of Canadian dollars in US dollars. We want a supply and a demand for CAD curve. We want an initial equilibrium exchange rate. So if the rate of inflation in the US rises, that means the price of goods and services in the US is going to be relatively higher than they are in Canada. People buying less US goods and services, they're going to demand fewer dollars, they're going to supply less CAD. So the decrease in the supply of CAD is going to drive up the equilibrium exchange rate. So we can conclude that a decrease in the supply of a nation's currency is going to cause that currency, the CAD will appreciate relative to the US dollar. See, you got to do it really systematically and check yourself. You can see that the CAD is appreciating because of the decrease in supply of CAD. All right, so now let's look at these changes in relative incomes and look this as a change in economic conditions and walk it through all of the changes in economic behavior. So what does this look like, a change in relative income? Well, let's assume real income rise in an economy relative to another country. So these are very general statements. I want to use Canada and the US just to give ourselves some labels in our graphs. Okay, what causes real incomes to rise? This is probably important. You need to recognize it because, yeah, you might see a question that says, what happens to the value of the Canadian dollar or the US dollar when real incomes rise in Canada relative to the US? But more than likely, you're going to see a change in something else that you have to interpret as a change in real incomes. Okay, so remember in the circular flow model back in Unit 2 is probably when it was probably the first thing you learned in Unit 2. The circular flow model describes an economy in terms of the product market and the factor market. And basically what you learn when you study that is that the value of all the goods and services that are purchased in the product is equal to all of the income earned by the factors of production in the factor market. So when you calculate GDP using the expenditure approach, it's going to be equal to national income using the income approach. So real GDP equals national income, right? And then when you looked at Unit 3 and you started learning the aggregate demand and aggregate supply graph, you saw what you labeled the horizontal axis real GDP, but the symbol you used on the horizontal axis was a Y. Now remember, Y is the symbol income. So even built into the ADAS model is a reminder that real GDP equals national income. So an increase in real GDP is analogous to an increase in real income. And you can also think about it too in terms of the unemployment rate. This is a little bit more intuitive for you. Increases in real GDP can only be produced by increases with more, you need more workers to produce it. So when there's more workers working, there's more income to be spent. So you want to very closely equate changes in real GDP with changes in national income. So if real GDP rises, national income rises, and spending on all goods and services is going to increase, including imports. And so that's the vehicle through which we need to get into the foreign exchange market. So if we're buying more imports, Canadians are going to increase the supply of the CAD because they have to put their CAD into the foreign exchange market to buy dollars. So this would be a Forex model that we can use to show how the increase in the supply of the CAD is going to cause the CAD to depreciate. But why are they supplying their CAD? So that they can purchase more dollars. So we're going to see an increase in demand for dollars, which we can graph in a market for dollars by increasing the demand for dollars. So while the increase in the supply of the CAD causes the CAD to depreciate, while the increase in demand for the dollar causes the dollar to appreciate. So we can conclude whenever there's an increase in real income in an economy relative to other countries, the domestic currency depreciates and the foreign currency appreciates. So let's work through that in reverse. We have real incomes fall in an economy relative to another economy. And this again, we want to recognize that it's a decrease in real GDP or an increase in the unemployment rate, which causes national income to fall. So again, when national income falls, people buy fewer of all goods and services, including imports. So if we're buying fewer imports, we're going to supply less CAD in the foreign exchange market. The decrease in the supply of the CAD is going to cause it to appreciate, and we're going to want fewer dollars because we're buying fewer imports from the United States. So there's going to be a corresponding decrease in demand for the dollar, which is going to cause it to depreciate. So this is sometimes counterintuitive to kids. If real incomes fall, the domestic currency appreciates, right? This sounds like a bad thing. This sounds like a good thing. So those two things wouldn't be happening together. But if you work through the steps, you can see how a fall in real income will cause the domestic currency to appreciate. And there are winners and losers, right? When domestic currency appreciates, that creates winners and losers in an economy. All right, now what about a change in relative inflation rates. Well, we've sort of snuck into this one already with our practice problems, but let's just go through it systematically. When inflation rates rise in a domestic economy relative to another country, let's see the effect on the forex market and exchange rates. So how would we recognize a change in inflation rates? Well, it might tell us in the problem inflation rates rise, but it might also say a change in the price level. And so when you read it, how does an increase in the price level in country A affect the value of country A's currency relative to the currency of country B? You want to think, okay, how does a change in the price level affect economic activity? So foreign goods, when there's an increase in the rate at which prices are increasing in one country relative to others, it means that that country's goods and services are relatively more expensive and imports become relatively less expensive. So when foreign goods and services become relatively less expensive, we're going to buy more of them. And hopefully now you're starting to anticipate where this is going to go. If we're going to buy more imports, we have to increase the supply of the domestic currency, which causes it to depreciate. But we're doing that so we can buy more of the foreign currency, which shows an increase in demand of the foreign currency, which causes the foreign currency to appreciate. Okay, so an increase in the inflation rate in a domestic economy causes the domestic currency to depreciate and the foreign currency to appreciate. So you want to recognize what are you seeing happen, how does that affect economic activity, and then how is that economic activity reflected in the foreign exchange market. Okay, those are the steps you want to be able to take. Let's work it in reverse. If we see a decrease in the domestic price level relative to the price level in other countries, we want to recognize that foreign goods and services are becoming relatively more expensive. Domestic goods and services prices are rising at a slower rate than the prices of goods and services in other countries. So domestic goods and services are relatively cheaper, foreign goods and services are relatively more expensive. So that's going to cause spending on imports to decrease. It's going to decrease the supply of CAD in the forex market because we're buying less foreign currency. So when that supply of the currency, domestic currency decreases, it appreciates. We're going to decrease demand for the foreign currency, in this case the US dollar, and so the foreign currency is going to depreciate. Okay, so we've worked through two of the three major changes in economic conditions that you want to understand the influence of in terms of currency values. The last one is change in interest rates. This one is a little bit more confusing because when you have a change in relative interest rates, you're going to really be seeing change in behavior for both sides. Okay, so I picked one side to walk through, but when we get to topic 6.6 on Friday and we look at real interest rate and capital flows, we're going to take you through both sides of the equation. All right, so let's say interest rates fall in an economy relative to those in another country. This could be caused by any variety of things, but fundamentally, where are we looking at the price of the money? We're looking at the money market and the loanable funds market. So a decrease in interest rates would result from a decrease in nominal interest rates in the money market or a decrease in real interest rates in the loanable funds market. And it's not important to get hung up on those details. You want to read a change in nominal interest rates. Well, in the short run, remember nominal and real interest rates move together. And in the long run, or the long term, when we're looking at real interest rates, it's a major driver of economic behavior as well. So regardless, we don't necessarily have to distinguish between short or long term interest rates right now. We can just say all else equal, if interest rates in one country fall relative to interest rates in another country, how is economic behavior going to change? What we're going to see is that domestic savers, right, the people who have savings in a domestic economy, in this case Canada, are going to seek interest-bearing financial assets in other countries. So think about it this way: if you can save your money in the bank for 5% in your own country, or you can save your money in a bank in a foreign country and earn 10%, where are you going to want to save your money? As a saver, you seek the highest rate of return on your savings. So all else equal, when interest rates in a domestic economy fall, we want to buy financial assets or interest-bearing assets in other countries. Okay. Now I bet you can figure out what we're going to do next. We're going to increase the supply. In this case, the domestic economy is Canada. Remember, so all those Canadians who know that interest rates are relatively higher in other countries, who decide they want to save their money in other countries, whether they buy financial assets, whether they buy bonds, or put the money in a money market account in another country, or however they choose to earn interest. When interest rates are higher elsewhere, they want to increase the supply of their own currency in the foreign exchange market, which causes it to depreciate, and they want to purchase the currency of the country whose financial assets are earning higher rates of return. So in this case, there'd be an increase in the demand for more currency, which causes that currency to appreciate. So see how systematically we want to work through these things. Okay. All right. Let's do it the other way. Interest rates rise in a domestic economy relative to another country. This again would be caused by an increase in nominal interest rates in the money market or other short-term markets. Increase in the real interest rate in the loanable funds market. Regardless, if interest rates in a domestic economy rise, two things are going to happen. Domestic savers are going to be less willing to buy financial assets in foreign countries, right? But foreign savers are going to be more willing to buy financial assets in a domestic economy. So how are we going to show that? Well, if money wants to come into Canada to buy Canadian financial assets, there's going to be an increase in demand for the Canadian dollar. That's going to cause the equilibrium exchange rate, or the price of the dollar, to rise. That's going to cause the domestic currency to appreciate. And again, in order to buy domestic currency, in order to buy Canadian dollars to purchase financial assets, they're going to have to increase the supply of their own currency in the forex market. So when you increase the supply of the dollar, the exchange rate falls, and the US dollar in this case is going to appreciate. So those are the three major changes in economic conditions that you would be expected to be able to walk through from the change to the exchange rate. Okay, and we've just done that very systematically. So this reasoning process is I really want to be able to do. Now let's see if we can put this all together. All right, so changes in economic conditions on foreign exchange rates. So we have an increase in relative income. Here's how the economic activity changes. Here's what happens to the supply of the domestic currency, the demand for the foreign currency, and what happens to the exchange rates. So you might be asked a question where you go from an increase in relative income right to the exchange rate, and you've got to walk through the whole thing. You might have to go from, and there's an increase in imports. What happens to the exchange rate? You want to be able to walk through, but make sure you're going very systematically through this reasoning. I did the same thing, an increase in the relative price level. This is just a review of what we saw in the graphs. Once you get really comfortable with this reasoning, you don't necessarily need a graph, but I would recommend that you always give yourself a little sketch. If you're increasing the supply or you're increasing the demand, how are the currency values changing, right? And then finally, changes in relative interest rates. Here's how that change in relative interest rates affects economic activity. Here's how the supply of the domestic currency and the demand for foreign currency is going to change. All right, we did the same thing working through a decrease. This is the kind of chart I would recommend that all my students be able to do on their own. I give them a graphic organizer, I give them the prompts, and I have them walk through the reasoning, the changes in the demand and supply of currency, and the changes in currency values. So this might be a really good practice for you to do on your own at home. All right, so again, we're just putting it all together. A decrease in relative interest rates makes domestic savers buy more in domestic interest rates, makes financial assets in other countries more appealing. Okay, so they're going to increase the supply of their domestic currency, they're going to increase the demand for foreign currency, and so we'll see the domestic currency will depreciate and the foreign currency will appreciate. All right, so now the second and third essential knowledge statements for topic 6.4 connect those economic conditions to monetary and fiscal policy. So what you need to know is that fiscal policy can influence aggregate demand, real output, price level, and exchange rates. So you already knew that fiscal policy could influence aggregate demand, real output, price level, and now we're going to connect it to exchange rates. Same thing for monetary policy, right? It can influence aggregate demand, real output, price level, and interest rates, and consequently exchange rates. So let's talk about this a little bit and put both parts together. Let's start with what fiscal monetary policies would produce an increase in aggregate demand. So we know that expansionary policies are designed to stimulate aggregate spending. Okay, expansionary policies, direct spending by the government is going to increase aggregate demand. Decrease in taxes is going to indirectly influence aggregate demand. When you cut taxes, people have more disposable income, they spend more money, C goes up. How about expansionary monetary policies? Also indirect. So in order to get from expansionary monetary policy that increases the money supply, right, the goal would be to increase interest rate sensitive spending spending in our aggregate demand expenditures, including interest rate sensitive consumption and a lot of investment spending. So there's really only one expansionary monetary policy tool: is increasing the money supply. The question is, how do they do that? And the three most commonly discussed tools and principles of macro course. There are several other tools. If you're watching the news, if you're watching the Fed, you know the Fed is currently engaged in any other tools right now to try to keep interest rates really low in order to stimulate aggregate demand. But we know that decreasing the reserve requirement, decreasing the discount rate, and buying bonds are all designed to make them bigger, designed to drive down interest rates and increase spending. All right, now let's connect that to how do those expansionary policies affect our major economic conditions: relative income, relative inflation rates, and relative interest rates. And the answer is, for each one, it kind of depends. So let's think about it. When if you're in the short run and your short run aggregate supply is horizontal or upward sloping, an increase in aggregate demand generates an increase in real GDP. And unless you're told otherwise, you should assume in the short run you have an upward sloping short run aggregate supply curve. When the short run aggregate supply, now what about inflation rates? So when the short run aggregate supply curve is horizontal, an increase in aggregate demand causes an increase in output in real GDP and an increase in employment, but there's no change on the price level. Okay? When the aggregate supply curve is upward sloping or vertical, increases in aggregate demand will produce increases in the price level. So both expansionary monetary and expansionary fiscal policy are designed to increase real income and not designed to, but in the short run consequences, we learned in the Phillips curve, the Phillips curve, and a short run increase in real GDP and a short run increase in employment is accompanied by a short run increase in inflation. Now, what about relative interest rates? And here the answer is really it depends, because expansionary fiscal policy often drives up interest rates, but expansionary monetary policy is designed to drive down interest rates. So unless you know which policy is having a stronger effect on real interest rates, you can't say with any certainty. But you will often read a question that asks about the effect of fiscal policy on the loanable funds model on the real interest rate, and then once you've got your interest rate set up in the loanable funds model, you can take it from there. I've also seen examples of questions that talk about monetary policy and the effect on interest rates, and then take it from there. So chances are you won't be asked the effect of simultaneous expansionary monetary fiscal policy on the exchange rate, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to walk yourself through how to approach answering that kind of a question. All right, now what about contractionary policies? So fiscal monetary policies that will lead to a decrease in aggregate demand darn, another mistake. That's just contractionary, obviously. So a contractionary fiscal policy is a decrease in government spending and an increase in taxes. Right, it was coming down to the wire on this time-wise. Now, contractionary monetary policy is a decrease in the money supply, which is produced by an increase in the reserve requirement, an increase in the discount rate, or an open market sale of bonds. So please make sure if you're taking notes, we're looking at contractionary fiscal policies as a decrease in government spending or transfers, and an increase with the arrow, an increase in taxes. And this should say contractionary monetary policy is a decrease in the money supply, which is generated by one of these three Fed tools. All right, so now how do contractionary policies affect relative income, relative inflation rates, and relative interest rates? So you should be able to do the same thing. But the goal of contractionary policy is to decrease aggregate demand. And so when short aggregate supply is horizontal or upward sloping, a decrease in aggregate demand leads to a decrease in real GDP, which would produce a decrease in national income. Now, what about inflation rates? Well, when the short aggregate supply curve is horizontal, there's no change in the price level when aggregate demand goes down. But if aggregate supply is upward sloping or vertical, then a decrease in aggregate demand will lead to a decrease in price level. And the same answer is true for interest rates. Contractionary policies, one will put upward pressure on interest. Contractionary monetary policy would put upward pressure on interest rates, and contractionary fiscal policy would put downward pressure on interest rates. Okay, so I'm going to bring this chart back up, and so now we can put our policies in with our change in economic conditions, and this would be a great tool for you to have. You know that expansionary policies are designed to increase aggregate demand, to increase real GDP, and to increase real income. We know that expansionary policies in the short run are often accompanied by increases in the price level, and when it comes to real interest rates, we want to take a look at expansionary fiscal policy would drive up interest rates, and contractionary monetary policy would drive up interest rates. Okay, and then all of this is the same. So we already know how the change in economic conditions affects economic activity, affects currency, supply and demand, and affects the exchange rate. And now we're just connecting some policies to those changes in economic conditions. And we can do it for decreases in relative income, relative prices, and the relative interest rates as well. Okay, so maybe after watching this video, you want to give yourself create a graphic organizer where you put these as your column headings and you put these as your rows, and see if you can work through and read through each of these. And that's really it. That's really putting it all together. So I threw one multiple choice question in here so you could see how it looks. Assume that the inflation rate in country X is very high relative to the inflation rates of all its trading partners. What does that mean? That means country X's prices are rising faster than those in other countries. The demand for country X's goods and services is going to decrease, which is going to cause the demand for country X's currency to go down. So the demand for the currency will shift to the left, and when the demand for the currency shifts to the left, decreases. All right, I pulled up a short FRQ from about 15 years ago because this one was actually not a graphing question. So since you're not going to be graphing as you answer questions on the FRQ this year, I thought that it would be a good idea to do more practice with our reasoning and our explain points. So we have a loanable funds model, and we're asked to assume that the country's government increases deficit spending, and to explain how the increase in deficit spending will affect the real interest rate. Well, we know deficit spending must be financed by borrowing. It's going to increase the demand for loanable funds, which is going to drive up the real interest rate. So when you see that word explain, chances are you're going to need to say why or explain how, because is a really good way of doing that. All right, then part B asks us to indicate how the real interest rate change identified part A would affect investment in plant equipment. Well, this is a connection we've been making for quite some time now. We know that when the real interest rate rises due to government spending, private investment spending is crowded out. I'm sorry, when real interest rates rise due to government borrowing, private domestic investment spending decreases, and that's what spending on plant and equipment is. And then of course we're asked what happens to economic growth. And so when we are decreasing our investment spending, we're decreasing the rate at which we're adding capital stock, decreasing the rate of capital formation, decreasing the rate at which productive capacity is added to our economy. And so when real interest rates rise, long-term economic growth rate slows. All right, and now finally here's our new bit, part D. Explain how the real interest rate change you identified will affect the demand for the country's currency and the value of that currency. So because the real interest rate rises, that incentivizes people to save their money in the country with the higher interest rates. That's going to lead to capital inflow. People in a domestic foreigners want to save their money now in this country with higher real interest rates, which is going to cause the demand for the country's currency to increase. And so when the demand for currency increases, that causes the exchange rate to rise. So there's an answer to a short FRQ that has no graphing in it. There's one, when you see indicate or if you say state or will go up, down, or stay the same, they're only looking for an answer. When you see that word explain, you want to make sure that you're showing your reasoning and be as complete as you feel you need to show how you get to your answer. Okay, so we did a lot tonight. We did a lot tonight, and the goal was for you to be able to explain the determinants of current demand and supply. Hopefully you feel you have a really good insight into that now. And then how, once we change demand and supply, what happens to exchange rates. And here, really, we spent some time on those changes in economic conditions that influence demand and supply of currency, but then we really connected it to monetary and fiscal policy. So you can see the effect of policies on exchange rates. So that's what you should be able to do now. Recognize the determinants of the demand for and supply of currency, and you should be able to use word mark to show how changes in the demand and supply would affect exchange rates, and then explain how fiscal and monetary policy would influence the economic conditions that influence ultimately exchange rates. So that is good timing. All right. So I'm going to leave you with this question. It puts it all together, what we've been talking about. We're starting with some monetary policy. Okay, then we're ending with the international value of a currency. So you want to be able to apply everything you learned from tonight in this question, right? As always, if you're watching, now would be a great time to take a picture. If you're watching live, go ahead and pause it and take a crack at it. And this is a question that Mr. Romano will pick up with tomorrow. Okay, finally, the same message we've been giving at the end of all of our lessons. If you or someone you know needs device or connectivity in order to be able to take their exam, please don't hesitate to reach out to cb.org/tech in order for the college board to be able to help you. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for your time tonight. Have a good evening. Welcome to another AP Macroeconomics live lesson. I'm Jen Rayfields, and I am coming to you from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. I'm very excited to be here tonight as we do a review of Unit 2, focusing on the free response questions. All right, so we're going to get into a discussion just of the key concepts associated with Unit 2, and then we'll spend the rest of our time tonight taking a look at 4 different FRQs that feature Unit 2 topics in them. So you'll remember that Unit 2 is economic indicators in the business cycle. So you're really starting to build a foundation for macroeconomics here after learning some basic economic concepts in Unit 1. And since the graphs and the concepts that you learn in Units 3, 4, 5, and 6 are based on a really strong understanding of the macroeconomy, Unit 2 is especially foundational because it helps us assess those macroeconomic indicators that tell us what's going on in the economy. So you'll remember this is where you learned about the circular flow diagram. You learned about how to measure GDP, the limitations of GDP, how to calculate the unemployment rate. This is where we learned about inflation. That's one of the topics that often gives kids a little bit of trouble. Talk a little bit about cost of inflation. We get into real versus nominal GDP, the GDP deflator, and then it finishes up with the business cycle, which is the first of several ways of conceptualizing the economy as a whole, but in a way that allows us to tease out what's happening in terms of these macroeconomic variables. So the questions that you want to be able to answer after studying this unit is, how is one person spending another person's income? And understanding this, which we're going to establish in the circular flow diagram, there's a lot of applications for using the ADAS model in Unit 3. So keep that in mind. Then we're going to spend time really digging into, how do we know if an economy is doing well or poorly, right? How do we measure the health of an economy overall? And if we can answer those questions, then we come away with units enduring understandings, which is that an economy's performance can be measured by macroeconomic indicators like GDP, the inflation rate, and the unemployment rate. Those are certainly not the only indicators, but those are the 3 major ones, and you hear them reported in the news constantly. As I'm sure you know, unemployment and the unemployment rate is what's being featured in the news every day right now based on initial jobless claims that are published each week. And I'm sure that you'll be hearing soon about what's happening to quarterly real GDP as well. Then we also want to make sure we understand that the economy fluctuates between periods of expansion and contraction in the short run, but in the long run, we can achieve economic growth, which is sustained increases in real GDP per capita over time. So those are the major questions and enduring understandings of the unit. And now let's go through and really sort of tease out what do you need to know and be able to do. So how is one person spending another person's income is the subject of the circular flow diagram. So in a simple circular flow diagram in a closed economy, we have 2 participants in economic activity. We have households and we have firms, and we know that households supply, households purchase goods and services in the product market, and they exchange money for those goods and services. So the green arrow represents the flow of funds, right? Money is flowing from households to firms in the product market. Households are the demanders in the product market, firms are the suppliers in the product market. And on the other side of the equation, money flows from firms to households through the factor market. Households offer the factors of production, right? Households are the supply of resources in the resource market, and in exchange, they earn factor income in the factor market. So in order to get the money to pay households for the factors of the production, firms collect money from households in the product market in exchange for goods and services. So what you can see here is that one person spending on goods and services in the product market generates another person's income via the factor market, right? That's where the money comes from. And through the multiplier process, if you think about it, when households collect income from the factor market for the sale of their factors of production to firms, some of that gets spent on taxes. What's left is some of that gets transferred to the government in the form of taxes. What's left is disposable income. People can either save or spend disposable income according to the marginal propensity to consume. And so whatever portion of disposable income households choose to spend on consumer goods and services goes back into the factor markets as spending on goods and services, right? And that's where we get that multiplier effect from. So there's a lot now after studying the entire course you can glean about some of these concepts in this simple circular flow diagram. So keep in mind, aggregate spending in the product market should equal aggregate income in the factor market, right? Because of the flow of money from households to firms and then from firms to households. So remember that when we calculate GDP using the expenditure approach, we're calculating it based on the spending that's going on in the product markets. And so GDP under the expenditure approach should equal GDP using the income approach. When you're calculating real GDP using the expenditure approach, you're calculating the spending by consumers on goods and services, the spending by firms on capital goods, spending by government on goods and services, and spending by foreigners on US goods and services, right? That's exports minus spending by US customers on foreign goods and services. So GDP is the sum, when you're using the expenditure approach, of all the spending that's going on in the product market. When you do GDP using the income approach, you're drawing the sum of factor income, which is wages, rent, interest, and profits. So understanding that the money spent on goods and services in the product market is going to make its way into the factor market as factor income should help you understand how one person's spending is another person's income, and why real GDP is analogous to real national income, which is a concept that's very regularly assessed in the AP Macroeconomics free response question. All right, so then the next question, the major question, is how do we know if an economy is doing well or poorly? I have 3 boxes up on the screen. I bet you can fill these in. We're going to just talk about some of the key concepts for GDP, inflation, and unemployment. So beginning with GDP, which is where the course and exam description begins, one of the questions we ask to measure the health of the economy is how much output is the economy producing? So the quantity of aggregate output, where the real GDP is found, where the quantity of aggregate output demanded is equal to the quantity of aggregate output supplied, right? That's where the AD and SRAS curve intersect. Current output is found where the quantity of aggregate output demanded is equal to quantity of aggregate output supplied. And for the most part, we're using the expenditure approach formula when we're conceptualizing aggregate demand, because it's demand by each of those sectors of the economy. But we can also ask the same question as how much income is being earned in the economy. And again, that's where we would be looking at the sum of wages plus rent plus interest plus profits. That's factor income for labor, land, capital, and entrepreneurship. So keep in mind, real GDP is equal to real national income. And so if real GDP is going up, then all else equal, real national income is going up. If real GDP is going down, all else equal, real national income is going down as well. Right. Another way to think about GDP is as GDP per capita, and we find GDP per capita by dividing real GDP by the population. And so if real GDP is rising at a faster rate than the population rises, then real GDP per capita is increasing. We also want to distinguish between nominal GDP and real GDP. Nominal GDP is found by summing, right, total spending on current output in current prices, and real GDP is measuring total spending on current output using base year prices. So nominal GDP is current prices times current output. Real GDP is base year prices times current output. Now we can go and start thinking about what are the key concepts associated with inflation. And the question we're asking here is, are prices stable? You've learned in the course why price stability is such an important component in a well-functioning economy. When people can't predict what's going to happen to prices, it tends to seize up their economic decision making in ways that are really negative for the economy. So we learned 2 ways of measuring inflation in this course. We learned about how to measure inflation using the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. We also learned about how to measure inflation in terms of the GDP deflator. They're both price indices. There are a variety of price indices that economists examine to see what's going on in the economy. But for AP Macroeconomics, we're focusing on the CPI as a measure of consumer purchasing power and the GDP deflator as a way of understanding what's happening to real output. Remember that the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, is found by dividing the market basket in the current year by the market basket in the base year and then multiplying by 100. The CPI in the base year equals 100 because you're dividing a number by itself. Okay. The GDP deflator is another price index. It's found by putting nominal GDP over real GDP and multiplying by 100. And again, it's also true that the GDP deflator in the base year is equal to 100 because nominal GDP is equal to real GDP because the base year prices are equal to the current year prices because the base year is the current year. Right? So conceptually, if you understand that, that should really help you when you're asked questions about inflation. You want to be able to solve for real GDP using nominal GDP and the deflator. You can divide if the deflator is presented to you as out of 100, you can divide by 100 and then divide nominal GDP by that to get real GDP. The inflation rate is often in AP macroeconomics assessed by comparing two CPIs. And so the rate of, you really want to be able to apply the rate of change formula to a variety of things. You could calculate the rate of change in real GDP, you could calculate the rate of change in real GDP per capita. There's all kinds of rate of changes that we could be measuring. And we always use new minus old over old times 100 as our rate of change formula. So if you were going to calculate the inflation rate using CPI, you would take the current year CPI minus the base year CPI over the base year CPI times 100. So new minus old over old times 100, or current year minus base year over base year times 100. Okay. All right. Then inflation also helps us understand what's happening to real wages, which is a measure of the purchasing power of consumers. And so you want to be able to recognize that what's happening to real wages when you're examining what's happening to nominal wages and what's happening to inflation. So if nominal wages are rising at a faster rate than inflation is, then real incomes are rising. And then the reverse is true. If nominal wages are rising, but they're not rising as fast as prices are rising, then real wages are falling because the purchasing power of a given wage has gone down. Okay. All right. Then finally, within the unemployment rate, there's just a couple of formulas you need to know, but conceptually, there's a lot of different elements to unemployment, and they feature often in free response questions. And so let's make sure we know what those are. So really, there's two ways of understanding what questions we're answering in terms of measuring the health of an economy when we're looking at the unemployment rate. One of the things we're looking at is the portion of the country's population, working age population, that's in the labor force, and we find the labor force is equal to the sum of the number of employed people plus the number of unemployed people. That's the labor force, employed plus unemployed. The labor force participation rate is the labor force over the working age population. So the labor force, you could replace labor force in that formula with employed plus unemployed over the population. Right. Again, then the unemployment rate is the portion of the country's labor force that is unemployed. And so we find the unemployment rate by setting the number of unemployed workers over the number of people in the labor force, and that gives us the unemployment rate. Remember, you learned about the difference between the natural rate of unemployment and the actual rate of unemployment. We know that zero unemployment is not a policy goal because a natural, healthy, dynamic economy always has people entering and exiting the labor market as a result of changes in their circumstances. That relates to frictional unemployment. And then we also know that a dynamic economy results in the obsolescence of certain skills and the need for workers with new skills. And so structural unemployment refers to the workers who are out of work because there's a mismatch between the skills that they have and the skills needed by the economy. So the natural rate of unemployment is equal to frictional plus structural unemployment. That's why when the economy is producing full employment levels, about the actual unemployment rate is not zero, right? And then you want to be able to compare the actual unemployment rate with the natural unemployment rate. And the difference between the two is the rate of cyclical unemployment. That's the amount of unemployment that exists in the economy because of the business cycle. So when the actual unemployment rate equals the natural rate of unemployment, there's zero cyclical unemployment. All right. Okay. So those are the formulas that are going to serve you the most well when you're potentially seeing a free response question on one of these topics. But you want to recognize that heading into this year's exams, that it's not about necessarily having the formula. It's about recognizing the information in the problem so that you know how to use the formula in order to solve for the answer that you're looking for. Okay. Oh, we said that, right? When cyclical unemployment is zero, the unemployment rate, the actual unemployment rate is the natural unemployment. Right. Now, here are some of the key concepts that have often been in a prong in one part of a free response question, right? Calculating nominal GDP and real GDP given some current year and base year prices and quantities, calculating real GDP per capita, explaining what's counted and what's not counted, right? What gets counted as part of GDP and what doesn't, and understanding that can help you identify the strengths and weaknesses of GDP. So you can certainly imagine a free response question that has, this one weakness of GDP as an indicator of the health of an economy, and you should have at your disposal a list of reasons why GDP might not fully capture all of what's happening in terms of the production in an economy. It also certainly doesn't measure economic equality, it doesn't measure happiness, it doesn't measure leisure time, right? There are certain things that may be very indicative of a healthy economy that aren't captured by GDP. You want to be able to calculate the inflation rate using the rate of change formula, whether you're using the CPI or another price index. You certainly want to be able to answer questions about what's happening to real wages given some changes in nominal wages and the price level, and then that idea of winners and losers when there's unanticipated inflation or when the actual inflation rate is greater than the expected rate of inflation. Who wins and who loses? That's come up in a number of free response questions that we've done over the course of these videos. And then when it comes to unemployment, again, knowing who's counted and who isn't counted and understanding how the unemployment rate is calculated will help you define the natural rate of unemployment in terms of frictional and structural unemployment. You want to be able to calculate the labor force participation rate and the unemployment rate. And again, you really want to understand what the unemployment rate does and doesn't tell us about the health of the economy, because a person who is working 1 hour a week, who wants to work 40 hours a week, is counted as employed. They don't feature in the unemployment rate, but that person certainly does not have the job he or she desires, nor are they earning what they would desire. And don't forget that people who start to lose hope about their ability to find a job end up dropping out of the labor force, and so those people aren't counted as part of the unemployed. So we also keep a close eye on the labor force participation rate to see whether or not people are just dropping out of the labor market altogether because they're so discouraged. So understanding what these indicators do and don't tell us is really important in terms of following the news and understanding the health of the economy, and knowing these key concepts will help you answer free response questions that get at them. Okay. All right. So then finally, the unit finishes up with a business cycle graph, and I want to show it to you conceptually in two ways, and then I'll share a really typical illustration of the business cycle. So when we're looking at the business cycle, we're looking at real GDP over time, and this first graph shows if real GDP is on the vertical axis, then what most economies want to see is this nice, stable, steady increase in real GDP over time. Right? We don't want it rising too fast, such that we see inflation. We don't want it falling. We don't want it increasing at a decreasing rate. We certainly don't want it to become negative because that means we're going to see unemployed workers. So this was the goal: this nice, stable, steady increase in real GDP over time. Another way to capture that is when you're looking at the real GDP growth rate on the vertical axis over time. So now we would reflect constant increases in real GDP over time as a horizontal line at the desired GDP growth rate. So if you were presented with a business cycle model and you have to interpret it, make sure you pay careful attention to what is on the vertical axis. Are you looking at real GDP over time, or are you looking at real GDP growth rate over time, or real GDP per capita growth rate over time? Make sure you pay careful attention to the axes. Now, this is a snip of a business cycle graph that came out of an old macro multiple choice question that shows you real GDP over time. And again, this straight line represents potential output, right? The economy is adding productive capacity to be able to have increases in output that are consistent. But then the business cycle, right, is reflected in this actual real GDP curve that shows you that sometimes real GDP is growing faster, sometimes real GDP is growing slower, sometimes real GDP is shrinking, and so on. You want to be able to name and associate the phases of the business cycle with this illustration. So a peak is here, right, at the top before a contraction begins. A peak is followed by a contraction. The bottom of the contraction is the trough. The trough is the lowest point before the economy starts expanding again. So the upper sloping portion of the business cycle model is an expansion. When actual output is greater than potential output, we know that the economy is producing beyond full employment levels of output. This is an inflationary gap. Rising prices might be a problem that policymakers want to address. The unemployment rate, the actual unemployment rate, is below the natural rate of unemployment. When actual output is less than potential output, then we know that right here it's likely unemployment is the problem that the economy is facing. Right, real GDP is either declining or not growing as quickly as we would like it to. When we're producing less less output than we have the potential to produce, that means that we have unemployed resources, unemployed workers. So rising prices probably isn't the problem, but rising unemployment probably is the problem. So really understand the business cycle in terms of not just those phases, but also what we can say about the health of the economy in terms of what's happening to real GDP, what's happening to the inflation rate, and what's happening to the unemployment rate. So make those connections in this business cycle model. Okay, so that was a review of the major concepts and content in the unit, and we're going to spend the rest of our time together reviewing some pre-response questions. So I pulled 4 questions that focus predominantly on Unit 2 topics, so you can see the variety of ways that these concepts are assessed in an FRQ, and we will go through them. So if you're doing this, if you're watching live, I'm going to go through it sort of systematically as if I was answering the question, and then if you're watching this after the fact, definitely as soon as the question comes up, you can pause the video, try to solve the problem, answer the questions, and then check your answers against what we're going to develop now. So 2000, this is the first one, comes from 2018. It's question 3. Part A was a Unit 1 prompt, so I left it off, but I do want to come back and include the PPC for it in Part D because of the way it allows us to connect the concepts of inflation, of unemployment to the production possibilities curve. So we are told that countries face trade-offs between producing consumer goods and capital goods. We're skipping this part of the question, and then the next part asks us to calculate the unemployment rate in country X and to show your work. So show your work means you want to not just show the number, but show how you arrived at the number. I'm kind of a fussy teacher, and when my students see show your work in an FRQ, they have to write the formula in words, then they can plug in the numbers and then solve for the answer. So this is the table that gives us information about the economy, and the first thing we want to do is calculate the unemployment rate. So the unemployment rate is found by putting the number of unemployed workers and dividing it by the labor force, which is the sum of employed plus unemployed workers. And so we have employed workers of 108,000. We have 3 types of unemployment. All 3 of them count as unemployed workers. And then we have these not in the labor force, which means they're neither employed nor are they unemployed. So taking the sum of frictional plus structural plus cyclical unemployment and setting it over the sum of employed plus unemployed will allow us to arrive at 20,000 divided by 200,000 for an unemployment rate of 10%. So that's how we would solve for the unemployment rate. The second question asks us to solve for the labor force participation rate, and again, show your work. So the labor force participation rate is equal to the labor force over the working age population. So the labor force again is equal to the sum of the employed plus unemployed. So here's our labor force, right here. We've already solved for the side of the labor force, and then the working age population includes those in the labor force and those not in the labor force. So to solve this problem, we would set 200,000, which is the labor force, right? It's the employed plus the unemployed, and then we would add to it the people who are not in the labor force, and that would be our working age population. So ultimately, we end up with 200,000 over 300,000, and we end up with a labor force participation rate of 66.67%. Okay, it's probably a good idea to solve two digits after the decimal point if you end up with a remainder like this. Okay, then the final part of the question asks us to draw a correctly labeled graph of the production possibilities curve for this country with consumer goods on the horizontal axis, capital goods on the vertical axis, and then to indicate a point on the graph labeled C that reflects the current level of unemployment. Okay, so we know that we have cyclical unemployment, which means the actual unemployment rate is higher than the natural unemployment rate. When we have cyclically unemployed workers, that means we're producing inside our production possibilities curve. So we can follow the directions to draw a correctly labeled graph with capital goods on the vertical axis, consumer goods on the horizontal axis, and then find a point Z inside the curve, and that's how we would earn the point for this question. If you drew a straight line PPC curve reflecting constant opportunity costs, there would be nothing wrong with that if you were answering this particular question. So that's how you would approach answering the questions about unemployment in this particular question. All right, so now let's move on to the next one. So this is the 2011 Form B, question 3, and we are given in the problem a table that allows us to see the 2009 quantities, 2009 prices, 2010 quantities, and 2010 prices. Read all the information on the prompt carefully. It tells us that 2009 is the base year. So we know these are the base year prices. Okay, so we have base year quantities, base year prices, current year quantities, and current year prices. The outputs and prices of goods and services in country X are shown in the table above. Assume that 2009 is the base year. Calculate the following. We need to calculate nominal GDP and real GDP. So remember, nominal GDP is equal to current year prices times current year output. So I added this highlighting so you can see where I'm drawing the numbers from. So we would multiply the price times the quantity plus the price times the quantity for each of the goods and services that were given. So in this case, the current year prices come from this column times the current year quantities, which come from this column. So 250 times 8, 10 times 10, 5 times 5. That leaves us the sum of those numbers is nominal GDP of $145. Real GDP is current output in base year prices. So now we're going to take current output again. So we're going to keep this same current output, but now we're multiplying by the base year price. So real GDP is equal to the price in the base year times the quantity in the current year plus the price in the base year times quantity in the current year, and so on. So now we would be multiplying new prices times the base year prices times the current year quantities, and that would give us a real GDP of $100. Okay. So again, carefully examine the table, carefully examine the information you're given, and conceptually understand nominal GDP is including current prices, real GDP. We're trying to figure out what's happened to output. All right, part B is an inflation rate question. We're already given the price indices, so we don't have to compute them before calculating the inflation rate, which is nice. And we're just told that if the year one price index is 50 and the next year price index is 55, what is the rate of inflation? We can use our rate of change formula, new minus old over old times 100. And so the new index is 55, the old index is 50. We'd end up with 5 over 50, which is a 10. I'm sorry, 5 over 50. That should be it. Oh my goodness, which is a 10. That should say 10%. Please forgive me. That should say 10%. So the inflation rate in this case would be 10%. 55 minus 50 over 50 times 100 is 10% this week, not 5%. All right, part C. Assume that next year's wage rate will be 3% higher than this year's because of inflationary expectations. The actual inflation rate is 4%. At the beginning of next year, will the real wage be higher, lower, or the same as today? So here's that concept of nominal versus real wages given some change in inflation. So if we get 3% more money in nominal terms, but the price level increases by 4%, then we're able to buy fewer goods and services. So the real wage will be lower. This isn't an explain point, but if you had to explain, you would say the real wage would be lower because the given nominal wage, which increased to 3%, buys fewer goods and services than it would have because the price level has increased by 4%. And then another cost of inflation question here. Assume that Sarah gets a fixed rate loan from a bank when the expected inflation rate is 3%. If the actual inflation rate turns out to be 4%, who benefits from the unexpected inflation? Well, remember that when the actual inflation rate is higher than expected, then the value of the payments that is being paid back have less purchasing. The purchasing power of the dollars that are being paid back is lower. And so who benefits from that? The person who's paying back the money or the person who's receiving the money that has less purchasing power than anticipated? And hopefully you recognize it's the borrower. So Sarah is going to benefit from the unexpected inflation because the value of her loan repayments is less than anticipated. And so the lender is being paid back with dollars that have less value than they expected them to. So the borrower benefits and the lender loses. Okay, so again, please forgive that mistake. That should say 10%. And this was the 2011 Form B question 3. All right. Now the 2007 question 3. This is a nice one. It's all explained. There's no calculating. There's no graphing. This is just asking you to explain your understanding of what is and isn't calculated or counted as part of GDP. So I put up the definition of GDP because the answers to the questions really found in the definition. So GDP is the final market value of finished goods and services produced in an economy in a given year. No used goods, no intermediate goods, and it's produced domestically. So those understanding those elements of the definition will really help you answer these questions. So we have to indicate whether each of the following is counted in US GDP for 2006 and to explain the answers. So the first one is the value of a used textbook sold through an online auction, and certainly that is not going to be counted because it is counted in the year it was produced. Now, even if it was sold new in 2006, it was counted when it was sold new, and so it can't be counted in 2006 as a use because that would be double counting. The second question asks us to determine whether rent paid in 2006 by residents in an apartment building built in 2000 is counted in GDP. And this is probably a distractor, right? The apartment building was built in 2000, and so the construction of the apartment counted in GDP in 2000. But the rent is a current service. So the rent you pay in 2006 is for service delivered in 2006, which is the roof over your head. So rental payments would be counted. The construction costs would not be counted, but the rental payments would be. Kind of similar with this C, commissions earned in 2006 by a stockbroker. I'm sure that your teacher drilled it into your head that stocks and bonds are transfers when people buy and sell stocks and bonds. Those are transfers of assets. Those do not count as part of GDP. However, when you pay a stockbroker to facilitate that transaction for you, that is payment for a service rendered in that year. So yes, the commission is the fee earned by the stockbroker for services rendered in 2006, and so that fee, that commission, would be counted as part of GDP for 2006. And finally, another question designed to really make sure you understand the definition: the value of automobiles produced in 2006 entirely in South Korea by a firm fully owned by U.S. citizens. Well, that really, we have to tease that out. If it's produced in 2006, it could be, but entirely in South Korea? No, it's domestic production. And so even though the firm is owned by United States citizens, it's produced in another country, it does not count towards U.S. GDP. So this would be how you would approach answering a question on what is and isn't counted in the calculation of gross domestic product. All right, so we have time for one more. So we're going to go to the 2006 question 3. It's another unemployment question. Again, older exams tend to have questions that focus on a given unit, and then more newer exams tend to really integrate topics and concepts from multiple units together. So you can certainly find other questions that have, a part A or a part B or a part C that get at unemployment, inflation, and GDP. But some of these older questions focus very explicitly on these units, and so those are the ones I chose for tonight's review. Okay, so the unemployment rate is an important indicator of the health of the U.S. economy. And now part A reads: assume that with the economy at full employment, the government implements expansionary fiscal policy. Okay, so if the economy is at full employment, that means that the actual unemployment rate is equal to the natural unemployment rate, and cyclical unemployment is 0. So the question is, how does the actual unemployment rate at the new short run equilibrium compare with the natural rate of unemployment? So if the natural rate of unemployment is equal to the actual rate of unemployment at full employment levels of output, if we enact expansionary policy, we're going to be trying to increase output, which requires more workers. The unemployment rate is actually going to fall. So the actual unemployment rate at the new short equilibrium will be lower than the natural unemployment rate. And this is an excellent example of a question whose answer can be found using a graph. So if you weren't sure how to approach this, give yourself a graph of the economy, full employment levels of output. Remember that here there's no cyclical unemployment, and so we expanded some expansionary policy, enacted some expansionary policy that was designed to increase aggregate demand. We get a new short run equilibrium level of output that requires more workers, and so the actual unemployment rate would fall because we were hiring more workers in order to produce beyond full employment level of output. So that's a great example of how graphs can help you answer a conceptual question that requires words. Part B reads: assume that a significant number of workers are involuntarily changed from full-time to part-time employment. Explain how this will affect the number of people who are officially classified as unemployed. So as we talked about before, knowing who's counted and who isn't is important in getting the answer to this question correct. And as I said, full-time workers and part-time workers count as employed, even if those part-time workers prefer full-time jobs or those full-time workers prefer part-time jobs, right? So if the people are involuntarily changed from full-time to part-time, there's no change in the unemployment rate because full-time workers and part-time workers are both counted as employed, right? So again, having a really strong conceptual understanding of each of these indicators will allow you to answer these kinds of questions. So let's finish up with part C. Assume that the government reduces, I'm just going to switch to the next slide. Assume that the government reduces the level of unemployment compensation. C1 asks us to explain how this affects the natural rate of unemployment, and the natural rate of unemployment would decrease because more people would be incentivized to accept jobs more quickly because there's less unemployment compensation. So imagine that you are frictionally unemployed. You decide you come out of college, you've re-entered the labor market after being out for a period of time, and the minute you say, I'm looking for work, right, you are counted as unemployed. Well, how long are you going to be looking for work? Well, you're going to be looking for work until you find the job that you are looking for. But if your unemployment compensation runs out, you might at the end of that time choose a job that is less desirable than the one that you were looking for, but you want to get back to work. And so the length of time people spend frictionally or structurally unemployed would decrease as a result of a decline in unemployment compensation. And so this is one of the very few things in the course that will affect the natural rate of unemployment. A change in unemployment compensation would do it. Okay. So then the last part of the question asks you to connect it to the long run Phillips curve. So using a correctly labeled graph, show how this affects the long run Phillips curve. So remember, in the Phillips curve model, the long run Phillips curve is vertical at the natural rate of unemployment. And so if the natural unemployment rate falls, the long run Phillips curve is going to shift to the left, and you would show it in an accurately labeled graph that has inflation on the vertical axis, unemployment on the horizontal axis, an initial long run Phillips curve at the natural rate of unemployment, and a new long run Phillips curve that reflects a lower natural rate of unemployment. All right, so that is that was a review of 4 questions that teases out all of the different ways that you can be assessed on your understanding of how to calculate, how to think about the unemployment rate, the inflation rate, and real and GDP as measures of the health of an economy. So that's what we took a look at tonight. The circular flow we revisited, and a real careful exploration of GDP, unemployment, inflation as measured by price indices, how to find real versus nominal GDP, and then connecting the measures of economic performance to the business cycle. So these were our essential questions, and hopefully now you have a good sense of how those essential questions connect to AP macroeconomics response questions on this topic. So here were our enduring understandings. All right, so we're going to finish up tonight with a reminder that regardless of whether you are assigned them in a class or not by your teacher, you can log into your College Board account and access optional student practice in AP Classroom. Mr. Romano went through last night a review of how to access them, so I'm just going to remind you that they're there. When you log into myapcollegeboard.org, you can find practice questions that allow you to practice answering questions on computer and then compare your answers to the scoring guidelines that are available. So I will wish you well. I will say good night now, and thank you so much for watching. I'll look forward to seeing you on Thursday for a review of Unit 4, and tomorrow Mr. Romano will be with you for a review of Unit 3 free response questions. Have a good night, everyone.
Hey, macro students, and welcome back to another AP Live instructional video. My name's Matt Romano, and today we are going to do another set of practice problems actually, and focusing on Unit 3. So Unit 3 was regarding national income and price determination. Ultimately, looking back on it now that you've been through everything, you know what the course looks like, and you've got a big picture view, you can see that Unit 3 was just all about ADAS, about building the ADAS model, building up an initial understanding of it. You now see it in a broader context, how it's right at the heart of everything else that we do within this course. So we built up ADAS analysis. We introduced the concepts of multipliers, just spending and tax multipliers. We didn't get the money multiplier yet, but the concept of a multiplier we did in Unit 3. We introduced fiscal policy, stabilization policy in general was introduced here in Unit 3. And of course, along with that, talking about fiscal policy, we talk about automatic stabilizers as an option beyond just the standard discretionary stabilizers that we typically discuss. So that's what we're going to focus on throughout this lesson, and that's what we're going to look at primarily when we do a couple practice problems at the end of this lesson. What do you need to know? Well, again, briefly, because we've already covered all this, we've done review videos. Let's talk about the big ideas, the essential questions that come from this unit on national income and price determination. And again, with the perspective you now have, looking back on a whole year's worth or a whole course's worth of AP Macro, you can read between the lines here and see exactly what we're talking about. First question, for example, how do spending and production decisions made by household, businesses, government, and the rest of the world affect an economy? In other words, how do we analyze an economy? How do we analyze the effects of changes in production levels, or what causes changes in production levels, what causes change in spending, and who's doing the spending? Well, obviously households, businesses, government, the rest of the world. So it's a clear, really foreshadowing, if you're looking at this prior to the unit, it's a clear foreshadowing to aggregate demand, aggregate supply analysis, which is what you're going to do in this unit. And the second question is obviously about fiscal policy. How do policy decisions regarding taxation and government spending affect the economy? So again, you've been there, done that already. It's pretty clear that these are the overriding questions that you hope to answer through your study of ADAS fiscal policy. Developing understanding starts out by talking about obviously unit 2, where you talk about macro indicators, the major macro indicators, GDP, unemployment, inflation is represented by price level, change in price level, and of course the business cycle. And we're making a connection here. We're making a connection between those three indicators and how we can demonstrate why those indicators change. And that's some of the most valuable lessons we can learn from using this ADAS analysis. Again, connecting the data to a picture. One thing I often say in my classes, for as many topics as possible, maybe all of them, you ought to be able to know them in numbers, words, and pictures. Okay, and a lot of times we start with the words. You have to understand the definitions of them. Then we have some data to back it up, which is what you did in unit 2. The pictures are the graphs, and we use these graphs, ADAS in particular, for entire macroeconomics, to make connections between the words and the numbers that we're learning and the actual effects that they have on the economy, the movements and the changes that occur, the fluctuations that occur within the business cycle. So this developing understanding statement says it right here. The ADAS model is a powerful tool that allows economists to represent the impact of spending, production decisions, economic fluctuations, and policy actions on macroeconomic outcomes, including output, income, unemployment, and inflation. So there it is right there. It's connecting the dots between the data from unit 2 and all those economic goals and concepts that we've been talking about, the big picture of an economy. A lot of skills in unit 3. A lot of skills, obviously. Yes, you have to describe economic concepts and use them to explain what's going on. You've got to determine the outcome of economic situations. You've got to determine the effect of a change in economic situation using quantitative data and calculations. All of that's kind of given. You know that. You got to know your concepts and principles. You got to be able to explain them, and you got to be able to use the numbers to explain them as well. Skills 4A, 4B, and 4C obviously are all related to drawing and demonstrating changes on graphs. These are skills that I know you've developed. Your teachers did a great job, I'm sure, of instructing you on this, of modeling it, having you practice it. As you know, I want to point out that this 1 year, you're not going to be drawing those graphs on the exam itself. So in our practice question today, we're going to draw graphs, and I encourage you that in all of your practice and all of your prep for the exam, continue to draw those graphs, but with the understanding that you're not going to do that on the exam itself. At least not on anything you submit. A reminder, it'd be a good idea to have some paper out when you're taking this exam, draw some graphs out of scratch paper, help yourself answer questions using it, because that's what graphs are. They are tools that we can use to apply skills, to apply knowledge, to help us better understand what it is we're trying to see. So again, everything in the red box, not going to be on the exam, but those are skills that you should have developed and you're going to use to help you answer questions. Essential graphs, well, this whole unit is about one graph. This one, the aggregate demand, aggregate supply model. So what can we say about it? We've really looked at it in great detail. We practiced it a lot, and again, we're going to practice it more today, but this is a model you just have to know if you're going to be successful in macroeconomics at any level. You got to know what this model is all about. Recall that we've talked a lot about using this model in the context of these types of free response questions, and the first thing you always want to do is you want to recognize what is the starting point. How does my current output level compare to full employment output? If it's drawn like we see right here, obviously we're operating at long-run equilibrium, and we operate at long-run equilibrium. All three of those curves intersect at the same output level, and that output level is our full employment output level. It's the equivalent of operating on the PPC. It indicates that all of our resources are being utilized in a sustainable and efficient manner. It indicates that we're at the natural rate of unemployment. All of that is true at that point. The other two starting points, obviously, we could have output which is less than full employment, where Y is less than full employment, which is going to tell us that the unemployment rate is elevated. It's greater than the natural rate, and we have a recessionary gap. So that's again something we have to recognize. We're going to practice how we read that within the context of an FRQ today. And of course, the third beginning point is output beyond full employment. We're utilizing resources to a point that is unsustainable. We're beyond the curve in this case. Unemployment is less than the natural rate, and we know what's going to happen as a result of that. We could have long-run correction where resource prices start to rise, or there could be a policy change that brings us back to full employment. Ultimately, we'll wind up back at full employment in the long run. The question always becomes, how do we get there? As far as those curves are concerned, remind yourself what's going to shift each curve. The short-run aggregate supply curve. A simple question you can ask when you're given an example: this change in the economy, is it making production cheaper and easier, or is it making it more expensive and more difficult? If it's making it cheaper and easier to do business, now we've got to be looking from the producer perspective. But if it makes it cheaper, if it makes it easier to do business, input prices are falling, regulations are lifted, then we're going to shift SRAS to the right. If it makes it more expensive, makes it more difficult, production costs are rising, imposition of taxes on businesses, any of that kind of stuff, SRAS is going to shift to the left. So keep that clear in your mind. Aggregate demand, we've done this so much, I know you know by now. The four shifters of aggregate demand: changes consumer spending, investment spending, government purchases, net export spending. Got to always keep that in mind. We've got to be on the lookout for when you're given a question and it pertains to aggregate demand, or you don't know what it pertains to yet. Run through that checklist. When you're given an example, is it consumption? Is it investment? Is it government spending? Is it net exports? If it is, we shift aggregate demand. Any of those increase, any type of spending increases, 80 shifts to the right. If any of those decrease, 80 shifts left. If it's not one of those four things, 80's not shifted. It really is that simple. So keep it as simple as possible. We have to know why those things will change, but keep it as simple as possible. Bring it back to CIG and X, because those are your shifters of the aggregate demand curve. Formulas. So we have to know numbers. I already said graphs and pictures. Now we need to know the numbers as well. Multipliers. We did introduce the multiplier effect, and we use the multiplier effect by applying the lessons of MPC and MPS, and we tried to determine the potential changes in output that occur due to changes in spending and or taxes. And it's going to be any kind of spending. Sometimes we get locked in on just one type of spending when we're using multipliers. It's not just government spending. It can be investment spending, net export spending. We're just trying to predict, based upon the marginal propensity to consume, we're trying to predict how much of a change in output could potentially occur as a result of the multiplier effect. In order to calculate, we should know the spending multiplier is 1 over 1 minus MPC, or an equivalent fraction 1 over MPS, because MPC plus MPS equals 1. How do we use that? To calculate any change in output, I just take a change in spending. In this case, I put change in government spending, but it could be investment spending, net export spending. I take a change in spending, I multiply it by that spending multiplier, and that's going to tell me if we have the full multiplier effect, this would be the predicted change in output. The tax multiplier, we need to know that as well for changes in taxes. Tax multiplier is negative MPC over 1 minus MPC, or equivalent fraction negative MPC over MPS. We use it the same way. Change in output is going to be the change in taxes times the tax multiplier. So whatever that lump sum change in taxes is, it doesn't work for per unit. We have to have a lump sum. Whatever that lump sum change in taxes is, we simply multiply by the tax multiplier, and we find our potential change in output. Note that it's a negative number because increases in taxes are going to reduce disposable income, they're going to reduce spending, so they're going to work in opposite directions. We have this inverse relationship, and that's what that negative number is going to indicate. Note that it's always a smaller number. The tax multiplier is always less than the spending multiplier. Through this equation, it's actually 1 less in magnitude and negative. That's always the case. That could be important on FRQ. It could be important on FRQ today that we practice. So always keep that in mind, that the magnitude of the spending multiplier is great. Why is that? I know we've been over it already, but the fact of the matter is, let's just say it's government spending. Once that money's spent, it's spent. It's out there. But in the case of taxes, if there were, say, a reduction in tax rates, some of that reduction in tax rates is going to be saved. It will not be spent. And that's why we try to represent the tax multiplier as a smaller number in terms of the magnitude and the overall impact it's going to have on total output. Okay, all that said, that goes really fast going backwards, looking backwards on it. When you did it in class, when you did it the first time, when you were in class doing unit 3, it probably took you a few weeks to do all the material because you had to build so much. But now looking back, it's all in one piece, and hopefully that one piece makes sense to you. So we're going to go into guided practice here. We're going to do 2 questions on from previous AP exams. I think it's safe to say, this is just a statement of fact. This is not a prediction. Be sure you understand that. But a statement of fact that ADAS is the most commonly asked topic of all topics in AP macro. So it's very easy to find questions that include ADAS. Not common that you get one that's exclusively ADAS, which should also make sense because it's connected to everything we do here. But almost any year you can pick a random, there's going to be a question in there with ADAS on it. I can't think of a year where there wasn't. There could have been, but I can't think of one. So a lot of questions to choose from. If you want to go back to AP Central and practice a few on your own, that'd be a great idea. You're going to have plenty where you can practice working with the ADAS model. But I chose 2 because I felt like they did a nice job of highlighting the concepts that we just went over. They're going to make you do the graph itself, make you think through the shifters of ADAS, and make you think through fiscal policy and multipliers as well. So let's jump into it. Now, if you're watching this recorded, obviously now would be the time to go ahead and press pause, work your way through the problem, and then come back and we'll go over the answers. So those watching live right now, I'm going to pause a little bit as we go, but we're going to work our way through the question as we go through the question and answers. So here we have a question from 2015 Q1. Starts out by telling us, assume the U.S. economy is operating below full employment. Now I'm going to remind you again, there's always something in that first sentence that we're going to need down the line. Should be pretty clear what we're going to need. They're going to ask you to draw ADAS. You got to draw correctly. Now, of course, this year that doesn't apply, but this is still good practice because you get used to, you get in the habit of knowing what goes where and what it represents. This jumps into monetary policy a little bit, parts B and C. I realize we're not there yet, we're in units 3, but we're going to go ahead and look at the answer to this because again, we're looking backwards, you know what monetary policy is. And then D jumps into fiscal policy and jumps into the multiplier effect. So we'll take our time there and make sure that makes sense. And finally, E is going to talk about the effects of the change in taxes and how that impacts the ADA as well. So let's jump into question 1A. Draw a correctly labeled graph of the long run aggregate supply, short run aggregate supply, and aggregate demand, and show each of the following. Current equilibrium output and price level labels Y1, PO1, full employment output labeled as YF. Okay, so we're going to draw this graph. What do I need to do to draw it correctly? Well, obviously I need to know my axes, price level, real GDP. Got to put my curves down, we're sloping AD, upward sloping SRAS, but I've got to include LRAS and YF. I've got to know where that goes. And that's step 1. It's right there in our opening sentence. Again, one of the biggest mistakes a lot of students make is maybe they get worried about time, maybe they're just rushing to get to the answer, but they don't fully read the question. And they're telling us right off the bat, the economy is operating below full employment. That's going to tell me how I'm going to draw my graph. Now I follow directions. When I do so, this is the result. You got price level on the Y, real GDP on the X, PL1 and Y1, where SRAS and AD intersect, and that Y1 is less than YF. So if you've drawn a graph like this, then you earn 2 points. You've earned all possible points. Okay, again, this is a case where we can follow directions, and if we read carefully and we know what to look for, we're going to do just fine. Okay, on to part B and C. These two go together, and again, they're monetary policy, which is not covered in unit 3, but we're going to talk about it anyway because it helps us see them in the context of the big picture and the question itself. Assume the Federal Reserve targets a new Fed funds rate to reach full employment. Should the Federal Reserve target a higher or lower federal funds rate? Then C, which goes along with, given the Federal Reserve action you identified in part B, draw a correctly labeled graph of the money market, show the effect on the nominal interest rate. All right, the question's in asking what would be the proper stabilization policy for the Fed to implement right now. If we're operating below full employment, we need an expansionary policy, but that doesn't answer the question. Which of these options is expansionary? That would be a lower federal funds rate. So again, in this case, all you have to do is say lower federal funds rate. Not ask for an explanation or anything else, just say lower federal funds rate. How do we show that on the graph of the money market? Nominal interest rates on the y-axis, quantity money on the x. We have a vertical money supply curve, downward sloping money demand, and money supply is going to increase. It's expansionary monetary policy. Will expand the monetary base, expand the overall money supply. We shift money supply to the right, and we show that real interest rates fallen from R1 to R2. All right, moving on to part D. Policymakers pursue a fiscal policy rather than a monetary policy in part D. Assume the marginal propensity to consume is 0.8. The value of the recessionary gap is $300 billion. Now, if you're taking this exam, if you're answering this question, I'm writing some information down or highlighting it. What do I need from this one? What do I pull from this question? I'm going to need the MPC. Might not be a bad idea to also write down your MPS is 0.2. I need to know that recessionary gap is $300 billion. We're operating, in this case, we're operating $300 billion below full employment. D1, if the government changes its spending without changing taxes to eliminate the recessionary gap, calculate the minimum required change in government spending. Okay, so we're applying a fiscal policy. We're not going to change taxes. We're going to close a $300 billion gap. Well, do we increase spending by $300 billion? No, of course not. We know there's a multiplier effect. We know that all money spent is received by someone, and they're going to spend a portion of it. In this case, they're going to spend 80% of every dollar they earn, every additional dollar they earn, I should say. Therefore, we need to use that multiplier. The multiplier in this case, multiplier is 5. 1 over 0.2 is 5, which means any amount of spending will be multiplied by 5 when we try to determine the final result of it. And this is a good way of looking at policy and how policy decisions will be made. To get that answer, then we just take that $300 billion divided by 5, and you get $60 billion. The change in government spending will be $60 billion. If the government changes taxes without changing government spending to eliminate the recessionary gap, will the minimum required change in taxes be greater than, smaller than, or equal to the minimum required change in government spending in part D1? Explain. What is this question asking? It's asking us to evaluate the relative magnitude of the spending multiplier and the tax multiplier. So the answer, 2 parts, because we have an explained portion of this. 1 point earned for stating the minimum required change in taxes will be greater than the minimum required change in government spending. Could you just calculate it and tell us the answer that way? Yes, you could. You could tell us that 75 is greater than 60, but you do still have to explain. 1 point is earned for explaining the tax multiplier is smaller than the government spending multiplier because part of that initial increase in disposable income caused by the decrease in income taxes will be saved rather than spent. That explanation, what we gave a little bit earlier today, is the exact reason why we have a smaller tax multiplier and why you have to reduce taxes by 75 as opposed to increasing spending by 60. As a reminder, remember, you have to show your work, and this is an example from the rubric here, from the scoring guidelines of how you show your work. Set up your equation, show what numbers you use and how you use them to get your final answer. But don't forget to show your work when you do these questions. All right, finally, part E. Part E asks us, assume the government lowers income tax rates to eliminate the recessionary gap. Will each of the following increase, decrease, or stay the same? Aggregate demand, explain. Long run aggregate supply, explain. All right, this is a tough one. We have to again make connections. 1 point earned for stating aggregate demand will increase, and there's explain that lower income tax rates will increase disposable income and or consumption and investment. So AD increases because of a decrease in taxes, increase in disposable income. That's pretty straightforward. But what about LRAS? This is very unique. It's not often this happens, but the way the question was asked, there's no reference to any time horizon. We don't know if we're talking long run or short run. So the question becomes, what do we do with LRAS? The intention was to ask about the short run because nothing's stated here. So in the short run, the change in taxes is not going to have an impact on LRAS, and that's what the first I'd say bullet point, but there's only one bullet point for it. The first sentence here in the bullet point says 1 point earned for stating that LRAS will stay the same because lowering income taxes will increase consumption and investment. There's no change in inputs. There's no change in productivity in the short run. But if we extend our analysis to the long run, you can get a logically accurate answer and still earn credit for it, even though it didn't match maybe the initial intent. So you could also have said 1 point is earned for stating that long run aggregate supply will increase in the long run because lowering taxes will increase savings and investment in physical capital, or because of increased incentives to work. So if you're making that connection because of increases in productivity, increases in capital accumulation or capital stock, then you could make that connection and argue that yes, LRAS will shift to the right. Or because now we're dealing with a deficit, you could go with this third option. 1 point earned for saying that long run aggregate supply will decrease in the long run because lowering taxes leads to a crowding out of private investment. That reduction in private investment is going to reduce capital formation, reduce productivity, shift LRAS to the left. That's rare that would happen, but it can happen. Point being, if you provide logically accurate answers that answer the question that was asked, you should earn credit for representing it. All right, so our second question. 2012 question 3. So this is considered a short free response question. The first one was a long free response question. If you look at the details of the 2020 exam, the first question is going to be a combination of 2 short questions. This is 1 short question. So you can expect something like this, but 2 of them put together, whereas the second question is meant to represent FRQ1 for most years, the one we just did. All right, so in terms of just length of question, that's what you can expect. Look at number 3. So the economy of Anderson land is in a long run equilibrium with full employment. In the short run, nominal wages are fixed. That's something we should know, but they're going to reiterate that for us. Again, statement like that is likely going to be something that we need to use. You might want to jot it down, highlight it, make a note of it somewhere. All right, if you're watching recorded again right now, pause it, take your time, answer the question, come right back on, and we will go over those answers. All right, let's talk about part A. Draw a correctly labeled graph of the short run aggregate supply, long run aggregate supply, and aggregate demand. Show each of the following: equilibrium output Y1, equilibrium price level PO1. Okay, once again, when we're drawing this, and we're including obviously LRAS, we need to know how does output compare to full employment. There it is. It's right there in the question. We're in long run equilibrium with full employment. They basically told you twice what it's supposed to look like. So your answer: price level on the y-axis, real GDP on the x, PL1, Y1 at long run equilibrium. That gets you the first point. LRAS running right through that intersection of SRAS and AD. Now, this graph, this is taken directly from the scoring guidelines. The graph itself shows the answer to part E, which we're about to discuss. So the increase that you see here in AD is not related to part A. We're going to go back to that in just a moment. So part B, speaking of, so there's an increase in exports from Anderson land. So your graph in part A show the effect of higher exports on the equilibrium in the short run, labeling new equilibrium output, price level Y2 and PL2 respectively. So that's what we saw here. The increase in AD because of an increase in exports is going to cause increase in price level and an increase in output. So the explanation, which you didn't have to give, which is given in the scoring guidelines, 1 point earned for showing a rightward shift of AD and showing Y2 and PL2. Part C, based on your answer in part B, what is the impact of higher exports on real wages in the short run? Explain. All right, we have to be consistent with whatever was said in part B. The correct answer for part B showed an increase in aggregate demand, increase in price level, increase in output. How do I connect that to a change in real wages? We're dealing with the short run, and you may have noted the initial sentence told us something about the short run. Nominal wages are fixed. That's my clue. That's my hint. I've got to use that information to answer correctly. 1 point is earned for saying that real wages will fall because price levels increase, nominal wages in the fixed run are fixed in the short run. Something you can take from this: when you see the word explain in a question, the word because should fit in your answer. You may or may not use it, but it should fit. So that's another hint. That's another really test taking tip that you can use. If the question says explain, I'm going to state some answer, some assertion, and then I've got to say because this is what happened. Remember, you're trying to identify a causal relationship in these types of questions. All right, almost forgot. Let's back up and think about this. Nominal wages aren't changing. Nominal wages are what we're actually being paid. That's what the workers themselves are being paid, current dollar values. They're not changing, but everything's getting more expensive. Price levels going up. So the real wage, when we consider the effects of inflation, the real wage itself, the purchasing power of those wages is going down, and that's why that's the correct answer to C. Finally, part D, as a result of the increase in exports, export-oriented industries in Anderson land increase expenditures on new container ships and equipment. What component of aggregate demand will change? Interesting question there. So what are the components of aggregate demand? C, I, G, and X. We know that. We want to narrow in on which one of those four is going to change because of this example. Read it again. As a result of the increase in exports, export-oriented industries in Anderson land increase expenditures. So who's spending money here? Export-oriented industries. Where does that fit in the context of aggregate demand? It's not consumption. It's not government. It's not net exports. This is because of net exports. It's industries. That's investment spending. All right. So we've got to connect the dots there. 1 point's going to be earned for saying the investment component of AD will change. And then for part 2 of D, what's the impact on long-run aggregate supply? Explain. Now we've got to make a connection between a change in investment spending and long-run aggregate supply economic growth. So your correct answer, 1 point earned for stating LRAS will shift to the right because there's that word again. Because capital stock has increased, capital formation has increased, capital accumulation has occurred. There's a development of new capital stock. Any of those things are going to apply because what's happening here? Industries are spending money on new capital, and that's going to increase productivity, shift LRAS out to the right. Okay, that's your question. So unit 3, as we said, unit 3 is primarily about building the ADAS model, starting to put it into context, so connecting it to fiscal policy, also connecting it obviously to the economic data that you studied in unit 2. But really, it's about building that understanding of ADAS, knowing that it's right there at the heart of everything in AP macro, and that we've got to be able to use it to explain what's happening, why things are changing in a macro economy. I hope that was helpful. I want to remind you once again that there are tools on AP Classroom, new tools on AP Classroom just recently added to help you prepare for the upcoming exam. Log on to AP Classroom, go to this page, and find those practice exam questions so you can get yourself as prepared as possible because you deserve that opportunity to show what you have learned, and we hope you do that. And with that, I want to thank you for watching once again, and I hope you come back and watch us again. And my best to you and yours. I hope all is well. Thanks a lot.
Good evening and welcome back to AP Macroeconomics Live Lesson. I'm Jen Ray Fields from Basking Ridge, New Jersey, and tonight we are going to be reviewing Unit 4, spending time examining those Unit 4 free response questions. So tonight our goal is to cover the topics that are included in Unit 4. We're going to be spending most of our time on those topics that I know traditionally give students a little bit more trouble, but we want to make sure that we carefully review the money market model, monetary policy, and the loanable funds market model as well. So we have several free response questions lined up for tonight that we're going to be spending time going through, emphasizing the bank balance sheet questions to help you understand how multiple deposit expansion of the money supply works and how to solve problems that ask you about changes in the banking system that result from changes in changes in banking and also changes in monetary policy. So our essential questions for Unit 4, what is money that we've already spent some time on? How is the price of money determined? Well, you know by now that the price of money is the interest rate. So if the price of anything is determined by the supply and demand for it. So we'll take a look at two interest rates, the nominal interest rate in the money market and the real interest rate in the loanable funds market. Again, we're going to spend a lot of time on multiple deposit expansion and the role of banks in expanding the money supply. And then we'll talk about monetary policy. So the enduring understandings that are associated with these essential questions include, how important money is in terms of its three functions, comparing the value of goods and services. Interest rates provide a measure of price of money. We're going to connect borrowing and saving in the loanable funds market. We'll talk about banks. Of course, in the money market, we're going to look at the demand for and supply of money in terms of the nominal interest rate, and we're going to connect that to fiscal monetary policy and the role of the Fed in setting the money supply. We're going to review the role of fiscal and monetary policy and how they affect the macroeconomy. And then we'll finish up again with the loanable funds market and an examination of the real interest rate. And we'll also just spend a few minutes reviewing nominal and real interest rates and the relationship between them. So that's where we're headed. It's packed. It's a lot. But I really hope that the reviews of these topics and the reviews of the free response questions will help increase your confidence level with Unit 4 questions. All right. So you'll remember that when we talked a few days ago about Unit 4, we spent some time talking about how to measure the money supply and how to understand the money multiplier. So this graphic organizer I developed based on similar ones that I've seen really call your attention to the fact that bank reserves are not part of the money supply. They're part of the monetary base. And this is the mechanism of monetary policy, right? Especially the tools that we talk about in AP Macro. The Fed controls the monetary base through its control of bank reserves and then through its influence on bank reserves. And then bank reserves support the money supply. And then the money multiplier is the ratio of the money supply to the monetary base. More often than not, we're talking about the M1 measure of the money supply, but we could be talking about M2 as well. So the money multiplier is equal to 1 divided by the reserve requirement ratio. This is a formula you definitely want to know. And the reserve requirement ratio is established by the Federal Reserve in the United States or the central bank in other countries. So this would be an example of how to conceptualize the relationship between the monetary base and the money supply. So we have a question, assume the reserve requirement is 10% and Elizabeth deposits $1,000 in the bank. If you watched the topics 4.1 to 4.4 video, you know I did the problem with Audrey depositing money in the bank. Audrey is my younger daughter, Elizabeth is my older daughter. So today's Lizzie's turn. Lizzie gets $1,000 and sit in the bank. And then we talked about how does that deposit get recorded on a T account for a single bank. And we know the deposit goes in as a liability. And then based on the reserve requirement, the bank now has an additional $100 in required reserves and an additional $900 in excess reserves. So very often multiple deposit expansion of the money supply questions ask you, how does a transaction like this ultimately affect these three elements of the banking in the entire bank system? So when we want to look at the bank system as a whole, we're going to talk again about assets and liabilities, and we're going to apply the multiplier to it. So again, the multiplier is found by dividing 1 by the reserve requirement ratio. When the reserve requirement is 10%, the multiplier is 10. So basically, the way you calculate the maximum change in the bank system is by applying the money multiplier to whatever initial change you're looking at. So the max change in excess reserves would be the initial change in excess reserves times the multiplier. The max change in deposits would be the initial change in deposits times the money times the multiplier, and the same thing for required reserves. So the rule of thumb really is that the maximum change in anything is equal to the initial change in that thing times the money multiplier. And then the trick becomes, what are you being asked for? There are questions that ask, what's the maximum change in loans? What's the maximum change in total reserves? And what's the maximum change in the money supply? So here's a formula for all seasons. The max change in the money supply is equal to the initial change in excess reserves times the multiplier plus the initial change in the money supply. And that's where you have to be careful and recognize whether or not the transaction results in an initial change in the money supply or not. And this particular example, when Elizabeth takes $1,000 in cash and deposits it into a demand deposit account, the money supply is not changing with that initial transaction. So the maximum change in the money supply that could be generated by this transaction would be equal to the initial change in excess reserves times the multiplier. I'm going to really try to help you flesh this out in the balance sheet questions that I hold for the free response section. Okay, so there are two key graphs in this unit. We start with the money market model. And the money market model is a supply and demand graph that describes the relationship between the price and quantity of money. And then here we go for short-term borrowing and lending. So short-term borrowing and lending means those decisions that people make about borrowing money that are not sensitive to inflation. It's really short-term in a society with in an economy with stable prices. These decisions are not impacted by the rate of inflation because the borrowing isn't going on for long enough for the inflation rate to matter. So the nominal interest rate is the stated interest rate, and that's the interest rate we're going to be using in our money market model. So the price of money in the short term is the nominal interest rate, so that goes on the vertical axis. And since it's supply and demand graph, we price on the vertical axis and quantity on the horizontal axis. So of particular note in terms of nominal interest rates is a short-term interest rate called the federal funds rate, which I'm sure you know is the overnight interbank borrowing rate. This is the rate that member banks charge one another for overnight borrowing. The interest rate is also the interest rate targeted by the Fed when it conducts monetary policy. The Fed does not set the federal funds rate. The Fed sets the discount rate. The discount rate is the short-term borrowing rate that the Fed charges member banks to borrow directly from the Fed itself through what's called the discount window. So make sure you can distinguish between the discount rate and the federal funds rate. The federal funds rate is something you might want to think about as being over here on this vertical axis, because that's what the Fed is targeting when it changes the amount of reserves in the bank system in order to influence the money supply. So here's what the graph looks like. We have a vertical money supply curve, a downward sloping money demand curve, and some equilibrium nominal interest rate where money supply equals money demand. So the money supply, again, is a function of the monetary base, which is determined by the nation's central bank. And so we depict it as independent of the nominal interest rate because the quantity of money is going to be a function of what the Fed sets the quantity of money to be, and it's not a function of what the interest rate is. So the Fed has control again over the amount of reserves in the banking system, which is a part of the monetary base. Okay, so this is how monetary policy works. All of the three tools of monetary policy that you learned on this course, and many of the ones that you haven't, are the tools that the Fed uses to change the amount of reserves in the banking system. So if we have an increase in reserves through multiple deposit expansion of the money supply, when those excess reserves get lent out, money is created. So an increase in reserves leads to an increase in the money supply, which drives down nominal interest rates. That affects the macroeconomy because the things we buy with borrowed money, interest rate sensitive components, consumption and investment spending, are going to increase, which leads to an increase in active demand. So these are the three tools that you learned about that would lead to an increase in reserves. The Fed could lower the reserve requirement, it could lower the discount rate, or it could buy bonds. Open market operations is what the Fed primarily uses in order to influence the money supply. So if the money supply increases, we see that the initial interest rate, right? There's the quantity supplied is greater than the quantity demanded. We know that that is a surplus, and a surplus is eliminated through all the prices. So the increase in the money supply creates a surplus at the initial interest rate, which leads to a decrease in the price of money, and we have a new equilibrium nominal interest rate here. Okay, so that's how we use the money market model. Now, the money demand curve shows this inverse relationship between the price of money and the quantity of money demanded. The demand for money in this model represents the desire to use money to buy goods and services, or the transactions demand for money. In an intermediate macro course, you might learn about other types of demand for money, but we talk predominantly about transactions demand for money in this course, and we're talking about the money people want to hold as cash as opposed to as a less liquid financial asset that earns interest. So the higher the nominal interest rate, the higher the opportunity cost of holding money in the form of cash, and so the lower the quantity demanded of money. That's what the money demand curve represents. The determinants of money demand that you really want to be familiar with are changes in income, changes in the price level, changes in expectations, and changes in preferences. All else equal, an increase in real income or an increase in real GDP, which should be understood as an increase in real income, leads to an increase in the amount of goods and services people want to buy, which leads to an increase in the transactions demand for money. Similarly, when the price level rises, in order to continue purchasing a given amount of goods and services, a greater quantity of money is required, and that would lead to an increase in the money demand, in the demand for money as well. So this is what it looks like. You show the money demand curve to the right, and at the initial equilibrium interest rate, we have a shortage that's created. The shortage is eliminated through rising prices, and we end up at a new higher nominal interest rate as a result of the increase in money demand. So how does this show up on the AP exam, right? So these are some of, I culled through the released FRQs to see all of the different ways that you can be assessed as to your understanding of the shift factors of the money demand curve. So one reads, a drop in credit card fees causes people to use credit cards more often for transactions and demand less money. So that would cause a decrease in money demand, which we show in the model by shifting the curve to the left. The second one I found said, assume that customers wish to hold less money because they use credit cards more frequently to purchase goods and services in cash. Again, that would lead to a decrease in money demand. We're not paying for goods and services with cash anymore. We're paying for borrowed money, which is what credit card means. And then we show how an increase in the income level will affect the nominal interest rate in the short run. Well, that would cause an increase in money demand because we need more money to purchase the same amount. We have more money and we buy more goods and services with them. So we would show an increase in money demand, which drives up the nominal interest rate. So this just gives you an idea of what it might look like to see a question on the AP exam that asks you about the money market in a way that would ask you to understand what the money demand curve represents and what causes it to change. So the determinants of the money supply curve in this course is the Fed, right? If the Fed conducts monetary policy, that's going to lead to a change in the money supply. On the money demand curve, you might see a question that includes this kind of language. And I think this year in particular, when we're not going to be demonstrating our understandings with graphs, it is even more important for you to be able to explain how monetary policy would influence the interest rate. You could use the graph as a tool, but I think you want to be able to explain it in words now and then connect what happens in the money market as a result of monetary policy to the real economy. And we're going to do that as we get to the end of this. So the second key graph in this unit is the loanable funds market. So whereas the money market is like a real market with buyers and sellers, the loanable funds market is a hypothetical market that imagines all of the different people who have money that they don't want to spend now and they want to save, and it brings them together with people who don't have as much money as they want for borrowing. So the loanable fund model, there's all different kinds of ways of saving money. There's all different kinds of ways of borrowing money. So the loanable funds market is hypothetical, but it's useful for understanding the influence of the demand for and the supply of borrowed money in terms of the nominal, the real interest rate. So the loanable funds market is examining the relationship between the price and quantity of money for long-term borrowing and lending, and that means the time period during which inflation will have an influence on the real interest rate, either the real interest rate paid by borrowers or the real interest rate earned by savers. So the price of money in the long term is the nominal interest rate given some expected rate of inflation, which would tell us what the real interest rate is. So that's why we graph the real interest rate on the vertical axis and the quantity of loanable funds on the horizontal axis. Again, it's a supply and demand graph, price on the vertical axis, quantity on the horizontal axis, but in this case, the real interest rate is the price of long-term borrowed money. All right, so the supply of loanable funds represents the behavior of savers, and we see that as the real interest rate rises, the quantity of loanable funds supply increases. That's a positive relationship, and you want to equate the behavior of savers with people who wish to buy bonds in order to generate income for themselves that you get when you are a bondholder and receive interest payments. So the supply of loanable funds is analogous to the demand for bonds. Now, the demand for loanable funds represents the behavior of borrowers. These are the issuers of bonds. These are the people who are borrowing money, and so there's an inverse relationship between the price of borrowed money and the quantity of borrowed money demanded. So the demand for loanable funds curve is downward sloping, and again, just as you would equate the supply of loanable funds to the demand for bonds, you want to equate the demand for loanable funds to the supply of bonds. Firms and governments issue bonds to raise financial capital, okay, so that they can buy goods and services, so that they can investment spend, purchase capital goods in order to bring new goods and services to market to sell them to generate profits. So the higher the interest rate, the lower the expected rate of return is on investment spending, and so that contributes to the inverse relationship that we see in a downward sloping demand for loanable funds curve. So the quantity of the real interest rate is found where the quantity of loanable funds demanded is equal to the quantity of loanable funds supplied. And here's how this shows up in the free response question. So here are examples of all of the types of things that you might see that are assessing whether or not you recognize what causes a change in the supply of loanable funds. So assume there's an increase in the country's national savings. Assume the government reduces the tax rate on household interest earnings. Assume the tax rate on interest income from household savings is lowered. Assume the government implements special tax incentive to encourage individuals to increase savings for retirement. So do you see how all of these work? The idea is all of these things are designed to incentivize savings, and so an increase in savings is shown as an increase in the supply of loanable funds, which leads to a decrease in the real interest rate. Now, what about the demand for loanable funds? So here are some examples. Assume that this is predominantly going to assess whether you understand the effect of government deficit spending on real interest rates, so that you can then connect it to crowding out, changes in investment spending, and changes in long-run economic growth. So here's the beginning of it, right? Assume the country's government increases deficit spending. Show the effect of an increase in government borrowing from the public on the real interest rate. Show the effect of an increase in a country's budget deficit on the real interest rate. Now, assume that businesses are granted a tax credit on spending for machinery. You should recognize that machinery is a capital good and that firms buy machinery in order to produce more goods and services. And so if they get a tax credit for investment spending, they're going to do more investment investment spending, and so the demand for loanable funds is going to increase. So again, primarily, demand for loanable funds shifters relate to government borrowing, but it might also influence. You might be asked a question that asks how a change that affects firms would affect the demand for loanable funds as well. All right, so we would show an increase in the demand for loanable funds by shifting the curve to the right. That leads to an increase in the real interest rate. Okay, so one other topic in this course, in this unit, is the relationship between nominal and real interest rates. And I know this can be a real tricky point. It's sort of simple conceptually, but it becomes tricky in its application. So let's see if we can tease out some nuances here that might be helpful to you. So we know that the nominal interest rate that somebody is willing to pay is based on the expected real interest rate they want to pay and their expectations for what happens to inflation. So if you go into a bank as a borrower and they tell you the interest rate is the nominal interest rate is 8%, if you don't want to pay more than 5% real interest rate, that means you're expecting the inflation rate to be 3%. So when you're entering into a decision today, you don't know what the real interest rate is going to be. You only know what the nominal interest rate is because that's the rate that's published when you go in to borrow. So it's based on your expectations of inflation and the real interest rate you're willing to pay. And the same thing for banks, right? They want to generate a real interest rate in terms of the money that they earn for lending. And so they are going to charge a nominal interest rate based on their expectations of inflation and the real return they're looking for. So when you're making your decision today, you're doing it based on the nominal rate, which is a function of your expectations. Now, after the fact, we can look and see what the real interest rate was by comparing the nominal interest rate with the actual inflation rate. So at the end of a period of time, we can say, okay, what was the real interest rate paying us loan? Well, we know what the nominal interest rate was. We know what the actual inflation rate was. That allows us to determine what the real interest rate was. In the short run, before inflationary expectations have changed, nominal interest rates and real interest rates move together. So an increase in the money supply, which drives down nominal interest rates, in the short run will drive down real interest rates because there's no change in inflationary expectations. However, in the long run, once inflationary expectations have factored into decision making, nominal interest rates adjust to achieve a desired real interest rate. And we will see how this is assessed in the FRQs, macro FRQs, when we start reviewing them. Okay, so in general, it is true that read the response questions. You will be asked to apply monetary policy to the money market. You'll be asked about the effect of monetary policy on nominal interest rates by graphing it in the money market, and to apply fiscal policy to real interest rates via the loan funds model. Right? In general, that's true. If you get a monetary policy question, you're probably going to be asked for a money market graph. If you're asked a fiscal policy question, you're probably going to see a loan funds model. Okay, so now finally, in this course, one of the enduring understandings is that there are short run outcomes of fiscal and monetary policy. So let's see if we can sort of put this all together. So here is the ADAS model that's featured in Unit 3, and obviously we're looking at an economy in a recessionary gap because current output is less than potential output. We can also show a recessionary gap in the business cycle model. So the potential output is represented by this constantly increasing output over time, and the actual output is subject to the business cycle. So if actual output is less than potential output, we are in a recessionary gap. So I put one here and labeled it RG. So that's another way to show a recessionary gap. You can also show it using a productive possibilities model. So if the economy is operating at a point inside the nation's PDC, we know that they have unemployed resources. We know that actual output is less than potential output. So three different ways of showing a recessionary gap. And the goal of stabilization policy would be to close the recessionary gap. And if we have a recessionary gap, we're going to be looking at expansionary policy. So remember, we've talked about these as demand side policies. The fiscal and monetary policy that are featured in Units 3 and 4 are demand side policies that are designed to influence aggregate demand. So you want to make sure you can explain how fiscal policy affects aggregate demand and how monetary policy affects aggregate demand. And then once you know what happens to aggregate demand, you can use your ATAS model to predict the effect of those policies on national income, on output, on the unemployment rate, and on the inflation rate. So remember that there's two fiscal policy. One form of fiscal policy is to increase government spending. That leads directly to an increase in aggregate demand. Because government spending is part of aggregate demand, the government can also increase transfers or decrease taxes. Both of those serve to increase disposable income for households. And when households have more money, they buy more goods and services. So the way that an increase in transfers or a decrease in taxes affects the economy is by affecting disposable income. And the more disposable income you have, the more consumption you're going to see. So to be able to distinguish between the direct effect of a change in government spending on aggregate demand, the indirect effect of a change in taxes or transfers on aggregate demand via changes in consumption that result from the effect of a change in taxes or transfers on disposable income. Being able to connect those dots is going to be key. And the same thing is true for monetary policy. Monetary policy affects the macroeconomy indirectly by changes in the interest rate. So we know that the three tools of monetary policy, changing reserve requirements, changing the discount rate, and open market operations, are designed to change the amount of reserves in the banking system. So if we want expansionary monetary policy, we want to see an increase in reserves that will lead to an increase in the money supply, which will lead to a decrease in nominal interest rates, and that results in a decrease in the cost of interest rate sensitive goods services. In other words, all of the things that we pay for with borrowed money, both households and firms, those things are relatively cheaper when the price of borrowed money goes down. And so interest rate sensitive components of consumption and investment spending are going to increase, and that's going to cause aggregate increase. So make sure you can describe exactly how fiscal and monetary policy work in order to influence short run macroeconomic outcomes. And that is the last topic for review, and we're going to get right into these three response questions now. So I started with the 2011 question 3. This is a balance sheet question. It says Sewell Bank has the simplified balance sheet to the right. So we have assets on one side, liabilities on the other. And so make sure that you understand there's required reserves, excess reserves. The bank has lent out $8,000. On the asset side, they have $7,000 worth of government securities, and they also have building and fixtures that are worth $3,000. So the first part of the question, part A, says based on Sewell Bank's balance sheet, calculate the required reserve ratio. So since they have zero excess reserves, we know that the required reserve is $2,000 for demand deposits of $10,000, and the reserve requirement can be found by dividing the amount of required reserves by the amount of demand deposits. So that would be $2,000 divided by 10,000, or 0.2 or 20%. Okay. A lot of times you're given the reserve requirement and the demand deposits, and you have to figure out how much is the required reserves. This is asking you to do something a little different, right? Then part B reads: suppose that the Federal Reserve purchases $5,000 worth of bonds from Sewell Bank. What will be the change in the dollar value of each of the following immediately after the purchase? So we're looking to see what will be the initial change, right? That's what that term immediately after. Now we're looking for the initial change in excess reserves and initial change in demand deposits. So let's use our balance sheet as our T account as a tool to see what's going to happen. So we're going to start by saying, okay, well, the bank is selling $5,000 worth of securities, the Fed is purchasing them. So we're going to decrease government securities by $5,000, leaving $2,000 in that part of the T account. Now it's going to be replaced with, so the bonds come off the bank balance sheet as an asset and it's being replaced with excess reserves. That's why, so that the Fed has purchased those bonds and credited the bank with cash, with money, right? But in this case, we have to understand that that money goes onto the bank balance sheet as excess reserves. So government securities is going to go down by 5,000, excess reserves is going to go up by 5,000. So the initial change in the excess reserves is going to be that it's going to increase from $0 to $5,000. Now that's how you handle this transaction. And so what happens to demand deposits? Nothing. So the change in demand deposits is 0. We're not doing anything on the liability side of the balance sheet. We're only working on the asset side. And this is one of the trickiest parts about working with monetary policy, right? You have to recognize, is this transaction going to be handled on the asset side, or is this transaction beginning its life on the deposit side? And we'll look in these questions to see what the keywords are that will point you in that direction. So if it says they buy directly from the bank, they buy the securities directly from the bank, they're saying work on the asset side of the equation. They're even giving you the chart with the government securities already on the asset side to help you with this. All right, so then we have to calculate the maximum amount that the money supply can change as a result of the $5,000 purchase of bonds by the Federal Reserve. Okay, so the max change in the money supply is equal to the initial change in excess reserves times the multiplier plus the initial change in the money supply. A shortcut for students is to find the maximum change in the money supply by multiplying it times the initial change in the money supply. But in this case, remember, bank reserves are not part of the money supply. There is no initial change in the money supply with this transaction. transaction. This transaction begins its life as excess reserves, which is not an initial change in the money supply. So $5,000 goes in as bank reserves, right? So there's no money created with that initial transaction. However, since the entire $5,000 can be lent out and subject to the multiplier, our initial change in excess reserves of 5,000, right, times the multiplier plus 0 is going to equal our max change in the money supply. So we could use our shortcut, but you really want to make sure you understand why it works. So in this case, the maximum change in the money supply is $25,000. All right, part D reads, when the Federal Reserve purchases bonds, what will happen to the price of bonds in the open market? And we're asked to explain this one. So we know that there's an inverse relationship between interest rates, bond prices. Expansionary monetary policy is designed to produce a decrease in the interest rate that is going to lead to an increase in the price of previously issued bonds. So why is that true? Because the decrease in the interest rates means that newly issued bonds are going to have a lower nominal interest rate than previously issued bonds. And so previously issued bonds are going to become relatively more valuable. They're more attractive to purchasers of bonds. And so the price of those bonds is going to rise. Right, part E reads, suppose that instead of the purchase of bonds by the Federal Reserve, an individual deposits $5,000 in cash into her checking or demand deposit account. What is the immediate effect of the cash deposit on the M1 measure of the money supply? So again, that word immediate tells us we're looking for the initial change, not the maximum change, the initial change. So it's not a multiplier question. All right, so let's now read this as a $5,000 increase in demand deposits. But remember, this transaction began as life as cash and then ended up as a checkable deposit. So cash in circulation goes down by 5,000, checkable deposits goes up by 5,000, but we're still operating within M1. So since the money changed from one form of M1 to another, there's no immediate effect of the cash deposit on the M1 measure of the money supply. All right, so hopefully going through that really systematically and explaining some of those elements or nuances of how to use a balance sheet will help you for any kind of balance sheet question that you face. We're going to go through and do another one. Okay, so this is from 2009 Form B. It's question 2. I'm only going to do part A because that's the only balance sheet part of the question. So, and this is asking us to treat monetary policy in a slightly different way. And what it's saying is the central bank sells $50 million in government securities on the open market. Calculate each of the following: the total change in reserves in the bank system and the maximum possible change in the money supply. And as I'm reading this, I realize I made a careless error. I applied it as an increase as opposed to a decrease. The mechanics of answering the question are the same regardless. So what you want to do is you want to treat it, look at it understand it this way. The maximum change in reserves in the banking system is equal to the initial change in reserves times the reserve requirement ratio. So the total change in reserves in the banking system, right, is going to be equal to the deposit when the government it was going to be equal to the amount of deposits coming out of the banking system in this case. So when the government sells bonds on the open market, is collecting money from depositors who are using money in their checking account to purchase the bonds, right? So we would have a decrease in deposits equal to $50 million. So the banks can only satisfy those depositors who are withdrawing money by drawing down their reserves. So the total change in reserves in the banking system is going to be equal to the initial change in reserves times the multiplier. So if the reserve requirement is 10%, then the multiplier equals 10. And so that initial decrease in reserves of $50 million multiplied by the multiplier means we're going to have a total change in reserves of $500 million. And then the next part of the question reads, what's the maximum possible change in the money supply? And since reserves in the banking system is the basis of the money supply, since the Fed is taking $50 million out of the banking system, right, it's destroying $50 million, then the maximum change in the money supply is going to be equal to the initial change in the money supply times the multiplier. So in this case, the answer to both is the same. And I'm going to skip over all the stuff I had on the slide because it treats it as a purchase, not a sale. So hopefully you were able to follow that. Again, the maximum change in the money supply is equal to the initial change in the money supply times the multiplier. Since the initial change in the money supply was to decrease by $50 million, the maximum change in the money supply is a decrease of $500 million. All right, and we will just skip all of this. Okay, so 2014 question 2. Now we're getting into more of a monetary policy question conceptually rather than a balance sheet question. And so it begins tells us the Federal Reserve can influence the supply of money, and we're asked to assume that the Federal Reserve targets a lower federal funds rate. What open market operation can the Federal Reserve use to achieve the lower target? And then given our answer to that part of the question, what will happen to the price of bonds? So we know that the Fed targeting a lower federal funds rate means increasing the money supply, making the money supply bigger. Open market operation to make the money supply bigger is to buy bonds. So the Federal Reserve can buy government bonds. You could also say the Federal Reserve can buy treasury securities. And then as a result of the decrease in the nominal interest rate, the price of government bonds will rise. We know that inverse relationship exists. Part B asks us to draw a correctly labeled graph of the money market to show the effect of the open market operation on the nominal interest rate. So when you are directed to show, you have to start with correctly labeled graph, price, remember ACE graphs, axes, curves, equilibrium point, and then we know that in order to get a lower interest rate, the Fed would increase the money supply, and that's going to lead to the decrease in the nominal interest rate. Assume that the Federal Reserve buys government bonds from commercial banks. Based only on this transaction, will the level of required reserves in the commercial banks increase, decrease, or remain the same? So remember what we showed before on that Sewell Bank balance sheet. When the Fed buys right off of the bank's balance sheet, right? You don't have it's coming off you don't have to have reserves on reserves. And so the treasury securities or the government bonds are being replaced on the bank balance sheet with reserves. And so it's really just a change in a change in total reserves. And the level of required reserves in the commercial banks will not change. Again, and they're saying based only on this transaction, which means they're not asking for the total change or the max change after those reserves start getting lent out. They're talking just this first transaction on the balance sheet. So in this case, required reserves are not going to change. And then finally, the Part D asks students to define the discount rate. And as we know, the discount rate is the interest rate that the Fed charges to member banks when they borrow money directly from the Fed with a discount rate. All right, so that is the monetary policy question, connecting monetary policy to the money market. And we are going to finish up with this question about interest rates. So interest rates are important in explaining economic activity, and we're starting with a correctly labeled graph of the money market to show how an increase in the income level will affect the nominal interest rate in the short run. So we know that a correctly labeled graph of the money market has the price of short-term borrowing on the vertical axis and the quantity on the horizontal axis. We have downward sloping money to maker, upward sloping money supply curve, and an equilibrium nominal interest rate. And then if there's an increase in income, we know that's going to come with an increase in the desired purchase goods services, which is going to lead to an increase in the transactions to make money. That's going to lead to an increase in the nominal interest rate. Part B says use a correctly labeled graph of the loan funds market to show how a decision by households to increase saving for retirement will affect the real market interest rate, the real interest rate in the short run. So we know that in the loan funds market, we're looking at the real interest rate on the vertical axis, the quantity of loanable funds on the horizontal axis, upward sloping supply of loanable funds, downward sloping demand for loanable funds, and an equilibrium real interest rate to begin with. So if we have an increase in household savings, we know that's an increase in the supply of loanable funds that produces a decrease in the real interest rate. Right. And so then the last part C reads, suppose that the nominal interest rate has been 6% with no expected inflation. If inflation is now expected to be 2%, determine the value of each of the following: the new nominal interest rate and the new real interest rate. So let's bring up that equation. The real interest rate equals the nominal interest rate minus expected inflation. So initially, the nominal interest rate was 6%, we were told, and there was zero expected inflation. So the real interest rate was 6%. Now, if inflation is expected to be 2%, what is going to happen once we increase our expectations of inflation? Our nominal interest rate that we are either willing to pay or charging is going to take that new expectation of inflation into account. And so the nominal interest rate is going to increase to 8% to accommodate the change in expectations of inflation in order for that real interest rate to still be 6%. And so if we understand that conceptually, it's very easy to answer the question. The new nominal interest rate will increase from 6 to 8%, and the new real interest rate will remain 6%, or there will be no change in the new real interest rate. So that is the final question for tonight. So hopefully, despite my careless reading of the question, conceptually you understand how to manage and use bank balance sheets to help you understand how changes in composition of the M1 and how changes in the money supply are going to be treated on bank balance sheets in order to understand the initial changes in assets and liabilities for a bank, and then the maximum change in assets and liabilities for a bank. So go back up if you want a review of that. Go back up to the slide that shows the single bank, the banking system, and those formulas for changes in the initial change in some value and maximum change in some value. So again, we went through Unit 4, which is the financial sector. There's a lot of tricky stuff in this unit. Make sure that you understand what money is, how the money supply is measured, know the difference between the monetary base, M1 and M2. Understand the relationship between nominal real interest rates in terms of expected inflation. You want to be able to use a T account and your conceptual understanding of how money is rated through the lending process in order to be able to describe and predict and explain how changes on a bank balance sheet will affect the banking system as a whole. And that's important so that in order to understand how monetary policy works. So the first tool in understanding monetary policy is the money market, understanding that the money supply is a function of the monetary base, which is controlled by the Fed. Know those three tools of monetary policy: changing the reserve requirement ratio, changing the discount rate, and changing and conducting open market operations. Understand how each of those affects the amount of reserves in the bank system, which influences the money supply. And then we finished up with the loanable funds market, exploring how changes in the behavior of households' savings and how changes in government borrowing influence the real interest rate. Those are the most two commonly assessed determinants of the real interest rate: changes in household savings and changes in government borrowing. All right, so that leads us to the end of our review for tonight. I just want to remind you, if you haven't already found it, you can log in to myap.collegeboard.org to find some optional student practice questions in AP Classroom. Regardless of whether your teachers assign them, the questions are available to all students so that you can practice the free response questions for your AP macro exam. All right, so once you're in there, just click to access AP Live classes or optional practice, and then that will bring you right to those questions. Make sure you spend some time working on those balance sheet questions. I think that will serve you well. All right, thank you again so much for watching. I hope you all have an excellent evening, and I will look forward to seeing you again next week. Take good care.
Hello, AP Macro students, and welcome back to another AP Live video. My name is Matt Romano, and today we're going to be doing some FRQs with an emphasis on Unit 5. So let's talk about Unit 5 first. What was Unit 5 exploring? What was Unit 5 all about? What was the emphasis? And what are the topics involved? Here, obviously, are your topics that are involved here. But Unit 5 is a really cool unit because it's really, and the description even says it in a moment, you'll see, it's a culminating unit when it comes to learning about the closed economy. Because at this point in the curriculum, when you think back, you're still in a closed economy. Unit 6 is where you open it up, and of course, Unit 6 will not be on the 2020 exam. So this is the culminating unit that really ties everything together. And it's hopefully where you start to see it all come together, as I said. Why we study the three indicators that we study so much in Unit 2, and why we did so much with ADAS and fiscal policy, why we did so much with monetary policy and banking, and seeing both in the short run and the long run what happens when we put it all together. So it's a really interesting, it's a really fun unit for that reason. And the questions we're going to do today as practice are going to really put an emphasis on some of the topics that were introduced within Unit 5. But that said, it was all introduced sequentially as you learned it in Units 1 through 4, and we put it all together here in Unit 5 to see how it applies. And that brings up the next thing I really like about it. It's such an applicable unit. This is stuff you're going to see in the news. You're going to see this stuff in political campaigns, government debt and deficit. You hear about that all the time. Right now, you're at money growth and inflation. You hear people talking about that in response to the monetary policies that we've been witnessing recently. So all of this is in the news. It's applicable. It's relevant. And I hope you appreciate that from this curriculum, this section of the curriculum. What do you need to know from Unit 5? What are we looking for when we're answering these questions as it pertains to Unit 5? Let's start with the big ideas and essential questions. And once again, looking back on this, now that you've covered all the material and really thought about it in depth, you'll see this in the context, and you'll see kind of foreshadowing from these essential questions. How does economic growth? What again is meant by economic growth? It's not just output increasing in the short run. It's not an increase in aggregate demand or SRAS. Remember, economic growth is an increase in the productive capacity of an economy. We're talking about GDP per capita. So we've got to have some connection there to productivity. We've got to have some connection to capital formation, to development of new capital. That's what it means for economic growth. Think PPC, think LRAS. What's the relationship between inflation and unemployment? Of course, you're looking back on this now, you know exactly what that's referencing. We're talking about the Phillips curve there. So we're going to look for that in the questions we answer today. How do monetary and fiscal policies affect the economy in the long run? Really have two things you can pull out there. There's crowding out, there's quantity theory of money. Crowding out, of course, we're going to see that. We're going to see how that can be asked in the context of an FRQ in the previous year's exam. The quantity theory of money, we'll talk about that a little bit as well today, and how we can see that connection in the long run between money supply, changes in money supply, changes in price. Developing understanding, I'm not going to read this whole thing to you, but again, they use the same words I did. This is a culmination and an extension of what's been introduced in Units 1 through 4. So you're taking that knowledge of ADAS, of major macro indicators, of fiscal monetary policy, and building on that and extending that, going a little further with it so we can look at economic growth, we can look at the Phillips curve and understand what we're talking about. What skills do we need? As always, we've got to explain a specific outcome, whether it's from one event or more than one event, more than one variable. We've got to be able to, again, determine the outcome of a situation using the models that we've learned. We want to be able to determine the effects of one or more changes. And normally, skill 4B would apply. We would demonstrate what we've learned on a graph. You should be able to do that, obviously, but again, let's put it out there. We're not going to be doing that on the 2020 exam. You should expect to have to explain what's happening in a model on a graph, and obviously have some scratch paper out as you're taking that exam. Even though it's not something you'll submit, you want to draw some graphs and for your own understanding, draw some graphs and show those changes for yourself to help you interpret what's going on in these different scenarios. Essential graphs, we have one new graph. Obviously, all graphs are fair game by the time you get to Unit 5. ADAS is still a major component of everything we do, but this was the unit where we introduced the Phillips curve. So just a reminder of what the Phillips curve is. We are illustrating here the relationship between inflation and unemployment in both the short run and the long run. We have downward sloping SRPC. So in the short run, we have a negative relationship between inflation and unemployment. That's a trade-off. There is a trade-off in the short run, but in the long run, there is no trade-off. We have a vertical line, and that natural rate of unemployment is not impacted by changing rates of inflation. The equilibrium we've shown here, obviously, is long run equilibrium, the inflation rate that we would anticipate in the long run and the natural rate of unemployment. But as you well know, we're not always in the long run. A lot of times, short run equilibrium is somewhere else. So if we're operating on the right-hand side of the SRPC to the right of the natural rate of unemployment, that means unemployment is greater than the natural rate, and that means we have a recessionary gap. Think about what that looks like on ADAS. If we're operating over here to the left, then unemployment is less than the natural rate, and that means there's an inflationary gap. So you hear it said many times, it's a mirror image of the ADAS model, and this is somewhat what that means as an extension of that description. We're going to use that today, so keep that in the back of your mind. Formulas, we have one formula, the equation of exchange. The equation of exchange is always true. There's no dispute about that. We use this equation to illustrate the quantity theory of money, something I already brought up once today. Of course, this is the equation, MV equals PQ. Sometimes you'll see it as MV equals PY, it means the same thing. M, of course, is money supply. V is the velocity of money, how many times each dollar is spent in a given year. P, as we know, is price level. It's an implicit price of flavor. It's a representative of price level. Q or Y represents real output, real GDP. Either side, when you multiply M times V, or if you multiply P times Q, you're going to get nominal GDP. Keep that in mind, because that does come up pretty frequently. And then finally, like I said up here, we use this to illustrate the quantity theory of money, which tells us that in the long run, price level is going to move in direct proportion to any changes in money supply. So we make that connection between changes in money supply, changes in price level. Okay, so that's the basics of Unit 5. That seems kind of quick, but really that's because it's the culmination of everything else that we have done this year. So keep that in mind. Everything is fair game. Let's jump into some questions. First question we're going to look at 2016 question number 1. So this is the time that if you're watching this in a recorded version, you want to go ahead and pause, answer your question, come right back, and we'll walk through the answers. Those that are watching with me live, we're going to take our time and walk through this question. So I want you to have some paper and write down your answers as we go. All right, remember that first sentence is always important. It's going to be something in that first sentence that we need. So read it carefully, highlight it if you can, or jot down some notes. This year it's probably best to jot down notes and think about what relevant information are they telling you. Assume the U.S. economy is currently operating in a short run equilibrium with the actual unemployment rate above the natural rate of unemployment. Okay, I think we know there's some foreshadowing. There's something in there we're going to have to use. It's pretty obvious. Let's talk about part A. Draw a single correctly labeled graph with both the long run Phillips curve and short run Phillips curve. Label the current short run equilibrium point P. Okay, we just looked at this. As the essential graph, short run, long run Phillips curve. I want to draw the graph. I got to know how to draw in terms of each axis, obviously what the curves look like. But I have to show short run equilibrium. What do I know? What information has been given to me that's going to help me correctly identify short run equilibrium point P? Go back up here again. In that initial prompt, the actual unemployment rate is above the natural rate of unemployment. It is greater than the natural rate of unemployment. So I'm going to throw out a number. If the natural rate of unemployment is say 4%, the actual rate of unemployment is something greater than 4. So I know that much. Unemployment is currently greater than the natural rate. That means we're operating with a recessionary gap. If you were drawing ADAS, you would illustrate a recessionary gap. How do I show that on a graph of the Phillips curve? That's the question. 2-point question here. First point, you would earn simply by drawing the graph and having everything labeled correctly. So we have to have the inflation rate on the y-axis, unemployment rate on the x. We have a vertical long run Phillips curve and a downward sloping SRPC. The second point is by identifying point P. It's got to be on the short run Phillips curve. It's got to be to the right of the long run Phillips curve. Again, consistent with what we see in the prompt. The actual unemployment, which is what point P is indicating, the actual unemployment rate is greater than the natural rate of unemployment. So 2 points there for your graph. Now again, this year you're not going to submit graphs, but doing that as you practice is going to help you for whatever you're going to face on test day this year. Part B, assuming no policy actions are taken, will the short run Phillips curve shift to the right, upward, shift to the left, downward, or remain the same in the long run? Explain. Okay, once again, read and understand the question before you start answering. You got to make sure you got to put yourself in the question and know what it is they're asking. So they start off by saying, assume no policy actions are taken. Okay, in the long run, we had a recessionary gap and there's no policy action taken. Remind yourself, recessionary gap, right? What's going to happen next? What is this question about? Identify the concept, identify the topic. This is a long run self-adjustment question. How do we get back to long run equilibrium? And what does that look like when we're dealing with the Phillips curve instead of aggregate demand, aggregate supply? If it were ADAS, what would happen? Well, SRAS would shift to the right because we had a recessionary gap. What does that tell us about the short run Phillips curve? Short run Phillips curve will shift to the left. And you got to explain. That word explain is up there, so I've got to explain. I've got to give a sentence that provides a causal relationship. Explain that producing at a level of output below full employment will create higher unemployment, lower inflationary expectations that will result in lower nominal wages and input costs. So I've got to make that connection. SRPC is going to shift to the left, but my reasoning really comes from the self-correction that we learned about from the ADAS model. You've got to make a connection between those concepts. You've probably learned either from these videos or certainly from your teacher. SRPC is going to shift the opposite direction as SRAS, and that's a healthy way to look at it. This is where you use that information. All right, so SRPC is going to shift left. We're going to wind up right back at long run equilibrium, and the reason for it is what's listed right here. All right, that's part B. Moving on, part C and D. Put these two together because they go together. They're both referencing monetary policy, and of course D refers back to C. If the Federal Reserve Bank wants to lower unemployment, what expansionary open market operation should it use? So once again, we're dealing with a recessionary gap. How's the Fed going to lower unemployment? It says right here it's expansionary. You've got to get an open market operation, and this is again where a lot of students make a very common mistake and they state a policy that's not open market operations. Correct answer for C. 1 point earned for stating the Federal Reserve should buy bonds. That is the only possible answer here. They got to buy bonds. They got to purchase securities. You cannot make references to discount window lending. You can't make references to reserve requirement. That's not open market operations, and that's a common mistake. If we want to avoid that, make sure you read the question and you answer the question that's being asked. Part D builds off of that. How will the open market operation you identified in Part C affect each of the following? The federal funds rate, explain. The real interest rate in the short run. So I start with the federal funds rate. Recall what that is. That's the overnight rate that banks charge one another. We want to say what happens to the federal funds rate and explain what happens, and then carry that over to the real interest rate. So for the first, for D1, 1 point is earned for saying the federal funds rate will decrease, and for explaining that the money supply will increase, which will increase reserves, decrease the Fed funds rate. For part 2, D2, what happens to the real interest rate in the short run? 1 point is earned for stating the real interest rate will decrease in the short run. And that's why I have to say this is an identification question. This is not an explain point. Simply state your answer and move on to part E. So E references part D, part D2 specifically. Give me your answer in part D2. What is the effect on real gross domestic product in the short run? Explain. So I've got to identify first what happens to real GDP, and then I've got to provide some causal relationship here. I've got to explain why that happened, whatever it is I see. So think it back to part D2. I'm going to pull that one back up. What did we say in D2? We said that the real interest rate will decrease in the short run. That's my prompt. I have to base my answer on that. If you choose some other reasoning, you're not going to get full credit. You've got to base it on the prompt that you're given in the question. So because I'm basing it on this, that's all I have to go off of. The correct answer is real GDP will increase in the short run. A decrease in the real interest rate will increase interest-sensitive spending, which includes consumption and investment plans and equipment, resulting in an increase in aggregate demand. All right, so again, use that ADAS model. That's what it's there for. You didn't have to draw it, but use that model to help you come up with an explanation. I see the real interest rates going down. I'm going directly to those shifters of aggregate demand because I've already made a connection in my head between changes in interest rates and changes in specifically investment spending, but also consumption. Some level of consumption is driven by interest rates. It's interest sensitive, so that can also lead to an increase in aggregate demand. That is going to lead to an increase in GDP. That's range. All right, that's 2016 question 1. Let's try another 2010 question 1. So we're doing 2 long questions, 2 question 1s. Now this year, this format for question 1 is actually going to be what you see on the second question, the 15-minute question. Question 1 this year is going to be the combination of questions 2 and 3, the shorter questions we've been working on all along. So read through it first. And again, if you're watching the recorded version, now's the time to pause, leave this up on your screen, and answer the question. Those that are watching live with me this evening, we'll work our way through it very slowly, give you a chance to jot down notes and hopefully sketch out your graphs. Assume the United States economy is currently in long run equilibrium. Then I'm going to need to know that. Let's work our way through it. Part A, draw a correctly labeled graph of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Show each of the following: the long run aggregate supply curve, the current equilibrium output and price levels, labels YE and PLE respectively. All right, so again, what do I need to know? Gotta know that we're in long run equilibrium. That's the first step. I've got to know my starting point, and then simply follow directions, draw your graph. So here, 2-point question. 1 point earned for drawing a correctly labeled graph with a downward sloping AD curve, an upward sloping SRAS curve, and the points PLE and YE on the vertical and horizontal axis. Remember, you got to connect those back. Well, I guess that doesn't matter this year, but you do need to connect those back to your equilibrium. 1 point earned for showing a vertical LRAS curve at YE. Again, we're in long run equilibrium. All 3 curves intersect at the same point, so you got to show that here. Okay, moving on to part B, and I left the graph up because as you'll see right here, we're going to use this graph in our next part. Assume the government increases spending on national defense without raising taxes. All right, again, let that process a little bit. Government spending is going up. There's no change in taxes. On your graph in part A, show how the government action affects aggregate demand. Part 2, how does government action affect the unemployment rate in the short run? Explain. So I've got to show it on my graph. That word show is a verb. I've got to use that, and then I've got to process that and say how's it going to affect unemployment. Again, pretty straightforward. Government increases spending. Government spending. That's within CIGNX. That's an aggregate demand shifter. They told you aggregate demand. Aggregate demand is going to shift to the right. So the first point, 1 point is earned for showing a rightward shift of the AD curve on the graph in part A. Second point is about unemployment. 1 point earned for stating that the unemployment rate would fall and explaining that this is because real output increases. If all you did is say unemployment falls, you don't get the point. You have to explain. So that explain point is very important to practice that. You're going to need to practice that because you've got to be able to verbalize things this year because you're not going to have graphs to fall back on. So be sure you can verbalize these things. Do some of the practice questions that are on AP Classroom. You'll find them under optional student practice. I'll show you the link again at the end of the lesson here today. All right, that's part B. Let's move on to part C. Assume the economy adjusts to a new long run equilibrium after the increase in government spending. Okay, hold on. So go back. Here's where we just were. The government spending pushed AD out to the right. We had some demand pull, inflation, and now we're operating beyond full employment. Okay, we need to have that in mind. So we're operating beyond full employment. Now they say assume they adjust to a new long run equilibrium after the increase in government spending. What again are they applying here? They're applying long run self-correction, long run self-adjustment of the economy. They're walking you through the process. You just have to provide the correct answer and shift. How will the short run aggregate supply curve and the new long run equilibrium compare with that in the initial long run equilibrium part A? Explain. On your graph in part A, label the new long run equilibrium price level as PL2. If I answer this question, I actually want to do part 2 before I do part 1 because I want to see it on the graph, and then that's going to give me the answer to part 1. Here's what we have. 1 point is earned for stating the short run aggregate supply curve shifts to the left, showing PL2 correctly on the graph in part A. So SRAS just left. We know that's long run self-adjustment. We're operating beyond full employment. Wages are going to adjust upward. Resource prices are going to go up beyond just wages. Resource prices are going to go up. So we're going to see a decrease in the SRAS curve. It shifts to the left. Cost push inflation. We go up to PL2. 1 point is earned for explaining the actual price level is higher than was expected, or the wages and commodity prices adjust to the higher price level, causing SRAS to shift to the left. So again, we have to show that PL2 is being higher than PLE. Part D. In order to finance the increase in government spending on national defense in part B, government borrows funds from the public. Using a correctly labeled graph of the loanable funds market, show the effect of the government's borrowing on the real interest rate. All right, so we're dealing with 2 different models in this one. We had ADAS already. Now we're going to go with the loanable funds market. That can happen. There'll be surprised by. In fact, welcome it, because those graphs are going to help us visualize what's going on. So how do we show that government is borrowing money on a global funds market? The standard interpretation of that is that borrowers are on the demand curve. There are alternate interpretations that can be accepted, but the standard AP interpretation is that borrowers are on the demand curve. Therefore, we're going to draw a graph and we're going to show rightward shift of demand shifts to the right, and that's going to show an increase in real interest rates. Points for this question: 1 point earned for correctly labeled graph of the global funds market. What does that mean? Real interest rates on the y-axis, quantity of global funds on the x, upward sloping supply, downward sloping demand. Got to show equilibrium. 1 point earned for showing a rightward shift of the demand curve resulting in a higher interest rate. Or here's an exception: a leftward shift of the supply curve resulting in a higher interest rate. That is also an acceptable explanation for the effect of government deficits. All right, we're going to use that. So keep that in mind. What just happened there? Because moving on to part E, we're going to use that. So we just had an increase in demand. We had an increase in real interest rates. And we move on to part E. Given the change in real interest rate, part D, what is the impact on each of the following? Investment, economic growth rate, explain. So what happened to real interest rates? Real interest rates went up. That's what happens as a result of deficits. As a result of government borrowing, interest rates went up. And as interest rates go up, investment spending will decrease. What does that sound like? Government just borrowed a whole bunch of money in the global funds market, driving up interest rates, reducing investment spending. It's crowding out. The words weren't used here, but it's helpful for you when you're making connections to connect. This is what crowding out is. Public borrowing crowds out private investment. If and when that actually occurs, that's what crowding out looks like. What's the long-term consequence of this? Why do we bother learning it? Part E2, economic growth rate. 1 point is earned for explaining that the decrease in investment slows down capital formation, leading to a reduction in the economic growth rate. I put a box around that term, capital formation. That's such a key term. You don't have to use those exact words, but we're making that connection between investment spending and economic growth. If you're going to explain it, you need to have some reference to capital formation, development of new physical capital, capital accumulation, something to that effect, because that's the connection between investment spending and economic growth in the long run. So when you have to explain economic growth, think capital formation. All right, that's the trade-off that exists when we have crowding out. If and when we have crowding out, you're gaining a little bit in the short run thanks to the fiscal policy and the borrowing, but it theoretically could slow down economic growth rates in the future. Capital formation, remember that. Okay, on to debrief and summary. That was all of Unit 5. Those were 2 questions that did a really nice job of illustrating these topics. And hopefully you saw how this really does bring together all those topics we've been doing throughout Units 1 through 5. It's practical. It's very relevant. So just again, make sure that you're up to date on it. And if that wasn't clear through these questions, then go back and look at those rubrics again and go back and review the topics as much as necessary. But that's how we typically see Unit 5 apply in an FRQ. I want to remind you of the optional student practice and AP classroom. Log in, and when you log in, you should be able to find it right there on the left-hand side. Practice answering FRQs. We're going to have more resources available in the very, very near future, and we will talk about those next week. So keep an eye on AP classroom. There's a lot there that really is designed to help you not just have an opportunity to take this exam, but to help you prepare and reduce the anxiety going into exam day, because this format is so different. You'll be excited to find there's a lot of new stuff, a lot of new resources available for you to help you get a sense of what exam day is going to feel like. Finally, I just want to mention this was our last FRQ practice day, last lesson in that format. Next week is going to look a lot different, and the way it's going to look, this is the schedule, is that we're going to offer 2 days of timed practice exams. So on Monday and Wednesday, we're actually going to use this time to practice taking an exam, just to see what it feels like to have that 45 minutes. 25 minutes for the first one, 15 minutes for the other one, enough time to submit everything, just to give yourself again the feel of what it's going to be like. We'll take Tuesday and Thursday to review the questions that we answer on Monday and Wednesday, and then Friday we're still working on it. But the plan for Friday is to send you off with just a whole host of exam day tips, just suggestions from ourselves and other AP teachers about what works best. What things can you do between next Friday the 8th and exam day on the 21st? What can you do to best prepare yourself so that when you take the exam, your best effort comes out? Because that's what it comes down to. If you put in the practice, if you put in the effort to prepare yourself, exam day should be fun. You should go out there and do your best and hopefully reap the rewards of a lot of hard work. Okay, that's it for today. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for the effort you're putting into this class. It is appreciated. I do wish you well. I hope that everything pays off down the road, and come back next week and we'll just keep making progress and try a couple practice exams and see how it goes. So have a great weekend, and hope you come back next week. Hello again, macro students, and welcome to prep week. So this is our final week of these videos, and we're going to spend our time this week really preparing for the exam day experience, getting a feel and a sense for what it's going to be like taking these exams online, the timing of it, the wording, the questions, all of that. Let me first commend you for deciding to do this. I'm not going to spend too much time talking today. I want to give us time to work, and we've got 45 minutes that are devoted to testing time. But let me commend you to the effort you're putting into this and the care and concern you're putting into your preparation, because I think it is going to certainly help you come exam day on the 21st. Let me be very clear about what you're going to do here today. The purpose, again, as I already stated, is again to get a sense of the timing of that 45 minutes to do your 2 questions, 25 for the first, 15 for the second, with a little 5 minutes after each one to submit. And also to see questions that are worded a little differently from what we're used to, because you're not going to be drawing graphs in your submitted answer. You're going to want to draw graphs to solve problems, but because you're not drawing graphs in your submitted answer, the wording might be a little bit different. That said, these questions are practice questions. They're not necessarily representative of what you're going to see when you take the exam. Obviously, some of the content will be there, but because you see it on today or on Wednesday's practice doesn't necessarily mean it'll be there when you take the actual exam. And just because it's not there doesn't mean it won't be there when you take the exam. I hope that makes sense. These are simply, again, practice for the types of questions you're going to see. For question 1, it's essentially taking 2 short FRQs and jamming them together into one longer question. For question 2, it's like a traditional question 1 on past AP exams. So that's what we're going to do today. That's what we're going to practice. You should be able to access those questions quite easily. You have access to a Google Drive. It is in the description to this video. So if you're watching right now, as you're watching, the description portion has a link, and there's what the link looks like: tiny URL, AP macro sample questions. You're going to want to go there and take out those 2 sample questions. It simply says question 1, question 2, sample question 1, sample question 2. So have those ready, because we're about to start here. You're going to need something to write on, or if you choose to, have a separate window up on your screen that you can type in. You can practice a couple different ways with these questions in terms of how you want to try answering them. The way it's going to work, I'm going to start a timer. As you can see, it says 30 minutes left on the timer. The first 25 minutes are simply for you to work. That's the suggested timing. And in the last 5 minutes, I'll step in and announce. I'm going to go away while you work, but I'll step in for those last 5 minutes and remind you have 5 minutes remaining. That's the amount of time you'll want to take advantage of to submit your work and make sure it's in on time before that timer goes off. Of course, you're not submitting anything today. There's no one. It's a great day. We're going to review everything that you do today in tomorrow's class. Go over the answers, make sure it makes sense to you, and go from there. So without any further ado, why don't we get started? I trust you have the questions, and again, it's at the link right there in the description. And we're going to start with question number 1. Let's go ahead and go with it. So I'm going to start that timer, and then I'm going to mute my screen, mute my camera, and I'll come back with about 5 minutes remaining to remind you that you should be wrapping up the question, and that's when you will be submitting on exam day. All right, so timer starting now.